Chapter 1 1983. As soon as it entered the 12th lunar month, a grand snowfall covered the entire greater Xiuxian range, continuing well into the first lunar month. The snow blanketed everything, piling up more than half a meter deep, almost submerging the window frames. The dazzling white expanse reflected light even into the night, making it hard to sleep soundly. At 7 in the evening, Xiuxian yawned and loosened his belt on his cotton trousers, preparing to take care of a physiological need. But when he looked up, he couldn't find a place to squat. The snow had fallen so heavily that it nearly collapsed the house, and most toilets in the early 80s were pit latrines. If one wasn't careful, a misstep could lead to an unplanned bath in the hole. Xiuxian remembered clearly. It was this year when his nephew fell into a pit latrine while using it, and ended up being ridiculed, earning himself a nickname, Dung Beetle. They said later when he grew up and sought a marriage partner, this incident cost him a potential match, greatly upsetting Xiuxian's elder sister. It was not a big deal, just a small episode. But having been reborn, Xiuxian thought there was no way he could let this little incident ruin his nephew's matrimonial prospects again. That would be too unfair. He promptly returned inside, grabbed a shovel, and cleared all the snow around the latrine. Only after confirming that there was no possibility of mistaking the latrine for anything else did Xiuxian quickly pull down his pants. In the 80s, the greater Xiuxian range had a breathtaking scenery, much more spectacular than Harbin's snow views later on. These marvels of nature were naturally pristine and exuded a simplicity that held an untouched beauty. It was just a bit frosty on the bottom. Honestly, even Xiuxian didn't know why he woke up back in the bitter year of 1983. At 70-some years old, Xiuxian's life was still relatively happy. He had just found a good elderly companion, ready to enjoy his golden years, but after a nap, he found himself back here. Truthfully speaking, Xiuxian remembered the year 1983 very clearly. At 18, with a junior high school education, Xiuxian was sent to work in a state-owned factory through many connections made by his family. Unfortunately, most youths are rebellious, and Xiuxian had a fiery temper. Not only did he cause trouble and neglect his work, but he was also highly skilled in mischief-making. Once, during a quarrel, without a word, he gave their workshop director a thorough beating. Xiuxian may have felt great satisfaction, but the result was being publicly denounced and kicked out of the state-owned factory, slinking home dejectedly. Old Xiang almost passed out from the shock, repeatedly declaring he would disown him. It was ultimately Xiang Meiyun, his elder sister, who took him in so he wouldn't end up homeless. Though she took him in, it was tough in the early 80s. Households weren't rich. Xiang Meiyun, married decently though not ideally, worked in the production team to earn food coupons, and her husband was a carpenter. With their 6-year-old nephew, they managed to scrape by during winter. Unfortunately, adolescent boys ate like there was no tomorrow. Xiuxian, robust and healthy at 17 or 18, was already a troublesome presence. Even with the steady job at the state-owned factory, he was a typical moonlighter, spending all he earned. Now, unemployed, he had only the dozen or so yuan left over from last month's salary, not enough to support himself, let alone help his elder sister, and avoiding starvation would be a blessing. I can't relive the hardships I endured once again in this lifetime. Muttering under his breath, Xiuxian made a firm resolution in his heart. His elder sister was truly kind to him, and thinking about what people might say if they knew how much she did for him brought a pang of guilt. Living for several decades, Xiuxian had an outlook and experience far beyond his time. He genuinely believed he could improve his elder sister's family's life. Even if he lived irresponsibly in his past life, this time around, he was determined to do something substantial. Moreover, despite the hardship of the times, nestled against the mountain, there were abundant resources. Having come from similar struggles, Xiuxian understood the current trends of the era well. The country was beginning to implement a dual-track economy. In other words, profiteering was no longer universally condemned. Especially in northeast China, this was one of the first regions to loosen restrictions. We must make money. While pondering, a rustling sound came from inside the house. Xiang Meiyun's house had a typical east-west room layout with a corridor in the middle. Initially, the elder sister and her husband slept in one room, and the nephew had his own. However, Xiuxian's unexpected arrival naturally forced them all into the west room. Squatting by the latrine at the base of the west wing, the poor sound insulation allowed him to hear every movement inside clearly. What's wrong? How is my younger brother? I am his sister, his older sister. I couldn't possibly ignore him. Tian, what do you actually want to do? My brother's staying here for a couple of days. What's wrong with that? He just got fired from the state-owned factory. How could I, as his older sister, watch him suffer the cold and hunger? Sister Xiang Meiyun's voice came from inside the house. You see how it is, I haven't said anything either. My little brother-in-law staying here for a few days. I Tian Weidong swear on my life, I have no ulterior motive. But Meiyun, you also need to think about our family. The firewood we prepared will only be enough for our family of 3, and I'm discussing this with you so we can come up with a plan. Sister's husband Tian Weidong's voice was low, hinting at some weakness in his resolve. If the firewood runs short, we'll just conserve some more. It's not like it'll freeze us to death, right? If needed, let Tian Wago stay at his uncle's room. What difference does that make? At worst, we could borrow next year's coal supply from the production team. If you're unwilling to bring yourself to ask for it, I'll go. As usual, Xiang Meiyun's voice was bold and loud, waking up their eldest nephew who had been napping. Mom, I don't want to sleep with uncle. He always bullies me. Mom, I'm hungry, I want to eat meat. Eat. All day you know nothing but eating. With a bang. Sister Xiang Meiyun pushed open the door and walked out, splashing a bucket of water outside, still not forgetting to scold her husband and son. Husband Tian Weidong didn't dare hesitate before rushing out. Unexpectedly, he met face-to-face with Xiang Qianjin, who had just zipped up his pants and was preparing to leave. From afar, Xiang Qianjin could feel the awkwardness on the face of his brother-in-law, who was originally a carpenter. Sister Xiang Meiyun also realized something was amiss. Seeing Xiang Qianjin standing stiffly, she immediately turned and glared at Tian Weidong, who had complained earlier. Then she stepped forward and held Xiang Qianjin's hand. Little brother, don't take it to heart. Your brother-in-law wasn't gossiping behind your back. Your sister's home is your home. You can stay with peace of mind. Sister will figure out the firewood situation. As long as I have hot food to eat, so will you. Your brother-in-law isn't like that kind of person. Hearing these words, Xiang Qianjin felt warmth inside. Of course, he knew that Tian Weidong wasn't someone who would haggle over every detail. In his previous life, he shamelessly lived with them off and on for 3 years until he followed the trend to start a business in the coastal regions, leaving sister's house. Damn, why did I feel so entitled last life? Xiang Qianjin muttered under his breath, secretly cursing himself for being such a rogue in his previous life. After all, by leeching off his sister without contributing, ruining their peace for so long, neither a father nor a mother would tolerate it, let alone Tian Weidong, who understood human emotions so well. Surely, Tian Weidong must have felt troubled deep down. Thinking about this, Xiang Qianjin wiped his hands once and dropped a sentence. Wait a moment, then turned and entered the house. When he came out, he already had a small cloth bundle in his hand. He counted the money out of the bundle and thrust it into Xiang Meiyun's hands while speaking. Sis, when I got fired due to my extravagance, I hadn't saved any money except for 1 month's salary, a total of 16 yuan 7 mao, and several food coupons. I'll keep 7 mao. Take the 16 yuan. Winter is approaching and each day gets colder than the last. Earlier, I heard that our coal supply is insufficient. We need to buy some more. It's freezing in winter. If both you and brother-in-law get cold because of lack of fuel, I'd probably lose my face spending New Year's at your house. Chapter 2 Uncle, I want to eat meat. Xiang Qianjin spoke very quickly. Before he finished talking about meat, his sister's husband Tian Weidong's face turned red, as clear as day. Xiang Meiyun twisted around and gave her husband a nasty look. She was just about to stuff the money back into Xiang Qianjin's hand, glaring at him. Why do you take out any money? Don't listen to your brother-in-law muttering nonsense. He's always like this, but means no harm. Just keep the money in your hands. A guy of almost 20 should carry some money on him. That's right, take it. Your brother-in-law didn't mean that way. Tian Weidong also got flustered. Being originally a carpenter by trade, he wasn't good at dealing with people. His face turned red when he got nervous. But Xiang Qianjin didn't even stretch out his hand and laughed. Don't, sis. You keep the money. I used to be such a fool, making you worry. That won't happen from now on. And sis, stop pushing it away. If you feel estranged over this, I'll move out immediately. Upon hearing these words, Xiang Meiyun stopped pushing the money back at once. The snow had already sealed off the mountains, and the nearest town was 10 li away. Even if Xiang Qianjin wanted to apologize for his wrongdoing, he still needed a way to get home. It's all your fault. Xiang Meiyun glared fiercely at her husband, twisting his waist with one hand. However, the latter surprisingly opened his eyes wide. What kind of person was this little brother-in-law of his? Tian Weidong probably knew best about that. When he was courting Xiang Meiyun, the little brother-in-law wasn't someone who liked to stay still. And unexpectedly, after only 2 days of living here, he changed? Both of them were baffled, but they didn't think much about it. No matter what, it was a good thing that Xiang Qianjin had improved himself, surely better than idling all day without helping the family. On the side, the older nephew Tian blinked his eyes curiously. At 6 or 7 years old, in the countryside, he was quite knowledgeable already and understood the purchasing power of more than 10 yuan. Mom, Uncle has given money. Can we eat meat today? As Tianhua said it, drool almost spilled from his mouth. He was truly starving. The Tian family originated as carpenters, making them skilled artisans in this era. Moreover, Xiang Meiyun, the elder sister, worked in the production team, earning enough points every year to trade for some cash. Such a household was more than enough to surpass 99.9% of other families in the production team. The Tian family usually didn't lack food. Otherwise, if they didn't even have anything to drink, Xiang Meiyun couldn't have brought her unemployed younger brother home. But during this time, every household lived tough lives. The Tian family indeed didn't lack grain. They could always fill their stomachs with millet and cornmeal. But in these harsh times, which family would dare to say they weren't short on meat? Even for the Tian family, their last meal with meat had been over half a month ago. I'm going out for a walk. Xiang Qianjin threw down his coat and walked out of the door, his heart heavy with worry. The moment he stepped out, Xiang Meiyun immediately turned around and pinched Tian Weidong's ear, yelling, "Why did you speak carelessly? Is my brother such an ill-mannered person? Look at what you've done. I told you to lower your voice, but you wouldn't listen. And your son deserves a beating today. Eat, will you? Eat. Mom, it hurts." Inside the room came Xiang Meiyun's incessant mumbling and scolding of Tian Weidong and his son. Anyone with even a modicum of sense could tell she was favoring her younger brother, and using their local parlance, she was a bit of a brother-loving type. Not that things were too bad, but Xiang Qianjin knew it clearly. When it came to his own younger brother, elder sister Xiang Meiyun was truly impeccable. In the past life, Xiang Qianjin had been thoughtless, taking her kindness for granted. But now, reflecting on his former disgraceful behavior, he wished nothing more than to slap himself hard. Yet, it was only a fleeting thought. The real reason was that winter had arrived early in Greater Xiuxian Range, where the first snowfall had already blanketed the land for nearly 10 days. With each step, the snow reached nearly up to his knees. Especially at night, when temperatures dropped sharply, Xiuxian hunched his shoulders, tucking his hands inside his ragged quilted jacket. Despite this, his nose still grew cold. He dared not look far. The endless white snow covered the ground as far as the eye could see, shimmering with white brilliance, even though there was no moonlight visible. Staring at it too long could cause night blindness. He had come out alone simply intending to relax his mind. "Uncle, little uncle, please slow down, slow down." Behind him, the voice of his older nephew Xuanhuan called out. Xiuxian turned around to see Xuanhuan running toward him. "What brings you here?" The little boy scratched his head and chuckled innocently, saying, "Uncle, Mom saw you wearing just a coat and worried you might freeze. So, she sent me over with some padded gloves for you." Xiuxian grinned, giving Xuanhuan's bright red frozen nose a playful flick before putting on the cotton gloves, feeling slightly warmer. "Xuanhuan, are you craving meat?" Xiuxian paused briefly before speaking. At 6 years old, Xuanhuan was already mature for his age. Combined with the recent lecture from his aunt Xiangmeiyun, Xuanhuan nodded subconsciously, then shook his head decisively afterward. "Uncle, I don't want to." Hey. When you say things like that, could you at least stop drooling?" Xiuxian couldn't help but laugh. He realized his eldest nephew was genuinely starving. Whether it was Xuanhuan or even himself, just the thought of meat made them both crave it. Originally, before the 12th lunar month, old Tian's family had slaughtered a pig, but the situation in the early 80s was such that all animals were owned and raised by the production team. Xiangmeiyun's husband Tian Weidong and her indeed managed to secure some strips of pork and froze them in the snow pile at the back door. They didn't expect an extra mouth to feed, namely, Xiuxian's. A family of 3 might barely survive on those reserves until spring, but young lads ate like they'd starve their fathers. With Xiuxian added into the equation, there wouldn't be enough for all. After much deliberation, Sister Xiangmeiyun cut half the pork to support the household, leaving the other half only for big holidays when the entire family would eat heartily. Their tongues already tasted bland as anything. Where could he get some meat from? Xiuxian muttered under his breath, then his eyes lit up with an idea. In his past life, he'd done quite a few sneaky things to improve the family's diet. Though the outcomes weren't always perfect, giving Xuanhuan a good meal wasn't out of reach. "Uncle has an idea. Go back inside, and I'll get some meat for you." He glanced at the sky. Dusk had fallen, yet visibility was still clear enough not to hinder action. Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan's eyes instantly brightened. Really? You're lying, aren't you?" "If I'm lying, I'm a puppy." "If you're lying, you're a puppy. Otherwise, Uncle will hook fingers with you." Xiuxian squatted down and hooked fingers seriously with Xuanhuan. They even recited the unchangeable promise of forever bound together 3 times before Xuanhuan believed 7/10 of what was said. Xuanhuan wanted to come along, but Xiuxian didn't allow it. It was still snowing. Taking a child out in such weather could easily lead to headaches and fever, which would cause trouble. However, Xiuxian felt no such worry for himself. At 17 or 18 years old, a young man seemed to have a furnace burning within him. If Xiuxian recalled correctly, he was also robust and hardly ever fell ill despite being out in all kinds of weather. After finally managing to send Xuanhuan off, Xiuxian hesitated a little. Normally, buying meat would be the fastest way. But it wasn't possible. Even if he did pocket the meager 70 cents, going to the cooperative store wouldn't buy much. Besides, meat coupons were scarce, and earlier, he'd handed over all his coupons to his elder sister without reservation. However, Xiuxian wasn't planning to break his promise. In his previous life, he hadn't let his sister's family shine, instead causing them a lot of trouble. She never complained openly, but why later did his eldest nephew grow distant from him? Hopefully, I haven't lost my skills. Chapter 3, The Ground Steak. Xiuxian pinched his chin, pondering for a moment. He stepped forward through the snow, ready to wander around the village. What was most abundant in the deep mountains was wild game. Although it wasn't yet time for ice fishing, in this season, with enough effort, one could find plenty of game across the mountain fields and surely enjoy a good meal. As he walked, Xiuxian surveyed the surroundings. His brother-in-law Tian Weidong lived in a village called Hejiang Village. Though the name was unremarkable, it had its own origins. Originally, Hejiang Village consisted of 2 villages separated by a river. However, after a flood, the 2 villages were forced to merge, thus taking this name. Later, when the river course was properly planned, the 2 villages became inseparable and the idea of separating them again was dropped. As he walked, Xiuxian suddenly sniffed the air. It was the smell of blood. Patting his feet, he looked toward the direction of the odor and found that without realizing it, he had arrived at a house at the eastern end of the village. The house was a humble earth house, but the blood smell inside proved that animals had been slaughtered here recently. If his memory served correctly, the family should have the surname Liu. The head of the household, Liu Guangji, was a butcher in Hejiang Village and was on good terms with his brother-in-law. "Isn't that the younger brother-in-law of Carpenter Tian? What are you doing standing outside in the dark? Aren't you afraid of freezing?" A loud voice rang out, and the door curtain was pushed aside as a bearded man wearing a military overcoat, holding a basin came out. He was about to pour the scraps from the basin when he coincidentally came face to face with Xiuxian. "Liu uncle, it's me." Xiuxian grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. "I said it looks like you." Why are you wandering out at such an hour instead of staying inside? It's very cold. Wrapping himself tighter in his overcoat, Lu Guangji opened the gate to invite Xiuxian into the yard, but the latter quickly shook his head and refused. Just wandering around. I can't stay still indoors. Seeing that Xiuxian didn't intend to enter the yard, Lu Guangji didn't think much of it, though his words couldn't help but make him wonder. The first snowfall of Xuanhuan had lasted 10 days, causing a sudden drop in temperature throughout the surrounding area. During the day, it wasn't too bad since at least there was sunlight blocking the chill, but at night, the wind was like sharp knives. However, Lu Guangji had heard that the younger brother-in-law of Carpenter Tian was from the city, so he just assumed the other person was not used to life in the countryside of Hejiang village and didn't think much more. What is there to wonder about? Nothing happens around here. Why don't you come inside and warm up with me? No thanks, uncle. I'll walk around for a bit and then go back. Xiuxian smirked, then looked at the basin in Lu Guangji's hands, blinking his eyes. Uncle, is that a pig's bladder? Can you sell it to me? Upon hearing these words, Lu Guangji was somewhat surprised. Yes, it's a pig's bladder, but it smells awful. What do you need it for? You can't eat it. Lu Guangji couldn't help but feel curious. Everyone said every part of a pig was valuable, but the pig's bladder was something everyone despised. The main reason was it was inedible, even despised by butchers. After entering the 12th lunar month, the production team slaughtered quite a few big fat pigs that had fattened over 3 months in the autumn. As the butcher wielding the knife, Lu Guangji earned his share of money, which mostly came from the innards of the pig. TSK, don't mention it. I just promised my young nephew to make him some fun toy. This pig's bladder works perfectly if blown up for him to kick around. If it's convenient for you, uncle, give it to me, and I'll pay for it. Xiuxian didn't say much more. After all, who would have let the lack of current entertainment activities continue? Despite being a fairly large village with several hundred residents, the entire Hejiang village could only boast a single, old radio belonging to the team captain's family that barely worked. If Xiuxian remembered correctly, electricity wouldn't even reach Hejiang village until next year. If it were spring or summer, adults could gather to exchange idle gossip, and children could play jump rope, considered entertaining. But during this bitterly cold winter, not even the animals showed their heads. There was simply nothing amusing. What nonsense. No money needed for this thing. We mustn't become distant. How many do you want? Without much thought, Lu Guangji scooped up a few bladders and tied them together with hemp string before handing them over. Xiuxian quickly tried to pay, but to his surprise, Lu Guangji stubbornly refused to accept payment. After pushing back for a while, Xiuxian could only give up. By the way, don't walk ahead. Outside the village is the river course. Now with the first snowfall, the ice hasn't frozen solid yet. It could be dangerous if you fall through. If everything's fine, just go home quickly. Tell your brother-in-law, I'll look for him later to craft a couple of things. As he left, Lu Guangji kindly gave a few more reminders. Xiuxian quickly thanked him. He hadn't intended to walk towards the river course anyway. Lu Guangji was right. The freshly fallen snow on Xuanhuan marked a drop in temperature, but the ice wasn't firm enough yet. Initially, Xiuxian had considered going out onto the river for a bit of ice fishing. After all, in his past life, Xiuxian was rather skilled at ice fishing despite not engaging in much legitimate work. But stepping carelessly onto an unstable ice surface would risk turning it into a dangerous sinkhole that could swallow him whole. In fact, Xiuxian hadn't asked Lu Guangji for the pig's bladder for this purpose. He returned home with the stinking organ, but he didn't enter the house. From behind the gate, he fished out a long hemp rope and followed a trail for about half an hour. By now, he was far from Hejiang village, but faint lights from it were still discernible. Xiuxian squatted down on the ground, placing the pig's bladder into a snow pile to rinse it casually. Once the smell diminished slightly to his satisfaction, he nodded contentedly. It was precisely this unpleasant odor that he needed. Then, Xiuxian pulled out the rope and made several traps according to the memories of how they worked. These traps were simply made by tying adjustable loops, leaving a slip knot in the middle and threading the larger end through its center, then tying another knot with a pig's bladder attached. And so, a basic snare trap was created. Xiuxian repeated the process, cutting the rope into several segments and fashioning 6 or 7 traps, using up all the pig bladders before setting them one after another into different holes. Now, it's just a matter of waiting. Xiuxian muttered to himself, unsure about the outcome. Later, he had heard tales of people capturing ground stakes from burrows on the mountain edges. The ground stake wasn't anything peculiar, just the field mouse. However, locally, people referred to it as such. Though called a field mouse, this critter was fairly large, nearly comparable to wild rabbits, and it also shared their habit of hibernation during the cold season. These creatures loved odorous smells. In his previous life, Xiuxian had heard stories about catching many using similar methods. But truthfully, he wasn't confident if it would actually work. At first, he intended to keep watch for a while, thinking perhaps some careless creature would fall right into his snare. However, Xiuxian soon abandoned this plan. It was too cold. While making the traps kept him active and warmed up, standing still for a period left him thoroughly chilled when the cold wind hit. Xiuxian gave up on waiting and decided to check back early the next morning. When he returned to his elder sister Xiang Meiyun's house, the kerosene lamp in the western room had been extinguished, but the oil lamp in the central hallway still glimmered faintly. Without a clock, Xiuxian couldn't be certain of the time. He quickly tucked himself under the quilt and soon fell asleep. The next day broke early, and well before dawn, Xiuxian woke up promptly. The western room buzzed with the rustling sounds of clothing being donned. Assuming it was his elder sister and her husband preparing, Xiuxian hesitated outside the door briefly, deciding against disturbing them, and instead wrapped himself in his military overcoat and headed out. This couldn't wait. Villagers generally rose quite early, and although Xiuxian's snares were set a little ways out, they were close enough to Hejiang village where someone else might have discovered them first. When Xiuxian arrived at the first spot trudging through the frosty air and wind-blown snow, his heart dropped instantly. The snare was gone. Even the pig bladder attached to it had vanished without a trace. Damn, I guess my suspicion was correct. Chapter 4, it was worth it. Xuanhuan walked a few more steps and examined carefully before heaving a sigh of relief. There were indeed some footprints around the cave entrance that belonged to ground squirrels, but none from humans. This meant that it was the ground squirrel who had taken the pig bladder into the cave. Without hesitation, Xuanhuan ran towards the location of the second trap. Before he reached it, he relaxed as he spotted a yellow ground squirrel whose head was stuck in the trap, its body already frozen stiff. It was worth it. Xuanhuan beamed with joy and quickly approached to release the lock and tie the squirrel to his waistband. Then came the third, fourth, fifth. Having rushed out yesterday without much preparation, Xuanhuan had only managed to set 7 traps. He thought if even 1 or 2 ground squirrels got caught, he could consider himself lucky. Unexpectedly, after checking all 7 cave entrances, there were 4 ground squirrels tied to his waist, heavy enough to weigh at least 20 to 30 pounds. If he wanted to blame someone, it would be this era's wild animals which lacked any alertness. In the future, forget luring them with pig bladders. Even fresh meat or specially made feed wouldn't do without these ground squirrel masters' mood aligning. After packing up the locks, Xiuxian hummed happily as he headed home. Unbeknownst to him, his leaving had caught the attention of his sister-in-law Xiang Meiyun and brother-in-law Tian Weidong in the west room. You go check it out. He came back pretty late last night, and now he's gone out again early this morning. If he gets into bad habits, how will you, as my elder brother-in-law, explain it? Don't you keep an eye on him? Xiang Meiyun whispered this when she heard Xiuxian leaving. How could he? This isn't the city, no one knows forward. Tian Weidong blinked, wondering why his younger brother-in-law going for a walk should be such a concern. I go out to work every day doing carpentry work, and I don't see you fretting over me like this. But this thought was not something Tian Weidong would say outright to Xiang Meiyun. That won't do either. You follow him and make sure nothing happens. Even if no one here knows him, what if something happened in this cold weather? How am I supposed to face our father? Also, on your way, stop by the commune office. Take 10 yuan and buy some coal. Xiang Meiyun shot her husband a glance, tying her apron as she prepared breakfast. Tianhua was awake, trying to dress himself, so she couldn't leave. Otherwise, this task wouldn't have fallen to Tian Weidong either. Grinning wryly, knowing he couldn't argue with Xiang Meiyun, Tian Weidong nodded in agreement. He put on a leather coat inside the house and was about to step out. Just as he opened the door, he unexpectedly met face-to-face with Xiuxian. Brother-in-law, where are you going? Of course, it was to look for you. Tian Weidong tried to think of a lie about going to sell coal to the commune when his eyes fell on Xiuxian's waist and widened dramatically. Ground squirrel. Father. Ground squirrel. Tianhua suddenly shouted from behind the window ledge with delight. Within seconds, Tianhua had run barefoot out of the door towards Xiuxian. From behind, Xiang Meiyun hadn't expected such a sudden action from her firstborn and rushed out quickly. When she saw the 4 dead ground squirrels tied to Xiuxian's waist, she froze momentarily. Little brother, where did you get these? Upon hearing this, Xiuxian laughed. Let's go inside and talk. I'm freezing. It's too cold outside. Just the brief trip out nearly left me frostbitten. As he spoke, he moved toward the warmth inside the house. Once warm, he released the ground squirrels from his waist onto the floor with a grin. Yesterday, Tianhua mentioned wanting some meat. I figured I'd try my luck in setting a few rabbit traps, but in the morning, I found no rabbits but a whole bunch of ground squirrels. At this, Xiang Meiyun and Tian Weidong exchanged a glance. They understood instantly. It seemed Xiuxian spent the night catching ground squirrels. Following this realization, Xiang Meiyun felt pity for her brother-in-law. How can you be so reckless? If the child wants meat, would you freeze yourself just to catch a ground squirrel? What would your sister tell our parents then? Though she scolded, there was no real anger in her tone. Yesterday, she noticed a subtle change in her seemingly useless brother. And now, it looked like he really was being sensible. Mom, I want to eat ground squirrel. This thing is super fragrant. I heard it from Big Head. On the side, Tianhua squatted down fiddling with the deceased ground squirrels. After a night in the cold, they were completely frozen, their death quite pitiful. But Tianhua didn't care at all. Could anything be worse than not eating meat? Absolutely not. Eat, 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 that's all you think about. Haven't you seen your uncle almost frozen to death? He doesn't know any better, neither do you. You've worked so hard just to satisfy the kid, you spoil him. Xiang Meiyun was about to discipline her son when Xiuxian stopped her with a hand. That's enough, sis. Kids are curious, and I admit I'm craving too. Even if Tianhua hadn't said anything, I would have started thinking myself. We can't freeload off you forever. I just thought my little brother wanted some taste, that's all. These ground squirrels are easy to prepare. You can roast them over fire or stir-fry them directly. The only problem is they don't have much fat. There's no way around it. These things are similar to rabbits. They look plump, but their meat is all lean. Later on, some people even liked eating this for weight loss. Hearing this, Xiang Meiyun finally gave up. Tianhua immediately cheered up and offered to help. Normally, Xiang Meiyun might have scolded him already. After all, A 6-year-old could create more chaos than actual help. But Xiang Jinquan didn't stop him and instead asked Tianhua to assist him. As Xiang Jinquan had mentioned, dealing with these ground squirrels wasn't difficult. Scald the fur off in boiling water, then strip it and scoop out the guts, which come in colorful lengths of intestines. That's it. But halfway through the task, Xiang Jinquan hurriedly said, "Sis, don't throw away the entrails. I'll need them later." Xiang Meiyun paused in surprise, wondering what use those bits could possibly have. It wasn't like they were pig offal, but she nodded and put them aside at Xiang Jinquan's request. Seeing this, Xiang Jinquan smiled faintly. The offal of ground squirrels was quite valuable. When the ice gets thicker, they would make excellent bait for ice fishing. Soon, a dish of spicy sour stir-fried ground squirrel appeared on the table. Chapter 5. Resigning to misfortune. Half a month without the taste of meat is enough to drive anyone crazy. This time, luck was on their side as they managed to procure quite a few bean cakes overnight. Not many people eat this stuff. If supplies weren't so scarce, who would bother with it just in case? But even a fly is meat. At least there's a bit of animal fat. A mouthful of mixed grain pancakes with browned edges and a smoky aroma, and the stewed dish straight out of the pot, rich with meat. Even the vegetables soaked up some oil flavor and were not unpleasant. The 4 members of the family gathered around the table, hands and mouths never stopping. It had been a long time since they ate this well. Tianhua, quickly thank your uncle. Without him, you wouldn't be eating this stewed meat, Xiang Meiyun reminded. Tianhua was enjoying his meal so much that he didn't have the time to properly say thanks. A muffled sound from his mouth was all it took to count as a thank you. Xiang Meiyun sighed, fully aware of how much effort her brother had put into this meal. She gave him 2 more pieces of meat to replenish his strength. Sister, you eat too. There's plenty here, don't be stingy. This doesn't cost any money. In the end, Tianhua licked every drop of grease off the bottom of the plate, as if the plate had never held anything. After being full and satisfied, they collapsed on the bed. No matter how heavy the snow outside, it was always warm inside. Tianwei Dong did not forget what his wife had asked him to do. After resting for a bit, he put on the military green overcoat, leather cap, and didn't forget to wear the big cotton shoes. When Xiang Qianjin saw this, he hurriedly got up and asked his brother-in-law where he was going, pointing out how cold it was outside. One wrong step in the snow pits could lead to an accident. Tianwei Dong smiled and said, "Your sister asked me to buy some coal. We can't make it through winter without burning coal." After dressing appropriately, Tianwei Dong took a flour sack and left. Xiang Qianjin thought, Tianyuan could buy a lot of coal. It wasn't right to let his brother-in-law go alone without help. Through the transparent plastic-coated window, he shouted out loud, "Brother-in-law, I'll go with you." The commune was far away, the snow deep, and each step required careful consideration to avoid stepping on thin air. A fall could get one buried in the snow instantly. "Brother-in-law, I've done poorly in the past, making you and my sister worry day and night for me. In the future, I will certainly fix my bad habits and contribute to improving our situation." Tianwei Dong's impression of Xiang Qianjin was neither particularly good nor particularly bad. He'd been young once too, though not as rebellious as Xiang Qianjin, but he understood. Always known for being honest and simple, when Xiang Qianjin said those heartfelt words, Tianwei Dong couldn't help but smile, a smile that hadn't appeared in a long time. The two walked side by side through the snow, pulling their faces as close as possible to their collars. Minimizing contact with the cold air outside, only their eyes remained exposed to see the way. When they arrived at the commune, they found quite a number of people buying goods. Tianwei Dong patted his pocket, taking out the 10 yuan note and sighing involuntarily. In these times, resources were limited, and the money earned was barely enough to sustain daily life. They had to stretch every coin as if 1 yuan needed to be spent as if it were 2. If his pockets bulged, Tianwei Dong might also consider getting himself a new padded coat. The one he currently wore was purchased when he first married Xiang Meiyun. Years had passed, and the cotton inside had hardened into chunks, its warmth mostly a psychological effect. At the counter, Tianwei Dong slapped down the 10 yuan note on the glass display case. "Give me 10 yuan worth of coal, no small fragments, just solid blocks." A middle-aged woman standing behind the counter lifted the money high, examining it carefully, feeling it with her fingers. Then she instructed someone to load the coal. Xiang Qianjin still had a few coins left in his hand. Rarely coming to the commune, he thought it wasteful to return empty-handed after enduring the freezing cold. Although the commune offered a decent selection, 7/10 of a yuan could hardly buy anything worthwhile. "Sister, how much are these candies?" The middle-aged woman glanced at the candy wrapped in colorful paper inside the glass cabinet. "These candies are imported from abroad, extremely expensive. You might want to get some rock sugar instead. The taste is almost the same." Xiang Qianjin's face turned red with embarrassment. These foreign imported candies were sweet too, so why were they so pricey? Recalling his existence in the 21st century, resources had become abundant. The communes were abolished, and such candies were usually bought during holidays. On ordinary days, who would bother with them? As he watched his brother-in-law load the coal, Xiang Qianjin pulled out a few coins and bought a small bag of rock sugar, putting it in his pocket. 10 yuan worth of coal was no joke, and the commune sold things fairly with accurate measurements. That bag of coal, when lifted, felt quite heavy. One person carried it in front, slinging it over their shoulder, while another dragged the bottom from behind. Thinking about the long-distance home, Xiang Qianjin looked around to see if anyone had come by bike. Perhaps someone could give them a lift along the way, but standing at the entrance of the commune, he looked left and right, and not a single old-style 28-inch bicycle was in sight. Tian Weidong had his family on his mind. Every time Mei Yun sent him out to buy something, it meant their stockpile at home was almost depleted. Looking at the weather today, it was so gloomy that water seemed ready to drip from the clouds. Tian Weidong was fully aware that his wife and child at home were waiting for him to bring back the coal. Qianjin, let's hurry up. If we don't, we'll be caught in the dark before we get home. Qianjin nodded, and the two of them took turns carrying the sack of coal on their shoulders as they walked toward home. The Daxing region is too far north. Night falls early. Before long, the sun set behind the mountains. Once the sky became completely dark, it would be too dangerous to walk. One misstep could lead to a fall, tumbling one knew not where. As if sharing the same thoughts, both quickened their steps, hoping to make it home before sunset. Walking quickly made it harder to steady their footing. Qianjin had already felt the sharp pain in his foot several times after stepping on hard stones hidden beneath the snow. Tian Weidong led the way like a mud statue feeling its way across the river. Brother-in-law, when I return, I... Before Qianjin finished his sentence, Tian Weidong slipped unexpectedly in front of him, landing with a sprawl resembling an elderly woman diving into bed. He fell backward into the snow, prompting Qianjin to hastily drop the sack of coal and rush over to help him up. Tian Weidong himself was startled. Before he could grab hold of Qianjin's hand for assistance, his feet slipped again. He slid down the side of the road slope, but fortunately, his thick clothing cushioned the impact of his falls. While slipping downward, Tian Weidong shouted, Qianjin, forget about me. Gather the fallen coal pieces. They cost money. Qianjin looked around and noticed a few coal lumps, each half the size of his palm, had fallen out. But nothing is more precious than human life. Qianjin quickly picked up a couple of lumps and shoved them into his pocket before waving his arms to move down the slope. On his way, he grabbed a stick. When he reached the bottom, he realized his brother-in-law had twisted his ankle. Old folks often said not to go out lightly during snowy days because the snow covers all manner of dangers beneath it. Any bumps or bruises one sustains are simply bad luck. Qianjin supported Tian Weidong, draping his arm over his own shoulder. The slope was steep, about 30 to 40 degrees. Normally, without snow, climbing it would be no issue, akin to walking on flat ground. However, now that there was snow, getting up proved tricky, especially since Tian Weidong had injured his foot. It was impossible to climb directly, so Qianjin adjusted their plan. He squatted down and patted his shoulder. Chapter 6, I'll carry you back. Brother-in-law, let me carry you up. Tian Weidong stood stunned, thinking that ever since he had married Xiang Meiyun, this little brother-in-law of his had always been somewhat mischievous. How did he suddenly change? More importantly, he was a big man with a healthy body, weighing about 123 jin, approximately 130 pounds. With all the clothes on him, if he were to climb onto Xiuxian's back, it would be at least around 134 jin, approximately 150 pounds. No need. It's just a slight twist. I can walk. No need to carry me. Xiuxian turned and looked at Tian Weidong. Brother-in-law, stop stalling. If we don't hurry, it will be dark. Would you have my sister and Tianhua starve and freeze at home? Besides, if we stay out late into the night, my sister will worry about us. These words struck deep in Tian Weidong's heart, so he stopped arguing with Xiuxian and allowed himself to be carried. Piggybacking on his brother-in-law, Tian Weidong's mind began to churn. However, Xiuxian wasn't overthinking it too much. Even if the ground was full of knife tips, he had to get his brother-in-law back home. It was just a small slope. How could that be difficult? Brother-in-law, hold tight. Don't fall off. Tian Weidong agreed, wrapping his arms around Xiuxian's neck and intertwining his wrists with his left and right hands. Now, with one foot already injured, he couldn't afford to cause more trouble for Xiuxian. Using a stick he picked up earlier to support himself, Xiuxian moved step by step upwards. A small slope which would usually take only 2 or 3 steps. This time took them about 10 minutes before they managed to ascend safely. As soon as they got to the top, Tian Weidong struggled to get off Xiuxian's back, insisting on walking himself. But Xiuxian held him firmly with both hands under his butt. Don't think about walking. Stay on my back. Saying this, Xiuxian also picked up the sack of coal. This bag weighed close to what an adult human does, meaning at that moment Xiuxian had over 300 jin, about 330 pounds, of weight on him. Their pace homeward was naturally slow, yet throughout the journey, Xiuxian never complained once. Instead, he comforted Tian Weidong, telling him not to worry as they would definitely make it home. Xiang Meiyun started preparing dinner before the sun set. It was rare to have meat at lunch, so the evening meal should not be inferior. There was still some bean cake left. Recalling her brother's instructions, when tidying up, she kept the insides that had been cleaned out, putting the bloody mush in a small bowl. Xiang Meiyun didn't understand why her brother wanted to keep these things. When the food was ready and the sun had already set, there was still no sign of her husband and brother returning. Time passed minute by minute, leaving Xiang Meiyun increasingly uneasy. With much difficulty, she finally put Tianhua to sleep and decided to go look for them. If it weren't for the fact that the coal at home was almost used up, she wouldn't want her husband to venture out in such weather. Sweetwa being still young, Xiang Meiyun dared not wander too far away from the house. She walked a certain distance and looked twice toward the direction of the village. It was almost 8 o'clock at night, and the sky had long become pitch black without any streetlights. Xiang Meiyun relied on a battery-powered flashlight for illumination. The longer she waited and saw no sign of her brother and husband returning, the more anxious she became, like ants on a hot griddle. She wondered why going to buy coal took them so long. Still worrying that Tianhua might wake up looking for her, Xiang Meiyun had to return home, turning around every few steps. Each time she hoped to see the figures of her brother and Tian Weidong. Just as she approached home, a vague sense came over her. They should be back now. Tianhua was 5 or 6 years old. Even if he woke up, he would probably just lie in bed. Having made up her mind, Xiang Meiyun turned back again. The cold of Daxing was bone-chilling. Within a few minutes, the cold penetrated her bones. Xiang Meiyun was only wearing a thin flowery jacket, hardly effective against the cold. Walking further ahead, she vaguely spotted a shadow moving slowly towards her. Initially, Xiang Meiyun felt a bit afraid, thinking that perhaps it was a bear from the mountain wandering out to find food due to hunger. But it didn't seem quite right. She called out towards the shadow twice. "Jinquan Weidong, is that you?" At her call, the figure halted where it was, and Xiang Meiyun felt all the blood rush to her head. Not caring about herself anymore, she stepped forward quickly to meet them, almost tripping along the way. Upon closer inspection, she recognized her brother and her husband. "What happened here? What's wrong with you, Weidong?" Xiang Meiyun became flustered. Seeing his wife, Tian Weidong's heart, which had been hanging, finally calmed down. "Nothing serious. I accidentally slipped and twisted my ankle. Jinquan insisted on carrying me and wouldn't let me walk. How come you came out? Go back inside quickly, it's very cold outside." Xiang Meiyun, at this moment, was too worried about her husband's twisted foot and her brother coming so far to care about the cold. Carrying a bag of coal while also having to piggyback his brother-in-law, Tian Weidong, it was miraculous that xiuxian's slim frame hadn't collapsed under the strain. Now, with an extra pair of hands helping them move forward, there was finally some time to catch their breath along the way. Yet he didn't complain about being tired. Once they arrived home, Xiang Meiyun prepared a basin of hot water. Feeling Tian Weidong's foot, she noticed it was ice cold, and looking closer, saw that the twisted ankle had already swollen up. Xiang Meiyun couldn't help but cry at the sight, while Xiang Jinquan quickly rose to fetch a towel and wrapped some snow in it. There must be bruising. Let's ice pack it to reduce the swelling. After wearing his boots all day, Tian Weidong's feet naturally smelled less than ideal. Embarrassed, Tian Weidong said, "Jinquan, give me the towel. I'll do it myself." Xiang Jinquan grinned and replied, "We're family. There's no need to feel shy." The cold compress was applied for a while on the swollen area, and Tian Weidong could feel the pain lessen significantly. "Brother Jinquan, your method really works. Earlier, it hurt so much that I couldn't even touch the ground, but now it's much better." Xiang Jinquan explained, "Cold compress constricts blood vessels, reduces blood flow, and minimizes bruising formation. But starting tomorrow, we'll need heat therapy to improve blood circulation." Tian Weidong listened with little understanding and glanced towards Xiang Meiyun. Despite not speaking, both of them knew what each other meant. So Xiang Meiyun asked for him, "When did you learn all this? Why haven't you mentioned it before?" Xiang Jinquan paused for 2 seconds, then smiled and said, "Do you think I spent my time outside just bragging and drinking? With so many people I know, I can certainly pick up something useful from them." With that, Xiang Jinquan smoothly brushed off the question. After finishing treating his brother-in-law, he brought the sack of coal inside. This amount would last a while. Xiang Meiyun thought that since both her husband and brother had endured the cold outside today, it'd be better to warm up their bed platform more than usual, making it cozier for sleeping later at night. Every winter passed like this, and things always got better when spring came and melted the snow. Before going to the bedroom, Xiang Jinquan placed a small bag of white sugar cubes, which he had kept in the pocket of his padded coat, on the table. "Sister, this is for Tianhua. Give it to him when he wakes up." Xiang Meiyun exclaimed, "You don't earn money but only know how to spend it. Why buy candy? Can't you save a bit? You will need to marry one day too." Chapter 7. Digging Deep. Xiang Qianjin scratched his hair. It was better to act a little simple-minded in front of his sister. "Sis, it's just 2 or 3 cents. Not expensive. In the future, when I get married, I definitely won't care about spending this much on a pack of candy." Xiang Meiyun was nothing more than an ordinary rural woman with no extraordinary skills. Having a job at the factory was already good for her. In today's times, making money isn't easy, especially without being clever like some others. One could only save money by cutting expenses from everyday needs. Otherwise, once wages were spent on indulgences, how would one survive later? Tian Weidong looked at Xiang Qianjin and said, "You, now without a family, childless, single as you are, spend as much as you earn. But after you marry and have children, you'll be less reckless. Still, thank you for Tianhua." This "thank you" actually had a double meaning, but men don't express themselves emotionally like women do. Xiang Qianjin waved his hand dismissively. "Brother-in-law, it's such a trivial thing. It's not early anymore. I'm going to sleep." Leaving his sister's room, he turned around and saw the items in the small bowl on the stove. Xiang Qianjin decided to wake up early the next morning, stroll along the riverbank, and see if there were any new discoveries. He was truly exhausted today. Reflecting on his previous life, he hadn't even trained to have 8-pack abs. Now, since he had a second chance, he must work hard to make his body stronger. He lay down on the bed and immediately felt his nerves relax. Even before he had a chance to daydream about his future life, Xiang Qianjin was snoring away. Tian Weidong wasn't asleep yet. Hearing the snores of his younger brother-in-law, he couldn't help but laugh. "Meiyun, if it weren't for Qianjin coming with me this time, I might not have returned." As Xiang Meiyun emptied the foot washing water basin, she remarked, I told you, my brother is not bad, just young and easily distracted. You'll see. Don't you dare say anything bad about him behind his back. Smiling, Tian Weidong remained silent. The next morning, as soon as it became light, Xiuxian woke up yawning. There was no sound outside, and since he planned to leave early that day, he dared not delay a minute. To ensure the family ate well, he needed to contribute his share too. He layered his clothes tightly and carried the pot containing those things out of the house. When Xiangmeiyan got up and prepared to cook noodles, she suddenly realized her brother wasn't at home. Where had that boy gone off to? Tian Weidong shrugged. His legs are on him. We can't stop him from going wherever he pleases. Besides, he's a grown man. He won't get lost. Unsure when her brother would return, Xiangmeiyan still cooked his portion of noodles. Alone early in the morning, Xiangqianjin arrived at the edge of the riverbank. On the surface, only a thin layer of ice covered the water. Snow hid it, but people couldn't walk on it securely. Thus, he followed the shoreline in search of goodies. The offal from Dochuzi was unsuitable for human consumption, but was a delicacy for other creatures. Yesterday, they ate grasshoppers, so today they try fish from the water. Walking along the shore for a bit, Xiangqianjin's sharp gaze did indeed spot some traces. Squatting down, he observed the several holes about the size of a thumb. He knew there had to be something good inside. He selected a few pieces of the offal from the basin and laid them there, wondering whether they could lure something out. Dochuzi's innards smelled terrible, and that creature would probably come running upon smelling it. Humans struggled to eat properly, let alone animals. Since these could be found here, moving forward, there had to be more. Each time Xiangqianjin noticed similar tiny holes, he placed bait beside them. After waiting for over half an hour and seeing no movements, Xiangqianjin grew restless. He'd heard bears and snakes hibernated in winter. Could loaches hibernate as well? Waiting further in the cold wind yielded no sign of a loach. Even if food was present, they chose not to eat. He joked to himself that these must be foolish loaches. Despite his muttering, Xiangqianjin wouldn't give up easily. Thinking about last time, when catching Dochuzi took an entire night, he reasoned he'd only been waiting for half an hour. It was still early. Having left without breakfast and walked quite a distance, his stomach was rumbling by now. If it weren't winter with snow everywhere, he could perhaps catch a fish in the river, start a fire, and roast it to eat during other seasons. Now, there was no question of fish. Even the northwest wind couldn't satisfy his hunger. Resolving his impatience, Xiangqianjin had another plan in mind. Beyond using Dochuzi's offal to attract loaches, the other option was digging deep into the ground. During winter, the frozen river surfaces led to cold water underneath, too low a temperature for loaches to endure. They inevitably burrowed into the mud to barely survive the season. Seeing it was nearly noon, the offal from Dochuzi had already frozen solid. Deciding not to wait longer, Xiangqianjin pulled out the small shovel tucked at his waist and began digging in areas marked by the holes. After shoveling twice, there was still no sign of a loach. Xiangqianjin continued digging deeper until he noticed something moving in the soil. Only then did he stop. To prevent the loaches from burrowing further, Xiangqianjin reached in with his bare hands to grab them. Each time he caught one, he quickly pulled it out and tossed it into the basin. Winter loaches weren't as lively as summer ones. Even when thrown into the basin, they didn't attempt to jump out. So, along the riverbank, he kept on digging without pause, not stopping until he had filled the basin halfway with loaches before feeling content. It wasn't a time of great famine now, so finding some wild flavors in the mountains or by the riverside was still quite easy. This small basin of loaches would pair perfectly with an old block of tofu and a bit of homemade fermented bean sauce. Together, they'd simmer into a pot of aromatic stew. Carrying the basin of loaches toward home, he hadn't even entered the gate when he heard his sister calling from the yard. Laotian, you should go look for Qianjin later. Where has he been all morning? It's almost lunchtime. Hearing this, Xiangqianjin hurriedly pushed open the door. Sis, I'm back. Xiangmeiyan, standing outside with firewood in her arms, saw her brother return and approached him right away. What were you doing all morning? We haven't seen a trace of you. Come inside and eat now. Looking at her sister fetching firewood, Xiangqianjin knew the meal hadn't been prepared yet, confirming he'd returned just in time. He immediately placed the basin of loaches before his sister. Sis, how about we make braised loaches for lunch? Seeing the small basin of loaches, Xiangmeiyan instantly knew what her brother had been up to all morning. Just for this, she let him freeze outside all morning in the cold. Should she call him silly or unintelligent? Xiangqianjin wasn't stupid. Each sentence from his sister had failed to praise his cleverness. Sis, since I've already gotten them, these things smell bad once they die. Can I team up with brother-in-law to clean their bellies? Do we have any tofu left at home? Xiangmeiyan nodded. Yes, but it's all frozen tofu now. Xiangqianjin didn't mind, as long as there was food, and whatever his sister cooked always tasted delicious. Chapter 8. Is there any rare treasure? These days, not many families have fridges, but once winter arrives, the outdoors in northeast China becomes a natural giant fridge. Things bought in advance can simply be thrown into the snow, and it won't take long before they're rock solid. When they went inside, the Kong, traditional heated bed, was warm and the indoor temperature wasn't low either. Tian Weidong had sprained his foot and didn't dare to move around much. He leaned against the wall, playing with Tianhua. Seeing Xiangqianjin come back, he remembered to ask where he'd been, saying it was better to stay indoors than venture out into the icy weather. Xiangqianjin proudly showed his brother-in-law a small half-basin of loaches. Brother-in-law, look at this. Good stuff. Wow, loaches, you're really capable little bro. Come up on the Kong to warm yourself. and we'll let your sister cook them later. Yesterday they ate soybean paste. Today they're eating loaches. What family eats so well? Xiuxian found some scissors, lifted his butt, and sat down on the Kong. Who doesn't know that pork tastes good? But right now, we don't have any. Every bit we do have has to be saved again and again for special occasions. It will take until the end of this century for every household's material life to improve even further. This isn't because Tianhua wants to eat meat. We don't have other options. Find some of this kind of thing to satisfy our cravings, Xiuxian said. In no time, he had almost finished preparing the small basin of loaches. Tianhua watched as the insides were cut open and shrank behind Xiuxian, revealing only his head. Xiuxian picked one and pushed it toward Tianhua. Tianhua screamed, and Xiuxian laughed heartily. Don't scare him anymore. Last night, he almost wet the bed. Xiangmeiyan entered and said. Xiuxian exclaimed. He's already a big boy and still drawing maps. Tianhua, as if he knew what his uncle was about to do next, quickly clasped his hands over his crotch, tightened his legs, and waddled to his real father's side. Xiangmeiyan, seeing the loaches were all prepared, took them from her younger brother. Washing clothes and cooking meals. Historically, women were always better at these kinds of tasks. But Xiangmeiyan was an educated woman. The words she often shouted the most were gender equality. There's nothing that women must do, but men cannot. If their own man hadn't twisted his foot, she would have asked Tian Weidong to help outside with lighting the fire. With Tian Weidong's leg unwell at present, she allowed him more rest and less movement. Little brother, come out with me and start the fire. Xiuxian lay on the Kong and said, Start the fire? I wouldn't know how. I might set the house ablaze. Xiangmeiyan walked up to him and said, What's so difficult? Just add firewood into the stove. Tian Weidong, hearing his wife say this, struggled to get off the Kong. I'll do it. You should stay in bed. Xianjin interjected quickly with an oh, and said, Sister, this is preferential treatment. Can't you see that your brother-in-law has a sore foot? If you break your hip too, sister would tell you to lie there and stop moving, said Xiangmeiyan. As they were speaking, Xianjin seemed to remember something and turned to his brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, Uncle Guangji told me yesterday that he wanted you to make something for him. Let me know if you have time. Tian Weidong was known in the village for his carpentry skills. If someone needed a stool or a table, Tian Weidong was the go-to person. That's no problem. He can just come by the house. Tian Weidong agreed readily. Xianjin stepped outside and placed the bundle of firewood his sister had collected onto his knee and snapped it into smaller pieces. He then tossed each piece into the stove, watching his sister hustle around. Xianjin couldn't help but feel tender-hearted. Why had he acted so foolishly in his previous lifetime? Sister, having you is truly wonderful. This sentence baffled Xiangmeiyan, who looked at her brother dumbfounded before asking, What are you scheming now, little brat? Sister, why do you always doubt me? You take care of my food and drink, and I will definitely repay you someday, Xianjin explained. Xiangmeiyan smiled and said, Don't cause trouble for me, and that'll be enough repayment. Next time, I'll try to find you a more stable job through someone else, but remember not to be impulsive like last time. However, in Xianjin's heart, things weren't quite as simple. As someone who had lived through the future, he clearly understood the coming years would bring golden opportunities when pigs could fly. He had to prepare in advance before these chances arrived. Improving the current life wasn't going to be sufficient relying only on field mice and loaches to satisfy the occasional craving for meat. This was merely an appetizer. With the advantage of being near the greater Xiuxian range, he realized he must learn how to utilize the mountain resources. Naturally, this path would be arduous due to the constraints of the times and lack of convenient equipment. To obtain anything worthwhile from the mountains, he'd need to rely on sheer hard work. An old saying goes, a horse without midnight grass does not grow fat, and a man without unexpected wealth does not grow rich. So Xiuxian decided to seek unexpected riches. Where would the windfall come from? From the greater Xiuxian range. There were indeed quite a few valuable things hidden deep within those mountains. While thinking about it, Xiuxian got lost in thought, yet his hands continued to feed the fire steadily. Xiangmeiyan couldn't help but nag when she saw him lost in thought. What are you thinking about? Did you even hear what I just said? From now on, you should start acting more mature. But what Xiuxian had to say was completely out of sync with what his sister had advised. Sister, if we could find some rare items, do you think they could be sold for money? You'd better stop daydreaming. If you knew a way to make money, you would have done it by now. Let me tell you, stealing and doing illegal things is out of the question. If I ever found out that you've committed a crime, I would let your brother-in-law break your legs. Our family, though not very wealthy, has never produced lawbreakers, not even back in our ancestors' days. It will stay this way through your generation too. Seeing his sister so tense, Xiuxian clicked his tongue a few times. Sister, you're overthinking this. Who said anything about breaking the law? Anyway, normal people wouldn't do something illegal. You know how I am, don't you? Isn't there going to be a big market fair in a couple of days? Xiangmeiyan was caught off guard by her younger brother's words. Yeah, it should be around the 1st or 6th day of the month, but look at the weather. Who's stupid enough to go set up a stall outside? Everyone's staying inside. What do you want to buy anyway? A faint smile lingered on Xiuxian's face throughout their conversation. As his sister questioned what he intended to buy, his smile grew wider. I'm not buying anything. I'm planning to sell. Hearing this, Xiangmeiyan immediately became anxious. What do you mean? Are you trying to sell something from home? We don't have much, brother-in-law, and I only managed to gather these few things. Which one do you think is worth more, our thermos or the flashlight? Xiuxian burst into laughter and didn't elaborate further. Not until the loaches in the pot were ready did he get up to lend a hand. Recalling his former self, who used to eat cornmeal cakes yet yearned for polished rice and white bread, and occasionally indulged in milk and grilled sausages. How dissatisfied had he been with life back then? It was important to remember hard times every once in a while. He needed to pick up some wild vegetables and make a couple of cornmeal buns to taste. These days, they were eating pure, unadulterated cornmeal 3 times a day, each bite needing to be swallowed 2 li away. Despite its poor texture and flavor, this cornmeal was filling. One serving could keep him full for hours without hunger pangs. Had it not been for its inferior taste and consistency, cornmeal might very well have taken the place as the staple on dining tables. Chapter 9. Sister, what do you want? Xiang Meiyun stood by the table. Seeing her younger brother lost in thought again, she quickly nudged Tian Weidong with her elbow. Take a look at him. You don't know what he's thinking. He just zoned out like that earlier. Just thinking about how her brother-in-law had saved her life once made Tian Weidong want to be his biggest fan. Back in the day, if Xiang Meiyun had said this, Tian Weidong would have agreed with her somewhat. But now he didn't. No matter what your brother is thinking, at least he's clever. As long as it's not illegal, let him think what he wants. If it weren't for your brother these past few days, could our family afford to eat this? Just as they were talking, someone came. Through the window, Xiang Meiyun saw it was Su Guangji. She went out of the room to greet him immediately. Uncle Guangji, why are you here? Su Guangji smiled and said, since I'm free today, I thought I'd ask your husband to make me 2 cabinets. Xiang Meiyun knew little about carpentry, but from her understanding of her own husband, making cabinets shouldn't be too difficult. As Su Guangji entered the house, he noticed the 4 of them eating together. Oops, seems like I've come at a bad time. Only after saying that did he notice Tian Weidong lying on the bed. Something fell off, but he couldn't pinpoint it. What's up? Why are you still lying in bed? After being asked by Su Guangji, Tian Weidong explained about twisting his foot yesterday. Su Guangji grew worried. Didn't see a doctor? Is handling it yourself okay? I was planning to have you build those cabinets for storing stuff, and I've already prepared the materials. Looks like you'll be in bed for 10 days to half a month. Tian Weidong looked embarrassed. Uncle Guangji, if you're not in a rush, I'll do it when I get better. Su Guangji hesitated. Not urgent. Just tell me when it's ready, and I'll come back to pick it up. Just as Su Guangji was about to leave, he noticed a stainless steel basin with stewed loaches. Stewed loaches? Where'd you get them? This time of year, how could you catch loaches? Seeing everyone in the room, Su Guangji concluded that since Tian Weidong's ankle was twisted, it wasn't him who caught them. Xiang Meiyun, a woman, wouldn't venture out in this weather either. Tian Hua certainly wouldn't either. What does a child of a few years old know? The only possible one would be Xiang Qianjin. Xiang Qianjin remained silent. Su Guangji figured out that he was the one who caught them. Qianjin, I've got a favor to ask. Would you help me out? Xiang Qianjin asked quickly. What is it, Uncle Guangji? After a brief thought, Su Guangji replied. I might go into the mountain tomorrow, and I need someone to help. Are you coming with me? If we catch something, it'll be split 50-50. If you prefer cash instead of the goods, we can take them to the market and split the money equally. How about it? Hearing what Su Guangji said, Xiang Qianjin instantly felt an inexplicable connection with him. Suddenly, the cornbread in his hand lost its flavor. Are you really going hunting in the mountains and willing to bring me along, Uncle Guangji? I should clarify beforehand. I've never hunted anything big. Catching fish in the river might be fine, but hunting in the mountains is highly technical. Technical or not, do you want to go? Su Guangji asked. Seeing Uncle Guangji extending an olive branch, if he didn't agree, this chance might never come again. Yes, I'll treat it as a trip, whether it works out or not. Xiang Qianjin thought Uncle Guangji would nod approvingly, but instead, he shook his head. That won't work. You think going hunting is a game? I wouldn't have invited you if my son hadn't caught a cold. Xiang Qianjin actually wanted to seize the opportunity to explore the mountains, but humility kept him grounded. Moreover, he truly had no experience in hunting. How to start, how to plan, and how to wrap things up, there was so much he didn't know. In that case, I'll follow Uncle's lead. What animals are you targeting in the mountains, deer or roe deer? In the Xing'an Mountains, those 2 kinds of animals were most abundant. Who knows? This morning I set some animal traps in the mountains. Let's see if they work tomorrow morning. These days, if any animal gets caught in a trap, they're as good as dead. But then again, even human survival is tough in these times, let alone the animals. With that agreement in place with Uncle Guangji, once he left, the 4 continued their meal. Uncle Guangji seems to be looking for easy money, but mountain adventures could cost lives. When Tian Weidong said this, Xiang Meiyun became alarmed immediately. Qianjin is the only child of the family. If anything happens to him while hunting, that simply can't happen. Qianjin, maybe you shouldn't go. The mountains are dangerous now, unpredictable. Regarding this, Xiang Qianjin didn't overthink it and chuckled. There's nothing much to worry about in winter. Besides, there's always Uncle Guangji watching over me. In the afternoon, Xiang Qianjin leaned against a pile of quilts with a porcelain enamel teacup in his hand. The tea inside was still steaming, and though life felt carefree, it lacked direction. Tian Weidong was also resting on the kong, idly flipping through newspapers to pass the time. With winter setting in, the days were short in northeast China. It wouldn't be long after lunch before the sky started to darken. Brother-in-law, what if I take the game I hunt and sell it at the market? The only investment is time and effort. If someone pays for it, it's pure profit. Tian Weidong overheard this and smiled. Do we have any rich families here who would do that? Anyone who wants meat just goes into the mountains themselves. Xiuxian murmured twice, realizing his brother-in-law had a point. It was true. Still, once winter hit, people tended to get lazy. Not everyone had such great drive to act. Anyhow, tomorrow he'd join Uncle Guangxi in the mountains and treat it as an early survey of the potential market. First, when you go to sell things, you need to see what customers want, then offer those things. Otherwise, there's no way to make money. Once he got the hang of the buyer's psychology later on, he could start providing goods ahead of demand. Ideally, let the buyer save both effort and energy and offer everything they need all in one place. If you want to do business, think from the customer's perspective, anticipate their needs, and address their urgencies. Make spending feel like coming home. As he thought, the day grew dark, and it was time for dinner. Watching his sister busy herself feeding the family, Xiuxian decided to pitch in. Sister, tomorrow's the market day. If Uncle Guangxi and I make some money, is there anything you'd like? I'll bring it back for you. Would you like some flowers or some fabric so you can sew a new dress? Xiangmeiyan shook her head. If you really make money, bring it back and save it. Don't waste it on me. But Xiuxian didn't see it that way. He worked hard to ensure a good life for his sister and brother-in-law. Otherwise, why bother putting in so much effort? Nope. Tell me what you want, and I'll buy it for you tomorrow. This somehow reached Tianhua's ears. Uncle, I want a toy airplane. Can you buy me one tomorrow? When I grow up, I want to be an astronaut who flies planes. Chapter 10. Serves you right. Xiuxian corrected Tianhua's words. The one who flies the plane is the captain, and astronauts take rockets. After much thought, Xiangmeiyan still didn't know what to buy since her family lacked nothing. She eventually let Xiuxian decide for himself. Not long after dinner, Su Guangxi arrived wearing a leather coat, holding a rope, and with a shiny meat-cleaving knife strapped to his waist, as if he were about to raid someone's home rather than enter the mountain. Hunting in the mountains required expertise, and Xiuxian thought it was simply a matter of getting up early. You go into the mountains, check whether the traps have caught deer or roe deer, or perhaps something else. However, he soon realized that they had to set off early, which made sense once he considered it. Catching something takes time, and so does getting to the market. They would probably not even have enough time for the entire night. By evening, the temperature in the mountains would only be lower than during the day. Xiangmeiyan, fearing her brother would freeze, found a leather coat among her belongings. Xiuxian put it on, feeling like a standing bear. But in this era, there was no such thing as down jackets. Without this leather coat, entering the mountains might really mean freezing to death. Xiangmeiyan also somehow produced a lei feng hat, putting it on her brother. Is there anything else we're missing? Xiuxian asked. Su Guangxi looked around and shook his head. We don't lack anything. Let's go quickly, my trap is placed deep inside. It'll take some time to get deeper into the mountain. If we delay any longer, it will be morning, and we'll have wasted our early start. Under Su Guangxi's urging, Xiuxian followed him out. Walking at night with a flashlight, all they could see clearly was just the ground beneath their feet. Uncle Guangxi, can we sell what we hunt? How couldn't we sell them? Last month, I caught a deer. There are people willing to buy even the skin. It wouldn't be for Xiaohai's medical expenses this trip. Otherwise, I wouldn't suddenly need to come here to hunt. I just want to earn some money to live on. Upon hearing Uncle Guangxi's explanation, based on his understanding of him, this person was indeed quite simple and honest, not the type who says one thing but does another behind your back. In that case, Uncle, I won't ask for money. I'll put in effort. Could you teach me how to hunt? Su Guangxi stared at Xiuxian for a good while before smiling and saying, so you're treating this tuition fee as your training cost? All right, if I can teach you well, then this craft of mine won't have been wasted. Xiuxian felt the tuition was worth it. The wildlife protection law was issued in 1989. It was now 1983, and there were 5 to 6 years left. It was possible to earn their first pot of gold from hunting wild animals in the mountains. Rich people always liked rare delicacies, especially the tycoons in big cities. If a small restaurant could provide something exotic, those wealthy people would sniff them out like dogs. But rare things were hard to hunt, and some hibernated, meaning there'd only be an opportunity next spring. Just entering and leaving the mountain took 2 hours, and Su Guangxi still needed to find where his animal traps were placed. Before long, Xiuxian started sniffing and yawning. He was both tired and cold. Suddenly, he began to yearn for his not-so-warm blanket again. Judging by Su Guangxi's actions, this wasn't his first trip into the mountain. Xiuxian followed closely behind, placing each step directly onto his footprints. Qinjin, shine the flashlight over there. I remember there being a trap here. Xiuxian held up the flashlight and pointed it in the direction Guangxi pointed toward, shining it left. He watched as Guangxi moved deftly but bulkily in that direction. Uncle, do you see it clearly? Should I step forward a bit more? Ordinary flashlights didn't emit high brightness, and Xiuxian worried that Uncle Guangxi wouldn't see properly, potentially causing some unexpected accident. Su Guangxi waved a hand. No need. There's another one nearby. Once I find it, you can come closer. Don't walk around aimlessly or you'll end up getting your own foot trapped. Xiuxian responded with an, oh, and stayed put. Upon finding an empty animal trap, Su Guangxi sighed. Animals didn't want to come out in winter, and fewer were looking for food. Spending half a day yielded nothing, yet these traps could not stay forever. If someone accidentally stepped into one while entering the mountain, it would certainly bring misfortune. Thus, under necessary circumstances, the traps must be retrieved. Su Guangxi picked up 2 traps one after another, his heart sinking deeper and deeper. It seemed that hunting during the winter would be challenging. After walking further in, they They picked up 4 traps altogether. Seeing not even a trace, Xiuxian too became somewhat disappointed. Uncle Guangji, is it because we came at the wrong time? Su Guangji was sighing continuously, evidently unwilling to accept the reality. But perhaps if they went a little further, there might be a turn for the better. After walking a bit more, still hearing nothing, Su Guangji had already lost all hope. Who knew that when he shone his electric flashlight forward, there was an indistinct dark object lying not far away. Uncle Guangji, could that be a roe deer? Su Guangji followed the light and slapped his thigh. It is, hurry, let's go over. Up close, they found one of the roe deer's legs firmly clamped by the animal trap. A large patch of blood had pooled around it. If they had come any later, it would have certainly died. Since they were in the mountain to hunt, it was just bad luck for the roe deer. This was Xiuxian's first time doing this kind of work. As the ancient saying goes, a gentleman keeps far from the kitchen. Seeing a living creature gradually fade away before his eyes left him with a heavy heart. In comparison, Su Guangji remained much calmer. He hadn't slaughtered fewer animals before. Moreover, since the roe deer was still alive, it was the perfect time to bleed it out. Otherwise, he wouldn't have called Xiuxian over. No one knew how long the roe deer had lain there. It lacked the strength to struggle, and after a symbolic kick, it gave up. They tied its 4 hooves with rope. Then Su Guangji drew his knife and skillfully located the spot to cut for bleeding. Xiuxian simply watched until the roe deer stopped breathing. Then he finally let go. Once Su Guangji confirmed the roe deer was dead, he ordered Xiuxian to lend a hand. Finding a nearby thick branch, the 2 men worked together to carry the roe deer out. I said my animal traps wouldn't go unused. Catching something like this can sell for some money. As long as we don't leave empty-handed, we're making profit. By the time they carried this foolish roe deer out of the mountain, dawn was breaking. The 2 men agreed to head straight to the market. Without going home, they headed straight to the marketplace. When they arrived, a few stalls were already set up, most selling items found in the mountains, things not available in the commune stores. There weren't many people browsing the market, but soon someone noticed what they had brought. Especially Su Guangji, who somehow got hold of a board and performed a meat-cutting show right there. In this era, anything had its value. It wasn't long before people surrounded their stall. Xiuxian couldn't just stand idle. He divided the freshly cut meat into small piles, weighing them in his hands to estimate the price. Chapter 11, next time is for you. The roe deer meat was not delicious, tough and dry. It would require a lot of seasoning to make it taste good. In any village, there are always 1 or 2 families that are relatively well off. The limited amount of meat coupons cannot satisfy the craving for meat, so a bit of roe deer meat for a feast was still quite acceptable. How much will you sell it for? Someone in the crowd asked. Xiuxian was about to say that a bunch of meat costs 2 yuan, which was already a reasonable price. He and Uncle Guangji went into the mountains to hunt and carried it all the way here from so far away. Most importantly, it's fresh. This roe deer isn't very big, and the meat cut from it should be more delicious than an adult roe deer's. Pork now costs over 2 yuan per gene, and it took so much effort to get this roe deer. He's selling it at 2 yuan, which is practically losing money. And that pile of meat weighs over a gene. It's like coming to the market to do great charity. He thought no one would buy at this price, but then they all pulled out their money and scrambled to buy it. It was clear that these people fighting to buy the meat were already extremely craving meat. Su Guangji gave Xiuxian a look, telling him to collect money while selling the meat. In the blink of an eye, the sliced meat was sold out, and Xiuxian held a thick wad of small denomination bills in his hand. He thought if only these were all large notes, then he'd be rich. Unfortunately, they're all old bills of several cents each. People may vary in quality, but money has no hierarchy. Xiuxian likes any kind of money. A rough estimate suggests this roe deer weighed around 20 to 30 gene. Su Guangji meticulously separated the meat from the bones, not wasting a single bit. Slaughtering is also a craft. Su Guangji waved his knife deftly, and in the blink of an eye, the skin and flesh were separated from the bone. There was still some meat left on the edges of the bones, when suddenly someone shouted, "I'll take the skeleton." Before Xiuxian could respond, another person shouted, "I'll take the roe deer skin." Xiuxian could roughly estimate how much the meat would sell for, but as for what price to set for the bones and the skin, he had no idea. Set the price too low, and it'd be all for nothing. Set it too high, and no one would buy. How much should it cost? That depends on Uncle Guangji. The skin isn't very good. If you want it, 5 yuan. There's not much meat on the bones, 8 yuan, and I'll give it all to you. Upon hearing the price, Xiuxian gasped. In those days, workers' wages were only a few dozen yuan. Isn't this price a bit too high? Sure enough, the 2 people who initially showed interest hesitated after hearing the price. Just as Xiuxian was about to suggest they wouldn't buy, he noticed Uncle Guangji's calm composure. He didn't seem worried at all about whether anyone would buy it. Sure enough, not long after things quieted down, someone pulled out their money. If they don't want it, I'll take them both. 13 yuan, count it. As soon as Xiuxian received the money, he heard the unique bell sound of a 28-inch bicycle. Within less than half an hour, this whole roe deer had been completely divided. One person who hesitated whether to buy saw there was no opportunity anymore and regretfully left. Only the person who bought both the bones and the skin was still standing nearby. When the crowd dispersed, the view widened, and Xiuxian realized that the newcomers wore large-brimmed hats. Watching them approach, Xiuxian felt somewhat nervous inside. Were they here to confiscate the goods? That's exactly what urban management loves to do. Su Guangji quickly chopped up the bones and neatly folded the entire skin. Before the city managers arrived, he handed over the items to the customer. The customer didn't want to waste money either, glanced back briefly without saying anything, and quickly left with the goods. Xiuxian hid the money in his pocket. Although doing so was like stealing your own ears, avoiding trouble this way saved a lot. Out of stock? Asked Urban Management Captain Lu Jun. Gone. This one wasn't very big, just over a jean per person, and it was sold out quickly, said Su Guangji. At this moment, Xiuxian realized that the person wearing the big brimmed hat was actually interested in buying some roe deer meat. Next time we go into the mountains, we'll try to find a bigger one. Let me know in advance how much you want, and I'll keep it aside for you. Lu Jun thought for a moment and said, 2 or 3 jean will be fine. When will you go back into the mountains? From Lu Jun's tone, it wasn't hard to see that he was anxious. But there simply wasn't any extra roe deer meat now. Even a skilled housewife can't cook without rice. However, Xiuxian was already shrewd. As the captain of urban management, Lu Jun was someone who could exert influence in this area. Maintaining a good relationship with him would be beneficial for future endeavors. Lu Captain, I will certainly set aside some next time. Sorry about this one. Lu Jun was not an unreasonable person. This was originally about luck, and it just wasn't his day to day. Alright, that's settled. If you hunt again next time, be sure to reserve some for me. Lu Jun pushed his 28-inch bike and walked away. Xiuxian also took out the money earned from selling the meat and handed it over to Su Guangji. Uncle Guangji, you count it. Su Guangji didn't hesitate either. After all the effort, wasn't it all for this bit of money? If there was a loss of 5 mao or 1 yuan, the pain would feel like an ache in his flesh. Counting every 10th and 20th coin, Su Guangji nodded satisfactorily before pulling out 2 or 3 banknotes and handing them to Xiuxian. Here, you've been working with me all night. There's no way I wouldn't pay you. Su Guangji shoved 5 yuan into Xiuxian's hand. Uncle, what is this? Xiuxian exclaimed. 5 yuan was already quite a lot, and could buy plenty of things, sparingly enough to last 10 days or so. Qianjin, I have to go buy some medicine for my son, so I won't return home with you. Xiuxian understood and asked if he should accompany Su Guangji. After getting a negative reply, Xiuxian returned home alone. After walking for an hour, as he neared home, touching the 5 yuan in his pocket gave him an idea. He turned back toward the commune. His sister had always been a frugal woman who seldom spent much on herself. Sometimes, he envied his brother-in-law for marrying such a good wife. It had been 2 years since they last bought fabric to make clothes. Even though life in the early 1980s was now 4 or 5 decades past, Xiuxian still vividly remembered the time he stayed and ate at his sister and brother-in-law's house. Without them, his survival would have been an issue. Today, he earned 5 yuan working with Su Guangji. He must buy something for his sister, otherwise, he'd feel guilty. There weren't many people at the commune that day. Looking at the diverse products, most held little attraction for Xiuxian. Only the colorful rolls of flowered fabric behind the counter caught his eye. He decided to buy some fabric for his sister to make a new dress. But which kind of fabric would be suitable for making clothes? Silk was definitely out of reach, too expensive. The common options were pure cotton or the newer polyester material. As for clothes making, Xiuxian had never put much thought into it. It was usually his mother who took care of these matters. Moreover, he had stopped growing taller long ago. As long as the clothes weren't torn, they'd remain usable indefinitely. Excuse me, could you bring out the red fabric with white flowers behind you for me to see? Xiuxian asked. The staff member smiled and nodded, bringing the roll of red and white flowered fabric in front of Xiuxian. Chapter 12. Hunting in the Mountain. The cloth felt thick and of good quality. Moreover, the small floral patterns were quite attractive. Whether made into a padded jacket or a summer dress, or even an ordinary blouse, it would be fine. How much does this fabric cost per chi? This fabric is pure cotton. It's 15 cents per chi. How much do you need, or what are you planning to make? Is it for a padded jacket, blouse, pants? And how tall or fat or thin is the person who will wear it? Describe them to me so I can estimate. Xiuxian thought that winter had just begun and would remain cold for several more months. If he made a floral skirt, it might just end up sitting there unused. Instead, why not make a flowered padded jacket so that his sister could wear a new one during the new year? Xiuxian communicated his needs to the shop assistant, who then asked him about the height and body type of the person it was for. Afterward, they cut out a piece of fabric, neatly folded it, wrapped it with yellow oilcloth paper, and tied it securely with hemp rope in a crisscross pattern. Do you need cotton or needles and thread at home? If not, we can help sew it for you, but there's a 50-cent charge. Can you accept it? Xiuxian shook his head. Why waste money unnecessarily? His sister knew how to make clothes. He then purchased some pretty buttons from another counter before heading home with satisfaction. Upon entering the house, he saw his sister sitting on the kong sewing something. At a glance, Xiuxian recognized it as a quilted jacket his sister had worn for 4 or 5 years. Because of constant use, the cuffs were patched multiple times. There was even a patch on the elbow that was clearly mismatched in color. Approaching Xiang Meiyun, he said, Sister, stop sewing. I bought something great for you. Xiang Meiyun looked up and noticed the thing her younger brother was carrying. However, it was wrapped in yellow oilcloth, making it impossible to see what exactly was inside. Curiously, she asked, What have you bought again? Xiuxian placed the item on the table and acted as if nothing significant had happened. While coming back, I passed by the commune. I thought maybe we're short of something at home, so I bought some stuff. Take a look. If it doesn't work, I'll return it tomorrow. Hearing this, Xiang Meiyun simply replied with a light, Oh, then proceeded to unwrap the oilcloth package. This being his first time buying something for his sister, Xiuxian's heart leaped to his throat. He wasn't sure how his sister would react when she saw the flowered fabric inside. Would she be happy, upset, or scold him for wasting money and failing to save? But no matter what, the goods were already purchased, and there was no way he would return them. Watching his sister open the oilcloth, the bright floral-patterned cloth came into view. For a long moment, Xiuxian stared at the fabric before finally realizing its significance. You went and bought fabric? Why buy fabric without any reason? Are you planning to make clothes for yourself? But look at the fabric you bought. It's unsuitable for men. Xuanhuan, resting on the calm, quickly spoke up in defense of Xiuxian. Meiyun, haven't you realized yet? This is forward-buying fabric for you. He wants you to make clothing. Xiuxian let out a surprised exclamation. Bought for me? For goodness sake, why buy fabric for me? I'm not lacking in clothing. You may not lack clothing, but you certainly lack new clothes. Anyway, the fabric has been bought. I'm not planning to travel far just to return it. Don't we have cotton at home? Just sew a piece yourself. Xiuxian casually stated. Xianhua rushed over upon seeing the new fabric, loudly demanding that their mother make him a little padded jacket. When purchasing the fabric, Xiuxian had requested that a little extra be cut. This was so the remaining fabric could also be used to make something for Xianhua. However, the red base with small floral patterns might seem strange on a boy. Still, in this day and age, having a piece of fabric to make new clothes was remarkable indeed. Xuanhuan also supported Xiuxian. That's true. You haven't made new clothes for years. It's all been purchased. Just put it to good use. Since you know how to sew, go ahead and make yourself a piece. You can wear it during the New Year celebrations. Persuaded by both her younger brother and husband, Xiuxian reluctantly accepted. Let me tell you this. This is the last time. If you dare to secretly buy things behind my back again, I'll make you return them. Earning money isn't easy, don't spend recklessly. When every street becomes flooded with money, then I won't bother with you anymore. Though complaining verbally, Xiuxian was indeed happy in her heart. Indeed, there was still a large bag of cotton at home, which had been stored for quite some time. Since she was going to make herself a new jacket anyway, she needed to start preparing these days. However, her skills in making clothes weren't very proficient. If she ruined such good fabric with one bad cut, it would truly be heart-wrenching. Xiuxian thought back and forth and decided that she should ask Annie for help. At least that way, the piece of fabric could be preserved. Xiuxian placed the remaining money from his pocket onto the table. Sister, here's the money for you. I tend to waste it as soon as I have some on me. Looking at the leftover 4 or so yuan, Xiuxian didn't rush to take it. What's this about? Keep the money you earned hunting with Uncle Guangxi. Xiuxian pressed the money into his sister's hands. You can either save it for me, or consider this as my food expense. The moment he mentioned the 3 words, food expense, Xiuxian's heart dropped. What nonsense is this? We'd never withhold your meals at home. There's no need for you to pay any food expenses. Ever since that day when Xiuxian brought Xuanhuan up from the slope, Xuanhuan no longer had a single grievance against his younger-in-law. Even if he tightened his own belt, he would still make sure to spare enough food for Xiuxian. Exactly, we're all one family here. There's no need to separate yours and mine. If we wanted to charge an extra person's food fee, we would have done so long ago. Why wait until now? Xiuxian seemed indifferent. Just take it. I'll have plenty more opportunities to earn money in the future. This is just the beginning. Xiuxian glanced at her husband. Xuanhuan stared at Xiuxian, unable to speak for a while. The lazy little brother-in-law who used to fish for 3 days and rest for 2 seemed to have changed. Xiuxian was a bit worried, fearing her younger brother might have fallen into criminal activities. Everyone knew taking shortcuts could make money quickly, but what use was it? If caught, not only would the money be confiscated, but one would also end up in jail, a disgrace indeed. Little brother, tell your sister truthfully, what are your plans in the future? Our old Xiang family has never produced anyone with ill intentions. If you harbor bad thoughts, don't come back home. The family will consider you non-existent from then on. Seeing how serious his sister was, Xiuxian hurried to soothe her. Sister, didn't I already mention before? We need to make use of our surrounding resources. The deer we hunted today sold out within half an hour at the market, so I've decided to go hunting in the mountains. Chapter 13. Practice reveals the truth. Going into the mountain to hunt, can you do it? Don't let the mountain prey on you. Xiuxian naturally knew how capable her younger brother was. Hunting might seem simple, but in reality, it required quick reflexes and knowledge of the prey's habits. Xiuxian sat on the Kong, a traditional Chinese bed. I'll have Uncle Guangxi teach me, and as you can see, just casually hunting some animals can make money. I want our family to be the first 10,000 yuan household in the village. Sister, you must support me unconditionally. Xiuxian reached out and touched her brother's forehead, hissing, you don't have a fever, so why are you talking nonsense? Do you think making 10,000 yuan is that easy? As long as you have ambition, I will support whatever you do, but going into the mountain to hunt, forget it. Midway through her words, Xiuxian looked at Weidong. Weidong, ask around for a job for Qianjin later. Now that he's changed his nature, he might be more steady than before. Weidong nodded and adjusted his posture to make his bottom less uncomfortable. The swelling in his ankles had gone down considerably, and in a few days, he might be able to walk again. Brother-in-law, we can talk about the job thing later. If my idea doesn't work out, you can help me find work then. Before Xiuxian finished speaking, his sister Xiuxian started giving directions again. What do you mean later? If we always follow your whims, things won't go well. Wei Dong, do as I say. If this guy gives us any more trouble, don't feed him. Xiuxian immediately ran to Tian Wei Dong, hugging his arm. One big man cooing at another. Brother-in-law, my sister has long hair, but short sight. The next time I go into the mountain and earn money by hunting, I'll buy you a new padded coat. This time, let my sister get a bargain. Tian Wei Dong laughed and said, that's settled between us two. My military coat has been worn for several years now, and I'm planning to get a new one. Xiang Meiyan looked at them suddenly becoming close and couldn't help but ask, when did you two become such good friends? Tian Wei Dong didn't hesitate, describing his current relationship with Xiang Qianjin. We're life and death friends now. Since he decided to go into the mountain to hunt, Xiang Qianjin still had to learn the essential skills from Su Guangji. For this, he asked Xiang Meiyan for a few yuan and bought 2 bottles of medium-priced liquor from the commune. He brought the liquor straight to Guangji's house. As soon as he arrived, Su Guangji understood what it meant. Actually, living off the mountain when near it or the sea when by it. Even if he didn't teach, with Xiang Qianjin's intelligence, it wouldn't take long to figure out a way to hunt. Besides, such skills buried with one in the grave aren't very useful either. Rather than giving someone fish, it's better to teach them how to fish. Moreover, Xiang Qianjin was grateful and not empty-handed, having brought something. Eating someone's food puts you in their debt, and not passing on some experience would likely be inappropriate. Upon entering the room, Xiang Qianjin saw Auntie bustling about. Is it Qianjin? You're here to see Uncle Guangji, right? He's inside. Go in quickly, it's cold outside. Xiang Qianjin replied, and carried the 2 bottles of alcohol over to Uncle Guangji. Uncle, what do you think of this wine? Su Guangji took a glance and exclaimed happily. This is good wine. Must have cost you quite a bit, right? Xiang Qianjin chuckled. Isn't the money I made under Uncle Guangji's guidance? I came today wanting to learn how to make money from Uncle Guangji. Please teach me considering these 2 fine bottles of wine. Before his words were done, Auntie walked in carrying freshly stir-fried dishes. Looking at the small dish without much oil, Xiang Qianjin pulled out a piece of sausage from his padded jacket pocket. In this era, sausage wasn't cheaper than meat. Most families only bought 1 or 2 during the New Year celebration. Who would waste money on such things in daily life? And whoever bought it would probably be scolded for being extravagant. Auntie, could you cut the sausage for me? Sure, but you boys should drink less. Xiang Qianjin grinned. I bought the wine for myself to drink. I promise Uncle Guangji won't touch a drop. While saying that, Xiang Qianjin still poured a small cup for Uncle Guangji. There's no dinner table for grown men without drinking, plus nothing gets done without drinking. He needed to please Uncle Guangji, getting him happy enough to willingly impart real knowledge. After a meal, Su Guangji also opened up completely to Xiang Qianjin, detailing everything he should pay attention to when going into the mountains to hunt. And Su Guangji himself also knew that he was growing older, while hunting in the mountains was physically demanding. Given his current condition, going into the mountain in the future would need careful consideration. If he passed on the skills of hunting to Xiang Qianjin, given this child's disposition, he certainly wouldn't be treated unfairly. Xiang Qianjin carefully memorized all the instructions given by Su Guangji. To hunt in the mountain, you need to understand the habits of the prey. Some animals are naturally cautious and will run away as soon as you approach. If that's the case, you need to figure out how to attack from a distance. For those large and fierce ones, even if their movements are restricted by a trap, you still need to be careful when you get close. Some can only be caught during warm weather. Once it gets cold, they hibernate. Besides, hunting should never lead to extermination. You must allow time for these creatures to recover and grow. Never plan to wipe them out completely. Also, some are exceptionally clever. If they fall into your traps once or twice, by the 3rd or 4th time, they might have learned how to avoid them. All these are bits of experience I've accumulated over the years. Hopefully, they'll be useful to you. Xiang Qianjin quickly refilled Uncle Guangji's cup. Uncle Guangji, I've remembered everything you said. I'll go into the mountain alone and see what I can find. Su Guangji took another sip of wine and said, to succeed in hunting, you must prepare for multiple scenarios. One might fail, but another could bring you success. In general, there are many tricks involved, but none are particularly difficult. Once you've spent more time hunting in the mountains, you'll gradually develop your own set of rules. People teaching others might not work well, but real-world situations often provide quick lessons. That's the truth. After this drink, Xiang Qianjin felt much more confident about hunting in the mountains. At least he wouldn't blindly rush in like a reckless young man and come out disheartened and frustrated. Skills and experience can be slowly accumulated, and over time, one becomes a master. After returning home from Su Guangji's, Xiang Qianjin started thinking about going into the mountain alone. Instinctively, he reached into his pocket to grab his phone, but found nothing. He couldn't help laughing at himself because of this habitual action. After all, it was 1983. Who could afford a mobile phone back then? Without a phone, without the internet, there was no way to look up information about animal habits. Only through practice would he reveal the truth. Chapter 14. People don't eat corn cakes. When one goes hunting in the mountains, there are many things to be mindful of, and it is now deep in the cold winter. To catch game as quickly as possible, aside from frequent trips to the mountain for observation, you have to stay there longer. Definitely not during winter, when even daytime could freeze a person solid. Nights only get colder as temperatures continue to drop. However, few animals come out in winter. Setting traps and checking them every few days should do. At this temperature, even if an animal falls into the trap and dies instantly, it won't decompose but will instead slowly freeze at sub-zero temperatures. This beats any high-tech fridge. Sister, Pack 2 corn cakes for me tomorrow morning. I'll take them as dry rations when I go up the mountain. Xiuxian said this upon entering the house, and Xiang Meiyun instinctively agreed before later complaining about her brother's lack of consideration. They had already agreed that he wouldn't enter the mountains easily for hunting. However, Xiang Weidong understood his younger brother-in-law's thoughts and told Xiang Meiyun, "Let Xianjin go ahead. You're always stopping him, and then he'll try something else. If he sneaks off and encounters danger in the mountain, by the time we find out, who knows what may happen." Though Tian Weidong didn't clarify the latter half of his sentence, he believed Xiang Meiyun would understand herself. Xiang Meiyun was conflicted internally for a while, guessing that her husband's words might not be wrong. "All right, I'll pack you 2 corn cakes. Do you want some pickled vegetables?" "No need," replied Xiuxian, hopping over from his room. "In the mountains, we don't fuss too much, just having the cake is enough." It was then that Xiang Meiyun smelled the strong odor of alcohol on her brother. There was no need to ask where he had drunk. It was definitely when visiting Su Guangji. As soon as the next day arrived, Xiuxian got up early and came to the foot of the mountain. Walking further would lead him into the mountain, where all sorts of good things awaited to be revealed. Whether this trip would yield anything good depended entirely on his own luck. Xiuxian sniffed the air and securely fastened his ear muffs, mask, and hat. He tucked his hands into the sleeves of his coat, looking like a woman in her 70s or 80s. Although Xiuxian had followed Su Guangji once before, he still harbored a sense of respect towards the mountain. But simply being respectful wasn't going to help. Previously, he had watched a video online where a netizen asked whether, in a situation where they were starving in the wild, and there was a panda nearby, it would be okay to kill the panda for food. An expert answering the question said that this would fall under emergency avoidance and would be acceptable. Nowadays, with every household unable to secure enough food, going up the mountain to hunt and fill their stomachs seemed understandable. If every family could afford rice and noodles daily, with chicken, duck, fish, and meat regularly served on the table, who would risk freezing to death in the bitter cold of winter just to search for these kinds of food? He remembered the route they took last time with Uncle Guangji. Those several animal traps that Uncle Guangji had left behind hadn't been retrieved yet, so he decided to put them to good use. Fortunately, there hadn't been any snowfall recently, so faint traces of his previous passage through here were still visible. Following the footprints inside, he occasionally heard rustling sounds coming from the surrounding dried grasses. Out of curiosity, Xiuxian went over to investigate, but found nothing there. He later dismissed it as a hallucination due to his eager anticipation of hunting, as he couldn't explain it otherwise. Following the previous route, Xiuxian soon found those hidden animal traps. The rusty traps even smelled of blood when he got close, proving that they had caught countless animals over the years. Even 9 or 10 years after the promulgation of the wildlife protection law prohibiting hunting and banning profit-driven hunting activities, people continued to risk it all for money, and hunting tools became increasingly sophisticated. Xiuxian carefully placed these traps. Especially near the spot where the wild deer had previously been captured, he added 2 more traps to ensure effectiveness. After setting 3 or 4 traps, Xiuxian intended to rest a bit and took out the cornmeal cake from his pocket. Pure cornmeal, unadulterated and cooled down completely, each bite needing to warm in his mouth for quite a while. Thirsty with no water, he grabbed a handful of relatively clean snow and chewed it. In today's internet lingo, this meal had no calories at all. Not only no calories, but consuming it cost hundreds of kilocalories more. Just as Xiuxian had eaten halfway through the cake, he began to feel an ominous silence around him. Looking around, it appeared there was nothing unusual. He couldn't help but laugh at his own sensitivity and paranoia. Yet soon after, that uncomfortable sensation intensified, even giving him a feeling of being spied on. Sometimes human sixth sense can be very accurate, and Xiuxian couldn't ignore it. As Xiuxian got up to leave, he took the opportunity to stretch a little, helping his blood circulate better. The moment he stood up, he heard the crackling sound of dry twigs snapping behind him. Could there be someone else here hunting for deer? He thought about this as he moved forward, imagining how nice it would be if he could find a companion along the way. However, he soon noticed movement in a patch of bushes not far from where he stood. But even if another person was hunting, they wouldn't need to stay crouched all the time, unless they were chasing after something small like a rabbit. Yet that thing wasn't likely to show itself easily. Curiosity and uneasiness filled Xiuxian's mind as he quietly crept toward the bush to investigate. But just before he reached it, fear struck him, and he turned around and fled as fast as a duck scattering across water. He didn't dare look back, muttering curses under his breath as he kept moving away. His words revolved around how bad his luck had been today. Buried in snow, even running felt impossible. Losing his footing, Xiuxian immediately fell flat into the snow. Frozen for days, the snow was no longer soft. It had formed a hard crust on its surface, much like the trendy yogurt chips that came off in large chunks when scooped. Despite falling once, Xiuxian didn't linger and quickly got up again to keep running. Had he entered an Olympic race, he surely would have outrun the champion. Not too far behind Xiuxian lay a tiger, quietly searching for food. In these times, wilderness hadn't yet fallen victim to human disruption, so tigers and brown bears were still common sightings in these mountains. Xiuxian only hoped to capture a roe deer this time. Instead, he stumbled right into meeting the king of all animals. It didn't matter whether it was a male or female tiger. Either way, it was still a tiger. And what's worse, this was a tiger who hadn't eaten in a very long while and was out looking for prey. Having wandered in circles, the tiger must have been struggling to find anything suitable to hunt. At this unfortunate moment, Xiuxian drew closer to it. Uneducated by modern standards, the tiger failed to recognize exactly what creature approached. Hearing sounds, it sprang out instinctively. Besides the 1.5 cornmeal cakes left on his body, Xiuxian carried nothing else. Tigers are carnivorous creatures with sharp claws. They definitely wouldn't eat cornmeal cakes. Chapter 15, Escape Route. Perhaps someone out there has already started considering him as lunch. If he becomes the tiger's feast, will he make it to the newspapers? Xiuxian shakes his head. When would this be? His life is almost over, yet he's still thinking about being on the news. Even if he did get into the newspaper, he'd be nothing more than a hapless individual. Xiuxian runs wildly, not daring to look back for fear of turning around just in time to see the tiger showing its sharp teeth while roaring at him. However, Xiuxian has a feeling that the tiger might not be extremely hungry yet. Otherwise, with how well this tiger knows the forest, it would have pounced long ago. Xiuxian doesn't dare to fully trust this thought. Before the tiger uses up its energy chasing him, he must attempt some rather unintelligent self-rescue actions. Despite having lived so long, this was the first time he'd ever come face-to-face with a tiger. It seems like in the future, one must consult the almanac before stepping out. If it says unsuitable for outdoor activities, then one should stay indoors. The great chairman once said, feudal superstition is unacceptable. But during special times, one must still believe a little. After all, it's the accumulated experience of our ancestors. After running a considerable distance, Xiuxian is completely out of breath, bending over and supporting his knees with both hands. His mask is wet from the condensation of his breath, and the dry cold air rushing down his throat feels like knives scraping back and forth. Looking back, Xiuxian didn't see any sign of the tiger. Could it be that the chase had been this easy to shake off due to his all-out effort? The tiger may have given up because it hadn't eaten for too long, leaving it without sufficient strength to continue pursuing him. Or maybe the tiger was clever and chose a shorter path to save its energy. Xiuxian had heard before that cats do not eat mice immediately. They play with them until they're dead. Comparatively, the tiger is the cat and Xiuxian the anxious mouse. Daring not to linger in the same spot for too long, Xiuxian moves on once his breathing has steadied. Roar. An abrupt tiger roar sounds nearby, not thunderous, but loud enough to freeze Xiuxian in place. Judging by the sound, it's highly possible the tiger is ahead. Indeed, the tiger is more familiar with the mountain paths, knowing the shortest routes. Xiuxian cannot wait to die where he stands, since they say tigers can't climb trees, as their feline master never taught them. Surveying his surroundings, the trees aren't short, but few are easily climbable. Between waiting for death or seeking survival, Xiuxian naturally chooses the latter. He wants to keep living and enjoy life later on. Actually, whether life is good or bad isn't as important as it seems. What truly matters is that he wants to survive. He can't sacrifice himself to a tiger that hasn't eaten for days. Xiuxian seizes an opportunity while the tiger has not arrived yet, aiming at one specific tree. Using his hands and feet, he starts climbing upwards. Luckily, as a kid, he used to climb trees frequently. Through years of practice, he quickly ascends nearly 2 meters high, using his hands to grab a branch for support to pull his body upward. With his other leg hooking around the branch, he rides it, a height that's clearly insufficient for complete safety. At this elevation, Xiuxian temporarily stops for a few seconds to rest. As the saying goes, the higher you stand, the farther you see. On the branch, his field of vision expands. Scanning the area, no sign of the tiger appears, indicating that his current height is still inadequate. After taking a brief rest, he continues climbing. The next branch is approximately 1.5 meters above him. This poses no difficulty to Xiuxian, who is already halfway through when suddenly, rustling noises emerge from the grass. Glancing down, Xiuxian sees the tiger coming. Unsure of where it had hidden itself earlier, it now emerged directly in front of him. Fortunately, he had climbed a tree promptly under pressure. Otherwise, the tiger would have pounced straight toward him. Not daring to delay further, Xiuxian continues ascending. Although tigers cannot climb trees, their jumping abilities are formidable. Moreover, their claws, resembling hooks, can dig into rough tree bark upon jumping, causing a shockingly effective grip. Xiuxian raises his head to look up again. The third branch is rather high. It might take some time to reach. But as he observes, his stamina seems waning, probably drained from his previous escape. Climbing requires coordinated exertion of full-body muscles, and reaching the second branch was already challenging. Not wanting to hesitate, Xiuxian grits his teeth and finally makes it to the third branch. At this height, the tiger will likely need quite a while to follow. Xiuxian could thus claim temporary safety. Observing the relentless movement of the tiger beneath the tree, Xiuxian's heart remains restless. If this tiger really decides on him and waits patiently under the tree, he would not be able to descend anytime soon. Feeling the 1.5 corn pancakes in his pocket, even if he spares his food as much as possible, they wouldn't last him more than half a day. Xiuxian shouts down at the tiger, "Brother tiger, I don't have much meat on me. Don't waste your time on me. Moreover, my flesh doesn't taste good anyway. What if it ruins your appetite? Why don't you look elsewhere for a wild deer or a wild roe? Go catch one yourself. I won't compete with you." No matter what Xiuxian said to the tiger, it completely ignored him. At first, it leisurely paced beneath the tree, but now it simply lay down motionless. Could he take the risk of descending quietly while the tiger is dozing? However, these tigers living in the wild are highly vigilant. Any slight rustle nearby could wake it up instantly. After pondering, Xiuxian decides not to take that risk. Besides, he has no means to defend himself either. Even a simple entrenching tool might help. Hugging the tree trunk tightly, feeling the wind blow by, Xiuxian trembles uncontrollably within minutes. This hunting trip into the mountains had turned into utter misfortune from the start. He didn't spot a single wild roe deer, but encountered a tiger instead. Should he kill the tiger? However, this thought was quickly dismissed by Xiuxian himself. Regardless of whether killing the tiger is legal or not, there's an obvious physical disparity between them. Even if the tiger misses a few meals, compared with him, the tiger still holds an overwhelming advantage. After all, ferocity is the innate nature of wild beasts, and as king of the beasts, the tiger surely exhibits more intense savagery than those raised in zoos. With nothing feasible coming to mind after racking his brains, Xiuxian truly can't come up with a satisfactory solution. Worst of all, this tiger appears determined to stay put. It just crouches below the tree persistently. Xiuxian realizes that this prolonged standoff cannot work. He needs to take risks when necessary. Taking advantage of his elevated position, Xiuxian tries to find a potential escape route. Chapter 16. Encountering a big tiger. Braving the cold at below zero temperatures. Xiuxian had been lying on a tree for nearly 30 minutes. If he hadn't put on an extra pair of woolen pants before heading out, it might have been impossible to withstand this cold. Even so, the skin exposed to the elements was still numb from the freezing temperature. Coupled with humanity's innate fear of large predatory animals, this double torment compelled Xiuxian to consider his next course of action. First, he needed to figure out why the tiger had chosen to crouch here. In the past, Xiuxian had also watched plenty of wildlife shows and learned that tigers' mating season is usually from November to February the following year. Given the current timing, could it be that this tiger was in heat, thus braving the cold just to venture out? While thinking, Xiuxian was simultaneously pondering over his next escape route. Regardless of whether the tiger below was male or female, carnivorous animals in their mating phase tend to have quite volatile temperaments. The more agitated they become, the worse it gets. Provoking them could very well make one the tiger's dinner. Before Xiuxian had figured out an escape route, he suddenly noticed the tiger under the tree move. No wonder they called him the king of beasts. The calm gait was something to envy. It seemed like going shopping, no tension or fear involved at all. Xiuxian had finally seen a glimmer of hope in descending from the tree, assuming the tiger had abandoned him as its prey. Who knew the next moment another tiger would appear from the opposite side? Xiuxian wished he could slap himself for not knowing today was the day when two tigers were contesting territories. If only he'd known, he wouldn't have dared come out. But how many people get such good fortune to witness a scene where two tigers vie against each other? At that moment, Xiuxian was even contemplating. If these two tigers fought, would the defeated one end up as food? Although he didn't remember hearing of tigers eating their own kind. The second tiger was clearly larger than the first one. Xiuxian suddenly felt worried for the first tiger. Even wrestlers abide by weight categories. But what Xiuxian did not expect was for the larger tiger to approach cautiously in a roundabout manner. After some time, the imagined intense fight between the two tigers never occurred. Instead, the first tiger roared loudly, shaking the whole tree. Instinctively, Xiuxian clung tightly to the tree trunk to avoid falling down and becoming the meal for these two tigers. The bigger tiger paced around the first tiger, sniffing continuously. Seeing this, Xiuxian suddenly realized, indeed, the first tiger chasing after him must have been a female. The second one, arriving later, was male. It seemed animals really are reproducing during this season. Still, there was something about tigers that Xiuxian admired. They live freely within Daxing and Ling. Regardless of how much society changes outside, it has no impact on them. However, Xiuxian didn't dwell too much on these reflections right now. Those beasts don't care about external changes, but he does. Suddenly, the male tiger moved twice and lunged toward the female tiger, just a step away from mounting the female tiger, completing this act of procreation. Strangely, the female tiger let out a roar for some reason. Since she held the upper hand, she could display interest and willingness, causing the male tiger to abruptly stop mid-motion. Xiuxian understood. This female tiger likely disdained this male tiger and refused to engage with him. Eventually, the male tiger slinked off dejectedly. Having watched this spectacle unfold, Xiuxian finally remembered what he needed to do. Wasn't he supposed to look for a chance to escape the female tiger's pursuit? Why was he watching such a show instead? He even pitted that male tiger for being the king of beasts yet struggling to father offspring, since historically males lack certain capabilities in this regard. Otherwise, throughout history, why must men marry women if not hoping women will bear his descendants? Of course, that's not entirely true. For many, it's more a testament to love and a bond of marriage. However, all these are human beautifications of reproduction. Animals don't have such considerations. After the male tiger was driven away, the remaining female tiger circled the tree 3 times, then suddenly looked up and stared at Xiuxian, trembling and clutching onto the tree trunk. She exhaled 2 breaths toward him and then turned, disappearing into deeper, denser forest. Xiuxian witnessed everything. Then it struck him, perhaps this tiger wasn't actually trying to hunt him. Instead, it was aware of the presence of another tiger nearby, which was why it had remained crouching beneath the tree, to protect him. Xiuxian didn't know if his judgment was right or wrong, but one thing was certain. He needed to get down from the tree as quickly as possible. If he didn't take advantage of this moment when both tigers were far away, something else might show up unexpectedly. Xiuxian rubbed his hands together and carefully began to descend the tree bit by bit. When there was still about a meter left between him and the ground, Xiuxian gathered all his courage and jumped straight down. A tearing sound rang out, and Xiuxian immediately tried covering his heavy cotton coat with his hands. But it was too late. White cotton padding already showed through the fabric. He hadn't caught a deer, almost lost his life, yet mercifully, the tiger didn't make a meal out of him. Unfortunately, though, he'd lost his heavy cotton coat. Still, the traps set in the forest were now ready. Once some curious stupid road deers wandered into them, he'd surely have some gains. Xiuxian retraced his steps back along the path, looking around carefully as he went. Until today, he had never imagined that he would encounter tigers, and wild ones at that, so closely. Clearly, he'd need to be more cautious next time he came hunting in the mountains. Only after reaching the main road did Xiuxian feel like he could finally relax. By the time he returned home, it was already late in the day. Xiangmeiyan had already started thinking about what to cook for dinner. Seeing her younger brother return, the first thing she noticed was the large tear in his cotton coat. There's an old saying, an elder sister is like a mother. So Xiuxian, upon noticing a slight change in his sister's expression, knew immediately she had spotted the tear in his coat. Instinctively, he reached to cover it and chuckled nervously. Xiangmeiyan, knowing full well her brother's habits, wasn't expecting any calm behavior from him anyway. What were you up to? Climbing trees again? Xiuxian nodded slightly, but fearing his sister's anger, added hastily. It wasn't on purpose. I climbed the tree to save my life. Do you know I met 2 tigers in the forest today? Xiangmeiyan didn't believe him. She had lived here for nearly 3 decades and had never seen any tigers. Chapter 17. Following me means food. Upon entering the house, Xiuxian took off his cotton coat. After Xiangmeiyan finished cooking, she didn't rush to eat. She took out the sewing kit from the wooden box behind her, and before it was completely dark, hurriedly mended the tear in the cotton coat. Xiuxian did not dare to describe his experience in the woods in detail. His sister had already disagreed with him going into the mountains to hunt because of the dangers involved. If he were to tell her that he had actually encountered 2 tigers, he feared that she would never let him leave the house again. Sister-in-law, don't worry. I've set several animal traps. Let's see if there are any road deer around these days. If there are, they'll definitely fall into my trap. I'll go back into the mountain the day after tomorrow and check. If there's a road deer, I'll bring it back. There's a market in a few days, and we can sell it at the market. Last time, I made quite a bit of money by selling the road deer I caught with Guangxi on the road. But since I wanted to learn hunting skills, I didn't ask Uncle Guangxi for too much. If I catch it myself this time, all profits, big or small, will be mine. Tian Weidong believed every word Xiuxian said, and even trusted his brother-in-law to have some real talent. Meiyan, you see, Qianjin is capable. How come I never thought about hunting before? When my leg gets better and the timing is right, I'll go up the mountain with Qianjin to take a look. At this remark from his brother-in-law, Xiuxian couldn't help but add, in winter, we can hunt. In summer, we can enter the mountains to gather wild vegetables or mushrooms. With us backed by the greater Xiuxian range, this place is great. We have things here that other places don't. If we don't make use of our geographical advantages, how could we live comfortably? Xiangmeiyan folded the mended cotton jacket neatly and placed it aside. To her, their talk seemed like a daydream. Let's hurry up and eat. The food will get cold otherwise. After washing his hands, Xiuxian grabbed a pancake and stuffed it into his mouth. Only halfway through eating did he remember there was another corn pancake in his jacket pocket. With food being scarce at the moment, wasting it, even by children, could result in punishment. For someone as old as him wasting food deliberately, it wasn't just about being beaten lightly. Thinking of the animal traps he had set up in the forest, early the next morning Xiuxian tucked 2 pancakes into his sleeve and entered the mountain. According to what Xiangmeiyan had said, what good things are there really in this mountain? Why is my younger brother going in continuously for 2 days now? Tian Weidong, who was now able to hobble around using a cane. Why do you meddle so much? Forward is starting to do important things now. Even if we found him a job, it wouldn't be finalized with a mere snap of fingers. At least a while will pass. You've always been busy taking care of home and feel full of purpose. As for me, I am unable to work due to my legs. But once I can, I'll also take on carpentry jobs for neighbors in the village after work hours. No matter how we look at it, our lives seem fuller than his. He doesn't have work or skills. Just staying at home is also something. Since he's willing to hunt, why not let him go? To Xiangmeiyan's surprise, the Tian Weidong who used to complain endlessly about her younger brother's actions seemed to have disappeared. Instead, Tian Weidong started siding more with Xiuxian in every aspect. You two sure are united now, aren't you? I wonder why I didn't notice this before. Tian Weidong chuckled, leaned against the wall, returned to the house, sat on the bed, and watched Tianhua drawing pictures on newspapers with crayons. By next September, Tianhua would start school, and the couple's financial burden might increase. But reading more books meant having a brighter future and contributing to national development. However, Tian Weidong consistently maintained an easygoing attitude towards Tianhua's education. As long as Tianhua grew up to be an honest person, that was more important than anything else. Just like yesterday, Xiuxian crossed his hands over his sleeves and braved the freezing weather, eventually reaching the spot where he had placed the animal traps. It turned out to be quite fortuitous that last time, he followed Su Guangxi and captured a roe deer. This time, incredibly, he caught a deer instead, which was not only large but, at first glance, still alive. When Xiuxian got closer, he discovered the deer had already stiffened. Thus, he couldn't be blamed. Xiuxian initially hadn't expected to catch something significant this time. Catching a big one meant bringing it to the market for sale. Catching a smaller one could provide a meal for his own family. Either way, he wouldn't lose. Other animal traps remained undisturbed without any footprints nearby. Only the trap furthest inside had successfully caught a deer, which must weigh 70 or 80 pounds. However, Xiuxian noticed many chaotic hoof prints around the dead deer. Deer are herd animals. Before this deer lost its life, it probably called for help. It attracted the attention of other deer, but deer are not as smart as humans. Xiuxian had no way to rescue the deer's companion, and he actually felt remorseful in his heart. What really is the difference between humans and animals? He couldn't be too soft-hearted, or he would get nothing done. Xiuxian took out a bundle of ropes and tied the deer's 4 hooves, intending to drag it home. After taking a few steps, Xiuxian suddenly stopped. From afar, it looked like the female tiger was there. The tigress lay down yawning, and Xiuxian hesitated about whether to proceed. Although the tigress had saved him last time, it was possible that she was playing a long game. It was better to keep a distance from this creature, so Xiuxian decided to go around her. However, after taking 2 more steps forward, Xiuxian suddenly noticed the tigress's belly was unusually large. She might be pregnant. It was a cold winter, and being a pregnant tigress could have reduced her hunting ability. In order to thank the tigress for saving him last time, Xiuxian, being a grateful person, pulled out a fruit knife from his body. This knife was not as good as the bone removal knife xuanhuan had, but it was better than nothing. This deer was quite big, probably weighing 100 pounds. Xiuxian contemplated giving one hind leg to the tigress. With great effort, he finally managed to cut off one hind leg, then cautiously approached the tigress as much as possible. Then, the deer leg flew through the air in an extremely perfect parabola. At first, the tigress got a bit startled, jumping back a step. Seeming to sense that Xiuxian had no malice, she lowered her guard. Here, this is all I can offer you. If we meet again and fate permits, next time when I catch something, you'll still get your share. Thank you for saving me last time. The tigress seemed to understand what Xiuxian said, and slowly approached the deer leg, sniffing it. She then lay down and began to eat. Xiuxian seized this opportunity and quickly dragged the deer, which now only had 3 legs, away. Chapter 18, Making a Plan. It took a lot of effort, but he finally managed to bring the deer back home. On the way, whenever he encountered someone from the same village, Xiuxian greeted them enthusiastically. After all, this was the result of his first solo hunting trip into the mountains. The villagers, seeing him dragging a deer, couldn't help but cast envious glances. Actually, anyone could hunt in the mountains here. There were no specific restrictions on who could and who couldn't. If you had the courage and the method, you could walk in confidently. As they say, wealth is sought in risky places. If you didn't have the guts or the skills, it wasn't worth going, whether rich or poor. Word of Xiuxian's hunting expedition spread quickly, and before he even reached home, people were already waiting to buy the meat. However, Xiuxian still thought about the promise he made with Lu Jun. If selling the meat benefited him, there was no need to wait for the market day. First, he reserved the best parts of the deer for himself, then sold the rest to whoever offered the highest price. Next, he kept 5 pounds of meat and planned to deliver it to Lu Jun before nightfall. Although Xiuxian's skill at deboning was far less refined than Su Guangji's, they were all from the same village and did not complain too much. As long as the weight was fair, that was enough. Sister, you take care of them. I'll be going out. Xiangmeiyan took the knife from her brother's hand and asked curiously, "Where are you going?" Xiuxian placed the pre-packed 5 pounds of meat into a bag and said, "It's a secret. I'll tell you when I get back." He borrowed a bicycle from a neighbor and rode it, clinking and rattling, all the way to the urban management team's office. Just as he parked the bike by the wall, he saw Lu Jun coming out. Xiuxian waved frantically. Director Lu, Director Lu. Lu Jun turned around upon hearing someone call his name and found the visitor to be none other than Xiuxian. "What are you doing here? What do you need?" Xiuxian handed over the 5 pounds of venison to Lu Jun. "This time, I didn't catch a deer fawn when I went into the mountain, but I caught a deer. Here's some meat from the deer. Take it and eat it." Lu Jun looked at the fresh bag of venison and was about to take out money to pay Xiuxian when he was stopped. "Director Lu, what are we being so formal for between the two of us?" Lu Jun was a man of principle. He never thought of taking advantage of his position to eat or receive gifts for free. He insisted on giving something symbolically. However, as the head of the urban management team, his monthly salary was modest. Fortunately, he was good at saving, always setting aside some money each month. His savings would come in handy now. Xiuxian also realized that if he didn't accept the money, it would probably hurt their friendship. Since this was the case, he agreed to accept the money. Exchanges like these help build lasting relationships. Last time, roe deer meat was sold for 2 yuan per pound. This time, it was 5 pounds of venison at the same price. But Lu Jun gave Xiuxian 5 extra yuan, not because he intended to buy the meat at 3 yuan per pound. He considered the energy Xiuxian spent hunting and bringing the meat over personally. Compared to the 5 yuan, his efforts were worth much more. Still, he couldn't offer much more, being just a team leader. "These 5 yuan are for your trouble. Don't think it's too little." Xiuxian kept waving his hands, trying to give the 5 yuan back. "Director Lu, I consider you a friend, but you see me as a meat seller. Am I the kind of person who needs those 5 yuan? But eventually, Lu Jun still insisted on giving him the 5 yuan. At this moment, one of Lu Jun's colleagues came out and saw the scene. Enviously, he remarked, "So much meat. How much did it cost?" For others, this might have been an opportunity to conduct business. But Xiuxian didn't act that way. He didn't treat people differently based on their status. Since Director Liu was present, it wasn't appropriate to interact too much with his colleagues. Even among neighbors, there are those who don't get along well, let alone in the workplace where fierce rivals exist. Xiang Jingjin observed Lu Jun's attitude and mood changes carefully, judging whether this person was a close friend or not. Lu Jun responded indifferently. We ran short of ration tickets at home, so I asked someone to go into the mountain and bring something back. Want some? I can share. That person shook his head and laughed. I'd rather eat inspected meat. The meat from the mountains might not be safe. Hearing this, Xiang Jingjin felt unhappy. What's wrong with my meat? Who in their right mind eats raw meat these days? It's all cooked before eating. All bacteria are killed under high temperatures. Rest assured, Director Liu, I wouldn't send you anything sick or rotten. I set the trap yesterday and caught this one today. If you find it tasty, let me know, and I'll keep some for you next time I go up the mountain. Sorry to bother you at work. I'll take my leave. As Xiang Jingxian took a step forward, Lu Jun swiftly placed the meat into his bike basket, leaving Lu Jun's envious colleague staring longingly. Everyone knew how scarce meat coupons were. Families tried their best to save every last slice of meat for occasions like Spring Festival or other holidays. In regular days, eating meat was only possible by racking one's brains and finding ways to do so. By the time Xiang Jingxian returned home, not a scrap of the deer, including its bones, remained. Xiang Meiyun handed over all the money earned from selling the venison without withholding a cent, and looking at the thick stack of bills, Xiang Jingxian couldn't help but marvel. I earned this much just by hunting in the mountains once. We will definitely never be short of meat from now on. Whether or not they had enough meat wasn't something he could control. It depended on whether heaven blessed him with successful hunts. To this end, Xiang Jingxian spent an entire night devising a plan for himself. The whole year would follow the 4 seasons: spring, summer, autumn, winter. Both plants and animals have their unique habits. Fruits bloom and pollinate in the spring and summer, maturing and bearing fruit in the fall. Therefore, fruit trade wasn't feasible during the summer and spring. Some animals only come out to feed during warmer times. In the winter, unless you dug them out of their dens, you wouldn't encounter them. Su Guangji went into the mountain to hunt both for his own needs and to make money. But he didn't realize this could also become a business. He kept the method of earning money to himself, preferring to make money quietly rather than divulging it to others. Jingxian, go to Uncle Guangji's house tomorrow and give him some venison. He taught us how to hunt. We can't be ungrateful, right? Hearing this from his sister, Xiang Jingxian happily agreed. Early the next morning, carrying some venison, Xiang Jingxian headed to Su Guangji's house. Su Guangji hadn't expected Xiang Jingxian's action to be so prompt. The roe deer had just been sold, and here he was, returning to the mountains, apparently with quite a good harvest as he'd managed to catch a deer this time. Jingxian, stay for dinner today. Your aunt has prepared sour cabbage and meat dumplings, came the warm invitation. At the mention of this filling dish, Xiang Jingxian nearly salivated but politely declined as his sister had already finished cooking and was waiting for him. Next time, Auntie. My sister has already prepared a meal and is waiting for me to get back and eat. Auntie was understanding and readily agreed upon hearing this. All right then, when you come again, I'll make more dumplings for you. Chapter 19. Really pregnant. After returning home, Xiang Qianjin consulted his brother-in-law about his idea. Tian Weidong was pretty quick-witted and immediately understood what his brother-in-law was getting at. You're treating the mountains here like your treasure chest. Rely on the mountain if you live by it, and rely on the sea if you live near it. It would be foolish not to take advantage of such a natural treasure trove right in front of us, Xiang Qianjin said. It's just that hunting in the mountains is too tough, Tian Weidong had to admit. Hunting was a hard job. I don't mind working hard and being tired as long as I can give our family a better life. When these words came out of Xiang Qianjin's mouth, they genuinely surprised Tian Weidong. Looks like you've been through something. What's changed you so much? I wouldn't have thought you'd say this before. Xiang Qianjin chuckled and explained, people change. I don't want to be reckless anymore. With the support of his family, Xiang Qianjin began going into the mountains more often whenever he could. His hunting trips also spread throughout the village. Many people eagerly awaited his return from the mountains, hoping for some meat. But winter hunting was far less convenient than in spring, summer, or autumn. The current weather alone was enough to test one's endurance. On this day, Xiang Qianjin entered the mountain again. With the experience from the last time, this round he became much more alert. Upon hearing any unusual sounds, instead of rushing forward, he stayed far away and observed patiently. Once he determined there was no danger, he would move closer. It wasn't clear whether the roe deer or deer inside the mountain hadn't come out yet, or if they had become smarter. The animal traps he had set didn't catch anything. He left them exactly as he found them. Xiang Qianjin felt puzzled but couldn't figure it out. As the sky was still early, Xiang Qianjin ventured deeper into the forest. Perhaps because this area was close to a major road, there were frequent passers-by, inevitably scaring the animals away. This might be why they didn't come near. Going deeper, he might have a chance for some success. As he walked, he munched on a corn cake. Its dry texture was a real challenge for the throat. Xiang Qianjin suddenly missed the lamb soup he had once enjoyed somewhere. The lamb wasn't gamey, and the broth was flavorful, paired with a baked pancake, making for a very comforting meal. The more he thought about it, the hungrier he got. Xiang Qianjin smacked his lips, feeling as if the taste of lamb soup was lingering between his teeth. To buy pork, beef, or lamb, you needed ration tickets. Without tickets, you simply couldn't purchase any. The tickets specified how many pounds you were allowed to buy. To make a rich lamb soup, you'd need lamb bones to simmer the broth. It might take saving up meat rations for half a year just to have a good bowl of lamb soup. Most families wouldn't waste resources like that. Xiuxian hummed a little tune while walking carefully to ensure his footing was steady, not wanting to fall like his brother-in-law did. Strangely, the forest was unusually silent today. Walking a long distance, he saw nothing. Could it be that his plan to hunt in the mountains had to be put on hold temporarily? Refusing to accept defeat, Xiuxian continued inward. As he walked, he suddenly saw a wild roe deer standing dumbly. Its mouth seemed to be chewing something unknowable. Xiuxian waved his hand at it, and surprisingly, the roe deer hopped toward him. No wonder they called them foolish roe deer. They were too curious. Seeing the roe deer approach, Xiuxian smiled. He was almost laughing at its naivety. Finishing the last few steps himself, just as he was about to step forward, the fool roe deer suddenly bounded further away. All he could see was its white behind bouncing rhythmically as it leapt. Thinking the roe deer would escape, another tiger emerged midway, interrupting. The tiger had apparently been lying in wait for a long time, pouncing on the unsuspecting roe deer. The roe deer fell instantly on its back, with the tiger clamping down tightly on its throat. Xiuxian instinctively stepped back. Despite being cautious today, he still ran into this situation. After a moment of tension, Xiuxian noticed that the tiger seemed only strong enough to kill the roe deer, but it lacked the strength to tear apart the flesh. Xiuxian hesitated about whether to leave when the tiger dragged the still not rigid body of the roe deer over. Placing it 3 or 5 meters from Xiuxian, the tiger then backed off a bit. Xiuxian thought the tiger was quite peculiar. Upon closer inspection, he suddenly recognized it. Isn't this the female tiger that protected him from harm from the other male tiger? And looking at her belly, it was bigger than last time. She was definitely pregnant. Regardless of whether she was truly pregnant or not, Xiuxian felt inexplicably happy. It was 1983 now. If he remembered correctly, by 1998, the region around Dongjin Mountain in China no longer had suitable female tigers for breeding. Later, in 1998, a female tiger crossed the border from a neighboring country. This allowed the domestic northeast tiger population to continue expanding. The tigers in the greater Xiuxian range are also northeast tigers. As he thought about this, tears involuntarily streamed down Xiuxian's face, knowing full well how ferocious they were. But in this moment, he seemed to understand the true meaning of reproduction. He also grasped the significance behind the pregnant tiger's intentions. Xiuxian pulled out the knife he carried with him. He quickly skinned and cleaned the wild roe deer. The last time, he had left one of its legs for the tiger. That was because it was caught on his route. This time, the roe deer was caught by the tiger, so she deserved the bigger share. Xiuxian threw the portion of meat he had cut over, and the tiger sniffed it out and grabbed a piece with her mouth. Xiuxian squatted there watching for quite some time. The two didn't disturb each other until the tiger finished eating and left. Only then did Xiuxian take the remaining half of the roe deer back home. This trip into the mountains wasn't entirely fruitless. He didn't know how long the female tiger had been pregnant. Judging by the size of her belly, it seemed like she would deliver soon. Hopefully, several tiger cubs would be born. Back at home, Xiuxian saw her brother holding half a roe deer and wondered why it wasn't whole. However, Xiuxian wouldn't explain the reason. Customers coming to buy meat saw the half roe deer and all eagerly shoved money into Xiuxian's hands. "Mayan, could you give me a little more this time?" "I agree. That kid, Xiuxian, is really good. Every time he goes into the mountains, he brings something back. Last time, I missed out on buying it." The remaining half of the roe deer didn't have much meat on it. Using a sharp blade to slice closely along the bones only yielded around 10 pounds. Xiuxian kept a bit for dinner that evening, and the rest was sold to their neighbors. As soon as the sun set, the temperature dropped several degrees. While eating, they heard strong winds blowing outside. The plastic film nailed to the windows rattled under the force of the wind. Weidong glanced out the window, but it was pitch black and nothing was visible. "It looks like it's going to snow again tonight. Mayan, make sure the Kong, heated bed, is warmer. Don't let us freeze." Chapter 20. After a heavy snowfall, Xiuxian quietly agreed that the temperature would indeed drop if it snowed in the evening. If the bed isn't heated enough, no amount of blankets will help. Instead, one could be suffocated under 2 or 3 layers of thick quilts. Before going to sleep, Xiuxian really did add more firewood to the stove. She also made sure the coal stove burned brightly, so even with snowflakes falling outside like goose feathers, it was warm indoors. "Sister, brother-in-law, if there's nothing else, I'll go to sleep now." Xiuxian nodded and, before climbing into bed, didn't forget to pour a glass of water and place it on the stool next to her pillow. With both the coal stove lit and the bed heated, thirst would surely strike halfway through the night. Placing the water within reach meant a quick drink without needing to get out of bed. Xiuxian returned to his own room, finding warmth already waiting beneath the quilt. Recalling all the walking he'd done today, if he were to take off his shoes, they might qualify as biological weapons. Taking no chances, Xiuxian fetched his foot basin, scooped water from a waist-high vat, then ran to his sister's room for some hot water. Xuanhuan slept between them, only exposing his little head. "Uncle, what are you doing? Do we have to brush teeth and wash faces at this hour?" Xiuxian, pouring hot water into the basin, replied, "Washing my feet, otherwise the bedding will smell awful." At this, Xuanhuan quickly covered his nose as though the stench of sweaty feet had already reached him. Xiuxian sighed helplessly. Men metabolized fast and easily sweated. Without regular washing, their body odor could become overpowering. In these times, if one wanted hot water, it had to be boiled on the stove. Unlike later when electric water heaters became common and hot water was available 24 hours a day. Not wanting to argue further with Xuanhuan or disturb his sister and brother-in-law's rest, Xiuxian carried his basin back to his room. In this era, there were no computers or smartphones, hence no evening entertainment either. Listening to the radio was actually a pleasure, tuned to the right frequency, and one could enjoy broadcasts or discussions about various arts and crafts. This way, nights wouldn't feel so quiet and still. After washing his feet, Xiuxian immediately climbed into bed. His room wasn't equipped with a heating stove. Given the family's income, they could currently afford to light only one stove. Still, the Kong bed underneath radiated some heat, especially since his brother-in-law reminded his sister to heat the bed well tonight. Once inside the quilts, whatever temperature reigned outside mattered little to him. Lying in bed, despite living in a modern era filled with advanced electronic gadgets, Xiuxian found himself immersed in almost primitive conditions here. Yet he adapted effortlessly. His life in the previous incarnation hadn't been perfect, leaving behind certain regrets. For instance, he failed to seize opportunities to become wealthy like those daring and detail-oriented individuals. Until death, he was merely working a job paying a few thousand yuan monthly. The one solace was that the job was stable, allowing him to retire smoothly and receive retirement benefits of 2,000 to 3,000 every month. Given another chance, he intended to capture what he once missed. He aimed to live this reincarnation without regrets, perhaps even find true love. In his past life, the wife he married wasn't someone he truly loved, and she hardly loved him. Their union was more like an agreement to marry rather than an expression of deep affection. Despite occasional quarrels, post-marriage life remained harmonious. They treated each other respectfully, and in the end, developed a familial bond. In this second lifetime, Xiuxian resolved to pursue the things he had missed out on in his previous existence. This time around, life felt like an open book exam, the answers visible. He needn't overly verify his decisions, and yet could achieve a good result. As these thoughts lingered, Xiuxian drifted off into dreams, a dream he didn't want to wake up from. It was only a loud crash that startled him awake. Last night's heavy snow fell too thickly. The snow from the previous storm hadn't melted yet. Now, a new round of snow arrived. The dilapidated roof couldn't bear such weight and finally collapsed. Fortunately, it wasn't his room but his sister's and brother-in-law's. The central section of their house separated into two parts, the west side suffering a partial roof collapse. Collapsing roofs during this era weren't uncommon. Every rainy season, should there be a downpour lasting day and night, many families lived in fear. They feared their homes would turn into sieves overnight, with rain pouring in from both outside and inside. The cleanup could only commence after the rain stopped. If he remembered correctly, it was this summer when he helped an aunt repair her house. Or, rather, rebuild it. Only the main beam survived untouched. The remaining wood had long since rotted and broken due to age, with some parts even being eaten by insects. Never would they have thought that this year, such a situation would befall their family as well. Xiuxian quickly dressed himself and went to the west room. Judging from the scene, it had just collapsed. Xiang Meiyun was so scared that she froze. Fortunately, it was the western half that collapsed. Otherwise, the three of them on the eastern side would likely have been trapped beneath the rubble. Sister, you take Tianhua to my room first while I quickly clear out here, Xiuxian urged her on. Since Tian Weidong's foot hadn't fully healed, Xiang Meiyun didn't dare let him help out. Regaining her senses, she carried Tianhua, who was still bare-bottomed, over to the room where Xiuxian rested. Be good, lie in Uncle's bed for a bit while Mommy and Uncle clean up the house. Tianhua, equally terrified by what just happened, huddled quietly under the covers without making a sound. By the time Xiang Meiyun returned, Xiuxian had already begun sorting through the chaotic scene. Neighboring households also heard the commotion. While nobody is happy about houses collapsing, the primary concern now was tidying up the mess as soon as possible before contemplating further action. Experts in house construction from the village came over and immediately identified the cause. They promptly instructed someone to go look for a suitable piece of timber nearby to serve as the main beam for the new house. Upon hearing the necessity to replace the main beam, Xiang Meiyun glanced at Tian Weidong. The savings they'd accumulated over the years weren't exactly plentiful, but neither were they negligible. Still, these funds were their hard-earned lifeline, and until now, they'd assumed misfortunes like collapsing houses wouldn't happen to them. Who would have guessed it occurred today? If rebuilding was inevitable, surely it would cost several hundred yuan at minimum. Xiang Meiyun truly hesitated to spend the money, yet rebuilding this shelter was unavoidable. Holding Xiang Meiyun's hand, Tian Weidong reassured her, money can always be earned back. Let's rebuild the house and make it bigger this time. After all, we'll need this house to secure a wife for Tianhua someday. My leg will be fine soon, and once it is, I can start working again. We'll save up little by little. With those words from Tian Weidong, Xiang Meiyun no longer hesitated. Chapter 21, Building a New House. In fact, Meiyun Xiang later came to understand that whether the house was built early or late, it would be built eventually. Money could never be earned enough in one's lifetime, and always saving so much wouldn't make one happy either. However, this was her first time building a house after growing up. She had no idea what to buy and what to prepare. Fortunately, there were people who understood these things and found someone who could write well to make a list for Xiang Meiyun, allowing her to buy according to the items on the list. If she had extra money, she should buy the best quality materials. Doing so would ensure the house was solid and durable. If she couldn't afford the best, then a medium-grade one would suffice. Starting with subpar materials might result in the house deteriorating in just a few years. Xiang Meiyun gritted her teeth and took out all the money she had saved over the years with her husband. Even though it was only about 1,000 yuan, in those times, not many families could come up with 1,000 yuan at once. Especially in such a remote rural area, clearly showing that her sister and brother-in-law hadn't lived extravagantly over the years. Although the collapse of the house had nothing directly to do with Xiuxian, seeing her sister take out so much money to repair it again, he secretly made a decision in his heart. This money would be temporarily taken by his sister, and when he earned money in the future, he would pay it back. As for running errands and buying things, that naturally fell on Xiuxian alone. But the list of things was quite extensive, and he couldn't manage everything on his own. He had to negotiate with a small boss in town and have them help transport the goods. Transportation wasn't free, they would need to be paid. But since there was profit in it, why wouldn't they help? Even braving the heavy snow, the goods had to be delivered. There are fast ways and slow ways to build a house. Since it was winter now, they needed to choose the fast method. Otherwise, they might freeze before the house was even finished. Originally, the stuff kept in the west room. Xiang Meiyun spent the entire morning moving all of it into the east room. This way, for people had to sleep in the east room. Actually, there was still another room used for storing miscellaneous items. Xiang Qianjin thought about moving there himself for a few days. Once the west room was rebuilt, he would move back. However, his brother-in-law Tian Wei Dong rejected the idea. It was a storage room that hadn't been cleaned all year. Living in it right away might cause frostbite. Though the east room was a bit crowded, at least everyone could still fit. A curtain hung in the middle. He slept on one side, while his family of 3 slept on the other side, without any problem. If it was summer, he wouldn't care if Xiang Qianjin slept outside on the ground in the yard. The villagers, all young and strong, came to help build the house. Xiang Qianjin led the team into the forest to cut wood. They selected a tree thicker than an adult male's thigh to serve as the main beam. A few young men worked together, swinging their axes. After the tree fell in one direction, several of them worked together to trim it straight and carried it home on their shoulders. None of these people helping to build the house charged money. They were just kind-hearted. Even if they were charging, with Mei Yunxiang's current situation, she wouldn't be able to pay anyway. However, Xiang Qianjin promised them that he would remember this favor. Should he become wealthy in the future, he would surely repay everyone. Because everyone lived in the same village and had the straightforwardness typical of northerners. When Xiang Qianjin suddenly expressed a lot of thanks, it instead made everyone feel somewhat awkward. What are you talking about? We didn't come here for your gratitude. This is about strength in unity. An older woman said, once your house is built, we'll feel secure. In the future, if anyone else's family encounters difficulties, won't you also lend a hand? By the way, when your new house is done, can you cook us some meat? Under normal circumstances, if Mei Yunxiang heard Tian Wei Dong, or even her younger brother Tian, while wanting to eat meat, she'd have to nag them a bit. Now, these were neighbors coming to help, asking her to stew a pot of meat for them. Mei Yunxiang did not hesitate. There's nothing unreasonable about that. Everyone has put effort into building this house. Later, I will take out all our reserved meat coupons and exchange them for pork. With such generosity from Mei Yunxiang, others got more motivated. For that meal of stewed pork, let's quickly finish building the house. Whoever slacks off during this process will get less meat, said the older woman. Amidst the laughter, others also rolled up their sleeves and started working. A house that normally took a month or 2 to build was ready in just 10 days or so. In Xiang Meiyun's mind, her new home could be rebuilt for any reason. However, this particular reason never occurred to her. To a certain extent, it could be seen as a blessing in disguise. Otherwise, with her frugal nature, she would never have agreed to tear down the house and rebuild it. She would have stretched its use as long as possible. Unfortunately, even though the new house was completed, Xiang Qianjin had no part in it. During these past half-dozen days or so, he hadn't gone back into the mountains to check either, not knowing if his animal traps had caught anything at all. Even if they did, the prey was likely taken by tigers in the forest and eaten already. With the new home now completed, Xiang Meiyun took out all the meat coupons she had been saving, planning to exchange them for pork at the commune. But the auntie who had earlier called out the loudest quickly stopped her when she saw how honest Xiang Meiyun was being. Meiyun, should I say you're foolish or too honest? These meat coupons you've been saving, aren't they meant for the New Year feast? Xiang Meiyun nodded. Who wouldn't want a good meal during the New Year? What else was the point of saving those meat coupons for anyway? If these are saved for the New Year, why take them out now? Do you really think we lack that one bit of meat to eat? The house is done, so just settle down and live in it. In the future, let your family Xiang Qianjin go hunting in the mountains, and he can bring some game back for us occasionally. His skills are unique. Others couldn't replicate them even if they tried. Before Xiang Meiyun could respond, Xiang Qianjin replied from inside the house. Auntie, rest assured. If I catch something in the forest in the future, I'll definitely set aside a share for your household, and it'll be free. Anyone in the village who had a decent job naturally looked down on someone like Xiang Qianjin, whom they considered aimless. Hunting and selling meat. What kind of respectable occupation was that? It couldn't compare to having a stable position in the factory. However, this made no difference to Xiang Qianjin. As long as it was making money, and since what he earned wasn't illegal, there was nothing wrong with it. After staying home one more day, Xiang Qianjin grew restless. He had to go into the forest and take a look. Early that morning, he tucked 2 hot cornmeal pancakes into the pocket of his padded jacket, as usual. Xiang Meiyun reminded him not to come back too late, and even if he didn't catch anything, not to rush. Yet Xiang Qianjin had a strong feeling this time. He was sure he would return with some gains. The 2 heavy snowfalls had combined, turning the mountain into what seemed like an immense silver-white canopy. People moving within it were simply small, shifting black specks. Chapter 22. The Taste of Fatherhood. But this little Xiang Qianjin, like a sesame seed, was moving bit by bit in the snow. The footprints previously left on the snow had been covered by the heavy snowfall. Fortunately, he had entered the mountains so many times that the routes were all memorized in his heart. Just be careful not to step on the animal traps yourself. Upon reaching the approximate location where the animal traps were placed, Xiuxian dared not to move forward any further. Squinting, he bent down and started to peel away the thick layers of snow, picking up a tree branch as a probing stick for guidance. If there were animal traps ahead, the stick would trigger the trap's mechanism upon contact. Breaking branches is always better than breaking one's own leg. Moving forward inch by inch, Xiuxian thought that next time he places the traps, he should make a mark, like carving a notch on a tree or placing the trap in a spot easily noticed. In any case, they shouldn't be placed haphazardly. Otherwise, if the prey doesn't step on it and he does instead, it would be counterproductive. With the help of this tree branch, he continued to probe forward when suddenly there was a bang. He indeed hit an animal trap. Xiuxian held onto the tree branch in his hand, pulling the animal trap out from the snow. Judging by the look, it seems no prey was caught. So, the other traps must be around here somewhere. Xiuxian probed carefully with the tree branch, but only managed to hit 3. What about the other 2? He remembered, leaving 5 here. After expanding the search area, his tree branch finally hit something. Xiuxian could confirm 100% that what the tree branch hit was neither a stone nor a tree, because in front of him there was nothing but a patch of snow. Xiuxian became a little excited. It seemed like there was something buried under the snow. Could it be a roe deer? A deer? Whatever it was, there would definitely be some game. Quickly, Xiuxian discarded the tree branch he was holding, crouched down, and began to scrape away the thick layer of snow. Wearing gloves on his hands, he wasn't worried about freezing until he dug to the bottom of the snow. Xiuxian saw a layer of furry brown, another roe deer. It's unclear how long this roe deer had lain here, but it looks like it might have been a while. However, in this freezing weather, decay wouldn't happen so easily. Xiuxian grabbed the roe deer's foreleg and pulled it out from the snow pile. It was hard to say just how many days this roe deer had been dead in the snow, because even if frozen overnight in the snow, its body would become stiff. Frozen for 3 to 5 days, or maybe 10 days, it would be as hard as a rock. He wondered if the meat thawed, whether it could still be eaten. Since this roe deer triggered the trap, that means only one animal trap remained unfound. After looking for a while and finding nothing, maybe the last trap also captured something. It seems today would be a double celebration. While searching nearby, a sudden rustling sound came from behind him. Scared, he turned back quickly but saw nothing. But he could guarantee there was just a sound, and it was very close. It can't be that tiger again. Xiuxian's heart was pounding, and when he turned around, there was a roar behind him. That voice was quite familiar but absolutely carried no threat. Once again, Xiuxian turned around and looked into the eyes of the female tiger. This time, Xiuxian realized that the female tiger's belly was not as big as before, meaning she had given birth. But calculating the time carefully, this seemed incorrect, since Northeast tigers take at least 3 months from pregnancy to delivery, unless she had been pregnant for a period beforehand. However, regardless of how it happened, the mother tiger had gone through her challenges without much trouble and had successfully given birth to the baby tiger. Seeing the mother tiger look a little exhausted, Xiuxian whispered to himself. It is said male tigers are highly responsible. How come they leave their wife and child in the wild? Looking at the wild roe deer at his feet, Xiuxian sighed. Even humans have ways to survive. Tigers, especially a newly delivered mother tiger, probably don't have much energy left to hunt. The mother tiger approached Xiuxian cautiously, and he stepped backward. A starved camel remains bigger than a horse. Even though this female tiger currently lacks fighting strength, if she raises her claw and swipes once, it would surely hurt him badly. Yet, all the female tiger did was sniff twice at the wild roe deer. Then she walked toward him again, making Xiuxian stay still at his original place. Wild animals can sometimes be fierce, but he had heard that wild creatures living outdoors may seek human help due to special circumstances. After all, we live on the same planet, so inevitably, there will be some connections among us. Even the king of beasts, the tiger, encounters tough situations sometimes. Xiuxian couldn't help but think about his sister, Xiuxian, who had been pregnant with Xuanhuan initially. Before she became pregnant, she was also an expert at climbing high places and moving around freely. After the pregnancy, she became the treasured gem of the family, especially her brother-in-law, who was extremely cautious with her care. She couldn't be too cold or too hot. He took on all the work both inside and outside the home. Only after Xuanhuan was born and the month-long confinement period ended did life gradually return to normal for his sister. Xiuxian remembered that during that time, even though he was mischievous, he had behaved himself a lot more, fearing that any mistake would make his sister worry again. When his sister's health was restored, he couldn't help but let loose a bit again. He started fooling around with his unruly friends once more. Could it be that this female tiger also has moments when she's physically weak like a human? At this moment, Xiuxian didn't dwell on those thoughts. All he needed to focus on was that after giving birth, the female tiger's body must have been weakened. The mother tiger rubbed against Xiuxian's leg gently and emitted a weak cry before walking in the direction she came from. After taking a few steps, the tiger turned back to look at him. Xiuxian suddenly understood the meaning behind the mother tiger's gaze. It seemed to be asking him to follow. Carrying the wild roe deer, Xiuxian struggled along behind the tigress. The tiger walked slowly, often pausing ahead to wait for him. Xiuxian suddenly felt that humans and animals could indeed coexist harmoniously. Although animals cannot speak human languages, Sometimes they can be more compassionate than people. Unsure how far they had gone, the tigress finally stopped and gave another roar towards Xiuxian. Xiuxian quickly threw aside the carcass of the roe deer. The tigress then found a spot and disappeared into it, leaving Xiuxian wondering what she was doing. In the next moment, the tigress emerged carrying a little cub whose eyes weren't even open yet. She placed the cub at Xiuxian's feet. This gesture startled Xiuxian immensely, and he hurriedly scooped it up in his hands. In this freezing weather, what if the little cub got chilled? Yet the tigress seemed to already regard Xiuxian as her most trusted person. In total, she brought him 3 cubs. One was plump, while the other 2 were thinner and weaker. Xiuxian sighed involuntarily, realizing that currently, the tigress lacked the ability to raise these cubs herself. So she entrusted them to him. At this thought, Xiuxian suddenly felt powerless. He hadn't been a zookeeper either. What does a tiger eat? Meat. Moreover, the 3 cubs in front of him still hadn't fully grown their teeth. They were still in the stage of seeking their mother's milk. But after handing over the cubs, the tigress left, looking at the 3 cubs in his arms. Was this her way of letting him experience fatherhood? However, just as heaven cherishes all life, so does Xiuxian. Chapter 23. It's a tiger, not a cat. Before this, Xiuxian had only held kittens that were a month or 2 old. This was the first time with tiger cubs. He needed to contribute to the reproduction of the country's wild animals. Despite his pity stirring, Xiuxian brought the 3 little tiger cubs home. The newborn tiger cubs looked similar to kittens. They shouldn't scare his sister too much. For now, he could only raise them as if they were cats, as the current conditions didn't allow for any scientific breeding practices. The mother tiger was nowhere to be seen, and there was no choice but to bring back the remaining wild deer too. By the time Xiuxian emerged from the mountains and returned home, it was already dark. If it weren't for the east room being still the same, Xiuxian might not have recognized it as his sister's house. The newly built house was indeed great, Xiuxian thought inwardly. Sis, is there any cardboard box in the house? What cardboard box? What are you going to do with it anyway? Xiuxian entered the house, opened his cotton jacket, and revealed 3 furry little heads peeking out between the buttons of his waistcoat. Xuanhuan thought they were kittens and reached out to touch them. Where did you get these things? We can't keep them at home. Give them away quickly. Xiuxian had no particular fondness for small animals, and this was her home after all. Raising anything would require her consent. Without even consulting his sister's thoughts, Xiuxian had already received the answer. Faced with the situation, Xiuxian could only take the approach of begging shamelessly. Sis, look outside. It's such heavy snow. These 3 little guys surely won't survive this winter. Let us give them some leftover food. If nothing else, we'll let them stay indoors through this winter. When it warms up, we can set them free. Xiuxian frowned seriously and said, No way. These cats obviously haven't been weaned yet. If you dare to leave them, I will throw them out immediately. Believe me or not. Xiuxian touched the 3 tiger cubs whose identity had yet to be revealed. Oh, poor little things. It's not that I don't want to keep you, but there's a fierce sis at home. You'll have to fend for yourselves. Depressed, Xiuxian turned to walk out. Xiuxian still couldn't understand what he was doing. All right, if you want to stay here, you'll have to take care of them yourself. Also, buy a bag of powdered milk before it gets completely dark. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiuxian carefully placed the 3 tiger cubs on the Kong bed. I'll go right now. Sis, please help find a box. Keep it close to the stove for warmth. Xiuxian really wanted nothing to do with this situation. On the way to the township office, Xiuxian spent a fortune buying the powdered milk. What kind of family buys baby formula? Buying 2 bags at once, it's crazy. Humming a little tune on his way home, Xiuxian met Aunt Li from the same village halfway. He greeted her actively, but she didn't respond, walking quickly with her head down. Xiuxian found it strange. It was almost dark. Why was she in such a rush? Out of concern, Xiuxian caught up with Aunt Li to ask what was wrong. How could a woman walk around so late at night alone? What if she encountered someone dangerous? With this in mind, Xiuxian quickly caught up with Aunt Li. Aunt Li didn't seem to notice him approaching until Xiuxian gently tapped her shoulder. That one tap startled Aunt Li immensely. My goodness, who is it? Seeing her panic, Xiuxian quickly took off his hat. Aunt Li, it's me, Xiuxian. Upon seeing it was Xiuxian, Aunt Li patted her chest to calm her racing heart. Oh, it's you. Where have you been? I went to the township office to buy some stuff. I called your name several times just now, but you didn't respond. Where are you heading? Aunt Li pointed towards the direction of the village clinic. I'm getting some medicine. My grandson has a fever again and cried all afternoon. Xiuxian asked, Is it a cold from exposure? Aunt Li couldn't answer. Who knows? I won't talk to you here anymore. I need to hurry. How about I come with you? It's almost dark, and you might encounter trouble. Although Aunt Li was over 50 years old, she was still considered beautiful among her peers. Aunt Li reconsidered for a moment and agreed to let Xiuxian accompany her. The clinic was closer than the township office, but Xiuxian didn't expect there to be quite a few people visiting the clinic today. The doctor was an uncle in his 50s, and his medical skills were quite good. Whether it was adults, children, or elderly people, after taking his prescribed medicine, their condition would improve within a few days. The rest depended on the individual's resistance. As soon as Aunt Li arrived, she pulled Dr. Tao. Doctor, my grandson has a fever. Please give me some antipyretic medicine. Dr. Tao responded, holding 2 glass medicine bottles filled with medicine and walked towards the direction of the sick beds. Xiuxian sneaked a glance. All the beds were already full, each occupied by patients receiving intravenous drips. After Dr. Tao passed by, he said, You need to wait here for a moment. There are quite a few people here today, and there are several more ahead of you. Even though Aunt Li was anxious, she couldn't disturb the order. She found a place to sit down while Xiuxian stood at the door like a door god. Not sure how much time had passed, it was finally Aunt Li's turn. Dr. Tao asked her how high her grandson's fever was and what other symptoms he had. While recalling, Aunt Li answered the questions. Based on the symptoms described by Aunt Li, Dr. Tao prescribed some medicine. The medicines were all self-prepared. The red and green tablets looked like candy beans. Then they were wrapped neatly in square white paper about the size of his palm, and finally one corner was tucked in. The white pills inside should be ground into powder and dissolved in water for consumption. Twice a day. If after 3 days the child hasn't recovered from the fever, bring him over, Dr. Tao reminded. Xiuxian followed Aunt Li home after leaving the clinic. Before departing, he shoved one of the bags of powdered milk into Aunt Li's arms. Powdered milk was a rare item in this era, and regular families wouldn't even think about buying it. Drinking congee would be considered fine. Oh my, I don't want something so expensive. Aunt Li declined. It's nothing, not too costly. Let the child drink the milk to replenish his nutrients, and he'll get better faster. I bought 2 bags anyway. Aunt Li kept her little grandson in mind, and wished for his fast recovery. While saying polite words, she accepted the powdered milk from Xiuxian. When you have time, come over for a meal, and I'll stew a chicken for you to eat. Xiuxian also agreed. All right, understood Andy. Go home quickly, and I should head back too. By the time he returned, Xiang Meiyun and Tian Weidong had already finished dinner. Fortunately, they had saved some food for him. Xiang Meiyun sat on the Kong bed, mending socks with holes in them. You took such a long time going to the commune. Are you planning to live there? That's not bad either. There's food and drink there. Xiuxian quickly retrieved the bag of powdered milk, found a bowl, scooped out 2 spoonfuls of powdered milk with an iron spoon, and mixed it with hot water. Sister, stop teasing me already. On my way, I met Aunt Li. Her young grandson has another fever. In the coming days, there will probably be many people catching colds. I saw Dr. Tao's clinic was already full. Since you both go in and out of work, watch out. Don't let me or Tianhua catch anything. Chapter 24. No money, but plenty of time. Xiang Meiyun chuckled and said, I thought you were concerned about me and your brother-in-law, but it turns out you're worried about getting sick yourself. Xiuxian smiled foolishly, didn't say anything, and waited until the milk powder in his bowl wasn't so hot before placing it in front of the 3 little tigers. The little tigers hadn't been weaned yet, and immediately gathered around when they smelled the milk. They slurped at it, and Xiuxian was well aware that these 3 little ones couldn't stay at home forever. When they grow a bit more, he would release them back into the mountains. By then, they would follow their mother to learn hunting skills. If these little guys stayed at home for too long, in just 2 or 3 months, their size would rival that of the big yellow dogs in the village. At that point, it would be clear they are tigers and not cats. For now, while they're still small, he could fool his sister with them. That bowl of milk was finished. Xiuxian patted the tigers' bellies, which had grown round and full. It looked like they were stuffed. Eat enough? Time to sleep now. I really don't know what your mom was thinking. When it gets warm, I'll send you back. The 3 little tigers piled up on each other like building blocks. If Xiuxian hadn't seen how mighty a tiger could be, he wouldn't believe that these 3 things smaller than his palm were actually the fearsome tigers. After dinner, Xiuxian prepared to go back to the east room to sleep, but was stopped by his sister. There's no need to go to the east room. The west room is newly built, and we'll have to dismantle the east room in a couple of days. You might as well squeeze here. The new west room was larger in both length and width than before, and even the bed was newly constructed. The 4 of them sleeping together in the west room wasn't too cramped. Just then, Tianhua started shouting, No way, Uncle's bedding stinks. Xiuxian laughed and said, Why does it stink? It smells much better than you. Xiang Meiyun slapped her son. What nonsense. If you keep saying this, next time your uncle won't buy you candy. Tianhua pinched his nose and said, It really stinks. I smelled it in his bedding last time. Though children speak without inhibition, Xiuxian still felt rather embarrassed. Thankfully, Tian Weidong diffused the situation by saying, Then Dad's bedding doesn't stink either? Tianhua similarly pinched his nose and said, Yes, it stinks too. Mom's bedding smells the best. Tian Weidong deftly resolved the embarrassment. At this moment, Xiuxian noticed that his bedding had already been moved over and had even switched to a new set of sheets. Can people still live in the east room? Didn't we use all our money to build this side of the house? Xiuxian asked. It must be built. Otherwise, the villagers will laugh at us for only finishing half a house, Xiang Meiyun replied. Once she decided something, it rarely changed. Xiuxian naturally wouldn't argue any further. You decide, sis. I won't fight with you, but I'll pay back the cost of the house later. Xiang Meiyun couldn't help laughing. You paying back the cost? You'd be lucky if you don't lose money. Anyway, the house will eventually be for Tianhua. There's no share for you. You're just borrowing space here. Don't think you're indispensable. Even if his sister hadn't said that, Xiuxian knew that the new house had nothing to do with him. But there's no problem. It's all playful talk and jests. As soon as winter came, one always found reasons to be lazy. In the beginning, when hunting became profitable, Xiuxian went deep into the mountain again and again to improve their living conditions. But ever since he brought the 3 little tigers home, he hasn't gone deep into the mountain much anymore. First, there wasn't much game during winter. Second, the weather was extremely cold. Everywhere you look outside, it's snow-covered. A few days ago, the river surface was just a thin layer of ice, but now it can support someone sliding across. Even though it's impossible to hunt in the mountains now, the little tigers grow bigger day by day and are no longer satisfied drinking only milk. After all, These tigers are carnivores. Feeding them leftovers alone wouldn't work. Xiuxian had been thinking about solutions recently. Tian Weidong's foot injury had healed properly after a visit to Dr. Tao. Dr. Tao touched it and confirmed his ankle had fully recovered. After staying at home for such a long time, it was already a miracle that the factory hadn't fired him. The moment Tian Weidong returned to the factory, several colleagues immediately gathered around him. Old Tian, I heard your family has built a new house recently and has been eating meat every day. Where did you make your fortune from? Tian Weidong didn't expect everyone at work to already know about recent events at home. What wealth? It's all thanks to my younger brother-in-law. He knows how to hunt in the mountains. He occasionally brings home a wild rabbit for a treat, but that's pretty much it. Compared to pork, wild rabbit meat really doesn't count for much. But in times of scarce resources, even wild rabbit meat was still meat. Old Tian, you shouldn't say that. Don't treat beans as if they're not food. Next time, if your brother-in-law goes hunting again, could you ask him to bring me some? I've never tasted rabbit meat in my life. Tian Weidong hadn't expected his colleagues to all think this way. That kid hasn't been hunting recently. He said there's nothing left in the forest. When it gets warmer, I'll ask him to go, and he'll bring you some then, alright? The colleagues exchanged glances. Old Tian, it's a deal. We won't let your brother-in-law work for free. We'll definitely pay. This way, we can save on our meat coupons, right? That day, Xiang Meiyun was cleaning the house, and the east room had been pretty much cleared out. She just needed to find some spare time to go to town and buy more materials for building the house. Seeing her brother idle at home again, Xiang Meiyun worried he would end up doing nothing with his life. How about I ask someone to find you a job? It's better than just staying home all the time. I'm worried you'll grow fur. Xiang Qianjin shot his sister a glare. It's you who grows fur. If I were to grow fur, it'd be like Sun Wukong's magical hairs. Xiang Meiyun smirked. If they were Sun Wukong's hairs, you'd turn your sister a big house and a table full of delicacies. Xiang Qianjin huffed. Your brother has talents. Saying this, Xiang Qianjin put on his thick cotton coat and walked out. Xiang Meiyun hadn't even realized it when he had already disappeared. To ensure her son wouldn't grow up idle like Xiang Qianjin, she pointed at Tianhua and said, Listen up, son. You mustn't follow your uncle's example. Learn from good examples. Do you hear me? For now, there was no need to enter the mountain, but he could still depend on the river. Xiang Qianjin walked along the bank with his hands in his sleeves. In winter, fish don't die underwater. If necessary, fishing would work too. Xiang Qianjin scouted around and found that walking into the middle of the river would absolutely be the best place to fish. When he reached middle age, he also enjoyed fishing, often spending an entire afternoon by the reservoir. Even if the bucket ended up empty, he never gave up. If he managed to catch a fish, he'd take a picture with his phone and post it on social media to show off. Friends would have to envy and jealously ask where he fished so they could try it next time. Almost every time, Xiang Qianjin refused to disclose the location, letting them search for it themselves. However, fishing hadn't yet become the greatest hobby for middle-aged men, and households were busy earning work points and saving wages. Who had the leisure to spend an afternoon fishing by the shore? This worked in favor of Xiang Qianjin since he had no job at the moment. Even though he had no money, he had plenty of time. Chapter 25. Something bites the hook. Moreover, Xiang Qianjin had a special skill, building houses. At this moment, there was no place to set up a tent, and Xiang Qianjin stood in the middle of the river, contemplating how he would achieve his fishing endeavors. First, he needed a place to protect himself from wind and rain. Even if it didn't snow, winter winds were inevitable. Even without the wind, staying outside for too long would leave one frozen and senseless. To stay outside for an extended period without freezing, he first needed to build an ice house. Here, the one thing that wasn't lacking was ice. By breaking open the icy surface and using a saw to shape it into brick-like forms, the ice bricks could then be adhered together with snow and water, much like cement, making them more sturdy. Since he had a plan, it was time to get to work immediately. Xiang Qianjin was also a man of action. Besides, if he didn't act, no one else would help him. Otherwise, that ice house would remain just a figment of his imagination. Xiang Qianjin rushed home like a bolt of lightning and began rummaging around the courtyard as soon as he entered. Xiang Meiyun, seeing him with a chisel and tooth spacing tool, had no idea what he was planning to do. In this icy weather, what are you going to do? No matter how much Xiang Meiyun shouted, Xiang Qianjin didn't respond even once. Unaware of what trick her younger brother had up his sleeve, Xiang Meiyun could only worry anxiously without any answers. Thankfully, Tian Weidong returned from work later, followed by his younger brother. Thinking about his odd behavior throughout the day, Xiang Meiyun couldn't help but ask, What did you do all day? Are you still upset because I scolded you? Tian Weidong had been at work all day and didn't know what had happened at home. However, he suddenly noticed that Xiang Qianjin seemed unusually solemn today. After hearing his wife's remark, he also wanted to figure out what his younger brother-in-law had been doing all day. Yet, Xiang Qianjin deliberately teased his sister and brother-in-law, refusing to disclose any information despite their inquiries. This left Xiang Meiyun uneasy. He must have been doing something strange outside. We need to let your factory leader know. Weidong. Ask the supervisor to assign him a job. It will stop him from daydreaming idly at home all day. If things continue like this, he will eventually become useless. Tian Weidong responded. The supervisor is out of town on a business trip and won't be back until the end of the month. He's attending some training for new technology. I'll bring it up with him when he returns. Hearing this, Xiang Meiyun couldn't help but slap her thigh in frustration. Why does your supervisor always leave at times like this? It's going to take over 10 more days. Tian Weidong thought that Xiang Meiyun sometimes worried too much. There was an old saying, when the emperor isn't anxious, the eunuch gets restless. Xiang Meiyun was like the overly worried eunuch. But Tian Weidong wouldn't dare say such words in front of Xiang Meiyun. If he did, he'd sleep alone tonight. The next day, Xiang Qianjin again silently took those tools and walked out. Unable to suppress her anger, Xiang Meiyun chased after him. What are you going to do now? Xiang Qianjin said to his sister. Don't ask me yet. Once I'm done, I'll tell you. Otherwise, you will criticize me for being incapable. Upon hearing this, Xiang Meiyun felt that something was definitely off. However, she needed to look after Tianhua and go to the factory for work, so she couldn't keep an eye on him all the time. I've warned you. Once your brother-in-law's workshop director comes back and assigns you a job, you have to start working. If you keep loafing around, you will have to pay your share of the household expenses. Xiang Qianjin vaguely agreed, and then clutched the tools in his hand, heading toward the riverside. The more he acted like this, the more anxious Xiang Meiyun became. Her younger brother truly gave her no peace of mind. It took about a week, and finally, Xiang Qianjin completed his small ice house. The ice house wasn't big, just enough to fit one person. Although it wasn't possible to light a fire or burn wood inside, it could effectively shield against wind and snow. In the center of the ice house, Xiang Qianjin opened an ice hole about the size of a frying pan. Since there was no waterproof mat available, Xiang Qianjin borrowed a wooden stool from home, which belonged to his brother-in-law. His fishing gear was also cobbled together from various items. He bustled back and forth in and out of the ice house. People passing by the riverside stopped to watch, finding his project quite intriguing. Some of them even dared to step close to the river, wiping their feet carefully as they came over to see what the ice house looked like inside. Kid, what are you up to? You already have a new house at home. Why doesn't it satisfy you? Why come out here to build this contraption? Who taught you to do this anyway? Upon hearing the familiar voice, Xiang Qianjin knew exactly who it was. Uncle Guangji, I don't have a choice. You should know the season. It's impossible for me to hunt in the mountains right now, but there are fish in the river. Su Guangji leaned halfway into the house and spotted the ice hole. What kind of fish is so stupid to bite your hook at a time like this? I should have told you. Winter isn't a good time for hunting. But it's not too late to tell you now. When the weather warms up, we'll go into the mountains together, and I guarantee we'll have a daily harvest. Xiang Qianjin didn't want to idle away the winter months at home because once his brother-in-law found him a job, his time wouldn't be as free. At least before taking on work assignments, he wanted to make his sister believe he could bring in some money. In his previous life, he had lived by the book, going to work every day in a straight line, clocking in and out. Even at the end of his life, he didn't feel there was anything memorable about it. So this time, he decided to fill his life with unforgettable milestones. Even if it meant big ups and downs, he wasn't afraid since at least he would have struggled. When he closed his eyes, the most popular saying online was, one's 60s and 70s are the perfect time to venture when one has money and leisure. But when that time came, would Xiang Qianjin still have the energy to pursue adventures? He'd just be strolling through the park with his grandchildren, worried they might run too fast for him to keep up. Su Guangji thought Xiang Qianjin was just messing around. But as long as his own son didn't mess around, let the other man do what he liked. You can keep drifting here. I'm going back. Xiang Qianjin responded and set up a bamboo pole inside the ice house. The fishing hook he used was made from a bent thin iron nail. The fishing line was green nylon thread as thick as a noodle. Back in the day, even with an expensive fishing rod worth several $100s, he often failed to catch a single fish in the afternoon. Some people would tie a string to any stick, and in no time, their baskets were full. So whether or not one could catch fish had nothing to do with the quality of the equipment. Having set up the fishing rod, Xiang Qianjin began to doubt himself. What if he didn't catch anything? What if the catch wasn't good? If there was nothing gained, then all his efforts these past few days would have been wasted. As he pondered this, Xiang Qianjin suddenly noticed out of the corner of his eye that the fishing rod seemed to move slightly. Could it be his imagination playing tricks on him? Was he too eager to catch a fish? Xiang Qianjin rubbed his eyes and fixed them on the fishing rod. Sure enough, under his watchful gaze, the fishing rod moved again. Now Xiang Qianjin was certain. Something down there had bitten the hook. Chapter 26, a second-class national treasure. Getting something on the hook is better than getting nothing. So no matter what's biting down there, let's pull it up first and see. The moment Xiang Qianjin picked up his fishing rod, he felt that whatever was down there had some serious weight. He could clearly feel it pulling back against him. It's a big one. It must weigh over 20 to 30 kilograms. Xiang Qianjin thought with excitement evident on his face already. Both sides kept pulling, neither letting up. Xiang Qianjin constantly tugged at the rope in his hand, while whatever was beneath the water tried its best to escape. Xiang Qianjin was extremely worried that the big fish might get away due to such intense resistance. However, if he couldn't pull it up, would starving in this little ice hut make any sense? Before the fish could slip out of his grasp, he had to pull it up with all his might. As soon as the fish was out of the water, handling things afterward would be easy. Damn it, there was nobody around at this moment to give him a helping hand. Based on his past fishing experiences, Xiang Qianjin was absolutely sure that the fish beneath the surface must be massive. It was very strong. It felt like trying to pull up a calf. Several times, Xiang Qianjin almost lost his footing, especially since the icy ground was slippery. Fortunately, the river surface was frozen thick enough. Falling a few times wouldn't cause it to crack open. If he were to fall into the water, Xiang Qianjin didn't dare to think about it. The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became. The fine nylon line bit into his cotton gloves, leaving deep grooves, and even the fingers beneath the thick layers of cotton seemed to ache slightly. Without those gloves, his hands would have probably been severed by now. What was down there had such strength. If he managed to drag it up, it would definitely fetch a substantial sum of money. How he should spend the money gained from selling the fish, Xiuxian began to plan in his mind. Immersed in his thoughts, his attention wavered, giving the thing below an opportunity to struggle fiercely. The nylon string quickly slid through his grip until Xiuxian reacted by tightening the coils of the rope further on his hands. This tiny ice hut severely limited his movement. Otherwise, without these constraints, he could drag the rope along the ice. Whatever was down there definitely wouldn't escape from his relentless pulling. But without the ice hut, sitting on the ice hole for winter fishing might result in him being unable to bear it before any fish bites the hook. There are pros and cons to everything. But these disadvantages did not stop Xiuxian from devising alternative solutions. The length of rope in his hand wasn't long. The deepest part of this river was only around 13 or 14 meters. It was impossible for the rope to touch the bottom. Whatever was under the water must have been about 4 or 5 meters deep. The fish might just be a few steps away from him, but the water was its domain, much more comfortable for it compared to people. With all his might, Xiuxian continuously reeled in the rope, yet the fish underwater resisted, stubbornly pitted against him. Ultimately, however, Xiuxian came out victorious due to his larger ice hole. When the fish was yanked up, it almost fit perfectly, leaving no room for error. If the hole were any smaller, pulling the fish through wouldn't have been possible. But despite the fact that the fish was pulled up successfully, Xiuxian hesitated when he saw it. Previously, the fish he caught were usually species like bass or carp. Whatever fish lived in the waters, he could catch them. But the river where he currently was located contained fish protected by the nation. From its shape alone, it was not hard to judge that this particular fish had been included later in the list of nationally protected wild animals. In short, it was a second-class nationally protected species. Xiuxian suddenly found himself at a loss for what to do. Eating it would likely land him in prison for several years. Nevertheless, it was 1983, and probably nobody recognized this type of fish then. Besides, endangered referred specifically to wild specimens. Later, experts attempted artificial breeding of this fish for the purpose of eating its flesh. The experts should not have introduced fingerlings into this river at this time. Judging from the size of this sturgeon, xuanhuan, it must have been alive for at least a few years. Watching the fish flop around helplessly on the ice, Xiuxian clenched his teeth. Since he had caught it, then it was fated to end like this. After a few minutes of internal conflict, Xiuxian ultimately chose his own side. A hungry person needs food, a poor person needs income. Now that he'd achieved some gain, he had better hurry home before others started noticing and harboring envy. In this way, Xiuxian gradually earned a reputation in the village. They praised him for his skills, able to hunt in the mountains and catch fish in the rivers. Even Su Guangxi couldn't resist praising him, calling him someone who surpasses his master. Thanks to Xiuxian's lack of dedication to anything other than catching fish and game, his wife, Xiang also got to enjoy a life filled with meat. For a while, the ration tickets for meat she hoarded became useless because their household was never lacking for meat. However, no matter how good roe deer meat or fish meat may taste, pork still takes the crown. But with merely a kilogram or two of monthly meat rations, what could one do? It would be better to save it and use the money to buy a few pounds of meat during the new year. Actually, eating fish wasn't so easy either. Xiang and Tian Weidong didn't have much choice but to accept whatever they could get. Otherwise, their 3 meals a day would just consist of pancakes with pickled vegetables. One day, Xiuxian came to the river surface again and suddenly noticed an ice hut on the flat river surface. The most important thing was that this ice hut looked hastily made, far from as nice as his own. Curious, Xiuxian walked closer to take a look and found several children around 10 years old inside the hut. Their little faces were frozen red, their noses dripping with snot, and it was clear they were freezing. "Hey, what are you doing?" Xiuxian asked. He wouldn't have minded leaving them alone if these kids hadn't immediately clung onto his legs, pleading for him to teach them how to catch fish. Xiuxian unwillingly refused. "No, you guys go home." Children knew no diplomacy, nor understood concern hidden in refusal. "Brother, we just want to fish. Teach us." One of the kids said, "My mom said last time you caught a fish taller than a person when stood up. A single fish fed your family for a whole month." Fishing in winter was hazardous even for adults, let alone children. There was no way Xiuxian could agree to such a request. "If you keep pestering me here, I'll tell your parents." What if the ice melts and you fall into the water? When it came down to it, kids still feared their parents. Under Xiuxian's persuasion, the children reluctantly left the ice and returned to shore. Even as they left, they stuck out their tongues and pulled faces at him. Xiuxian was generous. He didn't care. Returning to his own ice hut, he wondered what kind of large catch he might hook today. He didn't expect anything classified as first or second level national treasures. Any fish biting would be better than going home empty-handed. After all this hard work over the days, Xiuxian had finally managed to change his sister's perception of his actions. Now, she no longer blocked his way whenever he went out or came back in. If he returned empty-handed, Xiang even teased him about lacking ability. It wasn't his fault, it was the terrible weather. Even humans didn't want to venture out, let alone animals. Fortunately, the temperature under the water was a few degrees higher than on the icy surface, providing enough conditions for aquatic life to survive. Chapter 27. The child fell in. Xiuxian had just taken off his cotton jacket and was sitting by the coal stove, roasting his hands, wearing only the wool or shoulder vest underneath. "Sister, my outdoor activities always depend on the weather. Last time I caught a lot of fish, and there's still more than half uneaten. Why don't you stew some today?" Xiang who was cooking outside, casually replied, "There's none left. That day when people came to our house, they took it to our parents." "People came to the house? How come I didn't know? Xiuxian asked while pondering in his mind who the visitor could have been. It was Auntie's family. They said they were planning to work down south and came over to say goodbye, Xiang Meiyun said calmly. Xiuxian mumbled an "oh" under his breath, wondering why someone would go so far as New Year's was approaching. It did feel a little strange. However, each person had their own fate. He was currently focused on this blessed land in the greater Xiuxian range. Just as he was lost in his fantasy, Xiuxian suddenly heard a shout from the courtyard. Looking up, he saw Tiger's mom staggering into the yard. Meiyun, Weidong, are you guys at home? Her voice was choked with sobs, and it wasn't clear what had happened. Xiang Meiyun quickly threw down her firewood stick and lifted the thick curtain for windproofing and warmth. Tiger's mom, why have you come? What happened? Tiger's mom stumbled, directly falling into Xiang Meiyun's arms. Tiger fell into the water. Neither me nor his father can swim. Please save Tiger. While warming himself indoors, Xiuxian froze momentarily upon hearing the news. He remembered seeing Tiger earlier on the ice today. What he dreaded most had finally occurred, yet logically, the hole in the ice house should have been too small for a child to fall through. Children lack the predictive ability that adults have when it comes to danger. That's precisely why Xiuxian refused to teach those kids how to fish, out of fear they'd fall into the water. Upon hearing Tiger's mom cry out about Tiger falling into the water, Xiuxian acted without hesitation, immediately running out. Tian Weidong also rushed out, and Xiang Meiyun was ready to follow but thought about Tianhua being alone at home and not safe. She first dressed Tianhua properly before coming along. It was unclear how long the child had been in the water. When Xiuxian arrived at the riverbank, he saw a group of people gathered around. Most people living near the riverbanks can swim, except for a very small portion who are naturally afraid of water or think they simply can't learn. Thus, the ones standing on the ice were those who couldn't swim. As Xiuxian approached, he began stripping off all his outer clothing that he could. Even in the coldest part of winter, the biting cold seeped through any tiny gaps in thick clothes. Where's the child? Where? Shouted Xiuxian. A middle-aged man pointed to a distant hole in the ice and explained, the child fell through there. It's unclear what he used to break such a thick layer of ice, but it seems like he slipped and fell in. It's been quite a while already. Hearing it had been quite a while, Xiuxian felt as if his blood rushed straight to his head. Without much time to waste, he also judged that Tiger might have come to imitate him fishing. By the time Tian Weidong arrived, he saw that Xiuxian had already jumped in. Although Tian Weidong had never swum in the icy waters of winter, he knew the temperature must be dangerously low. As he was undressing, Xiao Meiyun came with Tianhua in her arms. She looked around but couldn't see her brother's figure among the crowd, estimating that he must have already dived in. Seeing Tian Weidong removing his clothes as well, Xiang Meiyun felt somewhat heartbroken. I rushed here to prevent both of you from diving in. How freezing must the water be in winter? Tian Weidong continued undressing, replying, we can't do nothing and let a child drown, can we? Xiuxian has gone in already. I need to follow closely behind him. You take good care of Tianhua, and keep back a bit. Tian Weidong knew Xiang Meiyun didn't want him to dive in either, but given the circumstances, only the two of them could swim. If not him, then who? With a splash, Tian Weidong also dived in. The ice surface was covered with snow, making visibility poor underwater. Added to that, all around were the freezing waters. Tian Weidong immediately felt his body losing control compared to Xiuxian, who had already anticipated this situation. Whether or not Xiuxian performed any warm-up exercises beforehand, he managed to adjust his state in the shortest possible time, psychologically mitigating the effect of the freezing water. If Tiger fell directly through the same ice hole, even with struggles, he wouldn't last long in such cold water before plunging vertically or diagonally downwards. Calculating this way, Xiuxian roughly estimated the area. When the village heard about the child falling into the water, everyone who could swim rushed over. Under Xiang Meiyun's watchful eyes, besides her brother and her husband going down, she could see no one else capable of swimming. A few more men arrived, and like dumplings being dropped into boiling water, they plunged into the river one after another with loud splashes. In total, 4 or 5 people had jumped in. If these swimmers couldn't find Tiger, then it was highly likely he wouldn't make it. But Xiang Meiyun was also worried about her younger brother, Xiuxian. He'd been under for such a long time already. Why wasn't he coming up to take a breath? She dared not get too close while holding Tianhua, fearing she might fall in herself. All she could do was pace anxiously on the ice as others consoled her, saying that if Xiuxian went down like this, it was surely because he knew what he was doing. People who were good at swimming could hold their breath longer than those who weren't, meaning they could stay underwater for an extended period of time. Xiang Meiyun understood they made sense, but this wasn't some average man. Even though he could hold his breath, the water was still cold. Everyone had washed dishes before. How freezing the water felt on your hands when you stuck them in. Xiang Meiyun mentally prepared herself. If Xiuxian came up, he'd likely catch a severe cold. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Come over here. Help pull him out." When Xiang Meiyun looked, she saw her brother being pulled out, and crucially, he was still clutching someone. It was Tiger. Tiger's face didn't look good, and Xiuxian was shivering from the cold. Quickly setting Tianhua down, Xiang Meiyun grabbed clothes to wrap around her brother, keeping an eye on Tianhua with her peripheral vision so he wouldn't approach and accidentally fall, and just as Tiger had been saved. At last, Tiger's mom regained her composure upon seeing her son rescued, and thanked Xiuxian repeatedly. Shrugging and pointing towards the icy hole, Xiuxian said, "There are still people underwater. I'm not the one who found him." At that moment, Tian Weidong surfaced, getting pulled up by others. Had it not been for their bravery in jumping into the water, Tiger would surely have drowned in this river. His mother would never have accepted this reality, possibly losing her mind completely. Xiuxian then walked over and said, "Lay the child flat and start chest compressions." After being underwater for so long, there was no doubt he swallowed water. Following Xiuxian's instructions, those who knew what to do began performing CPR until Tiger, unconscious, finally spat out a mouthful of water. Chapter 28. Help, is there anyone? After spitting out the water that had choked his throat, Huzi slowly opened his eyes. He had been in the icy water for too long. On top of that, prolonged oxygen deprivation made him look as though he was in no condition to be lively. Quickly take this person to Dr. Tao for a checkup. If there are problems, send him to the big hospital promptly. At the mention of Huzi possibly going to a large hospital, almost everyone present had the same reaction. People hastily pulled together several dozen yuan and handed it over to Huzi's mother in one swift motion. Among them, a 40-something uncle hoisted Huzi onto his back and walked toward the shore with others' assistance. Xiang Meiyun looked on as her brother and her husband returned unscathed, finally easing her anxiety. You too. It's like you don't even care about your lives. What would I and Xuanhuan do if neither of you made it back? There were others present who, seeing Xiang Meiyun cry her complaints, considered the situation from her perspective. That's right. Next time such an incident happens, please don't act so rashly. Most importantly, forward, why on earth would you fish on ice when there's nothing urgent? The still-chilled Xiuxian suddenly found himself called out, which he couldn't bear at all. But currently, he lacked the energy to argue logically. He just wanted to rush home and warm up under the covers. Right now, for Xiuxian, a warm bed was his best refuge. And wasn't Tian Weidong the same? Xiang Meiyun took care of both, while also leading Tianhua by the hand. It wasn't until 2 days later that Huzi's mother brought Huzi to Xiang Meiyun's house, carrying fruit canned goods bought from the commune. These canned fruits were rare treasures in this era, never bought unless it was New Year or someone fell ill. Even Xiuxian couldn't help but swallow saliva upon seeing the yellow peaches submerged in sugar water. As soon as Huzi's mother saw Xiuxian, she dropped down to her knees with a thud. Forward, brother. This time thanks to you, our Huzi made it back alive. Without you, my husband and I would surely have gone mad. Xiuxian quickly helped Huzi's mother up, consoling her. In fact, it's all my fault. Had I not gone fishing on the ice, I believe Huzi wouldn't have imitated me either. I'll block all the holes on the ice in a couple of days. Huzi's mother shook her head. This has nothing to do with you. Your fishing on the ice is only for improving your family's life conditions. I've already beaten Huzi once. He said he wouldn't play on the ice in winter anymore, so you can keep fishing on it. When Huzi's mother was about to leave, Xiang Meiyun handed her back all the items she'd brought. As long as Huzi is fine, that's what matters. Who doesn't treasure their children? If Tianhua had fallen in, I'd certainly have panicked just like you. And these things, you take them back for Huzi to eat. He just recovered a few days ago and needs nourishment now. In later years, fruit cans were only purchased occasionally for a snack, unlike now, when they were among the most in-demand items in the commune. These are bought for you. If it weren't for forward jumping in to rescue Huzi that day, I really don't know what I would have done. Please accept these small tokens, said Huzi's mother. Since she couldn't refuse any further, Xiang Meiyun reluctantly accepted them. All right, let me know if anything happens in the future. We live in the same village. It's natural to help each other. Once Huzi's mother left, Tianhua fixed his gaze on that jar of preserves. However, Xiang Meiyun simply put the preserve jar away without mentioning opening it. Finally, Xiuxian hinted, Sister, if we don't eat this jar soon, it might spoil. How could Xiang Meiyun miss the implication in his words? Yet she pretended not to hear and instead asked them what they planned to eat for lunch. Surprisingly, both responded in unison. Eat the preserves. Xiang Meiyun suddenly shot out a retort. I see how you two think you're so special. Eating preserves indeed. Meanwhile, the little tiger cubs that had been brought back from the mountains were being raised by Xiuxian and were growing robustly every day. They would bound around, energetically following behind Xiang Meiyun. After a while, Xiang Meiyun noticed something peculiar. The fur patterns of these 3 felines didn't seem right, and their appearances seemed a bit odd. Unlike the cats she'd seen before, Xiuxian insisted these were wild cats, not domestic ones. Feeling belittled by his remark, Xiang Meiyun scolded him for becoming overly proud after just learning a couple of words during his brief schooling. Xiuxian chuckled, but noted that there was no meat left at home, and it wasn't sustainable for the young tigers to drink milk alone. He decided that today he would set up his fishing rod in the ice hut, and then take a walk in the mountain afterward. With the temperature warming up these past couple of days, it wasn't as cold as before. Perhaps some little animals would venture out. Even a rabbit could serve as an extra meal for the little tigers. After lunch, Tianhua had been pestering Xiang Meiyun for the canned food, and eventually, she had to open one for him. As he was leaving, Xiuxian managed to snatch a bite as well. When Xiang Meiyun shut the door behind them, she could already hear her sister's voice educating Tianhua. Eat less now. Let your father have a taste when he comes home from work this evening. By the time Xiuxian reached the ice, he had already sealed the hole Huzi had opened. He also placed a sign by the shore. Children must not come onto the ice. If they must come, it must be under adult supervision. However, with the New Year fast approaching, most adults were at work, leaving only elderly people at home. In any case, following Huzi's accident, none of the children in Hejiang village dared to go onto the frozen river surface in the short term. Xiuxian set up his fishing rod and then left. Actually, he should have cast a net. Setting up a net would give better results than just using a rod. But he simply didn't have extra money to buy a net. Xiuxian, after pondering, realized that if he couldn't afford one, he'd make his own. It didn't require much technical knowledge anyway. Before entering the forest, he first went to the commune and bought several bundles of nylon rope with his money. Back at home, he thought about how to weave the fishing net so he wouldn't have to sit in the ice hut day and night waiting for a catch. A net was far more efficient than a rod. Once in the forest, he approached the spots where he had previously set traps, all marked clearly. However, before reaching the location of his traps, he suddenly heard a very faint cry for help. Help! Is there anyone around who can save me? Who would run into the mountains in the middle of winter? Xiuxian felt utterly puzzled, but hurried over following the fading cries. The calls for help grew weaker and farther apart, indicating that whoever was injured was getting more critical by the moment. Xiuxian dared not waste even a second, and quickly followed the sound until he spotted a man lying near death in a snow pit. Rushing down to the snow pit, Xiuxian shook the man awake. That was when he discovered that the man's foot was tightly trapped in an animal snare. From its appearance, it wasn't the one he had set. Shouting loudly to the man, Xiuxian said, "Hey, wake up! Hang on, I'll help you get the trap off." Chapter 29. Catching things of economic value. The man still had some reflexes left, and it was obvious that his desire to win was very strong. No one wants to die without reason outside, even though freezing to death in northeast China is not uncommon. But dying like this would be rather pitiful. Xiuxian found a nearby branch about as thick as a child's arm to prevent the trap from snapping back and causing a second injury to the victim when he tries to open it. The saw teeth on the animal trap were still quite sharp. Otherwise, how could it hold the prey's leg and limit its movement? Actually, Xiuxian understood that this uncle came into the mountains for hunting after seeing that he had reaped quite a few benefits before. So he also wanted to come over and try his luck. However, Xiuxian's hunting skills were learned from Uncle Guangji. He remembered everything that should be paid attention to. Entering the mountain for hunting is secondary. Protecting one's own safety is the primary concern. If one disregards their safety every time, then hunting will instead become a one-off deal. There may be no next time. With all his might, Xiuxian finally managed to pry open the animal trap. As the trap was pulled out of the flesh, it brought blood along with it. The ankle was all bloody and messy, and the bone might have been injured as well. Xiuxian panted heavily. He didn't expect saving people to be such physical labor. He gathered a few nearby wooden sticks and formed a simple stretcher. In his current condition, the injured person could not be carried or hugged back to the roadside. And this was an adult, dressed so warmly. Xiuxian was no martial artist, so he couldn't possibly carry him down with ease. He had to make use of the materials available, dragging him with a simple stretcher made from branches. Fortunately, it was a snowy ground, so it wasn't as strenuous to drag him. It was also lucky for him that, for making fishing nets, he had bought nylon ropes in advance at the community. Now they just happened to come in handy. While binding the stretcher, Xiuxian kept chatting away incessantly, as if his mouth was rented. "Brother, this time you're lucky you ran into me. If I managed to save you, don't forget your benefactor." By now, the uncle was already unconscious from the pain, hearing only a couple of words vaguely that Xiuxian was muttering near his ear. Though dazed, he knew he wouldn't die. His original intention was to come to the woods and see if he could encounter any living creatures, but instead ended up rescuing someone. Xiuxian suddenly didn't know how to describe his current situation. The sun hung high in the sky but emitted no warmth, and every step on the snow made crunching sounds. In order to keep the uncle from fainting, Xiuxian had to stop whenever he heard no response. When he came to the uncle, sometimes he shouted loudly, other times he slapped his cheeks. No matter what method, waking him up was the goal. The cold wind cut through like a blade, targeting the throat again and again. After much difficulty exiting the mountain, Xiuxian still needed to bring the man to Dr. Tao to get him help treating the wound simply. Then he'd contact the police station to find out whose family it was so that they could take the man home. There were only 2 or 3 policemen in the Hejiang village police station. After receiving Xiuxian's emergency call, an experienced policeman in his 40s braved the wind and snow, riding a heavy steel frame bicycle to arrive. Dr. Tao had already administered a basic cleaning and dressing to the injured man, but it was confirmed that his bones were damaged. This tiny clinic lacked the capacity to treat leg fractures. It was necessary to send him to the town hospital. Xiuxian didn't expect his perfect day to end like this. After contacting the injured man's family, the wife arrived wearing a big cotton coat, a red headscarf, and cotton shoes. Upon seeing her husband's injuries, she fell on the floor, slapping her thighs, wailing endlessly about how they would live from now on. Xiuxian couldn't stand such scenes anymore. Anyway, he had already brought the man here. The family had arrived, so there was absolutely no need for him to worry further. Leaving the clinic, Xiuxian started carefully dismantling the nylon rope used for binding the makeshift stretcher. After all, it cost money, and he couldn't just let it go to waste. When he had almost undone half of it, the old police officer came out, followed by the injured man's family. "It was him who brought your husband out from the mountain, so please stop crying for now. Subsequent treatments are indeed necessary. You should thank this young man first. Do you know how much effort it took to walk from the mountain to here?" Xiuxian shook his hands repeatedly and smiled, saying, "Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. I'm doing a good deed. Thanks aren't too important. It's more urgent to take care of brother's foot." The old policeman handled things methodically. The person must be saved, and thanks must be properly expressed. Moreover, Xiuxian's actions today could be said to have saved a family. When he returned home, Xiang Meiyun, seeing his empty hands again, tut-tutted twice. Xiuxian didn't feel anything unusual, as he had already taken a long-term perspective. He just had to wait until the snow in the greater Xuanhuan range melted. Once the small animals came out to forage and breed, that was when he would show his true skills. And with his current hunting abilities, he could only catch those with low aggression. Many animals are actually very smart. If the traps aren't well disguised, they may avoid them altogether. These little creatures might walk around the trap, but never get close. Hunting small animals has low value. What he needed were those of higher economic value. Anyway, at this point, no one cares what you hunt. Making money and living a good life is the key. Sis, don't just look at me now. Wait till the snow melts in spring. I promise to bring you something every day. By then, we won't have enough room at home. And I can catch minks. Once I peel off their fur, I'll make you a mink coat. It's super warm, much better than a cotton-padded jacket. Xiang Meiyun's eyes widened, shining brightly. Is that true? How many mink furs do you need to sew one coat? How many furs it takes depends on me. Anyway, I've already made this promise. I will definitely get you one. Having such a considerate younger brother, Xiang Meiyun felt quite happy inside. You should save your money instead of doing all these things. In the future, you'll need it to marry a wife and have kids to form a real family. As soon as this topic came up, Xiuxian couldn't help but feel distressed. Who doesn't know that getting married is good? Having a caring woman by your side makes life worth looking forward to. But now, he has nothing, no money, no steady job. Which girl would look at him favorably? Even if a girl did like him, her parents wouldn't be fools. They would certainly block the relationship. And in Northeast China, gender equality has always been emphasized. The practice of demanding high dowries or selling daughters is extremely rare. Chapter 30, Not Becoming a Sterile Net. So, judging by his current situation, it was estimated that no girl's parents would willingly entrust their child to him for a lifetime. Moreover, he wasn't that old yet, and wandering around for another 3 to 5 years wouldn't be an issue. Sister, you said the girls aren't stupid either. Why should they follow someone like me who is poor? Can't I wait until I have my own career before considering marriage and children? Xiang Meiyun understood her younger brother very well. Waiting for you to succeed in your career, isn't that just deceiving people? With your current pattern of working hard for 3 days and then slacking off for 2, by the time your business succeeds, the flowers will have long withered. Actually, recently I've been finding someone suitable for you. There's a girl in the neighboring village who seems pretty good. Let's find an opportunity for you two to meet, okay? Upon hearing that his sister really had this idea, Xiuxian immediately changed the subject. Sister, when is brother-in-law coming back? It's getting late. Is there still something unfinished at his factory? Though Xiang Meiyun was a rural woman, it didn't mean she wasn't sharp. The moment her brother's words left his mouth, she knew this boy was up to no good. When brother-in-law finishes work has nothing to do with you getting married. Are you implying he won't come back today? If you don't marry a wife this life, stop dodging the topic here. That girl is quite good, more than enough for you. Xiuxian saw there was no way out of the topic and could only tell his sister, why should such a good girl choose me? Would you be willing if you were her mother? Xiang Meiyun wished she could throw the firewood stick in her hand straight at her younger brother. All this worry is because of your marriage. If you had followed our arrangements earlier, we wouldn't have to worry about the girl's family looking down on you. Speaking of which, it's all because you haven't taken things seriously. What use is it for us to anxiously rush when you're not? While the siblings were talking, Tian Weidong returned. Upon returning, he came right over to his younger brother-in-law. Qingjin, your sister previously asked me to look for a decent job at the factory for you. Now I found one. Are you going or not? Xiuxian didn't want to enter the factory and live that bland, lifeless lifestyle like drinking plain water. I'm not going. I want to continue hunting. Upon hearing this, Xiang Meiyun immediately thought that this younger brother was hopeless mud, impossible to prop up. Fuming with anger, she exclaimed, what kind of talk is this? Your sister-in-law is trying to find you work, and you dismiss it outright. Tian Weidong, let me tell you this. Today, if you don't stand in my way, I'll give him a proper lesson so he learns his place. Seeing his sister truly angry, Xiuxian quickly hid behind his brother-in-law. Sister, I know that brother-in-law put effort into finding work for me. But right now, I really don't want to work in a factory. Just give me another year. If I still amount to nothing after this year, then I'll roll up and start working in the factory. He thought this would convince his sister to agree, but Xiang Meiyun wasn't falling for any of it. A year? Do you think a good job will just be waiting for you indefinitely? Stop dreaming already. Do you realize how many people break their heads over a good job and can't get it? You're still being picky. Once brother-in-law arranges things at his factory, you'd better report there immediately. Anyway, under his watchful eyes, I reckon you won't dare to slack off. To prevent too much of a rift between the siblings, Xiuxian had to temporarily comply to stabilize the situation, planning ahead for the future. An old saying goes, man doesn't die from holding in his pee. Tian Weidong could understand his younger brother-in-law's thoughts and help persuade her. Meiyun, actually, I feel that since Qingjin doesn't want to work in a factory, you shouldn't force him. Everyone has their own destiny. Perhaps he just wasn't born for that kind of place. I also need to tell you something. Our factory's old Lu didn't show up for work today. It seems something happened. Xiang Meiyun's train of thought immediately shifted. Old Lu? The one who gets along well with you, what happened? Is there something wrong at home that made him miss work? Tian Weidong, while answering Xiang Meiyun's questions, took off his coat. Not exactly. I heard along the way that he wanted to improve his living conditions. Without even telling others, he bought some hunting gear and went into the mountains himself. But afterwards, it seems something happened in the mountain. Upon hearing brother-in-law mention this, it reminded Xiuxian of everything he went through today. Brother-in-law, does the person you mentioned have a mole on his face about the size of a red bean? Yes, have you met him? Tian Weidong asked. Xiang Qingjin grinned, thinking to himself, it wasn't just meeting him. During the meal, Xiang Qingjin finally revealed what had happened during the day to his sister and brother-in-law. Upon hearing it, Tian Weidong couldn't help but praise his brother-in-law for his act of righteousness. It seems his position is now vacant. They say he's got a broken bone and will have to stay home for over a year. After considering various aspects, the factory plans to find someone to temporarily fill his position. If they do well, they could become a permanent employee. And according to the current situation, old Lu coming back is very unlikely. I've heard his injuries are quite serious. They even took him to the hospital in town for examination. There aren't any spare positions at the factory. Each one is filled tightly. Once Xiang Meiyun heard her husband talk like this, she immediately resumed nagging her younger brother. Look at this amazing opportunity that others only dream of. You must take advantage of it. Tomorrow you'll follow your brother-in-law to check out the factory. Whether or not you can handle it, I expect you to try hard. If you don't learn a skill, how will you support a family in the future? Xiang Qingjin made some groaning noises as he didn't want to hear his sister nagging on this matter anymore. Sister-in-law, how can you endure all her nagging without feeling annoyed? Tian Weidong didn't expect his brother-in-law to involve him at this point. She nags because she cares about you. Why does she not nag at anyone else but you? Haven't you figured that out yet? Xiang Qingjin grumbled softly and bowed his head to eat. After finishing dinner, it was still too early to sleep. Tian Weidong remembered Su Guangji asked him to make a cabinet. The wood materials had been left under a shed in the yard. With nothing better to do, today he decided to prepare the timber. Xiang Meiyun took out her needlework and began mending torn clothes. Tianhua lay on the kong, a heated bed, playing with toys. Everyone had something to do. Xiang Qingjin asked his brother-in-law to shape 2 wooden shuttles for him while working on these items. Tian Weidong asked what use they were for, out of curiosity. Xiang Qingjin frankly replied he intended to weave a fishing net. Tian Weidong thought he might have misheard. What for, weaving a fish net? After a pause, Xiang Qingjin said, of course, it's for catching fish. What else could it be for? Tian Weidong chuckled. I thought you were going to weave a net for hunting birds or other things in the forest. Need my help? Xiang Qingjin waved his hand. No need, brother-in-law. You've got your own business, I've got mine. As long as the fish in the river are big enough, a decent net will suffice. We won't weave an absolutely lethal net. Chapter 31. Don't add trouble here. What about this end of the line? If we really could catch fish, our family wouldn't lack meat to eat. Xiang Meiyun said. The east room is almost ready too. I didn't expect that our new house would be up so soon. I'm looking forward to Tianhua growing up quickly. Tian Weidong was there shaving wood shavings. What's the rush to grow up? Once grown, it's time to run off and we won't see him for a whole year. At that moment, Tianhua did not understand what his father meant by that sentence. He just threw the toy in his hand to one side and hugged his mother's arm and shook it hard. Mom, I'm not going anywhere. Nowhere. I'm just going to stay by your side. In fact, Xiang Meiyun also knew that when Tianhua grew up, the times might have already changed. It wouldn't be necessary to stay here and continue living a hard life. They had no choice, but Tianhua still had a long road ahead. How did we suddenly bring up something sad? In the future, you two might also leave here, go outside and live a better life. I've heard that a lot of people are starting businesses now. When Xiang Meiyun heard starting a business, she stopped her hands' movements. Starting a business. Have those people given up on living? Xiang Qianjin chuckled, explaining to his sister that starting a business didn't mean jumping into the sea. It's a term for doing business. Xiang Meiyun laughed and said, the people nowadays are really strange. They don't call starting a business as such, but going into the sea. I'll probably understand less and less of what you guys say. Xiang Qianjin was weaving a fishing net there. As he weaved, he occasionally spread it out to take a look. One could say it barely looked like a net, but whether it could catch fish or not was still questionable. However, Xiang Qianjin has always been optimistic. Even if this net couldn't catch any fish, it wasn't a big problem. At least he bravely tried. If the net he made himself didn't work, then he'd just buy a ready-made one. After being busy all night, until just before sleeping, Xiang Qianjin's fishing net was only beginning to take shape. There was still a long way to go before it could be used to catch fish. A few days passed in a flash. Xiang Meiyun would ask Xiang Qianjin every once in a while when he would start working at the factory. Almost every time, Xiang Qianjin used some other excuse to dodge. But dodging like this all the time, Xiang Meiyun eventually realized. Her younger brother was using delaying tactics on her. Thinking of this, Xiang Meiyun stopped cooking dinner, shouting loudly towards Tianhua. Tianhua, you stay put at home, don't go anywhere. Your mom and uncle have something to do outside for a bit. As soon as these words were spoken, Tianhua didn't make much of a reaction, but saw his mom pulling his uncle by the ear and heading outside. Tianhua was enthusiastically clapping his hands. After all, sometimes this uncle of his was good, and sometimes bad. Every time his uncle suffered misfortune, he was the happiest one. All along, Xiang Qianjin kept struggling, trying to free himself from his sister's grip. Unfortunately, his sister had an incredibly strong hand grip, and along the way, there was never a chance for him to break free. Tian Weidong was still working at the factory when he suddenly heard someone shout, "Old Tian, I saw your wife and your little brother-in-law. What are they doing at the factory?" Once Tian Weidong heard these words, he quickly rushed out to check if they had indeed arrived. As he came out, he bumped right into his wife and his little brother-in-law. "Weidong, both of us were tricked by this kid. He previously agreed to come and work at the factory. In fact, he was intentionally deceiving both of us, dragging out the time. Today I realized that where is your supervisor?" Once Tian Weidong heard his wife say this, he immediately knew why they had come and hurriedly took them to the office. Along the way, he also gave some reminders, reminding them not to act too arrogantly when they met their superior. Xiang Meiyun certainly understood that they had to remain calm in front of their leader since they relied on them to arrange work. It's all because this kid makes me so angry. Sister, don't pull me, don't drag me. Everyone is watching, it's so embarrassing. Xiang Meiyun huffed lightly. This child only thinks about avoiding embarrassment now. What about earlier? Let me tell you. If the work gets arranged for you, if you still want to run away, I will throw your bedding out and don't expect to enter the house again. At this point, Xiang Qianjin had no choice but to accept his fate. Winter wasn't the right time to go hunting in the mountains or fishing in the river. Rather than eating idly at home, it was better to find some work to do first. At least this way, he could earn some wages to supplement household expenses. Tian Wei Dong led the siblings to the director's office. The director was on the phone and seemed very anxious. Week after next to get here, then our factory production will at least stop for a week. Can you hurry up? I know, my request may be a little unrealistic, but the operation of the factory relies on that machine. If it breaks down, more than 100 workers in the factory will have to go home. It's almost time for the spring festival. Everyone wants to earn some money for a good year. Please arrange for the engineers to come as soon as possible. The machines are inspected every year. This breakdown is an unexpected failure. Xiang Qianjin whispered near his sister's ear when he heard the director speaking. Sis, it's not that I don't want to work here, but since their production machine is broken, they probably won't need someone for my position anytime soon. Xiang Meiyun immediately gave her brother a shove on the waist. I'm telling you, even if the factory lacks street sweepers, you'll still stay here with me. Don't give me so many excuses. Tian Wei Dong understood why the director was anxious. There was an important machine in the factory. Lately, it hasn't had major issues, but minor problems kept cropping up, barely functioning. This significantly reduced production efficiency. It would often get fixed in the morning and break down again in the afternoon. Ordinarily, it wouldn't cause such urgency, but the new year was approaching, and the orders signed at the start of the year were due for delivery. These last few days were filled with overtime work without any relaxation. After hanging up the phone, the manager couldn't hide the deep concern on his face. At this moment, an old employee walked in and asked, Director, it's broken again. When will the repairman arrive? If this continues, we might not be able to deliver the orders. The director was in a difficult situation too, having made countless calls already, but no one was being sent from the other side. They even said today that the engineers had gone home to prepare for the New Year festivities. It wasn't until after the festival that they could come and inspect the machine's issues. For now, they needed to think of ways themselves. What kind of machine is it? Can I take a look? Xiang Qianjin asked. The director looked him over and waved his hand dismissively. What are you looking at? Do you know how to fix a broken machine? Don't meddle unnecessarily. Xiang Qianjin felt bufuchied inside after being dismissed before doing anything. What's with that attitude? I'm offering help, and you're not happy about it. Whether I can fix it or not, I'll know once I see. Since it doesn't have any major faults, there must be a small issue somewhere you haven't noticed. Small issues don't need experts or engineers. They can be solved by ourselves. Under the skeptical stares of everyone around, the boss had no choice but to let Xiang Qianjin give it a try. It was like letting a blind cat catch a dead rat. Chapter 32, The Repairman. The factory director brought Xiang Qian forward and entered, approaching the machine that had been under constant repair but remained unfixed. Is this the machine? Can you fix it, young man? The director's tone wasn't very friendly. It was not hard to tell that he harbored a lot of distrust towards Xiang Qian's claim that he could repair the machine. They used this machine every day in the factory for production and still couldn't figure out what was wrong with it. How could someone who had never stepped foot in the factory know how to fix it? Xiang Meiyun just wanted to bring her younger brother here to find a suitable job to support themselves. But she didn't want him overextending himself unnecessarily. She quickly pulled him by the arm and said, What do you know? Don't mess it up further. This thing is so expensive. If we break it, we can't afford it. Seeing her sister's cautious demeanor, Xiang Qian chuckled, Don't worry. Even if I don't touch it, the machine is already broken. At this point, everyone on the production line gathered around to see how Xiang Qian would fix this machine, so they could continue their work. Xiang Qian walked around the machine twice and asked, Do you have a wrench? Hand one over. One of the workers immediately responded, Yes, I'll get it right away. By this time, Xiang Meiyun was on edge, watching as her younger brother prepared to start fixing the machine. She quickly pulled him back, saying, My dear, what are you going to do? You've never touched this kind of machine before. Let's stop this nonsense. Xiang Meiyun had already planned what to say. If questioned by the director, she'd apologize for her brother's ignorance and wasting their time. Unexpectedly, a worker actually produced a ratchet wrench. Xiang Qian caught it, sensing the situation might spiral out of control. Xiang Meiyun quickly stepped in to intervene. You brat, are you even listening? Come down at once. What's the problem? Replied Xiang Qian nonchalantly as he climbed onto the machine with the help of a stool. Under everyone's gaze, he tightened a connecting screw using the wrench. Then he hopped down, handed the wrench back to the worker, and said, Try plugging it in. The factory director, seeing Xiang Qian easily finish the task, doubted the outcome. Since resuming production was urgent, he decided to follow Xiang Qian's advice and test the machine. The power cord was plugged in, and the worker responsible for operating the machine pressed the start button. Initially, nothing happened, and the director almost lunged at Xiang Qian in anger. He knew from the beginning this kid wouldn't be able to fix it. However, moments later, the machine unexpectedly started running, and the assembly line began moving. Especially the workers, upon seeing the machine functioning again, erupted into cheers. Fixed. It's fixed. Now we can continue production. Everyone was confident that the orders would be fulfilled before the holidays. They only hoped the machine wouldn't break down again. It had caused far too much trouble in recent days. Quick, quick, let's go back to work. The directors circled the machine twice, realizing they had previously assumed something inside the machine was broken, leading to its frequent failures. Surprisingly, the whole issue turned out to be caused by a single loose screw. Xiuxian didn't display any arrogance. Instead, when the director approached him and gave him a thumbs up, he seemed calm. Have you seen this type of machine before? Do you know how it works? Xiuxian shook his head. This is my first time seeing this particular model. More accurately, it was his first encounter with an actual machine like this. Though Xiuxian hesitated to call himself a mechanical enthusiast, he had a good understanding of basic production machines. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to attempt fixing it. When he circled the machine earlier, he was checking if it suffered from the common problems these machines often had. He confirmed that the malfunction was due to a loosened connection, triggering the machine's self-protection system. If there hadn't been such a protection mechanism, continuing to operate the machine with a loose connection would have led to significant damage and risks. So if you've never seen it before, how did you know where the problem was and how to fix it? Young man, you really impressed me. A few days ago, your brother-in-law mentioned bringing you on board in the factory. Frankly speaking, I had 100 reservations against the idea. Our operation isn't that large, and positions are limited. We can count them on one hand. When I heard you worked here before, I feared hiring another troublemaker for the factory. But now it seems you've changed. Are you interested in coming to work for me? I'll offer you a handsome salary. Xiuxian looked around the factory and asked in confusion. So what am I supposed to do here? My sister said that even if there isn't a position for me here, I should still be allowed to stay on as a janitor. The factory director chuckled and glanced at Xiuxian, saying, Mayan, look at what you're saying. Do you think my big factory can't find a job for him? I've heard that recently this kid has been going up the mountains and down the rivers, bringing back quite a few good things for you. Why is he looking for work now? Xiuxian was just an ordinary housewife. Faced with the factory director's question, she naturally spilled all her thoughts. Hunting in the mountains isn't a long-term plan. It's unstable. Sometimes there's something today, nothing tomorrow. And besides, this boy will need to marry someday. I need to make him save some money now, and later I'll have to build him a house. All these require money. If he keeps living like this, he'll probably end up unmarried until his old age. Factory director, just give him any appropriate job. The factory director smiled and said, I originally planned to let Lao Lu retire from his position and find someone to take over. But then I thought about it. Lao Lu has worked so hard in this factory for many years, it's only fair to keep his position open. Before he returns to the factory, we can divide his tasks among others. Everyone works harder, and no one complains. However, after seeing how skilled Qian is, I believe he could understand our machines thoroughly and become a repairman if he wishes. Xiuxian didn't expect the factory director would actually propose letting her younger brother become a repairman in the factory. Recalling how earlier her brother merely tightened a screw with a wrench made her feel somewhat uneasy. Director, how much would the monthly salary be for this repairman job? Is it paid per repair? What if none of the machines break during the month? Then wouldn't my brother earn nothing? The factory director laughed heartily. That's impossible. We pay by the month. But repairmen earn a fixed wage, whether or not the machines break. If they break every day, they'd still earn only that amount. Our side runs several factories, where similar situations occur. Do you really think I enjoy inviting those engineers over? They show up, and I lose money hosting them. Not to mention, every time they fix the machines, they guarantee they won't malfunction for 6 months. But sure enough, issues always crop up again right after 6 months. It's strange indeed. Chapter 33. The money at home is running low. If we invite them again, it'll just be a repeat of the same old routine. You know what? By the end of the year, I have only managed to save a pittance, and in the end, it all goes on treating them to meals and drinks. So, I'd rather have Xiuxian come into the factory as this repairman. For the machines in our few factories, any minor problems can then be fixed without contacting the engineers from the manufacturer. But I must say this up front. I want Xiuxian to work in the factory so he can get the faulty machines running again. It's not for him to practice with the machines. Setting up a production line in this factory costs a fortune. If anything really breaks down, you will have to pay the price. No matter when, the machines used for production remain the core of the factory. Even after another 20 or 30 years, an operational production line cannot just be changed at will. Naturally, the stakes should be clarified ahead of time. If one day, Xiuxian shows real recklessness in his work, thinking all machines need is a twist of a screw to be fixed, it could lead to even greater losses. To put it plainly, the factory director is just doing a job. They don't have the capacity to shoulder the survival or demise of a production line. When Mayan heard that they would have to compensate if something was broken, her heart started racing anxiously. Brother, maybe you shouldn't take on this repairman job. You see the positions available here now? There are quite a few you could handle. Can't we pick one that's more stable? Xiuxian didn't reply right away. Director, can I think about it some more? The factory director promptly responded. Sure, whenever you've made your decision, you can let me know. It's almost the new year, so there's no rush. After the first month of the lunar year, the factory starts operating. With these words from the factory director, Xiuxian glanced at his sister and walked out. After leaving the factory, Mayan always felt something was off, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Seeing her younger brother walk behind her with his hands in his pockets, she became even more convinced this young man might have successfully executed some kind of scheme. This sudden thought wasn't baseless. Mayan stepped in front of her younger brother and scrutinized him closely. Boy, you tell me, what are you plotting this time? Don't think I can't see through you. Xiuxian shuddered. Sis, what else could I be plotting? You dragged me to the factory by my ear earlier, and I haven't complained once. Why do you keep accusing me of scheming? No matter what, I'm still thinking about how to make our family's life better. What's wrong with that? And this was true. Mei-yin couldn't fault him for it. Still, being merely a housewife, her mind was occupied with thoughts about managing the home properly. Taking care of the children, taking care of her husband, cooking 3 meals a day, and earning some money to supplement their household income were always her priorities. Compared to her resourceful younger brother, her methods seemed somewhat inadequate. All right, I won't meddle anymore. You're grown up now. Surely you have your own thoughts on things. All I worry about is that one day you'll overplay your hand and ruin yourself. Then, Xiuxian, wrapping his arm around his sister's, said, Sis, relax. Haven't I already repented and turned over a new leaf? Being a repairman sounds good, but it also carries risks. Even the engineers from the machine manufacturers may not always fix the machines. How could I, as an outsider to this field, guarantee that I'll fix it every time? This time was purely a stroke of luck. Besides, the new year is coming soon. Whether I show up for work these last few days or not doesn't make much difference anyway. While soothing his sister, they walked home together. Finally, the fishing net woven from nylon rope was completed. It was fairly substantial in weight when held. After lunch, Xiuxian took the net he had made and headed towards the riverbank. He exchanged greetings with fellow villagers along the way. What are you up to with that bundle of ropes, boy? Going fishing again? If you catch a big one, give me some, huh? Xiuxian wished he could bury his whole face inside his clothes. Do it yourself if you're capable. Why are you always mooching off others? Hey, what's that supposed to mean, mooching? Am I not paying? The man retorted. Xiuxian turned his head. Who knows how much I'll actually catch this time? Last time, I got lucky with a big one. That was pure dumb luck. Maybe this time I'll hook a small one, not even enough for one person. With that, Xiuxian ignored him. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Upon returning to the little ice hut, he found the previously cut hole had frozen over again. It was an expected outcome. Xiuxian fetched the chisel and struck the ice surface a couple of times. The newly formed ice wasn't very thick and easily broke apart with a couple more jabs. This water is really bone-chilling. Xiangjinbu also adheres to the principle of swift action, so actually, there shouldn't be any small fish in this river. In winter, the river surface freezes into ice, and during summer, the river current is rapid. Few people come here for large-scale fishing. Occasionally catching 1 or 2 fish is already pretty good. So, when Xiangjinbu made the fishing net, he took this into account. The fishing net has hooks bent from nails, and once a clumsy fish collides with it, it's hard to break free. He threw the net down, binding the other end onto a stick, wedging it by the ice hole. This ensures that he can smoothly retrieve the net tomorrow. After settling everything in the ice hut, Xiangjinbu hurried back home before dark. The east room was almost completed. Xiang Mei-yin had been looking forward to having a good new year this year. She didn't forget to check the calendar every day she went out to work, counting down how many days were left until the new year. It was time to start preparing what they should buy for the new year. Xiang Mei-yin looked at the money in her wallet and couldn't help but sigh. The New Year celebrations are indeed joyful, but it's also a time to spend money. All the savings from building their house during this period have almost been depleted. There's only about 100 yuan left, and if this month's salary could increase a bit, it would help, though. Regardless, whether rich or poor, the new year must still be celebrated. Jinbu, let's go to the market this weekend. It's time to get some things. Xiangjinbu was teasing the 3 little tigers inside the room when his sister called him, so he just gave a casual reply. All right, I know. What do we need to buy? Maybe I can set up a stall and sell something too. Xiang Mei-yin didn't expect much from her brother's attempts to make money, so she dismissed what he said as idle talk. The things needed for the new year. Our funds are running low, we'll have to save more. Her words completely fell on deaf ears for Xiangjinbu. A little later, he'd go check his ice hut on the river to see if there were any catches. If there were any, they could definitely fetch a good price at the market. Moreover, during the New Year season, everyone needs to buy things known as year goods. These few days before the new year, everyone wants to eat well and drink well. Chapter 34, Gutting and Cleaning. Tianhua, you stay good at home. Uncle is going out for a while. Tianhua, still on the Kong, a traditional Chinese bed, responded with an infantile voice, but Xiang Qianjin was still a little worried. After all, the child was too young. Even if he understood things, there were times when he could be careless. Thinking it over, Xiang Qianjin decided to bring Tianhua along with him. This way, at least under his watchful eyes, any danger could be dealt with immediately. 20 minutes later, Xiang Qianjin arrived on the ice with Tianhua. Upon entering the ice house, he still reminded Tianhua to be extra cautious. He did not want a repeat of Huzi falling in, which had forced Xiang Qianjin to lie in bed for 2 days after that misadventure, after having downed countless bowls of ginger soup to drive away the cold. He couldn't risk jumping into the icy water now, no matter how sturdy his bones felt. Xiang Qianjin reminded Tianhua to stand far away as he attempted to haul up the fishing net. At this moment, Xiang Qianjin wasn't sure whether anything was caught in the net. The only way to find out was to pull the entire net up. When Xiang Qianjin gave the first yank, he was startled by how heavy the net underwater felt. With the second pull, Xiang Qianjin put all his strength behind it, managing to lift just a few centimeters of the net. It looked like they had quite a catch down below. Selling them at the market would make some decent money. Thankfully, he'd bought nylon ropes, which were holding firm under the string. Continuing to pull, beads of sweat formed on Xiang Qianjin's forehead from the exertion. Tianhua, who had been standing outside the ice house all along, saw his uncle grimacing as he strained to pull something and also wanted to come in and help. But before he took a few steps, he heard his uncle shouting loudly, "Don't come over here. Be careful you don't fall." Letting out a disdainful snort, Xuanhuan resumed squatting outside the ice house. With great effort, he finally managed to get the fishing net up from beneath the ice. Exhausted, Xiuxian slumped onto the ice without concern for getting wet, panting heavily. Xuanhuan bent over slightly to peek inside, and discovered many fish in front of his uncle, all tied up in the green nylon rope net. They were flailing around trying to break free. It was the first time Xuanhuan had seen so many fish. Recalling how their mother had stewed a large fish before, eating its broth-soaked flatbread had filled him with a bowlful. Now, catching so many more meant they wouldn't lack meat during the New Year celebrations. Xiuxian didn't care much about what species the fish were. Once he'd caught his breath, he dragged the fishing net out of the ice house. Thinking it through, he decided to sell all the fish at the market. If they wanted to eat some, he'd set another net in a few days. Since his sister had said money should be saved, he planned to earn more, knowing it was always better than anything else. Just as he was preparing to head home, suddenly one of the fish wriggled free from the net and thrashed wildly on the ice. Xuanhuan quickly pounced on the fish, pinning it down with his small body. The fish was sizable, almost as tall as Xuanhuan himself. Xiuxian knew a child of this size couldn't possibly subdue such a large fish. Hastily stepping forward, he pulled Xuanhuan back, making sure the boy hadn't been hurt by the fish, then scooped it up using the net again. Who knew what kind of ordeal the fishing net had endured underwater? It was deformed and partially torn. Apparently, he needed to go back to the commune to buy a few more bundles of nylon ropes to repair it. Arriving home with the fish, they were barely alive, and Xiuxian began ladling water from the barrel. He placed the several fish into a large basin to temporarily keep them alive. They would wait for their sister to come back before gutting and cleaning the fish. Then, they planned to sell them all at once during the weekend market day. When Xuanhuan returned from work and spotted the two large basins full of fish, he instantly realized this must have been his brother-in-law's doing. Still not bothering to take off his coat, he lifted the cotton curtain leading to the west room. Not bad. Forward. Quite the haul this time. How do you plan to cook them? Xiuxian lounged around the coal stove cracking sunflower seeds. We're not eating these. I'll leave them to sell at the market. Our sister said today we don't have much money, so we should save during the New Year season. So, I intend to exchange these for cash. Brother-in-law, if you want to eat, I can set another net once I return from the market. After hearing Xiuxian's words, Xuanhuan chuckled. Our family has plenty of food for now and doesn't urgently need these fish. Let's do it your way. But today, the factory paid out last month's salary and gave me a 20 yuan bonus. I'll hand it all to your sister once she returns so she can arrange things properly. For a moment, it dawned on Xiuxian that life seemed rather pleasant like this. This thought only motivated him further, spurring him to strive for better days ahead. As Xiang Meiyun returned from work, upon entering, she immediately began preparing dinner. However, noticing the two large iron basins filled with mostly lively fish, none were floating belly up. Wow, where did all these fish come from? Xiuxian poked his head out of the west room. Where else could they be from? Of course I caught them. Sister, tonight you can clean all these fish. Leave them outside to freeze, so they won't spoil. On Sunday when we go to the market, we'll sell all the fish and make quite a bit of money. Just thinking about making money, Xiang Meiyun didn't say anything. Alright, let me cook for you guys first. After eating, I'll clean these things up. Anyway, the fish are all pretty big, so we probably need to cut them into pieces before selling. Whether selling them whole or in pieces doesn't matter much, as everything will eventually be weighed on the scale, just as long as it's not a loss. The two large basins of fish were all handled by Xiang Meiyun with scissors, cleaning each one by slicing them open. The fish entrails scooped out were something Xiuxian didn't want to waste. He planned to save them for future use. After cleaning the fish, they were further divided into heads, bodies, and tails. Fish tails had the least meat, but would still provide a meal for less wealthy families who buy some to eat. Fish heads were full of flavor, perfect for drinking sessions. Fish bodies, being meatier, were great for stewing. Cleaning all the fish from both large basins tired Xiang Meiyun out significantly. But as soon as she thought about how much money these fish would bring, she felt she could handle another couple of basins. They carried all the fish outside and froze them, waiting until Sunday to set up a stall at the market and sell them. Even if they only sold for 15 or 20 kuai, it would be enough to buy food and drink. In the blink of an eye, it was Sunday. Xiang Meiyun got up early and pulled Xiuxian out of bed. The sister and brother began packing everything up, finding a large bag to throw all the fish into. After freezing for 2 nights in the icy weather, they were as hard as bricks. At last, there were 2 fish left, and Xiuxian had a selfish thought. Sister, why don't we keep these 2 for ourselves, and you can stew them for us tonight? Xiang Meiyun looked at the large bag of fish and didn't think it would matter to keep the 2 extra. Alright, if we manage to sell all these fish, I'll stew them for you tonight. Tianwei stayed home to take care of Tianhua and didn't join them. As soon as the siblings left, Tianwei took out the wood materials provided by Su Guangji and continued working on carpentry tasks. With the new year fast approaching, every household was busy. Chapter 35, no money involved. Early in the morning, 2 people came to the market. On such a cold day, there weren't many people setting up stalls. However, since it was close to the new year, some were still willing to make a bit of money during this time. They chose a position where passers-by could easily notice them, and Xiuxian started imitating what he had done last time when he came with Uncle Guangji to sell deer meat. He also found a board and laid all the pieces of fish on it from the bag. This way, the people passing by could carefully select what they wanted. The fish heads were the most expensive, the body of the fish reasonably priced, and only the tails required just a handling fee. There weren't many customers at other stalls, but soon enough, only Xiuxian's stall was surrounded by people. Last time when he came to sell deer meat, his sister hadn't accompanied him. Even though Xiuxian told her how many people bought the meat, Xiang Meiyan didn't believe it. This time she came along and finally witnessed just how lively their stall was. During the new year, people seemed not to care about spending more or less because they saved all year long for one good meal, reluctant to eat or drink much throughout the year. Everyone held back until this day to enjoy themselves thoroughly. They thought the most expensive part, the fish head, would not be bought. Surprisingly, the fish heads sold the fastest, and within a blink of an eye, all the dozens of fish heads were gone. Among these, the fishtails sold pretty well too because they were cheap but still had some meat. Even families that weren't affluent could buy them to enjoy a meal. The only piece not selling much was the fish body. At this moment, Xiuxian heard a familiar bicycle bell, and after looking around following the sound, he finally saw Lu Jun. "Big sister, I'll go over there for a bit. You stay here and watch." Xiang Meiyan didn't know what her brother was going to do. "Where are you going? Where are you off to?" Xiuxian replied, while walking that he'd be right back. The last time he gave Lu Jun some meat, Lu Jun ate happily, and today being another market day, it was Lu Jun's shift to patrol. He followed his routine, knowing there weren't many people here. But still, as a matter of procedure, he needed to check. He never expected to see Xiuxian here. "Lu Captain, it's me." Xiuxian greeted him. Lu Jun squeezed the bike brake slightly, balancing on one foot while keeping the other on the pedal. His face lit up with surprise. "You again? Is there something wrong? Can't we just talk if there's nothing wrong? Look what I have here, specially kept for you." He opened a red plastic bag to reveal 2 fish heads and 2 fish bodies. The fish bodies must have been as large as 2 outstretched palms. Xiuxian directly tied up the bag and placed it into Lu Jun's bicycle basket. Seeing this, Lu Jun hurriedly refused. "What are you doing? We're disciplined. We can't accept things like this. Quickly take it back." How could Xiuxian let Lu Jun return the goods? "No problem, Captain Lu. These were caught by me, not purchased with money. My sister is still over there selling. If you come back a little later, there wouldn't even be this left." Lu Jun looked in the direction Xiuxian pointed and indeed saw a woman selling fish there. In such a big market, hers was the only fish stall, which explained why so many people gathered there. "That's still unacceptable. Quickly take it back." Xiuxian grabbed Lu Jun's hand. "Captain Lu, aren't we friends and buddies? If I'm eating meat, how could I not think of you? The new year is approaching. Go home and stew some fish, have a drink. If you don't eat it yourself, consider it a greeting gift for uncle and aunt." Before, Lu Jun didn't have any contact with Xiuxian, not even knowing who this person was. Since the time he came late and couldn't buy the deer meat, their relationship seemed to suddenly become closer. "What exactly do you want to do? Do you have something you need my help with?" Xiuxian shook his head repeatedly. No. How could I possibly ask for your help with anything? After the new year, come to my house for dinner, and I'll let my sister make pork dumplings for you." After chatting a bit more with Lu Jun, Xiuxian emphasized again and again that this fish didn't need to be returned. Lu Jun should take it home himself and eat it. If it tasted good, next time, when Xiuxian got more, he would send some over again. Lu Jun couldn't refuse anymore, so he eventually took both almost whole fish. But these huge fish, how could he eat them all by himself? "This is the last time, and it won't happen again. If you bring me anything else next time, I will have to take you back for questioning." Xiuxian nodded repeatedly. He also knew always doing favors like this would certainly raise suspicions in Lu Jun's mind. Everything has its limit. Overdoing things may lead to opposite results. "So, Captain Lu, I'll go ahead. My sister is busy over there alone." Back at the stall, Xiuxian occasionally glanced in Lu Jun's direction. Xiang Meiyan was utterly confused by this gesture, unsure of exactly what had happened. Looking at the man on the bicycle, clad in a uniform, she knew he was part of the urban management team. Could it be that they weren't allowed to set up stalls here? However, there were others selling things here as well. If anyone was going to get shut down, everyone would have to go together. In the end, the 2 urban management officers rode their bicycles and left. Hastily, Xiang Meiyan asked her younger brother what had just occurred. Xiuxian grinned mischievously and said, "There's nothing going on." But Xiang Meiyan wasn't buying it. "Tell me who that guy was just now. He looked familiar." At this, Xiuxian hurriedly explained, "Well, last time when Uncle Guangji and I came here to sell deer meat. The fella, Lu Jun, specifically came over to buy some meat for himself, but when he got here, all the meat was already sold out. So I promised him next time we'd hold something aside for him." Whether or not Lu Jun held any sway, Xiang Meiyan didn't care. Even kings needed to pay when they shopped. "Did he give you money or not?" she asked pointedly. "The fish heads and fish bodies alone should have cost 10 yuan. Shaking his head, Xiuxian replied, No money exchanged hands. Anyway, these fish weren't ones we purchased ourselves, so asking for payment wouldn't be right. We want to cultivate a friendship here. If we ask for money now, how will we face him later when we might need help?" At this moment, Xiang Meiyan suddenly felt like her brother had matured. Before, issues like these wouldn't even register with him. Fine. Seems like you're quite the capable one now, and sister can't keep up," she admitted. "Now there are only these fish bodies left unsold. You stay here and watch the stall while I go buy some stuff inside. Otherwise, when people disperse later, we won't be able to buy anything." With that, Xiuxian gave an affirmative nod and continued selling the fish bodies. Actually, they were also in demand. By chopping them into smaller pieces and lowering the price, more people were willing to buy. Selling fish, selling fish. Fresh fish, stew the meat, drink the soup. Xiuxian squatted there shouting, hoping to finish selling the fish quickly so they could pack up and return home earlier. After all, he wanted his sister to make some fish soup for him to enjoy when they got back. Meanwhile, Xiang Meiyun ventured deeper into the market until she found a vendor selling spring couplets. The seller was busy cutting red paper, while beside him stood a table with brushes and black ink, implying these couplets were crafted by his own hand. A set of spring couplets cost 1 yuan 50 fun, and buyers were free to dictate what they wished written on the scrolls. Chapter 36. Lost and Found Again. If he didn't know what to write, there was always something ready-made here. The service was exceptionally thorough. Xiang Meiyun did not possess great talent, so she picked one with a good omen and prepared to pay for it. Boss, is this at 1 yuan and 50 fun? The boss replied repeatedly. Yes, 1 yuan and 50 fun. Do you want window flowers? They were hand-cut by my old lady. You can see ones with fu, character, floral patterns, and zodiac signs. Xiang Meiyun thought about the new house she had just built at home. Buying some festive decorations would be appropriate. All right, pack me some of all these things. Just as she finished speaking, someone suddenly bumped her from behind. Xiang Meiyun assumed it was due to the crowded place, so she didn't give it much thought. It was rare to have such a big customer, so the stall owner stopped his work and took some items for Xiang Meiyun. When the final cost was calculated, the pile of items added up to 7 or 8 yuan. It wasn't cheap, but it was fine for the New Year celebration. After everything was packed, Xiang Meiyun reached into her pocket to pay, but found that her wallet was missing. Xiang Meiyun panicked, spinning around in place. I lost my money. My wallet is gone. She was on the verge of tears. That wallet didn't just contain the money she had brought out to buy New Year goods, but also the money she made from selling fish recently. Altogether, over 100 yuan. She couldn't let it go just like that. She had to find it back. Xiang Meiyun quickly put down the things she held and ran back to ask her younger brother for help. With no money to pay, they couldn't possibly keep what she bought. Upon hearing that someone had stolen his sister's money, Xiuxian was furious. Where are these little thieves coming from? How dare they steal without looking properly? Xiuxian saw the remaining unsold fish at the stall and decided not to sell them anymore. He stuffed them all into a bag. At worst, he could take them home and cook them himself. Anyway, today's business was doing well enough, so there was no loss. But since there weren't many people at the market fair, it required some cleverness to find the person who had stolen the wallet. Xiang Meiyun pulled her younger brother towards the couplet stand where she had been shopping before and said, I only walked from our spot to here, taking just 2 or 3 minutes. It was so coincidental that the wallet got stolen. Xiuxian asked around carefully, trying to figure out if anyone had noticed who had stolen the wallet. It was almost New Year's Eve, and those who hadn't thought about how to make money all year long were more likely to start scheming during such critical times. While Xiuxian was asking around, he met Lu Jun, who was returning from patrolling duty. Apart from him and his colleague, there were 2 others following behind. By the look of those 2 individuals, one could tell they had done something wrong. Seeing Xiuxian's anxious demeanor, Lu Jun guessed that something must have happened. What's going on, buddy? Why do you look so worked up? Xiuxian didn't hide anything. My sister's wallet has been stolen somewhere here. I don't know who did it. Xiuxian had already prepared himself for the possibility that the wallet might never be found again. However, unexpectedly, when Lu Jun fished into his pocket, he produced 3 wallets from his police uniform. One was black, another pink, and the last one was sewn from cloth. Xiuxian immediately recognized the sewn one. It was his sister's wallet. In the last few days, there have been frequent cases of wallet thefts in this area, so we've been staking out here for quite a while. I thought this group had given it up, but today they came back. I just caught one of them red-handed and was planning to take them back. But this wallet cannot be returned to you right away. You 2 need to come with me to sign the necessary documents before you can take it. Is that too much trouble? Being able to recover the wallet trumped any inconvenience, so Xiuxian nodded and called his sister over. Lu team leader, we'll catch up with you shortly. Lu Jun agreed and put the wallet back in his pocket. Xiang Meiyun was so anxious she didn't know what to say. She thought, if her brother didn't know Lu Jun, this wallet might really have been gone forever. At the urban management office, the 2 young thieves were immediately processed, and a total of 3 wallets were found on them. According to the thieves, they stole these 3 wallets at the fair today. As for the wallets stolen in the previous period, they had thrown them away. The combined amount of money inside wasn't much, less than what they had stolen today. Xiuxian couldn't help but feel lucky. At least because Lu Jun was there today, these 2 thieves were caught. Upon checking the money in the wallet, everything was intact. After regaining the wallet that had been lost, Xiang Meiyun tightly clutched it in her hands. After conducting a brief investigation, Lu Jun asked Xiuxian and Xiang Meiyun to sign the informed consent forms. As for the follow-up handling of the 2 young thieves, it would have to be transferred to the local police station. Team leader Lu, thank you for what happened today. If this wallet hadn't been found, my sister would have been so upset. When you're free, come over for dinner, and I'll ask my sister to cook a few signature dishes for you. Perhaps from their growing familiarity, they started to become more at ease with each other. This time, Lu Jun didn't decline the invitation. When I'm off, I'll come over. After leaving the urban management office, Xiuxian checked the time. It was still early, so he accompanied his sister to buy New Year necessities. When they returned to the market, they found that the couplet stall was still there, with the boss sitting on a small stool and constantly sniffing. Upon seeing them approach, he quickly handed over the previously packed items. I thought you weren't coming back. It's all here though. Xiang Meiyun felt a bit moved and promptly paid him. Sorry to keep you from closing up and going home. The owner chuckled, not saying anything. only waiting until the siblings finished buying before turning around again. By the time they got back, they discovered that the Spring Festival couplet stall had already closed. Returning home with their purchases, Tian Weidong noticed they had bought quite a lot. It truly looked like preparations for the new year. From somewhere, Xiang Meiyun pulled out a bag of melon seeds, all raw. You wouldn't believe how expensive the roasted ones were today. We still have some raw seeds left over from before, why don't we roast our own? There are also some peanuts, said Xiang Meiyun. That's just how their sister was. Unwilling to spend unnecessary money, aiming always to save. Xiang Qianjin suddenly remembered their childhood, when every New Year's Eve they gathered around the stove. With a big iron pot, they added a little salt, then threw in the raw melon seeds. Using an iron shovel, they kept stirring. If anyone lost focus for even a second, the seeds would be burnt. But homemade melon seeds were reassuring to eat, especially right after being taken out of the pot. The heat still radiating in your hands, while warm and fresh in your mouth, brought forth an indescribable rich aroma. As soon as Xiang Qianjin saw the raw melon seeds, he was overjoyed. He was even more cooperative than Tianhua about what came next. They had just found an iron pot and placed it on the coal stove when the neighbor Annie next door showed up. It was already past dinner time, so her visit must be for something important. Among neighbors, if something needed attention, one could say it directly without too much ceremony. Auntie, why did you come so late? As soon as she walked in, the Annie laughed and asked, I heard that today Qianjin caught a lot of fish again. Is that true? From her question, it was obvious what she had come for. Chapter 37. Make money again. Lots of fish have been caught. What's your issue? There are only some fish bodies left unsold. If you don't mind, just take them, Xiang Qianjin said. The auntie quickly responded and explained to Xiang Meiyun. It's all my husband's fault. He was always thinking about eating meat during the last period. He ate all the meat coupons I saved. It's almost the Spring Festival, but those few meat coupons won't do much. If it weren't for the news that Shaojin Forward has brought in a lot of fish again, we wouldn't know how to get through this year. Xiang Meiyun opened the sack containing the fish. All that was left were fish bodies. They had already been cut into small pieces by Xiang Qianjin. They could be cooked without further cutting. Seeing the fish, the aunt's eyes sparkled with joy. Clearly she liked it very much. Such big chunks. What kind of fish is this? Is it tasty? How could Xiang Meiyun judge the species of the fish based on the meat alone? I don't know, but I think this meat is not bad. I've cooked it before, and the taste is decent. With Xiang Meiyun's words as a guarantee, the aunt didn't hesitate, buying all the remaining pieces of fish. Initially, Xiang Meiyun didn't plan to accept her money, but the aunt kept insisting that Xiang Qianjin must have expended quite a bit of effort catching these fish. She couldn't accept the fish for free, even if it meant they'd eat cabbage and tofu over the New Year's holiday. Unable to resist the aunt's persuasiveness, Xiang Meiyun eventually accepted the money. By the end of the day, they made 200 yuan just from selling fish. Most importantly, the cost of the fish was almost nothing. The only cost might have been buying a few bundles of nylon rope. Watching her sister count the money, Xiang Qianjin clicked his tongue. Sister, this time we'll have money for the New Year celebration, right? Xiang Meiyun was startled. Once she realized what her younger brother meant, her eyes started to feel a little moist. You little rascal, what would you have me say? Xiang Qianjin said, we're one family. What is there to argue about? Our days will only get better. Believe me. In the past, Xiang Meiyun would never have believed these words from her younger brother. But things were different now. She trusted him this time. Good. In the future, our family's good life will depend on you. If things go poorly, it's all your fault, okay? Xiang Qianjin looked at his brother-in-law with an aggrieved face. Brother-in-law, you see how my sister always talks like this. But surprisingly, Tian Weidong sided with Xiang Meiyun this time. That's absolutely true. My head and hers aren't very smart. We just know how to earn dead wages at the factory. You're sharp-minded, so all the good days ahead will rely on you. After saying that, Tian Weidong pulled Tianhua closer. Tianhua, hurry up and hug Uncle Qianjin's leg. When you want to marry and build a house, it will all depend on him. For Xiang Qianjin, gaining the recognition of his family was well worth it. All right, then for our family's good future, I'll work hard. It was getting closer and closer to the Spring Festival. During her break, Xiang Meiyun bought gifts for both sets of parents and sent them over. With her running the household, Tian Weidong felt reassured. At first, Xiang Qianjin said that since he had hunted some good things in the mountains, he'd get Tian Weidong a new coat. He did not break his word. This time, with the money earned from selling the fish, under Xiang Qianjin's persuasion, Xiang Meiyun indeed prepared a new coat for Tian Weidong. You know only how to make your brother-in-law happy. Well, if I make your brother-in-law happy, he'll be good to you in the future too. It's hearts for hearts, isn't it? That's what you taught me. Hearing her brother talk like this, Xiang Meiyun also felt delighted. For a family to be harmonious, everyone needs to have the same heart. Before the New Year's festival, Tian Weidong finished making the cabinet that Su Guangji ordered and personally delivered it to him. Upon inquiry, it turned out that Su Guangji wanted the two cabinets to hold dowry items for his daughter. His daughter was old enough to consider marriage. Su Guangji's family in Hezhong village was relatively wealthy. Even his daughter appeared rounder and more prosperous than others. She obviously hadn't suffered much. A marriage proposal had been made 6 months ago, and now the two families finally set a good date. Once the weather warms up, they'll prepare for the big event between the two families. Rarely does the village experience such wonderful celebrations, and upon learning that the boxes were used to carry dowry, Tian Weidong scolded Su Guangji for not specifying earlier, so that he could engrave the characters for 100 years of harmony onto the boxes. Regardless of whether or not there were these engraved characters, living a harmonious life in the future mattered more than anything else. As the new year approached, Xiuxian wanted to make one final profit. He repaired the fishing net and threw it back into the water. After waiting through the night, the haul this time was also substantial. Since they missed the big market fair, Xiuxian decided to simply sell the fish at the village entrance instead. Surprisingly, quite a few people were interested in buying, most of them preparing for the New Year celebration. More importantly, Xiuxian had set reasonable prices. He didn't exploit the villagers' urgency to stock up on New Year goods by hiking up the prices. Xiang counted the meat coupons she had saved up over the year. There were about 7 or 8 pounds worth. She promptly went to the local commissary, bought the meat, and also purchased a bag of white flour. Over the next 2 days, she would make steamed buns and dumplings, enjoying the change from throat-irritating cornmeal. Xiuxian also made a special trip before the new year to the city management team, found Lu Jun, and arranged a date for a meal and drinks. Lu Jun readily agreed, thanking Xiuxian for the 2 fish he had given him earlier. The elderly lady and his family was worried about not being able to get fresh fish for the new year, so Lu Jun brought those 2 fish home. When she saw them, she was very pleased. That same day, she cooked one of the fish. It tasted good, so she asked where it was bought. Upon hearing the favorable evaluation from Captain Lu, Xiuxian quickly said, "The fish were caught myself. I almost fell into an ice hole while fishing." Lu Jun realized that ever since meeting Xiuxian, some changes had come into his life. Otherwise, his daily routine was just between home and work, going to the office, coming back, eating, and sleeping. It wasn't surprising that his colleagues thought he was boring with no entertainment at all. In fact, in such a small county, there weren't many places for amusement, especially during this season. Everyone preferred staying indoors for warmth, and few were willing to wander around outside aimlessly. Because of his job's specific nature, which required constant patrolling and searching, he stayed active. Otherwise, he would rather spend time in the office drinking tea, reading newspapers, and keeping up with domestic and international news. "Lu Captain, let's settle on that then. You must come. My sister really wants to thank you personally," Xiuxian added. Lu Jun hadn't even thought much about the past event. After all, catching thieves wasn't actually his responsibility. But what could he do when he stumbled upon something? After returning from the city management team, Xiuxian didn't forget to go back to his little ice hut, as he wouldn't be visiting it for a while. To prevent accidents, he needed to seal the opening of the ice hut. This was to ensure that no kid came onto the frozen lake to slide, and, out of curiosity, slipped inside the hut. If someone accidentally lost their footing and fell into an ice hole, their parents might blame him. What if they demanded compensation with a child's life? He wasn't a woman. He couldn't just replace a lost child. Chapter 38, Bringing a Young Lady Home. The east and west main rooms have already been built, and Xiuxian now also has his own new house. There's a bit of the feeling that a young lady is getting married. The windows are decorated with large red paper cuttings, exuding joy inside and out. Xuanhuan was also at home today. The factory had holidays off from work, and he helped do things that required climbing high or going low. Xiuxian found a piece of red paper from somewhere and cut it with scissors a few times. He then stuck it in the nest of the 3 little tigers. When Xuanhuan saw this, he laughed and said, "Are you celebrating New Year for these little cats too?" "Of course, they are part of our family. How could we celebrate happily while they are left to feel cold and desolate?" Xiangmeiyan looked at the 3 kittens and felt something wasn't right. "Qinjin, I think these little guys don't look like cats at all. Did you bring back the wrong thing? The kittens haven't been born yet, right? Could it be something else that you brought home?" At this point, Xiuxian could only pretend to be ignorant. How could that be? If not a cat, what else would it be? You see, there are claws, whiskers, and 2 ears. Covered in fur, they must be cats. Even if it's another kind of animal, how could such small creatures possibly eat people? Xiangmeiyan certainly didn't mean that these small creatures would eat people. She just worried about raising something she shouldn't. At this moment, Tian Weidong suddenly spoke up. "Even if these were other animals, we've taken care of them for so long. There's already some sentiment involved. Look, every time you cook, these 3 little ones follow around your feet. Not long ago when the weather was cold, didn't you even make them a cotton-filled cushion? You complain that these little things cause trouble, but among all of us, you're the one who pays the most attention to them." Xiangmeiyan smiled faintly at the compliment. What does paying the most attention mean? It's always a life, isn't it? We couldn't just watch it freeze to death, could we? Anyway, after the new year starts, take it back wherever you found it. Actually, Xiuxian shared this thought. If they kept raising them like this, the secret that they're actually tigers might no longer stay hidden. Who keeps good Samaritan tigers? No one. On the 29th day of the lunar year, every household started pasting spring festival couplets, tidying up their homes both inside and out. Xiangmeiyan did the same, boiling a pot of glue to paste the couplets. But Tianhua added some sugar, eating half a bowl as if it were porridge. Seeing this, Xiangmeiyan lost her temper. She thought that normally, she didn't let Tianhua lack anything. Why should he sneak eating glue? Fortunately, there was still some left to use. Xiangmeiyan was too lazy to prepare more, saving what remained and finally finishing pasting all the couplets. Hanging up a couple of lanterns for lighting, she waited for the coming New Year's Eve tomorrow. Xiangmeiyan sliced the pork she had bought early into chunks about the size of mahjong tiles, throwing them all into the pot to boil until cooked. Smelling the fragrance of the meat, Tian Weidong smacked his lips. Today's only the 29th, and we're already eating meat. Xiangmeiyan poured a bucket of cold water over him. Not today. Prepare it now, and tomorrow will be easier. Tian Weidong feigned understanding with an "oh," and didn't ask further. He felt that he definitely wouldn't be able to eat this braised pork today. Without Xiangmeiyan's daily frugality, It would have been impossible to buy so much meat for the New Year celebration even in dreams. Tian Weidong increasingly felt that he had married a good wife. In the future, if they could live better lives, he mustn't neglect her. Even if it meant wearing old cotton jackets for 2 more years, he'd be willing. "So what shall we eat today?" asked Tian Weidong. "Can't we just eat what's left over from yesterday? Or if not, I'll stir-fry a lumpia soup for you." Upon hearing this, Tian Weidong was somewhat disappointed. With a pot of stewing meat before him, giving him lumpia soup was really like falling from the sky to the ground. In critical moments, Tian Weidong quickly glanced at his brother-in-law twice, wanting him to plead on his behalf so that Xiang Meiyun might scoop out 2 pieces of pork to fry a dish. How could Xiang Meiyun not notice these 2 people's thoughts? Before they even opened their mouths, she quickly ladled the meat into an enamel basin and covered it with a lid. "This meat is ready. Tomorrow noon, we'll just braise it with caramel coloring. What are the 2 of you standing here for? Go back inside." So the intentions of these 2 big guys were ignored by Xiang Meiyun. Although Xiang Qianjin felt a little displeased inside, at this moment, he was unwilling to stick his neck out either. Xiang Meiyun scooped a bowl of flour and picked a cabbage from the corner near the wall. To make the lumpia soup taste a bit better, she dug out some lard from the ceramic jar and melted it slowly in the big pot. Tian Weidong leaned against the doorframe, sighing repeatedly. Actually, at this point in time, food and drink weren't as scarce as 20 years ago. Their generation had long passed the famine years. It was simply because there weren't enough good things to eat. "Meiyun, pick a couple of pieces of meat and put them in. We adults don't have to eat it, but Tianhua is still growing up. He needs to eat." The mention of Tianhua made Xiang Meiyun even angrier. There were boys both in front of the courtyard and behind it all of the same age, not to mention little girls. Among all the boys, Tianhua was definitely the biggest. If anyone said he was malnourished, they wouldn't be believed by even ghosts. "No, if we put in the meat, it won't last till nightfall. This meal will just be dumpling soup." Men worked outside while women managed inside. What 3 meals a day consisted of was truly decided by Xiang Meiyun. "Sister-in-law, I've decided to wait a few more years before getting married. I want to live a few free years first where I can eat what I like and drink what I crave." Tian Weidong didn't echo this statement. Otherwise, he might end up alone forever. "My sister is so stingy that no matter what you say, she'll refuse. But after being frugal for a whole year, these 2 meals shouldn't make any difference at all." Tian Weidong built 2 wardrobes for Su Guangji, and although the materials were prepared by himself, the craftsmanship came from Tian Weidong, and no money was charged. This made Su Guangji feel somewhat awkward, especially when the wardrobes were varnished afterward, showing off his excellent craftsmanship. Just as there were quite a lot of people who came here to butcher pigs during these 2 days, they found some pig's feet conveniently. Thinking about how their families got along well, Su Guangji sent his son over with 4 nicely packaged pig's feet. Now the entire large Hejiang village knew that Xiang Qianjin could hunt, and also earn money through it. That idler who used to loiter around aimlessly in the village had actually reformed. While some still doubted the authenticity of Xiang Qianjin's change, others clearly understood the truth, and a lost horse might turn out to be a blessing in disguise. On the 30th day, there were already young ladies accompanied by someone coming to pay a visit. Xiang Qianjin was using fire in the yard to burn off the hair on the pig's feet when he saw someone come, acknowledging them with a nod. Eventually, it was Xiang Meiyun who came out from the inside to greet them. Xiang Qianjin kept his head down working. Actually, dealing with 4 pigs' feet was rather easy, and soon he was done. However, upon returning to the room, he found a whole room full of eyes staring at him. It made Xiang Qianjin feel slightly embarrassed, having no idea what he could do to break the strange atmosphere. Chapter 39. There needs to be an explanation. Especially that girl, who kept staring at Xiang Qianjin, her eyes betraying an undeniable liking. Xiang Qianjin is actually not ugly. With a bit of dressing up, he wouldn't be worse than Hong Kong or Taiwan stars. It's just that in Hejiang village, people don't pay much attention to appearance, so it's hard to tell the good from the bad. Xiang Meiyun knew what these 2 people had come for, and quickly told Xiang Qianjin to tidy up. At least wash his face and comb his hair. After all the fuss, Xiang Qianjin also realized why these 2 people had come over. "Sis, what are you doing?" "I'm not going on a blind date." Afraid that the 2 people sitting in the inner room would hear, Xiang Meiyun kicked Xiang Qianjin's, but out of desperation. Xiang Qianjin had no chance to dodge, and ended up getting kicked solidly. It was truly bitter without words to express it. "The girl has already come over, talk to her. You're such a grown-up, yet still make me worry." After fixing himself up slightly, Xiang Qianjin entered the room. But then he found the girl bowing her head, and not even looking at him. Xiang Qianjin remembered there were some fruits bought in the East Room. Today was an important day, and eating them now would be perfect. He picked a big red apple and handed it personally to the girl. The girl shyly smiled, holding the apple with both hands, and saying thank you. Xiang Qianjin was not someone who cared about etiquette, so he just pulled over a stool and sat down. "Let's have dinner here today. Everything is already prepared." "I'll start cooking now," said Xiang Meiyun. This girl had a fair complexion and an air of prosperity, matching their younger brother. No need. We've just come to visit. We'll leave soon." The old woman stopped Xiang Meiyun from cooking, wanting to sit down and chat. "Qianjin, how old are you this year?" Xiang Qianjin took a bite of the apple and mumbled, "I'll turn 24 this year." 24 is not young anymore. "Do you have a girlfriend yet?" Xiang Qianjin shook his head and saw the old woman smiling contentedly, still holding the girl's hand. It seemed like she had already decided things between the 2 in her mind. "Qianjin, what do you think of this girl? If you like her, you 2 can get to know each other. She's 21. One could see the affection in the old woman's eyes, eagerly pushing the 2 to meet. "She's called Xiuxian. still a young lady who hasn't dated before. The two of you together would make a perfect match. Xiuxian merely gave mechanical answers to the old woman's questions. As for whether he wanted to get acquainted with xiuxian, he had no such intention in his heart. As the saying goes, a man should establish his career first before starting a family. One cannot let a good girl suffer with him. Auntie, I'm still young. Isn't it a bit too early to talk about marriage? Moreover, I currently don't have a proper job. What he meant was, without a proper job, there wouldn't be stable income. Without income, how could he support a wife? If they got married and had children, those would be money-eating monsters on four legs. However, the matchmaking old woman didn't care about Xiuxian's excuses. Come on, feelings can develop. It's not as if we're making you marry and have kids right away. Isn't dating also something that takes time? Anyway, I've brought the girl over to you. You have to give me an answer today, agree or not. Startled, Xiuxian stood up and said to the old woman, "Are you morally coercing me?" The old woman gasped, not understanding what kind of moral coercion it was. "I'm not coercing you. A man must marry when he grows up, and a woman must wed. It's an age-old tradition. Are you going against the customs passed down by our ancestors?" Xiuxian was stubborn by nature, and encountering such an unreasonable old woman made him hard to suppress his anger. Xiang Meiyun, who hadn't spoken, saw that the situation wasn't quite right and stepped forward to mediate. "Auntie, how could Qianjin possibly respond? This is their first meeting, they need time to privately interact and get to know each other. Why don't we just end it here today? Anyway, the two families live close to each other. There will always be chances to interact." With Xiang Meiyun's words, the old woman's mood improved a little. "All right, we'll do as you say. After the New Year holiday, when the weather warms up, you two should go out for a walk." Finally sending these two off, Xiuxian let out a sigh of relief. Xiang Meiyun also patted her chest, not expecting the old woman to be so assertive. "Brother, did you not like this girl?" Xiuxian picked up the remaining half of the apple. "No, she's not my type. She looks too frail." Sister Xiang Meiyun narrowed her eyes at her younger brother, feeling his words were inappropriate. In the end, only two words remained: scoundrel. Xiuxian paid no heed. Men love three things in life: money, power, and women. But given the current situation, power was far away from Xiuxian. The distance of wealth was gradually narrowing. As for women, his heart was already set on someone. He was only waiting for the day when he had enough capital to profess his love. So even if xiuxian was very good, he was not willing to accept her. "Sis, don't just talk about me. When brother-in-law was chasing you, wasn't it also because you were pretty? Why is it okay for him to like you for your beauty, but I become a rogue just for liking a girl's looks?" When Tian Weidong heard his brother-in-law say this, he quickly defended himself. "Megan, I've never done such a thing. It's absolutely not because of your beauty that I like you." Seeing his brother-in-law speak like this, Xiuxian couldn't help but tisk. Listen to what he said. Does he even believe it himself? Tian Weidong quickly laughed twice. "What shouldn't I believe? Your sister is now the daughter-in-law of our old Xiang family." And so, they cleverly shifted the conversation back to themselves. Xiang Meiyun exclaimed softly with a touch of blush on her face. "What are you all doing? I'm a mother who has already given birth. Stop wasting time, and one go chop wood for me while the other start a fire. Let's eat our New Year's dinner." The few pounds of pork were divided into 3 portions, one for red braised, one for stewing with pickled vegetables. Xiang Meiyun hadn't yet decided how to use the last portion. She couldn't possibly splurge during the new year and neglect being thrifty. Pork was already scarce, and it was the hardest meat to buy. It definitely needed to be eaten sparingly. At this time, smoke rose from every household's chimney. Xiuxian chopped the prepared pig hooves a few times with a cleaver, cutting them into small pieces. To add some festivity, after finishing burning the fire, Xiuxian quickly took out the firecrackers he bought. Although these firecrackers should be set off at exactly 12 o'clock in the evening, it was reasonable to light a few now. Children all loved firecrackers. Upon hearing they were going to light them, Tianhua quickly ran out from inside the house. The firecrackers looked like little red chili peppers, bright red and strung together, adding an especially festive atmosphere. Chapter 40. Never touched her hair. Xiuxian took a few steps forward, found a lighter, and thought to let Tianhua hold it, light it up, and then throw it out to hear the bang. But unexpectedly, Tianhua was too timid to hold it. Xiuxian couldn't help making tisk sounds and said, "There isn't a young man who doesn't play with firecrackers. Look at Uncle." Tianhua hid behind the door. He just wanted to hear the bang. He didn't want to do it himself. If he got his hands blown, wouldn't his mother beat him until his buttocks ballooned? Because Xiuxian set off such a firecracker, several families nearby also took out their fireworks. The unique explosion sound of firecrackers brought a different atmosphere to today. Xiuxian thought that since he had made money this year, they should take his sister back to her mother's house for a visit. Anyway, the two villages were not far apart, so even if they walked there, it wouldn't take much time. The only concern was due to the weather. However, it's only once a year, so they probably had to go back and take a look, even if knives fell from the sky. Most of the food for lunch was made by his sister. Xiang Meiyun served several large dishes on the table. The 3 men in the family successively stood up and went to wash their hands all at once. Xiang Meiyun smiled and said, "Take it easy, don't rush, no one is going to snatch your food. When will Lu team leader from forward come? I'll make the reserved meat when he comes." Xiuxian replied. "He said we must wait until after the 7th day. People have to visit relatives. All right, we'll eat these things for the next few days. Otherwise, when he visits our home, there won't be anything left to entertain him." Rarely did Xiuxian see his sister think so considerately. He himself almost forgot that they would be hosting Captain Lu in a few days. If nothing was prepared when Lu came, it would be embarrassing. During the meal, Xiuxian suddenly remembered something and looked at his sister with some worry and said, "Sister, about the girl who came today, I haven't given her an answer yet. Will this affect her later?" Xiang Meiyan didn't care about this and replied, "You're worrying about her now? Aren't you afraid she'll turn around and accuse you? However, there's no way to handle such matters well. You indeed don't like her, and there's no point in forcing you, right? So this is the best course of action now. Who says the arranged match needs to happen at first sight? When your brother-in-law was pursuing me, wasn't I refusing several times before he kept bothering me?" Upon hearing this, Tian Weidong was unhappy. "What do you mean I kept pestering you? Clearly, it was you who sent secret glances my way." When Tian Weidong said this, Xiuxian became curious. "Really? My sister, such a shy person, could send secret glances?" Tian Weidong got excited. "It's not just that. She wrote me letters too, which I still keep. After the meal, I'll show them to you." Hearing this, Xiang Meiyan quickly hit her husband on the head with chopsticks. "When did I write you a letter? Don't tell nonsense. You see, your sister is blushing. I love her bashful little appearance. She's very endearing." The more they spoke, the less boundaries there were, and Xiuxian couldn't help but marvel at how good the relationship between his sister and brother-in-law was. From the day they married till now, the two hardly fought. Even occasional bickering was over trivial matters. "Brother-in-law, you can burn high incense for being able to marry a good wife like my sister." After drinking a couple sips of wine, Tian Weidong began to lose track of direction. Hearing Xiuxian say this, he immediately raised his glass. "In the future, may you also find a good wife like your sister. Then we two will both burn high incense together." Back then, his brother-in-law always whispered gossip about his younger brother-in-law behind his back. In what seemed like no time, they became as close as comrades in pants. Xiang Meiyan couldn't quite believe it was true. After finishing lunch, the two lay down on the kong, chatting under the influence of alcohol. Before long, loud snores arose. Xiang Meiyan saw the two sleeping face to face with their arms folded. Judging from this posture, they were probably going to sleep until dark. Fortunately, during the New Year period, there weren't many visitors to their home those 2 days, so let them sleep. Xiang Meiyan tidied up both inside and outside the house, and didn't forget to refill the food bowls for the 3 cats. Standing in the yard, watching the scattered red paper from firecrackers, it looked as though petals were spread everywhere. That was it for the year. Next year, work harder, strive hard for better living. It was still a beautiful life. After dinner in the evening, the 4 of them gathered around a second-hand TV to watch the second Spring Festival Gala. The picture quality of the TV wasn't great, and the speakers were poor. The later big color TV was better. Xiuxian had no heart for the Spring Festival evening party. He was thinking that with the new year past, he needed to find a way out for himself. In a few years, there will be a large number of workers laid off due to state-owned enterprise reforms. Then they'll move south to start businesses or look for jobs. But that's still several years away. If he were to relive this moment, wasn't it exactly to take advantage of this time and information gap? If he didn't use these extra years to build up his resources, how would he deal with those brilliant businessmen in the future? The Spring Festival Gala was in full swing, but it still looked rather amateurish and crude. It couldn't even compare with the galas from the early 2000s. Xiuxian had no interest in watching either. Usually, this was the time when everyone stayed home to watch the gala. But unexpectedly, someone showed up at his door. Visitors on New Year's Eve weren't unusual, especially since Tian Weidong's family owned a second-hand TV. Families earning just dozens of yuan a month needed considerable time to save up for a television. Even though Tian Weidong's TV was second-hand, it still took him half a year to buy it. If a household didn't have a TV but wanted to watch the gala, they'd visit neighbors who did have one. This situation was quite common and no one minded. Moreover, during the new year, such visits made things livelier. They assumed the person coming over was here just to borrow their TV. But what Tian Weidong hadn't expected was that the visitor was actually the girl from earlier today along with her parents. The girl had red eyes, clearly having cried recently, leaving Tian Weidong at a loss. Her parents entered with serious expressions and demanded immediately, "Where's Xiuxian? Let him come out and explain himself to our daughter." Xiuxian, who had been lost in thought, didn't react until the girl's mother came right up to him. Only then did he realize what was happening. "You get up and explain yourself. Our child went to your house this morning, and when she returned, she cried nonstop because you rejected her, saying our daughter was too ugly. How dare you insult her like this?" Xiuxian was completely baffled. He never said the girl was unattractive. He only mentioned not having a stable job and being unable to support a family. Could it be the matchmaker who misrepresented his words? Unfortunately, the worst thing people feared still happened. When did I say she was ugly? I haven't even complained about you bringing a stranger to my house and demanding we start courting. And now you're accusing me of insulting your daughter. And by the way, where's that meddling matchmaker you brought this morning? If you demand an explanation from me, all I can say is I haven't touched a single hair on her head. Xiuxian felt entirely innocent, unfairly gaining a bad reputation. This left him feeling both frustrated and wronged. Chapter 41, Two Little Thieves. Xiuxian really felt wronged. Even Xiang Meiyan thought that it was absurd for Xiuli's parents to come over. Thankfully, her brother wasn't the kind of person to swallow his anger. "Xiuli's mom, you've come knocking on our door during the new year. What exactly do you want? What kind of explanation do you expect from us regarding your daughter? I can't promise how great our son Xianjin will be in the future, but at least he hasn't done anything inappropriate to your daughter." Unbeknownst to them, Xiuli's mom pointed at Xiuxian and said, "Our Xiuli has set her sights on you. You should either give her a clear answer, accept or reject her affections." Xiuxian was utterly speechless. Wasn't his attitude already clear enough? There was no room for doubt. He definitely didn't fancy her. If he did, he'd have long gone to some quiet place to hold and cuddle her, sharing deep moments together. When the matchmaker and Xiuli left in the morning, Xiuxian didn't even think about standing up to see them off. It was only when his sister pulled him along that he reluctantly got up. As he looked into Xiuli's watery eyes, Xiuxian decided not to say anything too harsh. After all, this girl had a thin skin. Otherwise, she wouldn't have started crying as soon as she returned home. In the morning, the sister had strongly spoken up for this girl. But now, unexpectedly, she stood firmly by his side. Xiuli's mom, our son Qianjin is still young and isn't ready to talk about marriage yet. Besides, now isn't a good time for getting married anyway. While what Qianjin says may not always be right, one thing he mentioned strikes me as very reasonable. How can a grown man without a proper job support a wife and children? If Xiuli truly likes our son Qianjin, why not wait for 2 more years until he earns enough money to build a house? Once that's done, we, as parents, absolutely won't interfere. But if you force us to accept your daughter, then I'm sorry. It's simply not happening. Xiuli hadn't expected that Mei Yun, who had just supported her earlier, would now take sides with her own family. Tears of Weiqi streamed down her face. Mei Yun's sister, I genuinely like Qianjin. Please let us try. Upon seeing her daughter in such a state, Xiuli's mother lost face. You silly girl, he doesn't fancy you, and you're pushing yourself onto him. It's embarrassing. Despite Xiuli sobbing, it did not waver Qianjin's decision. He stood up, lifted the curtain of the west room, and with that single movement, all the warmth gathered in the room dissipated. It's getting late, and we still need to watch the Spring Festival Gala. You should go back home. As for this matter, I'll pretend it never happened. Xiuli's father knocked his pipe against the palm of his hand, saying, Qianjin, don't be so full of yourself. If in the future you start fancying my Xiuli again, don't forget the attitude you showed today. Qianjin calmly replied, it won't happen. As the saying goes, good news doesn't spread easily, but bad news travels far. On the day of New Year's Eve, what happened to Qianjin made him an instant center of attention in the village. Everyone knew that if a girl wants to marry, she will find a way. But for this guy to refuse a direct offer, it wouldn't be easy for him to find a wife. People couldn't help but wonder what Qianjin was thinking. To turn down a girl sent straight to your doorstep must mean there's something wrong with his brain. By the 8th day of the new year, Qianjin estimated that Lu Jun would be coming over for dinner. He had asked his sister to prepare the meat and vegetables early. He even managed to get a good bottle of wine from his brother-in-law. At 10 in the morning, Lu Jun arrived, riding his old bicycle. This period was usually reserved for visiting relatives and friends, so Xiang Meiyun and Tian Weidong had visited several households recently with their kids. Though everyone's living conditions were roughly similar, it was rare for them to entertain someone outside their close circle. Strangely, Xiang Meiyun actually found the occasion quite relaxing. Lu Jun didn't come empty-handed. He brought fruit, canned goods, and pastries. While adults weren't particularly fond of these snacks, they were precisely what Tianhua had been craving. The little kid adored snacks, and what Lu Jun brought was practically irresistible. Tian Weidong didn't know about Xiang Meiyun losing her wallet, so he was curious why the head of urban management was visiting their home. Was it because of Qianjin? When did this guy meet any friends working in urban management, let alone a captain? Seeing the newly built house of Qianjin's family, Lu Jun couldn't help but marvel. This household seemed to have earned quite a bit of money. Building a new house must have cost a fortune. Hearing Lu Jun's question, Tian Weidong responded, not at all. It's just that last month, the heavy snow collapsed our old house. Otherwise, we'd have to wait until the kid grew up before building a new house. Ah, I see. If the house collapsed, it certainly needs to be rebuilt, and if we're rebuilding, it should be better and last for a long time, providing comfort and stability. For this, Lu Jun expressed his understanding. Xiang Meiyun came in carrying cleaned fruit. Captain Lu, there's nothing special to entertain you with here. Today, we'll eat whatever is available. It was fortunate that Xianjin hadn't ventured into the mountains or down by the river these past few days. Otherwise, the food at home would have been much more plentiful. Now it's the new year, what else can one ask for? No problem, I've grown tired of eating so much meat over these few days. I actually crave some light dishes now. If I wasn't coming here today, I'd have been stuck cleaning up leftover dishes at home. The old lady hates wasting good fish and meat. So from the Spring Festival Eve, we've been eating leftovers until today. It's time for a change in flavor. Hearing this, Xiang Meiyun couldn't help but laugh heartily. Then I feel relieved. I must thank Captain Lu for helping me retrieve my wallet earlier. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to enjoy this holiday peacefully. Only then did Tian Weidong find out about his wife losing her wallet. When did you lose your wallet? Why didn't you tell me? It's not that I didn't want to tell you, but after returning home, there were just too many things going on, and I got busy and forgot. If Captain Lu hadn't come over today, I might not even have remembered. Forgetting something like this was quite unusual, but Tian Weidong had always been an easygoing man. Since his wife said it, then that's how it was. That's someone we should sincerely thank. All our money is in your possession. This sentence made Xiang Meiyun uneasy inside. All the money in the house was indeed in her hands, but she only carried exactly enough cash when going out. Occasionally, she brought a bit more, maybe 1 or 2 tenths of a dollar, to buy Tianhua some candy. Any amount exceeding $1 was kept at home. Even if she lost money, it would only be from the wallet she carried around and not all the family savings. So Tian Weidong's words had left her slightly discontent. A small matter doesn't need to be remembered with gratitude. Moreover, the owners of the other 2 wallets have also been found, Lu Jun said. Seeing the commotion, Xiang Qianjin asked curiously, What happened to those two little thieves? Chapter 42, Street Vendors. Since these two thieves were captured by Lu Jun, they were handed over to the police station. And as they were habitual offenders, the crackdown on theft was severe now. So these two petty thieves just got what they deserved this time, directly setting an example. In doing so, it ironically made these two thieves famous. It's estimated that if they wanted to resume their old ways in the future, it probably wouldn't be easy for them. After all, several villages and towns had already become familiar with their appearances. Sometimes you can't just expect a world without thieves. It still depends on the vigilance of ordinary people. Only with dual efforts will there be effective results. This is their just reward. Who told them to steal my money? They've got hands and feet, but chose not to work. Choosing this path means they deserve to be caught by the police. They should sit in jail for a few years. Otherwise, they won't learn their lesson. Xiuxian clicked his tongue twice, never realizing that his sister was such a righteous person. After a few rounds of drinks and several tastes of food, Lu Jun started to address Xiuxian as brother. He slapped his chest, promising that if he went back to set up a stall at the market in the future and encountered any street thugs or anyone demanding protection fees, he could just mention his name and it would be taken care of. Under the influence of alcohol, Xiuxian didn't hesitate, calling Lu, Big Brother Lu repeatedly. Tian Weidong didn't drink today, but watching these two who were several years younger than him, he sincerely felt how different young people were compared to his time. At 3 in the afternoon, the sky outside turned gloomy again, signaling impending snow. Xiang Meiyan looked out and judged it was highly likely to snow. Snow here was as common as anything else. What was strange was if it didn't snow. She went to the yard to fetch some firewood and put it into the stove. The leftover sunflower seed shells and peanut husks from the past 2 days were all swept inside. Besides, this Kong bed, traditional heated brick bed, was newly built, without much accumulated ash from previous years, making it comfortable to sleep on. By the time they woke up, it was already dark. Lu Jun saw the time and immediately sat up from the Kong bed. Having drunk a few glasses of baijiu, his head was a little dizzy. It's this late already. I have to go back. Upon hearing this, Xiuxian immediately pulled Lu Jun's arm. You should stay here tonight. Look, it's snowing outside. If you fall riding your bike, what then? Lu Jun still hadn't fully sobered up from the midday drinking, and truthfully, he wasn't determined to leave either due to the weather. When such heavy snowfall occurs, it's truly like being unwanted everywhere. The East Room has already been prepared, and the Kong is warmed for you. I'll find a new quilt for you. Just spend the night here and return when the snow stops. Seeing the falling snow, gentle and abundant, Lu Jun dared not take the risk. Freshly fallen snow is rather soft and fluffy, unlike compacted snow, which feels like walking on flat ground. This type of loose snow easily makes one stumble while walking, let alone trying to ride a bicycle on it. Furthermore, that bike wasn't very reliable either, so Lu Jun graciously accepted the invitation. It was the first time in his life that Lu Jun shared a Kong with a stranger. Though the Kong wasn't small, the mats underneath were right next to each other. Xiuxian also found it peculiar, but there was nothing to do about it. Captain Lu, really sorry. I kept you here due to the bad weather. There's no problem. Thanks for letting me stay. Otherwise, with this weather, I wouldn't know where to go. Is Captain Lu married? This question was something others had asked him 2 days ago, but today he decided to turn around and ask Lu Jun instead. Holding onto the edge of the blanket, Lu Jun lost the authoritative demeanor of wearing his uniform instantly. Not yet. My family arranged 2 times, but there wasn't any connection, thus things got delayed. Xiuxian suddenly perked up. On the 30th, a matchmaker from the neighboring village came to our home to arrange a marriage. In fact, the girl looked quite beautiful. Unfortunately, no matter how I looked at her, I didn't feel the spark, which angered her parents so much that they even came to our house to demand an explanation. Lu Jun turned his head, staring with wide eyes in the pitch-black room. So what did you say? The female side's parents must have left furious. Xiuxian thought for a moment and realized it was more or less accurate. Xiuxian shed tears when she left. Her parents' faces remained taut, with not a hint of a smile. Can't help it, just didn't like her. No matter how much they persuaded me, I still couldn't grow fond. Lu Jun understood the significance of what Xiuxian said. I see your sister and your brother-in-law are quite loving toward each other, which makes a person a bit envious. Being able to hear such high praise from Lu Jun, Xiuxian decided to tell this good news to his sister the next day. Captain Lu, can I inquire about something? If storefronts in the county are rented, how much does it cost monthly? Lu Jun frequently patrols the streets in the county and is likely knowledgeable about shop rental costs. If he says he doesn't know, then this friendship would have been wasted. This depends on the location. Rent and livelier places will definitely be more expensive. What do you want to sell in your store? To be honest, I haven't fully decided what to sell yet, but it'll definitely have something to do with mountain goods and wild flavors. Look, our village is so close to the greater Xiuxian range. Once the snow melts and the weather warms up, there'll be plenty of good things in the mountains. Lu Jun did not deny this fact. The place where he lived was also near the greater Xiuxian range. It seems like you plan to sell everything you hunt in the store, but you need the relevant permits. As a person who has gone through these processes, Xiuxian certainly knows the importance of having complete procedures. Besides, he plans to conduct legal business, not scam people. Having proper documents at the store can make customers trust him. Do you know how to get those permits, Captain Lu? Lu Jun was startled for a moment and sat straight. I understand now. From the first day we met, you had this in mind. A while ago, I was puzzled why you kept giving me things voluntarily. It turns out you were just trying to build a rapport and seeking convenience. Seeing that Lu Jun had figured out his little trick, Xiuxian grinned and said, Big brother Lu, think about all the food and drinks you've consumed from me. Just give me some advice. I promise that in the future, whatever sells in my store will also belong to you. Even if you don't want it, I'll send it over to your house. For a second, Lu Jun felt like ignoring him. He thought helping him would only be encouraging his cunning nature. And if another Zhang Qianjin or Li Qianjin came along later and started troubling him this way, where would he go to reason with them? Brother Lu, help me out considering that I'm opening a store. Otherwise, next time when grandma wants fish, I won't deliver any anymore. Your grandma liked the fish so much. Such high-quality fish can't even be bought elsewhere. There's no market selling them. Lu Jun realized that he had already been taken advantage of by Xiang Qianjin. Xiang Qianjin, do you know what you're doing? Xiang Qianjin edged closer to Lu Jun and said, isn't it just finding ways through connections? I'm not asking you to help me take shortcuts. I'm just asking you to tell me how to process these permits and what documents and materials I need to prepare. I cannot always be a street vendor, right? Chapter 43, I'll handle it myself. Moreover, if I were really a mobile vendor and then decided to set up my stall in a place where I shouldn't be, wouldn't that affect your job once you caught me? All these are from my perspective of considering your position. After he said this, Lu Jun really felt there was nothing wrong with his words. I'm telling you now, but you might not understand. Wait until I start working, come visit me at the team office. I will give you some documents. Once you look through them, you'll see how important it is to have a fixed selling location. Lu team leader, let me tell you, I'm not the kind who likes to grab small benefits for myself. I just want to minimize detours when exploring new opportunities. Isn't it better to have someone familiar with the trade guide me? This heavy snowfall lasted for 2 whole days before stopping. The snow had already reached below their calves. As soon as they opened the door, they could barely move. With all the trouble they'd caused staying at Xiang Qianjin's house, Lu Jun also felt quite embarrassed. Our grandma cooks fish exceptionally well. If you have time, please come over for dinner. In response to Lu Jun's invitation, Xiang Qianjin did not hesitate at all. All right, no problem. When the time comes, I'll bring some large fish that grandma loves personally. Also, I'll let my sister learn the recipe so she can cook it for me when I return. Xiang Meiyun snorted, thinking that cooking fish must be a family secret skill, one that isn't easily shared with others. Clearly, her brother could sometimes speak well, but why at this moment did he seem so clueless? Fortunately, Lu Jun didn't hold any grudge and left after pushing his old 28-inch bike. Once he left, the house seemed quieter and more relaxed instantly. And with the blink of an eye, it would soon be the 15th day of the first lunar month. There wasn't a need to buy rice dumplings. Xiang Meiyun managed to get a bowl of glutinous rice flour from somewhere and decided to make her own. This was no easy task. Not everyone could pull it off. However, according to her sister's methods, store-bought rice dumplings were small and less flavorful. Back home, they always made their own, without issue. Through this experience, Xiang Qianjin got to witness what it means to have a skilled woman of the household. A bowl of glutinous rice flour, red bean paste filling, jujube mud, and black sesame powder crushed into fine dust were skillfully transformed by Xiang Meiyun's hands into 3 different fillings for making glutinous rice balls. While watching TV, they made xuanhuan together. Normally during non-holiday periods, they hardly turned on the television. It was only opened when Tianhua wanted to watch cartoons since the device consumed a fair amount of electricity. Taking advantage of the time when the entire family was present, Xiang Qianjin finally voiced something he'd planned for many days. Sister, brother-in-law, the new year is almost over. Once this snow melts, I'm going to go hunting in the mountains again. There are plenty of good things in these mountains. You agreed to give me a year to try my luck. I don't want to keep operating as a moving vendor every time I go to the market. Seeing that Xiang Qianjin intended to rent a shop, but renting one would cost money. Also, Tianhua was going to start school this year, which would add another expense for tuition. If, adding the rental cost of the shop, could their combined salaries afford it? Xiang Meiyun was still calculating how to allocate her and Wei Dong's salaries. Her younger brother spoke first. Sister, the matter of shop rent, I'll handle it myself. No need for your money. Once the store sells products, I will give a fixed amount to cover the family living expenses every month. Would 50 yuan work? 50. That was a substantial amount of money. Xiang Meiyun reached out to touch her brother's forehead to check if he was feverish and speaking nonsense. Brother, I didn't mean it that way, but both my salary and my husband's salary are allocated carefully. We don't have much spare to help you out. You know our financial situation. Seeing her sister's worried expression, Xiang Qianjin waved his hand confidently and said, Don't worry. This is my responsibility. No need for your help. Although aware that his sister was not entirely at ease, Xiang Qianjin still persisted with this plan. Continuously setting up stalls in the market wasn't ideal either. In case someone wanted to buy wild goods or game from him, having a store would be very convenient. Otherwise, it would be left entirely to fate. After the Lantern Festival, his sister and brother-in-law began working again, leaving only Xiang Qianjin and Tianhua at home. On this day, Xiang Qianjin returned to the ice surface. If it weren't for the fact that the ice hut stood out prominently, it would truly have been buried under thick snow. With every step, he struggled forward and finally arrived at the front of the small ice shack. He discovered that the entrance to the ice hut had been completely frozen shut. It hadn't been visited for at least half a month, and such an outcome was expected. Thankfully, those tools had all been buried in the snow before the spring festival. As long as no one came by, they should still be right where they were. Xiang Qianjin tightened his gloves and started to dig in the snow, recalling that he had buried those tools on the right side of the ice hut. He was rummaging through the snow piles that reached half a person's height, thinking that the chisel and shovel must have been stolen. Just as he was about to curse, he finally touched them. The first thing he found was the shovel, which could also be used for destructive purposes. Since he already had it in his hand, he decided to use it to clear the snow in front of the ice house first, so as not to fall down himself later. Although the snow was thick, it wasn't compacted tightly, and with Xiuxian being a young and strong guy, cleaning it up was no trouble at all. In just a few moments, he'd already cleared an area of 1 or 2 square meters in front of the ice hut. Xiuxian then used the shovel to dig out the rest of the tools. A couple of clangs later, he managed to open the entrance to the ice hut, and upon entering, everything was exactly as it had always been. There was still over a month before the weather warmed up enough to thaw the frozen surface. Thus, fishing now might very well be the most convenient option. Still, hunting in the mountains should not be overlooked either. During the last fishing trip before the new year, the net got torn, and he hadn't yet fixed it. However, Xiuxian hadn't planned to cast the net today anyway. He just came by to check things out. If the net weren't repaired, it wouldn't be usable anyway, since the fish under this ice were fiercely large and strong. A single-strand nylon rope net couldn't possibly hold them. When Xiuxian returned home with the broken fishing net, Xuanhuan pulled out the box of pastries Lu Jun had brought from somewhere unknown. "Why are you eating these when there's still rice left in the pot?" Xiuxian asked. His sister hid the pastries precisely because they were supposed to be saved for when guests came over. But now that Xuanhuan had found them and opened the box to eat, if their sister knew, her brother would definitely get a good beating. "Uncle, can you tell me what time it is?" Xiuxian looked back at the small clock on the table. It was already 2 o'clock. Dinner time had long passed, so it wasn't surprising that Xuanhuan clutched the pastries in hunger. "It's my fault. Uncle will make you noodles now. How about adding 2 sunny-side-up eggs?" Yet Xuanhuan's next words caused Xiuxian great shame. "Uncle, even the village dog Dahuang refuses to eat the food you cook." Chapter 44, The Plan Failed. Dahuang was a dog in the village that ate leftovers from people's meals. Seeing that the box of pastries was almost finished, Xiuxian decided not to stop anyone from eating anymore. Besides, he hadn't eaten yet. Since Xuanhuan didn't like his cooking, Xiuxian would just have his own meal. A bowl of hot soup noodles with floating oil flowers had just come out of the pot when Xuanhuan abandoned the dry and sweet-only pastry. "Uncle, is there any for me?" Xiuxian shook his head, thinking, "Aren't you the one who said even Dahuang wouldn't eat what I made?" But when Xuanhuan saw the bowl of noodles, her eyes showed an unprecedented eagerness. "Uncle, good uncle, let me have a bite, just one." As Xiuxian had expected this reaction from Xuanhuan, how could he not prepare some for her? "There's more in the pot. Help yourself, but be careful not to burn your hands." He had just sat down without even picking up his chopsticks when Xiuxian came. It had been over half a month since their last meeting, and Xiuxian seemed much more haggard than before. It's difficult to describe a girl just over 20 as haggard. However, upon seeing her, the first feeling Xiuxian got was exactly that, haggard. She looked like a flower left unwatered for half a month, listless. Xiuxian walked straight into the house, surprised to see Xiuxian eating first thing. "Are you having dinner now?" Xiuxian blew on his noodles to cool them down. "Yeah, I've just got back. What are you here for? It can't be that your parents are coming again to ask for an explanation. How many times do I have to tell you? I really don't like you." Xiuxian was quite straightforward, making Xiuxian so angry her cheeks puffed up. "What does it mean by my parents asking you for an explanation? You haven't done anything bad to me, and unless you wanna, you wouldn't need to explain yourself anyway. But I know you don't have the guts." After eating 2 more bites of noodles, if he didn't finish soon, the noodles would go soggy. And he had just returned from the snow-covered fields, almost frozen all over, relying on this bowl of soup noodles to warm him up. "So why did you come here? Haven't I already explained myself clearly enough? Don't bother me again. There are so many fine young men in Hejung village. Why do you only cling to me? Girls should be a bit modest, do you understand?" After saying that, Xiuxian regretted it a little. If Xiuxian truly understood modesty, she wouldn't have come alone to his house. "I'm not afraid that you don't currently have a proper job. Let's work together and go south to work. It said they earn hundreds every month there. After working and saving for a couple of years, we'll return with thousands and become wealthy peasants. At that time, building a house, buying furniture and appliances, surely these will be no problem. I'll also give birth to several big healthy boys for you, continuing the Xiang family lineage. In the future, it'll definitely be a great clan. As for why I only pursue you among others, isn't it because I like you? I don't fancy others, so I don't harass them." After finishing this speech, Xiuxian pulled a stool next to Xiuxian. Xiuxian suddenly understood why some people dislike intimate contact. For example, right now, he didn't like Xiuxian getting close to him at all. As soon as she got near, every pore on his body resisted. Perhaps Xiuxian didn't feel it. She continued to look at Xiuxian affectionately. Now in the whole Hejung village, who doesn't know that Xiuxian was talented? Going into the mountains casually and bringing back things that could be sold for money. If he brought something back every few days, the earnings wouldn't be less than factory wages, and perhaps even more. And this didn't require daily efforts. This is what Xiuxian admired about Xiuxian, prompting her to mention him boldly to the matchmaker and visit his home. But unexpectedly, after Xiuxian merely glanced at her without a word, he simply rejected her, saying he was still young and didn't want to get married early, and even finding excuses such as lacking a proper job. Xiuxian said, "I know you're not the type of person who sticks to rules. Actually, I wanted to come find you long ago. It's just that my mother dragged me along visiting relatives. Otherwise, I wouldn't have waited until now. Brother Qinjing, can you give me a chance? If you agree, I promise to show my best side." Xiuxian almost ignored everything she said, keeping left ear in and right ear out. "No, I don't like you. Why should I give you the chance to torment me?" Xiuxian's smile gradually froze. Xiuxian, what exactly do you mean? I've spoken so nicely to you, and you're still refusing. Is there something wrong with your brain? After finishing his last sip of noodle broth, Xiuxian muttered to himself that it felt comfortable. Xiuxian noticed his indifference toward her, suddenly feeling that her dignity was insulted by him. Xiuxian, can you at least look at me while speaking? Don't assume there's no one better than you in Hejiang village. Xiuxian glanced at her, but remained silent. However, from his eyes, it wasn't hard to see the meaning he was trying to convey. If there are better ones than me, why don't you go find them? There was a time when he didn't get married until over 30 years old. How come this time someone had already come for matchmaking so early? Xiuxian, you should go home soon. I still have things to do, so I can't chat with you. If you want to stay in my house, just keep an eye on xuanhuan and don't let him run around everywhere. Xiuxian followed the principle of dodging trouble, even willing to go outside for a stroll. As long as he waited until his sister and brother-in-law came home from work, he could return without worry. Moreover, if he left, Xiuxian staying alone would probably lose all interest too. Xiuxian was about to leave when unexpectedly Xiuxian grabbed onto him, preventing him from going. Don't go. If you leave, it will be boring for me to stay here alone. But Xiuxian did not want to be stuck here by Xiuxian. I already said that I don't want to get married early or be in a relationship. Stop causing trouble for me. After finishing his words, Xiuxian put on his thick padded coat and prepared to head out. Xuanhuan, holding a bowl while eating, wiped his cheeks with his fingers twice. Shame on you. Don't you feel ashamed? Seeing how a kid dared to speak to her like that, Xiuxian got irritated. What does a kid know? Go aside. Seeing how Xiuxian treated his little nephew, Xiuxian couldn't hold back. Xiuxian, can you watch your mouth? Our Xuanhuan hasn't said anything wrong. Aren't you simply shameless? You coming here alone is to ruin my reputation so your plan can succeed, right? But sorry, your plan failed. Xuanhuan, let's go play in the mountains. After eating so many pastries and half a bowl of noodles, Xuanhuan's belly was bulging round. Hearing that his uncle was taking him to play in the mountain, Xuanhuan felt extremely excited. He had always wanted to follow his uncle into the mountains for hunting, but his mother never agreed. Now he finally had the chance. Chapter 45, on the way back. Xiuxian helped Xuanhuan get dressed, put on his hat, and after preparing everything, took him out. As for Xiuxian, let her do as she pleased. There wasn't anything valuable in the house anyway. Even if they stole something, it wouldn't sell for much, and in the end, they would still be cursed as thieves. In short, there was no benefit to be gained. The moment they stepped out of the house, Xiuxian immediately felt that the air around them had become much fresher. Uncle, can Xuanhuan go into the mountains with you to hunt later? They all say my uncle is really good at hunting. I envy them so much. Xiuxian held Xuanhuan's hand and asked, who said that? Xuanhuan sniffed. It's those few people who play well with me. They also want to go into the mountains to hunt, but their uncles can't. Xiuxian never imagined that just going hunting in the mountains could be a source of pride for his nephew. You're still too young. You wouldn't know how to dodge danger. When you're strong enough to carry a big shovel, uncle will take you hunting, alright? For children Xuanhuan's age, Xiuxian's promise was very important. Uncle, you really want to take me hunting? Aren't you afraid I'll mess up for you? Besides, I heard there are tigers and bears in these mountains. Xiuxian smiled faintly. He had only encountered tigers during his several trips into the mountains. For example, there were still 3 little ones at home, but he'd been vague about their true identities, pretending they were wild cats for so long to avoid causing panic in the village. Uncle hasn't seen a bear, but there have been tiger paw prints. But are you afraid, Xuanhuan? If a tiger really came, would you leave uncle behind and run? Xuanhuan shook his head hard. No, uncle. Hearing this from his elder nephew, Xiuxian was truly comforted. This younger nephew hadn't grown up in vain. At least he had a conscience. Taking him for a walk in the mountain, they didn't see any animal tracks. If there were any, they had all been buried by the heavy snowfall over the New Year period. He thought it was simply bad timing. The sky was getting dark, and Xiuxian calculated in his mind that his sister and brother-in-law must have returned from work. If he didn't return at this time, they would surely start worrying. Leading Xuanhuan back, every step sank deeply into the thick snow, almost submerging half of his lower leg. After walking not far, Xuanhuan started to complain of being tired. Seeing this, Xiuxian could only pick the little guy up. Look at you, with such stamina, wanting to follow uncle into the mountains to hunt? You couldn't even last this long. Xuanhuan lay on his uncle's back, feeling a bit guilty. Uncle, Xuanhuan is still small now. Wait until I grow up. Recalling Xuanhuan from before, Xiuxian thought he used to be a real troublemaker. He didn't know who Xuanhuan had learned all those bad things from, which made his sister so angry that she would lock herself in the room for an hour every day to calm down. Otherwise, she might really have been hospitalized due to anger. Uncle, how much longer will it take to get home? Hearing Xuanhuan ask this, Xiuxian estimated in his heart, soon. If you're tired, sleep on uncle's back, and when you wake up, we'll be home. Even if Xiuxian didn't say that, Xuanhuan had already started to fall asleep on his back. Xiuxian was worried Xuanhuan might catch a chill, so he pulled off his scarf. The big scarf was wide, nearly as broad as half an arm. For Xuanhuan, it could serve as a small blanket. What's more, there was the smell of his beloved uncle on that blanket, making him feel secure sleeping in the woods. As he walked, Xiuxian suddenly noticed some footprints in the snow, and these footprints were not normal. Upon closer inspection, Xiuxian broke into a cold sweat. It was the imprint of a bear's paw. He roughly compared his hand to the footprint and swallowed nervously. How did something like this happen? But under no circumstances today could he confront this bear face to face. Getting hurt himself was one thing. Encountering ferocious beasts while hunting in the mountains always carried some kind of conflict. However, his nephew couldn't be put in such danger alongside him. Xiuxian tried to bypass areas with footprints. However, areas without footprints didn't necessarily mean the bear hadn't been there. At this point, safety was not guaranteed. It was probably because the bear hadn't found enough food before winter or had eaten insufficiently. That's why it had woken up early to look for food. But now with the heavy snow outside, where could it find sufficient food? If he were lucky to meet this bear again next time, he would consider it a prey and bring it home. When he learned that bear paws were edible, the state had already banned eating them. This curiosity about the taste of bear paws had lingered in his mind for the latter half of his life. Now he finally had a chance. Why should he let it slip away? Though this thought was a bit daring, taking bold risks could bring unexpected rewards. Wasn't it precisely because he didn't fear tigers or black bears that he got the opportunity to make his first fortune? If he were afraid of everything, he might as well stop going into the mountains altogether. The fixed route they usually took into the mountain was now unusable. Luckily, he'd ventured into the mountains so many times that he knew of another way out. He didn't believe that the bear could possibly be waiting for him on another route. When Meiyun came home and saw neither her son nor her brother-in-law, she realized they must have gone out together. As for where they went, that remained unclear. When Xuanhuan returned and found his son and younger brother-in-law not at home, he wondered aloud. Where have these two gone? I don't know. Look, there is still a bowl of leftover noodles. Xiang Meiyun replied. Xuanhuan looked at the half-eaten bowl of noodles and glanced into the room. It's not just the noodles. Look, there's also a box of pastries on the comm. At the mention of the pastry box, Xiang Meiyun's heart sank. That box of pastries was a gift from Captain Liu, and she had planned to save them for later. Sure enough, upon seeing the box of pastries on the comm, she began slapping her thighs in frustration. Ruined. Ruined. These two little troublemakers don't give me a moment's peace. Why eat pastries when we have rice at home? Xuanhuan didn't think it was such a big deal. Eating is eating. You've kept them for so long. They might not even taste good anymore. Xiang Meiyun quickly covered the box. The leftovers mustn't fall into their hands again. It's only thanks to my control that our family hasn't ended up eating northwestern wind. Xuanhuan stayed silent, but glanced at the small clock on the cabinet. It's almost 7. Why haven't they come back yet? Where could they be playing? Should I go find them? I bet this kid is on the ice surface, probably fishing again. Xiang Meiyun did not stop him. All right, take the flashlight with you and check if they are on the way. Xuanhuan put on his padded jacket and left with the flashlight. First, he went to the ice hut on the riverbank. Sure enough, there were signs they'd been there. But only adult footprints were visible, no child's. Chapter 46, Yesterday's Accident. It seems that the younger brother-in-law came here alone, without Xuanhuan. Without Xuanhuan, that means he came here first, then went home and made lunch. But why did he take Xuanhuan out again in the afternoon? Xuanhuan was a little confused. When he returned to the shore, he suddenly didn't know where to find these two people. His precious son must not have any accidents. Otherwise he would be heartbroken and deeply regretful. After circling around outside the village, he still couldn't find their whereabouts. Xuanhuan became somewhat nervous, seeing that the watch already showed 7:30, and the sun had completely set. There were not many streetlights in the village, and those there were just dim bulbs barely burning what life they had left, with light too faint to illuminate even themselves. Xuanhuan, still keeping his neck tucked inward, returned home, thinking whether they might have gone astray. Actually, he had already arrived home, but upon arriving, he only saw Xiang Meiyun there by herself. Not back yet. Xiang Meiyun, holding the dinner she had just finished preparing, asked, What's wrong? You haven't found them. For a moment, neither of them said anything, and Xiang Meiyun quickly put down the things in her hands. Well, why don't you hurry up and go look for them? Call on some people to check in the mountain, see if they are on the ice. Xuanhuan shook his head. I've been on the ice just now and found nothing. Maybe we should just go into the mountain. Perhaps this guy took Xuanhuan into the mountain to play. Xiang Meiyun almost wanted to curse at the sky. He himself goes into the mountain. Why does he have to bring the kid along? If he injures my son, I'll definitely make him kneel in the courtyard for 3 nights and 3 days. At the end of the day, Xuanhuan is the flesh fallen from Xiang Meiyun's body. Naturally, she would favor him a bit more. Moreover, her younger brother is already an adult. Wouldn't it be common sense to think about whether something could be dangerous before acting? If they had to enter the mountain to look for people, the two of them alone would certainly not suffice. They had no choice but to call on neighbors to help them search in the mountain together, hoping for some gains. However, the neighbors weren't very convinced that Xiuxian would get lost in the mountain. After all, he used to enter the mountain every few days, hunting without fixed direction or routes. Especially when encountering coveted prey, wherever the prey runs, the hunter must follow. The prey absolutely won't run according to your predetermined route. In such situations, as a hunter, if one can't keenly discern directions, they can only rely on tools like compasses. But Xiuxian grew up here. How well he knew the mountains. Wasn't it like taking things for granted for him? However, it's already so late, and he hasn't come back. Perhaps he encountered some trouble. Let us spread out our search in a fan shape. Keep an eye out for footprints or marks on the trees. But this late at night, we ourselves must also be more careful. A distance of approximately 10 meters between each person should be good, right? After the families discussed how to search, they set off towards the mountain. Xiang Meiyun was so anxious that tears constantly lingered in her eyes, thinking that if anything happened to her son, she would die as well. If it was her younger brother who got injured, her heart would still ache. The group entered the mountain, soon swallowed by it. Moving slowly through the snow, it felt more like aimlessly searching. After making a large loop, Xiang Meiyan found nothing, no footprints seen, no marks either. Though this wasn't her first time entering the mountain, compared to others, she was still rather unfamiliar with it. Tian Weidong stood beside her, incessantly shouting his younger brother-in-law's name, hoping he would hear and respond. Qianjin, it's your brother-in-law, where are you? Xiang Meiyan leaned on Tian Weidong's chest, softly sobbing. Tianhua, younger brother, where are you? Answer if you can hear. No matter how they shouted, their voices were swallowed by the forest, without any response. Tracks were being carved into the snow, crisscrossing each other. After searching for about an hour, someone finally found traces of the two people. You see, these footprints are heading outward. All of ours are leading inward. But why do these footprints suddenly stop here? I think I saw bear tracks over there just now. Could it be that they met a bear in the forest, so they hid somewhere? In this cold winter, where do bears come from? Bears sleep in their dens during the winter. Bears need to eat as well. They may come out for food if hungry. They will eat whatever they come across. As the group continued talking back and forth, when Xiang Meiyan heard this, she fainted straight away. Upon seeing this, Tian Weidong quickly held her up, pinched her Renzhong acupoint, and spent quite some time waking her up. Well, bears don't eat humans, my younger brother-in-law knows how to hunt. If he encountered danger, wouldn't he know to run? How could he just stand there stupidly waiting for the bear to come over? Tian Weidong's words made sense. So it seems that the two of them probably found a place to hide. But look around, there's nothing but snow. There isn't even a spot for a cat to hide in. Where could they have gone? At this moment, someone suddenly looked up and spotted a person on a branch of the tree right in front of them. Tian Weidong quickly shone his flashlight and recognized who it was from the cotton-padded jacket. We found him. He's here. Several people helped to carefully bring the person down from the tree branch. Tianhua was held securely in Xiang Qianjin's arms. Xiang Qianjin's cotton-padded jacket, however, had been torn by branches again, and a large part of the padding inside was missing. Neither of them remembered how they finally got back home. It wasn't until the next morning when Xiang Qianjin woke up that he suddenly realized his nose was blocked. His voice also sounded muffled. Xiang Meiyan directly called Dr. Tao to their home to check if both of them had caught a cold. Without Dr. Tao needing to diagnose him, Xiang Qianjin already knew that he must have caught a cold. Under those conditions last night, it would have been miraculous if they hadn't. Sister, don't worry about me first. Is Tianhua okay? How can I not worry about you? Tianhua's fine. He just told me he wants to eat fragrant oil-fried eggs. After examining Xiang Qianjin, Dr. Tao said to Xiang Meiyan, you should come with me to the clinic later to pick up some medicine. Take the medicine and he will recover faster. And stew him some ginger soup to drive out the cold. It's really too cold at night now. Don't go out anymore. Even the strongest body can't withstand such abuse. Xiang Meiyan glared hard at her younger brother. You deserve a serious illness to teach you a lesson. Just lie down here. I'll go get your medicine, and don't wander around anymore. With his current condition, Xiang Qianjin no longer wanted to go out. All he wanted was to lie in bed and have a good sleep. Tianhua, don't come to Uncle's room for now. He has a cold, and you might catch it. Then we'll have to visit Dr. Tao for injections, and you're scared of needles, aren't you? After hearing Tianhua's loud and strong voice, Xiang Qianjin's worried heart finally calmed down. He didn't dare to think about the accident that happened last night at all. It was really like heaven didn't want him to die. However, exactly what had happened last night. That was something he'd tell his sister and brother-in-law after he recovered. Chapter 47. Xiuli is looking for you. Xiang Meiyan followed Dr. Tao to his clinic. Unexpectedly, there were still quite a few patients despite it being sick season. Out of 8 beds, only 2 were unoccupied. The next couple of days are crucial. Absolutely don't expose yourself to the wind anymore, and make sure to sweat under the covers at night. After finishing her medication, Xiang Meiyan still felt uneasy, not understanding why her heart had been racing non-stop since she came home yesterday. At first, she thought it was due to worry and excessive fright, but now that both her son and younger brother have been found, there's no reason to worry anymore, unless last night's scare caused some sort of lingering issue. Just then, this Dr. Tao happened to know a bit about traditional Chinese medicine. Since Xiang Meiyan mentioned feeling unwell, he offered to take a look. Xiang Meiyan sat down and placed her hand on the pulse pillow. Dr. Tao, I shouldn't have any major issues, right? It's just from going through that ordeal last night. Dr. Tao didn't rush to speak, instead calmly placing his index and middle fingers together on her right wrist. The calmer and more quieted doctor appears, the less reassuring it feels to the patient. This inevitably leads to overthinking, making them assume they have some incurable disease. Xiang Meiyan anxiously watched Dr. Tao. His silence made her increasingly nervous. Dr. Tao, what's wrong with me exactly? Can you explain? Dr. Tao lifted his hand and said, have you recently experienced any shocks or scares? There's nothing serious. There's no need to be overly worried. If you're really concerned, I can give you some medication to try. However, as they say, all medicine is toxic to some degree. It might be better to regulate yourself naturally. Even though Dr. Tao is an old doctor, he has always been highly respected in Hejiang village. With years of medical experience, he absolutely isn't the kind who would overcharge patients upon sight. Even if the symptoms are minor, he wouldn't prescribe unnecessary medication. For more serious conditions, he would never recklessly treat patients beyond his capability. Villagers with common ailments come here for treatment, and they're never let down. Since Dr. Tao had said so, Xiang Meiyan was reassured. I understand. Thank you, Dr. Tao. Once home, Xiang Meiyan had to take care of both her son and her ill younger brother, wishing she could sprout 3 heads and 6 arms. She gave Xiang Qianjin his medicine, then added another quilt, ensuring he stayed warm while sleeping. The doctor said, after taking the medicine and sleeping, these next couple of days, don't go wandering around aimlessly. Stay at home and listen. After getting sick, Xiuxian lacked his usual vitality. Sister, it wasn't my intention to take Tianhua out that day. It's because Shili came to our house. I feared she had ulterior motives towards me, so I took Tianhua outside to hide. Thankfully, nothing happened to Tianhua. Otherwise, I would have regretted it endlessly. Xiang Meiyun touched her brother's forehead. It was still hot, but now that the medication was taken, the fever should break after a good night's sleep. Stop talking nonsense already, just get some rest. Do you know how frightened your brother-in-law was when we came home yesterday? He wanted to take you to the hospital. Xiang Qianjin chuckled and said, the hospital isn't necessary. Going to Dr. Tao's place for a couple of shots will do. Xiang Meiyun knew her younger brother. He starts talking nonsense as soon as he feels slightly better. Is that so? I think a couple of shots won't be enough. Maybe 10 or 8 will turn your butt into coal until you learn your lesson. Hurry up and sleep. If your brother-in-law finds out you're chatting with me despite being ill, he'll definitely scold you once he returns. Estimating the drugs contained some sedative components, Xiang Qianjin tried desperately to stay awake after consuming the pills. But his eyelids became heavier and heavier, eventually causing him to drift off to sleep. When he woke up, it was already dark. He faintly heard voices chatting in the neighboring room. Yesterday afternoon, I saw Shili leave your house. What did she come over to do? Could it be that she was visiting Qianjin again? Xiang Meiyun replied. Who knows? But this girl Shili truly acts strangely. Why does she fancy my brother so much? You mentioned before how this boy used to be utterly unmotivated, eating without contributing, causing the family endless headaches, always fearing he'd wander down a wrong path. But at some point, something seems to have clicked for this guy. Now, we're just waiting for him to land a stable job so we can arrange a proper match. But it absolutely can't be this Shili girl. How can such a young girl behave so freely without reserve? It's rumored that she plans to drag my brother forward all the way down south to work. How can that be allowed? Our brother has never been that far away. Even if the south may offer better prospects, nothing compares to the comfort and peace of home. Is it worth running so far just for that little money? I still think staying home is much better than going out. You've never been outside, so you're scared. I heard from those who went to work elsewhere, they could buy themselves a new set of clothes after 1 month's income. Xiang Meiyun gave a light humph. Go and buy if you want, but I don't envy you anyway. I'm working pretty well at our village factory. It was hard enough getting my permanent position there. I am not foolish enough to run off to such a place. The most important thing is, people down south speak a dialect I can't understand at all. On TV, they sound like speaking gibberish as if talking in English. While listening to the idle chatter next door, Xiang Qianjin couldn't help but touch his own forehead with the back of his hand. It didn't feel as hot as in the afternoon anymore, and he had already lain on the calm bed for a whole day. There was no reason to continue lying down. So he boldly opened the quilt and wrapped himself up in his padded jacket. Suddenly realizing that something about the padded jacket seemed unusual, Xiang Qianjin quickly lit the lamp to take a look. Wow, his old padded jacket was now a brand new one. Could this be a new purchase from his sister? Regardless, to prevent his illness from worsening, Xiang Qianjin decided to wear the new jacket first. This new padded jacket was indeed more comfortable. As soon as he put it on, he immediately felt warm all over his body. Xiang Qianjin then entered the west room where his sister and brother-in-law were, along with their neighbor Auntie, sitting on the Kong cracking sunflower seeds and watching TV. Auntie, you're here? Ah, you've woken up. I heard you have a cold, so I came to see you. Come, eat some canned yellow peaches, the auntie said. Xiang Meiyun didn't say much. She got up to fetch more medicine and poured him a cup of lukewarm water. She also found a thermometer and told him to hold it under his arm to check if he was still running a fever. If he was still burning up, he would need another dose of fever medicine. If not, then no further medication was necessary. The thermometer was tucked under his armpit for several minutes. Xiang Meiyun carefully examined it under the light. It had returned to normal temperature. There's no more fever, but you still need to take your cold medicine. Xiang Meiyun carefully selected the correct dosage of fever medicine and arranged it neatly. The medicines had long expiration dates. In case someone else fell sick in the future, the stock could come in handy. Xiang Qianjin swallowed the medicine with a big gulp of water. Fortunately, he had never been afraid of taking medicine since childhood. After swallowing the medicine, the auntie next door eyed Xiang Qianjin and asked, "What did Shili come to find you for?" Chapter 48, Spring Hunt Preparations. Don't hide it from Auntie. Everyone in our village knows that xiuxian has a crush on you. How do you feel about it? Are you going to accept her or not? Xiang Qianjin was already feeling upset with no outlet for his grievances, and now Auntie was asking this again, making him even more uncomfortable. What am I supposed to accept? Don't let her fool you all. Auntie was taken aback. Fooled by her? What did she do to you? Xiang Meiyun could roughly guess what xiuxian's visit the other day was about. She spoke up for her brother. Isn't it just like they say? A mountain separates man chasing woman, but only a layer of gauze separates a woman chasing a man? I still don't get it. What does this girl see in my brother Qianjin? Is it his height, or his looks? You know there are people in our village who look better than Qianjin. But Auntie's one sentence unraveled the mystery. No matter how good-looking those people are, none of them are as smart as Qianjin. Ever since your brother started hunting in the mountains and fishing in the river, I noticed that your family never lacks meat. Your faces are all rosy, and after missing you for a few days, I feel like you've all gained weight. Can you really say these changes have nothing to do with Qianjin? Xiang Meiyun smiled, but didn't respond, and Annie huffed. You've got such a bargain, and you're still not satisfied. If my son could do this, we wouldn't need to buy fish and meat from your house during the new year. I've been trying to make him figure out a way, but he's useless. He can't swim, and even entering the forest terrifies him because he's scared of running into tigers, bears, or snakes. In a few days, I'll let his father arrange for him to work in the factory. If there's no other choice, then he might as well go into the factory. As long as he becomes a regular worker, he can support himself. Suddenly, someone praised him in front of his sister and brother-in-law. Xiuxian felt a little proud. Auntie, please don't say that. I eat and sleep at my sister's house, so if I don't contribute something, wouldn't it be embarrassing? In fact, those few times were all accidents. I'm far from being an expert. Once the snow melts here and the weather warms up, there will be plenty of good things in the mountains. When Auntie heard this, her eyes widened. Is this true? Don't deceive me, Auntie. What kind of good stuff could possibly be in our mountains? Xiuxian thought carefully and replied, ginseng definitely exists. As for other things, I can't guarantee anything right now. All things must wait until the weather warms up, and I personally enter the mountains to check. But surely, there will be good things. In preparation for the spring hunt, Xiuxian began crafting a set of hunting tools based on his memory. Seeing how devoted her brother was to hunting, Xiangmeiyan stopped saying unkind things to him. As Auntie had said, the treasures in the mountains weren't owned by individuals. Why couldn't others obtain them? Yet her brother could. This thinking proved one thing: her brother was intelligent. After mending the fishing net, Xiuxian calculated the time to see when he should set it. Fishing didn't require his constant attention. He could check whenever he remembered. If the net was heavy when pulled, that meant there was a catch below. Considering her brother's recovery from illness and the busy work ahead, Xiangmeiyan felt a little pity. Qinjin, why don't you take a break? You're still recovering. Xiuxian shook his head. No need. I'm full of energy now. Since her brother said so, Xiangmeiyan wasn't overly worried anymore. Brother, that night when we went into the mountains to find you, what exactly happened? Why were you riding on a tree branch? The reason for riding on the tree must have been to escape whatever was beneath it. At the time, someone noticed the black bear tracks in the snow. Could it be that her brother was holding Tianhua to evade a bear's pursuit? Xiuxian sighed. He really didn't want to recall all the events of that night. But when his sister asked, it came from concern. Sister, it was pure coincidence. That night, I intended to bring Tianhua back quickly. I figured you and brother-in-law would be home by then, and at least xiuxian wouldn't stay at home that late. But when I returned, I discovered the black bear's footprints. To avoid being chased by the bear, I deliberately took another route. I made sure both Tianhua and I were safe, but I never expected to eventually bump into the bear. I think the bear was likely hungry because it hadn't eaten enough before winter and decided to search for food during the cold season. That thing isn't human. Its intelligence isn't high enough to differentiate us properly, so it assumed we were prey. The only option left was to run while carrying Tianhua. In the snow, there was no way I could outrun that creature, and I also needed to protect Tianhua. I regretted not having extra hands or legs, but in a burst of inspiration, I climbed the tree to hide. That was how I managed to evade that thing's pursuit. Even so, the black bear lingered beneath for quite a while, even standing up to shake the tree. Fortunately, the tree I chose was thick enough to withstand the bear's shaking below. Tianhua really has a big heart. He didn't cry at all. He just lay quietly in my arms. By the way, sister, didn't you buy me a new cotton jacket? Xiangmeiyan couldn't believe all her brother had gone through that night. Recalling his hunting trips, she wondered if every one of them carried such risks. Your cotton jacket was utterly ruined and can't be worn anymore. Your brother-in-law bought you a new one before the new year. He hasn't worn it yet, planning to wait until this winter to use it. When he saw your jacket in such bad shape, he immediately took it out for you. Xiuxian said. So my brother-in-law is really nice to me. This means I got a great deal. Xiangmeiyan replied. Whether you've gotten a deal or not, I don't know, but your brother-in-law says you have to buy him a new cotton jacket later. A new cotton jacket isn't expensive, and Xiuxian kept it in mind, deciding to purchase one when he earned more money. Yet, whenever he thought about wearing his brother-in-law's jacket, Xiuxian felt an unusual sense of happiness. Seeing her brother smiling foolishly, Xiangmeiyan couldn't help but say, Stop daydreaming. Help me bring out the corn seeds. When it came to physical work, Xiuxian didn't hesitate, getting up and carrying over the corn seeds right away. Are we preparing this early this year? With nothing else to do, your brother-in-law has been working overtime these days. My factory isn't as busy. The small half bag of corn seeds were all leftovers from last year. Xiangmeiyan carefully picked out the spoiled ones, keeping only the good ones. Sister, both you and brother-in-law are working. Do you still have time to farm? Xiangmeiyan replied earnestly. We truly don't have much time, but it's worth making some space for it. Otherwise, leaving the land idle would be such a waste. It was thanks to her sister's annual farming efforts that the family never had to spend extra money on food. Xiuxian suggested, Sister, next time at the market, I'll buy a few chickens or ducks for us to raise. They'll lay eggs that we can eat. Chapter 49, Incredible People. Xiangmeiyan looked around the courtyard and wondered where there could be extra space for raising chickens or ducks. Chickens and ducks ate a lot every day, and there was no spare grain to feed them with. Seeing that her sister hadn't reacted for half a day, Xiuxian began to soften his tone. Sis, look at Andy's place next door. They have several chickens laying eggs. Why don't we try getting just 2? Xiangmeiyan didn't know what game her younger brother was playing this time. She couldn't find a proper excuse to refuse, so she finally threw him a line. No money. But Xiuxian wasn't disheartened, as if he'd expected this response from his sister all along. He hadn't really counted on his sister being willing to spend the money to buy chicks anyway. His goal was simply to get her agreement to raise chickens and ducks at home. In a couple of days, he would go into the mountains and see if there were any opportunities. Big sis, you don't need to spend any money. If you agree that we can raise them, I'll take care of the money for the chicks. Before either sibling could react, an unexpected person suddenly appeared. Xuanhuan entered the yard and walked straight towards Xiuxian. Qianjin, do you have anything else planned for the next few days? With this question, Xiuxian knew something big must be up. He quickly replied that he had no plans. After all, it was still some time before spring, and he indeed had nothing planned. Xuanhuan then said in a secretive manner while pulling Xiuxian's hand, "Nephew, your uncle has a business deal for you. Once it's done, you'll make this amount." Xuanhuan held up 5 fingers, turning them forward and backward twice. 50, Xiuxian said. If it was 50, it wouldn't be unacceptable. 50 yuan was enough to buy chickens and ducks, with perhaps even some leftover. 50? That won't pay for squat. Guess bigger, Xuanhuan said. Xiang Meiyun, who was busy sorting corn kernels, couldn't help but ask, "Isn't it 50? Are you saying 500? What a joke. What kind of business can make that much money?" Xuanhuan sighed. "This deal isn't for me. But your brother, Qianjin, can definitely handle it. Hunting in the mountains. The one paying is a wealthy southern boss who has eaten everything. Things that fly in the sky, swim in the water, run on land. He wants to taste something new." After some consideration, he set his sights on wild game. Qianjin, while helping his sister sort corn kernels, joked, "What kind of wild game is worth 500 yuan? Xuanhuan exclaimed, 500? It's 5,000. 5,000 big notes. Would you take it? The amount of 5,000 shocked not only Xiang Meiyun, but also made Xiuxian widen his eyes. "Uncle Guangji, are you joking? 5,000 yuan. Do you think rich people are stupid?" Guangji chuckled. "This money will come our way. The man has already spent a fortune just to eat this bear paw. Some time ago, I heard about a bear chasing you in the mountain. Was that true? If you can find that bear, catch it. One bear paw fetches 5,000. Both paws total 10,000. With that money, what couldn't you do?" At first, Xiuxian was worried about the rent for his shop. He had boasted that he would cover the rent problem himself. While words came easily, how to achieve them was quite another story. Xiuxian knew that in the future, 10,000 might not be such a large sum of money. However, right now, it was undoubtedly astronomical. Who had 10,000 lying around? "Uncle Guangji, please don't trick us. Is it true that someone is willing to spend that much on a bear paw?" Guangji responded, "Why would I deceive you? This is what my old buddy told me. They've already started searching for bears across the hills. Though they haven't found any yet, which is why they remembered me and asked for help. My legs aren't doing well these days. Otherwise, I could have taken the opportunity myself. But if you find a bear, could you give me a cut of 1,000 yuan from the 10,000? After all, without my information, you wouldn't have made this kind of money." Xiuxian was not the type of person who would ignore danger for the sake of profit. Although a bear was not as agile and fierce as a tiger, lion, or leopard, its size far surpassed the others mentioned. One swipe from its paw could leave both man and container reduced to 5 pounds of meat. "Uncle Guangji, stop teasing us. Forward recently told us that his previous hunts were merely coincidences. We might not be able to handle this. He's not a professional hunter." His elder sister couldn't stand seeing her younger brother risk his life. But after some careful thought, Xiuxian asked, "Uncle Guangji, when does the buyer need it? Is there a deadline?" "No specific timeline, but you should act quickly. Otherwise, once he eats the bear paw and thinks it's not that great, even if he wants more, he probably won't offer such a high price again. In fact, my friends over there have been searching for 3 or 4 days and haven't made any progress. I estimate your chances of success are better." Xiuxian looked at the hunting weapons he had made earlier that day. Then Uncle Guangji came over, not giving him a moment's rest. "All right, I'll go into the mountains tomorrow to find it for you. It's time that bear learns who I am. The last time, it trapped me and my little nephew in a tree. It clearly underestimated me." Guangji knew Xiuxian would agree to his request. "Why don't you come home with me now? I've got a couple of things that might be useful for you." Without hesitation, Xiuxian stood up and followed Uncle Guangji. Xiang Meiyun wanted to stop her brother, but found herself speechless. If she really let her younger brother act on a whim, something bad was bound to happen. She needed to tell Tian Weidong about this and see if they could do anything. But right now, Tian Weidong was still at work in the factory. Xiuxian followed Guangji to his house. Seeing Auntie feeding chickens in the yard, Xiuxian glanced into the chicken enclosure and saw a couple of eggs nestled in the grass. Guangji ducked into the shed and started searching for something. In a moment, he called Xiuxian over. When Xiuxian approached, he saw it. Ganjur equipment. In Guangji's hand was a crossbow. It was only made of wood, nowhere near as advanced as police grade, but it was more than enough for hunting. "If this isn't good enough, I've got better stuff." As Xiuxian held the crossbow, he thought it was already absurd. Could there possibly be something even more extreme? Before he could speak, Guangji pulled out his prized possession. The sight of it left Xiuxian feeling like even breathing was difficult. At this point, the country hadn't yet fully banned firearms, so having a homemade gun in remote areas wasn't uncommon. Guangji patted the rifle and said, "This gun was passed down from my grandfather. He used to be a hunter. I'm not sure how effective it still is. You can't fight a bear without a powerful weapon. Take this with you. I've also got some steel shot. I'll give you all of it." Xiuxian felt his temples throbbing. Combined, he'd never touched a gun in both his lifetimes. The only thing he'd ever handled was a water gun kids played with. But today, he truly opened his eyes through the lens of hunting. Chapter 50. Men die for wealth. Birds die for food. Xiuxian weighed the earth gun in his hand, testing its weight. Pointing it towards an unpopulated area, he said, "Uncle, how much recoil will this gun have? I don't want to fall over before even hitting the bear." Su Guangji looked at Xiang Jingxian's posture with the gun. How much force can there be? You're so big, you don't need to worry about the recoil. Do you believe me if I say I could fire 10 shots without taking a single step back? After hearing this, Xiang Jingxian couldn't help but say, is that true or not? Uncle, don't trick me. If there are any more good deals like this in the future, introduce them to me. I'll go into the mountains and hunt for you. But you still have to teach me what to do when I encounter a bear to get closest to it. Su Guangji pulled Xiang Jingxian into the house. While flipping through some steel sand, he continued speaking. Don't think that bears move slowly, they're actually quite smart. Back in the day, my friends and I worked together to take down one bear. Even then, someone ended up with a broken leg and had to lie on the bed for months before daring to get down again. So this time, if you go alone, you probably should design some traps. But I've heard that there are often tigers roaming these mountains, so you'd better stay clear. Xiang Jingxian dared not mention that he met a tiger during his previous hunting trip. He just pretended to look surprised to fool Su Guangji. But precisely because of Su Guangji's reminder, it struck Xiang Jingxian that he could orchestrate a mountain tiger fight from a distance. However, this time, the main characters would be the bear and the tiger, not two tigers. He could act as the fisherman, gaining profit without getting directly involved. Su Guangji seemed to remember something else, urgently adding, if you're going up the mountain tomorrow, it would be best to first confirm where that bear is. Under no circumstances should you start moving around near its hibernation spot, because starting near that area may result in unfamiliar terrain, making it easier for the bear to play tricks on you. Su Guangji handed the box of steel sand over to Xiang Jingxian, telling him to hold on to it well. This box of steel sand can be used for 10 shots, so use sparingly. Xiang Jingxian opened the box, finding it was filled to the brim, but looking at the dust on the packaging, one knew it had been stored for a very long time. Uncle Guangji, why don't you come with me this time? I'm still kind of scared. Su Guangji slapped his thigh. Old problems cropping up again. Boy, what are you afraid of? Don't think I don't know. You've already gone deep into the mountains several times on your own without issues. Don't try fooling your Uncle Guangji. Just then, Ant came in from the yard, holding a few eggs. Xiang Jingxian thought those eggs were for cooking later, but unexpectedly, Ant spoke out. These eggs might hatch into chicks. Upon hearing they could possibly hatch into chicks, Xiang Jingxian's eyes immediately brightened up. Really? If these eggs can hatch into chicks, Ant, could you give me 2? Ant agreed readily. What can 2 do? If all can hatch, I'll give you half. We found 2 more a few days ago. Your Uncle Guangji says he doesn't care, but he has made a cardboard box for these little ones, keeping them warm on the bed. Ant's words were as if uncovering some private secrets of Uncle Guangji, and he kept trying to stop her from saying more with groans. Uncle Guangji, we're praising you. No need to be shy. Then I'll take these things and go ahead. Xiang Jingxian joked. Boy, be safe while you're in the mountain. Whether or not I can make that 1,000 yuan referral fee depends entirely on you. Su Guangji still hadn't forgotten about that 1,000 yuan commission. Xiang Jingxian responded and quickly started preparing. First, he needed to figure out the bear's range of activity, so he could set traps within its active zone. That way, he could capture the bear easily. If he can't master the traces of the bear, setting traps would be useless. The 2 powerful items brought from Uncle Guangji's place, Xiang Jingxian didn't dare let his sister see them, lest she got scared. Even when his brother-in-law asked, he didn't tell the truth. Whether this trip to the mountain would successfully allow him to hunt what he wanted, Xiang Jingxian wasn't entirely sure himself. He just hoped for a good harvest and not waste this trip. According to Uncle Guangji, his good friend had already roamed the mountains several times. Frustrated by not being able to find any trace of the bear, he returned empty-handed today. Yet no one could predict whether he would soon find the bear's trail. On one side, there was only him working hard, whereas on the other side, there were several people. In terms of numbers, he didn't stand a chance, and crucially, he couldn't rally companions. For now, hunting in the mountains was his exclusive resource, not to be shared. If one day suddenly more people join in the hunt, the game in the forest might not even be enough to divide. However, since he was the first one to come in and hunt, letting him get the first trophy wasn't such a bad thing. With no snowfall in the past 2 days, the footprints in the snow were still visible. Xiang Jingxian pressed forward to find the tree he had climbed last time to evade the bear. Back then, he vaguely remembered the bear pacing around beneath the tree for a while, observing as neither of them dared to descend. Plus, with the cold temperatures that night, and without sufficient winter fat, the bear likely felt the chill and eventually wandered off toward the east. Even though the area under the tree now was littered with prints, human and bear tracks were still distinguishable. Previously, whenever Xiang Jingxian entered the mountain to hunt, his approach was always hit or miss. Now, for the first time, his goal was so clear. Xiang Jingxian followed the bear's tracks heading east until they disappeared, but he failed to locate its den used for hibernation. Where could the bear have gone? Could it just vanish into thin air? The more he pondered, the more uneasy it made him feel. Xiang Jingxian had to comb the surroundings for any traces of the bear's paw prints. Using the spot where the bear's prints vanished as the center, he expanded his search by 50 meters towards the north, south, and east directions, hunting for places where the bear might have laid down. There is an old saying about how animals can both complement and counter each other. Even the bear wouldn't want its natural enemies watching over it during hibernation. To tell the truth, given the survival capabilities of bears in the wild, almost nothing posed a threat to them. For bears, their greatest adversary would be humans. Xiang Jingxian trailed the paw prints searching for the bear's lair. The 10,000 yuan indeed was highly tempting. It could solve a multitude of problems. Moreover, when handling affairs in northeast China, oftentimes it wasn't just about how much money you had in your pocket. It also depended on connections. If connections are solid, merely a word suffices to get things done. If not, wearing out the doorstep wouldn't guarantee any success either. This was what one might call a society built on personal relationships. However, maintaining those personal relationships also requires spending money. With this 10,000 yuan, at least in terms of personal favors, there wouldn't be concerns. It was possible even to have some leftover cash, which could buy some big-ticket items for home. First up, installing a phone, trading the black and white TV for a color one, and buying a new bicycle. Also, he planned to purchase a set of school supplies for his little nephew. He couldn't let his little nephew fall behind from the very start of school. Xiuxian moved left and right in the mountains, yet unrest lingered at home. He originally thought after Xiuxian left last time, her presence would be forgotten. But unexpectedly, she showed up again. Xiuxian dressed meticulously today. Her long hair parted into 2 plaits, tied neatly into braids, secured with red ribbons at the ends. Her round, fair cheeks bore a slight blush, looking like she'd applied some rouge. Her red-flowered jacket looked delicate, clearly indicating that she was prepared to go shopping on the street. Chapter 51, The Temptress. When Xiang Meiyan saw her come, she couldn't help but ask, Xiuxian, where are you going? Xiuxian, unable to hide her shyness, said, Sister Meiyun, I'm here to find Qianjin. My brother gave me 2 movie tickets yesterday, and therefore today, I want to go with him. To prove what she said was true, Xiuxian took 2 handwritten movie tickets out of her coat pocket. Xiang Meiyan glanced at them and said, Qianjin has gone out, and we don't know when he will be back. Your movie starts in 2 hours. It's likely he won't make it in time. Xiuxian had calculated the timing well so as not to arrive too early and intrude on their mealtime. In that case, she would have had to use another set of utensils, which wasn't necessary since her family wasn't struggling to the point of not having enough food, so there was no need for her to come here and eat for free. She also didn't want others to gossip about her. But Xiuxian hadn't anticipated that she had still come at the wrong time. Where did brother Qianjin go? Did he go to the commune to buy things, visit someone, or fish on the river surface? Should I go and look for him? Holding a large broom in front of her, Xiang Meiyun thought for a moment and said, he went into the woods. These woods are vast. This round trip will take more than 2 hours, possibly 4 or 5. If you can't wait, just ask someone else to watch the movie with you. Xiuxian came with great enthusiasm, but instead received a bucket of cold water over her head, ruining her good mood instantly. Sister Meiyun, I know this may not fit your ideal image of a girl, but marriage isn't about arranged marriages anymore these days. Young men and women should bravely express their love. This is what being modern means. If I don't take the initiative, brother Qianjin would already have been picked by someone else. Every time Xiuxian said something like this, Xiang Meiyun felt compelled to raise an internal question mark. What does this girl see in my younger brother? Since trying to talk sense into her proved futile, Xiang Meiyun stopped making any effort. After all, there was no way for her to make her brother return now. She continued sweeping the snow in the yard, while Xiuxian hesitated for a moment before deciding to enter the mountain and look for Xiang Qianjin. Even if she couldn't watch the movie today, she had to see him. This time, she decided to play the role of an aggressive woman, testing whether her persistence could help her achieve her ultimate goal. However, Xiuxian had never entered the mountains before. The bumpy walk alone had already drained half of her energy. Had it not been for her determination driving her forward, she wouldn't have lasted this long. Regardless of how much time had passed, at that very moment, she spotted a figure approaching from afar. Although she hadn't spent much time with Xiang Qianjin, Xiuxian immediately recognized that it was him. Excited, she quickened her steps and walked toward him. Xiang Qianjin was bundled up in his thick cotton coat, looking frozen like a wretched child. Though his hands were empty, he had already found the den of the bear. The place was small, showing signs of rest. He estimated that the bear had been frequently active recently, likely because it was starving. To lure out the bear, he needed to provide some bait, as the small animals in the forest refused to leave their hiding spots. His next target had to be underwater. He'd place the fishing net soon and return at dawn the next day. Regardless of size, he'd carry some of the catch and place it as bait along the bear's certain path. Then he would conceal himself somewhere until the bear fell into the trap, ready to act once the opportunity arose. Lost in thought, he suddenly heard someone call his name. Startled, he looked up and saw Xiuxian approaching. Seeing her, his mind blanked. At this moment, Xiang Qianjin truly feared this girl. After all, apart from herself, no one knew what she intended to do. Pretending as if he hadn't heard anything, Xiang Qianjin lowered his head and continued walking ahead. Xiuxian initially thought that maybe her voice hadn't been loud enough, so she shouted louder a couple of times, only to realize that he intentionally chose to ignore her. However, since she had come all this way, it would feel wasteful not to exchange at least a few words. Taking 3 strides at a time, Xiuxian blocked Xiang Qianjin's path. Stop right there. Xiang Qianjin halted, looking at Xiuxian with a devil-may-care attitude, saying, what is it? Could it really be worth chasing me all the way here? Xiuxian stayed calm and patiently said to him, my brother gave me 2 movie tickets. We can still make it to the screening if we hurry. If you don't want to go, the tickets will go to waste. Xiang Qianjin had little interest in watching movies, so he rejected her offer without hesitation. I'm not interested. If you really want to go, find someone else. Despite this, Xiuxian maintained her patience, saying, isn't it possible that I simply want to go with you? But Xiang Qianjin outright rejected Xiuxian's proposal again. Go with someone else then. Do you dislike me? Xiuxian asked. It's not that bad, but I really don't feel anything for you, Xiang Qianjin said honestly. Xiuxian responded. Whether there's feeling or not isn't up to you alone. Not all couples feel something when they're together. If you'd go watch this movie with me, I promise I won't bother you anymore afterward. Just consider it fulfilling one of my wishes. Xiuxian was almost swayed, but after a moment's reflection, he realized the logic was flawed. You're dreaming. I still need to hurry home and work. If the movie tickets get wasted, so be it. Xiuxian broke away from Xiulian and strode ahead without looking back. No matter how loudly Xiulian called behind him, Xiuxian stubbornly refused to spare another glance. Go home quickly. The road is hard to walk once it gets dark, and you'll have villagers searching for you again. Despite Xiuxian's warning, Xiulian remained unmoved and simply plopped down in the snow, acting spoilt. After walking some distance, suddenly hearing no further calls, Xiuxian couldn't help turning back to check. In this weather, staying in the snow even for a short while would surely cause frostbite issues. Seeing Xiuxian return for her, Xiulian smiled radiantly, more than ever, muttering softly, I knew you cared about me, otherwise you wouldn't have come back. Xiuxian approached Xiulian. Get up quickly, don't sit here and make yourself sick. You'll end up having to see Dr. Tao. You're finally worried. I knew you care for me deep down. Still trying to pretend. Xiulian teased. Xiuxian found himself speechless. Don't overthink things. I just don't want any responsibilities. Xiulian stretched out a hand, an action clear enough to show she wanted Xiuxian to pull her up. But Xiuxian cleverly grabbed a branch, offering it as if it were his own hand for her to grab onto. Even under these circumstances, Xiulian didn't mind. After all, a drop of water doesn't pierce through rock overnight. If someone truly wanted to warm another's heart, such a process definitely couldn't happen in a few days. Xiulian said, Big brother Qianjin, I know you like me, right? Otherwise, you would have left a long time ago. How else could you turn around and look for me? Face the fact. Besides, let me tell you, if I pursue you like this, other girls in the village will naturally assume we're already a couple. If anyone likes you, they'll have to keep it hidden in their hearts. Otherwise they'll be labeled as a man-seducing vixen. Chapter 52. Save me the trouble. Xiuxian was greatly puzzled by this statement as Xiulian grabbed the branch and got up from the snow. At the moment of standing up, she played a little trick, pretending to lose her balance and threw herself directly into Xiuxian's arms. She didn't believe that Xiuxian would remain as steadfast as Lu Xiaowei when someone willingly throws themselves at him. However, Xiuxian stepped back with his foot, missing just by a bit of distance. Xiulian's small plan succeeded, but that tiny distance also let Xiuxian see through her intentions. Still, Xiuxian gave her some face. If you've gotten up, then walk on your own. You're not hurt or anything, and I have other arrangements. I won't bother with you anymore. Xiulian truly believed that Xiuxian had a heart of stone. But right at this moment, another person appeared, who Xiulian considered her #1 rival. No one knew which family the girl came from, but though she looked rather delicate, she insisted on learning hunting skills from Xiuxian. Not only that, but she sincerely offered to become his disciple, bringing along fruit, wine, and pastries. Such smooth maneuvering annoyed anyone who witnessed it. Initially, Xiuxian hesitated and declined, thinking himself not skilled enough yet to take on apprentices. But the girl remained resolute in choosing Xiuxian, without making any excessive demands. She didn't even request a share of future hunting spoils, merely asking to spend the next 6 months learning hunting skills from him, intending to use them as survival abilities. After these words were spoken, Xiuxian was quite happy and delighted. He quickly understood why Guangji uncle had so easily agreed to teach him hunting before, and Xiuxian did indeed need an assistant. Having someone around would make catching bears more reliable and save face. Xiuxian clearly laid out the pros and cons ahead of time, then agreed to take on the young girl as an apprentice for half a year. This development made Xiulian even more restless. She tried everything possible to get closer to Xiuxian, but found herself no match for a girl wanting to learn hunting skills. Out of desperation, Xiulian ordered Xiuxian not to take her as an apprentice. If he must take on a disciple, then it should be a boy. Of course, such a demand fell entirely on deaf ears. Enraged, Xiulian directly confronted the girl, accusing her face-to-face of using the pretense of learning hunting skills to get close to her forward brother. But the girl maintained remarkable calmness and restraint. Forward brother is now my master. I'm following him to learn hunting skills. Don't misinterpret this or make assumptions. With her arms crossed, Xiulian retorted, all the sweet words are yours. Don't think I don't know what you're scheming inside. The next day, Xiuxian packed his equipment and noticed Xiulian coming again, knowing they had already met secretly and argued behind his back. Approaching directly, he said, you two, stop arguing. Xiulian, stop creating baseless rumors. There's nothing between me and Jilan. However, Xiulian thought that Xiuxian saying this was purely defending the woman. She accused, forward brother, you know well that I have feelings for you. Yet here you are, fraternizing with other women right in front of me. You're taking her as a disciple now. Over time, she may not stay just as a disciple. Xiuxian frowned. Until now he had always thought girls had thin skins. He had never seen anyone as shameless as Xiulian. Xiulian, can you think before speaking? All this time, I've been giving you face. Can you please not act oblivious? Just because Jilan doesn't care doesn't mean I don't. Unexpectedly, Xiulian started sobbing and ran off, leaving Xiuxian somewhat at a loss. Master, why don't you go console her? Jilan teased. Xiuxian replied. Why should she run? Right now, I hope she doesn't bother me. Jilan added. Regardless, she is still a girl. If she becomes too sad or does something irrational, how will you explain yourself to her parents? Actually, Xiuxian harbored no special thoughts toward Jilan. However, He liked her personality very much. This is none of your concern. Our things are ready, let's set off. It's cold today, we don't know if we'll get any results. Xiulan nodded, carrying a few self-made weapons and heading directly into the mountains. In reality, Xiulan did understand some basic hunting knowledge. She simply lacked practice. Her purpose in seeking Xiuxian was more about wanting to enter the mountain with him to experience what hunting was like. With the experience of entering the mountain, she could then consider hunting alone later. The issue with Xiuxian hadn't resolved yet. Then there came Xiulan, causing chaos in the home. As an older sister, Xiuxian instead felt her younger brother was now becoming irresistible. She just couldn't understand why Xiulan, as a girl, had to learn hunting. After all, such things were always the ones boys liked to do. It was unimaginable that this young lady didn't choose to learn something else, but insisted on learning this. Could it really be because Xiuxian could hunt that so many girls were drawn to him? Xiuxian always felt there was more to the story than she imagined. It seemed that her younger brother's marriage would become the most difficult issue for the family. Before, they worried about no one liking her younger brother, and now they worried about too many people liking him, wondering how to choose a good sister-in-law. Every time Xiuxian thought of Xiulan following Xiuxian into the mountain for hunting, her anxiety increased. Thinking further about the dangers in the mountains, like injuries or falls, Xiuxian's unease grew stronger. Certainly, physical contact between those two would not be avoided, and at this point, Xiuxian became increasingly restless. How could Xiuxian's mother fail to see her daughter's thoughts? She asked kindly, "Linger, what's wrong with you? Since you came back, you've been distracted. Mom feels a little scared." Xiuxian crossed her arms, puffing up angrily while looking at her mother. "Mom, I also want to go into the mountains to hunt." Upon hearing this, Xiuxian's mother went pale. For a while, her daughter's reputation in the village hadn't been very good, yet some people supported Xiuxian for boldly pursuing her own love. This made her mother feel both happy and worried. Now her daughter opened her mouth again talking about wanting to learn hunting. Was this something a young lady should do? Has something happened to you these past few days? Are you confused in the head? What are you talking about hunting for? You even struggled to catch a chicken from the coop without getting pecked twice. How can you deal with all the dangerous creatures in the forest? However, Xiuxian's mother had no idea just how stubborn her daughter was right now. "I'm going, that's final. I'm afraid Xiulan will snatch my forward brother away. They're together day after day, and now I don't even have a chance to talk with forward brother anymore." At this moment, Xiuxian's mother finally realized that her daughter wasn't suddenly losing her mind over hunting. She just wanted to use hunting as an excuse to watch Xiuxian. But at present, these two were neither dating nor engaged, barely qualifying as friends. Seeing her daughter obsessed over Xiuxian, her mother lost control of her emotions. With a slap on the table, she said, "Aren't you already ashamed? Haven't you heard what neighbors have been saying behind your back? You're grown up, can't you give me less worry?" Chapter 53, Time to go back. Xiuxian felt extremely wronged. She hadn't done anything wrong, so why was even her own mother against her? However, Xiuxian's temper was just like her mother's. "Mom, stop interfering in this matter. I know what I'm doing. Even if it turns out to be a wasted effort in the end, I won't blame you too." Xiuxian's mother had a worried expression, unable to understand how her daughter had become like this. "Lotus, there are so many young men in the village. Why do you have your eyes set on him? Mom will find someone better for you." But Xiuxian was determined to be with Xiuxian, and even if a wealthy man came along, she might not be interested. "I don't believe that Xiulan can change my mind about him. Who would prefer someone who always wields knives and spears? Men like women who are gentle as water." In the mountains, Xiulan carried a crossbow and more than 10 bolts alone, while Xiuxian held the homemade gun given to him by Uncle Guangji. To conserve steel sand, Xiuxian hadn't fired a single shot so far. He was also somewhat anxious, wondering if missing his first shot when encountering a bear would affect his image in Xiulan's eyes. "Brother Qianjin, I've heard there are tigers in these mountains. Have you encountered them before when hunting?" Xiulan asked. Xiuxian didn't want to reduce the dangers of the forest, but he also didn't want to exaggerate them. "I've seen them, though only once or twice. I've also seen bears, and they're certainly not as gentle as you might think." Xiulan let out an "oh," her heart becoming uneasy too, but at the same time, her impression of Xiuxian deepened unknowingly. At least, he'd been able to cleverly escape from tigers and bears. Though ferocious wild animals weren't often seen in the mountain forests, frequent excursions into the woods increased the probability of encountering one. Without mastering escape techniques, you were very likely to get hurt upon meeting such beasts. This is why Xiulan wanted to learn from Xiuxian. "Our goal this time we go up the mountain is to catch that bear." Xiulan suddenly stopped walking, looking at Xiuxian with surprise. "You mean our target this time is a bear?" Xiulan said. Xiuxian replied calmly, "That's right. Before you came, I'd already set traps around the old bear's den. But I've always lacked a partner. This time, with you here, I feel like we shouldn't have any problems." The person who had proactively proposed learning hunting skills was Xiulan. Now knowing they were going up against a fierce bear made her feel a little apprehensive. "Master, do we need to go this big? Moreover, it's winter now. Bears tend to be very aggressive. What if they're overly aggressive and end up causing trouble for us? Perhaps we should reconsider carefully." Xiuxian shifted the homemade gun in his hand. "Do you think the weapons we brought today look like ordinary hunting gear? Dealing with that blind bear is my primary goal in coming to the mountain over the next few days. If you're scared, I'll handle it myself. Just hand over the things to me." When Xiulan heard that Xiuxian was going to handle it alone, she thought he doubted her competence as a disciple. She quickly gripped the crossbow in her hands and the quiver on her back. "Master, I didn't mean that. I'm just concerned that the bear could be too fierce due to hunger, and neither of us has practiced systematic teamwork. If we lack coordination, aren't we putting our lives in danger? Xiuxian understood Zhilan's concern but still insisted. It's fine. If you're afraid, you can turn back now. Hunting in the mountains isn't something girls should be doing anyway. After hearing this, Zhilan became even less satisfied. I didn't say I was scared. I'm just worried we won't work well together and won't achieve half the effect with double the effort. If Master thinks it's okay, then let's try together. Master, if you are attacked by the bear by any chance, I will never abandon you. As soon as those words came out, Xiuxian suddenly didn't know what to say. Instead, he did something unexpected, even surprising himself. He gently ruffled Zhilan's hair, saying, "Don't worry. Your master has quite a bit of experience climbing the mountain. The bear hasn't eaten for a long time, so although it may be aggressive, its strength and endurance must not be strong. Dealing with it shouldn't be that hard." Although Zhilan didn't say anything more out loud, she still had some concerns in her heart. She just hoped nothing unexpected would happen during this trip into the mountain. Xiuxian, on the other hand, wasn't worried about that. Since Zhilan wanted to learn hunting from him, there would come a day when she'd have to see just how formidable the ferocious beasts of the forest really were. Simply describing it verbally wouldn't help her fully grasp the sense of danger. After walking a distance, Xiuxian finally asked Zhilan if she knew how to climb trees. When asked this question, Zhilan showed a nervous expression. "Master, why are you suddenly asking this? What happens if I don't know how to climb trees?" Xiuxian spoke with ease. "It wouldn't be so bad, but can you outrun them? Whether it's a bear or a tiger, they have great stamina and run fast, but they're helpless when it comes to high places. Do you get my meaning?" Upon this explanation, Zhilan understood what Xiuxian was getting at. So according to Master's words, if we encounter a tiger or a bear, our best way to evade them is to climb to a high place. Exactly, that's the idea. So, do you know how to climb trees? Xiuxian asked again. Zhilan giggled. "Master, don't underestimate me. If I dare to go hunting with you in the mountains, climbing trees must be child's play for me." Hearing Zhilan say this, Xiuxian was no longer really worried. They walked along the predetermined route for about 20 minutes. Finally, they found the old bear's lair. The trap set earlier was still there, which showed that the bear hadn't returned these past 2 days. But estimating the time, it should be coming back soon. With good luck, they could take action today. "Master, are we catching the bear this time to sell for money? Or do you want to try the taste of bear meat?" Xiuxian naturally wouldn't reveal what Uncle Guangji had told him. To take such a big risk in the mountain, we need to go for the highest economic value. Haven't you seen foreign TV shows where foreigners use bear fur carpets for their indoor floors? Zhilan shook her head. "Master, my house doesn't have a TV, so I don't know." "Well, after selling the game and making some money, let's buy a TV, watch some foreign movies, and then you'll understand what I mean," said Xiuxian. A bear that hasn't eaten for a long time will leave its den out of hunger to look for food. But prolonged activity outside accelerates the depletion of stored fat within its body. So the bear couldn't wander too long outside. Counting from the day Xiuxian set his trap, it had already been a couple of days. Calculating, that bear should return any time now. Chapter 54, Master, don't come over. Unless it doesn't care about its winter den and can create a new one elsewhere. But for a hibernating bear, rebuilding the den isn't cost effective. However, sometimes the math doesn't work like that since bears aren't people and act more unpredictably. This time out, Xiuxian wore a watch and started timing from when they hid. If the bear didn't return to its den within 8 hours, they would give up today. Fortunately, there was no wind today, so it wasn't too cold. If there had been wind and snow, even a few minutes would have frozen them solid. Before today's operation, Xiuxian reminded Zhilan to dress warmly. Thankfully, Zhilan listened and wasn't the type to favor style over substance. This gave Xiuxian some peace of mind. Xiuxian nudged Zhilan's shoulder, crouched down a little lower. Both of their ages were similar. Zhilan wanted to learn skills, so she called him Brother Jinjin. But because of xiuxian, she now found calling him Master more natural. "What is the relationship between you and that sister named Xiuxian? She likes you so much, but I noticed that your attitude towards her seems rather cold," Zhilan asked. The bear had gone somewhere and might not return. Just sitting here staring at each other wasn't going to get anything done. Xiuxian originally didn't want to talk about this, but since the girl kept bringing it up, "You might find this hard to believe, but she likes me. Liking someone is one thing, but I can't force myself to accept her," he said. "Suppose a guy suddenly showed up in front of you, saying he liked you and suggested you try being together. Could you nod and agree?" Zhilan thought about it carefully and realized she would definitely not be able to accept someone like that. Each person has a set of criteria for choosing a partner. Only those who meet these criteria are eligible to move on to the next round. Those who don't are eliminated right from the start, Xiuxian said. Compared to this explanation, Zhilan could understand it better. Thinking about it, having a man you don't like constantly surrounding you and always causing others to misunderstand would be an immense burden. When checking the weather forecast yesterday, Xiuxian paid special attention. Considering the possibility of snow today and tomorrow, the weather was still manageable with the sun shining brightly. "Master, do you think we will see results by waiting here today?" Zhilan couldn't suppress the excitement inside her heart. Up until now, she had only learned theoretical knowledge, and finally getting hands-on practice felt as if rain had relieved a long drought. After crouching in the snow for over an hour, her arms and legs went numb, and yet they hadn't even seen a single hair of a bear. "Master, is your prediction accurate?" Even Xiuxian himself wasn't really sure about the accuracy of his prediction. He looked at his watch. It was 5:12. If he hadn't entered the mountain, This would have been the time for a meal back home. He took the pancake hidden in his jacket, broke it in half, and handed one piece to Xiulan. He put the remaining half back while Xiulan whispered, "Master, aren't you eating?" Xiuxian sighed. "I have a problem. Once I eat something, I easily feel sleepy." Xiulan squinted and tried to figure it out, but quickly focused on finishing her pancake. Though seemingly idle, Xiuxian was actually vigilant, keeping watch all around. He couldn't confirm from which direction the bear might approach. Moreover, the forest at this moment was unusually quiet. Without the watch on his wrist, he might have forgotten the passage of time altogether. "Master, I need to find a place to relieve myself. Can you keep watch for me?" Xiuxian stood up, looked around, and pointed at a pile of dry grass nearby. "Just go there and hurry back." Xiulan quickly got up, and just as she was about to go, she suddenly said, "Master, why are you telling me to hurry? I don't know whether it's a big or small matter yet. If it's a big deal, it'll take a few minutes for sure." Xiuxian replied jokingly, "I don't want your butt freezing." Xiulan frowned, thinking if it weren't for waiting for the bear today, she would have certainly challenged her master. "I'm just going to pee, not a big deal." Xiuxian waved her off, signaling her to hurry. Xiulan ran behind the pile of dry grass. Truthfully, this was her first time using the bathroom in such a place. It wasn't so much that she was afraid someone would discover her unbuttoning her pants. It was the unpredictable dangers lurking in the forest. She undid the rope that tied her pants waistband, pulled through several layers of clothing, squatted down on the snowy ground, and started peeing. Suddenly, she heard crunching footsteps coming from behind. At first, Xiulan assumed it was her master, considering they had both lain down in the same spot for several hours. With a full bladder, Xiulan figured her master must feel similarly. "Master, just wait a moment, I'll be done in a sec," Xiulan said uneasily, but the sound of footsteps did not stop and kept coming closer to her. Just as Xiulan was inwardly cursing Xiuxian for being such a lecherous rogue, a wave of stench hit her face. Xiulan turned her head and saw the bear's head staring right at her, its mouth continuously exhaling warm breath. In all her life, Xiulan had never been so close to a bear before. All the automatic reactions Xiuxian had taught her earlier flew out of her mind when faced with this situation. She even forgot about pulling up her pants, until suddenly a large hand grabbed the collar of her padded coat from behind. It hoisted her into the air, and as she struggled, everything spun around her. Before she could steady herself, she heard Xiuxian's voice shouting, "Hurry, go hide over there." This was the first time Xiulan felt so disheveled. She hastily pulled up her pants and tied the rope loosely. Without exchanging another word with Xiuxian, she ran back to their previous hiding spot. The bear, upon seeing Xiuxian, paused for a moment as if it realized that he wasn't friendly. Then it immediately turned around to flee, but coincidentally, the direction it chose was the one where Xiuxian hadn't set any traps. This made him a bit tense. Whether or not he'd succeed in catching this bear rested entirely on this move. He couldn't let all his efforts today go to waste. The bear, sensing danger, fled at a great speed. Yet by its shape, it seemed like it hadn't eaten for a long time. Normally, a bear wouldn't be afraid of an individual armed with only a single weapon. Based on the speed of the fleeing bear, Xiuxian began to feel more confident about his chances of success. Turning back, he yelled at Xiulan to hurry and catch up. Xiulan grabbed the crossbow and sword tube from the ground, chasing after Xiuxian. They soon disappeared from sight and had to continue following the trail based on the footprints left in the snow. When she finally caught up with Xiuxian, she stopped. "Master, where's the bear?" Xiuxian pointed ahead. "There, give me your bow. It's my first time using one of these things." Xiulan quickly removed the crossbow from her back, and Xiuxian mentioned that this was the first time he was using such equipment. And this was also her first time handling it. After unloading it, Xiuxian handed over his homemade gun temporarily to Xiulan for safekeeping. He needed to deal with the bear while also ensuring his own safety. Chapter 55, You Fired. Have you ever killed a fish or slaughtered a chicken at home? Xiuxian suddenly asked in a low voice. Xiulan hesitated for a moment, seemingly understanding why Xiuxian had suddenly asked these questions. "Master, are you worried that I might be afraid because of never seeing any blood? But please don't worry, all the chickens, ducks, and geese at home are killed by me. Regardless of how bloody the scene may be, it won't be a problem for me." Hearing her say this, Xiuxian naturally wiped out his inner concerns. "That's good. Let me tell you, when I first went hunting in the mountains, I saw my master skinning the prey right in front of me. I was astonished and almost vomited. However, when I later sold it at the market and made money, I wasn't so scared anymore." Just then, Xiulan asked Xiuxian a question. "Master, have you ever thought about what would happen if we hunt all these animals?" Xiuxian symbolically paused for a moment before answering Xiulan's question. Winter hunting leaves the mountains with other things during spring, summer, and autumn. Moreover, which hunter can guarantee to have harvest every time they enter the mountain? The last few times, I returned empty-handed. Xiulan let out an, "Oh," finally understanding. "I see now. I was worried that all the animals in the forest would be hunted by us, leaving nothing left. Still, master, you are smart." Xiuxian felt he wasn't particularly clever, but simply followed nature's will. Even great business tycoons can't ensure profitability on every deal, let alone him, a hunter entering the mountains. "You keep watch here while I go around to encircle it. Since I've seen this bear today, it is definitely going to be mine, no escape. Once you've chosen the path of being a hunter, you can't be too compassionate." When Xiuxian came back around, however, he discovered that such a large bear had vanished. It clearly ran past, yet now it was gone. Only a few minutes had passed. Even if the bear had run away, there should have been some noise. Perhaps the bear performed some magic and transformed itself, turning into a disappeared bear. Xiulan, come over here. An uninformed Xiulan approached with her gun, assuming that her master had already dealt with the situation. Her steps became lighthearted, and she even thought to herself that her recognized master was truly formidable. But this joy didn't last more than a few seconds before a bucket of cold water was thrown on her. Master, where's the bear? What did you want me to do? Did the bear run away? Xiuxian pointed to some footprints nearby and said, can't you see these footprints? We need to continue pursuing it. But I didn't see any trace of the bear. It escaped right under your nose. Xiulan asked incredulously. Xiuxian didn't want to admit this outcome either, but she could see clearly. There was no way he could lie in front of her. The only thing we can say is that this bear is very smart. We must hurry and chase after it. If we let this bear escape, everything we've done these past few days will have been in vain. After chasing for a distance, due to not eating that piece of pancake, Xiuxian's strength couldn't keep up. In the subsequent search, Xiulan took the lead. Xiuxian walked intermittently, occasionally taking bites of the pancake. His mouth was full of cornmeal crumbs, nearly choking himself. Chasing after the bear, the two discovered that the footprints in the snow were getting disordered. The bear's footprints were bigger and easier to identify, but there were also other footprints besides those of the bear. Xiulan took a couple of steps back and moved next to Xiuxian. Master, there are so many footprints here, and besides this bear, there are other animals too. Should we continue to pursue them? Xiuxian smirked lightly and said, we'll keep chasing. According to the shape of these footprints, they're probably from a tiger. We need to be careful. In winter, those starving creatures are everywhere. Don't let them turn us into emergency food. Upon hearing that tigers were also involved in their pursuit, Xiulan felt tension rise in her heart. Yet she inexplicably felt excitement as well. She was someone who grew up in the greater Xiuxian range. But after so long, she had never seen a tiger. If she was really lucky enough to meet one today, it wouldn't be a wasted trip. Xiulan reiterated, Master, rest assured. Even if there truly is a tiger, I won't abandon you. Xiuxian stared at Xiulan for a while and said, thank you then. At least you know not to leave me behind. But our main task now is to find that bear first. Following the footprints, they soon found that what should have been pure white snow actually had red spots scattered across it. Big ones, small ones, irregularly distributed. A preliminary judgment indicated that this was blood. Tigers excel at biting and tearing. It was possible that the tiger had already killed the bear. If that were true, his dream of obtaining the bear's paws would become another case of the duck flying off just as it reached his mouth. As they pressed forward, the blood splattered across the snow gradually increased. Further ahead, they saw a few tufts of golden yellow fur. Xiuxian remembered that the bear was a black bear with fur that appeared dark brown. The tuft of fur he held in his hand was golden yellow, which suggested that the blood on the ground might not necessarily belong to the black bear. Xiuxian suddenly felt a growing admiration for this bear. Irrespective of its long starvation, it had not lost an ounce of its fighting ability. This alone attested to how smart this bear probably was. However, Xiuxian also hoped nothing had happened to the tiger, especially if it was the female tiger. He was taking care of 3 cubs, planning to return them when the weather warmed up and the cubs grew a bit more so that this family of 4 could reunite. The further they ventured forward, the clearer the signs of the battle became in the snow. Xiuxian was on edge, carefully adjusting the crossbow in his hands to be ready for danger at any moment by pressing the trigger. This kind of tense situation was something Xiuxian was encountering for the first time. He didn't dare to overestimate his abilities in front of Xiulan, but still tried his best to shield her, ensuring she stayed behind him. Northeastern men must have some blood in their veins. How could they let women walk ahead? A simple yet subtle action elevated Xiulan's impression of Xiuxian quite significantly. Master, you should stay safe too, Xiulan said. Xiuxian acknowledged her concern, and at the same time, he began to form a good impression of this young girl. Xiuxian suspected that the bear and the tiger might be hiding nearby, so he treaded each step with exceptional caution, avoiding making too much noise. Even under the frigid temperatures of -15 to 20 degrees Celsius, facing unknown dangers caused beads of sweat to appear on Xiuxian's forehead. Suddenly, a tiger's roar reverberated through the mountains, striking fear into the forest. Xiuxian promptly raised the rifle in his hands, as a large creature rushed forth from the side. Seeing this, Xiuxian acted without hesitation, aiming the crossbow at the target and firing off the arrow with lightning speed. Xiulan also responded swiftly, lifting her makeshift gun and firing 2 loud shots at the charging beast. A cascade of steel pellets erupted from the barrel, followed by the heavy thud of impact. Only then did Xiuxian open his eyes. The sound of 2 gunshots echoed loudly in Xiuxian's ears, ringing with a buzz. He glanced back at Xiulan, who still had steam wafting out of her twin barrels. Xiuxian asked, "Did you fire?" Xiulan massaged her ears, barely hearing Xiuxian's words. "Master, I got too nervous earlier, so I couldn't control myself." Chapter 56, The Fish Seller. Looking at the gun barrel still steaming with heat, Xiuxian touched his ears. The 2 gunshots seemed to still be echoing in his ears. He was not blaming Xiulan for firing the shots. If that crude gun were in his hands, he would have done the same thing in that situation. What he didn't expect was that the girl had aimed the gun so close to his ear. Had it been just a little bit more to the left, just an inch or so, the steel pellets spraying from the gun barrel could have turned his ear and even half of his skull into a sieve. Don't underestimate those tiny pellets. Once they are fired out of the gun barrel, their force is formidable. When Jilan saw him continuously fiddling with his ears, she finally realized the problem. She hurriedly apologized. Master, I didn't mean to do that. It was truly urgent back there. That thing charged right over, and if I hadn't fired the gun, you would have been crushed under it. After quite some time, Xiuxian had finally adjusted his condition. I don't blame you. I'm just thankful that I survived. Go quickly and check what just attacked us. Accompanying Xiuxian as he went over, they unexpectedly found the bear lying on the ground. There was a large gash on the bear's neck, probably inflicted by the tiger. As for the tiger, it had disappeared without a trace. But the fight scene was messy, and it wasn't hard to imagine how fierce the encounter had been. Xiuxian drew a large machete from his bosom. The blade was 40 centimeters long. The machete blade was about 3 to 5 millimeters thick, one side serrated like a saw, while the other side was sharpened. This design was personally sketched and forged by Xiuxian for hunting convenience, making this knife versatile. It reduced the need to carry another tool. With its teeth surface for sawing and its sharp edge for cutting, neither meat nor bones posed any difficulty. The bear had been hit by an arrow and shot twice, and it had already fought against the tiger earlier. By the time Xiuxian and Jilan arrived, the bear had already breathed its last. Seizing the moment, Xiuxian quickly stripped the bear's paws, as he had initially planned. As for the fur rug idea, he did not spend too much thought on it. Jilan observed Xiuxian's actions, but raised no objections. One day in the future, she would also be like Xiuxian, cold-hearted and resolute. Packing up the bear's paws, he contemplated taking the skin too. Selling it at the market might fetch good money. If not, perhaps he should ask Uncle Guangxi whether the boss who wanted the bear paw would want it. After all, this was genuine stuff, not artificially produced. And in a few years, getting such items would become almost impossible. However, removing the hide was a technical skill, something Xiuxian dared not handle rashly. If messed up, the price value might decrease significantly. Thus, Xiuxian opened the bear's belly, retrieving its bile, a rare medicinal herb and highly expensive. To extract as many valuable things from the bear's body as possible, he then slung the hollowed-out bear carcass onto his shoulder and made his way toward the village. Xiuxian didn't go straight home. Instead, he brought the bear to Su Guangxi's house. He handed both bear paws and the retrieved gallbladder to Uncle Guangxi. Su Guangxi also hunted, and he worked as a butcher, so he knew the value of the bear gallbladder at a glance. Good job, kid. You really managed it. I'll call that boss right now and ask him to come get it as soon as possible. Xiuxian only said one sentence to Su Guangxi. Uncle Guangxi, can the boss let me meet him? Uncle Guangxi laughed and said, no problem, though he won't be able to come today. It'll take at least a day or two. Xiuxian, along with Jilan, came to Guangxi's east room. The room was warm due to the coal stove, and the Kong bed was heated. Both shed their heavy cotton jackets as soon as they walked in. Xiuxian watched silently as Uncle Guangxi fiddled with a pager the size of a matchbox. Not long after, the device beeped. Xiuxian curiously moved closer to see, but before he could make out the content on the small screen, Guangxi had picked it up. The boss says he will come within 3 days. He will let me know when he is near, and then I'll come call you. Xiuxian nodded. However, Su Guangxi harbored a bit of curiosity in his heart. Boy, why do you suddenly want to meet the big boss? Do you have something in mind? The families had a good relationship, and being from the same village, Xiuxian didn't think about putting up a facade. He chuckled. Uncle Guangxi, don't ask about it. Once I meet the big boss, everything will be clear. It's dangerous going into the mountains. If we can find a way to sell any treasures we come across, then we won't have to worry about making money. From the start, Su Guangxi felt that Xiuxian was a smart person. There are plenty of game in the mountains, but we also need a good market to sell them. Otherwise, even if we hunt many, none will be sold, and that would be wasted effort. Xiuxian was not someone who acted alone. He pulled Su Guangxi closer and said, Uncle Guangxi, as long as we can strike a long-term cooperation with this big boss, after closing one deal, I'll give you 10%. How about that? Compared to taking great risks hunting in the mountain, he himself would only help establish the connection. With every deal bringing him 10% benefits, it's a risk-free business. Su Guangxi immediately waved his hand. What's this talk about giving or not giving me 10%? What kind of person do you think I am? You have been doing all the hard work. Don't bother with those unnecessary things. Just come by my house during festivals from time to time. Though he said that, Xiuxian couldn't really take it to heart like that. How can that be? You are at least my master. Isn't it natural for a disciple to respect his master? Rest assured, I guarantee I won't treat you badly in the future. After staying at Su Guangxi's place for a while longer, Xiuxian got up and left. Jilan thought that Xiuxian was about to go home too, so she also decided to return. If she got home at this time, she could still help with some housework and let her mother rest a bit. Jilan, your master is going to take you to another place. We can't let you run into the mountain with me for nothing. Jilan was a little surprised, but she followed Xiuxian anyway. The little ice houses on the river now had become Xiuxian's secret base. A signboard stood by the shore reading, "No kids allowed." Plus, there had been an incident where Huzi fell through the ice before. Families with children in the village had warned their children not to play on the ice surface unless necessary. Sooner or later, this place had become truly isolated to just him. Rest assured, this ice layer is thick. It won't thaw until May or June. With Xiuxian's reassurance, Jilan finally dared to step on it. Master, does this small ice house belong to you? Are you fishing here? I seem to recall someone selling fish before the spring festival. That person must be you, right? Xiuxian nodded as he reached down to pull the net submerged underwater. Chapter 57, Strange Happenings. That would definitely be me. Apart from me, who else would have the leisure to come here and catch fish? Xiuxian recalled the fish her mother had stewed during the new year and couldn't help licking her lips. Even at this point, she hadn't forgotten the taste of that stewed fish, but unfortunately, her mom didn't manage to buy that kind of fish afterward. It was only today that she found out the fish her mom bought back then came from the master's hands. Xiuxian hadn't thought much about it, not even in that direction. At the moment, all his attention was on the fishing net in his hand, wondering how many fish he could catch with this one toss. But based on today's harvest so far, even if this next throw only net small fish, he wouldn't be at a loss. After all, he'd already closed that big business deal. The only thing left was whether or not the boss could pay as agreed. Even after giving Uncle Guanji 10%, he'd still net 9,000 yuan. Round it up, and you're basically talking 10,000 yuan household income. Moreover, there were still plenty of things from that bear that could be sold. With some miscellaneous items thrown together, they should fetch a few hundred more yuan. Come on, give me a hand. The net feels heavier than usual today. Xiuxian quickly moved to help Xiuxian pull the net, not realizing it until they started pulling, but indeed, the net felt extremely heavy. It took them quite a bit of effort before they managed to drag up just half of it. Just this half held 2 or 3 large fish. Finally, with tremendous effort, they dragged the entire net ashore. Seeing the net, Xiuxian was immensely pleased because she saw the type of fish her mom used to buy. She wondered if this fisherman might generously gift her one when they counted the fish. Since she was invited to come along, surely it wasn't for nothing, and surely she wouldn't return home empty-handed. Seeing all these fish in the net, Xiuxian thought he must be lucky today. If these big fish were taken to the village entrance to sell, they would fetch at least several dozen yuan. Picking out a relatively good-sized one, he handed it over to Xiuxian. Here, take this one. Bring it home and stew it. This very fish Xiuxian offered was the one Xiuxian had set her eyes on. Without saying any formalities, she simply took it. Master, you are really nice. Should I pay you? After all, you spent your time and energy catching it. Giving it to me like this seems. Isn't it kind of a loss? What loss? If you hadn't come along today, do you think I could have brought down that bear by myself? When we go hunting in the mountains, going alone works fine if you're hunting small prey. But when it comes to the big ones, you need to go in groups. In the future, whenever you plan to hunt something large, regardless of who you call, you need several extra hands around to prevent accidents. Before the new year, someone from a nearby village tried to earn money through hunting after hearing me talk about profits. That person stepped on a trap and almost froze to death in the mountain. So, joining forces for a hunt isn't always about sharing the prey. It can also mean protecting yourself. Do you understand what I'm saying? Xiuxian nodded. Reflecting on everything that happened in the forest earlier, she realized how much danger there was. Especially when the bear charged at them, it almost completely blocked her view. Had the rifle in her hands not been effective, they both might not have been able to handle that bear. And this was when the bear hadn't eaten for a long time. If it had been well fed, it probably would have taken 7 or 8 people to deal with it. Master, I get what you mean. Next time, let's invite more people to join us when hunting, so we minimize risks. At this point, Xiuxian shook his head. You can't invite too many either. If we bring too many and don't catch enough, then no one gets their share. The ideal group size for hunting is between 3 and 6 people. And we've got our tools ready, so we'll fight when necessary and run if we need to. We only brought more people today due to special circumstances, but usually, it doesn't require so many. Holding onto the fish, Xiuxian accompanied Xiuxian towards the shore. Xiuxian dragged the fishing net, which felt quite burdensome. As they walked, Xiuxian suddenly stopped, noticing a girl dressed in a red jacket standing by the shore. Master, isn't that Xiuxian looking for you? Xiuxian had been focused solely on dragging the net and hadn't noticed Xiuxian. Looking up, he realized it was indeed her. At that moment, Xiuxian tucked her hand into the sleeve of her coat. Then she wiped sweat off Xiuxian's forehead twice. They weren't too far from Xiuxian, close enough to see the motion of wiping sweat, yet too far to hear what they said. Master, stay still. You want to shake off Xiuxian's pursuit, right? Let me act this out for you. Xiuxian thought Xiuxian's method was a bit silly, but it should work. Wiping sweat in the middle of winter was a bit strange, but Xiuxian, upon seeing this scene, didn't make any exaggerated moves. Instead, she stood by the shore, waiting for the two to come over. As they drew near, Xiuxian grabbed Xiuxian's arm as if declaring her ownership and stared intensely at Xiuxian. Forward, brother, you're really good. You've caught so many fish again. Xiuxian tried to break free of Xiuxian's grip on his arm. Do you have something to say? If not, I still need to hurry and sell these fish. I'll go with you. And forward, brother, I've decided. Next time you go hunting in the mountains, I'm coming with you too. Hearing this, Xiuxian thought Xiuxian might be crazy. What would you do going hunting with me in the mountains? If she can go with you, why can't I? Don't think I don't know your intention, you little fox spirit. Pretending to learn hunting to get close to my forward brother. Well, let me tell you, forward brother already belongs to someone. What do you have to compete with me? Hearing this, Xiuxian couldn't help but shiver. Xiuxian, what are you talking about? There's nothing between us. There isn't now, sure, but who knows what will happen later. I'm much simpler than your female disciple here. Forward brother, you mustn't take advantage of me. If Xiuxian hadn't already experienced how formidable Xiuxian could be, she might have fallen for it then and there. Master, when you enter the mountains another day, please be sure to call on me. Today, I thank you for saving me in the mountain. If it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't have made it back. It's truly a blessing to have such a master. Xiuxian finished with a sweet smile, glanced back at Xiuxian as she left. It was an unfriendly look indeed. Not long after she'd walked away, She heard Xiuxian questioning Xiuxian from behind about what exactly had happened in the mountains between them. This plot twist didn't feel right. According to Xiuxian's expectations, Xiuxian should definitely have been furious, maybe even embarrassed. She shouldn't have reacted so coldly, as if unmoved, only ending up scolding him a bit. However, things being unusual usually means trouble brewing. Chapter 58, Irresponsible. Xiuxian no longer cared about him or her and dragged the net of fish up. No matter how Xiuxian shouted behind, he had no intention of stopping. As a big man, he didn't behave like women scolding in public. The key was that he had important things to do and couldn't waste time on arguing. Xiuxian hadn't gone far when he was caught up by Xiuxian again. You haven't answered my question yet. Brother Qianjin, what did you do with that woman in the forest? She must not have come solely to learn hunting skills from you, right? Moreover, when she left, she took such a big fish with her. It must be when you gave her. You've never given me a fish that big. Xiuxian had no choice but to stop and looked at Xiuxian, saying, that was my thanks to her, because without her today, I might not have come back. Besides, it's just a fish. Is it really worth making you so upset? Xiuxian kept explaining. It's not the fish that makes me care, but your actions. Your attitude towards her and me is completely different. How can I help but think too much? Xiuxian was quite puzzled and couldn't help asking. How is my attitude towards her different from you? How could it be different? She wiped your sweat earlier and said something to you, and you even smiled at her. You've never smiled at me, and you even avoid me. I'm a girl too. Do you know how hurtful that behavior is for me? If you need a helper for hunting, I can also be that person. As long as you nod, next time you go into the mountain to hunt, I will accompany you. Xiuxian thought that when Xiuxian said these words, there was no brain involved. Even if he went hunting himself, he would still have to carefully plan, which is not an easy task. You don't need to torture me here. If you don't have anything else, you should go back earlier. Xiuxian stomped her feet out of anger. She hadn't wanted to torment Xiuxian. Wasn't it always Xiuxian who tormented her? Brother Qianjin, as long as you agree to be with me, I will definitely take good care of you and keep your bed warm. I'll wash your clothes, cook for you, and in the future, give you a chubby baby boy. I promise to take care of you like an emperor of old. Xiuxian couldn't hide his surprise, sighed, wanting to say something but lost to Xiuxian's thoughts. Even if she talked until she was blue in the face, Xiuxian wouldn't think he was right. It might be better to say nothing at all. Arriving at the village entrance, Xiuxian carefully removed the fish from the net. It was only a few steps away, but these fish had already frozen over on their surface. This was authentic ice-fresh fish. As soon as he had taken down 2 fish, passers-by came to inquire about the price. The price Xiuxian offered was also reasonable. In an era where meat tickets were scarce, eating fish wasn't bad either. According to how much they needed, Xiuxian divided the fish accordingly. Just as the buyer was handing over the money, Xiuxian rushed over and directly clenched the counted money in her hand. Xiuxian reached out, but missed it, knowing well that he also needed money. But Xiuxian deliberately said, Brother Qianjin, I'll count the money for you when you sell the fish. I guarantee not a single penny will be wrong. Money was precious. Even a cent shouldn't enter someone else's pocket. Xiuxian retrieved the money from Xiuxian. I know how much money we can make from this little bit of stuff, so you don't need to count it for me. It's so cold outside, you should go home early. If you freeze, your parents will come to ask me for an explanation. At the sound of these words, Xiuxian lowered her head and didn't say a word for a long while. Seeing her acting like this, Xiuxian would have been willing to care about her if it weren't for her previous behaviors. Knowing full well that Xiuxian was the kind of person who flourishes with just a little encouragement, Xiuxian decided to ignore her. They were adults now and should learn to bear the corresponding responsibilities for their choices and decisions. Regardless of what experiences they undergo, they shouldn't shift responsibility onto others. Xiuxian sold almost all the remaining dozen or so fish in half an hour. Another few dozen yuan in income made Xiuxian content. He glanced at Xiuxian and said, all my stuff is sold, and it's time for me to go back. But Xiuxian grabbed Xiuxian's arm and said, I have nowhere to go. I had an argument with my mom during the day. In a fit of anger, I ran out. Brother Qianjin, why don't you take me in? If Xiuxian were a man, Xiuxian would have taken her in, but unfortunately, she was a girl. People in the nearby villages were talking about the two of them. Although Xiuxian wasn't afraid of gossip, he also didn't want to ruin his positive image in other people's eyes because of Xiuxian. How can I take you in? Is it appropriate for you to live in my house? There's no real hatred between parents and children. If you really don't want to go home, I'll send you to the village head's house and let him take care of you for 2 days. Xiuxian felt deeply wronged. Brother Qianjin, can't you tell that I really like you? Other girls are modest. Even if they like someone, they don't say it out loud. But I've been by your side for so long. Even a stone should have been warmed up by now. Xiuxian suddenly didn't know what to say. He stood there and stared at her for a moment. I will take you home, and there are some things I also want to clarify with your parents face to face. Xiuxian knew where Xiuxian lived. Even though she strongly opposed going home, she was no match for Xiuxian. In the end, under Xiuxian's insistence, Xiuxian returned home. When Xiuxian's parents saw their daughter come back, although they were still upset, they were at least relieved to see their child safe. Seeing Xiuxian come along, they were a little surprised. But looking at their daughter's emotions, they guessed something must have happened in between. Since the guest had already arrived, they needed to entertain him properly as a matter of courtesy. Xiuxian's mother said, Qianjin, thank you for bringing our Xiuxian back. The girl quarreled with me today. She stormed off, and I was just telling her father to find some people to look for her. Xiuxian smiled slightly and said to Xiuxian's mother, Auntie, I brought her here for 2 reasons this time. One is that she said she argued with you and didn't dare to return, and the other is that I have something I want to say to you too. Is it convenient? Xiulian's mother's heart raced hearing these words from Xiang. She quickly replied, let's go inside and talk. It was only then that Xiulian's mother noticed Xiang still held a fishing net in his hand. He must have just come back from fishing. But where were the fish? Not a single one was visible. After entering the house, Xiang didn't sit down, but instead stood before the elders and blurted out his thoughts. Xiulian listened on the side, her eyes welling up with tears, which kept rolling around. Uncle, aunt, that's all I mean to say. Xiulian is a good girl, but we two aren't suited for each other. And I already have a girl in my heart whom I like, and as soon as the weather gets warm, I'm going to look for her. So I really cannot be with her. Otherwise, it would be irresponsible towards her. Every word of irresponsible spoken by Xiang sounded like an excuse to Xiulian. Chapter 59, Marriage and Children. You don't have to say so much in front of me. I'll ask you one last time. Do you actually have any feelings for me? Xiang no longer trusted what Xiulian had said, even though she had asked very firmly. But Xiang also doubted whether she truly meant those words. If one were to say something with assurance, it would be Xiulian's parents who ultimately decided. Xiang said, the new year is almost over, and I also have plans for the future. Uncle and auntie, if you really care about Xiulian, then don't let her waste more time on me. The two of us will definitely not end up together. Xiulian's mom felt that her daughter was very excellent. There was no way she couldn't find a man. However, Xiang's words made her extremely uncomfortable. Qinjin, are you saying my daughter is unworthy of you? Everyone has 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth. You aren't any better than other young men either. But at least you're somewhat honest and haven't been stringing along our Xiulian. I've already spoken to her today. In a while, I'll introduce her to someone else. Once this little girl gets her head straight, we'll let them meet. You don't have to worry so much. Your uncle and I are still here. We won't let her do anything wrong. So stop fretting. With these 2 sentences from Xiulian's parents, Xiang naturally didn't need to worry anymore. Then I hope Xiulian can find a good family, get married, and have children. I won't bother uncle and auntie here anymore. I'll leave now. Xiang clarified everything, and thus the 2 families naturally set their boundaries clearly. But Xiulian couldn't accept it just yet. She thought she could try harder. However, her mother held onto her wrist tightly, refusing to let her chase after him. Xiulian's father then stood up and slapped her. You brat, haven't they already made it clear enough? Why are you clinging desperately? What good does the Xiang family bring anyway? Next time, I'll have your mother introduce you to someone better, someone whose family owns a car, alright? Xiulian stomped her feet in urgency. No, I want him. The commotion behind her ceased as Xiang left. When he got home, he didn't mention a single word about the matter. He only handed over the money he had earned from selling fish to his sister. Xiang Meiyun looked at the pile of money and was surprised. Where did you get all this? Selling fish. You see, my fishing net has several more holes. After dinner tonight, I still need to mend it. Xiang Meiyun glanced over and confirmed this was true. Put it aside first. Fixing the net doesn't need to be rushed. I'll save this money for you. Sister won't spend an extra cent. Xiang didn't mind and poured himself a cup of warm water from the hot pot. He was completely exhausted from the day's work and finally sat down to rest. Then he heard his sister scream loudly. Turning back, Xiang saw his sister sitting paralyzed on the calm, with the money that was supposed to go into the wallet scattered across the floor. The big wooden box used to store things was wide open. Xiang quickly went over and helped his sister up. Sister, what happened? What did you see? Xiang Meiyun pointed at the box and said, there's something inside. Xianjin, hurry up and take the coal tongs to pick it out. Xianjin didn't rush to check what was inside, but followed his sister's instruction and grabbed the iron tongs by the coal stove. He muttered under his breath, what thing scared you so much? Xiang Meiyun, nearly unable to imagine herself, pointed at the box. You look and you'll see. Holding the coal tongs, Xiang stepped onto the Kong and peeked into the box twice. To his shock, he discovered a rat hiding in his cabinet. No wonder his sister was startled when she opened the cabinet to put the money away earlier. This rat was as big as an adult's foot. Seeing it unexpectedly was indeed terrifying. Xiang swiftly used the coal tongs to pick up the large rat and throw it outside. Whether it was alive or dead, it disappeared in a flash. Xiang Meiyun worried that the rat might damage the box, which stored several pieces of clothing. She took everything out to check. Fortunately, the big gray rat hadn't caused any mischief and hadn't ruined her clothes. Otherwise, next year, the entire family would have to buy new clothes. Most importantly, the money was fine. Xiang Meiyun wasn't as sharp-minded. The household expenses mainly depended on Tian Weidong's job. All she could do was try her best to save money in daily expenditures. Savings in all aspects add up to a substantial amount every year. This was something she, as a woman, had to consider. Regardless of whether it was Xiang or Tian Weidong, both of them were thinking about how to make more money. Noticing his sister's distressed face, Xiang quickly picked up the few dozen yuan and said, Sis, if the clothes are broken, we'll buy new ones. It's still within the first lunar month. It's still the new year. Buy what new clothes? These haven't even been worn much yet. Don't think that just because you've earned some money, you can go around spending recklessly. Xiang looked pitiful and said, Sis, I earn money so we can all spend it. If earning money doesn't mean spending it, then what's the point of earning it at all? Xiang Meiyun didn't want to argue with him about his twisted logic and left him with one last statement. If he wanted to spend money in the future, either he hid it from her without her knowing or stopped handing over his earnings to her altogether. Any money that went into her pocket would require a serious reason for it to be spent more freely. Xiuxian understood that his sister was indirectly saving money on his behalf for any unexpected needs later on, so he didn't dwell too much on the matter. All right, whatever you say, sis. Tell me, why do people who earn money always worry about how to spend it? Only we refuse to spend a single coin. But since you're my sister, I'd never ignore your advice. Anyone else, though? I wouldn't listen to them at all. Xiang Meiyan sniffed. You're right. Anyone else would have already conned all your money out of you by now. And saved it for you. Please, stop dreaming. Give me the money now. Without keeping a single coin, Xiang Qianjin handed every bit of his earnings over to Xiang Meiyan. Now that's more like it. You did say earlier you'd contribute your monthly living expenses to the family, right? Are you sticking to that or not? Xiang Qianjin knew his sister was suddenly bringing this up because she had something in mind, so he coughed a couple of times. Sis, what are you planning? Didn't you say you didn't want me to pay it? I've changed my mind. 50 yuan per month, no less. Xiang Qianjin pointed at the stack of money in her hand. Then take 50 out of that pile. Do you really think I could possibly eat 50 yuan worth of rice and flour in a month? That evening, when Tian Weidong came home, Xiang Qianjin complained to his brother-in-law, saying that although his sister had originally said no need for living fees, she had now suddenly asked him for money. Tian Weidong stood by his wife. Qianjin, you're not a kid anymore. When I was your age, I was already thinking about getting married and having kids. Chapter 60, the big boss arrives. You should really start your own family. Your brother-in-law isn't trying to kick you out. Men should have a wife and children to look forward to. It's the lifelong pursuit. Thinking this way, Xiang Qianjin felt even more wronged. And my lifelong pursuit hasn't even begun yet. You can't expect me to accept xiuxian under duress. I'm not here to ruin her reputation. The key is that I don't have any feelings for her at all. Brother-in-law, you chased after my sister too. Out of so many girls, you chose her. How could I not suspect that you were attracted by my sister's beauty? Xiang Qianjin's words made Tian Weidong's heart race with embarrassment. He'd already been a father for several years. But when he thought back to the scene where he first met Xiang Meiyun, his heart still raced uncontrollably. Tian Weidong said, You're just talking nonsense again. When did I ever pursue your sister? It was your sister who winked at me. Xiang Qianjin continued. My sister? So shy? How could she possibly wink at you? Tell me the truth, brother-in-law. We shouldn't be taking advantage of you keeping quiet while letting me, your younger brother-in-law, suffer the consequences unwillingly. If you went back a few years and met someone like xiuxian, wouldn't you have been thrilled? Seeing these two men discuss an innocent girl, Xiang Meiyun became restless. Can you two stop gossiping about people behind their backs? In some ways, xiuxian has done things wrong. But it's not fair for you to criticize her to this extent. I actually think she had a good point. She wasn't being coy, but rather bravely pursuing love. If I had had the same clarity as her, maybe. Tian Weidong sensed danger and quickly moved to cover his wife's mouth. Wife, don't talk nonsense. We already have a child. Whether alive or dead, you are of the old Tian family. Xiang Meiyun quickly slapped Tian Weidong's hand away in annoyance. Listen to what you're saying, wrong. Regardless of right or wrong, if Tian Weidong hadn't stopped Xiang Meiyun from speaking earlier, his wife, and mother of his child, might have ended up belonging to someone else. Xiang Meiyun continued preparing food, while Tian Weidong pulled out a chessboard with his younger brother-in-law to play xiangqi, Chinese chess. Qianjin, spill it to uncle. Over such a long time, haven't you truly liked a single girl? That Jilan seems quite nice. Could there be a chance to develop something? Xiang Qianjin replied. She's my apprentice. What development? Besides, she may not like me. And today, when I took xiuxian home, I made it clear to her parents. It's not that the girl is bad, it's just that I don't deserve her. Actually, I have a girl in my heart, but she's not from around here. Tian Weidong hesitated with his hand suspended midair, unable to place the chess piece. It wasn't because he was thinking about his next move, but due to his astonishment at what his younger brother-in-law had just said. The girl you like isn't from around here. Where exactly is she then? You've never gone far since you grew up, and outsiders rarely visit our village. Did you dream about her? Xiang Qianjin knew there was no way to explain this to his brother-in-law clearly, so he simply left it at that with a smile. That evening, it snowed. This newly built house had carefully installed windows and doors. The sealability was much better than the previous old house. Outside, thick snowflakes fell heavily, yet inside the room remained cozy and warm. Xiang Qianjin, covered by a new quilt, sweated across his forehead while sleeping. If he didn't fear his sister waking up and discovering him opening the window secretly to waste the warmth, Xiang Qianjin would have slept with the window open. After waiting for 2 days, Su Guangji also came to the house to find Xiang Qianjin as agreed. Faced with a 10,000 yuan deal, Xiang Qianjin was somewhat nervous. Even though he'd seen the world, it couldn't compare to the pressure he felt now. Xiang Qianjin had some worries and thought of asking his sister to accompany him. However, Xiang Meiyun trusted her younger brother. There won't be any issues with Uncle Guangji around. I still need to go to work, see you later. Watching his sister leave, Xiang Qianjin sighed helplessly. Clearly, his sister hadn't taken his words seriously. Accompanied by Uncle Guangji, they reached his house, where the previously brought bare paws were wrapped in red cloth. This was a grand gesture indeed. About half an hour later, a black car parked outside. Su Guangji called on Xiang Qianjin to greet the visitor together. Out walked a boss with a big head and fleshy ears. Wearing sunglasses, adorned in checkered shirts with a puffy down jacket over them, and stepping in leather shoes, he looked every bit the part of a nouveau riche. At his side stood a female secretary in black business attire. With their attire, neither dared linger outside for long in this weather. Su Guangji, fearing they might freeze outside, quickly ushered them inside. Hurry up and come in, it's cold out there. The big boss took a deep breath, held the female secretary's hand, and entered the house. From the way these two acted, they were obviously not ordinary people. However, Xiuxian wasn't the type to gossip. Whether their relationship was good or bad, it wouldn't affect his earnings soon. He would earn every penny he deserved and wouldn't take more than he should. Where's Boss Chen? The bear paws you wanted were brought by this young man after venturing into the mountain. Without him, you might have had to look for a while longer. In front of the big boss, Su Guangji exaggeratedly praised Xiuxian to the heavens. The boss scrutinized Xiuxian and said, "So young and already skilled at hunting, impressive." But Xiuxian didn't show modesty. "It's unavoidable. Our place isn't wealthy. There are only 6 months of good weather all year. The other half of the year is like now. If we don't find ways to make a living, how can we survive?" Boss Chen nodded, finding his words reasonable. He glanced quickly at the bear paws. They were sizable, and if made into a dish, they would surely boost one's prestige. "You've worked hard. How much was agreed upon for these bear paws?" 5,000 yuan each, so that's 10,000 yuan for both. "The quality is good." Boss Chen signaled to his secretary, who then opened her handbag and pulled out a stack of brand new banknotes. 100 yuan bills made 1,000, so this 10,000 yuan amounted to 100 yuan bills. In these times, seeing so much cash was indeed quite shocking. However, one must also be cautious about fake money. Perhaps only the top few notes were real, with counterfeit bills beneath. Once the boss left, where could they find him? Su Guangji didn't lose his head just because the boss was wealthy. Instead, he played the role of a villain. "Qianjin, check the money." Xiuxian hesitated about how to start speaking, but before he could, Guangji uncle had already finished saying it for him. Relieved, he responded, "All right." Su Guangji said, "Boss Chun, besides these bear paws, we also have bear gallbladders and bear skins. Are you interested? If you want them, both items combined will cost you 5,000 yuan. Does that work?" Boss Chun hadn't expected these to be available too, so he immediately replied, "Bear gallbladder is a good thing, and bear skin can be made into a carpet. I happened to buy a new house recently. Since you have these, I'll take them all back at once. But I need to check what they look like." Chapter 61, Expectant Gaze. Su Guangji immediately told his wife to fetch the bear skin and the glass bottle containing the bear gallbladder. After sorting out these items, Xiuxian finished counting the money for the previous transactions. Everything was accurate. No counterfeit bills were found. It seemed that Mr. Chun was indeed trustworthy. Handing over the bear skin and gallbladder, the boss looked them over and said, "Not bad. Quite good. I'll take it for 5,000 yuan. The female secretary then took out another bundle of money from her bag, but did not hand it directly to Xiuxian. Instead, she untied the white paper straps bundling the cash and counted out 50 notes. As Xiuxian received the money, he felt that this time he had truly hit a streak of luck. Su Guangji knew that Xiuxian definitely had more to say to Mr. Chun. He tactfully excused himself by offering to prepare tea for the two of them, leaving the eastern room. Xiuxian, leveraging his hunting skills, felt qualified to sit down and engage in a proper conversation with Mr. Chun. "Mr. Chun, I have an unusual favor to ask, and I hope you will consider it." Mr. Chin's mood was pleasant. "Whatever the unusual favor, just say it. If I can help, I won't hesitate. After all, you undertook such great risk to procure something I've always wanted." Xiuxian spoke frankly. In the Daxing Mountains, whether it is spring, summer, autumn, or winter, there are always many treasures. If Mr. Chen likes, we can establish a long-term cooperation agreement. If you need anything, or if I find something valuable, we can share the information promptly. I imagine your sudden urgency for the pair of bear paws wasn't just for personal consumption. It's probably also for making a statement. Mr. Chen fell silent for a moment before asking further. "According to what you've said, what other valuable things are there in your mountains that I don't know about?" Looking at the snow on the ground outside, Xiuxian said, "If you came at a better time, I could truly take you deep into the mountains for a look. But now it's too cold outside, and you're dressed lightly. Standing outside for even a little while would be uncomfortable for you." Mr. Chen chuckled, somewhat embarrassed. "Indeed, Mr. Su warned me how cold it would be here, but the temperature where I'm from isn't as low. I thought, how cold could it get? But my journey northward has made me realize just how harsh the weather is here. But there will surely be chances in the future. You're right. If you find anything interesting in these woods, please let me know first. If I need anything, I'll arrange someone to come collect it. As for pricing, given our successful collaboration this time, I trust there will be no issues going forward." Actually, this was also what Xiuxian had in mind. According to Su Guangji's idea, he hoped to have Mr. Chun stay overnight in the village for a hearty welcome. But unexpectedly, Mr. Chun arrived quickly and departed just as swiftly, making it seem as if he had only come to deliver the money. Before they even realized it, he was already leaving. There hadn't even been a chance to ask him to stay. A total of 15,000 yuan was divided. Xiuxian gave Su Guangji a commission of 1,000 and 500 yuan respectively from the two deals. The remaining 13,500 yuan went straight into Xiuxian's pocket. Though Xiuxian had agreed to a long-term partnership with Mr. Chun, the method of contacting him still rested with Su Guangji. "Uncle Guangji, I've already discussed with Mr. Chun that anything valuable I hunt from the mountains, I'll tell him about. You can help me stay in contact with him. Unless he declines, we'll figure out how to offload the goods otherwise." Su Guangji was quite satisfied with Xiuxian's approach. "Young man, why not use part of this 10,000 yuan sum to buy yourself a pager instead of having me serve as your middleman?" "That's true. If you hadn't told me, how could I have made so much money at once?" So you must continue to work hard on my behalf. It's like helping me out. This sentence resonated deeply with Su Guangji. Alright, I'll do the legwork for you and help maintain communication. But I can't guarantee he'll accept everything. To be honest, before this, I was afraid Mr. Chun might prove untrustworthy. But judging from our interactions so far, his character seems decent enough. In any case, in the future, we should follow the principle of cash against delivery. We don't want to end up without payment or lose the goods. That kind of deal we cannot afford. Xiuxian wasn't foolish. He undertook significant risks to go into the mountains purely for profit. Had he ended up without money and lost the goods, he'd definitely confront Mr. Chun with his hunting tools to teach him a lesson. Returning home with a thick wad of banknotes, Xiuxian disregarded his sister's instructions. Standing in the house, he noticed every corner around him. This television was too old. It could easily be replaced with a newer model. As for this big wardrobe, although brother-in-law's craftsmanship is good, it lacks any sense of design. And the toilet in the yard is just surrounded by 3 walls. When it's windy, raining, or snowing, it can't even be used. Xiang Meiyun had no idea what her brother had eaten that made him keep grumbling non-stop after coming home. When she asked him to fetch firewood earlier, he completely ignored her. You little brat must have been shocked by something outside. You came back and criticized everything you saw. If you don't like it so much, why don't you find a piece of land and build a house yourself? Xiuxian approached his sister and said with an arched eyebrow, This place is my feng shui treasure spot, and I can't move easily. When will brother-in-law come back? After such a long while, he finally managed to say something understandable, but Xiang Meiyun deliberately didn't answer him. How would I know? Maybe your brother-in-law has a lot of orders at the factory and needs to work overtime. Are you missing him? Before she finished speaking, they heard Tian Weidong shouting, Meiyun, is Qinjin home? I need him for something. Xiang Meiyun quickly responded, He's home, just got back. What do you need him for? Tian Weidong rushed in, puffing and panting, and upon seeing Xiang Qianjin at home, said, Come quickly with me to the factory. That machine broke down again. Before Xiang Qianjin could react, he was already dragged away by Tian Weidong. Thinking it was the same machine as last time, it turned out to be a different one. But the plant manager was still the same person he had met before. This time they were on slightly better terms. Manager, I brought the guy for you. Lucky he was home. Otherwise he'd be hard to find. Now everyone at the factory knew that Tian Weidong had a younger brother-in-law who was skilled at hunting in the mountains. Upon hearing this, the manager understood what he meant and quickly pulled Xiang Qianjin over to the broken-down machine. Little Xiang, take a quick look and see what's wrong with this machine. It was working fine just now, and suddenly it stopped. Only then did Xiang Qianjin realize that his brother-in-law had summoned him to fix the machine at the factory. Good thing he hadn't given in to the manager's sweet talk earlier and agreed to become the factory's maintenance technician. He truly couldn't figure out what was wrong with this machine. Just as he was about to say he couldn't fix it, his brother-in-law gave him a look full of expectation. Chapter 62. There's me too. In the face of his brother-in-law's gaze, Xiang Qianjin was somewhat bashfully refusing. But he really didn't dare say that he could repair this machine. If he broke the machine, the more than 10,000 yuan in his pocket that he had just earned would have to be used as compensation. Director, I haven't seen this machine before and don't know how to fix it. Is it because you haven't let it stop running? It has exceeded its operating load, so it is exhausted. People are not made of iron. When tired, they still need a rest. This machine also has an operational limit and needs a break too. This sounded reasonable, but the factory director still hoped that Xiang Qianjin would take a close look at it. If it was really due to excessive operation time, then in the future, they should stop every 10 days or half a month. If it had nothing to do with usage time, then this unexpected breakdown might be because of other reasons. Anyway, they needed to diagnose correctly to ensure subsequent production could keep up. Xiang Qianjin asked, Director, who usually maintains and repairs these production machines in our factory? Since there are dedicated people responsible for this, if there is a problem with the machine, he should have the final say. The factory director pointed to himself. It's me. But I'm only responsible for turning on and shutting down the machines daily. I really don't understand much else. Moreover, after buying the machine, the manufacturer said we shouldn't use it carelessly and shouldn't inspect it arbitrarily. For any malfunctions, they send their professional technicians to fix it. This one plant doesn't earn much in a day. Could you help take a look and figure out what's wrong? Xiang Qianjin walked around the machine, suddenly squatted down, and pointed to a label saying, Director, look. It says on the label, if you tamper with it, the producer will not be responsible for the after-sales service. But if you want to open this machine, this label must be torn off. So, before Xiang Qianjin finished speaking, Director Chang cursed. Damn, how did the label get destroyed? In my opinion, these manufacturers just want to earn maintenance fees. They break down from time to time, and we aren't allowed to repair them privately. I wonder when we will produce such machines ourselves and no longer depend on foreign countries. Hearing someone speak like this at this moment, Xiang Qianjin was somewhat surprised. Professional matters should be handled by professionals. The last time it was repaired, it was partly by chance, but this time, I don't dare to act rashly. Seeing that Xiang Qianjin couldn't solve the issue either, the director went back to the office to contact the manufacturer. They arranged for the repairman to come as soon as possible to repair the machine to quickly resume production. Tian Weidong didn't expect that his younger brother-in-law wouldn't be able to help this time. This left him a little embarrassed. However, it was quitting time. Everyone seeing the machine was out of order, and the production couldn't catch up, decided to call it a day. As the two left the factory, Tian Weidong was puzzled all the way. Why was his little brother-in-law so humble today? As they walked, they came to the commune, where Xiang Qianjin suddenly stopped. Brother-in-law, Is there anything missing at home that we should buy? Let's bring it back this time. Tian Weidong thought about it. Everything seemed fine at home, but when Xiang Qianji noticed, the oil bottle was almost empty. The rice and flour bought during the new year had also been nearly consumed. Since both of them were already at the commune, they might as well buy some supplies to take back. This way, their sister wouldn't have to make another trip to the commune herself. But Tian Weidong felt a bit awkward after touching his pocket. I didn't bring enough money. You know, all the money I make is with your sister. Xiang Qianjin thought that his brother-in-law was worried about something else, but it turned out that he was just concerned about not having enough money. He patted his chest confidently. Don't worry, brother-in-law. I've got money. Hearing this, Tian Weidong thought his little brother-in-law must have made quite a bit hunting in the mountains or fishing in the water, so he let him go ahead. After purchasing the necessary items, Xiang Qianjin wandered around the commune again. Previously, he had only bought white rock candy for Tianhua, which only tasted sweet without other flavors. This time, Xiang Qianjin decided to indulge a little and buy imported candy. Since these were labeled as imports, the price rose sharply. With the same amount of money, he could have bought a large pack of rock candy. Now he could only pick up 2 or 3 small pieces of sugar about the size of a fingernail. But Xiang Qianjin was feeling rather extravagant now and immediately asked the clerk to pack 1 caddy, about 0.5 kilograms. Tian Weidong wasn't unaware of how expensive imported items were. When Xiang Qianjin opened his mouth to ask for so much, he quickly intervened. No need. 1 caddy won't be eaten. A few pieces will do. When Tian Weidong stopped him, Xiang Qianjin felt a little unhappy. They were wealthy households now, so why should they be so frugal with spending? However, some surprises were intended to be announced in front of the whole family. Xiang Qianjin still kept the good news of earning more than 10,000 yuan to himself for the time being. He was just waiting to go home with his brother-in-law and then tell the 3 of them. After buying a large amount of stuff, Tian Weidong kept talking about it along the way. How much did you earn? These several bags of rice and flour can last for several months. Xiang Qianjin said, not much. I have to pay the family's meal expenses too. When they got home, Xiang Meiyun had already prepared dinner, thinking that the 2 of them would come back later. She didn't expect them to solve things so quickly. How's it going? Is the machine fixed? Xiang Meiyun asked with concern. The machine is the heart of production. If the heart stops beating, the blood cannot circulate, and naturally, there won't be any production. Once production stops, workers will have to go home and rest, and when they are resting, they won't make money. Without money, they will go hungry and won't have food to eat. Each link depends on the other, all crucial for survival. I don't know how to fix it. I'm afraid if I break it, we'll have to compensate. But the factory director has already contacted professional repairmen. We just don't know when they'll come. It might take a few days. This sounded casual from Xiang Qianjin's mouth, but sounded extremely heavy to Tian Weidong. If the machine broke down, production would stop. Waiting for operations to resume would take an uncertain amount of time. However, luckily, he still had one source of income, carpentry work. Although it doesn't earn as much as working in the factory, even less is still better than nothing, so he wouldn't feel anxious due to no income during the stoppage. Xiang Meiyun's expression wasn't very good either. The family knew roughly how much money they had each month and how to budget accordingly. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have spent so much money during the New Year celebrations. At this moment, Xiang Qianjin brought the rice, flour, and oil he had bought inside. Fear not, there's still me. Seeing so much rice and flour, Xiang Meiyun was shocked. She instinctively touched her pocket before remembering that the wallet was in the cabinet. What have you been doing? Chapter 63, 13,000 yuan. On the way back, we happened to pass by the commune. I thought that the oil bottle at home was almost empty, so I decided to buy a bottle. I was also worried that the rice and flour might be running out soon, so I took 2 bags of each as well. Sister, where should I put all these things? Every time Xiang Meiyun went shopping, she bought things in bags, but this was the first time she had bought so much. But fortunately, there was plenty of room at home to store all these groceries. Let's just put them in the corner for now. Since we need to eat every day, it will be convenient to use whenever we need. Seeing the newly bought bottle of oil, Xiang Meiyun felt a bit guilty. When cooking earlier, she had considered not using oil for stir-frying later on, and instead adding some salt for flavor. If only she had poured the last bit of oil into the pot to make a dish. After the dishes were placed on the table, the 4 people sat around it to eat. Halfway through the meal, Xiang Qianjin suddenly stood up. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Sister, brother-in-law, today I have some good news to tell both of you, and you must prepare yourselves. Tian Weidong didn't think too much about it. What good news could his younger brother-in-law bring? Is it because he likes a girl and is planning to move out? If not, then what else could it be? Tian Weidong didn't even put down his chopsticks, and Xiang Meiyun also remained calm. She seemed to already know what her younger brother wanted to say and didn't even look up. Just say it. It's already this late. Xiang Qianjin tilted his head, glancing at his sister, then at his brother-in-law. He wondered if they already knew he had made more than 10,000 yuan. But except for him, only Uncle Guangxi and Jilan knew about this. Jilan had already gone home, so unless Uncle Guangxi had visited their house while he was out with his brother-in-law, how could they have known? This Uncle Guangxi really ruined a perfectly good surprise. Xiang Qianjin sheepishly pulled out over 10,000 yuan from his chest and slapped it onto the table. Since you already know, I won't hide it from you. This is 13,400 yuan. A few dozen yuan are left from buying rice, flour, and oil at the commune. After saying that, Xiang Qianjin slumped onto the edge of the Kong bed, feeling no joy at all. Tian Weidong glanced at his wife, and Xiang Meiyun looked at her husband. Both sets of eyes finally focused on the stack of money. Then they glanced upward again to look at their younger brother, who had always been carefree and accomplished little while causing a lot of trouble. Almost unbelievably, they asked, what? Over 10,000 yuan? Did I hear wrong? After Xiang Meiyan said this, she quickly put down her chopsticks and trembled as she picked up the 10,000 yuan bill. Tian Weidong also couldn't believe it. He hadn't seen so much money in all the years he had worked. Don't you believe me? Count the 13,400. I'm not lying to you. Weren't you both already aware of this? Why are you acting so surprised? Tian Weidong heard something amiss in his younger brother-in-law's tone and hurried to explain. We knew nothing. I thought you met someone you liked, and your sister probably thought the same thing. Xiang Meiyan nodded repeatedly, realizing there had been a misunderstanding. Xiuxian was frustrated enough to stamp his foot. Ugh, I was going to give you a big surprise, but never mind. This is because I took on a job. Uncle Guangji introduced it to me. Sister, you should know this. Xiang Meiyan nodded repeatedly. Isn't it because this boss wanted a pair of bear paws? But wasn't he offering 10,000 yuan for those paws? So where did the extra 3,000 come from? The extra 3,000 comes from selling the bear skin and bile along with it. Then Uncle Guangji took 10% as commission, so I gave him 1,500 yuan. And the rest is ours. With this money, why don't we replace all these old things at home? Let's start with getting a color TV. How about that? As soon as he mentioned spending the money, Xiang Meiyan frowned. What color TV? Are you crazy? I'm telling you, no way. This money is what you earned at great risk. We must save it to use in the future for when you get married. As soon as Xiang Qianjin heard this, he reached out to snatch back the 10,000 yuan bills. He took these risks to earn the money, not to hoard it all for marriage in the future. He was still so young, and he hadn't used all his potential yet. Why should he start saving money from now? He couldn't figure it out. Sister, I earned the money to spend it. Let's at least change our TV to color. And isn't there that cotton jacket I owe you, brother-in-law? Let's buy you a new one. Also, let's get Tianhua a new set of clothes. You see, some things at home are old or broken and should be thrown away. Let's replace everything and keep a round number. What do you say? When Tian Weidong heard his younger brother-in-law's words, he felt incredibly ashamed. Back then, he had said bad things about his younger brother-in-law behind his back. But now, with just a little effort, this young man had turned their family into a 10,000 yuan household. There wasn't anyone else like him in the entire Hejiang village. The couple stared at Xiang Qianjin in awe, and Tian Weidong quickly pulled him down to sit. Qianjin, you mean all this money is what you've earned? Tian Weidong had to admit that, at this moment, he felt as though his younger brother-in-law was shining with golden light. That's right. This money came from me selling a pair of bear paws. I already told you, hunting in the mountains really pays well. How about it, brother-in-law? Why don't you join me in this venture? Xiang Meiyan was still more level-headed. Even though she was holding more than 10,000 yuan, she still gave her man a nudge. Dear, don't let your head get clouded. Naturally, Tian Weidong listened to his wife. Hunting in the mountains might not be suitable for me anymore. I'm too old to run around. This kind of work is best left to young people like you two. Xiang Qianjin asked, brother-in-law, are you working tomorrow? If not, we could go buy a new TV. Black and white ones are just no match for color TVs. Tian Weidong thought exactly the same thing. If he'd had the money back then, he would have bought a color TV. But due to limited funds, he ended up purchasing a second-hand black and white one. He had originally planned to save up and replace it later, but then they built a new house and spent all their savings during the spring festival celebrations. So where would they have gotten the money to buy a color TV? However, there was no need to worry now. His younger brother-in-law had already prepared the money. Wife, how about we make the switch? Xiang Meiyan seemed somewhat swayed by this idea. Let me think about it some more. However, Xiang Qianjin made a decision on his own. Think? What's there to think about? We'll change them all tomorrow. Replace everything in the house that needs replacing. Money isn't saved up by pinching pennies. This time, I managed to earn you 10,000. Next time, I'll earn you 20,000. But this money can either be used for buying things or saved. It absolutely must not be lent out. Sister, can you promise me that? Xiang Meiyan bit her lower lip, suddenly unsure of what to say. But Tian Weidong understood Xiang Qianjin's meaning. Grasping his wife's hand, he promised, understood. These days, most people don't earn much, and there are shortages everywhere. With so much money suddenly in our hands, someone might come asking for a loan to settle some matters. And who knows when we get it back? Xiang Meiyan finally caught on and nodded repeatedly in agreement. All right. Sister understands. We'll act as if this money doesn't exist. I'll store it properly, inside the iron box. Chapter 64, Conceal Wealth. Xiang Meiyan didn't even take time to eat, holding the stack of money as she opened the chest and took out a rusty iron box inside. That was where Xiang Meiyan kept her money. Previously, it was mostly in small bills of 10 or 20 yuan. This time, she placed a thick bundle of large bills inside. Looking at the money, Xiang Meiyan couldn't help but shed tears. Tian Weidong saw his wife crying because they finally had money, and he felt a bit heavy-hearted. As a man, he had been unable to give his wife and child a happy life. They had to rely on his brother-in-law taking risks to get this money. There was indeed a difference between men. Tian Weidong specially took out a bottle of wine to celebrate. Xiang Qianjin squeezed his sister's shoulder and told her softly, Sister, we should be happy. Isn't it great that your younger brother can now earn money for the family? From now on, all the money my sister-in-law and I earn will be managed by you. If we want to buy anything, we must get your approval. Without it, no matter how much we may want it, there's no way. Xiang Meiyan quickly held back her tears, knowing this was to cheer her up, and indeed, she felt happier. Yes, these funds will be managed by you, and neither of us will waste them recklessly. A few swigs of liquor later, both were slightly drunk. Tian Weidong casually slung an arm over Xiang Qianjin's shoulders. With their heads close together, Tian said, Qianjin, I've complained about you before, but I want to apologize now. Don't take it to heart, alright? You know I'm not very capable, and these days there aren't many ways to make money. Xiang Qianjin hadn't drank too much. He clearly understood why his brother-in-law suddenly apologized. It was due to the profound impression left from today's event. Brother-in-law, if it weren't for you and sister taking me in, I wouldn't know if I could have survived until now. I indeed behaved irresponsibly in the past, but you and sister indulged me. Therefore, I must repay your kindness. We're family now, so no separate talk. Even when I get married and have children in the future, I'll never forget your kindness for taking me in initially. By the end of the meal, the half bottle of baijiu was almost completely gone. This was the first time Xiang Meiyun hadn't scolded them for getting drunk like this. She even thoughtfully helped them undress and remove their shoes. It looked like Xiang Qianjin would spend the night here. Xiang Meiyun carried Tianhua to the east room. The house was newly built, and there wasn't much difference between the two sides. Xiang Meiyun and Tianhua slept there that night until the next morning, when they got up to cook. The two who were thoroughly drunk only woke up when the sun was high in the sky. Since the factory machinery still hadn't been repaired, it was unclear when Tian Weidong could start work again. Rarely needing to wake up early, he naturally slept a bit longer. After waking up, Xiang Qianjin requested permission from his sister to take a few thousand yuan out to look around. A few thousand yuan wasn't a small sum. To prevent theft, Xiang Meiyun specially sewed a hidden pocket inside a cotton jacket. She told him to keep the money there. The pocket had a depth of about 20 centimeters, ensuring that the money wouldn't fall out no matter how much he ran or jumped. Xiang Qianjin didn't oppose his sister's plan. Losing all of it at once would hurt him too. Brother-in-law, shouldn't our family also buy a bicycle? Tian Weidong dared not respond. The bicycle was quite expensive, and he'd wanted one for a long time, but hadn't dared bring it up. For the first time ever, Xiang Meiyun didn't oppose the idea. Buy it. Why not get a good one? Speaking of which, she pulled out another 1,000 yuan. Currently, inside this iron box, including the loose change, we still have 10,000 yuan. I'm giving all of it to you. With this amount, buy the best television and bicycle within the budget, and leave other arrangements to me, alright? Tian Weidong grabbed Xiang Meiyun's hand and kissed her cheek again, saying, Wife, I'm deeply grateful to you. Xiang Qianjin followed up with, Sister, you're truly good to us. After breakfast, they hit the streets. Tian Weidong found everything novel. Xiang Qianjin himself felt like a rich person, as if he could afford anything. By noon, the two of them even ate out at a restaurant. Tian Weidong looked at the menu and said, Boss, wrap these dishes up to go. Finding a store selling televisions, Xiang Qianjin directly expressed his need. But currently, the store only had one color TV available. The rest were black and white. Although Xiang Qianjin hesitated whether to buy it, the price shocked him. It required 800 yuan, an amount that could buy a liquid crystal TV in the future. Now it could only buy a large, bulky TV operated by knobs. But thinking about Tianhua excitedly waiting at home to watch colorful cartoons, Xiang Qianjin gritted his teeth and bought the TV anyway. After packaging the TV, the shop assistant even stuck a big red flower on the box, as if only fireworks were missing for celebration. There was still plenty of money left. They took a stroll through some clothing stores, and Xiang Qianjin bought his brother-in-law a new cotton-padded jacket. This cotton-padded jacket was far more expensive than any they'd purchased before. Brother-in-law, since we're buying it, let's get it right. Don't save this new jacket for next winter. Let's wear it now. Tian Weidong quickly agreed. All right, we'll wear it now. I'll listen to you. As for other items, the two just walked around looking. It wasn't until dusk that they started heading back. The villagers knew that Xiang Qianjin had made quite a lot of money this time, buying both a bicycle and a color TV. Everyone envied him immensely, especially the children around Tianhua's age, who all rushed to his house to watch the color TV. Once the power and antenna were set up, the TV screen finally changed from black and white to colored. The remaining money was handed over to his sister for safekeeping, but Xiang Qianjin magically produced 2 boxes of face cream for her. Sister, I bought these for you. They smell so good. And I got you this too. Do you like it? Xiang Qianjin then pulled another item from his other pocket, a bracelet. If it had been an ordinary bracelet, Xiang Meiyun might have simply said she liked it and moved on. But this was a gold bracelet. Xiang Meiyun opened her mouth several times but couldn't find the words. For so long, she had always wished to wear a gold bracelet, even if it was a thin one. Yet with her child almost ready for school, there was still no sign of that gold bracelet. She had often talked about how satisfied she would be if she could wear one in her lifetime. At the time, she had merely spoken those words out loud without expecting anyone to remember them. Did you really buy this for me? If not for you, then for whom? The price of gold isn't too high now, so I casually bought you this bracelet. Go ahead and try it on. Does it look good? The gold bracelet didn't have overly intricate patterns, just a plain hoop. With trembling hands, Xiang Meiyun slid the bracelet onto her wrist. Finally, after so many years, she had a decent piece of jewelry adorning her bare wrist. Sister, this bracelet is my gift to you, not something bought by brother-in-law. In the future, let brother-in-law buy you another gold bracelet for your other hand. Just then, Tian Weidong came out of the room and chimed in. Yes, your bracelet for the other hand will be bought by me. Xiang Meiyun wore it for a while, then carefully removed the gold bracelet. I understand. You two go back inside. Dinner will be ready soon. After speaking, Xiang Meiyun stood up and went inside to find a piece of red cloth. She wrapped the gold bracelet layer upon layer in it. Xiang Qianjin didn't stop her. Concealing wealth was always wise, no matter what time it was. Chapter 65, Golden Fur once again. Jingguan's sister was not the type to be particularly showy either, and this golden bracelet, whether owned or unworn, made a difference. The remaining money was still entrusted to her sister for safekeeping. This way, the family suddenly found itself with quite a few new things. Xiang Meiyun felt as if she were dreaming, enjoying a few days of comfort. Xiang Qingjin only thought about going back into the mountains again to see if there was anything good to find. He also sent word to Zhilan in advance to see if he would be willing to go along. Upon receiving this news, Zhilan immediately set off with some items and found Xiang Qingjin. Though entering the mountain carried certain dangers, their last trip had been filled with peril too, yet after returning, he told his family about it. Despite worrying about her safety, Xiang's parents felt that their daughter seemed to have found something meaningful to work toward. Especially the fish they stewed, the aroma was just unmatched. Before planning to enter the mountain again, the supplies needed for the journey also had to be prepared in advance, and Xiang Qingjin was well known for never doing things without preparation. Only after everything was arranged did he head into the mountains with Zhilan. On that day, she had simply walked away carrying a fish, not caring afterward to inquire how Master and Xiuxian returned. Now that she had the chance, Zhilan casually asked, "Master, have you explained clearly to Miss Xiuxian? I've already spoken with her parents. In the future, she won't bother me anymore." Xiang Qingjin replied, "Will she bear any grudge against me?" Zhilan worried. "She won't. By the way, the other day when I went shopping, I saw something that might suit you." Xiang Qingjin cleverly shifted the topic. Zhilan tilted her head and scrutinized Xiang Qingjin. "Master, what suits me?" Xiang Qingjin pulled out a red hairpin from his cotton jacket pocket. "Is this pretty?" Zhilan had a long braid but always twisted it into a plait coiled at the back of her head, making her look like a married woman at first glance. "The hairpin is really beautiful. Master, did you buy this for me?" "Surely not for myself. Do I even have any hair to wear it?" Xiang Qingjin scratched his head. His hair barely reached an inch in length, so the hairpin wouldn't fit him anyway. "Try it on quickly. If it doesn't look good, we'll change it next time." Zhilan hurriedly put down the items in her hand and placed the bright red hairpin behind her braided hair. Then she turned around to let Xiang Qingjin take a look, since it was given by the master. Whether it looked good or not didn't solely depend on her judgment. Xiang Qingjin assumed that with the previous matter settled, Xiuxian would finally give up on him. But unfortunately, their actions were witnessed by Xiuxian herself. Angry Xiuxian directly ran out, grabbing Zhilan's hair and tearing off the flower. "You shameless woman, using such tricks to snatch my forward brother, wear this flower." She stomped on the beautiful flower in the snow several times until it turned black. Zhilan's long braid also came undone, her face panicked watching every move by Xiuxian. Xiang Qingjin hadn't expected her to be this crazy this time, quickly shielding Zhilan behind him. "What are you doing? Can't you act normally?" Xiuxian glared at Xiang Qingjin angrily, saying, "Forward brother, I can't accept you being so close to this woman. You belong to me, not her." Xiang Qingjin suppressed his anger, his voice raising a few pitches. "Who owns who? Haven't I already explained clearly to your parents? We too are unsuitable. Why do you keep xuanhuan me? It's been such a long time, and I've consistently maintained decorum towards you. Can't you respect yourself?" As soon as these words were spoken, Xiuxian's heart sank further. Zhilan wanted to offer some consoling words, but upon thinking about the hairpin, which hadn't been enjoyed for more than a short while before it got ruined, she couldn't bring herself to say anything. "Master, let's hurry into the mountain. Otherwise, if we don't walk far enough, it will get dark soon." Xiang Qingjin didn't want to waste time arguing with Xiuxian. "All right, let's enter the mountain. Next time, the master will buy you another one." As the two picked up their belongings and entered the mountain, Xiuxian picked up the broken pieces of the hairpin from the ground and crushed them into smithereens. After Xiang Qingjin entered the mountain, he roamed around in the familiar areas but couldn't spot any animal traces. He had no choice but to expand his hunting range. After circling around, he noticed some signs that puzzled him. Among those few villages nearby, there were very few people who hunted in the mountains, but none who trespassed as boldly as he did. Xiang Qingjin crouched down in the snow and carefully observed the disordered footprints in front of him. These were undoubtedly human prints, not animals' ones. And judging from the size of those shoes, they should be size 43 to 44, obviously belonging to a man. "Master, could it be that someone else has come here to hunt?" Zhilan also noticed these footprints and voiced her suspicion. Xiang Qingjin nodded. "It should be, but who it is remains unknown. I haven't leased this mountain, so if others want to come here for hunting, they can. But we shouldn't let all the good opportunities be monopolized by ourselves. Let's go inside and take a look." Xiang Qingjin walked ahead and soon found some residual bloodstains on the snow. He hadn't been inside for quite some time, and even if those were old bloodstains, they would have likely been covered by the wind-driven snow and wouldn't remain like this. However, the blood on the snow seemed fresh, perhaps from just the past couple of days. Upon searching around, Xiang Qingjin found something shiny in the snow. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a small metal plate, about the size of a palm. But the inscription on it wasn't in Chinese characters. Instead, it was in a foreign language. Xiang Qingjin knew that the northeast provinces bordered with Russia. It wasn't unusual for people here to know a sentence or two of Russian. But the issue was that this was within national borders. How did this object end up here? Xiang Qingjin chose not to reveal anything yet, keeping the plate in his pocket for now. He planned to ask someone later what this thing was. If it was a misunderstanding, then there wouldn't be much of an issue. But if it wasn't a misunderstanding and had ulterior motives, that would require further discussion. Xiang Qingjin didn't hesitate at all. He hunted in the mountains to make some extra money and earn a living. But the purposes of other people coming to hunt might not be as straightforward. Master, should we continue forward? Let's move forward and see. Under Xiang Qingjin's lead, they advanced a little further. Soon enough, they found more disordered footprints scattered across the snow. This place was unfamiliar to him, and he firmly believed that over the past few days, none of the neighboring villages had sent anyone to hunt here. Even if someone had, they couldn't have ventured this far. The footprints certainly weren't from someone he recognized. This made things curious. Who could it possibly be? Xiang Qingjin was momentarily unable to figure it out, but suspicion had already brewed in his mind. If these weren't their own people, then it had to be from the other side. Poachers existed in every era, but experienced hunters all knew that the hunter's family mustn't be entirely wiped out. Unless, of course, they had nothing left to hunt on their side, and thus needed to invade someone else's territory to seize resources. Once this idea struck him, the situation felt urgent. The national border couldn't be crossed casually. It appeared that someone had secretly crossed over into the mountain to hunt. Without delving into how those people arrived, the traces they left behind revealed that they came with purpose. After another round of exploration, Xiang Qingjin noticed a few tufts of golden fur in the snow. Chapter 66, The Tiger's Trail. Judging by the color of the fur, it wasn't hard to guess that it belonged to a tiger. Xiang Qingjin's expression became serious at once. He had only encountered 2 tigers in these woods before, and after all, one was a female tiger, and the other a male one. Perhaps there was a third in these mountains, the one who impregnated the female. However things stood, these were his tigers. He couldn't bring himself to harm even one hair on them. How could he allow outsiders to hurt them? Xiang Qingjin had already made up his mind, but he didn't mention it to Xylan, so as not to frighten her. Let's call it a day today. Let's head back. This time they returned without firing a single bullet or an arrow, their hands empty. Xylan was still puzzled. Master, are we just leaving like this? Xiang Qingjin didn't over-explain. Let's go back first. Things here are a bit unusual. Xiang Qingjin regretted not having a camera. If he did, he could have taken a picture of this scene and used it as evidence. Unfortunately, he didn't have one, and it was also unexpected. There was no way for him to prepare otherwise. Who would have thought that some outsiders had designs on the good stuff in these mountains? This truly went against Xiang Qingjin's expectations. Once they left the mountains, Xiang Qingjin immediately sought out xuanhuan and called the village chief over too. The village chief also knew that Xiang Qingjin had been bustling about in the mountains lately. He assumed that this time around, Xiang Qingjin must have stumbled upon something valuable again, thinking perhaps to share with everyone else. But instead, he brought news that nobody expected. Xiang Qingjin took out a small badge and handed it to the well-informed village chief. Chief, take a look at what this is. It's old. Should be something that has some history behind it. At one glance, the chief frowned deeply. Isn't this just a medal? If I'm not mistaken, it should be a military medal. Where did you get it from? This is what I picked up in the mountain today. Even if our area had medals, they should have Chinese characters engraved on them, right? This one obviously belongs to our neighbor. Xiang Qingjin didn't put it in such explicit words. He let Chief and Uncle Guangxi infer themselves. Uncle Su Guangxi quickly caught on and expressed worry. So what you mean is that others have come to hunt in the mountains? I can't confirm that. But think about it. Does anyone here enjoy collecting other people's things? Not even our own war merit badges, let alone those of our neighbors. Xiang Qingjin's logic made sense. It seems like this situation is getting a bit tricky. There isn't much resource in the mountains, and yet everything seems to have attracted the attention of others. Where do we turn to argue the case? But how to investigate? The chief had no clear ideas either. One couldn't simply rely on this medal to determine that someone crossed borders to hunt. Besides, it's dead winter. What can be encountered in the mountains anyway? Think about Xiang Qingjin's last few trips into the mountains. Didn't they result in almost nothing? We still depend on fishing from the river for trade. Perhaps we're just being overly sensitive. It may not be as serious as we imagined, the chief said. But Xiang Qingjin didn't see it that way. Coincidence doesn't happen so easily in this world. Chief, if it doesn't work otherwise, hand this matter over to me. I'll help find out. The weather is starting to warm up now. I don't believe these people will be able to hold off forever. In the meantime, you should investigate whether any family or inn has entertained foreigners. If someone has done so, then restrain them first. Investigate where they came from. If firearms or hunting gear is found on them, or items related to hunting, they're likely the culprits. Moreover, this small badge, which you said is a military medal, surely cannot be casually given away by someone who has earned it. Village chief firmly believed in Xiang Qingjin, absolutely not the kind of person to make a fuss over nothing, especially over something this important. It's understandable if locals come into the mountains to hunt. But why would our neighbors do the same? Besides, when neighbors hunt, they certainly don't care about anything called sustainable cycle. Otherwise, they wouldn't venture onto another's territory. After the village chief left, Xiang Qingjin looked at Su Guangxi and said, Teacher, how about we form a hunting team in the village? Led by you, we will wander around in the mountains in the coming days. I don't believe we won't catch those people. Giving Su Guangxi such a major task gave him some anxiety. Yet every time he thought about strangers trespassing on their turf and harming animals, anger bubbled inside him. Fine, I'll gather some people shortly. Anyway, no household lacks weapons like knives, guns, or clubs. Let's head to the mountains and see who's trampling on us, defecating on our neck. The patrol team for the mountains soon assembled, with young people like Xiang Qingjin. There were also middle-aged individuals about the age of Uncle Guangxi, amounting to more than 10 in total. They utilized their post-work time to patrol the area. They split into 2 teams to patrol along the forested mountains. And a few people even brought out their prized possessions, homemade muskets. It was only then that Xiuxian realized there were quite a number of these guns in the village. Xiuxian said, "Uncle Guangji, you lead your team on that side, and I'll take this side. Especially watch for any signs of struggle on the snow. These past days, other than my encounter with that bear, we haven't caught anything. If there are clear marks of a fight, then it probably means someone has been here." The group divided into two, fully focused on finding traces of intruders. The village chief was also making every effort to search for any outsiders. Both sides were operating together. Xiuxian led his team with utmost diligence as they patrolled. Perhaps to others, all this fuss over just finding a military badge in the snow seemed like an overreaction. But for hunters, such matters were never trivial. After circling around the mountain thoroughly, they didn't discover any signs of hunting activities. Either those people knew they couldn't win and left quietly, or they got injured and retreated to recuperate, waiting to come back when they're healed. Xiuxian couldn't let his guard down. Merely trespassing to hunt was already a big problem. How could he possibly tolerate their repeated incursions? After wandering a long loop, Xiuxian finally made a discovery. Upon noticing the tracks, he hesitated to let the others approach because he spotted tiger footprints in the snow. If it was just normal footprints, he wouldn't be worried, but there were some other signs mixed among the tracks. A single glance at these signs was enough for Xiuxian to guess that the tiger must have been injured. An injured tiger wouldn't go far. Following the blood stains on the ground, they tracked it step by step. Finally, they found the tiger hidden within a dry grass thicket. Not hunting meant one might never see a tiger in a lifetime, and even hunting didn't guarantee encountering one every time. Still, there was at least a probability. Is that a tiger? Xiuxian nodded and asked, "What's wrong? Are you afraid? This thing eats people. We aren't Wusong, we can't defeat it." Xiuxian burst into laughter. "What's there to fear? This tiger isn't eating people now. If you're scared, stay here while I go check." Just as Xiuxian was about to move, an uncle roughly the same age as Uncle Guangji handed him his gun. Chapter 67, Nearby. This action was clear enough. It was simply to prevent him from being attacked by a tiger. If they couldn't manage, at least he had a gun that he could use to defend himself. "Child, take it." Xiuxian waved his hand and said, "Look how much blood this tiger has lost. It must be injured. It probably doesn't have any fighting ability. In case I scare it off with my gun and it bites me, it would be such a waste. You all stay behind and guard me. If this tiger really attacks me, you need to cover me in time." Xiuxian, after finishing speaking, instructed others to find a place to hide right away. As long as there were no major problems, they didn't have to come out and save him. After Xiuxian finished speaking, he went straight towards the tiger. Once he saw the tiger, Xiuxian felt a bit relieved, but also somewhat sad. He remembered that this tiger was the mother of 3 little cubs, thinking she wouldn't survive through the winter. They might never see her again, and the 3 little cubs might not have the chance to see their mother anymore. But unexpectedly, they actually met her at this time. However, the hind legs of this tiger were severely injured, and she had already fainted here. Under these circumstances, it was estimated that the relevant professional departments needed to be contacted to capture the tiger and treat its injuries. Xiuxian carefully examined it, finding the injury worse than imagined. Recalling when he found the military uniform and discovered tiger fur around it. Did those people hunt tigers? Apparently, they hunted this female tiger. Xiuxian dared not think too much about it. He immediately arranged for someone to find the responsible person in charge of the relevant department, asking them to arrange as soon as possible to bring the tiger back for treatment. Otherwise, this tiger would die outside. One way or another, Xiuxian almost spent a day and a half with the tiger. Finally, the responsible person arrived, and under Xiuxian's care, the injured part of the tiger no longer bled. But with the current medical capability, the rear leg might not be saved, although it wasn't certain. Veterinarians were capable. If their medical skills were extraordinary, perhaps this mother tiger could recover. There was always some hope to cling to. Xiuxian thought so in his heart, while the veterinarian came over to examine the situation, expecting the worst outcome. First, the ferocious tiger was given an injection of anesthesia to avoid it waking up during transportation. Regardless of when it happened, a tiger is always considered a ferocious beast. Without taking some measures, no one would dare to approach willingly. However, when the relevant person in charge learned that Xiuxian had been guarding this tiger for a day and night, they were surprised that this tiger hadn't made any attacks on him. This was strange indeed. Could it be that this tiger knew Xiuxian was watching over it because he didn't want it to die? It was necessary to admire that animals indeed possess a kind of consciousness. Watching the tiger be taken away, Xiuxian's worries finally eased, and he continued patrolling in the woods. After a few days, the village chief finally got leads. Indeed, a few foreigners had come to their place. Though they claimed to be buying things, they stayed in a small inn for more than a week and weren't asked to go out shopping. The village chief reported this situation to the local police station. The police station then arranged people to first control those foreigners. They needed to ascertain why they came and whether they had the appropriate documents. If they lacked the necessary documentation, then they were illegal immigrants. Upon further investigation, it was likely their crime would increase even more. However, when the police arrived, they found those individuals had fled. The owner of the small inn, upon seeing a broken piece of window glass, knew they had jumped out the window and escaped without time to grieve over the damaged window. Nevertheless, the police found some peculiar items in the rooms where they had lived. Homemade bombs, homemade guns, crossbows, knives, and a small booklet, written entirely in foreign language. The police officers from the station temporarily had difficulty identifying the content, requiring specialists who could translate what was written in the book. since it was known that these individuals harbored evil intentions and were possibly hunting national animals. The officers became highly alert and determined to find these fugitives. A temporary search team formed and found some well-hidden hunting tools in the forest used by those individuals. Since these people hid the tools here, they may have planned to make a comeback. After discussing with Su Guangji, Xiuxian decided to leave someone to guard here. The police were actively pursuing them, and they would remain here to prevent the group from launching a surprise attack. However, some raised objections. They believed that due to the size of the commotion they caused this time, it was impossible for the group not to have heard the news, making it highly unlikely they would return. Although these guns and hunting supplies were worth something, they weren't as important as human lives. Lost, they're lost. However, Xiuxian always felt that if they retreated at this moment, those people would definitely come back. This temporarily formed squad was still not as unbreakable as imagined. Then I will stay. You all go home and rest quickly. But can you leave these guns to me? In case those people come back, I will have something to fight against them. These words sounded very serious, making Su Guangji's heart tremble. But he had no reason to force the others to stay. Alright, since you've decided to stay and prevent those people from coming back, we'll leave these things to you. If anything happens, just fire a shot, and we'll rush over when we hear it. At this crucial time, although no one wanted to stay in the mountains like Xiuxian, they were all from the same village after all, and they had to make their actions seem reasonable. Xiuxian said, Alright, I know. Don't worry, I absolutely won't let those people take away what belongs to us. If you really hear the sound of gunfire, you must come quickly. There are many of them, and I might not be able to hold out for long by myself. Xiuxian stayed in the woods and continued guarding. Master Su Guangji even kindly sent him food. Otherwise, it would waste quite a lot of time going in and out, which wasn't cost-effective. And he also knew clearly that sometimes timing was just that critical. They might have left just as those people returned. When Jilan heard about this, she also brought supplies into the mountain to find Xiuxian. Logically speaking, as a girl, she shouldn't put herself at such risk. But how could she not follow her master who was Xiuxian's only apprentice now? If she didn't, it would break his heart. Spending days like this in the mountains, 2 whole days passed. If it weren't for Jilan's company, Xiuxian would have almost been bored to death. Sometimes, he even doubted whether he had made the wrong decision, thinking those people had truly run off already. But letting him retreat now seemed uneasy. Even a single hair on a little rabbit in this mountain forest, he wouldn't want any outsider to touch. Master, is it useful for us to stay here and guard? Of course, look at these fine guns. Those people wouldn't abandon them without care. Moreover, since they didn't get what they wanted this time, they would surely be discontented. They lack resources on their side while we have them here. We're not afraid of thieves stealing, but we're afraid of them keeping an eye on us. When they exhaust everything on our territory, where would we find what we need when necessary? After staying another 2 days in the mountain, just as Xiuxian prepared to take the rifles away and end the stakeout, he suddenly heard a gunshot. The sound was different from the ones emitted by homemade rifles. Moreover, the gunshot appeared to be nearby. Chapter 68, a bit overwhelmed. The gunshots were still ringing in his ears. Xiuxian quickly determined the direction and began searching to the north, rifle in hand. He was used to running around in these woods and already familiar with the terrain of the forest. Jilan followed closely behind Xiuxian. Initially, she could keep up with him, but within a blink of an eye, she found herself several paces behind. She wanted to call out for her master to wait, but she feared that the delay would allow the poachers to escape. Xiuxian certainly couldn't let those foreigners take away his precious finds. As for the huge tiger, he had never even thought about hunting it. These heartless people dared to grab it? They'd have to see if the gun in his hands agreed. If the gun agrees, then there will be no complaints. If not, they shouldn't entertain any ill thoughts. After chasing them for a distance, Xiuxian suddenly stopped and began looking around for signs of human presence. The gunshot reverberated loudly. The distance wouldn't be far. By now, he had run more than 100 meters from his hiding spot. If he hadn't discovered the group of poachers by this point, something didn't quite add up. Master, there seem to be footprints here. Come take a look. Jilan's voice came from behind. Xiuxian turned around and glanced at the direction she was pointing at. With just one look, Xiuxian continued tracking without hesitation. Jilan had yet to catch her breath and was just about to mutter a curse when another gunshot rang out. There were no large ferocious beasts nearby, and it wasn't her master firing the shot, so it must be the foreign poachers. Jilan immediately crouched down, lifted her gun, and searched for a target. Xiuxian didn't expect the group to open fire on him. If he hadn't bent slightly to avoid a twig blocking his path, that bullet would definitely have struck him. Despite escaping death by inches, it didn't stop Xiuxian from pursuing further. He clearly sensed that those individuals were lurking nearby. If he didn't seize this chance to apprehend them, they probably wouldn't return again. Before finding them, he needed to ensure his own safety first. Xiuxian located some cover nearby, only exposing half of his head to observe the surroundings. If anything suspicious happened, he would chase after them immediately. People as big as these should leave more noticeable traces than rabbits or wild chickens. But Xiuxian overlooked one thing. Jilan was still outside. After searching all around, he finally saw Jilan's figure. She was crouched with a gun, looking for targets. Xiuxian worried she might become the next person to get shot at. Although their distance wasn't too far, reaching her would still take some effort. Xiuxian slowly retreated, ensuring his movements wouldn't be detected. It was likely that the group was also looking for him, but based on the previous situation, they were the ones hidden while he was exposed. There was no way to predict when those few people might choose to fire. Being on the defensive side was truly uncomfortable. He regretted not preparing an ambush earlier. Moreover, in the entire greater Xiuxian region, only he and Xiulan were present. Whether the enemy outnumbered them was still uncertain. Xiuxian decided to flank and quietly approach Xiulan from the side. Xiulan didn't expect Xiuxian to suddenly find her. "Master, how did you come here?" Xiulan asked in surprise. Xiuxian replied, "Isn't it because I was worried about your safety? I estimate those people are ruthless, and they know there are two of us here. They're bound to head towards the border line once they appear. We can only pursue them within our national borders. Once they cross into another territory, we cannot continue the pursuit anymore." This knowledge, Xiulan understood well. "I know, master." Xiuxian reminded her, "Good to hear. But just now where I was, I didn't find any trace of those people. So, I suspect they're hiding very deeply. We need to be even more careful." No sooner had he finished speaking when there was a stir at the spot where Xiuxian intended to hide. Xiuxian's eyesight was excellent, so he indicated a direction to Xiulan. Since she'd been aiming her rifle, she could act faster than he could. "West side bushes shoot." In an instant after receiving Xiuxian's command, Xiulan pulled the trigger. The pellets fired from the local gun lacked the lethal force of military firearms, but they would surely cause considerable pain upon impact, at least incapacitating someone temporarily. This shot hit its mark. Xiuxian leapt forward, charging straight toward the man. His movement was swift and agile, pinning the individual underneath him. The scent of gunpowder that hadn't completely dissipated filled the air beneath him. Upon seeing their comrade captured, the others hiding in the shadows stood up one by one. Xiulan noticed each of them holding a gun aimed at Xiuxian's direction. Xiulan shouted towards Xiuxian, "Master, don't stand up." However, Xiulan's shout revealed her position. Upon realizing there was someone assisting Xiuxian, the others became cautious. However, when they thought of the person hiding being a woman, the guys focused more attention on Xiuxian. Xiuxian knew that Xiulan's position must have been exposed, making it impossible for her to support him from the shadows. But now he was also unable to disengage, unwilling to put Xiulan in danger. Xiuxian picked up something nearby and struck the man's temple with all his might. Almost instantly, the man stopped struggling. Yet, Xiuxian had controlled his force. He didn't intend to kill the man, but only wanted him to be unconscious temporarily. Even if he couldn't handle those people, capturing one of them would suffice for him to report back. He would definitely confess his accomplices to protect himself. Who knows when they came and what they had hunted during their stay. All this would need to be investigated by the police officers at the local station, who would charge them accordingly. At least smuggling charges were certain. As those men stood up, they exposed their positions as well. Xiuxian boldly went towards them. Annoyed by the bulky quilted jacket, combined with the heat generated after some strenuous movements, Xiuxian felt extremely hot all over and started taking off his quilted jacket while walking forward. Without the quilted jacket restricting him, every movement Xiuxian made became much quicker and agile. "Damn it, daring to snatch stuff on our territory, what audacity. Just wait until I properly punish you today." Walking right up to those men, despite their guns aimed directly at him, Xiuxian didn't take even a single step back. Within the national borders, these individuals wouldn't dare to fire. Xiuxian spoke fluent Chinese, knowing full well they wouldn't understand it, but continued hurling colorful insults anyway. Cursing their entire families, his verbal assault left those men momentarily shocked. Seizing the moment when they hesitated, Xiuxian swung his fists and hit each one of them once. A scuffle ensued as several men fought with him, while Xiulan watched from a hidden spot. She wanted to rush over to help, but seeing how tall and strong the opponents were, she felt incapable of handling them. Chapter 69, The Greatest Merit. Due to the difference in race, those few individuals were a head taller than Xiuxian. Xiulan was anxious for her master, but there was little she could do. As her master was already at a disadvantage and being held down by those few people getting beaten, Xiulan fired 2 shots into the air with her gun. It wasn't clear whether that shot was meant to intimidate or reveal their position, but it did remind those few people that someone else was hiding in the dark. Someone who could shoot them one by one. Because of this gunshot from Xiulan, Su Guangji, who had been preparing to cook for Xiuxian, became startled all at once. He threw the food on the ground and rushed towards the village, shouting while running. Anyone who heard him moved unless they had lost their arms or legs, and everyone came out. Upon learning that Xiuxian might be in trouble alone in the forest, the entire village rushed toward the woods. However, no one knew the exact location and could only search across a wide area. Until they found Xiuxian's trail, another gunshot rang out at a critical moment. Those with good sense of direction had already identified it and led the group toward the source. This gun was still fired by Xiulan. Seeing her master being battered by those individuals, she couldn't help but decided to empty the steel sand from her gun. She aimed directly at the backs of those people's waists, but due to their constant movement, her shots were inaccurate. Only one person's thigh was hit, causing his body to suddenly stoop. Then, shouts were heard which no one could understand, so Xiulan could only woodenly walk forward. When they saw their companion get shot, the others stopped their beating. Throughout the fight, Xiuxian protected his head, so the punches landed heavily on his body without inflicting too much serious injury. After Xiulan arrived, she helped Xiuxian up, who was curled up on the ground. "Master, are you alright?" Half of Xiuxian's face was swollen, and he spoke somewhat unclearly, yet he still tried to answer Xiulan's question. "I'm fine. Thanks to your earlier 2 shots, these people stopped. This young girl, scared me when you started shooting." Although Xiuxian said it like this, in his heart, he was deeply grateful to her. There is an important point about hunting in the mountains: mutual cooperation. Sometimes the other party may not be able to give accurate instructions. In such situations, one must improvise. The 2 gunshots fired earlier by Xiulan were precisely examples of improvisation. Moreover, if it hadn't been for those 2 shots of hers, he would still be getting beaten now. Master, you clearly knew that 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. Why did you still start fighting with them? If I hadn't fired, today you would have ended up with a pighead face. Even though Xiuxian didn't want to admit it, the truth was undeniable. If his sister saw this, she would be devastated. And for capturing these hunters, he had hidden in the mountains for many days. Had it not been for Uncle Guangji coming every day to bring him food and deliver messages home, his sister would probably have left Tianhua alone at home and entered the mountain looking for him. These bastards dared to take our land's resources and even shoot us. Xiuxian finished speaking and pulled out a rope from his trouser pocket. In just a few moves, he tied up all of those people. If these people caused any more chaos, he couldn't guarantee he'd encounter such a good opportunity again. Just after tying them up, voices were heard nearby calling out his name noisily. Qianjin, where are you? Are you hurt? This is Uncle Guangji. Answer if you hear me. Xiuxian indeed heard it, but his attention was completely focused on binding them tightly. Thankfully, Xiulan responded, we're here. The men have already been caught. Following the sound, Uncle Guangji brought a group of people over. Seeing those few blonde-haired, blue-eyed guys made him furious. But the most concerning person still had to be Xiuxian. The kid had endured quite a lot to catch these people, and it was obvious to anyone with eyes that he had been beaten. At that moment, someone carefully picked up the cotton jacket that Xiuxian had dropped. Hurry up and put it on. Do you want to freeze yourself in this cold weather? Actually, Xiuxian hadn't felt how cold it was until someone reminded him. Hey, it is pretty cold. When I go back, I'll ask my sister to boil me a couple of bowls of ginger tea. The situation at the scene was now under control. Su Guangji asked, who fired the gun earlier? Xiulan stepped forward and looked at Su Guangji shyly. Uncle, those 2 shots were mine. Brother Qianjin was being beaten continuously by those people, and there was little I could do to help. So, I had to fire the gun. Thinking Su Guangji would scold her, instead, he looked at Xiulan with full admiration. Good girl, good girl. If it wasn't for those 2 shots you fired, we wouldn't have known something like this happened in the mountains. Qianjin, let me tell you, all of us could arrive here in time was because of those 2 shots from this girl. Are you sure you're alright? Xiuxian moved his arms and legs around, shaking his head. No problem. Just got a punch on the left side of my face. Rolling an egg at home will reduce the swelling. Xiuxian spoke lightly. Under the leadership of Uncle Guangji, those people were led out of the forest. Xiuxian had made a great contribution, but thinking about how he hadn't rested these few days while staying in the forest, Uncle Guangji personally escorted him home, letting him take a good nap, and when they have some leads on their side, he could come over again. The praise and rewards he deserved would certainly not be lacking. But just before leaving, Su Guangji suddenly noticed the 3 little things Xiuxian kept in his house. Based on his hunting experience, Su Guangji took a glance and knew what they were. Xiuxian also realized that Uncle Guangji's eyes had fallen on the 3 little ones. Fearing that Uncle Guangji would expose his secrets, he quickly pushed him away with his hand. Uncle Guangji, I'm already home. You should hurry up and bring those people to the police station. Let the officers investigate carefully. They mustn't be professional hunters, and we don't even know when they came. If they've been here before, they might have caught what they wanted by now. We need a thorough investigation. How could Su Guangji not understand the small calculations in Xiuxian's mind? Alright, understood. You rest well. This matter is entirely in my hands. Under Su Guangji's reminder, Xiuxian quickly boiled some brown sugar ginger water, serving a bowl to Xiuxian and also giving one to Xiulan. Although she knew that this girl followed her younger brother to learn hunting, through this daily interaction, she still found Xiulan quite nice. And from Su Guangji, she learned that if there wasn't Xiulan today, they might have no idea what happened in the mountain. Who knows? Her younger brother might have ended up in danger. Now that her younger brother has returned safely, much of the credit goes to this girl Xiulan. Even if she hadn't fired those 2 shots, offering a bowl of ginger brown sugar water to drive out the cold would be normal. Chapter 70. Never complain about low pay. This kid is lucky to have a disciple like you. Otherwise, his life would have been lost this time. From Xiulan's perspective, if Xiuxian hadn't revealed himself at that moment, she was sure she would have been in danger. There were only the 2 of them on the same side. If she didn't come up with a plan, not only would Xiuxian get hurt, but she might also run into trouble. Thus, when Master Sister expressed her gratitude, Xiulan felt somewhat flattered. After drinking a bowl of ginger sugar water to drive out the cold, Xiuxian wanted to invite Xiulan to stay for dinner. However, Xiulan said that these past few days hiding in the mountains with Xiuxian, she wasn't sure if anyone had sent a message to her parents. Now that things had been resolved properly, it was time to go home and report peace. Xiuxian could see that this girl was filial, so she didn't insist on keeping her. Alright, then you go back. There will be another chance. At this point, Xiuxian's spirit was very energetic, with no signs of drowsiness. Upon learning that Xiulan was leaving, he quickly told her something. Tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, I'll go net fishing. If you want to eat fish again, come over. If you don't want any more, just rest well at home. After speaking, Xiuxian rummaged through his pocket and took out a 10 yuan note. Here, this money is for you. Xiulan looked at the 10 yuan. It was quite a large denomination. Master, I can't take it. You should keep it and use it yourself. Nevertheless, Xiuxian forcibly placed the 10 yuan note into Xiulan's hand. Master has money. This is specifically for you. Previously, Xiuxian wouldn't have parted with 10 yuan easily. She only made so much money each month. 10 yuan could cover half a month's food expenses. But for their lifesaver, her brother's life must be worth at least 100 yuan. Under Xiang Jinjin's insistence, Xiuxian had no choice but to reluctantly accept the 10 yuan. Master, rest well. I'm going now. Xiang Jinjin nodded. Be careful on the way. As Xiuxian was about to leave, she suddenly touched her long braid. Master, next time when you go to the market, can you buy me another hairpin? I like those. After saying this, Xiuxian ran off with her head down. Xiang Meiyun, being a woman, could immediately tell when another woman was shy. Sitting by her younger brother's bed, Xiang Meiyun exclaimed, Wow, there seems to be some good news coming soon in the house. Confused, Xiang Jinjin asked, Sister, are you pregnant again? When did that happen? Xiang Meiyun gave him a hard look. Who said I am pregnant? Xiang Jinjin couldn't fathom why this referred to himself. Isn't the upcoming good news just that you're pregnant again? I think you're still young. Having another one isn't a problem. It could even keep Tianhua company. In the future, when you and your husband grow old, having 2 children will mean they can support each other instead of putting all the burden on one person. Having experienced it, Xiang Jinjin knew well the pressure that comes from raising an only child. Coincidentally, this was exactly the period when the one-child policy was being enforced, so wanting to have another child carried risks. But Xiang Jinjin intended to overlook that risk. It's just a matter of paying the fine. Why be afraid? They have money. Yet judging by his sister's attitude, she seemed unwilling to waste money on this fine. All right, stop talking nonsense. Lie down and rest a bit. Despite this, Xiang Jinjin kept pushing, have one more. In the future, once Tianhua has his own family and you or your husband get sick or become immobile, how can he possibly take care of everything alone? Whether it's a boy or a girl, siblings will always help each other. Look at our parents. How farsighted they were. We 2 siblings supporting each other. Before the last sentence, Xiang Meiyun might have really considered planning for another child. But after her brother mentioned their parents, she felt that further observation was needed. Have one more child who troubles me every day like you. Xiang Jinjin chuckled and said, Isn't this special? My personal case shouldn't be taken as an example. If you don't have another now, when you grow older, your body may not recover well after childbirth. You might end up with lots of postpartum issues, making you feel even worse. Already hesitant about this matter, Xiang Meiyun became even more irritated by what her brother said. Don't say anything more. Rest now. It seems that these past few days in the mountain have frozen your brain, which is why you're saying such nonsense. Xiang Jinjin didn't think what he said was nonsense. On the contrary, it was sound reasoning. He wanted to add a few more points, but his sister had already forcibly pushed him to lie under the covers. Sis, I'm just thinking for you. You need to consider this carefully. Our family can afford the fine for having an extra child. Xiang Meiyun kept nodding and fooling around, and when she was leaving, she tucked him in tightly. He claimed he wasn't tired and couldn't sleep, but after being covered up, Xiang Jinjin's eyelids really started feeling heavy. He still didn't know what kind of punishment those poachers would receive. At least he had protected the innocent little lives in the forest. No matter how much one talks, they can use their own things however they like. Just not let outsiders get them easily. Otherwise, ever since Xiang Jinjin went into the mountain for the first time, someone had told him this mountain was forbidden to enter. Thinking about it made him drowsy, so he yawned and fell asleep under the blanket. Even while sleeping, he had a dream that the few people got away because he wasn't careful. He kept chasing them endlessly in the snow, with no end in sight, until his shoes wore out, and he still couldn't catch them. Finally, he took out his phone and called the police. Then the police arrested him instead, saying he violated the wildlife protection law and would be held responsible. They also took away 3 tiger cubs. In short, the whole sequence left Xiang Jinjin mentally and physically exhausted and wishing to wake up early. When he woke up again, it was already noon on the next day. Tian Weidong didn't go to work, as the machine hadn't been fixed yet. Last night, he planned to invite his brother-in-law to eat dinner before sleeping, but Xiang Meiyun stopped him. She said just let him sleep till he wakes up naturally. A few times Tian Weidong came over and saw Xiang Jinjin snoring loudly and sleeping soundly. If he didn't wake up soon, Tian Weidong would start to worry. As soon as he got up, Su Guangji arrived. The police officers from the police station attached great importance to this incident. They had already started a full investigation, and the results would take some time. They told Xiang Jinjin not to worry too much about the issue. Everything was handled by the investigating officers. He only needed to relax and rest well. With these words from Uncle Guangji, Xiang Jinjin felt less worried. Uncle Guangji stayed for lunch and dinner. After being full, Xiang Jinjin started pondering going to the riverbank to catch fish. Seeing him trying to leave again, Su Guangji quickly stopped him. What fishing? You've just returned, why the rush? Haven't we already earned 10,000 yuan or more? Isn't that enough for your expenses? Xiang Jinjin complained. It's enough, but who complains about having too much money? Moreover, sister has saved all that money. Our daily expenses are still relying on my fish selling income. How could Su Guangji not see through Xiang Jinjin's calculations? Don't argue nonsense with me. The river is frozen now, don't go there. Wait until spring melts the ice, then you can go, right? After being strongly dissuaded by the other 3 people, Xiang Jinjin finally abandoned the idea and rested at home. Chapter 71. You can't afford to hunt foxes. Time flew by, and another month had passed. During this time, Xiang Qianjin's mind was never off hunting. He went into the mountains every few days. Xiuxian was almost ready to graduate, able to stand on her own. Xiang Qianjin had nothing else left to teach her. They found a small tavern where they drank 3 cups of loose basket baijiu, which marked her graduation. Xiuxian arrogantly proclaimed that if she and her master ever met in the forest in the future, whatever they could hunt would be up to their individual skills. If one lacked the skills, it was only right for them to come back empty-handed. Xiuxian said that this was like teaching a student how to hunt, but starving oneself. But Jilan said this was called surpassing one's teacher. Were it not for such a good teacher, there wouldn't be a student like her. Xiuxian had to admit, Jilan's sharp tongue was really adept at speaking well. The final result regarding the cross-border poachers who were previously detained at the police station finally came out. After investigation, these people had entered the country multiple times to poach, illegally earning an enormous amount of money. However, since they were foreign nationals, handling them was rather complicated, but their crimes had been established. Even if deported, their home countries would continue investigations. Upon understanding the situation, Xiuxian felt somewhat reassured, as currently, there were still relatively fewer people choosing poaching. Xiuxian even proposed a plan, organizing a small team led by himself. A week-long period of patrolling the mountains, especially near the borderlines, would be carefully conducted for thorough inspections. Xiuxian asked the police officer handling the case about which animals the group of poachers primarily targeted. There were no shortage of economically valuable animals within the greater Xiuxian range. The crime should be determined according to quantity. Xiuxian's idea received recognition from the investigating officer, although sentencing based on quantity posed some difficulty. This gang began poaching from before winter set in, having done so at least a dozen times by now. If it hadn't been for Xiuxian's discovery of the military insignia while hunting, it might not have been uncovered so quickly. The animals they poached earlier had already been sold. Attempting to trace and investigate with the current conditions and capabilities was quite challenging. Xiuxian also understood and didn't expect the investigating officers to delve into the matter so thoroughly. As long as this case was handled strictly, it would serve as a deterrent to others who entertained thoughts of poaching. Let the outcome of these individuals serve as an example. People die for wealth, birds perish for food, but when life itself is at risk, many would undoubtedly regret their actions. Xiuxian was leveraging the psychology of survival among animals. The closer to death, the stronger the will to live. In Hejiang village, within a short span of time, he formed a hunting squad, publicly claiming it was to utilize the ecological resources of the greater Xiuxian mountains to enrich themselves. But only the members of the team knew what their primary mission truly was. In exchange, Xiuxian would gradually impart all his knowledge of hunting skills. In the vast expanse of the mountainous region, he certainly wasn't the only hunter. Xiuxian thought this was a worthy deal. Even if just these few individuals hunted every day, it wouldn't adversely affect the ecology of the mountains. Besides, everyone understood that overhunting wasn't a healthy or sustainable approach. Occasionally catching a musk deer or a deer for some cash to improve living standards was sufficient. Everyone, protecting the greater Xiuxian mountains is our responsibility. This is our land. Even a single clod of dirt cannot be coveted by those on the other side. If animals wander over voluntarily, there's nothing we can do about it. But as long as they are within our borders, we must protect them meticulously. Even if we ourselves need to hunt, let us be the ones doing it. We cannot give them even a fraction of a chance. Through Xiuxian's mobilization, everyone finally understood the weight of their responsibility. Absolutely, those people must not be allowed to return to the greater Xiuxian mountains. We all love animals. Occasionally capturing one or two doesn't harm anyone. But those people aim to exterminate species, and we absolutely can't let them succeed. With a united purpose, Xiuxian believed that this team of 7 would surely protect the ecological security of the greater Xiuxian range. Their entry times into the mountains shifted from casual to fixed schedules. On the other days, Xiuxian only roamed around the outer perimeters. The weather gradually warmed, and the season of being snowbound had finally passed. Despite having 10,000 yuan left at home, neither his sister nor her husband had become lazy. Instead, they threw themselves fully into work. Tianhua also began preparing for preschool. It was just a matter of time until September arrived, when he put on his little school bag and began a long journey of learning. What kind of high school or university he might enter later depended entirely on his personal fortune. By the time Tianhua went to university, degrees would be ubiquitous, losing much of their value. One day, as Xiuxian sat watching TV at home, he couldn't help thinking how much better color TVs were compared to black and white sets. The reception isn't great, with only a few channels available, but it's still better than listening to the radio. Suddenly, there was some commotion in the yard. Xiuxian stood up and turned back for a glance, spotting Su Guangji walking in with a cigarette in hand. Judging from his steps and expression, something must have happened. Xiuxian feigned indifference and waited for Su Guangji to enter and explain what had occurred before he would make any statements. Once inside, the first thing Su Guangji did was look for Xiuxian. Xiuxian lay on the Kong bed, deliberately looking tired, pretending to be surprised when speaking. Uncle Guangji, why are you here? Why can't I come? There's a good job for you. Do you want to do it? If done successfully, you'll get a few thousand yuan. It so happened that today Xiang Meiyun, his sister, was off work and at home, curious as well upon hearing Su Guangji talk about money. What kind of job is this? You keep talking about making thousands of yuan, Uncle Guangji. Do you really think money comes easily? When Su Guangji glanced at Xiang Meiyun, he thought she lacked wisdom despite her long hair. That person is a big boss. He wouldn't care about these few thousand yuan. Are you letting Qinjin do it or not? If yes, take your stuff and go with me now. Xiang Meiyun didn't expect Su Guangji to be so urgent. Before she could react, Xiang Qinjin had already dressed. Uncle, you bringing me along proves I am somewhat capable. I'll go with you to see, but what should we take? Su Guangji stretched out his hand showing an 8, but obviously this gesture wasn't meant to be 8. It was a gun. Back then, Su Guangji had handed over his only gun to Xiuxian. Without that gun, Xiuxian hadn't felt much danger in mountain hunting. After dealing with that bear last time, Xiuxian finally understood how valuable that hunting rifle was. Since then, during several trips into the mountains, Xiuxian never left his gun behind, even going back to fetch it if forgotten mid-hunt. With the gun in hand, he followed Su Guangji outside. Taking 2 quick steps to catch up, Xiuxian asked, "Uncle Guangji, what's this new job that requires a gun?" Su Guangji stubbed out his cigarette and casually stepped on it with his shoe. "This time, we're working for a different boss. He doesn't want bear paws anymore. Instead, he wants to shoot a few foxes and skin them." Frowning, Xiuxian said, "Foxes are creatures we shouldn't hunt." Chapter 72, the first to raise the gun. "Anyway, I've never heard of anyone eating fox meat. That fox skin is all that's valuable. What? Does the boss want to wear sable and sew pelts himself?" Su Guangji smacked his lips. "Who knows, a pelt costs 1,000 yuan. Hunt as many as you can." Xiuxian smiled maliciously and said, "If I were to shoot 10 or 20 for him, wouldn't that be worth 10 to 20,000? With this much money, how many good clothes could be bought? Is this boss's brain kicked by a donkey?" Su Guangji didn't think much about it, nudging Xiuxian with his elbow. "You mind your own business. They pay if you hunt, but not old foxes. You get what I mean, right?" Xiuxian recalled seeing foxes a few times while patrolling in the mountains recently. Their fur was white like snow, but he wondered what it would feel like. "I'll tell you, don't pass off the pelts of older foxes. Otherwise, the big boss might not pay, and you'll waste your effort." Xiuxian joked. "All right, I'll just raid their dens and guarantee I'll catch them all young foxes." Upon hearing this, Su Guangji raised his hand and tapped Xiuxian's head. "You little rascal, truly blinded by money. Did you forget where we are?" Xiuxian exclaimed with an ah, because people in northeast China revere home deities, represented by Hu, Huang, Bai, Lu, and Hui. Among these, Hu stands for foxes. Of course, some value home deities while others do not. Having lived all his life, Xiuxian maintained a neutral stance toward home deities, neither believing nor disrespecting. Moreover, not all foxes can transform into spirits. After so many years since the founding of the People's Republic of China, such feudal superstitions are no longer promoted. This time, the boss specifically requested red foxes. "There aren't many red foxes in our mountains, so take care when you're hunting." A picture of the red fox came to Xiuxian's mind. Could a coat made from its fur be nice? Su Guangji lit another cigarette. "Don't care if it's pretty or not. If someone's willing to buy it, that's enough. Hurry up." This time they set a deadline of only half a month. If there aren't enough red fox pelts within half a month, this deal will fall through. As soon as Xiuxian heard there was a time limit on this business, he stopped chatting with Uncle Guangji and took his gun straight into the mountain. He had camped out in the mountains for several days, previously searching for poacher traces. Now, the temperature in the mountains was warmer than before, making it feasible to stay inside for an extended period. However, based solely on his own efforts, it might be hard to gather the required number of foxes in half a month. After some thought, he decided to call upon Xiuxian to work together as master and apprentice. Even though he wasn't sure how much the final boss would pay, they could divide the money based on the hunting count between the two of them. If Xiuxian had the skills, she deserved her share. If not, it proved her technique needed improvement. Though already having completed her apprenticeship, Xiuxian often entered the mountains hoping for luck. Mastering the art of hunting requires constant practice. You can't let knowledge gained, such as eating corn cakes, go to waste only to discard it later, like using the restroom. However, every time she went alone, she hurried back once it turned dark, fearing she'd be trapped in the mountain too late at night. Thus, her time available for hunting became severely restricted. It wasn't until Xiuxian approached her to propose their cooperation that Xiuxian started doubting what kind of job required both teacher and student to collaborate. When she found out, she happily agreed to help Xiuxian. For every additional red fox hunted, they'd earn more money. They agreed on the time and place and prepared to stay in the mountains for several days, entering the forest side by side. The villagers of Hejiang had been noticing Xiuxian and Xiuxian. Previously, Xiuxian announced Xiuxian was his disciple. At that time, some already suspected their relationship was deeper than a mere master-disciple bond. People living together day after day can easily become close. Occasionally meeting may lead to temporary emotional fluctuations. But meeting daily and doing similar things repeatedly creates habituation over time, leading someone to grow accustomed to another's presence. Over time, this habit could subtly transform, not necessarily into something specific, but depending on one's thoughts. However, Xiuxian truly harbored no improper thoughts, merely protecting his protege. Rather than letting a stranger make the money, he'd rather benefit someone closer to him. As for what people outside said about them, neither the master nor the apprentice cared. Words from others are impossible to control and unify. Even on this matter, Xiuxian's attitude surprisingly aligned with Xiuxian's. Since you can't control others' mouths, control your own actions. Rumors may be flying around, but as long as they haven't crossed boundaries, there's no way anyone could force them to admit anything. According to the distribution of red foxes in the forest, the two of them chose different areas. Foxes are difficult to catch because they are small and can easily escape. However, they're not fierce. During the capture process, one must be careful not to get injured. Though it's not as strong as a tiger or leopard, getting bitten or scratched would still hurt. The master and apprentice separated for their hunting challenge, each showing their prowess by sunset. Now check our time. It's 8 o'clock. We'll meet back here at 5 p.m. If we succeed, we come back tomorrow. If neither of us catches any, We play a waiting game and stay here a few more days. Xilan didn't doubt Xiuxian's arrangements and agreed fully. Then she picked up her crossbow gun and headed toward her chosen area. Xiuxian was confident that his skill level would lead to victory. Otherwise, how could he call himself a master? Holding the gun, he advanced toward where the red fox had been spotted. Xiuxian hoped the snow in the mountains would melt sooner so it could irrigate everything in the forest. By June or July, they'd have a wealth of resources. In a while, he'd find out from Lu Jun about the procedures to open a store. Just relying on his own hunting wouldn't keep up with sales. Thus, recruiting some subordinates was necessary. They'd go into the mountains to hunt, then sell their catches to him. With his network, he wouldn't worry about reselling the goods. Buy for 2 yuan, sell for 5 yuan, earning 3 yuan profit per item after factoring in labor costs. Xiuxian was lost in thought when suddenly something darted past his eyes. By the time his vision caught up, he realized it was a small fox. About the size of a domestic cat, Xiuxian immediately raised his gun, ready to act. But looking into the little creature's innocent eyes, he hesitated and couldn't bring himself to do it. Chapter 73. Is there going to be retribution? He was afraid that if he really did it, he might encounter some kind of retribution. Even though he didn't believe in any Taoist master who, he grew up in the 3 northeastern provinces where the idea of protecting family shamans was deeply ingrained in his blood. While lost in thought, the little fox had already vanished without a trace, as if it had never appeared. Xiuxian slowly lowered his gun and stood there for a long time pondering. He decided not to do this job. The number of red foxes was already scarce, and what the so-called big boss wanted, hunting over a dozen foxes just to make them into fur coats, was unimaginably cruel. Just as Xiuxian was about to retreat, a voice echoed in his mind. If hunting foxes feels cruel, wasn't it also cruel when you captured that bear earlier? This sentence kept circling around Xiuxian's heart. It lingered on and wouldn't fade. In the end, Xiuxian shook his head. Whether it be bears or foxes, survival of the fittest was nature's way. To be a hunter, one has to have a cold heart. Since you've already come with a gun, how can you go back empty-handed? Glancing back at the direction the fox escaped, Xiuxian rushed forward. After chasing after it, all he could find besides a row of tracks was nothing else. Xiuxian regretfully slapped his head. He should have had no hesitation just now, and thus let 1,000 yuan slip away. Desperate to quickly locate the trail of the red foxes, Xiuxian almost wanted to dig deep holes into the ground. Upon seeing holes in the snow, he crouched down low for a quick peek inside. If that failed, he used a branch to poke around. Several times he poked wrong, startling out large gray rats that gave him quite a scare. By noon, Xiuxian found a place to prepare to eat something and fill his stomach, otherwise it would be hard to endure the next few hours in the afternoon. Biting into a cold and stiff corn pancake, eating it felt tasteless no matter what. After 2 bites, he got lazy and stopped eating. Xiuxian rose and continued searching for the traces of the red fox. Now, after several hours passed, he was left without even a single bit of success, not knowing whether Xilan had made any gains. Hopefully not. Otherwise, when the two met, he as the master would feel utterly humiliated for catching nothing. The apprentice had just finished her training and was already better than the master. How would he keep up face in Hejiang village afterward? However, the situation in the afternoon improved compared to the morning. At least Xiuxian managed to catch 2 red foxes. And they weren't big ones either. The fur felt incredibly soft. No wonder women all wanted to own a fur coat. Before 5 o'clock, Xiuxian managed to hunt down 3 red foxes in total. At this speed, neither he nor Xilan needed to camp in the forest for several days. Carrying the foxtails, he arrived at the meeting spot. It took approximately half an hour before Xilan's figure came into view. With his arms crossed, Xiuxian watched his female disciple approach step by step. He didn't know what had happened, but there was a rip in her padded jacket. Her hair was all disheveled, as if she'd been pecked by chickens. As for the red foxes, there were none in sight. My goodness, what happened? Why are you like this? Seeing Xiuxian, Xilan burst into tears with a loud wail. Master, those foxes were too cunning. When I tried to capture them, I fell into a big pit. By the time I struggled my way out, those foxes were long gone. My biscuits dropped into the pit too, so I didn't have lunch today. Master, please take revenge for me. Based solely on Xilan's account, Xiuxian understood how terrible her day must have been. Fortunately, he still had some leftover biscuits from lunch. He broke off the part he'd bitten and handed the rest to Xilan to tide her hunger. Starving for a whole day, Xilan didn't fuss about the half biscuit, gulping it down in a couple of bites. But when descending the mountain, Xilan limped noticeably. Once Xiuxian noticed the problem, he immediately called a halt. What happened to your foot? Xilan looked down at her feet, only now realizing her ankle ached a little. Maybe, I sprained it. Xiuxian instructed Xilan to sit somewhere, and once seated, he removed her cotton shoes. Xilan was still a maiden and had never been so intimate with any man before. Master, what are you doing? It's swollen. Let me get you to the clinic first. Be more careful next time we go into the mountains. After finishing speaking, Xiuxian removed his scarf and wrapped some snow around her swollen ankle. After this, Xilan found walking difficult. Xiuxian squatted in front of her and tapped his shoulder to signal her to climb onto his back. Master, I can walk. No need for you to carry me. And besides, there isn't much relationship between us. It's improper for people to see. Xiuxian turned his head to look at her sternly. Given the way you are now, by the time we get home, it will be tomorrow already. Do you still want to eat dinner tonight? Under Xiuxian's strong insistence, Xilan dared not argue further and obediently climbed onto his back. Fortunately, she wasn't fat. With one on his back and a dead fox weighing over 30 jin in hand, Xiuxian felt as though he were moving forward with a heavy burden in every sense. As the sky darkened, they finally returned to the village. His first priority was taking Xilan to the clinic. Xiuxian, seemingly tireless, quickly settled Xilan and then hurried off with the foxes to Uncle Guangji's place. The fox had just died, and if they waited too long and its body stiffened, it would be harder to skin. Hunting was his job, skinning belonged to Uncle Guangji. Su Guangji hadn't expected Xiuxian to already have a catch from the first day in the mountains. He was truly envious. If he'd had such good fortune in his youth, perhaps he wouldn't have ended up as a butcher. Good lad, you've killed so many on your first day. This money is rightfully yours, Uncle Guangji said easily, but there was still a bit of unease lingering in Xiuxian's mind. Uncle Guangji, do you think xiuxian will come after me for killing so many foxes? Su Guangji raised an eyebrow. Do you have a family shrine? Or does anyone in your family believe in these things? Xiuxian thought about it and shook his head. If someone in his family believed in this stuff, he would never have gone hunting in the first place. If you don't believe, then don't worry. If you're scared, well, the karma of killing 3 foxes now rests on you. Xiuxian should really make sure every household in our northeastern provinces has plenty of money and food if he's so powerful. After being taught a lesson by Uncle Guangji, Xiuxian's doubts disappeared. I understand, Uncle. Leave this to you. I still need to visit the clinic. Xilan twisted her ankle. Upon hearing this, Su Guangji also began to worry and asked if she was okay. By the door, Xiuxian reassured him that it should be nothing serious. When they arrived at the clinic, Dr. Tao had already finished treating Xilan. It was indeed a sprain, but not severe. As long as she stayed off her feet for 2 weeks and rested properly, she'd recover quickly. Being young, recovery was swift and favorable. Realizing she couldn't accompany her master into the mountains to hunt foxes for the next 2 weeks, Xilan felt quite upset. How are you crying again? Don't be scared, it's not a big deal. Xiuxian tried to comfort her awkwardly. Xilan shot him a dirty look and remained silent. Coughing once, Xiuxian said, Don't waste time here. Dinner is ready at my house. Come eat something with me, and then I'll take you home. Chapter 74. It's easy to spend money but hard to earn it. Xiulan stood on one leg, while Xiuxian carried her. Dr. Tao saw the two of them behaving so intimately. Naturally, he couldn't help but ask out of curiosity what their relationship was now. Dr. Tao, we are just friends. If you want to be more specific, then it's like a master-disciple relationship. Dr. Tao took advantage of the fact that there were no patients in the clinic at the moment and made a joke with Xiuxian. You're just pulling my leg, old man. Who can't see that you two are already together? If they had another kind of relationship, Xiuxian might have ambiguously admitted it. But he and Xiulan really didn't have those kinds of thoughts, so he had to clarify their relationship clearly in front of Dr. Tao. Otherwise, the people in these villages would all know about their relationship by tomorrow. And once word got out, there would be no way to stop it. However, Dr. Tao was laughing throughout and didn't seem to believe what Xiuxian said. He just thought his own assumption was correct. All right, I understand. You two go back soon. Xiuxian still wanted to say something, but Xiulan had already pulled his hand and walked towards the outside. After leaving the clinic, Xiuxian was still a bit worried. He lowered his voice and asked Xiulan if it wasn't necessary to explain things more clearly. Seeing Xiulan shaking her head firmly, Xiuxian stopped pressing for anything. After returning home, Xiuxian pushed the bicycle out in advance to wait until after the meal to send Xiulan home. Nevertheless, when Xiang Meiyun saw Xiulan come to their house, she was quite happy inside. Qianjin, how can you bring Xiulan home without telling me? Look, there's nothing prepared at home. Qianjin had simple thoughts. Sister, I just brought her home for a meal. It doesn't need to be that formal. After we eat, I will have to send her home. When the food is ready, bring it out. We're both starving. Seeing her brother acting like someone reborn from hunger, Xiang Meiyun said nothing more and quickly brought all the food out of the big pot. There was stewed cabbage and vermicelli in the enamel basin, and some leftover meat from New Year's was added. After looking, Qianjin couldn't help but say, Isn't this meal fine? Sister, you're really? In the past, since the family didn't have money, Xiang Meiyun could only save little by little. But now, the family has 10,000 yuan. Even though they've agreed 3 times over that this money must not be spent on enjoyment or pleasures. Having this amount gave her some confidence, so when Xiang Meiyun went to the community to buy some stuff, she wasn't as stingy anymore. Most importantly, she liked Xiulan very much. Thinking about her brother's age and knowing it was time to talk about marriage, Xiulan seemed like an excellent match, and offering good food and dishes wasn't disrespectful or dismissive. Making do with whatever was available seemed somewhat improper. Both of you start eating first. I'll go out for a moment. Qianjin, watch Tianhua. Don't let him run outside when it gets dark. Qianjin tried to stop her, but found he couldn't change his sister's mind about going out. He couldn't help but mutter to Xiulan. What's wrong with my sister today? Xiulan was eating cornmeal pancakes in small bites, her appetite lacking due to discomfort from twisting her foot, and besides, this wasn't her own home. After waiting for a while, Xiang Meiyun came in puffing, carrying a paper-wrapped package of pastries and a can of canned peaches. When Tianhua saw the can, his eyes lit up, urging his mother to open it quickly. This canned peach was a rare treat. Qianjin knew this item was rare, but being someone who had experienced the same, he had only nostalgia for canned peaches and no particular liking for them. This kid just brings you home to eat and doesn't even give a heads up, so I haven't prepared anything at all. For now, let's just make do. Don't complain too much. It's all the fault of this troublemaker. That she'd specifically gone out to buy a can of peaches deeply moved Xiulan. Sister, Xiulan's coat is broken. Could you mend it for her? Otherwise, she won't have anything to wear later. Xiang Meiyun was just about to agree when Xiulan quickly stopped her. She also knew needlework, but couldn't manage it well. Moreover, how could she let the hostess work while she, the guest, simply sat and ate? It's fine. There's just a small tear. I can fix it myself when I get home. Xiang Meiyun was smart. Her younger brother might have some talent in making money, but when it comes to romancing girls, he wasn't effective, just a stubborn blockhead. So, at critical moments, he needed some help. As his sister, she naturally should assist. It's no problem. Normally, I wait for my husband to return before eating together. Where's the coat? Let me mend it for you. Under Xiang Meiyun's insistence, Xiulan handed over the damaged coat, so Xiang Meiyun could sew it properly and patch it. The cotton padding in the coat had shifted quite a bit, so Xiang Meiyun pulled out the bag of cotton from the large cabinet. She took a lump of cotton and stuffed it back inside the coat. With this additional step, the mending process became longer and slower. But that meant Xiulan could stay at their home a little longer, giving the two of them more time to talk and bond. Xiang Meiyun silently thought to herself how much she worried as an elder sister. Yet while she was thinking this way, Xiuxian wasn't on the same page. A can of peaches didn't have that many pieces. He alone ate 4 or 5 of them. Tianhua had 2 pieces and drank plenty of the syrup. All in all, Xiulan only ate 2 pieces. However, with Xiulan present, there was no chance to scold anyone properly, so he just waited for her to leave before teaching someone a lesson. He was already a grown man and still couldn't let go of some food. Around 7 o'clock, Tian Weidong returned home. Before entering, he didn't know anyone else was inside. As soon as he walked in, he called for Xiang Meiyun, urging her quickly to come out and help. His tone suggested he had bought something. By now, Xiuxian was already full and wouldn't let his sister rush around. He jumped off the Kong bed and rushed outside. On his way home from work, Tian Weidong passed by the commune. As if fate led him there, he walked in, picked out some items, and filled up a big bag. In one fell swoop, he spent all the loose change he'd saved these past few days. There were candies, chocolates, drinks for kids, sunflower seeds, peanuts, and a packet of brown sugar. None of these things were expensive, but the fact that Tian Weidong bought them proved that he cared about this family. Brother-in-law, why did you buy brown sugar? Is the family running low on sugar? Tian Weidong held up the brown sugar and said, your sister's period is coming soon. Every month, she has cramps during those few days. I heard that soaking in hot brown sugar water helps alleviate the pain, so I bought some. Take all this inside quickly. You and Tianhua can slowly eat. I see you've pushed the bicycle out already. Do you plan to go out again soon? Xiuxian pointed towards the west room. Xiulan came over. She twisted her ankle today when we were hunting foxes in the mountain, so I brought her over for a meal and will send her home shortly. Chapter 75, New Job. Tian Weidong naturally didn't expect Xiulan to come home for dinner. Fortunately, when he passed by the commune, he bought some sunflower seeds, peanuts, and candy. This wasn't treating her lightly. Hurry up and take these things inside. If I had known she was coming, I would have bought some fruit. I would have if there was enough money in my pocket, but it's all your sister's fault. She only gives me so little pocket money each month. No matter how much I save, I can't manage a few dollars. Xiuxian took the sunflower seeds and peanuts into the house, where Xiulan was drinking water from an enamel cup. Come, eat something, Xiuxian invited. Seeing this, Xiang Meiyun smiled and said, your brother-in-law must be getting rich. Look at all these things he's bought. Tian Weidong came in right as the curtain lifted. Of course. This is money I saved for 2 months. Saving money is hard, but spending it is easy. After one trip to the commune, my pockets are cleaner than my face. In fact, everyone in Hejiang village knew that Xiuxian had sold a pair of bear paws not long ago and made 10,000 yuan. They all knew his family was wealthy, and people came to borrow money from him at different times. However, every time, Xiang Meiyun turned them away with appropriate excuses. It wasn't because they needed to keep the money for Tianhua's schooling or for future household expenses. No matter how much money they had, they always found ways to spend it. Especially considering that the money came from the dangerous efforts of her younger brother, Xiuxian, she couldn't overlook his sacrifices. Moreover, her brother had clearly told her not to lend out this money. So, she absolutely didn't dare loan it to anyone. Still, when she heard her husband joking about this half-heartedly, she couldn't help but defend herself. When have I ever cut your pocket money? Every month, I give you 5 yuan. Whether you use it for smoking, drinking, or gambling, I never stop you, do I? Tian Weidong wasn't really arguing about this. His concern was, now that they were well off, why couldn't she give him more? He hoped the monthly allowance could be raised from 5 yuan to 10. However, this suggestion was quickly rejected by Xiang Meiyun. To increase the allowance, their wages would have to rise first. Until then, the monthly pocket money would remain at 5 yuan. Even so, this amount was already higher than most others. Some families only gave 2 or 3 yuan. She gave 5 yuan generously and directly. Where else would Tian Weidong save for his personal fund, if not for that? Actually, Tian Weidong also knew that Xiang Meiyun treated him well. So, regarding his monthly allowance, he didn't make any further demands. As long as it covered his expenses, it was good enough. Xiuxian specifically grabbed some sunflower seeds and candy and placed them in front of Xiulan. Eat up. Xiulan felt a bit embarrassed. After all, she was a guest in someone else's home, and it wasn't proper for her to start eating without hesitation. But this situation worked to Xiang Meiyun's advantage. Looking left and right, she decided that Xiulan was far better than xiuxian. Xiulan, is there anything wrong with your leg? Make sure it doesn't leave any problems behind. If necessary, in a few days, I'll let Qianjin take you to a big hospital. A young girl who gets injured needs proper treatment. Otherwise, what if you can't find a husband to marry later on? Xiulan looked down at her own foot. Dr. Tao said there's no major issue, just a bit of swelling. Resting at home for a few days will be fine. Xiang Meiyun hummed in agreement, but seemed distracted, turning to scold Xiang Qianjin soon after. You should teach her something good, not bad. How could you teach a young lady like Xiulan how to hunt? It's so dangerous in the mountains. If something were to happen to her, how could we possibly face her parents? Xiang Qianjin immediately felt incredibly wronged. He hadn't forced Xiulan to learn hunting. In fact, she had personally begged him to teach her. Now why was she blaming him? Unfortunately, Xiang Qianjin dared not shout or yell in front of his sister. Facing her complaints, he remained silent and relied entirely on Xiulan to speak up for him. And indeed, Xiulan understood the situation well and spoke on behalf of Xiang Qianjin. Sister Meiyun, I asked brother Qianjin to teach me how to hunt. My parents don't have much skill. They can't even work in the factory. They only rely on raising chickens and ducks and farming a bit of land. I haven't mastered any particular skills either. If I could get a job in the factory like you, I wouldn't need to go hunting. But after several interviews, I was rejected every time. I can't keep waiting forever. Upon hearing this, Xiang Meiyun quickly looked at her husband. Dear, why don't you talk to the boss? Such a clever and obedient girl like Xiulan surely won't fail to handle factory work. Upon hearing this, Xiulan's eyes lit up instantly. Sister Meiyun, can you help me find a job in a factory? Given Xiulan's tone of voice, it still sounded as though she didn't quite believe it. Xiang Meiyun slapped her chest confidently and said, This isn't difficult, but we have to wait for an opportunity. Recently, there's a senior sister at our factory who has been talking about leaving to take care of her grandson. She might resign soon. If you're interested in working at the factory, I will keep my eye out for any openings and let you know if something suitable comes up. Everyone knows each other there. I'll just mention your name to Director Chang, and everything should go smoothly. After hearing this, Xiulan was suddenly at a loss for words regarding how to express her gratitude. After mending the quilted jacket, it was already 10 o'clock at night. The family gathered around the television watching programs. Tian Weidong held his enamel mug, sipping tea while casually chatting about some interesting incidents from the factory during the day. Xiulan listened with great interest, but just then Xiang Qianjin somewhat ruined the mood by saying, It's getting late. We should send you home. Otherwise, your uncles and aunts will start worrying. Caught up in their chat, Xiang Meiyun had forgotten to check the time. She considered suggesting that Xiulan stay overnight, and if necessary, tonight her younger brother could sleep with her husband. The two women could take the east room. But as Xiulan had already stood up, Xiang Meiyun refrained from making such a suggestion. Xiang Qianjin had already gone out to the yard to fetch the bike, and Xiang Meiyun followed him behind, the scene looking as though they wouldn't meet again after this parting. Unable to resist, Xiang Qianjin sighed repeatedly. It's fine. We will meet again soon. Let's hurry up and go. Xiang Qianjin hopped on the bike and patted the rear frame, indicating Xiulan to sit down. Knowing Xiulan's leg condition, Xiang Meiyun helped her onto the bike. Come over often next time, and next time sister will cook you something delicious. As soon as Xiulan sat on the bike, she was enveloped in happiness. I understand, Sister Meiyun. And please do help me with the job thing. If it really works out, I promise to work hard and not let your recommendation down. Xiang Meiyun kept agreeing repeatedly. It's just a job, so what is there to worry about? If she can secure a stable job for Xiulan, in the future, Xiulan won't have to follow her younger brother into the mountains to hunt every few days. That's all. Let's talk about the rest another day. Let's go now, said Xiang Qianjin slightly impatiently. As for whether Xiulan would continue hunting or listen to her elder sister and work in the factory, to Xiang Qianjin, it didn't matter. After all, that's a personal choice. Chapter 76. Big long worms as thick as arms. But Xiulan felt somewhat apologetic in her heart. Initially, she had loudly promised Xiang Qianjin that she would diligently hunt and learn skills. Now, just after finishing her training, she was going to work in the factory. This would have wasted all the time, effort, and hard work Xiang Qianjin had invested before. Xiang Qianjin wedged the flashlight between the basket of his bike for lighting up the road ahead. However, throughout the entire ride, something seemed odd, but it took him a while to figure it out. The girl sat stiffly on the bike, not holding onto anything. The dirt roads in the village were rough and very bumpy. If you rode, even a little fast, it might lead to the person falling off due to excessive bumps. Xiang Qianjin hesitated about whether he should ask her to hold onto his clothes or around his waist. Then he thought, they weren't even dating, so if he said that, would it give her any negative feelings? After all, she was a young woman, and he was a guy who didn't mind those things much. So Xiang Qianjin intentionally rode the bike very slowly, choosing as smooth a path as possible to avoid bumpiness. When they reached the fork in the road, Xiang Qianjin got a bit confused, hesitating whether to go left or right. Xiulan noticed this and softly whispered from behind, left. Xiang Qianjin replied with a nod, turn the handlebars to the left. The two villages were not far apart. If you pedaled hard, it could be done in 20 minutes. Due to the dark night and snowy roads, it took them 40 whole minutes to reach. When they arrived at Xiulan's doorstep, her uncle and aunt had already been waiting there for a while. As soon as Xiang Qianjin got off the bike, he repeatedly apologized, but Xiulan's parents were understanding. This girl has always been wild. As a child, she often returned home late at night, causing us countless worries. Thank you, Qianjin, for managing to bring her back. Xiang Qianjin didn't know much about Xiulan's childhood experiences and interesting stories, but hearing her uncle and aunt mention this made him naturally curious, so he asked quietly, were you really that naughty when you were younger? Xiulan quickly turned her head away. Who's being naughty? Mom, don't say everything. Originally, Xiulan wanted Xiuxian to come inside for some water to warm up before leaving. But Xiuxian lifted his bike and changed its direction, hopping on once again. As long as I see you safely home, I can rest easy. Go rest now and listen to Dr. Tao. Don't start working on your feet for 2 weeks. I'll let my sister watch out for jobs for you. Once I find one, I'll come tell you. Then you can apply at the factory, no problems guaranteed. Xiulan wanted to say another word of thanks, but Xiuxian had already started riding away, vanishing into the night within the blink of an eye. The next morning, Xiuxian went alone into the mountains, returning to the same place. But this time, no foxes showed up, as if they knew hunters were coming to kill them. Xiuxian decided to change places and came to the area where Xiulan had waited yesterday. He immediately spotted fox tracks upon arrival. Xiuxian followed the tracks and saw the big hole. There were still signs of what had fallen into the pit, and seeing these marks reminded him of Xiulan's awkward fall, which made him burst into laughter. If only there were a phone now to snap a picture, sending it over for Xiulan to relive her predicament. It might have been quite a pleasant thing. Xiuxian resolved to take revenge on behalf of Xiulan. Since those few foxes had teased her, he'd track them down and make them pay for teasing others. By the time it was nearly dark, Xiuxian's gains weren't very optimistic either. Yesterday, he shot 3. Today, he managed to encounter just 2 after great effort. Still, there was plenty of time, about half a month, and his goal was to shoot around 10, making about 10,000 yuan. Xiuxian still delivered the foxes to Uncle Guangji for processing. When he returned home, he noticed an additional bicycle at his house. Something about the bike looked familiar. Suddenly, he remembered it was probably Lu Jun's. Had Captain Lu come over? Xiuxian was filled with questions and quickly put down the things in his hand before entering the house. Sure enough, Lu Jun was sitting on the Kong bed, chatting with his sister. Since you're here, let me go heat up water and cook dinner. Captain Lu, you're staying for dinner today. Having spent the night here once already, Lu Jun felt at ease. However, Xiuxian was very curious why Lu Jun suddenly dropped by. Lately, their interaction seemed less frequent. Big brother Lu, what brings you here? Are you here because you want to eat the food my sister cooks? Lu Jun said, it's about your shop. I've already helped inquire clearly for you. All the required documents are written down here. If you have time, go take a look next Monday. I've also noticed 2 shops for you, but the rent is on the higher side, 80 yuan per month. Can you afford that? Xiuxian replied, 80 yuan is no problem. Then tomorrow, you can take me to check them out. Lu Jun nodded, and Xiuxian began looking for his credentials based on the materials listed on the note. The most critical was a statement, but this statement needed to be issued by the village head. Besides, his store would require business qualifications, and the items were complicated and couldn't all be prepared at once. This was a prerequisite for opening a shop, and Xiuxian didn't dare to relax about it even a bit. Otherwise, if there was an issue with the goods sold in the future and someone showed up at his door, how much compensation would he need to pay for operating without a license? As Xiuxian was just about to talk with Lu Jun, they heard a scream from his sister outside, followed by the crashing sound of pots and pans falling to the ground. Xiuxian bolted out in one quick step and saw his sister crouched in the corner. Qianjin, there's a snake. A snake? Xiuxian's mind buzzed for a moment. Snakes were truly frightening. Where is it? How big is it? It's over there, behind the water vat. When I tried to scoop some water with the ladle, I heard a hissing sound from behind me. I looked down and saw a snake as thick as an arm crawling into the house. Gathering his courage, Xiuxian carefully moved the large water vat in the corner. He was the only man in the house now. He couldn't rely on Captain Lu to help him with this either. Maybe Lu Jun would be just as afraid of this creature. When Xiuxian moved the vat, he found that the big black snake had already started crawling toward the dining cabinet. Judging by its size, the snake was fully grown, though it wasn't clear when it had crawled into their home. It was likely that the snake had wandered in by accident because it was cold, and their house kept burning coal. Even though the outer room didn't have a constant heat source, it was still warmer than outside. Also, since snakes hibernate in winter and are cold-blooded animals, a stable temperature allowed it to survive. Plus, the house had no shortage of food or water. The snake must have been thrilled. Had it not made a sound while moving earlier, it might have gone unnoticed for some time. Xiuxian turned back and looked at Lu Jun, saying, Captain Lu, give me a hand. Bring the tongs from the coal stove so I can grab this snake out. Lu Jun hadn't seen such a long worm very often in his life. At the thought of Xiuxian trying to retrieve this long worm from behind the water vat, his heart started pounding wildly. Chapter 77 Stewed Snake Soup. Xiuxian urged Lu Jun to quickly bring the coal stove tongs over. He also dared not rashly grab the snake by hand, as this kind of creature should inspire an innate fear deep in one's bones. Lu Jun had thought about letting it go and allowing the snake to crawl away by itself, but the snake was somewhat large in size and could potentially harm someone. Xiang Meiyan realized that Lu Jun might be too afraid to move, so she immediately went to the west room to fetch the tongs. Upon receiving the tongs, Xiuxian first identified the right position, taking advantage of the slow crawling speed of the big snake. Capturing it wasn't difficult. The moment he tightened his grip with the tongs, the snake began wildly struggling and thrashing. Xiuxian shouted, "Get out of the way," and his sister and Lu Jun both retreated back into the house. Xiuxian originally intended to catch the snake and release it. However, seeing the pattern on the snake, he initially judged that it shouldn't be venomous but a common rural yellow flower snake. For a snake to grow this large was no easy feat. More importantly, during these times when food and meat were scarce, this snake was like a piece of meat delivered right to their doorstep. Thinking this, Xiuxian, while the snake hadn't yet reacted, seized its tail with one hand. He went to the center of the courtyard and started swinging it around. After dozens of swings, the snake's head was already battered and it stopped moving. Lu Jun, who had been hiding in the house, was startled by Xiuxian's actions. Meiyan, sister, is your brother always this fierce? Meiyan didn't know what to say, as she herself was seeing it for the first time. Xiuxian then shouted toward the west room, telling his sister to bring scissors and a knife. Meiyan reluctantly came out, wondering why her brother needed these two items. Upon receiving the scissors, Xiuxian slit the snake's belly open right in front of his sister. Meiyan quickly blocked him. What are you doing? Eating snake meat. This is a yellow flower snake. It's not venomous, said Xiuxian. Still, Meiyan felt a bit uneasy in her heart. Who's going to eat this? Throw it far away. Amidst the disdain expressed by her sister, Xiuxian was reluctant to let go of this yellow flower snake. An old saying goes, the best meat in heaven is dragon meat, and on earth, it's snake meat. How wasteful to let such good things go uneaten. Regardless, Xiuxian remained self-possessed and removed all the organs from the snake's stomach. Seeing the snake gallbladder, he had some doubts, thinking that the gallbladder can also be used in medicine. Perhaps if he sent it to Dr. Tao, it could exchange for some money. But whether Dr. Tao would want it or not was uncertain. Sister, find a bottle to contain this stuff. I'll head to the clinic later. Why are you going to the clinic? Earlier, if the snake bit you, I wouldn't have allowed you to do this anyway. I just said the snake gallbladder is a Chinese medicine. I'll send it to Dr. Tao to see if he needs it. The remaining snake body was meticulously handled by Xiuxian. The flesh of this non-venomous snake contained no poison. A little later, they could take out the wine bought by his brother-in-law during the New Year celebrations, drink a few cups, and enjoy a leisurely meal. Yet Meiyan did not dare to deal with this, so she left her younger brother to handle it alone. Xiuxian knew how to cook, and stewing snake meat was not a challenging task. Lu Jun had long heard that Southerners had the habit of eating snake meat, and it was quite valuable. It was even more precious than pork, beef, and mutton. Hence, a new profession called snake catcher emerged. These people would venture deep into the mountains specifically to capture snakes either for those who enjoyed snake meat or to sell them to fancy restaurants. Snake dishes were known to cost as much as abalone or sea cucumber. Lu Jun never dared to imagine spending so much money on a single dish. Today, though, he decided to shamelessly try an unauthentic version of it. Xiuxian fetched green onions, ginger, and garlic, making preparations according to his memory of how snake meat was prepared. Lu Jun watched with great interest beside him. Younger brother, are you sure this is fine? If this snake is poisonous, wouldn't we end up in the hospital after eating it? Initially, Xiuxian respected Lu Jun, assuming that as a city management captain, he should know better. Unexpectedly, he asked the same question as his sister. Lu brother, this is a yellow flower snake, not a cobra. It's not poisonous. And if it were poisonous, would I harm you? Lu Jun chuckled. I've been scared since childhood of legless creatures, and also of ones with too many legs. My apologies earlier. Xiuxian snorted without responding, thinking that when the snake meat dish was ready, he wouldn't share a single bite with him, only letting him watch and use peanuts to accompany his liquor. Meiyan planned not to get involved anymore and waited a while for Dong to return home from work. Upon seeing the guest at home, Dong greeted warmly. Seeing Xiuxian unexpectedly busy at the stove, Dong quietly approached his wife. Meiyan, what's going on today? Is the sun rising from the west? Why has this guy started cooking? Or did he upset you? Dong also had an older sister, but since she married far away, it wasn't easy to see her now. However, when he was young, if he angered his sister, she wouldn't cook, starving him as punishment. No matter how he apologized, it didn't work. Dong didn't want to starve and thus learned some cooking skills. At least he could cook noodles or warm up steamed buns without a problem. But if it came to something more complicated, he would fail. Therefore, when he saw Xiuxian busying around the stove, he immediately thought of himself. Meiyan shook her head. What kind of food can he cook? Today, he caught a snake from the house. This kid must have been off his rocker somehow, insisting on making a dish out of snake meat. You know I wouldn't dare touch that thing. Even if it's dead, I still don't dare. Dong hadn't eaten snake meat before, but ever since he started working, he had often heard colleagues talking about how delicious and fresh snake meat was. However, ordinary people were too afraid to try it. Dong, however, had no such qualms. If it weren't for also being afraid of snakes, he might have gone into the mountains long ago to catch one. Little did he know, this wish of his would be miraculously fulfilled today. Dong wanted to share and approached Xiuxian. Xianjin, how is it going? Do you need our help? Seeing his brother-in-law coming over, Xiuxian smiled. No need, everything's ready. We just need to wait for the pot to boil. Brother-in-law, you don't fear this stuff. Dong shook his head. I'm not saying I'm not scared, but now that it's dead, what else am I supposed to be scared of? Brother-in-law, it's all thanks to me. If we had listened to my sister, we wouldn't have enjoyed tonight's snake meat dinner. Dong responded. Your sister is scared of this stuff. You should know that. I see that Captain Lu has come as well. In a while, let's have a few drinks among us three. Xiuxian nodded repeatedly. Anyway, they would have nothing to do in a bit. Drinking and chatting while imagining the future would be nice. Finally, when the snake soup was served, the moment the lid was lifted, the aroma filled the room. As Xiuxian brought out the bowl of snake soup, Lu Jun and his brother-in-law who were sitting on the Kong bed were already rubbing their hands eagerly. As for the cabbage and vermicelli stewed by his sister, it remained untouched. Even Tian was waiting for this snake soup. Unexpectedly, an accidentally discovered yellow flower snake turned out to be the most popular dish at tonight's dinner table. However, before anyone could pick up their chopsticks, voices came from the courtyard. Chapter 78, Entering the Mountain Later. The one who came was an old lady, accompanied by a young girl in her early 20s. Their visit at this time made people think twice. Tian Weidong turned back and couldn't help letting out a note of confusion. What are they doing here? Xiuxian asked curiously. Brother-in-law, do you know these two people? Tian Weidong shook his head, not exactly knowing them. I can only say that I've heard about them. That old lady is a fortune teller. She also has an altar at home. If anyone from nearby villages runs into some problems, they all seek help from this old lady, and it's said that she's quite accurate. After hearing Xiuxian's words, he glanced at the snake soup on the table and quickly picked up the bowl of snake soup. Just as he had hidden it well, the old lady and her granddaughter also walked into the room. As soon as they entered, the old lady immediately questioned whether they had discovered a snake in the afternoon. After describing the size and appearance of the snake in detail, Xiang Meiyun was stunned. Hearing the old lady's description, it matched perfectly with the snake that her younger brother had slaughtered earlier. It wouldn't be possible that the snake they caught today was the one this old lady worshipped. Xiang Meiyun secretly trembled, while Xiuxian emerged from the inner room, lying straight to the old lady. No, have you not seen what season it is? In the dead of winter, which family would still have snakes coming out? You'd better go look elsewhere. However, the old lady came to stand before Xiuxian, firmly declaring that the snake was in their house. Xiuxian inwardly sneered. Even if this old lady had some skills, how could she locate so accurately? Did the snake carry a GPS in its belly? Old lady, we really don't have the thing you're looking for. Why don't you try other houses, or you could calculate again. It might be that the snake came to my house, but then left upon hearing some noise, perhaps slipping away along the wall. Xiuxian said. But the old lady, with a serious face, questioned Xiuxian. Impossible. I've calculated precisely that it's in your house. If you don't find that snake today, I won't leave. Young man, there are some things you may not believe in, but you must respect them, otherwise there will be consequences. Xiuxian, born in the New China and raised under the red flag, received education that feudal superstitions were harmful, and all ghosts and spirits needed to be overthrown. Since this old lady insisted that the snake was here, then let her search well. Then the sharp-toothed and quick-mouthed granddaughter beside the old lady shouted, quickly hand over the snake. My grandma is extremely capable, and she has no intention of harming anyone. But if you refuse to return that snake, you shouldn't blame my grandma for acting. Xiuxian lightly scoffed. Acting? I haven't done anything immoral, it's just a smelly snake. What can it do? If it truly ascended to become immortal, why would she need to come find it? She probably already ascended to heaven and paid homage to the Jade Emperor long ago. Upon hearing this, the old lady attempted to grab Xiuxian's collar, but being hunched, her hands couldn't reach him. Additionally, since there was some distance between them, it was naturally futile. You little rascal, what kind of talk is that? It's our guardian spirit. Xiuxian showed utter disdain. If it's your household protector, why didn't it protect properly and instead came to my house? That's not following the rules. And anyway, what physical characteristics does your guardian spirit have? Don't randomly point at any snake and call it such. The bent old lady grabbed Xiuxian's hand, muttering something. Upon hearing this, Xiang Meiyun immediately pulled her younger brother behind her. Old woman, don't you dare harm my younger brother. Then the old lady looked at Xiang Meiyun and said, do you know what kind of consequences this action will bring upon yourself? Yet Xiang Meiyun acted indifferently. What you say exists if you believe, doesn't if you don't. I don't believe in it. Even if real, the retribution won't fall on my head. At this moment, Lu Jun, who hadn't spoken a word until now, suddenly stood up. Old lady, what era is this? Talking about household protectors. All that is fake and deceitful. Nowadays, it's all about science, understand? But judging by the old lady's demeanor, she clearly didn't care about what Lu Jun was saying about science. My household protector definitely is in your house. You young ones, you really don't understand anything. Inviting trouble for yourselves, know it? Being naturally irascible, Xiuxian couldn't tolerate this old lady spouting nonsense. Turning around and going back into the room, he brought out the pot of hidden snake meat and squatted right before the old lady. The snake you're looking for is likely this flower-patterned snake. Here they are. Do you want the snake skin? It's in the snow outside. I'll fetch it for you. Upon hearing this, the old lady's eyes began to roll upwards. Seeing this, the granddaughter beside her hurriedly called out, Grandma, don't get angry. It might not be the same one. There was no need for Xiuxian to exchange so many trivial words with the old lady. Whether it was or not, he would bring it out for her to take a look. Even if she were to be heartbroken, he'd let her be fully aware of the truth. Upon bringing in the snake's skin, the old lady immediately took it, her hands trembling and unable to believe that the household spirit she had worshipped for many years had ended up this way. Old lady, you must take a good look at this, especially at the patterns on the snake's body. Make sure the comparison is clear. This is an intact skin peeled off, and it's very complete. As the old lady gazed upon the snake's skin in her hands, she couldn't catch her breath, but her granddaughter noticed something unusual. Grandma, look at the pattern on the snake's body. It seems a bit off. After hearing this, the old lady struggled to maintain her breath, taking another few looks, seemingly also discovering the problem. Is this ours? It doesn't seem like it. Ours has a rather disordered pattern near the tail. Look at this one. It has more regular rings. From the granddaughter's speech, it was evident that she wasn't very familiar with the old lady's household spirit either. To identify if the snake really was theirs, it needed the old lady to carefully recognize it herself. After examining carefully for a while, the accumulated sigh in her chest seemed to dissipate. Even her tone of voice became gentle. Why? Young man, I apologize. The snake you killed isn't my household spirit. It appears everything is just a misunderstanding. Xiuxian secretly exhaled as well. However, considering how soon after killing the snake the old lady arrived, could it mean she actually possessed some abilities? Since the snake I killed isn't your household spirit, then I'll go back and enjoy this pot of snake meat slowly. Please take your leave without any further ado. The old lady's granddaughter understood their unwelcome presence and quickly helped the elderly woman leave. With this unexpected incident, the family seemed to have lost interest in the pot of snake meat. Until the end, the snake meat remained untouched, instead becoming a feast for the several small tigers that hadn't yet returned to the mountain. The three little tigers relished it immensely. After all, snake meat was still meat. As the weather gradually warmed, coats of cotton were gradually shed, and new buds emerged from tree branches. Xiuxian began pondering about re-entering the mountain. This time, entering the mountain, he estimated the offerings from the mountain might be richer. After all, the weather was getting warmer, especially for those animals reluctant to leave their nests due to the cold. They had gone hungry for a whole winter and needed to come out soon to find food. Xiuxian calculated that entering somewhat later would be better. Chapter 79. The female hooligan on the back. After all, those small animals that had been hungry all winter had consumed their own body fat. They didn't have much meat on them now. It would be better to wait until they had eaten before hunting them. However, there was nothing wrong with doing some reconnaissance in advance. As usual, the hunting team went into the mountain once a week. They patrolled around the border. The poachers from earlier couldn't be prosecuted because there were no relevant regulations on wildlife protection domestically yet. The only option was to hand them over to their own country's authorities to determine their punishment. On this day, Xiuxian led the team on patrol in the mountains. Not long after setting out, they heard someone shouting for help. It was a woman. Xiuxian was surprised. In his experience, 80% of those who ventured into the mountains were men. Even if they were men, they would always go into the mountains with companions and would never come alone. Why did he suddenly hear a woman calling for help? Perhaps she wasn't here to hunt, but to do something else. Xiuxian quickly led his team towards the sound. The closer they got, the more familiar the voice sounded to Xiuxian, until someone in the group identified it. Isn't that Xiuyan's voice? Why is she alone in the mountains? Qianjin, do you know what's going on? Xiuxian shook his head like a pendulum. He had no idea where she'd come from. He hadn't seen Xiuyan for months. And not only her, even his only female apprentice hadn't been around for quite some time. He didn't know what this little girl was up to, but meeting Xiuyan here today was indeed strange. Strange as it was, he still needed to check out what had happened. It was best to make sure nothing unfortunate had occurred. Xiuyan was sitting on the ground, one hand rubbing her sore ankle. There was also a basket beside her. Inside the basket were some things. Upon closer inspection, they turned out to be mushrooms. It wasn't the right season yet, so the mushrooms in the mountains weren't growing well, but there were some scattered ones. They all emerged thanks to the melted snow from winter. If they waited for rain, it would take longer. When Xiuyan heard people approaching, she quickly looked back, thinking that a kind person might save her today. She definitely wanted her parents to repay the favor properly, but unexpectedly, the first thing she saw was Xiuxian. Seeing him after such a long time, she was still struck by how handsome he was, especially leading a group through the rugged terrain, which made Xiuyan's heart swell with excitement. Brother Qianjin, how did you come here? Did you sense my danger? In front of Xiuyan, Xiuxian wasn't romantic at all, stating bluntly, today is the day when the patrol team enters the mountain. This has nothing to do with you. What's your issue? Xiuyan pointed at the overturned basket and said, I wanted to gather wild vegetables and mushrooms in the mountain. I accidentally fell from over there and twisted my foot. It hurt so bad. Brother Qianjin, please carry me. I can't walk back now. Xiuxian didn't want to carry her, and the others wanted it even less since they had no direct relationship with Xiuyan. When Xiuxian glanced at them, they all diverted their gazes elsewhere, trying not to meet his eyes. The more they avoided it, the more troubled Xiuxian became. In the end, he still had to put Xiuyan on his back and also hang her dropped basket on his hand. Lying on Xiuxian's back, Xiuyan felt absolutely delighted. Prior to this, she had wanted more intimate actions with Xiuxian, but had always failed. Whether it was due to his outright refusal or intentional avoidance, she was probably the boldest girl in nearby villages. She had thought there would be no way for her to get close to Brother Qianjin anymore, but unexpectedly, an opportunity arose today. Lying on Xiuxian's back, Xiuyan couldn't hide her joy. She lightly wrapped her arms around Xiuxian's neck and said, Brother Qianjin, I know my previous actions may have been too radical and frightened you. But during this recent period, while reading books, listening to the radio, and learning how to read, I've realized that girls should be more reserved. So could you reconsider being with me? Xiuxian remained silent throughout and paid no attention to what Xiuyan was saying. He only wanted to quickly send her home. He still needed to return to patrol. Perhaps Xiuyan really learned to be patient. Even though Xiuxian didn't open his mouth, she didn't shout and yell like before, not acting like a girl at all. You guys continue the patrol in the mountain. I'll send Xiuyan back and then come find you. The other few people were a bit worried. Qianjin, can you handle it alone? Or I'll go with you to send Sister Xiuyan home. Then we'll come back together. Xiuxian shook his head. No need. I can handle it myself. It's quite a distance to go out and come back in. With Xiuxian's assurance, the others had no choice but to continue their patrol work in the mountains. After detaching from the team, Xiuxian started getting restless as she lay on Xiang Qianjin's back, frequently wanting to adjust her posture. Brother Qianjin, during this recent time, have you gone on any blind dates with other girls? I haven't met any other boys. There's only you in my heart. But I don't know if there's only me in your heart. Xiang Qianjin sighed. Xiuxian, you know very well that we are not meant to be. Why do you keep holding on to me like this? In fact, in our nearby villages, there are plenty of men who are better than me. You should consider others too. If you compare, you'll find out that I am not that good. Xiuxian rebutted first. What's wrong with you? It was because you didn't understand before. But once you get to know me better, you will definitely be better than anyone else. As for the others, I look down on them. They are not as capable as you. As she said that, Xiuxian suddenly reached out her hand towards the crotch area of Xiang Qianjin. Xiang Qianjin dodged quickly, almost throwing Xiuxian off his back. Thankfully, Xiuxian failed to accomplish her intent. What are you doing? Xiang Qianjin shouted in questioning. Xiuxian smirked secretly on his back. Nothing. I just wanted to feel. Xiang Qianjin guessed that during the period he didn't interact with Xiuxian. Who knows what this little minx did? Could it be possible that she went to town and sneaked to watch those colored films? Otherwise, how could such a bold move come from her, directly touching a man's groin? Actually, Xiang Qianjin knew himself well enough. Unfortunately, despite having numerous chances, he always kept himself clean and never attempted to take advantage of young girls. But he didn't expect Xiuxian, who seemed so open-minded now, to make him feel less at ease. Suddenly, he felt like he wasn't carrying an injured girl on his back. Instead, it was a female hooligan ready to act on opportunity, plotting against him. Without hesitation, he quickened his pace and hurriedly sent her home to avoid trouble. Xiang Qianjin said, "You must stop moving around on my back. What if I accidentally drop you? Your parents will blame me." Chapter 80. As long as it's enough for her. Xiuxian was secretly laughing while clinging to Xiang Qianjin's back. In fact, she had just touched a bit of it moments ago. Half a month ago, she went to the county town with her girlfriends and accidentally walked into a video hall. They were screening foreign blockbusters, and after buying their tickets, they also got some soda. Halfway through, Xiuxian noticed a problem. Why were all the people in the video hall men except for them two women? Since both girls sat at the back row, they couldn't see the expressions on the faces of the men in front. Feeling something amiss, Xiuxian whispered about it to her girlfriend, but before they could discuss anything, some strange sounds came from the speakers. When the two looked up toward the screen, the originally clothed pair were now completely naked. The man and woman were hugging each other butt naked. Xiuxian had never seen such a scene and felt so embarrassed she wanted to find a crack to hide. How could an unmarried girl come to watch this kind of movie in a video hall? No wonder there were no women around. This clearly wasn't meant for women. After dragging her girlfriend out, Xiuxian understood why the young man at the ticket counter gave her that odd look when she bought her ticket. But her companion, who watched the same film, seemed unperturbed. Xiuxian knew her friend had recently met a man through matchmaking, though she didn't know if they hit it off. Upon inquiry, she learned they weren't just hitting it off, they had already slept together. No wonder the girl remained unblushing while watching those scenes. She'd already experienced everything beforehand. Xiuxian scolded her for being shameless. However, her girlfriend said that both families approved, and the wedding was already set. They would wait for the weather to warm up, hire a makeup artist and photographer, rent a fashionable wedding dress, and simply hold a small ceremony. Since both sets of parents already considered them officially engaged, naturally they didn't need to sneak around. Suddenly, Xiuxian started envying her friend. She couldn't help but start worrying about herself. She saw others her age, all finding their own happiness, but where was hers? She only had eyes for Xiang Qianjin, but unfortunately, he showed no interest in her. If she continued like this, she might turn into an old maid. Her friend offered some bad advice. Which man doesn't seek pleasure outside? If nothing works, you should take the initiative. When we're together, he goes crazy every day wanting it. Sometimes even hurting me so much I can hardly walk the next day. Xiuxian blushed hearing that. Don't talk nonsense. Young girls shouldn't say such embarrassing things. Although she found these words embarrassing, she began making plans in her heart. As long as she could get married to Xiang Qianjin, in that village, she would be his person. They could always develop affection after marriage. If she liked him, she must figure out a way to get what she wants. She shouldn't leave any regrets in life, or she'd definitely regret it later. After coming back from the county town, Xiuxian had been looking for an opportunity, discreetly finding out what Xiang Qianjin has been doing recently. She learned that big brother Qianjin had formed a mountain patrol team with some villagers. They patrolled regularly every 7 days. She had initially planned to have an unexpected encounter with him next week. But she unexpectedly ran into him today while looking for wild vegetables in the mountains. This was an opportunity given by heaven. She couldn't miss it. Once missed, who knows when the next time will be. Moreover, her friend told her, a man's certain part must be big. A woman would feel comfortable only if it's big. If it's too small, it wouldn't feel right. Xiuxian, inexperienced in worldly matters, knew nothing about such things. However, one touch by hand could easily reveal its size, so she suddenly made a move towards Xiang Qianjin. Unfortunately, her fingertips barely brushed it. She couldn't cover the entire thing with her palm, but just the tips of her fingers brushing against it were enough for her to imagine, giving her confidence that their future life together wouldn't lack passion. Xiang Qianjin carefully carried Xiuxian out of the mountain on his back. His intention was to carry her home. Unexpectedly, on the way, they met someone riding a bicycle, who was also heading home. After some consideration, Xiang Qianjin thought it better to let that person bring Xiuxian back. The two families lived not far apart, just separated by a street. Most importantly, Xiang Qianjin still had work patrolling the mountains today. As the captain, He needed to set an example. Xiuxian's appearance was purely coincidental, especially her sudden movement earlier, which made Xiangjin feel somewhat uneasy. How could he, a big man, be teased by a woman? This kind of thing absolutely cannot be spread around for people to gossip over. Yet Xiuxian didn't want to get down from Xiangjin's back. Big brother Qianjin, since we've left the mountain already, why don't you carry me back? Didn't you carry your female apprentice out before? How am I different from her? Seeing Xiuxian speak this way, Qianjin simply put her down from his back. You are far from being able to compare with her. Go home by bike. I still have things to do. Qianjin left Xiuxian in the care of a fellow villager without worrying about anything happening. Only Xiuxian kept shouting his name incessantly there. Qianjin, you bastard, you coward, what are you afraid of? If you have the guts, leave Hejong village. As long as you stay one day in Hejong village, I won't give up. You will belong to me eventually. After scolding him to her heart's content, Xiuxian sat with a plop on the rear rack of the bicycle. She slapped that man's waist and said, "Start riding. What are you staring at like an idiot?" The man quickly pedaled the 28-inch frame bicycle while barely hiding his smile from watching the drama unfold. He had noticed earlier that Xiangjin was covering his ears while running away, probably not wanting to hear what Xiuxian said next. "Miss Xiuxian, you're quite formidable. Everyone in our village knows young Forward has talent. Many girls like him, yet you seem to have him under your thumb." But to Xiuxian, these words still lacked some meaning. "If I could really have him under my thumb, I wouldn't be sitting behind you on the bike now. He would carry me home. I don't know why he doesn't fancy me, but sooner or later, he'll be mine. I heard your wife is pregnant. Is her belly round or pointed? Have you checked if it's a girl or boy yet? We haven't looked yet. Whether it's a girl or a son, I don't mind." Xiuxian also said enviously, "Yeah, these days, we pretty much like having both daughters and sons. But all in all, sons are better since they're stronger. They can help out with work when they grow up." However, the older brother didn't agree. "Be it a son or daughter, they are my wife's offspring, born from her. How could I dislike them? They're all my children. Watch out ahead. The road is unstable. Hold on tight, so you don't fall off." Chapter 81. Sister, you are truly generous. Xiangjin soon caught up with the patrol team. The deputy captain was named Jiang Chuan. He was 6 or 7 years older than Xiangjin and came from the neighboring village. Jiang Chuan asked, "Are you back so quickly?" Xiangjin said, "On the way, I met a kind-hearted brother from my village, so I troubled him to take Xiuxian back." Jiang Chuan chuckled. "You're really capable, just trusting people like that, huh?" Xiangjin didn't think much of it. "If I didn't trust them, would it have helped? If I had waited to carry her back home, I wouldn't be here until noon. I am the leader, and I should lead by example. I can't keep you guys wandering around in the mountains forever, so let me take this shortcut. Did you find anything interesting on your way?" "Nothing found, but the weather is warm, and there are quite a few little rabbits out. I even saw a gray one over there earlier. Should we catch some and take them home to eat?" At the mention of rabbits, Xiangjin first thought of Sichuan-style spicy rabbit meat. He was lucky enough to taste it once because of his cravings. It was indeed delicious, with a savory, spicy aroma that lingered on the palate. Now thinking about that taste made his mouth start to salivate uncontrollably. "All right, let's catch a few rabbits and roast them." Xiangjin agreed with Jiang Chuan's suggestion. While patrolling, they also looked for wild rabbits. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 holes. Their group of 7 chased about 5 or 6 rabbits. In the end, they only managed to catch 3. As for the others, the rabbits disappeared as soon as they entered their burrows. Even though Xiangjin used dry grass and sticks to block the holes and looked around for other rabbit dens, he couldn't find any. Fortunately, there were wild chickens in the forest. There was no doubt which animal had more meat on it. After the patrol ended, these 7 men faced a countable number of game animals with one hand. They weren't sure how to divide them. Xiangjin didn't want to scald the chicken feathers off, so he chose the fattest rabbit among them. "This is mine. You guys divide the rest." The other 2 smaller rabbits were chosen by Jiang Chuan. "You should take this one. Go home and make chicken soup for your wife. I heard she gave birth to a big healthy boy recently. This is the time she needs nutrition." Jiang Chuan, feeling a bit embarrassed, said, "It's not appropriate to pick one chicken when there's so little here." As the deputy captain, Jiang Chuan was actually very responsible, with few complaints. "What's wrong with that? Next week, we'll go into the mountain again, and next week whatever we catch, don't be picky, and besides, the weather will be even warmer next week, so maybe better prey will come out." Hearing them say that, Jiang Chuan smiled and accepted it. "If I bring a chicken home, I can at least explain to my wife that the trip wasn't wasted. Next time, we'll try to ensure everyone gets something." Xiangjin returned home with the rabbit, wanting to tell his sister to boil a large pot of hot water to scald off the rabbit's fur. But then Tianhua emerged from the room, delightedly stroking the rabbit's fur upon seeing the rabbit in his uncle's hand. "Uncle, can we keep this rabbit? It's so cute. Aren't you going to eat it?" Xiangjin, without hesitation, placed the rifle he carried aside and replied to his nephew. "Right, otherwise why would I hunt it? In a while, I'll ask your mom to heat some water. After taking off its fur, we'll cook some spicy rabbit meat for you. Don't you already start drooling just hearing about it?" However, this time Xiangjin miscalculated. Hearing that his uncle really planned to eat the rabbit, Tianhua's eyes began welling up with tears. Xiang Meiyan felt her son's reaction was exaggerated. It was just a rabbit. Why was he crying so much? Xiangjin also thought it strange. As the old saying goes, children's hearts are purest. In theory, such innocence should be cherished. "Fine, if you won't let us eat it, we'll keep it. Anyway, feeding this rabbit isn't hard since it eats anything to survive. But listen, Uncle has some rules for you. This rabbit was supposed to become dinner, but it can live longer because of you. Now if you say you want to raise it, from now on, everything about its eating, drinking, and excretion is your responsibility. Do you understand? Xuanhuan listened intently, stunned for quite a while before slowly nodding. I understand. If you understand, then from now on, this rabbit belongs to you. But Xuanhuan overlooked the fact that this was a wild rabbit, not a pet rabbit. Pet rabbits are docile and won't bite or kick. However, wild rabbits are smart. As soon as Xiuxian handed it over, Xuanhuan lost control. Once the rabbit kicked its legs, Xuanhuan got scared and let go. Uncle, the rabbit ran away. Xuanhuan shouted while chasing after it and calling out to Xiuxian. In fact, this situation was foreseen long ago. See, you want to raise it, but you're afraid to catch it. What happens if it escapes again when Uncle isn't home? Xuanhuan hesitated repeatedly, realizing he couldn't handle the rabbit. The 3 kittens that Uncle had brought home before were more tame. Then, Uncle, you should catch the rabbit back. I also want to taste how the rabbit meat tastes. A hint of pride flashed across Xiuxian's face, not because he deliberately let the rabbit escape. He just wanted Xuanhuan to understand a principle. Take responsibility for your own things. Don't imagine that someone will do your duty for you. That's neither reasonable nor common sense. We've agreed, if the rabbit is caught back, your mom will skin it. Seeing that there was still time, Xiuxian suddenly remembered something. The last time Lu Jun came over, he hadn't finished the task assigned to him yet. Guessing that the village chief should be at home at this time, stopping by shouldn't be a problem. But Xiuxian still needed to request some expenses from his sister. Since he was asking for help from the village chief, he should go to the commune and buy something. Biscuits, canned food, alcohol, and cigarettes. Because the village chief was a heavy smoker, always with a cigarette in hand, taking a puff when idle. Xiangmei knew her younger brother must have a reason for finding the village chief, so she didn't hold back while approving the fund. She readily took out a big denomination bill and told him to buy more stuff. Looking at the large bill, Xiuxian felt immensely happy inside. Sis, why are you so generous today? You're giving me so much all at once. Aren't you afraid I'll waste it? Xiangmei said. If you really have the ability to squander it recklessly, I'll give you another one. How old are you now and still can't find a girlfriend? It's embarrassing to say. Xiuxian couldn't help but explain repeatedly to his sister. It wasn't that he didn't want to look for a girlfriend. He just wanted to find someone he liked. Xiangmei ignored those excuses. Can liking someone be eaten as food? I think Zhilan's girl is pretty good, but she hasn't come around these days. After you return from the village chiefs, go check on her and see if her foot has healed. Come to think of it, they indeed needed to visit her. If her sister hadn't reminded him, he might have forgotten about it completely. I'll go check tonight. Don't wait for me for dinner. Just save me a little bit. Xiangmei nodded. Anyway, this younger brother had caused her a lot of worries as he grew up. If he could really make it work with Zhilan, then she wouldn't have to worry about his life-changing issues anymore. It was just unknown whether the young man would listen to her this time. If he listened, everything would be fine. If not, let him suffer himself without any valid reason. Chapter 82, Unworthy. Holding a large banknote, Xiuxian walked out of the house. The first thing Xiuxian did was to go to the commune and buy 2 packs of cigarettes, the most expensive kind. He also bought 2 bottles of fun wine. Even though the village chief's family seemed to be living comfortably, it would still take him some time to think carefully about spending money on these 2 items. So just having these 2 things actually could get the village chief to help write him a letter of declaration. But one must have sincerity, right? The village chief had 2 daughters. The elder one was already married, but the younger one didn't have a boyfriend yet. If he hadn't remembered incorrectly, the younger sister was supposed to get married on National Day last year. And she got pregnant a month after her marriage. The following year, she gave birth to a chubby boy. Even Xiuxian couldn't help but admire the village chief's family. They truly enjoyed good karma, to live such a good life. Carrying some snacks and fruits, bringing alcohol and cigarettes, Xiuxian went to the village chief's house. He saw the village chief washing a big water jar in the courtyard. He hurried forward to help. Village chief, let me help you. When the village chief saw that it was him, he didn't hesitate. All right. After washing the large jar clean and standing it up, the village chief finally asked Xiuxian why he came. Chief, I plan to open a shop at the market entrance, but I need a statement from our village. Can you help me write one? The village chief blinked his eyes. What kind of business are you planning to open? Xuanhuan, this village chief, had been doing this job for many years. He was clear in his heart about what each household in the village did. Xiuxian wasn't particularly well known or infamous in the village, but everyone who mentioned him would inevitably say a sentence about how he didn't study anything seriously and lacked any skill to earn a living. So what store could he possibly open? Xuanhuan looked at him with a face full of doubts, wanting to hear what kind of explanation would come out of his mouth. Xiuxian himself also knew that in the past, when he didn't focus on proper work, he made neighbors in the village dislike him a lot. Back then, because he had a thick skin, even if people criticized him, he didn't take it to heart. Now he no longer thought that way. He didn't want to relive an insignificant life. Of course, I'm going to open a specialty product store. Look, other places have their own specialties, so don't we? Xuanhuan continuously shook his head. Their place barely saw a few strangers throughout the year. Even if there were specialties, they weren't valuable since they hadn't built up a reputation yet. It's not like some places where a certain dish or noodle became widely known across other regions. Maybe you should reconsider something else. People outside look down on our local features, Xuanhuan said. Xiuxian thought the village chief's words were wrong. How could they look down on them? Village chief, let me tell you, as soon as my shop opens, I will surely make this area prosperous. Do you believe me? Zhao Wanjun shook his head. Do you know who you are? Just by you making this entire area rich. Those words are too grandiose, even for me to say. So how do you dare say it out loud? Seeing the village chief didn't support his idea, Xiuxian still maintained patience. Chief, I am absolutely serious about what I'm saying this time. What I'm doing is playing a long game. Or what do you think I go into the mountains every day for? There are plenty of interesting things in the mountain in front of us. Any of them taken out could exchange for money. How could it be, village chief, that you're planning to let others enter the mountain and take away all the valuable stuff? After hesitating several times, Zhao Wanjun was still reluctant to write the letter of declaration for Xiuxian. If this guy later failed to do his work properly and caused trouble for him, would the chief bear the responsibility as the village leader? Realizing Zhao Wanjun didn't intend to write the declaration letter for him, Xiuxian turned around holding the cigarettes and alcohol he had bought earlier. Old Zhao, tell me why you are so inflexible. At worst, I won't open this shop, letting buyers come directly to my house to buy things. That saves me the rent money. In the previous moment, Zhao Wanjun was still hesitating, but the next second, upon seeing the 2 bottles of fun wine in Xiuxian's hand, his heart began to waver. Since Xiuxian began understanding things, Zhao Wanjun had been the village chief of Hejiang village. To say that Zhao Wanjun was very familiar with every household in Hejiang village. Similarly, Xiuxian understood well too, their smoking-loving and drinking-loving village chief Zhao. As soon as Xiuxian picked up these 2 items, he knew inside his heart that Zhao Wanjun would definitely write the letter of declaration for him. If he didn't write it, he wouldn't be able to drink the much-talked-about fun wine. Now looking around the whole Hejiang village, no one was wealthier than him. So there wouldn't be anyone else to give Zhao Wanjun fun wine either. Xiuxian grabbed hold of Zhao Wanjun's weak point, and the village chief, gazing at the 2 bottles of fun wine, truly couldn't bear to let the duck flying away just when it's within reach of his mouth. Come back, I'll write it for you. But our agreement is set, once I finish writing this letter of declaration for you. You must conduct your business properly. Don't pretend to be working hard one day and slacking off the next. In case any director or leader finds me to ask questions later, I will certainly expose you. Xiuxian nodded twice. Of course, I need to earn money for my future wife as well. By the way, I'm not sure if this fun wine tastes good or bad. Uncle Jun, could you try it for me? After all the talk, Zhao Wanjun still bought into Xiuxian's approach. Nevertheless, Zhao Wanjun warned him again and again. If you've got talent, then earn money properly. Don't let your sister and family worry unnecessarily. Think about the nonsense you've done in the past. Xiuxian chuckled. His previous self was indeed something he wouldn't like to admit, but things were different now. In the nearby villages, who didn't know that he had become a jack of all trades. With the declaration letter written, Xiuxian went whistling happily to Zilan's house. Since her ankle sprain last time, he hadn't found time to visit her, yet he made sure to bring some gifts along. Upon arriving at Zilan's home, Xiuxian discovered there were guests, a mother and son pair. Zilan was dressed neatly, and the man also looked well-groomed. It seemed they might be here for an arranged meeting, which crossed Xiuxian's mind. Seeing Zilan walk freely with no apparent issue on her leg, he guessed the sprain had already healed. Master, how did you come? Are you planning to enter the mountains soon and need my help? Zilan, upon seeing Xiuxian arrive, was clearly delighted. Xiuxian waved his hand. Nope, today I visited the village chief so he could help me write this declaration letter. That reminded me of you, so I came by to see how you're doing. Everything all cleared up nicely. Zilan jumped a couple of times in place. Yes, it's all fine now. Dr. Tao had told me to stay in bed for 2 weeks. In reality, once the swelling around my ankle went down after a week, everything was okay. These next few days, I'm also planning to enter the mountain for a look. Xiuxian nodded, but Zilan still wanted to ask him something. Master, Mei Yin promised me a job in her factory before. Did you get any news about it? Xiuxian realized only then that he had forgotten something when leaving home today. After Zilan mentioned it, he remembered. I'll check on that when I return home. If there's any news, I'll come back tomorrow to tell you. But recently, I haven't heard my sister mention anything. It seems like it's not set yet. Hearing that it wasn't confirmed, Zilan became a little disheartened. However, Xiuxian didn't notice this. He asked her if she was setting up dates at home. The guy doesn't seem bad. Is there any potential? Zilan glanced back toward the room and shook her head, not interested. But my mom thinks they're perfect and even says I don't deserve them. Chapter 83. Only cares about spending money. Xiuxian wanted to ask a few more questions, but after noticing an abnormal expression on Zilan's face, he consoled her. Then if you like someone, just tell your family. It's better than letting them choose someone for you. After hearing this, Zilan became even more depressed. Her dilemma was that she didn't know who she liked. In comparison, she envied xiuxian somewhat, as she clearly knew she had a man in her heart. The people inside the house noticed Xiuxian's arrival and came out to greet him. Xianjin, why didn't you come inside? You silly girl, standing there in the courtyard all the time. Following their invitation, Xiuxian entered the room and sat down only to be scrutinized by the matchmaking man. Probably imagining Xiuxian as a rival. You are the one who went into the mountains to hunt, aren't you? I've heard you're also Shaolan's master, so skilled. But I think girls should focus on managing the household and raising children. Though going into the mountains to hunt can earn money, it's still not as good as having a proper job. Xiuxian didn't understand why this man would direct his hostility at him. He wasn't here to compete with the man for Zilan's affection. Even though his sister thought well of Zilan, whether or not he would date her ultimately depended on Xiuxian's decision, not anyone else's opinion. Or maybe this man was overly insecure, believing himself unworthy of Xilan, afraid that Xilan might choose another man over him. Had he known that today Xilan's parents had arranged a blind date for her, he would have chosen to visit another day. Uncle, Aunt, if you're busy, I'll go back first. My sister sent me to see if Xilan's leg has recovered properly. She worries it might have left some problems. However, these words prompted the man to immediately jump up from the edge of the Kong bed. What? Does she have an issue? What kind of problem? Can she not bear children? Xilan's parents quickly exchanged glances. No big deal. It's just that her foot swelled up when she got injured hiking before. Before they could finish, the man said again, I always say women shouldn't do such dangerous things. In the future, once we live together, you'll wash clothes, cook meals, take care of the kids, and ideally find some part-time work to help the household. Xiuxian wanted to leave quickly. He didn't interact much with Xilan's family anyway. He didn't want to create unnecessary trouble because he'd been her master. But Xilan had a fiery temper. Although she often refrained from quarreling about many things, on certain matters, she wouldn't give in passively. Mom, Dad, how about we just drop this thing? At that moment, the man directly turned his hostility towards Xiuxian. Are you liking your master? Did you invite him on purpose? To make me uncomfortable, let me tell you. Given our conditions, what woman couldn't we find? Don't regret it later. Xilan didn't appear to regret anything, yet her parents thought she shouldn't have said such a thing. Spoken words are like water spilled. Apologizing now wouldn't help, especially since her stubbornness made it harder than climbing to heaven for her to apologize. Upon returning home, Xiuxian told his sister everything. Upon hearing this, Xiang Meiyun sighed several times while Xiuxian drank water from an enamel cup. Sister, why are you sighing so heavily? You don't really think Xilan could become my future sister-in-law, do you? Even if I considered her as such now, she already met someone through matchmaking. Should we go snatch her away? Tell me, do you actually feel something for Xilan? Sister, when did you ever think I had feelings for her? We've always had a teacher-student relationship. Don't imagine things, Xiuxian explained earnestly. Whether I'm thinking too much or whether both of you have unusual behavior, only you two know. Such a good girl as Xilan. It's just that our family doesn't deserve such luck. I'm telling you, bring me a girlfriend this year. Otherwise, there won't be any food for you at home. Although Xiuxian was used to similar threats, he no longer feared them. On the contrary, he felt his sister was merely trying to scare him, and he didn't fear being scared. Sister, stop threatening me like this. If one day I get frightened by you, I won't return home then. And how will you explain it to Mom and Dad? They'd surely scold you. Xiang Meiyun stopped chatting idly. Did the village head sign the declaration letter for you? Yes. Isn't Xuanhuan very cooperative? You'd better not lie to me. It better not be handwritten by yourself. Xiuxian responded. How is that possible? I'm doing legitimate business. How could I dig myself a hole here? 100% guaranteed, it was written by the village head. Don't have any doubts. As he spoke, Xiuxian took out the declaration letter for his sister to examine. Xiang Meiyun didn't know many characters. However, she carefully examined the signature and seal on the letter, confirming it was Xuanhuan's without doubt, which finally put her at ease. Has Xuanhuan changed? I've heard that before someone from our village asked him for help writing a declaration letter. It took days of pleading, and he still refused to help them. But you went once and got it done. That is quite unusual indeed. Xiuxian emphasized. I'm handling proper business. What reason did he have to not give me the letter? Not to mention, I bought him good wine and cigarettes. Considering those gifts, he shouldn't hinder my path to starting a business. Tomorrow I'll head to the town and handle all the paperwork. Then I'll let Captain Lu take me around to look at shops. If everything fits, I'll rent one tomorrow. For such matters, Xiang Meiyun felt uneasy letting her brother handle everything alone. What if I go with you tomorrow? It's better to have an extra pair of hands as backup. At first, Xiuxian had intended to handle this small matter himself without bothering his sister. Besides, he already knew what he was doing. However, since his sister mentioned it, Xiuxian didn't want to disappoint her. Alright, then you come along tomorrow. What about Tianhua? We can send Tianhua over to Aunt Li's place and ask her to watch him for the day. Although Tianhua was young, he was obedient and sensible. Anyway, sometimes children from Aunt Li's family also stayed there for half a day or so. Such scenarios were very common in the village. The only inconvenience was asking someone else to take care of their child, but otherwise, there wasn't much of a problem. Plus, Tianhua could make another playmate out of this, making it truly a win-win situation. Moreover, Sister Xiang gave Tianhua 50 cents to buy some snacks and soda. Initially unwilling, Tianhua wavered upon seeing his mother hand over the 50 cents. Thinking about the orange-flavored soda, Tianhua reluctantly agreed. Mom, remember to bring me something nice when you come back. Xiang Meiyun patted Tianhua on the head. Every time we go out, you make me buy things. All you think about is spending money. Chapter 84, Tianhua gets beaten. Tianhua, scratching his head, said, Other kids have toy cars. I want one too. We've got money. Alright, I'll buy you one. It's your luck. Xiang Meiyun muttered a couple of sentences and quickly reheated the food. She couldn't let her younger brother eat cold food. The next morning, Tian Weidong got up early to go to work, while Xiang Meiyun took a day off and followed her brother to town. Before leaving, she entrusted Tianhua to their neighbor auntie, asking her to help take care of him for the day. She'd come back to pick him up after finishing her errands. The auntie readily agreed. Anyway, Tianhua, at his age, was sensible enough not to require constant supervision. He could even play with her own kids. With everything arranged, Xiang Meiyun rode her bike with her brother to the town. All necessary documents had already been prepared, and the staff helped review them. Once reviewed without issues, they would be able to collect the certificate needed for opening a store. Xiuxian grew more excited as he thought about it, yet it would take some time for the document examination. It wasn't realistic for the siblings to wait by the office window the entire time. Having left home in the morning without eating, Xiang worried about eating poorly all day outside. She specifically brought bottled boiled water and 2 vegetable pancakes. A bit salty or bland, paired with water, would serve as a meal. But Xiuxian felt that this eating habit of his sister's was too frugal since he already earned money now. And considering today's trip to the town, there were quite a few delicious local options available. When he saw his sister taking out the pancakes and water to deal with lunch, Xiuxian snatched them from her hands. "Sister, today I will take you somewhere nice to eat. Don't settle for this." Xiang fretted over expenses. "If we don't eat this, what else should we eat? Other food isn't free, right? These are from our home, costing us nothing. Just fill up our stomachs. You shouldn't be extravagant, but once you become a millionaire, then I won't mind how you spend your money." However, Xiuxian believed that being merely a millionaire was insufficient. His goal was to be a multi-millionaire or even a billionaire. A simple millionaire didn't impress him much. "We're already the first 10,000 yuan household in Hejiang village, sister. What are you still worrying about?" In the end, Xiang could no longer argue with her brother. The two headed to a Sichuan restaurant. Since they were here, Xiang wouldn't dwell on whether the dishes in the restaurant were expensive or cheap. At least this made Xiuxian feel highly valued and motivated, allowing him to feel that the money spent was worth it. When the dishes were served, Xiang stared at the steaming plates but hesitated to pick up her chopsticks. Xiuxian noticed this and immediately urged her. "Eat, sister. Aren't you hungry? You go ahead, Xiang replied. Xiuxian didn't understand what she was doing. After all, he didn't care about the cost of this meal. After eating a few bites, he seemed to realize something, coughed twice, and said to his sister, "Sister, you aren't thinking about waiting for me to finish before you start, are you? My appetite is big. If you wait until I'm done, all that'll be left is soup." Xiang hadn't expected her little scheme to be uncovered so easily. Quickly, she defended herself. No, I'm not hungry yet. You go ahead." Xiang knew her brother well, just as much as he knew her. Taking the bowl in front of her, he transferred half of the dish's contents into it. "Hurry and eat. If brother finds out that I didn't even let you eat lunch today, he'll beat me. Why do we make so much money if not to enjoy it? Listen, otherwise, next time I won't bring you along." Hearing her brother say this, Xiang felt an unexpected wave of happiness. Probably only her real younger brother would allow her to express such thoughts. "All right, I'll eat. Truly, you're insufferable, but next time we come out, there mustn't be such extravagance. You're unmarried still. Later on, you'll find plenty of expenses." Xiuxian vaguely agreed, slowing down his own eating pace just to encourage his sister to eat more. But Xiang appetite was small. After just a few bites, she was full. The remaining portion of food ended up being eaten entirely by Xiuxian. "Sister, we're enjoying this great feast while brother eats pancake and salted vegetables at home. That feels kind of wrong, don't you think? Should we pack some for him?" "Packing what? He deserved this for not coming out today," Xiang retorted. "After all, doesn't brother have work? If he asks for leave, that day's pay is lost." In the afternoon, the two siblings returned to the office window again. After the relevant files and materials passed the review with no problems, they were informed that certification required provincial-level processing, necessitating about half a month of waiting. Xiuxian, after triple-checking if there were any other processes to go through, confirmed there weren't, and then set off back to the village with his sister. On the way, Xiuxian suddenly remembered he needed to check out a storefront and also stopped by the city management team's office to see if Lu Jun was around. But coincidentally, Lu Jun was on his day off today and wasn't there. Since Lu Jun wasn't there, Xiuxian hesitated about going to the market entrance to check out the stores. After all, he didn't know which one Lu Jun had in mind. What if he looked at the wrong ones? Fortunately, his sister was more decisive. "Your certificate still needs half a month to be ready. There's no need to rush right this minute. After we have the certificate in hand, you'll still have time to rent a place. It's not like you'll miss out, right? And you'll save half a month's rent. 40 yuan isn't something to ignore." With this single sentence from his sister, Xiuxian felt enlightened, as if someone had poured cool water over his head. "That works too. I just got a little impatient." Xiang hadn't forgotten about buying a toy car for Xuanhuan, but she hadn't expected it to be so expensive. However, since she'd already promised him, she naturally had to buy it, sighing inwardly as she handed over the money. Kids' money was truly easy to earn. Beside her, Xiuxian muttered about how much more school would cost later down the line. "When that time comes, you won't think it's such a waste anymore." Xiang gave him an icy look and chose a mid-priced toy car, muttering that if Xuanhuan only cherished it for 2 days before tossing it aside, she'd make him starve for 3 days or send him out to collect bottles and paper shells to sell as scrap. She'd teach him the value of these few hard-earned dollars. When the brother and sister returned home, Xiuxian went first to the neighbor auntie's house to fetch Xuanhuan. But when he got there, the auntie said Xuanhuan had gone home early. Xiuxian thought it was plausible that Xuanhuan could have returned on his own, considering it wasn't as comfortable being at someone else's house as it was being at home. He thanked the auntie and then made his way back home. Upon arrival, he noticed the lights were on inside the house, thinking perhaps his sister had seen Xuanhuan was already home and had started cooking dinner. In his mind, Xiuxian was already daydreaming about the future business in the county once the certificate was finalized. Suddenly, he heard Xuanhuan wail in tears. Xiuxian rushed into the house wondering what could have happened that made his sister beat their child. Once inside, he saw his sister holding a broomstick, standing with her hands on her hips. In one hand, she swung the broom, striking hard against Xuanhuan's buttocks. Where is the money? All that money your uncle worked so hard to earn. How did it disappear? Chapter 85. The money in the cabinet is gone. Xiang Qingjin's heart sank when he heard this. They had only been out for a day, and the money was gone. What's worse, the money was hidden through several layers, first in a cloth, then an iron box, and finally under the cabinet. Looking around the house, there weren't any signs of disturbance. Sister, what happened? Xiang Meiyun was already extremely angry, and seeing her younger brother standing there asking stupidly just made it worse. She said while placing her hands on her hips, "You dumb boy, you lost the 10,000 yuan that you earned." Xiang Qingjin couldn't believe it. Impossible, didn't you hide it in the cabinet? That's right, I wanted to put the leftover money from today back, but when I opened the box, it was empty. Your good nephew must have brought someone home. Xiang Qingjin almost blurted out about checking the surveillance footage, but then remembered that in this era, surveillance cameras were rare luxuries. There wouldn't be one in a private home anyway, and even if there was, the image quality would not be high definition. However, Xiang Qingjin still thought that losing such a large sum of money should be investigated thoroughly. Xianhua probably introduced the wrong people into the house. More importantly, who could have come up with such intentions, taking advantage of the child being home alone? Sister, don't hit him. Carefully ask who came over this afternoon. Maybe Xianhua wasn't home at that time. Xiang Meiyun was so furious she couldn't think clearly. Fine, I don't have the mood to ask. You ask. If we find something out, that money might be found. If nothing comes out, your money will be wasted. Xianhua cried for a long while before finally stopping. Xiang Qingjin asked, Xianhua, was someone with you when you went home today? Xuanhuan still dared not say anything, but after Xiang Qingjin repeatedly assured that he wouldn't hit him, Xianhua finally confessed. Dongjin, he came home with me. Then I looked for things outside, and he was alone inside. When I finished finding my stuff, he said he had other business and left without playing with me. Who is Dongjin? Xiang Qingjin felt unfamiliar with this name. He's Doggy's older cousin, Xianhua said. Without saying another word, Xiang Qingjin got up and rushed straight to Aunt Li's house. Aunt Li saw Xiang Qingjin come again, assuming that he hadn't seen Xianhua go home and had come to look for him. But instead, Xiang Qingjin immediately asked where Dongjin was. Aunt Li shook her head immediately. I don't know. That guy came here a few days ago, saying he'd stay for a while. But I don't know where he ran off to today. Why do you want to find him? As soon as these words were spoken, someone whistled behind them. Xiang Qingjin turned around, and Aunt Li said, Over there, Dongjin has returned. Dongjin had a cigarette dangling from his mouth, his hands deep in his pocket, walking with a swagger, the epitome of a young thug. Xiang Qingjin marched forward, grabbed him by the collar, and interrogated, Where's the money? You took advantage of a kid being home alone to steal our money. Dongjin quickly denied it but showed evident panic in his eyes. Who stole your money? Do you have any evidence? Let go of me, or I'll call the police. Seeing Dongjin turn it around on him, Xiang Qingjin merely smiled faintly. Xianhua may be easily deceived, tricked by your schemes, but do you really think I am too? Do you believe I'll throw you into the mountain tonight to feed the wild wolves? Hearing these words, Dongjin hurriedly begged Aunt Li for help. Auntie, save me. How can your neighbor be so barbaric? Aunt Li was still confused about what money they were talking about. Forward, let him go first. However, Xiang Qingjin knew that once he let go, this kid would definitely run away. No, Aunt Li, if I let go when he runs, who will I get the money from? Aunt Li was also stunned and quickly questioned Dongjin about what exactly happened. Did you steal their money? Dongjin still stayed silent, but the more he remained quiet, the clearer it was that he did it. Aunt Li had a good reputation in Hejiang village and came from a decent family. Sometimes when someone lacked money, she could generously provide a few dollars to help out. When she learned that her nephew's child had stolen money from others, she felt extremely ashamed instantly, picked up the large broom nearby, and began hitting Dongjin. Not learning good things, only bad ones, actually stealing money. Quickly return their money, or go back home right now. Under Aunt Li's beatings and scolding, Dongjin finally admitted everything. Yes, he had stolen the money, but it had all been spent. After hearing Aunt Li's astonishment, you spent all 10,000 yuan. What did you spend it on? During the beating process, Xiang Qingjin noticed that a dice fell out of Dongjin's trouser pocket. This item could only be seen on gambling tables, and Hejiang village indeed had a gaming room. It seems like you lost all that money, huh? How big was your game if you managed to lose 10,000 yuan? Xiang Qingjin asked. Dongjin lived not far from Hejiang village, and he had suddenly come here to avoid debts. But he still couldn't resist his bad habit of playing a few rounds whenever possible. Today, he was having a great time in the card room when he suddenly saw his creditor coming in. The creditor also spotted him and quickly pinned him down on the table, starting to search him. During this search, the 10,000 yuan that Dongjin had stolen became exactly enough to cover both the principal and interest of his debt. Upon hearing this, Xiang Qingjin was enraged that the money he had risked his life to earn ended up making someone else wealthy instead. After Aunt Li heard this, she immediately instructed Xiang Qingjin to take Dongjin and reclaim the money. Forward, Auntie is sorry about this. This sly one ruined your hard-earned money. Today, whether you beat or scold him, Auntie doesn't care. Get the money back and give you a satisfactory explanation. Xiang Qingjin would never allow his 10,000 yuan to simply end up in the pocket of a gambler. He promptly tied Dongjin up securely, then gathered a few others and rushed straight to the card room. By this time, the card game was at its peak, and even the few debt collectors hadn't left yet. Big brother, that kid owed him so much money and always hid from us. Whenever we asked for it, he said he didn't have any. How come this time he had money? This money probably isn't clean, right? The older brother, looking at the money, said, not clean? Even if it's not clean, paying debts is a natural principle. How dare you speak for him? Have you forgotten when we all starved together? Take 2,000 yourself and bring it back. Buy some cosmetics for your wife or get her a couple of new outfits. Wouldn't that be nice? While the younger brother was counting the money, the door to the card room was kicked open. It was none other than Xiuxian walking in first, with Dongjin rolling in afterward. Xiuxian stepped firmly on Dongjin's back as he looked around at everyone inside the card room. Who's his creditor? Step forward. A bald man wearing a coat stepped out and said, that's me. So what? Xiuxian looked him over and said, the 10,000 yuan you took from him is mine. He stole it. I'm here now to reclaim it. Are you kidding me? How can I be sure that the two of you aren't deliberately setting me up? No way am I doing any kind of return and exchange deal. As soon as those words came out of the elder brother's mouth, Xiuxian knew he wasn't an easy opponent. There was no grudge between them, so there was no reason why he wouldn't give the money back. At this moment, Dongjin curled up on the ground crying and shouting, big brother, that's money I stole. If you don't return it to him, I won't survive tonight. Chapter 86, Bewitched. Dongjin kept saying that he would not be able to survive if he couldn't pay back the 10,000 yuan. However, those who came to collect the debt also said that they wouldn't be able to survive without that 10,000 yuan. Throughout the entire process, no one bothered to ask Xiuxian what would happen if that 10,000 yuan were gone. But Xiuxian wasn't in the mood to play along with their drama. If you can't even recover this 10,000 yuan, don't bother coming here to collect debts or borrow money. The few debt collectors flaunted the money that Xiuxian had worked hard to earn. I just won't give this money to you. What are you going to do about it? I don't owe you anything. Besides, it was this kid who stole the money and gave it back to us. There's no financial relationship between you and me. He steals your money, so you make him pay it back. He owes me money, so I make him pay it back. As for the relationship between you and me, it means nothing. After dropping this statement, the debt collectors took care of their companions and prepared to leave this place of right and wrong. They were after money, not willing to fight a losing battle. How could Xiuxian stand by idly and watch the money he'd worked so hard to earn go into someone else's pocket? Even if he spent it himself, at least there was a sense of satisfaction. But now, for him to lose 10,000 yuan in such a manner, 10,000 ways, he couldn't agree to it. If you dare walk out of this mahjong parlor today, I'll throw you into the woods behind the mountain. In response to Xiuxian's threats, the debt collectors paid no attention at all. Sticking out their necks, they said, what did you say? You want to kill me and throw me into that patch of woods? Did you write the law yourself? Little brother, is it worth taking such a huge risk for 10,000 yuan? If it really comes down to it, I can lend you this 10,000 as gambling funds. This kid has lousy luck and always draws bad cards. But I see you with bright red light on your face, you might draw a good hand. With a good hand and some good luck, you won't just win 10,000 yuan, but maybe 100,000. How about it? Would you like to play a few hands? As the old saying goes, drugs, gambling, and prostitution are inseparable. Once you're hooked on gambling, it's not easy to quit. Besides, that 10,000 yuan already belonged to him. How did it become gambling capital lent to him by these people? If you don't return the money today, I will cripple him. None of you will be allowed to escape. Xiuxian looked down at Dongjin, without a trace of mercy in his eyes. He saw Dongjin as nothing more than fish on a cutting board, and at this moment, Dongjin finally realized how ruthless Xiuxian could be. In the daytime, he learned from Xuanhuan that Xiuxian liked to go hunting in the mountains, and he even owned a hunting rifle. At the time, Dongjin only wanted to see what the gun looked like. So he convinced Xuanhuan to take him home and check it out. While Xuanhuan went to the yard to find the gun, Dongjin glanced around the room. In this day and age, households didn't have too much difference in decoration. When Dongjin entered the house, the first thing that caught his eye was a large wooden chest on the Kong bed. You could guess just by common sense that something valuable must be hidden inside the wooden chest. It could either be jewelry or money. This thought once sprouted, Dongjin couldn't get rid of it. He came to Hejiang village to evade his creditors. If he could snatch 100 or 80 yuan from this cabinet and bring it to the gambling table, perhaps he could make a comeback. With this idea in mind, Dongjin reached over, afraid that Xuanhuan might discover him. He distracted Xuanhuan while rummaging through the cabinets and drawers. Ultimately, he found a tin box containing money inside the large wooden chest on the Kong. Initially, he thought there'd be at most a few hundred yuan inside, but to his surprise, when he opened it, there was a thick bundle of cash. Judging roughly by its thickness, there must have been over 10,000 yuan. At that moment, Dongjin curiously wondered why Annie had told him that Xuanhuan's family, besides having a suddenly outdoors-loving younger brother, his parents were just ordinary factory workers, not even outstanding ones. Working in the factory earned them just a few dozen yuan a month. How many years would it take for them to save up this pile of big bills? But Dongjin already had sinister intentions. He felt that fate was destined to let him have this money. He decided then and there to take all the money from the iron box. With this much money, even if he drew a terrible hand at the start of a poker game, he wouldn't mind losing a few rounds. Since he had enough money to come back, unlike before when just a couple of games could drain all his funds. In order to enjoy the gambling fully, he borrowed money from the boss of the card parlor, accumulating debt, which increased with interest. The debt snowballed, eventually becoming an astronomical amount. But the tides of fortune shifted unpredictably at the gambling table. Dongjin firmly believed he would reverse his luck. However, unexpectedly, the 10,000 yuan he brought to the card parlor was snatched away by his creditors in this way today. He hadn't even had the chance to indulge fully at the gambling table, but he thought that since he wasn't from Hejiang village, no one would suspect him when the money went missing from Tianhua's house. After all, they might believe it was some kind of karmic retribution if they found out the money had been borrowed for gambling. Even though over 10,000 yuan had already been seized by his creditors, fortunately, he still had a few dozen yuan in his pocket. Feeling lighter without debts, Zhuang even deliberately bought himself a pack of cigarettes to enjoy. But what he hadn't expected was how quickly things would come to light. The moment he returned to his aunt's house, he bumped into Xiuxian. When his aunt mentioned Xiuxian earlier, she only described him as fair-skinned and refined, like a cultured person, not at all the rough hunter they once knew. So Zhuang assumed that Xiuxian was merely an idle man incapable of hard labor. There was no trace of the fierce demeanor usually associated with hunters on Xiuxian's appearance. What surprised Zhuang even more was that this seemingly frail man could kick him down effortlessly. Worse still, even his own aunt sided with Xiuxian. Throughout the entire process of being dragged back to the mahjong parlor, Zhuang tried every possible way to escape. But Xiuxian had him gripped tightly the whole time, not giving him even the tiniest opportunity. By the time he arrived at the mahjong parlor, Zhuang hoped the debt collectors would save him, return the 10,000 yuan to Xiuxian, and let Xiuxian forgive him. At least the big brothers in the underworld wouldn't kill him over debts. If they killed him, not only would they bear the burden of murder, but they'd also lose their money forever. The old saying the debt ends with death applied here. Besides, they needed that 10,000 yuan for their pleasures, supporting their wives and raising their children. They wouldn't let him die easily. At worst, they'd beat him brutally and give him a few days to gather the money. But what Zhuang hadn't foreseen was that once the money entered their pockets, taking it back would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. They concocted a twisted set of logic. Even if it was flawed reasoning, someone had to accept it. Clearly, Xiuxian didn't agree. Xiuxian dragged Zhuang to the coffee table, pulled out one of his hands, and slammed it down on the tabletop. As soon as Zhuang saw this, he frantically tried to pull his hand back. Chapter 87, Lost and Regained. But he was bound all over and could only struggle back and forth like a big worm. Facing someone who had stolen his money, was shameless about it, and had even caused his nephew to get beaten up. Xiuxian had no pity at all. He raised his hand and slapped Zhuang's face hard. The sharp sound of the slap spread throughout every corner of the mahjong room. Some people were just about to play a card but heard the sound and froze mid-air, looking over in this direction. Others, who'd been losing all day due to poor luck and had wanted an excuse to stop playing their lousy hand, saw an opportunity to quit. In some, Xiuxian's actions gave them great convenience and something entertaining to watch. Zhuang was hit so hard that stars danced before his eyes, and his left cheek burned with pain. If the force had been any stronger, his face might have been dislocated. Brother Qianjin, it's my fault. I shouldn't have stolen the money. I was really possessed by some devil at the time. Just forgive me this once, mumbled Zhuang vaguely. To Xiuxian, these words sounded like apologies made out of fear, not remorse for wrongdoing. If he hadn't gone looking for him at Aunt Li's today, or if his sister hadn't planned to put the money back in the iron box, the loss of 10,000 yuan might have remained unknown for much longer. By the time they'd searched for it later, there would have been no clues left. If Zhuang had taken only hundreds or 1,000, Xiuxian might have treated it as charity. It wasn't right that Zhuang had taken all the money. Even with so much money in the iron box, they could have left behind 1 or 2 notes. Don't think just because the weather is getting warmer there won't still be need for money. This was exactly what infuriated Xiuxian the most. Zhuang, don't blame me. It's your dirty hands that deserve this punishment. Today's events should serve as a lesson to you. What do you think you've done, making it impossible for Aunt Li to live with dignity in the village? I must consider her needs. What are you going to do then? Can you loosen these ropes on my hands? Xiuxian sighed, picked up the ashtray from the coffee table. That ashtray was quite heavy, weighty in his hand. As soon as Zhuang saw it, he tried desperately to pull his hands back because he already guessed what Xiuxian was about to do. Surely, Zhuang didn't deserve to lose fingers or have broken limbs just for stealing, did he? If one of his fingers got crushed, the pain would linger for days. Initially, the debt collectors thought Xiuxian was just pretending to scare Zhuang. Who would have thought that his hand really smashed down without hesitation? Just then Xuanhuan arrived. Some people came to the mahjong parlor to gamble for small stakes. Others came here to cultivate their spirit in a different way. They didn't bet on money. They simply played to experience winning or losing. Seeing things turn sour late into the night, someone quietly went to find the village headman. Xuanhuan arrived just in time to see Xiuxian break 2 of Zhuang's fingers. Zhuang sweated profusely from the excruciating pain. What are you doing? Don't you know such violence can kill someone? Scolded Xuanhuan as he came near. Xiuxian threw away the ashtray and loosened his grip on Zhuang. Even if he ran now, it wouldn't make a difference. Villager Zhao, we can't speak like that. He has unclean hands and stole money from my house without leaving a cent, intending for my whole family to starve to death. How about this? Just because I earn money, am I doomed to get robbed? Do you have any idea how valuable 10,000 yuan is nowadays? My older nephew will be entering school in a few months. For everything from food to toiletries, doesn't it require money? Do you think that money was truly meant for my wedding? You folks who don't dare to hunt in the mountains don't understand how big those bears are. When they stand up, they're taller than 2 of me stacked together. A swipe of their paw could kill you outright, or leave you half dead at least. That deal initially offered by Uncle Guangxi also involved other people doing it. It wasn't exclusively mine to take. If you guys were willing to hunt in the mountains, risking such dangers, nobody would stop you. You too would have the chance to earn that 10,000 yuan. But do you dare? If not, don't come here spouting nonsense. Zhao Wanjun knew that Xiang Qianjin was good at talking, sometimes even sharper than a young girl. However, today's incident was undeniably Dazhuang's fault, and no matter what, he shouldn't have reached into the iron money box. True to Xiang Qianjin's earlier words, if Dazhuang had faced real difficulties and only took 100 or 2, it might have been forgivable. Why take so much? Breaking 2 fingers served as a warning and a reminder not to commit similar stupid acts again. Yet, Zhao Wanjun also understood that if he endorsed such action, it would encourage others to imitate Xiang Qianjin. So you shouldn't be so ruthless either. Isn't there me here? Let me handle this for you instead. How does that sound? Zhao Wanjun used this opportunity to take the lead in playing the good guy, giving Xiang Jinxiang a chance to provide his solution. With Zhao Wanjun involved, there was no way that those debt collectors could hide 10,000 yuan of his money. With the village headman willing to help, it couldn't be better, Xiang Jinxiang said. Zhao Wanjun shifted his gaze to the few people collecting debts. Baldy, do you not see? The source of the money isn't clean. I know what you do. You're supposed to give your money back. This kid stole the money to pay off gambling debts and got chased because of it. Now, refund every penny. Baldy clutched onto the money and refused to let go. Why should we? Even if we operate the mahjong parlor, providing financial assistance to those playing cards, what's wrong with that? Everyone has tough times once in a while. This guy spends 370 days out of 365 inside the card parlor. Initially, he knew how to earn money by working, but then he lived entirely on the winnings from gambling. The money he won is just as much as he lost. See, this kid deserved today's trouble for sure. Thanks to meeting you, I can let him off the hook. But as for the money, not a cent will be returned. Xiang Jinxiang really found these debt collectors somewhat amusing. What did they mean by not a cent will be returned? Was the money even theirs? Zhao Wanjun remained fair. If you say you won't return it, then that's fine. But right now, it's me talking to you, not him. If you refuse to listen to me, I'll bring someone over to talk some sense into you. By then, begging me might not work anymore. There was an implicit threat in Zhao Wanjun's words, and the group of debt collectors exchanged glances. They seemed to understand the hidden meaning behind Zhao Wanjun's words. If the police cars were brought in, they'd end up getting more than they bargained for that night. Though extremely reluctant, under Zhao Wanjun's intimidation, they had no choice but to return the 10,000 yuan they had taken from Dazhuang back to Xiang Jinxiang. Xiang Jinxiang started counting the money right away, making sure not a single coin was missing before tucking it into his pocket. Village headman, the money is all correct. You can handle the rest. I'll leave first. Zhao Wanjun felt a headache coming on too. Reflecting on the entire event, the only victim was indeed Xiang Jinxiang. Even if he got angry and acted violently, it made sense. Still, the scene was becoming unpleasant to manage. So are you just going to abandon this person? Zhao Wanjun asked. Chapter 88. The money needs to be moved. Xiang Qianjin looked at Dazhuang, who was crying on the ground, and said, I don't care what happens to him. It's his own fault. I still have to go home for dinner and won't waste any more time here. Xiang Qianjin did not plan to stay any longer as it would be meaningless. He had already reclaimed the money, and he could let the village chief handle the rest of the matters. The worst-case scenario would be calling Aunt Li over to see if she is willing to take Dazhuang back. Aunt Li probably hated Dazhuang by now and might even have called someone to bring Dazhuang's parents over. However, generally speaking, the parents of someone like Dazhuang who idled around in the village with unclean hands and intentions wouldn't have much affection for him either. It wasn't hard to imagine how things would turn out for him, but Xiang Qianjin didn't think too much about it right now. Leaving the card room, though it was still cold outside, making people shiver, he felt delighted when he touched the money in his pocket, every cent intact. With all the commotion, the commune office was likely closed by now. After much thought, Xiang Qianjin decided to return home first and hand the money over to his sister. When he got home, his brother-in-law had already returned and knew about the lost money. He was walking back and forth anxiously inside the house. His sister had just finished scolding Tianhua for bringing all sorts of people home, and that young man was curled up on the bedspread, secretly wiping away tears. Xiang Qianjin quickly entered the house, and Tian Weidong immediately approached. How did it go? Did you find the money? I found it. Not a penny more or less. Sister, you can double-check. Because of these 10,000 yuan, Tianhua received a beating, and his sister and brother-in-law were extremely worried, fearing that the money would not be recovered. If it couldn't be recovered, what would they do next? The younger brother still needed to open a shop, and the rent alone was 80 yuan per month. If they needed to renovate the shop, money would flow out like water. Between the two of them, their monthly wages would never be enough. Looking at the recovered money, Xiang Meiyun carefully counted it 4 or 5 times. Each count was the same before she resealed the money back into the iron box. But this time, she didn't dare put the iron box back into the cabinet until her younger brother returned. After discussing with Tian Weidong, she realized important items like money must be hidden in places no one would expect. Using these cabinets for general storage was normal, and putting some valuable things at the bottom also seemed common. So it allowed Dazhuang to exploit a weakness and benefit from it. Thinking about everything that happened today, she broke into a cold sweat, feeling relieved that the money was found. Forward, maybe you should keep the money yourself. I won't manage it for you anymore, Xiang Meiyun suddenly said. Xiang Qianjin was so thirsty his throat was parched, and he hadn't even had time to drink water yet. Hearing his sister wanting to wash her hands clean of responsibility was unacceptable. No, you have to manage the money for me. If it's in my hands, it'll be gone in a week. This time it was our negligence, not your fault. Unexpectedly, Xiang Meiyun was glad her younger brother still trusted her. Alright, then I'll continue managing it for you. Deciding where to place the money became a big issue. Until they found a proper place, the money would temporarily remain in the cabinet. That night, while Xiang Qianjin slept soundly in the east room, there was a noise coming from the west room. He wondered if someone had sneaked in quietly. Rising from his bed, he quickly lifted the curtain. To his relief, the door lock was intact. Xiang Qianjin thought it over, figuring that the noise must have been made by his sister or brother-in-law getting up during the night. Thanks to Dazhuang, they became as timid as startled birds tonight, trembling at every sound. Xiang Qianjin also thought himself unlucky, wondering why such misfortunes always happened to them. Was it simply because others didn't have as much money? If it weren't for Zhao Wanjuan's intervention earlier, how could he have settled with merely breaking two of Dazhuang's fingers? Thinking about the matter left a bitter taste in his mouth. He warned himself not to let the matter end here. Should he ever encounter Dazhuang again, he'd show no mercy. As for those debt collectors, they bore him no grudge. Encountering people like Dazhuang made him feel quite helpless. The first thing Xiang Meiyun did the next morning was open the cabinet to check if the money was still there. Only after confirming the money was still there could she relax and cook breakfast. Today wasn't the weekend, so the couple still had to go to work. Fortunately, Xiang Qianjin was home, meaning Tianhua wouldn't be left alone. Once you've eaten, remember to wash the dishes and the pots. There's hot water boiling in the pot. If you've nothing better to do today, don't leave the house, Xiang Meiyun told her younger brother. Xiang Qianjin glanced out the window and thought the sun was beautiful today. Staying indoors would feel almost disrespectful. Moreover, there was something else he needed to do, attend to the 3 little tiger cubs they kept at home. They were starting to lose their appearance as kittens, and if they weren't returned to the mountain soon, Xiang Meiyun and Tian Weidong would surely realize these weren't tigers. Xiang Qianjin responded affirmatively. Got it, I know. But today I have to go into the mountains, so don't save lunch for me. I'll eat outside. After the events of last night, Xiang Meiyun no longer thought about the money as being so important. Eating outside didn't cost much, so she left it up to Xiang Qianjin. She followed Tian Weidong out the door, and Xiang Qianjin also began contemplating his trip into the mountain. Looking at those 3 tiger cubs, they had been fed to be nice and chubby over these past few months. But he wasn't sure if releasing them back into the forest would mean they still possessed hunting skills. If they lacked that ability, he'd have to find the mother tiger and let her teach them. He released the tiger cubs from the cage, actually doing this every day but with varying lengths of time outside. Although he lied to his sister each time, saying these were cats, Xiang Qianjin felt she probably knew long ago that they weren't actual felines. In a few more days, the deception might unravel completely. As he touched the heads of the 3 tiger cubs, they remained gentle toward him. The cubs just rolled over, exposing their bellies on the ground. Alright, you're tigers, not cats. How come you're acting all cat-like? Like domesticated northeast gold tabby cats, Xiang Qianjin murmured. With that muttering, he picked the 3 cubs up and carried them in his arms, stepping out of the house. As soon as he exited, he saw Xiuxian also heading into the mountain. It seemed the master-student duo really shared an unspoken connection, even going into the mountains at the same time. Xiang Qianjin called out, and upon hearing the voice, Xiuxian immediately turned around. Spotting her master, she greeted. Master, are you entering the mountain today too? Why wouldn't I go in today? Xiuxian laughed and said, It's nothing. I just didn't expect to enter the mountain with my master. By the way, master, what do you have in your arms? Xiang Qianjin decided there was no need to keep things hidden from Xiuxian anymore, and since there was no one else around, he frankly told her the truth. These are tigers. Believe it or not, I've been raising these 3 tiger cubs since they were born. Look at how big and strong they've grown. Today, I'm bringing them here to release them into the wild. Xiang Qianjin set the tiger cubs down, letting them wander and follow him around. Living with humans since birth, these 3 little ones had absolutely no fear of people. When Xiuxian learned these creatures were tigers, she initially felt somewhat nervous, but seeing that they weren't fierce at all, she squatted down and gently stroked their heads. Indeed, when young, tigers were pretty adorable. Chapter 89. Releasing the tiger back to the mountain. Xiuxian looked at the little tiger and asked Xiang Qianjin, So during these few months of the spring festival, you kept them by your side? You even deceived Sister Mei Yun into thinking it was a cat. Aren't you afraid she will be scared when she finds out this is a tiger? Xiang Qianjin stroked the tiger's head and said, Because I was afraid she would be scared, I decided to release them today. Look, they are already starting to look like real tigers. If we don't release them soon, my sister will ask questions, and how am I going to explain then? Xiuxian thought that Xiang Qianjin's decision made sense. This is something I have only told you. Make sure you don't let it slip, Xiang Qianjin reminded her. Xiuxian nodded. Master, rest assured. I guarantee I won't tell anyone about this. It will stay buried in me. Xiang Qianjin was satisfied with Xiuxian's response, picked up the little tiger again, and both of them headed up the mountain. The 3 little tigers in his arms were very obedient. Once they determined they had moved far enough from the road, Xiang Qianjin finally placed the 3 little tigers down from his arms. Cozy inside his arms, protected by the green army coat from the wind, the little tigers were almost asleep. Released suddenly, the 3 little tigers appeared somewhat confused. Xiang Qianjin squatted there and said to the 3 little tigers, Alright, you're home now. The only thing is I don't know where your irresponsible mother is. Xiang Qianjin followed his memory and found the place where he originally took the little tigers. He hoped there might still be some scent of the mother tiger here. Xiuxian trailed behind, feeling this entire event was too strange. Upon arrival, it became clear there were no traces of any tigers left here. The pit left by the mother tiger for giving birth had been abandoned. But over the past few months, Xiuxian had continuously patrolled the mountains, and there hadn't been any reports of a dead tiger. Moreover, while patrolling, they intentionally avoided various large animal trails. Tigers were certainly their primary focus to avoid. Even if Xiuxian wasn't scared, others certainly were. When necessary, he needed to be careful as well. The three little tigers turned around twice at the place of their birth, and then they just kept following Xiuxian's footsteps. After months of meticulous care, the three little tigers had already considered him their closest companion. All right, it's warm enough now. You should find your own food. Don't follow me anymore. If we meet again, and you still remember me, don't eat me. Xiuxian was joking around, but Xiulan felt touched by this scene. Master, didn't you know this was a little tiger back then? Why did you bring it home then? Xiuxian didn't think much about it. What could I have done? This is a life after all. Besides, do you know that people who hunt across borders intended to poach Siberian tigers? So, I decided to raise them well. Do you know how gluttonous these little ones can be? They eat meat. Fortunately, I always catch something when entering the mountain, or at least fish from the river. I haven't treated them poorly. Just hope I haven't spoiled them too much. Xiulan continued playing with those little tigers. To me, it seems they will definitely be spoiled. These little tigers have become accustomed to being fed and clothed without effort. How would they fare hunting on their own? Indeed, they cannot remain at home either. Releasing the tiger back to the mountain, for the first time, it has become something commendable. Xiuxian also didn't want to separate from the three little tigers. But there's no choice. When he initially took pity and decided to take care of them, he already knew one day he'd have to return them to the wild. Besides, keeping tigers in a personal home, how terrifying is that? They're small now, and they don't eat too much yet. But once they grow, each meal might require 10 pounds of meat. Even the best man doesn't eat 30 pounds of meat a day. It wouldn't be sustainable to provide that amount of food. To prevent the tigers from continuing to follow him, Xiuxian bit the bullet and decided to leave abruptly. Seeing they didn't try anything dangerous with Xiulan nearby. But these animals possessed some intelligence and started howling when they realized Xiuxian was missing. Xiulan understood that this was Master's way of deliberately keeping distance from them. It was in this moment that Xiulan suddenly thought the three little tigers were quite pitiable. These tigers didn't show particular affection toward her. In order for the three little tigers to successfully return to the wild, Xiulan deliberately chose a different direction from Xiuxian. They gradually withdrew from the sight of the tigers, and when the two met up again, it was half an hour later. Xiuxian did not deliberately think about what would happen to the three little tigers afterward. They belonged to this forest naturally, and hence there would be no danger to them. Xiuxian was just worried that the smell of humans on them might cause other tigers to bully them. Now, they could only hope that the mother tiger would return. If she did come back, perhaps the situation would be resolved satisfactorily. If the mother tiger didn't return, the three little tigers would just have to leave it to fate. After walking around in the mountains for a while, catching a few wild pheasants, he came back. Originally, today wasn't about hunting anyway. At home, the three cats were gone, and Xuanhuan had been searching all over. Later, she found out that her uncle had taken them away to release them into the wild. Xuanhuan couldn't help but burst into tears. Uncle, I really like those three cats. Why did you release them? Can we get them back? By this point, Xiuxian didn't conceal anything from Xuanhuan anymore. Those weren't cats. They were big tigers. Upon hearing that they were big tigers, Xuanhuan stopped crying but still couldn't believe it. Uncle, didn't you say they were cats? How did they turn into big tigers now? Aren't tigers supposed to be bigger? Given Tianhua's age, she couldn't possibly understand the reasons behind this. If you truly like cats, I can go fetch a couple from someone else's house later, Xiuxian consoled her. When it grew dark, Xiang Meiyun and Tian Weidong returned. They walked through the door together and didn't notice anything missing. Xiang Meiyun was accustomed to feeding those three big cats after cooking every day. Today, when she took the food over there, she heard no movement inside. When she went in to check, she found that the cages were empty. Seeing the empty cages reminded Xiang Meiyun of what her younger brother had said before. As soon as it got warm enough, he'd send those three cats back into the forest. Now that the weather was even warmer, he really had sent those big cats away. Holding the bowl, Xiang Meiyun returned to the house feeling dejected, while Xiuxian was eating happily with grease dripping down his face. What's wrong with you, sis? Looking so glum. Xiang Meiyun sighed and said, there are suddenly three less playful things at home. I'm really not used to it. You actually released them. Tian Weidong hadn't yet caught up with what his wife was talking about. What exactly had been released? Chapter 90. The glass was smashed. Yeah, how could you not let that thing out? If you don't, when it grows bigger, wouldn't you be scared? Xiuxian said. Xiang Meiyun snorted. Do you really think I can't recognize what that thing is? Still pretending it's a kitten. Fooling who? Tian Weidong finally couldn't hold back and put down his chopsticks. What exactly are you two talking about? What's with all this cat nonsense? Our three little tigers are gone. Who stole them? Xiuxian always thought the lie he made up was flawless. But it turned out that his sister and brother-in-law had already figured it out long ago. Sister, brother-in-law, when did you figure it out? Tian Weidong chuckled. That little thing. You telling me it's a cat? Who could believe that? Do you think your sister and I haven't seen a cat, or even a tiger before? Even though we've never seen a real tiger, these baby tigers still look like big tigers. No difference. You little guy actually dared to trick us by calling them cats. It's only because your sister has a kind heart. She knew you brought these three tigers home to keep them from freezing outside. So she didn't expose you. But now that you've suddenly sent them back to the mountains, there's an emptiness in our hearts. Sister, since you want to raise something, I'll get some for you later. Xiuxian immediately responded. Buy? What are you going to buy for me? Don't tell me you're thinking of buying wolves or leopards. Those things eat meat. We can't afford that. Xiuxian laughed and said, if we can't afford those, why don't we buy some that we can afford instead? Xiangmeiyan was a bit confused by her younger brother's words. Actually, raising chickens, ducks, or geese would work too. Even if we don't keep them for their eggs, we could have a good meal at the end of the year. It's just using some grain, right? We're not lacking that little bit, are we? Xiangmeiyan consoled herself. A few days later, Xiuxian's pager received a message. The business license, originally expected to take half a month to process, was delivered ahead of time. After finding out about this, Xiuxian immediately went to the town. Upon receiving the business license from the staff member, his heart started pounding nonstop. It was likely that today Lu Jun should be at the city management team. After returning to town, Xiuxian didn't forget to pick up some items. Lu Jun had treated him as a good friend, thinking of all sorts of benefits for him. He couldn't be worse than Lu Jun, could he? When he arrived at the city management office, he specifically asked to see Lu Jun. The security guard thought Lu Jun must have done something wrong and used the radio to call him out. Lu Captain, someone's looking for you. A young man, quite clean-cut. He must be your friend. Soon, Lu Jun came out. Seeing it was Xiuxian, he was rather surprised. They hadn't seen each other for a while. Xiang pulled Lu Jun aside and said, Brother Lu, my business permit is approved. The last time you mentioned you helped me find a shop. Where exactly is it? Could you possibly show me now? Lu Jun glanced at his watch. It was almost time for the afternoon patrol. Fortunately, he was planning to go that way today. Just wait a moment. It's almost time for patrol. I'll take you along on the way. If you like it, pay the rent. If not, we can check out some others. With this single sentence, Xiuxian felt assured that everything would be fine. Xiuxian waited for a bit in the guard room, roughly half an hour. During this half hour, he finally calmed down from the rapid beating of his heart. Still, every time he thought of carrying the business license in his chest, it was like being wound up with excitement. If only he'd had the skill and courage of this life in his previous one, he wouldn't have wasted his entire lifetime in that unit. Recalling his past life, Xiuxian always felt it lacked grandeur. As he pondered over it, he heard a security guard in the guardroom say, Captain Lu is here. Xiuxian looked up and saw Lu Jun riding a big-frame bicycle with a few colleagues trailing behind. He thanked the guard and hurriedly came out from the guardroom. Pushing his own bicycle, he followed Lu Jun on patrol. Actually, there wasn't much chaos around the market square area. There were only more pickpockets during the New Year period. On ordinary days, fights were rare. Even if there were any, they weren't under Lu Jun's jurisdiction anyway. Big brother Lu, isn't it breaking rules to bring me out to see the store during your working hours? Lu Jun shot him an exasperated look. You really know how to bring up uncomfortable topics. If you're afraid I'll break discipline, you can wait for me at the station. After work tonight, I'll bring you out to see, okay? Xiuxian shook his head. He had already come along. How could he go back now? That won't do. We've already come this far. Going back now would just waste time. Lu Jun relaxed his features. Then why are you wasting time speaking so much? Afraid my colleagues don't know? Xiuxian chuckled and immediately shut his mouth. At the market entrance, they split into two groups. Lu Jun's colleague continued patrolling, while he, taking advantage of his position, took Xiuxian to see a few shops. Among them, there was one he thought was the best. It was near the intersection. Anyone passing by could see his specialty store. Even if you didn't go out of your way, the passers-by would still notice it. Xiuxian also liked the look of that shop. No wonder the landlord wanted 80 yuan a month. This place could make money no matter what kind of store it was. If it can make money, 80 yuan a month is not expensive at all. The landlord was a 50-something Annie who came over with a smile as soon as she heard someone wanted to rent her house. She carried a large bunch of keys and unlocked the yellow lock. Come on in and take a look. This room is pretty spacious. I heard you're planning to open a store, so you might want to renovate it, right? I know someone who's really good at plastering cement and scraping putty, said the Annie. Xiuxian examined the house carefully inside and thought the place wasn't bad at all. After negotiating the price with the landlord, they managed to reduce it by 10 yuan from the original 80. As for renovations, Xiuxian felt they were absolutely necessary. A new shop needs a fresh start. Besides, this house probably hadn't been used for a long time, and the wall had already started peeling off. Once the renovations were done, he could buy a few display racks, move them in, and the shop would start to look decent. After paying 3 months' rent in advance, Xiuxian began arranging the renovations. He knew a bit about masonry work, and to save some money, he decided to take care of these tasks himself. Lu Jun didn't have time to help. As the city management captain, he was quite busy on a daily basis. To let the store open earlier, Xiuxian temporarily stopped leading patrols. Xuanhuan understood. This captain also had his own business to attend to. So, he, the deputy captain, was temporarily assigned to lead the group continuing their weekly patrols in the mountain. In a flash, a week passed. That day, Xiuxian arrived at the store again with supplies in hand. But before he even got off his bike, he noticed something strange. The glass windows of the store had all been smashed, not a single one intact. Xiuxian looked at the mess on the ground, utterly confused. It couldn't be that a typhoon blew through here and shattered all the glass. It was impossible since typhoons are mostly found in the south. After a brief moment of reflection, Xiuxian suspected the broken glass was likely caused by human action. But whose wrath did he incur by opening this store? Xiuxian pondered, but couldn't come up with an answer. Chapter 91. Boxers not enough for compensation. Just as his store was about to open, who would have thought that such an issue would arise at this crucial moment? This matter cannot be left unresolved. In order to find out who smashed the glass, Xiuxian visited all the nearby shopkeepers. On this street, there are clothing and shoe stores, daily goods shops, and even a small supermarket. The owner of the small supermarket actually provided Xiuxian with a clue. The glass was likely smashed last night. He heard some noise outside while he was getting up in the middle of the night, clattering sounds. At the time, he thought there was a fight outside, so he didn't dare to open the door, but he peeked through the window. He noticed several men near his entrance. Several men. Xiuxian couldn't help but think in his mind when he had offended such a group of people. If anyone held a grudge against him, wouldn't it be Dongjin's creditors? That day, he left without knowing how xuanhuan handled the situation. If they bore ill will and destroyed his store, it seemed reasonable. But all this originated because Dongjin ate, drank, gambled, and chased women. Buying new glass cost quite a lot of money, and then he hired someone to reinstall it. To prevent similar incidents, Xiuxian simply bought a folding bed and decided to live in the store. Since the house had water and electricity, though the weather was still a bit cold, it was much better than during the new year. With extra blankets, the rest depended on his body heat. After enduring the first night, Xiuxian wrapped himself in the blanket and found no trace of the glass being smashed. It must be that those people hadn't come. After getting dressed and washing up, Xiuxian found a nearby place for breakfast. Halfway through eating, suddenly someone ran over. "Young man, something's wrong with your store." Xiuxian, having not yet swallowed the bun in his mouth, got up and ran, took 2 steps, and turned back to place 1 yuan on the table. The boss shouted that it was too much. Without looking back, Xiuxian waved his hand and yelled that he'd pay for next time's meal as well. When he returned to the store, he saw several men holding stones, ready to continue smashing the glass. Xiuxian shouted loudly, "Who sent you?" Hearing the shout, the bald leader wasn't intimidated at all. Since they were bold enough to do it, they weren't afraid if Xiuxian caught them red-handed. Hey, who's this? Isn't this our good friend? The big boss opening a store. We've brought you these little presents to celebrate early. Congratulations on your store opening. May customers swarm like clouds. Xiuxian felt that these people weren't sincerely congratulating him on his store opening. What do you really want? Wasn't the previous time when you smashed the glass? What's wrong with the glass? Did it block your path to fortune? The bald man had already been irritated by Xiuxian. Hearing his words only made his anger worse. The bald man swore foully, but Xiuxian didn't bother to argue with him. Last time replacing the glass cost him dozens of yuan, and this time, several pieces were shattered again. Calculated at 3 yuan per piece, it came to 20 yuan or so, which needed to be paid. Seeing this, the bald man asked incomprehensibly, "What? You're just going to ask for money? Are you trying to extort us? Am I extorting you? Or did you guys offer me money willingly? I'm unsure myself. But since this glass has been repeatedly smashed by you, I need to find a scapegoat to make him compensate. I can't keep paying like a fool. If you smash today, others will tomorrow. I even suspect that you're colluding with the glass factory, aiming to make me spend more money on glass to promote their economic operation." The bald man was baffled by what Xiuxian said, not understanding what this economic operation meant. "You're the one conspiring with the glass factory." Xiuxian knew the bald man lacked education. The terms he used were barely understood by himself, but to intimidate others, it was normal to throw in a few technical terms. "Since you refuse to compensate, what should I do? Then I'll report it to the police. Let Uncle Policeman take a look." While Xiuxian was speaking, he suddenly saw Lu Jun riding a bicycle over, so he waved at him. "Good morning, Captain Lu." Seeing Xiuxian so early, Lu Jun inevitably looked a bit surprised. "You're here so early. What's the matter? Why stand outside without coming in to warm up?" Xiuxian pointed to the broken glass on the doors and windows. "This glass was smashed by people, and I'm discussing compensation with them. Considering the cost, transportation, and installation fees, each pane costs around 3 or 4 yuan altogether." He didn't dare to ask for more, only requesting the base price of 3 yuan. This bald man refused to compensate. As Xiuxian spoke, he felt increasingly aggrieved. Seeing Lu Jun, he couldn't help but complain. "Why is this big man here feeling so aggrieved? Let me see what's going on with them." Lu Jun had never seen Xiuxian in such a state. The bald guy saw the arrival of someone in uniform and quickly put on a smiling face. "Captain, we were just playing stones here," accidentally smashing his glass. "We definitely will compensate. It's just that we don't have much money on us. Could you allow us to bring the cash tomorrow?" Xiuxian was fully aware of their nature. If he let them go today, they would never come back. That simply can't be done. "Altogether there are 6 pieces of glass replaced, at 3 yuan each for compensation," Xiuxian said. The bald man stood there muttering endlessly, even suspecting whether he should have checked the almanac before leaving home today. Just at this moment, Xiuxian adopted a mannerism like an irate woman, picking up the glass shards and began to act. "My glass was perfectly fine mounted on the window frame, but it got smashed by someone before I could even say anything. I regret now not leaving it to rot in the factory." "Captain Lu, you see, all I wanted to do was open a shop here. Why is it so difficult? Is it because I don't have connections in higher places, allowing everyone and their dogs to bully me?" Lu Jun understood what he meant, but couldn't agree to that sentiment either. What kind of talk is this? Under Lu Jun's supervision, the bald man took out all the money he had. Altogether there were more than 20 yuan, enough for the cost of the new glass plus installation. When Xiuxian received the money from the bald man's hand, he tightly held onto it, very unwilling to give it to him. But the bald man didn't have a choice. He must pay it. This matter left no room for negotiation. After receiving the money, Xiuxian grinned happily and told the bald man, Thanks. Next time you play with stones, keep far away from these fragile items, otherwise your fur coat won't be enough to cover the damages. The bald man was wearing a sable fur coat, still worth quite a bit these days. Grumbling, the bald man walked off with his group, while Xiuxian pulled Lu Jun into the shop. Although there wasn't much in the store now, things would gradually fill up later. Chapter 92, A Trip Home. After renting these two shops, Lu Jun hadn't visited yet because, first of all, his work was quite busy. Secondly, he knew the shop needed renovations, and he didn't have time to help. Thus, he never wandered by. Now seeing that the cement walls had already been set up inside, Lu Jun couldn't help but admire Xiuxian's hands-on abilities. With your skills, if you ever stopped hunting, you could be a mason. Starving would never be an issue. Xiuxian snorted. What are you talking about? I don't want to become a mason. Anyway, if you ever get tired of being with the city management team, you're welcome to come here. I'll feed you, give you shelter, and even pay you the maximum monthly salary. Lu Jun chuckled. I've just barely become squad leader and now you're inviting me to work for you. You really can't say anything worthwhile. Anyways, I probably won't need to come here for a job anytime soon. But what was going on with those people earlier? At the mention of it, Xiuxian felt extremely uncomfortable. Well, a few days ago, someone stole the money I'd earned. Those people were dealing in stolen goods. I reacted quickly and managed to take back the money, so they harbored resentment. A few days ago, my shop's glass windows were smashed. Lu Jun was surprised. All of it shattered. Xiuxian gave him a look as if to say, what did you expect? Didn't you see? I've already moved my cot here. I haven't been home for days. Just as I was eating nearby, suddenly someone shouted at me, saying there was trouble outside my shop. When I looked, sure enough, it was them. Hearing this, Lu Jun felt indignant. What? They've already come and wrecked your place once. Shouldn't they also compensate you for the last incident's damages? Xiuxian shrugged. Last time we didn't catch them, and there was no evidence. This time around, though, they might think twice before doing it again. I plan to set up 2 exhibition racks here, displaying wild herbs and mushrooms collected from the mountains. And over here, I'll display things like deer antlers and other precious items. In the future, customers who like our local specialties will easily spot them upon entering the store. What do you think? Lu Jun had no experience in business, and wasn't sure if Xiuxian's arrangements made sense. But after hearing him out, he already had a mental picture. It could work, but might it feel a bit cluttered? With all these mountain goods, maybe eventually you should expand your shop? The idea of expanding the shop hadn't crossed Xiuxian's mind, but Lu Jun had thought ahead for him. That makes sense. Once I get back, I'll consider it carefully. If feasible, would you be interested in becoming a shareholder? You wouldn't have to worry about daily operations. Just collect dividends according to the share ratio, with a guarantee of no loss. However, Lu Jun quickly declined Xiuxian's kindness. There are rules to follow. As far as joining your thriving business goes, how about giving me a 20% discount and rounding down whenever I buy something? Xiuxian draped his arm over Lu Jun's shoulder. We're brothers. Why separate it so strictly? Anything from the store you like in the future is yours free of charge. Lu Jun noticed the small bed. Still, staying alone here isn't a good idea. Why don't you go home tonight? I think those people shouldn't dare cause trouble anymore. Xiuxian thought the same. Staying too long wouldn't be wise. It got cold at night. They daydreamed briefly about the future in the shop and then decided on the spot to drink a couple of glasses. However, since Lu Jun still had to work in the afternoon, they only shared a few shallow sips together. Plus, Lu Jun's alcohol tolerance was pretty good, so the 2 drinks didn't affect him at all. Xiuxian returned home before dark after making the trip back. He had promised his sister some chickens, ducks, and geese to raise in the yard. Finally fulfilling that promise, in the already small courtyard, he sectioned off a square meter space. Using wire mesh, he fenced it in. There were chickens, ducks, and geese inside, not very big yet. He deliberately picked a male-female pair. Xiuxian curiously asked his sister while looking at these poultry. Sister, until when should we let them grow before putting them in the pot? Xiuxian ignored this and instead flicked him on the back of the head. These chickens and ducks returning to you must be a punishment from a past life. Can't you let them lay eggs for a little longer? Why must you eat their meat? Am I not providing enough meat in your diet normally that you have to keep an eye on them? Yet it wasn't that Xiuxian was intentionally focused on them. It was just that each time he saw them, he couldn't resist drooling. As Xiuxian poured the mixed corn kernels into the feeding trough, she suddenly said, the 3 little tigers were just so small, and you left them in the mountains. Will they be okay? If they can't find food and starve to death, what about the tiger mom? Didn't you see her when we went into the mountain this time? Xiuxian was clueless about everything asked. Xiuxian was irritated. Look at you, shaking your head at every question. The 3 little tigers cannot hunt at all. It would have been better to keep them at home. Xiuxian glanced at his sister, but didn't say a word. Initially, who had said it was too costly and grain-consuming to raise these little things. Now she reversed her argument, saying it was better to keep them nearby. This was allowing her to say whatever she wanted. If you are so concerned, I will go check in a few days. Anyway, I already returned those little tigers to their previous nest. If that mother tiger can come back, she should be able to reunite with her cubs. Xiuxian had always been curious about how her brother managed to bring those baby tigers back. Could it be that you stole the cubs from their mother tiger? Be careful, the tiger might come down the mountain to find you. This brought a mischievous grin to Xiuxian's face. The first time I encountered the mother tiger in the mountains, she hadn't given birth yet. I thought this tiger was intelligent. Later when I met her again, I noticed her belly was much smaller. Then this tiger also realized that there wouldn't be enough food or milk to feed her cubs during winter. So she delivered the little tigers to me. It wasn't me who took them. After hearing the entire story, Xiang Meiyun sighed. It seems animals are just like humans. I heard that in the neighboring village, a woman gave away her newborn girl because she couldn't afford to raise her. This tiger understands this principle as well. Upon hearing this, Xiang Qianjin wasn't surprised at all. Such occurrences were common in this era. However, Xiang Qianjin didn't want to continue on this topic. Sister, what are we having for dinner tonight? I haven't eaten well or slept well in the store these past few days. Your brother-in-law is going to the commune today to buy some stuff. We'll see what he brings back. Hearing this, Xiang Qianjin turned around and pushed his bicycle out. Sister, why didn't you tell me earlier? I could have gone to the commune too. When Xiang Qianjin arrived at the commune, he didn't rush inside immediately. Instead, he patiently waited at the entrance of the commune. Encountering acquaintances coming in and out, Xiang Qianjin greeted them enthusiastically until he spotted his brother-in-law's figure. At that moment, Xiang Qianjin rubbed his hands together and called out brother-in-law. Tian Wei Dong didn't expect to bump into him at the commune. Why are you here? Xiang Qianjin replied. Why can't I be here? Sister said you were going to the commune to buy something, so I came along to take a look and maybe pick up some food to bring back. Chapter 93. What can your brother-in-law do? I rarely come back once, and my sister can't even make me some good food. Sure, why not? It's payday today. You can buy whatever you want, and your brother-in-law will pay. Xiang Qianjin was immediately interested when he heard this. That sounds great. I won't be shy then. Even though Tian Weidong was paying, Xiang Qianjin didn't really let him spend that much. He even took out the 20 or so yuan given by the bald guy as a contribution. After buying the goods, they went home, where Xiang Meiyun had already started cooking. But because she didn't know what her husband would bring back, she just heated up the main dish on the pot. Tian Weidong brought back a piece of tofu. Xiang Qianjin bought 2 sausages and a can of food. This canned food was naturally for Tianhua. He couldn't just leave the boy at home all day without giving him anything. As soon as Tianhua saw it, he happily ran out. Xiang Qianjin directly handed the can over to Tianhua, watching him struggle to twist the lid off with his hands but fail. In the end, Xiang Qianjin helped him open it. Holding the can high, Tianhua jumped up from the ground trying to reach it. Uncle, give me some. Xiang Qianjin intentionally teased him. Do you want it? Then say something nice to your uncle. If you don't, I won't give it to you. Tianhua racked his brain and finally came up with something nice. Uncle is tall and handsome and brings me good things to eat. Uncle is the best. It was rare for Tianhua to be this sweet, and Xiang Qianjin felt satisfied as he handed him the opened can. If you are always this good in the future, your uncle will bring you cans every day. Upon hearing her brother say this, Xiang Meiyun quickly came in. No, bringing him cans every day would cost too much money, just once a month. A can only has about 7 or 8 pieces of peach, costing $1 a day wouldn't last more than half a month, let alone a whole month. Moreover, Tianhua being such a young child liked sweets. Giving him 1 can per month would be cruel to him. At this point, Xiang Qianjin noticed that Tianhua was missing a tooth. Considering his age, it was time for him to lose his baby teeth. No wonder his sister said not to eat too many sweets. She was worried about cavities. As the old saying goes, if you have good teeth, everything tastes better. If not, you can't enjoy anything. This time listen to my sister. I'll only buy you 1 can a month. Eat sparingly, don't finish it all at once. Tianhua thought that his uncle might side with him this time, but unexpectedly, he also betrayed him. Still, 1 bottle was better than none. He could save it, eat a little every day. Starting a Northeast specialty store could be considered an important business for Xiang Qianjin. The startup capital for this business amounted to 5,000 yuan, which was equivalent to nearly 100,000 yuan now. If he couldn't open a store with such a large sum of money, then he shouldn't do business later on. Tian Weidong worked during the day and did carpentry work at night. When he learned that Xiang Qianjin planned to buy display cabinets, he almost instinctively asked how much a cabinet cost and what its use was. Xiang Qianjin explained to him. It's used to display products, similar to a bookcase, but it's trapezoidal and staggered. There's a glass door on it. Brother-in-law, why are you suddenly asking about this? Upon hearing Xiang Qianjin say this, Tian Weidong already had an idea in mind. Xiang Meiyun had already understood, but she deliberately kept quietly eating her food. The surrounding environment suddenly became silent, and Xiang Qianjin was also confused. Sister, what's wrong with my brother-in-law? Tian Weidong finally couldn't help himself. You forgot what I can do, and you still need to spend money to buy that thing. Brother-in-law can make a few for you. This weekend I'll go to the lumber factory and get some materials. Xiang Qianjin slapped his head, forgetting that his brother-in-law was a carpenter. Yes, how could I forget such an important matter? Display cabinets were not cheap. If his brother-in-law was willing to make a few for free, it would save money and be sturdy. Xiang Qianjin regretted not bringing back 2 bottles of liquor from the commune. Brother-in-law, why didn't you tell me earlier? Tomorrow I'll go to the commune and buy 2 bottles of wine. We'll have a drink together. Xiang Meiyun mocked him, saying, having a minor issue requires drinking? I remember there was still half a bottle of wine before. Don't tell me you 2 secretly drank it. After Xiang Meiyun said this, Xiang Qianjin remembered the bottle of wine he had put in the cabinet. After taking it out, both of them poured themselves a cup each. Finally, they waited for the weekend to arrive, and Xiang Qianjin followed his brother-in-law to the lumberyard. They brought back several pieces of wood, coinciding with a sunny weekend day. With the boards ready, they got to work. Xiang Qianjin was not very skilled at carpentry, so he just watched his brother-in-law work and helped out where he could. After a busy day, neither of them had eaten much, and they waited for Xiang Meiyun to return home. She came back with half a pound of meat, which wasn't much, but was better than nothing. If it were boiled, this amount wouldn't even fill one bowl. Eventually, Xiuxian suggested chopping the meat into mince. They cut up some cabbage to make pork and cabbage dumplings. Xiuxian had been tired all day, but when she thought about how her husband and younger brother hadn't rested either. All right, let's make dumplings. I'll mix the filling. Xianjin, you're responsible for kneading the dough, and Tian Weidong can help wrap later. Each of the three had their roles, yet it still took nearly an hour to finally eat the dumplings. Since they were all exhausted from the day, the dumplings tasted particularly delicious. It had been a while since the New Year celebrations that they last ate meat like this. They consumed the entire half-pound in one meal, a luxury for Xiuxian. But after the meal, Xiuxian suddenly became melancholic. Normally, working on weekends would be good as it meant extra pay for the day. However, today she learned from a colleague that the Excellent Worker Award evaluation would take place next month. Xiuxian had always worked hard at her job, only taking leave under unavoidable circumstances. The few times she did ask for leave were due to other reasons. She worried that those 1 or 2 instances of asking for leave might cause her to miss out on being named an excellent worker. If she could win the title, the company would give her 2 or 3 pounds of meat each month. That way, the family wouldn't lack meat anymore. But if she didn't win, she had already worked at the factory for several years. People who had joined the factory just 1 or 2 years ago had already won the title of excellent worker. Even the group leader said Xiuxian should have been awarded long ago. Yet fate seemed to always play tricks on her, making her miss out on becoming an excellent employee every time. Xiuxian felt her luck was truly bad. Tian Weidong, upon hearing this news, consoled her properly. It's just an excellent worker title, right? What difference does it make if you don't get it? Don't put so much pressure on yourself. Chapter 94, Outstanding Worker. Xiuxian exclaimed and pushed Tian Weidong away. I've already worked in that factory for so many years. Even if there's a rotation, it should have been my turn by now. There's an evaluation every 6 months, and I haven't been selected even once. Speaking of this matter, Xiuxian suddenly remembered something Xiulan had asked him to inquire about. Sis, is your factory still hiring? Asked Xiuxian. This question left Xiuxian momentarily speechless. Why do you ask all of a sudden? Weren't you planning to open a store? Why do you want to work in the factory? Xiuxian shook his head. Not for me. Haven't you forgotten the promise you made to Xiulan? You said you'd find her a job in a factory. It's been such a long time, yet nothing has come out of it. Xiuxian slapped her thigh in regret. If you hadn't reminded me, I would have forgotten as well. The supervisor at the factory is preparing to resign. If Xiulan still wants to work there, let her come and find me tomorrow. I'll take her to see the director. Xiuxian thought that the opportunity was lost until he realized his sister had simply forgotten in the busyness. I'll go tomorrow then. By the next time I go, we might need to attend her wedding. Thinking about it, Xiuxian felt heartbroken. You say Xiulan is such a good girl, why can't she wait a bit longer? Tian Weidong, slightly drunk, said, it's like how the sky must rain when it will, or a mother must marry whoever she chooses. And you know Xiulan's family situation. It's not as great as we imagine. Otherwise, they wouldn't be asking us to help find her a job in a factory. So for a girl like her, getting married early could actually be beneficial because she'll have her husband's support to look after her parents, easing the financial pressure. Besides, she doesn't know what you're thinking. Even if you like her, isn't it forward Jinjin's decision who enters our home? Stop fretting over things unnecessarily. The next morning, Xiuxian's first stop was at Xiulan's house. He thought that since the last visit, everything had likely gone smoothly between her and the arranged date candidate. But upon arrival, he learned from Xiulan that the man had been scolded off by her. She and her parents later decided that marriage shouldn't be rushed, and instead, they should wait for fate. After finishing her story, Xiulan finally questioned Xiuxian's visit. Xiuxian responded very straightforwardly. My sister told me someone at her factory is leaving. If you want the job, you can start today. Xiulan thought she'd misheard him. Are you serious? Do you mean I can go right now? Xiuxian nodded. Quickly get ready. I'll take you there. Xiulan immediately agreed and informed her parents before climbing onto Xiuxian's bicycle to leave. On the way, Xiuxian unexpectedly met Xiuxian, who was about to head downtown with her girlfriends to watch a movie. The last time she watched a movie, she turned red, but afterward found herself constantly thinking about it. Since she had nothing better to do at home, she figured going to the cinema would pass the time. However, just as she headed out, she noticed Xiuxian ferrying Xiulan on his bike. Seeing this scene, she instantly flared up with anger. What's wrong, Xiuxian? One of her friends asked, concerned. Didn't you see who just went by? Her friend was completely puzzled. What's the issue with the person who passed? That was my brother-in-law, Forward. Why is there a woman sitting behind him on his bike? Unfortunately for her friend, these words seemed only to stir up further trouble. That woman. She's the one trying to steal Forward from me, shamelessly. Will you chase them down and confront him, or pretend you didn't see anything? Xiuxian pondered for a while. Let him go for now. If I ever see him again, I will definitely demand an explanation. Xiulan sitting at the back of the bike also noticed Xiuxian, but with Xiuxian cycling too fast, the moment passed quickly without time to exchange a word. They reached the destination in silence until Xiulan got off the bike. Xiuxian wiped the sweat off his forehead. Xiuxian had been waiting at home, unsure of whether to ask questions directly. Xiuxian entered the house to drink water without saying another word. Xiulan, I'm sorry. I forgot about the thing you entrusted me with earlier because of all the busyness at the factory. Today I'll take you to the factory. If the job suits you, we'll process your entry straight away. If it doesn't, we'll consider other options. Xiulan wanted to tell them there was no need for alternatives. She was young and smart. Surely there wouldn't be any tasks she couldn't handle. Even if it required some learning, she'd be happy to invest time rather than remain useless as she did now. Although she had learned hunting skills from Xiuxian, as a woman, she couldn't rely on hunting to make a living. Hunting can be done during free time when there's no need to go to work. Last time, the man who came for the arranged marriage looked down on her because she didn't have a decent job. If this time, with Meiyun's help, she could secure a stable job, men like him wouldn't be able to criticize her anymore. Qinjin, stay at home. I'll take Xiulan to check out the factory. At noon, come to the factory and find me. We'll eat in the cafeteria. Remember to bring Tianhua along. Xiang Qinjin acknowledged, but Tianhua was still sleeping soundly in his bed. This made Xiang Qinjin somewhat envious of his nephew's carefree life. Nothing to worry about except eating and sleeping. On the way to the factory, Xiang Meiyun subtly asked Xiulan if she was planning to get engaged anytime soon. But Xiulan always shook her head, saying, "No, they didn't like me. They thought my family was poor and that I had no job." Upon hearing this, Xiang Meiyun brightened up instantly. "What? How could this be? You're actually a good girl." "A good girl doesn't end up in an unlucky household. Later on, I'll introduce you to someone better. Women should take care of their husbands and raise children at home, while men should earn money to support the family. If everything has to be handled by women alone, what use are those men then? Isn't that right?" Xiang Meiyun's words actually made Xiulan laugh, and once they arrived at the factory, Xiang Meiyun directly took Xiulan to the workshop. Her sudden appearance caught another worker off guard. How come it's her? She even took leave last month, arriving late and leaving early, and yet she got picked as outstanding. I never took any days off. I'm not convinced. I've been working here for 2 years already. Other people were already chosen as outstanding workers, so why isn't it my turn? If it's this unfair, I won't work here anymore. Xiang Meiyun had been upset for most of the night yesterday over being named as the outstanding worker. Tian Weidong finally managed to console her, only for her to hear those 4 words again just after arriving today, making her feel choked up. However, she also wanted to see who exactly was the person shouting so loudly about wanting to be selected as an outstanding employee. Perhaps these two were destined to share the same sorrow. The leader said, "This is a decision from above. Even if you complain, it won't make a difference." To add, Meiyun has been working in the factory longer than you. She's worked here for 4 or 5 years. There are plenty of others who didn't win outstanding worker before. Did they throw a fit? And you've only been here for 2 years. You're still young to the system. If you keep causing trouble like this, I won't even nominate you for outstanding worker next year. You decide what you want to do. Your actions are loud, but your ability is small. Don't think I can't handle this. Chapter 95, No Class Distinction Among Workers. Yesterday evening, I was still talking to Tian Weidong about the selection of outstanding workers, and unexpectedly, today I heard my own name from the director. But surprisingly, someone didn't agree with this selection. Xiang Meiyun wondered what exactly that person had against it. Speaking of seniority, she's been there longer. In terms of years, she surpasses others. Regarding familiarity with the work, she has a distinct advantage. Why can't this title of outstanding worker be hers? Xiulan stood nearby, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Sister Meiyun, don't you? At the factory." Xiang Meiyun knew what she wanted to say. Sister Meiyun gets along well with everyone. But there are always some lowly people trying to act up. You didn't see the director speak on my behalf. You don't need to worry. After that person disappeared down another staircase, Xiang Meiyun then took Xiulan and knocked on the director's office door. Xiang Meiyun pretended as if she hadn't heard anything, purely bringing Xiulan to recommend her, so she could find an easier job through connections. It was the time for the new year, and also for recruitment at the factory. The director was busy with this matter. Xiang Meiyun's active introduction brought some pleasure to the director. Seeing Xiulan, he actually recognized her somewhat. "Aren't you Mr. Zhang's daughter? Why give up hunting to come work at the factory?" Xiulan didn't expect the director would know her father. Xiang Meiyun answered for Xiulan. "Director, do you think it's good for this young lady to carry a gun into the mountains and go hunting? Isn't it better for her to get a decent job in the factory? Moreover, many positions in our factory are currently understaffed. If you think Xiulan is capable, help arrange something for her. Can I take on the role of her mentor?" With these words from Xiang Meiyun, the director saw no reason to refuse. "That would be great. Since such is the case, you two can wait here a moment while I sign the papers, then I'll take you to get familiar with the workshop. If there's no issue, we'll proceed." As he spoke, the director flipped a quick look at the calendar on his desk. "It's already Wednesday today. How about starting next Monday and getting your entry procedures done over the next few days? What do you think?" Xiulan didn't expect finding a job would be so smooth. Without a second thought, she agreed. "You two sit a moment. I'll be quick." Neither Xiulan nor Xiang Meiyun urged him. After all, it wasn't cold in this office. They munched on sunflower seeds and peanuts while quietly chatting. Only now did Xiulan ask Xiang Meiyun about the various jobs available in the factory. Upon mentioning this, Xiang Meiyun seemed like she couldn't stop talking. "There are quite a number of different roles at the factory. You'll see once you get there. Our women must stand shoulder to shoulder with men. We shouldn't be worse than male workers, understand? Or else how will we be considered excellent workers? Plus, those who qualify receive bonuses during the spring festival celebrations." Once hearing this, Xiulan understood why that woman earlier reacted so strongly when she didn't win the award. Yet, Xiulan harbored a personal concern. "Sister Meiyun, I've been learning hunting from Brother Qinjin. If I now start working at the factory, will he feel like I've betrayed the apprenticeship?" Xiang Meiyun laughed heartily. "Xiulan, you really make me laugh. That doesn't count as an apprenticeship. He himself only knows 3 tricks. Don't learn from him. As long as we women have a stable job, that's fine. By the way, who was that guy who came to propose to you? I don't think it's because you lack work that he's not interested. You're pretty. There must be another reason, right? Indeed, there was another reason, but Jilan felt embarrassed to explain. As someone experienced, Xiang Meiyun could tell, just by looking at Jilan's expression. Certainly wouldn't it have something to do with my brother Qianjin? Or perhaps he was around the day you met for your arranged marriage. Could it be that the boy felt threatened? My brother Qianjin isn't without flaws, but he certainly looks good. Now he's got his own proper occupation too. Finding a wife won't be difficult in the future, though sister, I personally think you're quite alright. What do you think of my brother Qianjin? The more they talked, the closer their conversation veered toward turning the director's office into a matchmaking agency. Fortunately, the director didn't have much work to do. After signing some documents, he cleared his throat twice, interrupting their chat. Alright, Meiyun, please stop matchmaking for your younger brother. Hurry and follow me to tour the workshop. Xiang Meiyun thought the director's timing was off. Just a couple more sentences, and the potential sister-in-law might have been sealed. However, since the leader spoke, it couldn't be ignored, and she had no choice but to hustle around busily. Later, Xiang Meiyun realized that as long as Jilan remained in this factory, the time they spent together daily would allow her to understand whether this girl had any special feelings towards her younger brother. As long as the girl doesn't mind, I need to help my younger brother finalize this marriage. It's also a good way for our parents to stop worrying about him. Upon arriving at the workshop, Xiang Meiyun started introducing their work here to Jilan like a tour guide. Since she had been at this factory for a longer time, even though Xiang Meiyun hadn't changed positions frequently, she was familiar with several positions in the workshop. Only the position requiring special knowledge to master left her half ignorant. But Jilan didn't have much education and couldn't read much, so it was unlikely that she could compete for that position. Thus, she just skimmed over it. Anyway, if her explanation wasn't clear enough, there was still the supervisor. As long as the supervisor was there to back up, whatever he said would be the truth. Sister Meiyun, what do you do in this workshop? Can I stay with you? When Xiang Meiyun heard this question, she quickly glanced at the workshop supervisor. Supervisor, look, this sister is coming to work with me. How about assigning her to me? The supervisor thought Jilan would fit better in another position. However, since Xiang Meiyun had already mentioned it this way, it wouldn't be right for him as the supervisor to reject it outright. You haven't changed your job for years, but Jilan is still young. Can you let her learn some skills from a good teacher within the factory? Upon hearing this, Xiang Meiyun thought the supervisor was criticizing her for not striving for improvement, which made her unhappy. What do you mean by that, supervisor? Would I spoil Jilan or something? Last month, I was named as a model worker. There's no class distinction among workers. We are all the screws driving national progress forward. If the manager knew about your attitude. Before Xiang Meiyun could finish speaking, the workshop supervisor immediately covered her mouth with his hand. But Xiang Meiyun had anticipated his move, so she leaned backward. Director, don't think covering my mouth will solve everything. Why does a big man like you lack the insight of a woman like me? The workshop director might not be less insightful than Xiang Meiyun, but he certainly didn't match her in eloquence. Alright, let's say I was wrong. Happy now. Chapter 96, Waiting for your uncle to come back. After apologizing to Xiang Meiyun, the factory director withdrew his gaze and looked at Jilan, saying, Jilan, if you want to change positions in the future, come find me. For now, just learn from Meiyun. After you've learned, I'll arrange a workstation for you. Settle down here and work diligently. Don't keep jumping around with too many thoughts. Getting hired this easily, Jilan still couldn't believe it. She pinched her thigh slightly, and after feeling the piercing pain, she confirmed that everything was indeed real. Jilan, come over for dinner at my house tonight. Xiang Meiyun spoke first due to her proximity and familiarity. Since all the arrangements for the job were done by Meiyun, having dinner together wasn't an issue. Alright, then thank you, Sister Meiyun, for cooking a big table full of delicious food. Since Jilan hadn't completed her official onboarding process yet, she couldn't stay long in the workshop. Xiang Meiyun directly asked her to go home and wait until she was off work or tag along with her younger brother while he wandered outside. Without much thought, Jilan agreed. Upon returning home, she saw Xiang Qianjin sharpening a knife in the yard. Judging by this, he must have been preparing to head into the mountains for hunting within the next couple of days. With a hint of regret in her heart, Jilan approached Xiang Qianjin. Master, I found a job at Sister Meiyun's factory. I will complete the onboarding procedures these next few days and officially start work next week. Regarding hunting, Xiang Qianjin looked up and smiled. No worries. When you first came to learn hunting from me, I knew there would be a day like this. A girl handling such things, how is she going to get married in the future? It's better for you to work at the factory with my sister. With her looking after you, you won't have to worry about being bullied by the old employees. Anyway, the weather is warming up and you won't encounter ferocious large beasts in the mountains. In the future, when you have time, come with me to the mountains to gather ginseng and mushrooms. Even if we don't sell them, we can eat them ourselves. On the way back, Jilan had already mentally prepared herself for a severe scolding from Xiang Qianjin. But unexpectedly, this master turned out to be understanding and not the least bit resentful towards her. I understand, master. Whenever I have time, I will definitely follow you into the mountains. Speaking of which, as if mentioning Chow Chow caused him to appear, shortly after Jilan finished speaking, their aunt who lived at the eastern end of Hejiang village rushed over in a hurry. Where's forward? Something's happened. Hearing aunt shouting like this, Xiang Qianjin immediately grew tense. What's wrong? Auntie, please take it slow, don't rush. Aunt, breathing heavily, said, your uncle insisted on entering the mountains, but he hasn't returned all day. What am I supposed to do? As a woman, I can't enter the mountains myself. Can you please go once and look for him? My eyelids have been twitching all day. I'm afraid something might have happened. Upon hearing this, Xiang Qianjin did not hesitate. Alright, understood. I'll go look for him right away. Aunt, don't worry, I will definitely bring your uncle back safely. With these words from Xiuxian, Aunt felt somewhat reassured. Finding someone means more people offer more help. Xiuxian figured since she'd be dining at her master's house anyway, it made perfect sense to help search together. Besides, they were neighbors. If something unfortunate happened, it would only be appropriate to support each other. Who could guarantee that one day she herself wouldn't be in danger? By helping now, she would lay the groundwork for any future needs. However, Xiuxian hadn't brought the equipment needed for mountain exploration, so she had no choice but to borrow from her master. Luckily, Xiuxian didn't mind. Knowing Xiuxian handled the crossbow well, he handed it over to her. This time, she had more arrows than before, making the quiver significantly heavier. But for Xiuxian, this additional weight was still bearable. Aunt, go back first. Once I find your uncle, I'll bring him back. Don't worry unnecessarily. There's nothing serious happening, Xiuxian said. After calming Aunt, Xiuxian checked the time and couldn't delay any longer. Worried 2 people wouldn't be enough, he went and sought help from a 7-person squad, asking everyone individually. Only xuanhuan had time today, and he wanted to learn hunting from Xiuxian. Without hesitation, xuanhuan picked up his gear and joined the expedition. Although 3 people were not ideal, time couldn't wait anymore. The later the search went on, the darker it became and the more dangerous the uncle's situation would be in the forest. What this uncle didn't realize was that just bringing a hoe for hunting wouldn't suffice against the various threats lurking deep in the woods. The 3 spread out in a fan shape to look for him. Due to the warming weather, vast snow-covered areas began to melt, and using footprints in the snow was no longer reliable. But for Xiuxian, this wasn't too much of an impact. While shouting the uncle's name with all his might, searching strenuously, no trace appeared. This made Xiuxian increasingly nervous. Could it be that the uncle had ventured deep into the dense forest alone? He hadn't even dared to fully explore every region of this forest. Until now, he had only been exploring its periphery. The deeper regions remained unvisited. Xiuxian knew that there were other people nearby who would set up some hunting tools. Animals are actually quite smart. If the traps are blatantly laid out, they wouldn't walk over and step on them. When necessary, some camouflage is required. During snowy weather, they would be buried in the snow. If there's no snow, then one finds some withered branches and dead leaves to cover it up. In the beginning, Xiuxian didn't want to be harmed by his own contraptions, so he always left a clear mark nearby for easy recognition. After the establishment of the patrol team, Xiuxian truthfully informed them about these marks. During patrols, one must stay as far away from these markings as possible. If you have to pass by, make sure to use a wooden stick for assistance. If your next step is going to land right on a trap, having a stick to prod ahead will cause the trap to snap on the stick instead of your leg. Xiuxian finished work at her scheduled time and stopped by the community office to buy a lot of things on her way home. She planned to cook a table full of good food for Xiuxian, splurging on 2 roasted chickens. This dish was a must-buy for every household when entertaining guests, and it tasted pretty good, plus no cooking was needed at home. It could be torn apart by hand, sprinkled with soy sauce and vinegar, and mixed with ginger and garlic before being eaten directly. It was extremely satisfying. However, even after Tian Weidong had come home from work, there was still no sign of her brother or Xiuxian. Xiuxian looked at the abundant dishes on the table while supporting her cheek. What are those 2 doing? Tian Weidong wanted to eat but didn't dare to pick up his chopsticks. There might be something happening. Let's wait a bit longer. Tianhua, being a child, didn't have the patience of adults, especially seeing the roasted chicken on the table. The mother usually didn't buy this kind of thing, and his eyes were already fixed on that large chicken leg. Mom, I'm hungry. Upon hearing Tianhua's words, Xiuxian handed over a piece of steamed bread. Eat the steamed bread first if you're hungry to tide you over until uncle and sister Xiuxian come back. Tianhua held the steamed bread but refused to eat it. I want the chicken leg. Give me the chicken leg. I'll split one of the chickens with you. Xiuxian suddenly felt her son was too greedy. Why do you have to have the chicken leg? You see, your uncle hasn't even come back yet. You really only think about eating alone. If your uncle doesn't come back tonight, none of us are eating this roasted chicken. Chapter 97. Run for your life. The sky was about to be pitch black, and Xiuxian's heart began to feel disordered, until the aunt from the east came over. Meiyun, has Qianjin come back? Upon hearing this, Meiyun became nervous. Auntie, why are you looking for Qianjin in the middle of the night? I don't even know where he went. Hearing that, Auntie hurriedly explained. Qianjin went into the mountain, together with his young apprentice. My old man at home insisted on following Qianjin into the mountain for hunting. I couldn't stop him. Meiyun didn't know since when going hunting in the mountains had become a competitive task among villagers. Men and women of all ages wanted to make some gains. This wasn't the first time younger brother had gone up the mountain to help find someone. Right now, the primary concern was to confirm the safety of Annie's husband. After Tian Weidong realized the urgency, he rallied the neighbors, flashlight in hand, ready to enter the mountain and search. When he started calling people, quite a few responded, just like how they used to do so for Qianjin and Tianhua. With the previous experience of searching the mountain, this time, they formed teams of 2 directly. They estimated the person couldn't have gone too far, perhaps he ran into something and hid somewhere. Moreover, it was warm these days, unlike in the bitter cold, where frostbite would be a worry. At the same moment, Xiuxian unexpectedly found hard-to-detect traces on a snow path leading deep into the woods. Clearly, they were left by a human, maybe the old man himself realizing he could have taken the wrong turn. He might have left footprints as directional markers to identify his way back. With that thought, Xiuxian followed the footprints. As he tracked further, Xiuxian noticed something off about the footprints in the snow. Annie's husband was a bit overweight, weighing around 167 pounds. He wasn't very tall, only about 5 feet 7 inches, and his footprints weren't too deep. But amidst his tracks, there was another footprint. This one looked as if an animal left it, much like those made by domestic dogs. But after careful observation, especially noting the sharp points on each toe tip, Xiuxian determined that it was indeed left by a wolf. What puzzled Xiuxian was how the wolf ended up here. Although he'd been into the mountains many times, this was the first time he encountered the traces of a wolf. Logically speaking, wolves' habitat should be far from human settlement. If the wolf was already here, would the entire pack eventually attack their village? It wasn't the time to think about those things yet. Shaking his head, Xiuxian continued tracing the footprints to locate Uncle's whereabouts. It was particularly nerve-wracking as he was alone. What if I run into a pack of wolves? Could I possibly handle them single-handed? It seemed that after returning this trip, no matter what, he must get himself a fierce big wolfhound. Dogs were tamed from wolves after all. Raising a ferocious wolfhound would be helpful. Even when encountering leopards or tigers in the mountains next time, he wouldn't be so terrified. There was one condition, though. The hound must be well trained. It not only had to protect his safety, but also guard the yard. Not knowing how far he had walked, he discovered the footprints again. Xiuxian felt Uncle should be nearby. If he were still deeper inside, they might find only a corpse. Uncle, where are you? It's me, Qianjin, sent by Annie. Xiuxian watched around while shouting loudly and carefully listened to every sound. This was the critical time. Extra focus was required to avoid any errors. Just a couple steps later, he suddenly heard noises in the bushes, immediately becoming alert, prepared for anything horrifying to leap out from those bushes. Finally, Xiulan slowly stood up. Master, it's me. How could it be you? Xiuxian asked, thoroughly confused because they were supposed to fan out. I searched a circle over there, saw footprints, and followed them. You also found footprints? Xiuxian asked in astonishment. Xiulan quickly stepped closer. Yes, and they're messy. There are dog ones too. But how could there be dogs in this forest? Could it be Uncle brought one? At this moment, Xiuxian wasn't sure whether he should tell Xiulan that the dog prints she mentioned were actually from a wolf. After pondering, he decided it was best to let her know. What if they encountered a wolf soon? Preparation was key. That's not a dog's print, it's a wolf's. Xiulan reacted calmly. Oh, it's the wolf's track. I thought Uncle brought a dog. No sooner had these words been spoken than Xiulan shivered the next second. Master, what did you say? Are you telling me it's the wolf's print? Don't joke with me. At this moment, Xiuxian moved forward calmly. There are tigers and brown bears here. Why can't there be wolves? In Xiulan's mind, the image of a wolf baring its teeth or howling at the moon appeared. Master, how do we deal with wolves? I've never had first-hand experience. Xiuxian chuckled with a cold laugh. Do I look like someone who has dealt with wolves before? With this sentence, Xiulan was left speechless. Fortunately, the two of them had now joined forces. If there were any disturbances around them, they could support each other and give the other a chance to retreat. But when thinking about xuanhuan, who was wandering alone in the forest, one couldn't help but say his luck wasn't that good. If he ran into a pack of wolves first, things would not go well for him. Master, what should we do? What else can we do? Hurry up and find xuanhuan while looking for Uncle's trail as well. After this trip, I must make our village head hold an all-village meeting. Warn those who want to hunt in the mountains that it's really not that safe in there, full of dangers. After hearing this, Xiulan suddenly felt glad that she hadn't relied on her basic martial arts skills and recklessly entered the mountain alone to hunt. Instead, she found Xiuxian first, learning some hunting skills from him and understanding some animal behaviors. Under the guidance of her master, she chose to enter the mountain. Otherwise, by now, she might also end up in such a situation, causing worry and fear for her parents. Moreover, the whole village would have to take risks by entering the mountain to save her. Now thinking back to the previous times she followed her master into the mountain without encountering too many major accidents, she truly felt it was divine protection. However, part of it was due to following her master and avoiding unnecessary detours. Regardless, if she ever intended to enter the mountain again in the future, as long as her master didn't come along, she would never go in alone. She simply acknowledged herself as being afraid of death and cherishing life. Xuanhuan wandered around a big circle, but found nothing. He decided to return and see if he could run into Xiuxian or Xiulan. However, once it turned dark, it became difficult to determine the direction. Added to that, he was all alone, and every sound around him made him jump with fright. Patrolling the mountain was always done during the day, rarely at night. His courage only extended to the daylight hours. Suddenly, a hauntingly clear howl echoed through the forest. This kind of sound, Xuanhuan had heard on television before. It was from a program called Animal World, where they described in detail how cruel the wolf species could be. Realizing there were wolves nearby, Xuanhuan started running frantically towards the mountain entrance, desperate to save his own life. Chapter 98. It's all your fault that my father is gone. The sound of wolves howling filled the air as Xuanhuan ran at top speed through the woods. Suddenly, his foot slipped into a hole, and his entire body rolled down a slope. It took him a long time to stop, with every inch of him hurting, especially his buttocks. Something had poked him, causing great pain whenever he moved slightly. Xuanhuan decided to lie on the ground for a while before getting up. A drop of warm liquid fell on his nose bridge and eye corner, then slid slowly due to gravity. 1 drop, 2 drops, until a soft and wet thing pressed against his cheek. Xuanhuan abruptly opened his eyes and saw a black snout facing him. Above the black snout were two eyes full of cunning light. Xuanhuan instantly froze, his blood rushing back to his heart. His throat was dry, unable to produce any sound. However, what Xuanhuan didn't expect was that there wasn't just one wolf in this ravine. In an instant, despair engulfed Xuanhuan's whole body. He regretted coming here tonight. If only the three of them hadn't separated, even if they encountered a pack of wolves, he wouldn't have been alone. Thinking about it made Xuanhuan cry. Even a tough guy couldn't control his tears when he encountered something terrifying. Bang! A muffled gunshot rang out, reigniting Xuanhuan's hope. The wolf that had been baring its teeth in front of him the moment before now lay motionless. "Brother, are you okay?" It was Xiuxian's voice. Hearing it, Xuanhuan responded immediately. He didn't even know what he said in response. Just making a sound was fine. "Xilan, give me your gun. I'll go down and bring Xuanhuan up." Without hesitation, Xilan nodded heavily and took over the gun Xiuxian handed her. Her previously handheld crossbow, she put on the ground, ready in case of emergencies. This ravine wasn't deep, but with branches and stones scattered around, there was no solid foothold. Next to Xuanhuan lay the wolf that had been felled by a shot, still faintly emanating its scent. Seeing Xiuxian's figure getting closer, his ever-tense heart finally relaxed. "Brother, don't close your eyes. Can you get up and walk by yourself?" Xiuxian's voice kept sounding in his ears, but Xuanhuan's head was dizzy, not to mention having the strength to stand up. Only knowing someone was dragging him, taking him out of the uneven terrain. Xiuxian used tremendous effort to finally bring Xuanhuan up, just as others who ventured into the mountain also found their way here. "What happened to Xiuxian?" Xiuxian answered concisely. "He got scared. Uncle, take him out quickly. I have something else to do." Xiulan also arrived. "Master, what else do you want to do? Let's get out quickly while those wolves are gone. If they call their companions and more wolves come, we won't be able to leave." Xiuxian certainly knew this, but since he'd already met the wolves, he couldn't return empty-handed. "No problem. I can catch up with you quickly alone. You guys lead everyone away first." Realizing there was no arguing, Xiulan handed the gun back to Xiuxian so he could defend himself. Besides the gun in his hands, Xiuxian also had a particularly sharp dagger they had honed. He returned to the ravine and carefully adjusted the still warm corpse of the dead wolf. He forcefully pried open the wolf's mouth. The reason why the creature hadn't bitten Xuanhuan earlier was because it thought Xuanhuan posed no immediate threat. Or perhaps it was pondering how to make the move. Fortunately, he arrived just in time. Had he not, who knows what else might have happened to Xuanhuan. He unsheathed the sharp dagger and thrust his wrist force into the gum, prying off several of the wolf's canine teeth. To some men, a single wolf tooth carried immense allure. Despite the blood sticking to the roots, Xiuxian didn't care. After removing the teeth completely, he stood up, preparing to head back. He intended to string these teeth into a necklace. Anyone in the shop who liked it could buy it later. And he could guarantee it. These were real wolf teeth, absolutely not resin or plastic frauds. Besides, being a man himself, he understood other men best. Catching up with the main group, he saw Second Mother holding Uncle and crying incessantly. "Second Mother, please hold on. Neither we nor anyone else wants to see such happenings to Second Uncle." It was Xiuxian following the paw prints to find Uncle. But by the time he found him, Uncle was already gone. He had indeed run into a pack of wolves, his lower body torn apart by wild wolves without a good spot left untouched. However, there was something strange. Why would the wild wolves, having chewed Uncle to death, suddenly abandon their prey? In this forest, there must be something even more fearsome than these wolves. Although Uncle couldn't come back to life, at least they should bring the remains back. Second Mother held Uncle's body there. Although she didn't cry out loud, her tears fell incessantly like a string of broken pearls. Everyone thought that Uncle could come back safely, but who would have expected such an ending? In a hurry, they carried Uncle back home, and before Second Mother even stepped into the door, she couldn't hold on any longer. With a thud, she fainted on the ground. They had already lost one person. They couldn't let Second Mother follow him too. The villagers of Hejiang village were all kind-hearted and rushed over to help when they saw this situation. Even so, some things couldn't be procured in the dead of night. By the next morning, Xiuxian contributed his family's bicycle for use. An elder in the village, familiar with funeral customs, made a list of things to buy and sent the young ones out to purchase them. If it weren't for Xiuxian's help yesterday, they might not have found anyone until dawn. So naturally, there was no need for him to go for buying the items. Such events are never pleasant to witness, but since it had happened, they would still proceed according to tradition. There was such a major event in the family, so Second Mother's several children also took leave and came back. This was entirely an unforeseen disaster. Yesterday, the whole family was still eating at the same table, and overnight, one person was missing. Xiuxian felt a bit guilty inside. If he hadn't loudly insisted on going into the mountains for hunting, perhaps no one in the village would remember this incident. Uncle met with misfortune, and no one knew what he intended to hunt in the forest. After scrambling around, by noon on that day, the shrine hall was set up, and everyone related by blood or marriage wore mourning cloths. Such occurrences couldn't be blamed on anyone. If one must blame, then it should only be on oneself for lacking sufficient ability. Xiuxian helped tirelessly from start to finish, and only rested after nightfall. But precisely at this moment, Second Mother's several children came knocking. "Are you Xiuxian, the hunter in the village who often goes into the mountain?" Xiuxian nodded. "Yes, it's me. What's wrong?" Before he finished speaking, one of them stood up and grabbed the collar of Xiuxian's clothes, accusing, "It's all your fault my father is gone." Xiuxian was extremely puzzled. How did this matter have anything to do with him? Chapter 99 Right and wrong are indistinguishable, no sense of reason. But now the dead take precedence, and the body is lying in the coffin outside. Xiuxian still maintained restraint and didn't get into any physical altercation with the older brother's children. This has nothing to do with me. It's not like I told him to go hunting in the mountains. You should even thank me. The person who was trying hard to control himself from fighting back, upon hearing Xiuxian say this, swung a fist after raising his hand. Fortunately, Xiuxian dodged quickly, otherwise, he would have been bloodied. What are you doing? If it wasn't for my efforts yesterday searching for people in the mountains, your old man would already have been eaten by wolves, leaving no trace of his body. This was the truth. If it weren't for Xiuxian risking his life to look for them, maybe. The sister pulled on her younger brother's arm, telling him not to act rashly, as the family matters were far from resolved yet. They shouldn't add fuel to the fire. Sister, don't hold me back. I just want to give that little punk a taste of his own medicine. You think our dad lived so many years, working honestly and humbly. Would he have gone into the mountains if not because of his lead? Hunting. It's all because of him. Our dad lost his life. Today, I must make him pay. Otherwise, it's hard for me to let go of this hatred. With a push, Xiuxian said, calm down. Don't let your father rest uneasily in death. Xuanhuan heard about the incident in the village and immediately came after finishing his work. As soon as he entered the house, he heard noises and arguments inside. Then lifting the curtain, he saw they were about to fight. What are you all doing? Don't forget what day it is. Do you think such chaos is appropriate? I order you all to stop. If you continue behaving recklessly, then all of you can leave immediately, and where you came from, return there. Xiuxian straightened his clothes, remembering the kindness uncle had shown towards him, willing to stay behind and help. If not for the respect owed, he'd have long returned home to sleep in his bed. Forward, come out with me. I have something to tell you, Xuanhuan said. Thanks to the intervention of the village chief, otherwise, Xiuxian would have been in great difficulty escaping the situation. After coming out of the room, Xiuxian accepted a cigarette offered by Xuanhuan. What is it, chief? You know I don't smoke. Xuanhuan sniffed once. Which man doesn't smoke? Acting like a woman. I heard you brought some wolf teeth back. Is it true or false? Xiuxian hadn't made this news public yet, but Xuanhuan's intelligence network proved quite effective. Chief, if you want them, I'll arrange something when I have time. Xuanhuan, after hearing these words, confirmed that Xiuxian definitely had wolf teeth in his possession. Not later now? I've known about the wolves in the mountain for years. A couple of years ago, I went in too, but unluckily, I missed them. I'm not asking for free either. I know you've set up a store at the market entrance. Price them as per store rates, and I guarantee you won't lose out. Xiuxian looked around. Last night, when he returned home, he left those wolf teeth at home. They weren't even with him. Otherwise, he would have reached into his pocket and handed them over already. Chief, what you're saying here, hitting my pride. How could I possibly ask for money from you? Last time, without the letter of recommendation you wrote, my shop wouldn't have opened either. After we settle matters here, I will personally bring the best one to your house. Xiuxian always kept his promises and never broke them. Being able to get the wolf teeth he had dreamed of, Xuanhuan also achieved his desire. Well, I'll wait for you at home. In my opinion, you'd better stay home and avoid trouble for a few days. If I hadn't arrived today in time, the kids from the second mother's side wouldn't have let you off. There are so many people, you're not needed anyway. Xiuxian thought Xuanhuan's point reasonable. He certainly didn't wish to be beaten to death by sticks. Since the village chief said this, Xiuxian decided not to waste more time there. All right then, I'll go first. Chief, you please tell them for me. Don't make it seem like I'm running away. Xuanhuan nodded repeatedly, waving frantically to hasten his departure. Alone at home, Xiuxian noticed how quiet and cold it was. There was neither food nor warmth in the pot. Tian wasn't even at home. He could only put on his coat and go buy something from the commune to fill his stomach. But since he had to go to the commune anyway, why not swing by his store halfway? Since the day he returned, he hadn't visited his shop again. In case that bald guy got another whim to smash his windows again, how would he justify that? Stopping by casually, he discovered the window was intact, so he felt relieved. No matter how tough those bald guys were, none dared challenge people in uniform. Although now the shop appeared empty, Xiuxian believed it was the source of his future wealth and prosperity. He returned before dark, buying a roasted chicken and some sausage from the commune, along with a few bottles of alcohol to sip slowly. Just as Xiuxian had placed the food into a plate, Tian Weidong came home from work. Without seeing Xiangmeiyun, even a child could guess where she was. Brother-in-law, I can't go over there. After we finish eating, you should go and bring sister back. Tian Weidong looked puzzled and said, what's wrong? You have no reason not to go. If it weren't for you finding your uncle yesterday, maybe we wouldn't have found him today. Xiuxian agreed inwardly. But the issue was that the children of the second mother didn't think so at all. They solely believed it was his leading role that caused trouble. After understanding the course of events, Tian Weidong also sympathized with Xiuxian's situation. All right, I got it. I'll check on her in a while. The moment he finished speaking, there was a sound from the courtyard. Xiuxian happened to be sitting by the window, and lifting his head, he saw his sister leading Tianhua back. You're both home. There were quite a lot of things to do over at second mother's place. Let me wash my hands and start cooking. Saying this, Xiangmeiyun pulled back the curtain and entered, immediately noticing the roasted chicken and sausage on the table, causing her surprise. Wow, looks like you two have already started enjoying yourselves. Looks like I don't need to worry about your meals anymore. Xiuxian pulled his sister's arm and said with exaggerated concern, Sister, What are you talking about? I just thought since you were busy, I didn't want to make you cook when you returned. So, I bought some ready-made food. If you'd rather stir-fry vinegar cabbage, that's fine too. Xiang Meiyun sighed softly and said, fine, I get it. There's nothing much we can do about it. As the stove fire burned, the house warmed up. Tian Weidong licked his lips and said, Jingxian, look how great my life is now. Xiang Jingxian chuckled and replied, you've forgotten when my sister cut off your pocket money. Tian Weidong shook his head, saying, that's just how she cares for me. I tell you, if a man can be managed by a woman, that's good fortune. Compared to me, you're still lacking. No matter how much brother-in-law spoke, Xiang Jingxian refused to agree. He still firmly believed in one thing. A man must become independent by 30, establish a career first, then form a family. And he would not let his beloved woman endure hardship alongside him. But everyone defines happiness differently. You two stop teasing each other. Go fetch me a cabbage, or else you won't eat tonight. Xiang Jingxian didn't dare delay. The moment his sister gave the order, he obeyed instantly without a second's hesitation. Chapter 100. You want a brother or sister? Xiang Qianjin came outside, picked a cabbage by the wall, tore off the outer dry leaves, and brought it inside. Xiang Meiyun handed the firewood stoking duties to her brother. She took that cabbage, but it was still somewhat icy to the touch. Xiang Qianjin intermittently added firewood inside. The pot was boiling water, looking like they were about to have a hot soup. Sister, how's the matter with second mother being handled? When's the burial? Xiang Meiyun, cutting the cabbage, answered thoughtfully. A 3-day vigil, then we'll bury her. You don't need to help at that time. Whether or not Xiang Qianjin would help now wasn't an issue for him anymore. The village head told me today not to be there, afraid of trouble. Upon hearing what his brother said, Xiang Meiyun became extremely angry, chopping the vegetables with a loud sound. The kids in your second mother's family really can't tell right from wrong. How did the mistake end up being on you? I took leave to go and help and kept getting dirty looks. Tian Weidong heard his wife complain. Feeling uncomfortable as well, he stepped out of the house and said, since that's the case, we won't go tomorrow. Helping didn't earn us any good feelings. Those are the kind of people, not worth wasting time and energy on, and they'll even dock wages. Xiang Meiyun sighed. We all live in the same village, so not helping would seem inappropriate. To say nothing of the fact that their home experienced such a big event, their emotional reactions can be understandable. Xiang Meiyun was simply too kind-hearted. If this situation had been looked at by Tian Weidong, he would have tried every way possible to reclaim the grievances endured. We can help them entirely out of respect for our second mother. They shouldn't pay attention to those children. If their family faces another issue, we won't hear, see, or respond. With her brother and husband supporting her, Xiang Meiyun was quite content. All right, the two of you stop fighting my battles here. Quickly go back inside. Stir-fried vinegar cabbage prepared, paired with roasted chicken and sausage, the family of 4 had a proper meal. After a busy day, Xiang Meiyun was exhausted and turned on the TV to watch some shows. Tian Weidong also showed his loving side, repeatedly massaging Xiang Meiyun's legs and back. Wife, do you know how blessed I am? Xiang Meiyun, lying on the Kong bed, upon hearing this sudden confession, quickly raised her head to ask, what's with you acting strange? What do you mean acting strange? I'm just saying I married such a good wife, living comfortably for life. How could that be wrong? The man who rarely ever spoke sweet nothings suddenly burst out with a couple sentences. Xiang Meiyun's first reaction wasn't happiness, but suspicion. What exactly do you want to say? Are you trying to make me increase your monthly pocket money? Don't dream about it. At this moment, Xiang Qianjin obediently turned away, holding a handful of sunflower seeds, cracking them while watching TV, ignoring his sister and brother-in-law's affectionate banter. Our old Joe at the factory divorced his wife today. That old Joe says each time he goes home, he doesn't even get warm water to drink. And after many years of marriage, his wife hasn't given birth. With life unbearable, they argued and decided to divorce. Now look at me, having a big son and a loving wife. How happy is that? Xiang Meiyun couldn't help but feel happy from these words. Knowing you're happy, you should cherish your current life. Don't emulate those who take blessings for granted. Massage my shoulders again. I got completely worn out today helping out at second mother's. Perhaps influenced by alcohol, Tian Weidong felt his wife becoming increasingly attractive and alluring. Looking at his son playing with a toy car on the Kong, he suddenly said, Tianhua, will you sleep with uncle tonight? Tianhua was dumbfounded, instinctively wanting to refuse, but Xiang Qianjin picked up on the undertone. Sure, no problem. Tonight, let Tianhua sleep with me. Having an understanding younger brother was great, but Tianhua clearly wasn't pleased. I don't want to sleep with uncle, I want to sleep with mom. Xiang Qianjin directly grabbed him from behind. You've always wanted a little brother or sister. How will they come if you don't sleep with me? Tianhua, unaware of all these matters, instinctively didn't want to sleep with Xiang Qianjin. How blissful to sleep with mom, especially since her quilt smells so good. Even if a child were unwilling, they couldn't match the adults. Especially Xiang Qianjin, who didn't understand his brother-in-law's meaning, stopped watching TV, picked up Tianhua, and walked towards the east room. Just as they entered, the light in the west room went out. Tianhua stood at the edge of the Kong, protesting. Uncle, I don't want to sleep here. I want to sleep with mom. I don't want a little brother or sister. Xiang Qianjin didn't care about the rest, and was glad that his brother-in-law was in high spirits tonight. Sister was a reserved woman, always feeling embarrassed to mention such intimate matters. But as someone who had experienced it himself, Xiang Qianjin knew that women also have needs in that area. Since this time brother-in-law was willing to give in, how could he possibly stand in the way? All right, my little master. It was you who kept clamoring for a brother or sister earlier. Now that we're doing something about it, you don't like it anymore? Why does everything have to follow your whims? Xianhua didn't understand what those words meant, but it didn't matter. At worst, he'd sneak back to sleep with mom in the middle of the night. His little plan was seen through by Xiang Qianjin. Tonight, you stay here. If you sneak back, I won't buy you any more canned peaches in the future. Faced with the temptation of canned peaches, Xianhua lowered his head. Though Xianhua was young, he also knew that his uncle was very good to him. Especially when his mother refused to buy him something he wanted, he would go find his uncle. Whenever his uncle had money in his pocket, he would satisfy Xianhua's wishes. So, uncle, if you don't want me to go over there, then just buy me another can of peach preserves in the future. But don't let mom know. If she finds out, she'll definitely spank my butt. Xiang Qianjin agreed. All right, understood. Go to sleep quickly. As the lights went out in the room, Xiang Qianjin made an effort to fall asleep right away. He didn't want to hear those sounds. Being young and full of vigor, every morning he woke up hard as steel. If it weren't for his moral principles, many of the girls in the village would already be entangled with him. Why should he have to endure loneliness like a monk every day? The next morning, Xiang Meiyun got up early. Her husband's performance last night pleased her greatly. So she woke up early, prepared a sumptuous breakfast, and headed toward the chicken coop. To her surprise, she found several eggs there, though they weren't too large, but they were enough for their family. Picking up 2 eggs, she immediately prepared a dish of green onions stir-fried with eggs. Eggs were still rare at that time, so having them for breakfast was quite extravagant. She knew how precious this plate of eggs was and exactly for whom it was cooked. Xiang Qianjin didn't compete with his brother-in-law for the eggs. Instead, Tian Weidong gave all the eggs to his son to eat because he considered his body strong enough and didn't need extra nourishment. Chapter 101. Wanting to go back into the mountain, isn't he tired of his life? The altar for the uncle was set up in the yard for 3 days. On the day of the burial, Xiang Jianxian had to show up to see him off, otherwise it wouldn't be right. However, to avoid making the uncle's few children angry upon seeing him, this time Xiang Jianxian chose to walk at the back of the procession. He didn't want to draw attention by going to the front and flaunt his presence. After all, respecting the deceased comes first. Otherwise, those young people, what could they do to him? They're no match for him. Still, out of respect for the uncle, he decided not to hold a grudge. The funeral procession wasn't long. The uncle's children walked in front, and Xiang Jianxian could hear their cries and wails. There were those who liked to make a scene standing on both sides of the road, neither sad nor happy. As they made their way to the ancestral graveyard, a few uncles were already there prepared. These days, every household is struggling, but birth and death are major events. No one will skimp on money during such times. They still bought the best coffin to express filial piety. Xiang Jianxian stood not far away watching all this happen. Even though dying is like extinguishing a lamp, when the moment came, his mood was inevitably somewhat heavy. Watching the coffin being buried and the old and young men filling the soil around it, Xiang Jianxian reflected on how he had also experienced life and death situations himself, and should have gained some profound insights at this moment. But, after all, there was just no way he could accept this calmly. After this incident, the village seemed somber because of it. Xiang Jianxian couldn't say much either, and even slowed down his plan to go hunting in the mountains. However, something unexpected happened. After handling the funeral arrangements, the uncle's son didn't rush back to work. Instead, he stayed at home, claiming that since his father had just passed away, he was worried about his mother coping alone. He stayed to accompany his elderly mother and help her get over her grief. But no one expected that the uncle's son would act so recklessly. Although it's wrong to blame others, as soon as he thought about how his father was killed by wolves in the mountain, he couldn't bear it. He wondered why his father insisted on going into the mountain to hunt. In this era, is there anything that can't be bought with money, unless you don't have any? Without anyone in the village knowing, the uncle's son secretly went into the mountain. By the time his stepmother found out, it was already too late. With a recent funeral in the family, they couldn't afford to lose another family member. Given the seriousness of the situation, the stepmother decided that she had to ask Xiang Jianxian for help after careful deliberation. He had the most experience hunting in the mountains, so if he went in to help search, the chances of finding the uncle's son would be greater. Seeing the stepmother come over, Xiang Jianxian felt somewhat concerned. Her son was immature, impulsive, and easily angered, which he understood. If the stepmother got irrational, it might mean that the matter of entering the mountain to hunt would have to end. He still depended on the mountain and the forest behind him to change his fate. Forward, second aunt has another favor to ask of you. You must agree. Xiang Jianxian, confused but unable to refuse, said, What is it, second aunt? Tell me. The stepmother spoke politely. My son xiuxian has gone into the mountain. He says he wants to avenge his father and catch those wolves. But this boy has never done anything like this before. I beg you to help me find xiuxian. This shouldn't have been difficult, and Xiang Jianxian wasn't someone who minded small matters. But he couldn't leave now, as when Meiyun left today, she specifically reminded him to fix the chicken coop. The chickens and ducks were restless, especially when the chickens flapped their wings, they jumped onto the wire mesh. If someone was around, it might be fine. But without supervision, who knows where they'd fly off to next? These chickens were expensive purchases meant to lay eggs at home. They couldn't let them run off somewhere else. To enter the mountain to look for people, he would first need to complete his sister's request. Xiang Jianxian understood why xiuxian wanted to go into the mountain. After all, he hadn't accepted the fact that his father had died so pointlessly. Since he couldn't accept it, naturally he had to deal with the culprit. Unable to handle humans, these beasts were his next target. Moreover, killing a beast isn't against the law. Xiuxian indirectly blamed Xiuxian for his father's death. But Xiuxian wouldn't bear the injustice silently. He understood that Xiuxian must have been overwhelmed by impulsiveness then. It controlled his thoughts and actions, so Xiuxian didn't blame him. Had he been in Xiuxian's position, he would have said the same things and done the same actions. People are emotional creatures, and when facing life, aging, sickness, and death, these feelings are often most evident. Second aunt, I understand. But I have to fix the chicken coop first before I can enter the mountain. Is that all right? As long as Xiuxian agreed, the stepmother had nothing to worry about. Yes, that boy must have something wrong with his brain. He says he'll stay home to keep me company. He just turned around and went into the mountain, saying that he wanted to avenge his father. But they are wolves. Those beasts are extremely ferocious. I heard that when you found your second uncle, you had already killed one wolf. Xiuxian didn't hide it. Yes, I did kill one, but I don't know if this one was the one that killed my second uncle. As the two were talking in the yard, Su Guangji came rushing over. He had just passed by that forest and suddenly heard gunshots from inside. He thought Xiuxian must have gone into the mountain. When he came to the house and saw Xiuxian was still at home, he asked, Xiuxian, are you here? Then the person who fired the gun in the forest just now wasn't you. Xiuxian replied, who could be shooting in the forest? I haven't been in there for days. Maybe you heard wrong. It can't be wrong. I just passed by there and heard 2 shots. I thought it was you, but since it's not you, then it might be someone else. Xiuxian knew without a doubt that the one firing the gun must be Shuer, the son of second aunt. Since he has already fired, it means he must have encountered something in the forest. Xiuxian immediately grabbed Su Guangji's wrist and said, Uncle Guangji, if you have nothing important to do, please come with me. Second aunt's son is in the mountains. I'm worried about his safety. Su Guangji sighed. I knew this boy would get into trouble. Just wait for me. I'll go home to grab some things. Then we'll both go in together. That day, xuanhuan was terrified enough, only barely managing to recover. This made him realize that hunting in the mountain was no game. If he really met something dangerous, his life wouldn't be worth much. His residence was near the mountain, and he had also vaguely heard the 2 gunshots earlier. He wondered if it was Xiuxian going into the mountain to hunt again. If it were himself, he certainly wouldn't dare to enter the mountain again. However, as soon as he thought of Xiuxian, his desire to enter the mountain reached its peak, and he hesitantly climbed off the Kong bed. As soon as xuanhuan's mother saw him picking up the gun, she knew what he intended to do, so she blocked him. You little idiot, where are you heading again? Haven't you heard that someone was bitten to death by wolves a few days ago? Do you want to lose your life? Xuanhuan certainly wanted to live, but he liked the idea of hunting in the mountain. Chapter 102. Alive, take him out. Mom, I'm fine. I have a plan. What plan? Let me tell you, don't go anywhere. You just stay at home today. Unable to convince his mother, Xuanhuan had to pull out the big move. I'm a member of the hunting team and also the deputy captain. Today happens to be the day for patrol. How can I not go? As the captain of the team, Xuanhuan really couldn't avoid going. Actually, his mom wasn't that strict. It was embarrassing to make things difficult for her. In fact, the reason why she didn't want him to go was that she cared about him and feared anything bad might happen to him. But he didn't want to be a coward, watching others do their own work while he just wasted time every day lying around here. It didn't sound good or look good when people talked about it. All right, Mom, I understand. I won't come back for lunch today. I'll definitely be back before it gets dark. Seeing her son leave like this, Xuanhuan's mom could only stamp her feet anxiously with no way out. By the time he reached the road leading into the mountain, he saw Xiuxian's figure. Qianjin, where are you going? Meeting Xuanhuan here was unexpected by Xiuxian too. Xiuxian, the son of Aunt 2, has gone into the mountain. I must find him. He wants to avenge his father by killing those wolves. That kid has never been in the mountain before. He has no idea how dangerous it is. Xuanhuan widened his eyes. I thought it was you coming into the mountain to hunt. Just now, I heard those 2 gunshots. It turns out they were from him. This kid really knows how to cause trouble for us. Xiuxian patted his back and said, don't say those nonsense. Now that you're here, let's go together and help look for him. But this time we're not splitting up. Even if Xiuxian hadn't said this, he would have insisted himself. The last time he faced those large and small wolves all alone, he was scared out of his wits. Even if Xiuxian still advocated searching different routes individually today, he wouldn't accept it. He didn't intend to practice bravery. The hunting he participated in wasn't meant to fight tigers or wolves. Capturing a few wild chickens or hares would satisfy him. When it came to large ferocious animals, it represented a challenge to him. Most importantly, he had his own job and didn't need to rely on hunting for a living. Although he admired Xiuxian's skill, he didn't want to frequently flirt with death. Following Xiuxian into the woods, as they didn't know which direction the gunshot sound came from, they could only wander blindly in the forest, searching for Xiuxian's trace. But Xuanhuan felt somewhat annoyed inside. You say that those old folks in our village who don't know how to hunt keep rushing into the mountains. They rush in, then call us to find them. What a waste of time. We should put up a sign here and let the village chief hold a meeting to tell those who aren't capable not to enter the mountains. Xiuxian also had the same thought. Hunting is inherently a perilous activity. If one doesn't possess the necessary skills, they shouldn't take on this task. Let's find Xiuxian first, then talk about other things later, Xiuxian said. Xiuxian didn't know whom he listened to, but he picked up some notes about hunting. After entering the forest, instead of looking around, he specifically searched the ground for wolf footprints. He was determined to find the wolf that bit his father to death and kill it in retaliation, an eye for an eye. His previous 2 shots made him think that he truly encountered the wolves. Later, he found out it was just 2 wild deer. He secretly entered the mountain without telling his family, aiming to prevent them from worrying and being scared. Unbeknownst to him, someone had already entered the mountain to search for him. Xiuxian cursed while searching and decided that upon returning, he had to discuss this seriously with the village chief. He would request setting up a signpost at a mandatory location before entering the forest. In this era, most people hunt not for money but for meat when their ration tickets run short or when their money is spent. Even if there's no hunting, as long as the weather is warm, people often gather in groups to look for wild vegetables in the mountains. Prohibiting hunting wouldn't stop people from entering the mountains. If the mountain were sealed off, not even Xiuxian would oppose it, because the village aunts and grannies would protest first. Wild vegetables cost nothing. If they aren't allowed to dig for wild vegetables, they'd block the gate of the brigade. Earning money was so difficult in this era that they wouldn't spend a single penny more on food or drink than necessary. Therefore, sealing off the mountain had low probability. Setting up a sign to remind subsequent visitors not to easily enter the mountain could work. After pondering this for a moment, Xiuxian suddenly said, "This time, we must find xiuxian. Don't let him repeat Uncle's old path, die in these woods. Aunt Tu only has this one son." Xuanhuan understood. "Got it, I'll ensure he comes back alive. After you go back, you should have a good talk with this young man. People will die sooner or later. Dying early or late isn't something to dwell on too much. But those who are still alive must live on." Xiuxian glanced back at Xuanhuan and chuckled. "Do you think my words are appropriate? He thinks I've corrupted his father. I made his father go into the mountain for hunting. You don't know how much he pushed me when I helped in the past." Xuanhuan didn't expect xiuxian's actions to be so extreme. This kid is truly something. However, since this incident has happened, you just bear with him. Xiuxian seemed quite helpless, but it seemed like this issue would just be let go unresolved. They hadn't gone far when they heard 2 more gunshots, again from the west. Xiuxian followed the sound and quickly pulled Xuanhuan toward the west, fearing that if they arrived too late, xiuxian would meet danger just like Uncle before. Fortunately, xiuxian was not very familiar with the terrain of the mountain, and his random search hadn't taken him far. When Xiuxian and Xuanhuan found xiuxian by following the sound, he was fighting 3 tigers. That's right, these were the 3 little tigers Xiuxian had released back into the forest. These days, it was assumed that these little tigers might not survive. But looking at their robust frames now, Xiuxian realized he'd been worrying unnecessarily. Since the tiger cubs were here, he couldn't allow xiuxian to hurt them. Xiuxian's anger flared as soon as he saw Xiuxian. "How come it's always you? Why can't it be me? Do you think I want to be here? It's all because your mom, my second mother, was worried about you and sent me up the mountain to find you." But Xiuxian wouldn't listen to Xiuxian's explanation. His temper was still boiling. "Don't assume that since you came to look for me, I'll thank you. If it wasn't for your constant boasting about hunting on Mount Jin, how could my dad have possibly been bitten to death by those wolves? Today, if you stop me, I'll..." Xiuxian didn't finish his sentence, but the threatening gesture followed. He was trying to intimidate Xiuxian and Xuanhuan to stop following him. Instead of retreating, Xiuxian dropped the rifle he held and stepped forward to knock Xiuxian down. "You little punk, how dare you point a gun at me? Are you tired of living?" Xuanhuan did not step in. Although the damage of a makeshift gun was limited, the steel pellets could cause widespread burns on the body, inflicting pain that could last for days. It was justified that Xiuxian slapped xiuxian after he dared to aim at them. If Xuanhuan had intervened, that would have created a much bigger problem. Chapter 103. If you don't do it, there are plenty of others who will. Moreover, Xuanhuan also knew that Xiuxian must have his own considerations. He wouldn't really beat him to death or anything like that. After getting beaten, xiuxian obviously calmed down quite a bit. Xiuxian got up while still muttering curses. "If it weren't for your mother's sake, I wouldn't even bother with you. Your death has nothing to do with me. Do you think the mountains are an amusement park where you can come and go as you please?" Xiuxian sobbed loudly, feeling unworthy to be called a son. Growing up, he couldn't even protect his own parents, and people would surely laugh at him when they heard about it. Xiuxian paid no heed to these feelings. After letting xiuxian cry on the ground, he reached out and pulled him up. "Your father has already been buried. From now on, it's up to you and your sister to take care of your stepmother. Do you really intend to keep making her worry about you? How unfilial can you be? I'll tell you this, today's help is the last time I'll do something like this for you. If there's another time, even if your mother kneels before me to beg, I won't interfere." Xiuxian was still full of grievances, but Xiuxian wasn't indulging his whining. As long as he found the person, he quickly headed back out of the forest. It was too dangerous to stay any longer. However, before leaving, Xiuxian still bid farewell to the few little tigers. Judging by their behavior, the cubs seemed familiar with his scent, so they stayed nearby. Although Xiuxian felt some reluctance to leave them, he didn't let his emotions get in the way. Knowing that the 3 little tigers were still alive and well made him happier than anything else. They probably found their mother. The little tigers, which understood human emotions, ran back after escorting them for some distance. Xuanhuan, upon seeing all this, couldn't help but become curious. "Those 3 little tigers, do you think they went back to find their parents, trapping us here?" Xiuxian shook his head, but didn't want to bring up the previous incident. He only said, "Let's just hurry out. If we end up attracting an adult tiger, none of us would be a match for it." But then Xuanhuan, being reckless, blurted out, "I've never seen a big tiger. Though those little ones we saw earlier did look pretty cute. They were already showing signs of tiger authority despite being so small." Xiuxian thought the same thing. Someday, they would be the true masters of this forest. Before dark, they brought xiuxian home to his second mother. Seeing her son return safely, she finally relaxed, her heart returning to its proper place. She deeply thanked Xiuxian for going into the mountains to help find xiuxian. No matter what, she insisted on keeping him to eat dinner at their home. But Xiuxian believed it wasn't the right time to eat. He didn't want to make xiuxian angry by staying for dinner. Fortunately, the second mother was reasonable. She knew the old man's death had absolutely nothing to do with Xiuxian. Moreover, many people in the village went hunting in the mountains. It certainly wasn't the first time anyone had done this, nor could it be blamed on Xiuxian. Back at his house, Xiangmeiyun had just returned from work. Seeing her brother holding a rifle, she immediately knew he had gone into the mountains again, but strangely, this time his hands were empty. Every time he went into the mountain, he always brought something back. Why was today so unexpected, with him not bringing anything home? Xiuxian didn't dare to say much. Instead, he recounted the whole story to his sister. This son of your second mother, why is he always causing trouble? Next time, if you run into something like this, just stay far away. There are already enough things unresolved in our own home, yet you're still eager to help others. And speaking of that, did you build the chicken coop I asked you to? Xiuxian nodded. Of course, how could I not? That was your task. Unconvinced, Xiangmeiyun still checked the chicken coop herself. Only after confirming that Xiuxian had actually built it properly did she feel reassured. Just as they had sat down after coming back, Guangji arrived. Whenever he showed up, it usually meant bad news, even if it involved making money. Guangji entered smoking, pressed Xiuxian's shoulder, and lowered his voice, saying, "Forward, uncle has a job for you. Will you take it? If you do, I'll give you 20,000 yuan. Upon hearing this figure, Xiuxian instantly knew this money wouldn't be easy to earn. What kind of job is worth so much money? Xiangmeiyun was also shocked. She stopped cooking dinner altogether and hurried into the house, eager to hear what Guangji would say next. Yes, wondered Xiangmeiyun aloud. What job can make someone hand over 20,000 yuan all at once? Do rich people's money just grow on trees? Guangji took a drag on his cigarette and said, definitely not tree-grown. This time, they want a tiger skin, a complete male tiger's skin. Upon hearing this, Xiangmeiyun instantly felt that 20,000 yuan wasn't such a good price anymore. She directly rejected Guangji. Uncle, I thank you, but I only have one brother, and there's no need for him to risk his life to hunt tigers in the mountains. We don't have the skills of Wusong, so we won't earn this money. But Guangji was displeased. Fine, if you don't want to earn this money, then don't. But don't blame me for not thinking of you. I'll go back now if there's nothing else. And let me tell you, opportunities like this don't come often. Is money more important, or isn't it? Xiangmeiyun crossed her arms, her face already showing some annoyance. The two families had previously agreed that if Guangji introduced business to Xiuxian, he would take a 10% cut. For a 20,000 yuan deal, that was 2,000 yuan. Although Xiuxian could still get 19,800 yuan, the male tiger in the forest wasn't easy to deal with. Who didn't know that the tiger was the king of beasts? Even if they were short on money, they couldn't risk their lives for it. Uncle Guangji, you can't just push forward because of your 2,000 yuan commission and make my brother risk his life hunting tigers. Money isn't earned this way. Guangji hadn't thought about all that. He simply came to Xiuxian to ask if he wanted to take the job. If he did, Guangji would broker the deal. If not, he'd find someone else. Xiuxian, being more experienced, knew well the significance of Siberian tigers to nature. Even if he had the guts to go, he wouldn't do it. At the same time, he couldn't just stand by and watch others have these kinds of ideas. Uncle, I won't take this job. Please reject that boss for me. Just let him give up on this idea. If anyone in our village dares to take risks in the forest to deal with the tiger, I won't hold back when I step in. Those who crossed borders to hunt were caught because I discovered them. They are indeed hateful, but we can't act arbitrarily either. Yet, Xiuxian underestimated Guangji's determination. You're teaching me lessons now, huh? Have the guts to go directly to the big boss then. Since you don't want this deal, I'll just switch to someone else. There must be people desperate enough for this money. As soon as Guangji left, Xiangmeiyun slammed the door shut and berated him. Big deal that you learned hunting from him for 2 days. You've become his cash cow now. Even if you stop doing the big boss's business later, you can't lose sight, alright? When you went into the mountains to hunt bears before, I didn't dare tell mom and dad. They'd kill me alive if they knew. How could Xiuxian not see through that his sister wasn't actually that materialistic? Everything she said and did was out of concern. Alright, I understand, sis. I promise I won't go. Xiuxian readily agreed. Chapter 104, A Family's Benefactor. Xiangmeiyun chased after her brother directly. Brother, I'll tell you, we're not making this money. If you dare to think about it, I'll tell dad and mom immediately. If they know, what will you do? He had no choice but to listen to his sister's words, but when it came to following the wishes of their parents, Xiuxian had to obey. Sister, don't worry. Even if I'm short on cash and desperate for money, I still need to hold on to my life, right? Besides, what if that male tiger in the forest is the father of the 3 little tigers? Even though I am the godfather of those 3 tigers, I shouldn't let them lose their father before they grow up, right? Although these words sounded like a joke, Xiangmeiyun never doubted that her brother would keep his word. But seeing her brother seemingly ready to go out, Xiangmeiyun quickly asked, "It's so late already. What else are you going to do? Can't you just stay at home quietly?" Xiuxian laughed and said, "I'm sending some stuff to our village chief. I'll be back soon. You hurry up and cook well at home. I haven't eaten all day." As soon as Xiangmeiyun heard her brother say this, how could she afford to delay any longer? She quickly put on her apron, hugged some firewood, and prepared to start cooking. Xiuxian arrived at Zhao Wanjuan's house, handing over that wolf tooth to him, and he carefully selected the best one. "Chief, I have something to discuss with you," Xiuxian began. Zhao Wanjun liked the look of the wolf tooth so much that he didn't even lift his head. "What's the matter?" "Su Guangji found me today. He said another big boss wants some things. I asked the big boss what they wanted, and it turned out they wanted a tiger skin. That tiger is not ordinary, so I thought you should set up a sign at the entrance where people enter the mountain, or arrange someone to guard it, to prevent people from bringing guns into the mountains and hunting the tigers." At this moment, all of Zhao Wanjuan's attention was on the wolf tooth in his hands. The tiger can also injure humans. Killing one isn't really an issue. Just like Watershang's father, who was killed by wolves. "You really think tigers are good creatures?" Xiuxian regretted coming to Zhao Wanjun for help. This kind of person lacked the awareness to protect wild animals. Unwillingly, he changed the way he spoke. "It's not that I want to protect the tiger. It's that I want to protect people. Tigers are far fiercer than wolves. They bite once and you're dead or maimed. Don't you feel heartless letting someone fall prey to a tiger? And when it happens, the authorities will certainly take away your position as village chief." With what Xiuxian had said, Zhao Wanjun thought about it and realized there was indeed truth in those words. Seeing his concern increasing, Xiuxian decided to push further. So many people lack proper hunting skills, yet they repeatedly rush into the mountains. If such incidents happen frequently, that's a failure on your part as the village chief to properly warn people. And if the result is the loss of your title as village chief, wouldn't that be truly unjustified? These words struck the mark perfectly. Zhao Wanjun quickly put down the wolf tooth in his hand and looked at Xiuxian meaningfully. "Is this true? Can setting up a sign really solve so many issues? Don't deceive me now. What reason do I have to deceive you in such matters? Anyway, I've already reminded you. If you don't want to act, then I'll do it myself." Xiuxian got up to leave, and Zhao Wanjun immediately stopped him. All right. I'll do it. There's no need for you to worry about this small matter." Whether Zhao Wanjun really believed it or not, Xiuxian had difficulty distinguishing now. Still, an old saying held truth. Instead of putting hope in others, it's better to take matters into one's own hands. Zhao Wanjun would surely understand what the greater Xuanhuan Mountains represented. And given his current age, if he were 20 years younger, he himself might carry a gun into the mountain and hunt tigers. But people in this era were simply too poor. Everyone sought ways to earn more money however they could. If every household could become a myriad yuan household, there'd be no need to take such risks. The principle Xiuxian understood, Zhao Wanjun had long grasped completely. It's no wonder that an old adage often says, "There is nothing brave without great reward." A sum of 19,800 yuan indeed has the power to make young people in the surrounding villages risk everything for it. Even if several people worked together against one tiger, divided among them, the amount of money would still not be negligible. And precisely this time, Xiuxian intended to go against these people. If they only entered the mountain to hunt rabbits or sick a deer, he wouldn't have protested. But when it came to dealing with tigers, especially northeast tigers which were rare, he must be the first to oppose it strongly. It would take a few more years for the country to enact wildlife protection laws. Suddenly, Xiuxian felt that the government was a bit slow on the uptake. Since there were currently no animal protection laws in place, he would stand up to protect them. Though the village chief wasn't particularly strict about hunting in the mountains, since he had promised Xiuxian, he needed to honor that commitment. Perhaps in the future, if he ever needed anything, this favor would allow him to ask without hesitation. A sign was erected on the inevitable path leading into the mountains. The sign was made of the simplest wooden board, with words handwritten in paint. "Non-professionals are forbidden from hunting in the mountain. In case of danger, you will bear the consequences yourself." Looking at the words on the sign, Xiuxian's heart still felt uneasy. This uneasiness he couldn't explain, because of what? He wanted to add a few more words on the sign, but there was no more room. In fact, it was written this way because there had been more than one incident of people from nearby villages rashly entering the mountains and encountering danger. Especially Watershang's father, a single person could warn all men, women, and children from several nearby villages. Since the village chief had already taken action, all Xiuxian needed now was to inquire. Who did Su Guangji entrust that business to? Whether it was Hejiang village or another village, surely someone would be willing to take the risk for 20,000 yuan. However, such a good deal, no one would shout it out loud on the streets. It had to be carried out secretly. Xiuxian hesitated about how he could possibly get the information. Perhaps in this matter, relying solely on his own strength wasn't enough. He must find a companion if necessary. Only by finding a companion could his strength expand, and right now he already had two ready ones. One was Xiulan, and the other was xuanhuan. These two would certainly be useful to him. After planning, Xiuxian first came to Xiulan's home. The last time he came was to arrange work for Xiulan, and this visit was for his personal matters. However, Xiulan's parents thought highly of Xiuxian. Ever since their daughter began her apprenticeship under the female master, their family life had started heading towards prosperity. The two elderly people could never have imagined that their daughter would one day work in a factory. Now that their daughter worked in the factory with a stable job, the family also had a steady income. Life truly started improving gradually, so Xiulan's parents believed Xiuxian was their benefactor. Since the benefactor had come, they certainly had to treat him well. Xiulan also didn't expect Xiuxian to visit her today and was quite surprised. Chapter 105. Sick, needing surgery. However, Xiuxian was also straightforward. As soon as he saw Xiulan, he revealed the reason for his visit. "Xiulan, I have to bother you with a favor, and you must agree." Jilan was shocked. In her memory, Xiuxian wasn't the type of person who casually asked others for help. It was usually others seeking his assistance, so why had the roles reversed today? Moreover, she had no choice but to agree. Master, what exactly do you need? Xiuxian pulled Jilan into the room and said as they walked, Su Guangji approached me wanting me to take on a job, but I refused. So now he's looking for someone else. I don't know if you can understand my thoughts. I need to stop Su Guangji from closing this deal. First of all, I must find out who will take the job. Xiuxian spoke rather subtly. If Jilan's parents knew they were about to go into the woods to protect tigers, it's likely neither would be able to sleep at night. They are tigers, not chickens, ducks, or geese. There's no way they could possibly be so docile and listen to orders. Xiuxian thought Jilan would interrogate him endlessly, but surprisingly, she agreed immediately. This made Xiuxian somewhat astonished. You don't even ask what exactly needs to be done? You just agreed. Jilan poured him a glass of water and said, Master, you insisted that I must agree the moment you came in. Did I have any room to refuse? Moreover, since I've learned so much from you, how can I, as your disciple, not offer my help? But I can only assist during my free time after work. However, Xiuxian didn't need her to use her free time to help. Some things had to be done while working. No, I won't encroach on your time outside of work. Just find out according to what I said. Many people entered and exited the factory every day. Though they all had stable jobs with fixed monthly incomes, they sometimes lacked money and took risks to earn extra cash through side jobs. Thus, this time Xiuxian decided to cast a wide net and get help from many sources. Plus, since his sister and brother-in-law worked at the factory, they could certainly help by asking their colleagues and observing their actions to find out who was interested in taking on this job. Anything under the sun leaves a trail, and this case would be no exception. Without hesitation, Xiuxian declared that anyone planning to harm Siberian tigers would face his full resistance. Later, he also sought out xuanhuan and told him about the matter. Xuanhuan was cooperative, though still somewhat unclear about the nature of Siberian tigers. While he didn't know the exact numbers, people willing to spend 20,000 yuan for a tiger skin must be few and far between these days. Though he had doubts, when faced with Xiuxian's request, he hesitated not a bit. All right, I understand. By the way, tomorrow I'm heading back to the factory for work. I'll ask around about this for you. If I get some information, you'll owe me a meal afterward. Asking him out to dinner was not a difficult thing, so without hesitation, Xiuxian readily agreed. By evening, Xiuxian shared the matter with his brother-in-law too. He thought his brother-in-law might react indifferently, but instead, Tian Weidong's response was unusually intense. What? Su Guangji wants you to enter the mountains and hunt tigers. Does he think you're Wusong? Do you even know what year it is? I, your brother-in-law, am born under the sign of the tiger. I'll go to the factory tomorrow and ask around for you, and see who's that desperate. Seeing his brother-in-law react so strongly, Xiuxian felt a sense of relief in his heart. Brother-in-law, don't get too angry. Maybe no one will take on this job. And anyway, it's not like our region has a monopoly on tigers. Other provinces do as well. Tian Weidong slapped the table. The boss specifically wants the pelt of a Siberian tiger. A tiger from another place can't compare to a Siberian tiger. The geographical location simply does not allow it. Once the tigers are gone, the monkeys will reign supreme in the mountains, and then we'll regret it. Xiang Meiyan found her husband's reaction too extreme, thinking he had been drinking too much. Look at yourself. What's going on here? He's talking about hunting tigers, not you. Why are you getting so excited? This Su Guangji seems to be obsessed with money these days. He probably got lucky last time, though most of the profit went to us. But he just used his words for a percentage, which means that relatively, Forward lost out. It's no wonder Forward wanted to open a store recently. Opening a store isn't just for selling mountain goods. It can also sell other items, making it a small but profitable venture. Like Su Guangji does, getting involved in one business deal every now and then is literally risking life and limb. Our family cannot afford such a big risk. If something happens to Forward, I wouldn't let him off easily. With his sister's words, Xiuxian didn't dare to say anything more. All right, sis, let's finalize this matter then. However, the small actions taken by Xiuxian were quickly known by Su Guangji. Su Guangji was extremely angry and directly came to his house, pointing at Xiuxian's nose and started cursing. What do you want exactly? I introduce business to you and you refuse it, but why are you stopping others? Xiuxian called him Uncle Guangji because he was older than him and had certain skills, but that was absolutely no reason for him to yell at him. Xiuxian threw the knife he had sharpened aside, stood up, and looked at Su Guangji. It wasn't that he insisted on opposing him, but rather he had already clearly stated his stance. He had given him a chance, but Su Guangji insisted on going forward just to earn those 2,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, Su Guangji did not get angry but instead laughed. So what? In the end it's my fault. Dare you say these words to that big boss, and let him hear them. However, this posed no difficulty for Xiuxian. Uncle Guangji, I dare say it to the big boss, but do you dare let him know about me? Whether it was the previous boss or the current one, they have connections with you, but not with me. Although you hold the resources and have the power to give orders, there are many people in this vast world who are more capable than you. I might as well go out and seek my own path. I don't believe that with my ability to talk, I can't find some capable bosses. After Xiuxian said this, Su Guangji was shocked inside. If he were to leave and find his own boss, then he would lose his percentage cut from now on. Even if only one job per month was provided now, even if little, he could still make 3 or 500 yuan. 3 or 500 yuan was the salary of several months, even a year for an average family. If this money tree were to disappear, he would be heartbroken. Forward, uncle didn't mean that. I know you're capable and can fend for yourself, but things aren't calculated like that. I won't hide it from you. I went to the hospital a few days ago. The doctor said there is something growing in my lung, and I need major surgery. Chapter 106. Capturing a tiger is as easy as turning one's hand. Su Guangji smoked cigarettes all day long, and it was no surprise that his lungs weren't healthy. Xuanhuan wasn't so compassionate either. Uncle, if you say it like this, you're treating me as a fool. Why don't you show me the test results first? Perhaps. Before he finished speaking, Su Guangji sked twice. What are you talking about? How could I deceive you with my own health? If you don't believe me, I'll go with you to the county hospital for another checkup. At first, Xuanhuan didn't suspect anything, but when he said he would go to the hospital for another examination, it was evidently just bluffing. Uncle, what you're doing is... Su Guangji laughed heartily and said, I won't fool around with you anymore. I know this deal is complicated, but can you make an exception just this time? It will never happen again. However, Xuanhuan did not intend to compromise at all this time. There aren't many Siberian tigers left, let alone wild ones. As a hunter, one not only needs to hunt, but also protect. Su Guangji thought Xuanhuan might concede a little this time, but unexpectedly, he was stubborn. Jinquan, do you understand what I'm saying? Just this once, and there won't be another time. Su Guangji attempted to negotiate again, but clearly got an unfavorable result. Starting from tomorrow, I'll go into the mountains to keep guard. I know where the Siberian tigers are. If anyone gets close, don't blame me for firing my gun indiscriminately. Su Guangji paced anxiously, even regretting telling him about this matter. Jinquan, I'll tell you one more thing. Others already know about this plan. They'll enter the mountain in a few days. Can you handle so many people on your own? In other words, you shouldn't overestimate your ability here. Arms can't compete with thighs. But Xuanhuan never believed there were things arms couldn't handle compared to thighs. If you strengthen your arms enough, then the thigh is nothing more than a slightly thicker bone. And if necessary, use knives or axes. Moreover, he has a good relationship with the female tiger living in the mountains. Even for taking care of her 3 cubs, the female tiger probably wouldn't mind listening to him a bit. Uncle Guangji, I won't stop you making money from this. But it's not right that you don't care about other people's lives. Regardless of how many people are going to hunt tigers this time, if I can block one person, I will absolutely not back down. Besides, those who are unfamiliar with the forest have no right to boast in front of me. Don't think I'm lying. Just a month ago, I had 3 tigers at my place. If I wanted those 20,000 yuan, it would be very easy. When Su Guangji heard this from Xuanhuan, he became extremely angry and threw away the cigarette in his hand. Good job. Good job. What's wrong with you? Not earning money when it's in front of you. I can't believe you don't need money all your life. I've warned you, but by the time you regret, it'll be too late. Xuanhuan kept silent, busying himself with his hands. Seeing that he wouldn't agree, Su Guangji turned around and left. To protect the tigers in the forest, Xuanhuan made weapons overnight. He also found some waterproof felt fabric from somewhere and went straight into the woods. His sister was naturally worried about his actions, but she understood why he did it from his perspective. Xiang Meiya neither supported nor opposed her brother. She just hoped he would come back safely, which was more important than anything else. Once in the forest, Xuanhuan accurately located the resting area of the 3 young tigers. He chose a spot with relatively gentle terrain, dug a pit, stuck several wooden sticks in the ground, and spread the felt fabric over them. This formed a simple tent. He laid out his bedding on top of the plastic sheeting. Though the weather was still a bit cold at night, it was much better than in the coldest part of winter. Lying on the bedding, Xuanhuan vigilantly guarded the area. Anyone who wanted to come in to hunt tigers would have to pass over his body first. Xuanhuan refrained from speaking too much, conserving his energy. During these few days, if he maintained full focus without any distraction, after repelling those hunters, he might return home feeling 10 years older. Hopefully, the tigers in the forest would appreciate his hard work. Just as he was falling asleep, he suddenly heard rustling sounds. Xuanhuan sat up abruptly, thinking someone had arrived. But after pondering a bit, he couldn't help laughing at his own assumption. Does everyone really think they are all hunters? Even if someone accepted this business order, would they risk their lives for those 20,000 yuan? They should prepare ahead. One cannot blindly barge into the forest like a blind rat. If one circled the entire forest and didn't see a single tiger fur, those 20,000 yuan would be mere mirages, non-existent. Xuanhuan chuckled at his own thoughts and quickly lay back down. As soon as he lay down, the rustling sound he had heard earlier came again. However, this time he did not rush to get up. Instead, he waited quietly to see what was making the noise. Not long after, a very young, "Ao-woo" sound could be heard. Xuanhuan immediately tensed up. That call should not belong to a wolf. If it wasn't a wolf, then it must be something else. He turned on his flashlight, illuminating an area, and saw a round, fluffy tiger head looking at him. It was one of the 3 little tigers. Xuanhuan was thrilled and waved to the little tiger. The small tiger seemed to recognize Xuanhuan, so it quickly darted out and ran to him. Its body nearly upright, it leaped into his arms and began rubbing against him continuously. The sleepiness Xuanhuan had nurtured was now completely gone after this little disturbance. "It's you, little guy, scaring me. I thought I encountered a wolf again." But as soon as these words left his mouth, Xuanhuan realized how ignorant he still was. Wolves, or tigers, as the kings of the beasts, wouldn't fear wolves. Wolves have their territory, and tigers also have their own hunting grounds. These 2 creatures almost never appear in the same place, unless it's during extreme hunger when they might encroach upon each other's territory. "Why are you alone? Where are the other 2? Are they still sleeping in the den?" The little tiger seemed to understand what Xiuxian said and let out another aoyo from his arms. However, this time it wasn't the little tiger who came, it was the mother tiger. Seeing the big tiger, Xiuxian's throat moved up and down once. He wasn't afraid, but rather concerned. Just as he was about to return the little tiger in his arms, he saw the other two stagger toward him. Then the mother tiger opened her mouth slightly, leisurely walking over to Xiuxian, lying down beside him to groom herself with ease. 3 small tigers and 1 large one. Xiuxian suddenly felt like he was a chosen son of heaven. It truly validated the words he had spoken to Su Guangji earlier that day. If he wanted to capture a tiger, it would be as easy as turning his hand. Chapter 107, Mountain Guard. When he first lay here, he felt a bit cold, but now with 4 tigers keeping him company, the feeling was different. Especially with the 2 little tiger cubs lying to his left and right, and a big tiger nearby. Their body heat gave him a hint of warmth. However, in front of the big tiger, Xiuxian didn't dare to be too reckless. Drumming up his courage, he touched the tiger's head. The female tiger merely moved slightly, showing no intention to harm him. Xiuxian whispered to the tiger, "I didn't expect that you actually have a conscience. I've taken care of your cub for several months. I'm really curious. Why did you entrust your child to me back then? Weren't you afraid I would take it away?" The tiger continued lying there as if turning a deaf ear to what Xiuxian said. Xiuxian laughed softly, realizing how dull he sounded. It was an animal. Could it possibly understand human language? It was already impressive enough that it hadn't bitten him yet. Expecting conversation? Daydream on. Adjusting his posture, Xiuxian thought he currently resembled a mummy, unable to move due to things, tigers, on both sides. Before falling asleep, Xiuxian suddenly spoke to the female tiger. "Recently, someone will come into the mountains to harm you guys. I disagree with this, so I'll have to stay these days. If you see any of your mates, tell them not to wander out too much during the next few days." Strangely, as if the tiger understood these words, she abruptly stood up, stretched lazily, and walked off in one direction. Xiuxian tried to stop her, but couldn't succeed. In the end, only the 3 small tigers remained by his side. "No way, you're just annoyed because of my few sentences. Truly don't appreciate good intentions," muttered Xiuxian. He didn't overthink it anymore and just wanted to fall asleep quickly. Otherwise, he wouldn't wake up early tomorrow morning. Tucking himself under the blanket, he turned to his side, and the 3 little tigers huddled beside him like a stack of tiles. Gradually, he heard neither insect chirping nor wind sounds. He fell asleep. But after all, the wilds are not as warm as home. Although Xiuxian brought a thick blanket, it still couldn't hold up against the cold outside. After sleeping for around an hour, Xiuxian woke up from the freezing cold. Deciding hesitantly, he lit a fire in front of the simple tent. Having a fire made it much warmer. At that moment, Xiuxian also found it quite amusing. Do the animals in the mountain forest know who he is? Some probably had grievances against him since long ago. When he first entered the mountains, he hunted a roe deer. It must have wished to tear him apart into pieces. Comparatively speaking, the tigers were more gentle towards Xiuxian. Gathering some dry branches nearby, Xiuxian took out a lighter and ignited some not very dry leaves. Using that flame, he lit the pile of firewood. With this bonfire, Xiuxian believed he should be able to sleep until dawn for the remaining hours. Even if not, tonight at least counted as rest, and in the neighboring villages, only he knew the activity area of Siberian tigers. For others, they wouldn't just say they're unaware. Even if they entered the mountains, it would be akin to blind men touching an elephant. When the fire gradually became more vigorous, Xiuxian wrapped himself in a blanket and rolled over to sleep. The 3 little tigers slept soundly next to him. Not betraying his efforts in nurturing them at home previously, he managed to sleep until 8 o'clock in the morning. When Xiuxian arrived later, the fire had been extinguished but still retained residual warmth, allowing him to warm the pancakes he had brought from home. Since leaving, the big tiger never returned. Xiuxian wasn't curious about where it went either. Choosing a secluded place for personal convenience, Xiuxian suddenly noticed a wild roe deer not far away. Thinking that he had been in the forest for days without returning home, eating only pancakes, there came a point when tasteless food lost its appeal. Why not hunt a roe deer to roast and eat? Just as he thought, he grabbed his crude hunting rifle and chased after the roe deer. Initially, the roe deer remained stationary, looking back at him. Realizing Xiuxian was chasing it, the roe deer jumped sideways a few steps to create distance. They say roe deer are dumb and extremely curious. Often it's not that people intentionally catch them, but rather they hop into traps voluntarily, hard to prevent. Xiuxian tried pursuing for a few steps and discovered the roe deer indeed had a mischievous streak. If he stayed still, the roe deer would inch backward. Once he moved, the roe deer would keep jumping forward. Even running further away, it occasionally stopped to look back, as if saying, "Come on, chase me." Understanding the psychology of this silly roe deer, Xiuxian turned around and headed back, giving up on the chase. After taking only a few steps, he heard bouncing sounds from behind. Especially when the leaves were heavily stepped on, they emitted a rustling sound. Xiuxian advanced, using the volume of the sounds to determine how far away the roe deer was. The sound grew clearer and louder. Suddenly, Xiuxian turned around swiftly. Pulling the trigger, steel sand quickly spewed out of the barrel with a bang, and the roe deer collapsed. Xiuxian hurried over, watching the roe deer struggle on the ground. He didn't feel an ounce of pity. There were plenty of these in the forest. Compared to the northeast tiger, they were almost a plague. Before long, the dumb roe deer had no more vital signs. Xiuxian dragged it over immediately. He disassembled it beside the makeshift tent. The weather wasn't that hot yet, so the meat should last a few more days without spoiling. The only regret was there was no water source nearby to wash it. Xiuxian looked around. As long as the temperature was high enough, all parasites and bacteria would be eradicated. However, what Xiuxian didn't expect was that his sister would enter the mountain right at noon when she finished work. He didn't know how she managed to find him here. Anyway, Xiuxian was just preparing to roast the roe deer meat when he saw her figure, thinking for a moment that it was an illusion caused by hunger. Seeing his sister really come over, holding an aluminum lunchbox with food, vegetables, and half an apple. She knew last night that her younger brother had gone out, thinking he could find a decent place to rest in the mountains. But never did she imagine it was such a simple small hut. Tell me, is it really necessary to protect just a few tigers? Before she finished her sentence, 3 little tigers suddenly darted out from behind, giving Xiang Meiyin quite a fright. But these tigers were not big. Even if they thrashed around, Xiang Meiyin wouldn't be afraid. It was just the sudden appearance that caught her off guard. I can't just stand idly by and watch these 3 little tigers grow up without their parents, can I? While Xiuxian was picking at his food halfway through the meal and seeing his sister getting ready to leave, he quickly handed over the remaining roe deer meat to her. Chapter 108. The brother became a beggar. Take this back. I can't eat it all alone here. See if any of the neighbors want some and give them a share. The deer was large, but Meiyun, being a woman, lacked the strength. Even after the new year, meat tickets were still scarce. In any case, they wouldn't have meat for the month. Do you think we can cure this deer meat in a salted pork? It will last longer. Let me take it home and preserve it. Maybe we'll have more to eat this month. Xiuxian didn't care what happened to the meat, curing or otherwise. It would be up to his sister. He couldn't help with that. If you don't want to cure the meat, I'll be in the mountains these few days. If I manage to hunt anything else, come by every now and then to pick it up. Meiyun said nothing, eventually taking the big piece of leftover meat back home. Knowing her brother was there, Meiyun delivered food daily, always returning with something. But poor Qianjin never got to eat it. After guarding in the forest for several days, Xiuxian realized the contractor had never appeared. He either hadn't found the tiger yet, or he simply hadn't come at all. In short, during this time, Xiuxian stayed in the small tent. The 3 little tigers occasionally ran out, but they returned quickly, treating this place as their home. The mother tiger even came back once. She rested next to Xiuxian for half a day, probably exhausted from her travels, sleeping all the while. When she woke up, she left without much ado. The 3 cubs weren't particularly attached to their mother. On the contrary, they couldn't stay too long away from Xiuxian, xuanhuan, Zhilan, as well as Xiuxian's sister and brother-in-law. All 4 of them talked about the matter individually in their respective factories, none of them having any clue. How hunting tigers could make a lot of money intrigued some, who asked whether it was feasible. Not finding the person who placed the order only piqued others' interest in making extra cash. Today, Tian Weidong met someone, who immediately offered him a cigarette and insisted on being brothers. This man wanted Tian Weidong to connect him with Xiuxian. Some even claimed that Tian Weidong's inquiries in the factory were just attempts to find capable, bold hunters willing to follow Xiuxian into the mountains. No matter how much Tian Weidong tried to explain, they refused to believe him. Eventually, he gave up trying altogether. Xiuxian had been in the mountain for nearly 8 days when he finally came down looking no different from a beggar. His beard was long, his clothes dirty, and his hair looked like a bird's nest. Seeing this, Meiyun sighed in frustration. Luckily today Tian Weidong was resting at home. Upon seeing his brother-in-law in such a state, Tian Weidong simply took 20 yuan from Meiyun and dragged Xiuxian to the county bathhouse. The northeastern bathing culture has deep roots, and even at this time, the public baths were bustling. Having taken a token and changed into their swimsuits, Tian Weidong pulled Xiuxian into the men's section, thinking there wouldn't be many people at this time. But upon entering, they found it packed. They managed to squeeze onto the edge of the pool, which was almost full. Warm water lapped over his chest. Xiuxian leaned his head back, soaking his whole body. Such a pleasant experience. The winter season only granted Tian Weidong 2 similar chances. As they soaked, others began to finish their bathing and leave. With fewer and fewer people in the pool, Tian Weidong started a conversation. Did you encounter any tigers during your days in the mountains? Feeling relaxed, Xiuxian answered without hesitation. Yes, I encountered a large female tiger. What about it? What can I say? Some colleagues at the factory told me they also want to make that kind of money. They thought I was helping you look for assistance. No matter what I tell them, they won't listen. That person is nowhere to be found. Why don't you go ask Guangji? Whoever took the job, it's better than us blindly searching. Moreover, asking around in the factory will definitely stir things up. Even if someone really did accept the order, he would never admit it to my face. Xiuxian agreed with that reasoning, but doubted Guangji would tell him anything if he asked. This whole thing was operated in secrecy, so my grand efforts will only make him suspicious. Let's wait for a while. Since it's already been a week, I haven't seen anyone come to the mountains. Maybe they know how dangerous tigers are, and no one has taken the job. Perhaps they were bluffing. Xiuxian hoped what Guangji said was merely a deception. If that was the case, even though it had wasted 7 precious days of his time, as long as it helped protect the tigers, it would be enough. You always make things sound so simple. As you said before, under generous rewards, there will always be brave men. 2,000 yuan can do a lot. Surely someone will pluck up the courage to take on this job. We still need to wait patiently. Xiuxian thought his brother-in-law had considerable life experience. He probably wouldn't have such patience if he were in the same situation. Alright, I'll wait a bit longer then. After soaking for a while, Xiuxian found a masseur to give him a scrub. Grinning, Tian Weidong looked over and joked. Look at all this dirt. Whoever wants to build a house won't need to buy cement anymore. Just gather all the mud and clay from your body and deliver it. It'll suffice. Xiuxian knew he hadn't bathed for a long time. In the future, it'd be different. Nowadays, he washes once a day and has a thorough cleaning every 5 days. If not, he could still rinse himself off with cold water. As long as there's 24 hours of hot water and a warm environment, he'd be satisfied. But these days, almost no family has the conditions to bathe daily. Even those living in the county might not have such conveniences. How much does a water heater cost? Who can afford to buy one? Just after teasing his younger brother-in-law, Tian Weidong laid down on the scrubbing bed too, the masseur applying good strength. One swipe across his body left a long strip of mud like incense. Xiuxian glanced over silently, and Tian Weidong sighed, pretending not to know anything. When it came to scrubbing the front, Xiuxian sneakily peeked at his brother-in-law's groin area and clicked his tongue twice. Tian Weidong also looked at him and said, I don't know which girl will have such bad luck. With your small thing, what could it possibly give her? Before he finished speaking, Xiuxian was already clicking his tongue. Sister-in-law, we haven't even started yet. How do you know it won't satisfy her? It's not about bigger being better, but finding the right fit. After the massage, feeling light all over, Xiuxian rinsed the mud off his body. He thought that maybe today he should get a haircut. It wouldn't hurt to take an extra moment. Tian Weidong felt that his hair had grown too long as well. Conveniently, across from the bathhouse, there was a public barber shop. He figured he could just go there and let some little sister cut it. Chapter 109. A place with free meals and accommodation. Upon arriving at the barber shop, they found there were quite a few people here as well, and several others were already in line waiting for their turn. However, the boss lady had a good relationship with Tian Weidong, so she directly let these two cut in front of the queue. Lao Tian, it's been ages since you've last visited. Where have you been recently? Made any money? Tian Weidong plopped himself onto a chair, a cape draped over him. He was about to close his eyes to enjoy the experience slowly. Where can I go to make money these days? It's just another day of work in the factory. What else can I do? It's not like your little barber shop which probably makes more money. The boss lady laughed and said, You're being ridiculous. How many customers do I even get in a day? I barely make enough to eat. By the end of the day, I don't even have time to drink a sip of water. I'm always busy, and when I tally up my earnings, I'm even at a loss. Have you eaten yet? If not, we can go out for a drink together later. Tian Weidong shook his head. No, I have to go home soon. Didn't you see that I brought my brother-in-law along? The boss lady glanced at Xiuxian. Your brother-in-law is pretty handsome. Does he have a girlfriend? If not, I can introduce someone. Tian Weidong looked at the boss lady and whispered, Don't tell me you're planning to introduce yourself to my brother-in-law. My brother-in-law is very picky. You see how old he is now and still hasn't dated anyone? He prefers quality over quantity. The barber shop's boss lady let out a soft humph and held up her scissors towards Tian Weidong. You better rethink what you just said. Your mouth is too loose. No one to keep watch on it. In the future, you'll surely fall victim to misfortune coming from the mouth. Illness entering through the mouth. I'm telling you, today I'm going to charge you an extra $2 for this haircut. Otherwise, you won't be leaving this barber shop. Xiuxian, hearing this by the side, felt strangely familiar. Was this something related to the drama series xuanhuan, already popular at this time? Xiuxian sat on another chair. Naturally, the person cutting his hair wasn't the boss lady. It was one of the shop's shampooing assistants. What kind of hairstyle would you prefer, sir? Xiuxian, looking at himself in the mirror, said, Just cut it short. Will a buzz cut do? Xiuxian thought about it and nodded. It would work. After saying that, Xiuxian didn't open his mouth again. All he could hear was the constant sound of scissors snipping away. As he watched his hair being tidied bit by bit, finally, when the cape wrapped around him was removed, Xiuxian suddenly felt that he seemed to look even handsomer. Truly handsome individuals look good regardless of the hairstyle. For those who are not handsome, having a fancy hairstyle won't add even a single point to their looks. When he turned to look at his brother-in-law, it seemed that he had also finished his haircut. In the end, when it came to paying, the boss lady didn't actually charge the extra $2. She still charged according to the original price, but kept pushing her luck. Little handsome, you really don't have a girlfriend? Never dated before? That shouldn't be for someone of your age. If you'd like to start dating, sister will introduce someone suitable for you. Same age, pretty, and super presentable outside. Xiuxian was still caught in the ideology that men should prioritize their career and didn't care much about dating or not. Fortunately, his brother-in-law helped deflect the attention. That's enough. Stop worrying about him and take care of yourself instead. I heard that you fought with your ex-husband not long ago. Was it because of the child? At the mention of this, the boss lady became angry. What could he possibly want? He took a job from someone else. The job was somewhat dangerous, and he wanted me to find him a master to mentor him. I said, where am I supposed to know someone who can go hunting in the mountains? So I told him to find someone himself. But this jerk planned to take my son away. How could I possibly let him take him? The next day, I sent my son back to my mother's place. As a result, this guy started pounding on my door every day. Do you see how the glass of my window was smashed a while ago? Thankfully, I reported it to the police and got him detained for a few days. If he comes back, I'll report him again. Listening to the words of the boss lady, Xiuxian and Tian Weidong exchanged glances. How it all seemed strangely familiar. If the boss lady spoke the truth, then that ex-husband couldn't possibly be someone who takes on challenges for large rewards, wanting desperately to learn some hunting skills. Xiuxian dared not ask further. Tian Wei Dong consoled. When will he be released? After all, both of you lived together for so many years. Even after the divorce, things shouldn't have escalated this way, right? The boss lady deeply sighed and softly said, I don't want to fight with him either, but he keeps using my son to threaten me. If I were so easy to threaten, would I even divorce him? I'm not the kind of person who just takes it lying down. I guess he'll be released in a few days. I wonder if he's given up on that idea while inside. Anyway, I don't care and am too lazy to help with that. Why are you two so curious about this matter? It's not like you. Tian Wei Dong quickly waved his hands. No, we just happened to talk about this. Let's not talk about it anymore. You've got so many customers waiting. Get back to work. We'll head home now. The boss lady nodded but couldn't help adding. We'll have a drink another day and call Mei Yun as well. I haven't seen her for such a long time. If the boss lady hadn't mentioned his sister's name at the end, Xiuxian might have suspected that his brother-in-law had something going on secretly with her. Fortunately, she mentioned his sister's name, which prevented Xiuxian from thinking too much. It wasn't uncommon for two women to have a drink and chat. Xiuxian stepped out of the barber shop, and as soon as the wind hit, he felt a chill on his scalp. He hurriedly put his hat on. Tian Wei Dong yawned and said, Let's go back. I'm sleepy. I'm not tired, brother-in-law. How about you go back first? I'll stop by the detention center, Xiuxian replied. Tian Wei Dong knew there must be other plans Xiuxian had, so he didn't stop him. All right, go early and come back early. I won't follow along. Oh, by the way, the boss lady's husband is named Yin Xiaodong. Serious Yin, spring sleep, knows no dawn Xiao, winter dong. Just mention that name, and you should find him. Truly, what one searches high and low for sometimes turns up effortlessly. Never thought we'd find the person taking those orders here. That's why he hasn't been spotted in the mountains recently. It seems he found a place with free meals and lodging. No wonder I was so worried when I heard gunshots in the mountain those days. Tian Wei Dong and he laughed and urged Xiuxian to hurry up and find him. If he finds him, come back quickly. If not, they'll think things over carefully. Xiuxian headed towards the detention center and arrived soon after. Once he got there, he directly explained his purpose. Claiming to be Yin Xiaodong's good buddy, he heard Yin was about to be released, so he came to inquire. A police officer from the station checked the information for him. Is the person you're looking for this guy? He'll be out the day after tomorrow. Didn't expect your relationship to be so good that you'd actually come visit. Xiuxian chatted casually with the policeman, finding out Yin Xiaodong's release time through the police, and then left satisfied. Chapter 110. Let's work together, 4-6 split. Even though prior to this, he had not encountered Yin Xiaodong, Xiuxian planned to go around the hair salon again and get closer to the madam owner. Just with his handsome face, he probably could enchant the boss of the barber shop thoroughly. When Xiuxian came back, the boss was shaving an old man. The boss saw him come back, assuming he might have forgotten something. Isn't this little uncle from old Tian's family? Did you lose something? Xiuxian stood by the door with his hands in his pockets, carefully looking over. He said, I only know how to hunt in the mountains. Why don't you introduce me to your ex-husband? The boss stopped her hands, scrutinizing Xiuxian and asked, Are you so young and still hunting in the mountains? Don't lie. Hunters are usually big and strong. How could someone as delicate and tender-skinned as you be one? My ex-husband has no real skills. I wonder where he heard about going into the mountains to hunt tigers. Getting a tiger skin can earn 10,000 yuan. I see he is crazy because of poverty. Can this money be earned at the cost of his own life? Xiuxian found a place to sit down. I know how to hunt. Why would I deceive you? I've already been to the police station. I heard your ex-husband will be released the day after tomorrow. When that happens, I'll come again. Since your ex-husband plans to hunt tigers, he should know who I am. The boss once again paused her hand actions, scrutinizing Xiuxian. Looking at his skin, it did not look like someone who spends all day running around in the forest, exposed to wind and sun. Don't fool people. Look at how white and delicate you are. You probably can't even lift a knife, let alone talk about hunting. Stop lying. Xiuxian sat on the sofa, leaning his body back. When did you learn to judge people by appearance? No one said that hunters must be big and muscular. People like me enjoy using brains more than physical strength. Besides, since your ex-husband has taken this order, he definitely wants to meet someone who knows how to hunt. In doing so, he'll surely hear about me. But why would he look for you when my brother-in-law knows him? With this relationship, wouldn't he ask you for help? Otherwise, carrying 2 bottles of wine to my house, how could I refuse him? The boss quickly put down the razor in her hand. What nonsense are you talking about, little guy? Our old Yin isn't the kind of person who gets excited just because of money, even though he hasn't had a proper job all along. But without worrying about food or clothing, why does he take this order to hunt tigers on the mountain? Does he think he is Wusong? Wusong needed 3 bowls of wine to build up courage. What is he anyway? Xiuxian didn't bother to argue with the boss. After all, women's insight is limited. Certainly, they cannot reach the heights of men. Anyway, the next day after tomorrow, he will wait at the detention center entrance to pick up people. Since that's the case, then I will go directly to the detention center to pick him up. You shouldn't have any objections, right? The boss huffed, but said nothing, continuing with her work. But suddenly, she cut a customer's mouth corner. Seeing the customer's face marked, the customer started cursing. Little woman, don't you know to be gentle while working? Look, you scratch my mouth. Pay up. The boss was already agitated, plus the customer's rude attitude made her want to use the razor to carve his face multiple times to teach him a lesson. But in the end, she did not do so. If she did, the customer might call the police, and she would also be dragged in unnecessarily. After all, shaving doesn't earn much money anyway. Compensating him entirely wouldn't result in much loss. All right, just go. I won't do business with you today. The customer pulled off the cover cloth and threw it on the chair, leaving angrily. The boss upsetly hung the paused operation sign. Xiuxian didn't rush to leave. Instead, he stayed and spent some time with the boss. Without other people disturbing them, the boss curiously asked Xiuxian if he really knew how to hunt. If a tiger were truly hunted and skinned, someone would give 20,000 yuan. 20,000 yuan could allow her small barber shop to operate for many years, maybe more. Xiuxian said, "This job was originally assigned to me, but I refused. For some time now, I've been trying to figure out who took this assignment. It turns out it's your ex-husband. However, I must advise him not to sacrifice his life for money. Wild tigers are not domestic cats. They're very powerful." Xiuxian actually wanted to recount his encounter with the tiger. But this salon boss was not Yin Xiaodong, even if he showed utmost fear. Perhaps Yin Xiaodong, seeing the 20,000 yuan reward, wouldn't regard the tiger as something terrifying. He probably sees it merely as a moving 20,000 yuan prize. Whether giving it a net or setting a trap, a tiger still isn't as smart as a human being. But since he knows nothing about hunting techniques, he is seeking someone knowledgeable to teach him. But I feel he always comes up with random ideas without ever considering recommendations from others. If you really know how to hunt, I suggest you not teach him anyway so that you don't get entangled in trouble. He's not a good person, and I wonder what was wrong with me back then when I agreed to marry him. I ended up having a child with him, and now I'm worried that our kid will turn out like him, unable to understand basic common sense. The boss complained. The next day, Xiuxian arrived punctually at the detention center. Not long after, he saw Yin Xiaodong come out. Judging by his appearance, these few days weren't very pleasant for Yin Xiaodong. After coming out, he immediately started fumbling in his pockets for a cigarette. At this moment, Xiuxian quickly approached and handed him a cigarette. Yin Xiaodong looked at him, hesitatingly accepting the cigarette with some unease in his heart. Without forgetting to ask, "Who are you? Shouldn't we be strangers?" Xiuxian introduced himself. "My name is Xiuxian. My brother-in-law should be familiar to you. He's Tian Weidong." Hearing this, Yin Xiaodong's eyes lit up instantly. "So you're the Xiuxian. I've heard of you. Previously, there was talk that you hunted a bear in the forest and earned more than 10,000 yuan. Was it true? I recently got a tip about hunting tigers, and since you're so skilled, let's try it together. When we make money, we'll split it 4-6. 4 for me, 6 for you." Xiuxian chuckled. "You must not think I came here just to team up with you for the money." Upon hearing this, Yin Xiaodong lost the joy he had felt before. "If it's not about earning money together, why did you come here? Just to tell me these few sentences and waste my time?" Xiuxian remained calm, knowing beforehand that Yin Xiaodong was difficult to talk to, as told by the madam. "I admit your speech might be harsh, but you are straightforward, and I appreciate that. I came just to give you a piece of advice. Don't have such thoughts, or you might lose your life." Chapter 111. I advise you not to go. But Yin Xiaodong wouldn't listen at all. "If you say that I should not have this thought, and I just drop it, do you know how important those 20,000 yuan are to me? Those 20,000 yuan can make sure that I won't worry about food and drink for 3 to 5 years. Anyway, it's just a tiger. If I die, so be it. You don't know how many creatures freeze or starve to death during winter. One more won't matter." Yin Xiaodong was around 35 or 36, and had probably never led a good life. He looked like he was around 40, while Xiuxian was only in his early 20s. At the time when young people were supposed to be full of potential, compared to Yang and Yin Xiaodong, Xiuxian seemed like a tender youth. "Yin Xiaodong, do you think I came here to joke with you?" Yin Xiaodong looked at Xiuxian and said, "Don't fool me here. Those 20,000 yuan, if I get promoted, they're mine for sure. Even if you put a knife to my neck, I will not change my mind." Seeing that Yin Xiaodong's decision was already set, Xiuxian thought there was no use saying anything else. After all, some people deserve their fate, and there is nothing others can do to stop them. Xiuxian thought he'd given him a chance. Since Yin Xiaodong was determined to go and risk his life, he would let it happen. But before leaving, Xiuxian still left Yin Xiaodong with one parting word. "I've already informed every hunter I know. Unless it's someone I don't know, they might teach you a few tricks. But as long as you enter the mountains near Hejiang village, you will definitely be seen by someone. And you also don't know the activity area of the Siberian tigers. Let me tell you now, the tiger is extremely ferocious. After the spring begins, they hunt for food. No matter whether you go alone or with companions, I guarantee that the outcome won't be good." Upon hearing these words, Yin Xiaodong became furious and lunged forward to grab Xiuxian's collar. But after a second thought, Yin Xiaodong realized he was outside the detention center, and if he resorted to violence, he might have to stay there for a couple of days again. Thus, he could only suppress his emotions and behavior. Fine. I simply don't believe that I can't earn these 20,000 yuan. Just wait and see." With angry footsteps, Yin Xiaodong walked away, leaving Xiuxian standing in place, sighing deeply. All Xiuxian wanted was to protect the population of Siberian tigers. Why was it so difficult? Money truly made people ignore everything. And when he got home, Xiuxian did not mention this matter to his family. Given Yin Xiaodong's current situation, his chances of going into the mountains to hunt tigers were very low. It was more likely that he would be killed by the tiger instead. Xiuxian didn't dare to think much further or ask too many questions, treating this matter as though it had never happened. He also hoped that the tigers in the forest would remain vigilant. In fact, in his many years of living, he had rarely heard of anyone hunting tigers successfully. At the end of the day, tigers are ferocious creatures, and humans are naturally born with a deep fear embedded in their genes, making it difficult to approach them rashly. Only Xiuxian, who once raised 3 tiger cubs, dared to be close to that female tiger. Otherwise, even if he had 100 hearts worth of courage, he wouldn't dare touch the tiger's head. These tigers were wild, not animals kept in zoos. Even the ones in zoos are locked in cages, giving absolutely no opportunity for proximity. However, Xiuxian underestimated Yin Xiaodong's determination to earn the 20,000 yuan. Instead of searching for hunters near Hejiang village, Yin Xiaodong deliberately went far. In another village, he found an old man who had once hunted in the mountains. After learning a few tricks from the old man, Yin Xiaodong decided to rely on the little knowledge in his hands and try his luck in the mountains. He knew tigers were hard to deal with, but the strength in numbers might help. Perhaps they could capture one. If they caught just one tiger and earned those 20,000 yuan, Yin Xiaodong would then have enough time, energy, and money to start a small business. As the old saying goes, great wealth comes with great risks. If there wasn't such fortune to be had, where else could he earn that kind of money? Still, out of conscience, he hadn't gone to the barber shop to demand money month by month. Deep down, Yin Xiaodong retained the northeastern man's spirit. Even if his life was hard, he would never ask his ex-wife for even a penny of child support. And since his son was being raised by his ex-wife, asking her for more money would only mean less spending for the child. Their divorce resulted from incompatible personalities and temperaments, too violent. Thus, their lives together eventually turned them from a married couple into strangers. Xiuxian frequently entered the mountain, mainly patrolling the areas where tigers appeared regularly. He ensured that these tigers would not fall into Yin Xiaodong's traps. Every now and then, he saw several large tigers walking around in that area. Xiuxian stayed far behind, just watching quietly, fully focused on protecting these wild, big tigers. Xiuxian almost spent all his spare time on this matter. According to his plan, he intended to open the shop this month. His brother-in-law had already made the display cabinets for him, but he hadn't had time to move them over yet. It was unclear whether that big boss had set a deadline for this business. If there was a deadline, he could simply spend some more time here. There might be some harvest by then. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Xiuxian had been on guard all the time against Yin Xiaodong's sudden attack. During this period, he neither ate well nor slept well, but as he went into the mountain more frequently, the food at home got better and better every day. Today, they stewed a chicken. Tomorrow, they fried some rabbit meat, or they roasted a deer's meat. As a result, Xiuxian quite enjoyed such a life. However, his predetermined plans were interrupted again and again. Who would have thought that he was so responsible? The weather was getting warmer and warmer, and more small animals were showing up in the forest. Xiuxian would occasionally run to the barbershop and ask the madam about her ex-husband's recent activities. Now and then, she could remind him that Yin Xiaodong kept saying he would find people to go into the mountain together and hunt tigers. However, after such a long time had passed, there was no sign of his action. Sometimes, Xiuxian even doubted if Yin Xiaodong was still planning to hunt in the mountain. If Yin Xiaodong didn't enter the mountain, what was the meaning for Xiuxian to waste his time here? He feared that Yin Xiaodong might conduct a surprise attack, entering the mountain when Xiuxian least expected it. If that happened, Xiuxian would definitely regret not waiting 2 more days. One day, Xiuxian came to the barbershop and learned from the madam that Yin Xiaodong wasn't around recently as he had gone to another place. He wouldn't be back for at least 10 to 15 days. Hearing this, Xiuxian immediately felt relieved. It seemed that heaven knew he had spent a lot of energy protecting the tigers in the mountain these days. This half-month break was given to him to rest properly and take care of his own matters. Xiuxian asked, "Madam, you are not fooling me, right? You know we can make 20,000 yuan with the tiger skin. It's not because you reconciled with your ex-husband and he promised to share those 20,000 yuan with you?" Chapter 112, Different Attitude. The boss lady held a razor in her hand, coldly smiling at Xiuxian. "You're quite good at figuring people out, aren't you? If I really wanted his money, would I need to hide it from you? If it wasn't for him flirting with another woman, I wouldn't have divorced him. At the end of the day, he is still the father of our child, but I cannot tolerate any grains of sand in my eyes. Otherwise, how could there be no other women by his side for such a long time?" After hearing this, Xiuxian thought it made sense. Then your ex-husband must be too stingy. Making so much money and not giving you even a cent, aren't you still married? Even if not, wouldn't you give it to the child? The boss lady replied sharply. "Kid, can you focus on your own affairs? Every day you poke into other people's family matters. Are you going to be like those old men and women at the village entrance?" Xiuxian laughed. "I'm just curious. Otherwise, I might call you sister-in-law in the future." The boss lady waved her hand. "Nope, I'm already divorced. I don't qualify as your sister-in-law. Just call me Xuanhuan. If that doesn't work, you can call me Red Sister. I am definitely older than you. Calling me Red Sister won't hurt you." Xiuxian has been here more than once, and Xuanhuan knows this young man isn't bad-hearted. Otherwise, she would have kicked him out long ago. It was precisely because Xiuxian didn't have bad intentions that Xuanhuan treated him differently. "Would you like some tea? I bought some good tea not long ago, but until now no one has had it with me," Xuanhuan said. Xiuxian nodded. "Of course, pour me more. I'm thirsty." Xuanhuan didn't hesitate when pouring the tea for Xiuxian, grabbing a large enamel mug directly. She filled it up, handed it to him, and said, "This tea has a strong fragrance. If you like it, I'll pack some for you to take home later." "Red Sister, when did you become so nice to me? The last few times, you always insulted me indirectly. I thought you didn't like me," Xiuxian said. Xuanhuan chuckled lightly, and continued washing the towels. You young guys, your words slip easily, and you're unreliable in your actions. But after interacting with you a few times, I think you're different from others. Since you're different from others, my attitude towards you should also change, shouldn't it? I can't let you find fault with me, can I? Tell me honestly, are you really here to hunt in the mountains? Could you catch something like an ermine or a fox? I want a piece of fur to make a scarf. The ones sold in the mall are too expensive. I'm a seamstress, and I can handle this kind of thing. It costs hundreds in the mall, but only slightly over 100 through me. Xiuxian knew the tea wouldn't be so easy to drink, but since Red Sister had asked, he couldn't refuse. This is no problem. I'll go up the mountain and look for something for you in a few days. Do you want red or white? I think white is cleaner. As long as you can get it, I like both red and white. Jinhong truly thought that Xiuxian was a decent guy, so she kept sneaking glances at him. If I, your Red Sister, were a few years younger, I might just devour you while you're still green. If only I'd known I'd meet someone as handsome as you. I wouldn't have married and had kids with that Mr. Yen. Xiuxian pretended to look confused. Red Sister, stop making jokes. Where am I even at? Jinhong stopped talking about those things and quickly finished washing the towels in the basin and hung them up properly. Seeing the time was right, she invited Xiuxian to eat something together. Today hadn't opened for business yet. Not earning a single penny, Jinhong took out about $10 from the drawer. She then pulled Xiuxian inside and went to the small restaurant across the street for a good meal. How could it be right for a woman to pay when they come out for a meal? Xiuxian understood this, but after searching all over his pockets, he only found a few dollars. Upon seeing this, Jinhong couldn't help but laugh, feeling that Xiuxian was actually pretty honest. All right, today, sister is treating you. When you have money, you treat me back, no worries. They ordered 4 dishes, a pot of soup, and Jinhong even ordered a glass of baijiu from the liquor cage. Xiuxian wasn't very interested in alcohol. Besides drinking with his brother-in-law, he never drank with anyone else. Moreover, he had already noticed that Jinhong's attitude towards him today was unusual. Naturally, he didn't dare drink rashly. What if something happened after drinking? So Xiuxian kept eating quietly, occasionally raising his head to respond to Jinhong's words before pretending nothing was wrong. Halfway through the meal, Jinhong propped her cheek on one hand, her face slightly flushed. Qianjin, tell sister honestly, are you still an inexperienced youth? Xiuxian almost choked on her words. Red Sister, there are so many people around. Why do you ask this? Jinhong responded calmly. What's wrong? Boys like you. When you reach a certain age, you start to have feelings for girls. I don't believe in that nonsense. Tell sister honestly, and I promise not to tell anyone else. Xiuxian ignored her. How could he talk about this in public? And he also knew the truth about himself. If he admitted it, Red Sister might even look down on him for being incompetent. But as a man, he didn't casually engage with women. Isn't this called being clean and self-respecting? He was clean and self-respecting, so why did others mock him? Seeing that Xiuxian remained silent for a long time, Jinhong guessed that he had not lost his virginity yet. She directly reached out and touched Xiuxian's face. Xiuxian felt as if electricity ran through his whole body. Red Sister, you've had too much to drink. Let me take you home. Jinhong stared at him with 2 eyes. Young boy, do you know that when you take a woman home, you're supposed to say something nice? Unless you want to cause trouble for me, or I'll go back alone next time, you treat me the next meal. Seeing Red Sister get up and walk out, Xiuxian was still a little worried. When he came out, he saw Red Sister talking with a man over 40 by the roadside. Wasn't she drunk just now? How can she chat with others so clearly? Xiuxian waited by the road for a while until the middle-aged man waved goodbye to Red Sister. Xiuxian then approached. Who was that person just now, Red Sister? Seeing Xiuxian actually chased her out, Jinhong didn't panic either. It's an old friend, so what? Don't think I'm seeing someone special. I am already a divorced woman. I'm not that naive anymore. If it were a young handsome guy like you, sister would be willing to spend some time with you privately. But obviously, you wouldn't consider someone like sister, so no point wasting time. Remember, you treat me next time. Later, Xiuxian realized that women like Red Sister definitely had good alcohol tolerance. A cup of baijiu surely wasn't her limit. Maybe she hadn't even enjoyed herself fully. Unlike him, after drinking 1 or 2 cups, his face turned red, but red cheeks don't necessarily mean good alcohol tolerance. It actually means bad alcohol tolerance due to lacking enzymes to break down alcohol in the body. Since he knew Yin Xiaodong wouldn't be here for a while, Xiuxian should focus the remaining time on his own store. Otherwise, time will pass day by day, and with 80 yuan monthly rent, that would be astronomical. He had to open the store quickly to make money. Chapter 113, Master, please. Having had several idle days, Xiuxian finally devoted all his attention to the shop. He borrowed a tricycle from an old acquaintance in the village and transported a few shelves over there. Riding the tricycle, Xiuxian couldn't help but marvel at how technology changes life. Who would have thought that in the future there would be electric tricycles that run on their own with just a twist of the handle, requiring no pedaling at all? After much effort, he finally reached the market entrance. After much hesitation, Xiuxian still decided to ride up a not-so-steep slope. This way, once he got off, he was right in front of the shop, making it less labor-intensive to move the shelves. The bosses of neighboring stores came out one by one, looking at Xiuxian and feeling that he was extraordinary. Young and good-looking, with talent enough to open a store. The owner next door who sold clothing grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds and curiously walked over. Little brother, what are you going to sell in your store? Clothes and shoes or daily-use sundries? Only then did Xiuxian notice that his shop didn't even have a sign yet. No wonder someone asked. I haven't decided yet. Beautiful lady, could you tell me what's most profitable now? Xiang Jingjin calling her beautiful made her giggle. Young man, do I look like a beauty to you? You really know how to talk. These days, everything is tough. But I am clear about one thing, go south. There are more rich people in the south, and they're all big bosses. I'm not exaggerating when I say money is everywhere down there. Seeing her say this, Xiang Jingjin curiously asked, if you know how profitable it is down there, why don't you go? The woman boss of the clothing store smiled bashfully and said, I'm not used to the environment in the south, and I heard that the bosses there are very stingy. It's not as straightforward as here. They meticulously keep track of every penny and dime. They can't bear any loss. Xiang Jingjin shook his head. These are all stereotypes. Southern people are indeed adept at business. I know several big southern bosses too. Let's leave it at that. I need to hurry up and get these things moved inside, and when the store is ready, I'll invite you all for tea. In the previous life, Xiang Jingjin had always dreamed of having a shop like this. Spare time can be spent brewing a pot of tea, inviting a few good friends over for chats. Unfortunately, he wasted his whole life in his workplace and never realized this dream. Finally, now it has come true. Following the pre-designed plan, he placed several display cabinets against the wall. Then, he nailed them securely in place so that they wouldn't collapse under the weight of the items on the shelves later. With such efforts, Xiang Jingjin quickly gave the shop a bit of shape, but it still fell far short of his ideal store. Xiang Jingjin dared not slack off, but fortunately, his brother-in-law helped make the cabinets, saving him quite a bit of money. When Xiang Jingjin finished dealing with the shop and returned home, he unexpectedly saw Xuanhuan there as well. His arrival at this moment certainly didn't bode well. Xiang Jingjin pretended not to notice him and chatted aimlessly with his sister. Xiang Meiyun also knew that her younger brother currently harbored some resentment towards Xuanhuan and was unwilling to acknowledge him. But since he had already come, how could she truly ignore him? More importantly, Xuanhuan showed up, which meant he hadn't found a suitable person for the tiger skin deal yet. Jingjin, I've been here for half the day already, and you haven't said a word to me. Xiang Jingjin glanced at him without responding. Sister, what's for dinner tonight? Is there any meat left in the house? Now, Xiang Meiyun wasn't sure what game her younger brother was playing. None, but there are still the 2 pheasants you brought over before. If you want to eat, you can stew them. As for pork, we're out of that. Pork was so precious in this era, it wasn't something every household could afford just because they wanted it. That will work. Stew them. In a couple of days, I'll head into the mountains to fetch something. Come along and help me set up the shop. I really can't manage it alone. Xiang Meiyun hadn't expected that running the shop involved her as well. Since her younger brother had already asked for help, as a sister, how could she refuse? Alright, let me know ahead of time, preferably during my rest period. Back in the room, Xiang Jingjin looked at Xuanhuan coldly. Uncle Guangji, what wind brings you to my house? If it's still about that tiger skin, don't even bother to mention it. Xuanhuan genuinely couldn't understand why a single tiger skin would cause his apprentice to sever ties with him. Was it really necessary? Forward, you mustn't forget who taught you the skills to hunt in the mountains. If it weren't for me back then, you wouldn't be where you are now. I know you're bold and meticulous, daring to do things others wouldn't dare to attempt. But do you really plan to starve your master after learning the craft? Xiang Jingjin replied. Master, it's not that I intend to let you starve. Originally, you didn't rely on hunting in the mountains to support a family. You have your own skills, and I didn't steal anything from you. You can hunt anything in the mountain except tigers. Last year during the heavy snow, I encountered a tiger in the forest. It was a female tiger. She was pregnant with cubs, knowing she wouldn't be able to raise them, so she somehow made me take those cubs. The newborn tiger cubs weren't more than a few days old when I brought them back. I'm sure you noticed at that time. Xuanhuan said nothing, indeed recognizing then that they were tiger cubs. He had assumed that Xiang Jingjin had intentionally not identified them, passing them off as stray cats or dogs. Never did he expect Xiang Jingjin to know their real identity. Even less did he expect that they were sent by the tiger mother. Thinking about this, Xuanhuan couldn't help but feel that perhaps Xiang Jingjin was born for hunting in the mountains. Otherwise, why hadn't such incidents happened to others? Xiang Jingjin continued. I wouldn't dare to say how much I adore those 3 tigers. But you've lived in the village for many years, even when you were younger and ventured into the mountains often. How many people have you ever heard of being on such good terms with tigers? As for that boss, he shouldn't entertain inappropriate thoughts like this. If he asks for other things, I could satisfy him. But these tiger skins? No way can I let him get what he wants. Xuanhuan felt indignant inside. Jingjin, your words are getting more unreasonable. What's this nonsense about getting what he wants? I'll tell you, before I found someone surnamed Yin to hunt tigers for me, but for some reason, he's now missing. It's making it hard for me to track him down now. Could you just do me a favor this one time, Uncle Guangji? If you help this once, in the future if similar business comes up, I promise I won't accept it. Xiang Jingjin remained calm. Didn't we already argue about this before? Have you forgotten so soon? Don't place any hope on me. I've got other matters to attend to recently. So going into the mountain to hunt, we'll have to wait a while. If there's nothing else, Uncle, you should go home and eat. I won't hold you back. This obvious dismissal command was something Xuanhuan couldn't miss. But how could he leave? If he left now, the deal would completely fall apart. Jingjin, please consider this as your uncle asking you, Xuanhuan pleaded. I've already promised the boss I'd secure the skins for him. Tell me, how am I supposed to explain this situation now? Chapter 114, let him try. Xiang Jingjin helplessly shrugged his hands, unsure of where he should go to deal with these matters. Uncle, I still stand by my previous statement. There's nothing I can do to help you with this. You'd better find someone else. After saying this, Xiuxian got up and went outside to help his sister start the fire for cooking. Su Guangji understood the situation clearly. It was obvious there was no point in continuing their conversation. The threats that worked before now seemed powerless. He had already witnessed how formidable Xiuxian was. On that day, when Xiang said he had coordinated with all the hunters who go into the mountain to hunt, Su Guangji didn't believe it. But later when he visited each household of hunters one by one, they all knew it was about going into the mountain to hunt tigers. Even though he raised the price to 19,000 yuan, none of those hunters wavered. It was as if the 19,000 yuan wasn't money. It was like a piece of scrap paper. Money couldn't even sway them. Su Guangji realized there was really no better way. In the end, the only person he could rely on was Xiuxian, his young apprentice. Unfortunately, this apprentice also had an unbending backbone and would definitely not agree to his demands. Xiuxian didn't get involved in the matter either. She knew her younger brother had a sense of fairness within him. He was crystal clear on what he could do and what he couldn't do. Moreover, being part of the same family, they must support each other instead of stabbing each other in the back. Uncle Guangji, since you're leaving, next time you come, I'll have Wei Dong accompany you for a drink. Su Guangji wanted to say more, but as he saw Xiuxian diligently working on lighting the fire, he knew anything he said wouldn't make a difference. Just after Su Guangji left, Tian Weidong returned. The first thing he did upon returning was ask Xiang Meiyun why Su Guangji had come again. Everyone in the family knew now, whenever Su Guangji came, he brought no good intentions. As soon as he appeared, chaos was sure to follow. He was no longer the respected Uncle Guangji they once knew. Since he was no longer worthy of respect, Tian Weidong naturally needed to find out why he had come visiting. But even using my common sense, I know he must be here for Xiuxian. Seeing his brother-in-law intently working on the fire, Tian Weidong quickly took off his coat. It couldn't be that Su Guangji has come again trying to convince Qianjin to go hunting tigers in the mountains. Why won't this man give up? He's dead set on making that 2,000 yuan commission. Listen, we absolutely cannot go. Under no circumstances should we go. Tian Weidong warned earnestly. Xiuxian looked up and said, relax, brother-in-law. If I were going, do you think he would leave here with such a sour face? Tian Weidong reflected on this for a moment, realizing it was true. With this, Xiang Meiyan stopped worrying about the issue and retrieved the 2 wild mountain chickens. Although wild mountain chickens aren't as plump as domestic chickens, the meat is much better than what they usually ate. Once she cleaned and prepared the chickens, Tian Weidong took out the cutting board and knife and started chopping the chicken vigorously in the courtyard. As he chopped the whole chicken into pieces, Aunt Li from the neighboring house heard the commotion and peeked over the wall. Today you're stewing chicken? This feast seems to indicate Forward has been busy in the mountains lately, bringing home quite a bounty. Tian Weidong chuckled. Of course. Without Forward, Mei Yun and I wouldn't have the chance to eat this kind of food. We owe it all to him. Aunt Li eyed the chicken enviously. Their family hadn't enjoyed any meat in a long while, yet she couldn't bring herself to ask for some just to quench her craving. Tian Weidong, though honest, wasn't foolish. Given that these 2 chickens weren't very fat, the meal likely wouldn't last more than 1 or 2 meals at best. If he gave away some of it, none of the 4 people in his family would get enough to eat. Hastily finishing the task of preparing the chicken, he brought it back indoors, leaving Aunt Li without the opportunity to speak up. She simply returned home to stir-fry some cabbage for a simple meal. Xiuxian sat on the Kong bed, laughing and playing around with Tianhua. Your carefree days are about to come to an end. In no time, you'll be carrying a little school bag and heading to school. However, Tianhua showed no resistance toward going to school. And at school, he would make lots of new friends with whom he could play. Xiuxian thought Tianhua would probably burst into tears when he mentioned schooling. But instead, Tianhua remained surprisingly calm. Sister's child, going to school is great. You can learn characters and understand principles. One day, Tianhua will certainly attend a good university so he can find a good job and earn a lot of money. Unexpectedly, this little guy could voice such mature thoughts, which made Xiuxian feel deeply gratified. All right then, I'll remember what you've said. In the future, if you fail, we'll see what happens to you. Upon returning home, Su Guangji found everything irritating, especially when he saw his own son. He kicked him right away. Ouch, what's gotten into you? Why the sudden temper tantrum? Who provoked you? Su Guangji glared at his wife. Who else? That damn kid surnamed Xiang. His wings have hardened, and now he dares to defy me. If I'm not doing well, then no one else will either. Seeing her husband lose his temper so greatly and take it out on their son was something she rarely witnessed throughout the year. Since he angered you, why are you directing your frustration at our son? It's not fair to him. Su Guangji looked at his own son with nothing but disappointment. If only he could go into the mountain to hunt, those 20,000 yuan would have been perfectly safe in our family treasury. He's just a coward who doesn't dare to enter the mountain. Otherwise, there'd be no need for apprentices. Dad, tigers aren't ordinary creatures anyone can deal with. Even if you took me with you, I wouldn't dare to approach it. Maybe this money isn't meant for us to earn, so stop thinking about it. However, Su Guangji couldn't feel any relief as he crushed his cigarette. After some deliberation, he made up his mind. Since that young man refused to go, he'd go himself. Su Guangji's wife panicked upon hearing her husband's plan to go alone to hunt the tiger. You crazy old man, dreaming of going into the mountain to hunt tigers. Aren't you afraid the tiger will devour you? Can't we just give up the 20,000 yuan? We're not lacking money now. But Su Guangji shot his wife an intense glare. It's just one pull of the trigger for 20,000 yuan. As long as I ambush well, the tiger won't stand a chance against me. Women should stay out of these matters. Go prepare me some hot wine tonight. Tomorrow, I'm entering the mountain. It was clear that Su Guangji had gone mad over these 20,000 yuan. His wife, seeing the situation, couldn't just sit by idly and let her husband rush headlong into danger. After much thought, she decided to visit Xiuxian tonight and ask him, as the apprentice, to offer good advice. Don't throw away your life for this little amount of money. After finishing dinner, Su Guangji immediately fell asleep, and the house became quiet, a rare moment indeed. However, at this moment, his son was feeling agitated. Mom, why don't you just let Dad go? He won't let go of this obsession even if we stop him. Let him try. If necessary, I'll follow him along. It'll help build some courage. Sons, both of you are insane. Tigers aren't animals you can just decide to attack so easily. Stop scaring me here. Hurry up, wash up and get to bed. I'll visit Mei Yun soon and see if her younger brother can think of ways to keep your father from going. The son pulled his mother back urgently. Mom, don't bother others over this. I'll go with Dad tomorrow, and I promise I won't let him do anything dangerous. Chapter 115, Broken Leg. It took great effort to finally calm the son down, but his mother was still worried. When both the man and the son had fallen asleep, she quietly headed towards Xiang Meiyun's house. Upon reaching the gate, seeing the lights still on inside, she hurriedly knocked on the door. This lit lamp meant that people were not yet resting, so there was still time for a few words. The door was opened by Xiang Qianjin. Aunt, why did you come? Qianjin, I have something important to tell you. Can I come in? Despite having conflicts with Su Guangji, Xiang Qianjin treated things fairly, and no matter how unpleasant it got, it had nothing to do with Aunt. Quickly inviting Aunt in, he said as they walked, what exactly happened that you came over in the middle of the night? Once inside, Aunt saw that this family was already preparing to sleep. She guessed that if it had been any later, she wouldn't even need to knock. She could just turn around and leave. It's all because of your uncle. After returning home today, he seemed quite off. He kept yelling about going into the mountain tomorrow to hunt tigers. I told him we shouldn't bother chasing those 20,000 yuan, but he wouldn't listen, insisting on getting the money. Do you think humans can deal with tigers? And his health is far from suitable for long stays in the mountains. Qianjin, you are his only disciple, so talk to him and dissuade him from going into the mountain. Please drop this idea. Xiang Qianjin smiled faintly and said, I'd like to persuade him, but Uncle Guangji needs to listen to me first. He's fixated on this, and no one else's persuasion works anymore. You might as well let him try to go into the mountain. Perhaps before even approaching the tiger, he'll be scared enough. Aunt kept her head low, feeling very troubled. Qianjin, I know coming at this time won't make you happy. But the problem is that yesterday my son also said he wanted to accompany his father into the mountain. What does the boy know? What can he understand? So I came here because I'm worried, hoping you can dissuade him. Xiang Meiyun understood Aunt's intentions, but at this crucial moment, mere persuasion wouldn't work. Aunt, if I were you, I would stop trying to manage everything. Qianjin is right. Some people only realize their mistakes after hitting a wall. If Uncle Guangji really cannot part with those 20,000 yuan, then let him try. If he succeeds, let him earn it. If he fails, he'll suffer a little. That way, he'll know better next time. After hearing Xiang Meiyun's words, Aunt was somewhat upset. What kind of words are these? Uncle Guangji cared about you in the past too. This moral manipulation made Xiang Meiyun simply fall silent, deciding it was better to avoid saying too much and making mistakes. Never mind, pretend I didn't come. Let him decide for himself. I'll go back now. Xiang Qianjin stood up and escorted Aunt away. None of them, the 4 people in the family, took the matter seriously. If Su Guangji wanted to go, fine, what harm could come of it? The next morning, Xiang Qianjin still went to the shop to clean up and bought a second-hand leather sofa from the market for 30 yuan. He placed it against the east wall of the shop and added a wooden coffee table. This would be the reception area where customers could sit and drink tea while discussing business. The setup would help smoothly conduct all negotiations. Just after finishing arranging the shop, Xiuxian rushed over. At this hour, wasn't she supposed to be at work? Seeing her come, Xiang Qianjin asked, confused, why are you here? Uncle Guangji's wife came to the factory to look for Meiyun's sister, but she was too busy to come. So she sent me to tell you that they couldn't stop Uncle Guangji from entering the mountain. His son fell and broke his leg, and they need your help to rescue them from the mountain. Frowning, Xiang Qianjin replied, are there no other villagers? They always come to me when they're in trouble, don't they see I'm busy? Xiuxian initially responded the same way, reminding herself that the village had more than just Xiang Qianjin, who was young and strong. But upon further thought, it made sense why everyone turned to him. Though others were young and robust, none may match Xiang Qianjin's abilities. Xiuxian was merely passing on the message. She was not responsible for bringing Xiang Qianjin along. Seeing her master unaffected, she didn't push, instead starting to look around the shop curiously. Master, when will your store open? Very soon. Just a bit more decoration and adding some inventory, and we'll open. But before opening, I need to visit a place. Xiuxian was astonished. Where are you going? Xiang Qianjin declared firmly, to the south. We can't keep relying on others to mediate our deals. I'll go to the south and pave the way for the sale of these mountain goods, so in the future, I can directly contact the bosses who need these products. It will be straightforward in terms of making money or other aspects. We agree on a number, and there's no need to split the profits with anyone. Xiuxian thought this was a good plan. She also knew about Su Guangji taking a commission, though it wasn't much, but who doesn't want more money? Master, should we still head into the mountain? Uncle Guangji is waiting there. Xiang Qianjin replied without hesitation. No, just tell him you couldn't find me. Isn't that enough? To be honest, Aunt came last night to ask me to try to persuade him. You know this kind of thing. Once Uncle Guangji makes up his mind, how can I possibly change it? It might as well let him learn a lesson himself. It's truly pitiful for his son, who actually has nothing to do with all this. He went into the mountain to protect his father. He really had it tough. Xilan didn't refute. If you're not going, then I'd better hurry back to work at the factory. I only took an hour off. Xiuxian waved his hands repeatedly, urging her. Go back to work quickly. Be careful on your way. In the mountains, Su Guangji and his son stayed together. They had already found the tiger's tracks. Dad, will your plan succeed? What if it doesn't come? Not coming? If it doesn't come, your dad still has plenty of tricks up his sleeve. Su Guangji sounded extremely stubborn. You keep saying I fell off the mountain and broke my leg. If brother Qianjin comes, sees that I'm perfectly fine, he would definitely refuse to have anything to do with you anymore. However, Su Guangji didn't think so. What does refusing to have anything to do mean? I'm his master. What reason does he have not to come? Unfortunately, we've only found the tiger's tracks, but don't know where those tigers are. The key issue was that the big boss specifically wanted the skin of a male tiger. He didn't want female ones. No one knew what he intended to do. But if we catch this tiger, our family will earn an extra 20,000 yuan. When it comes to your wedding, we'll buy more good furniture. You shouldn't think your dad is only interested in money. All of this is for you and your sister. If it weren't for you too, I wouldn't even bother doing such hard work. With that sentence from his father, the son didn't regret following along into the mountain. Who says parents don't love their children? Dad, if you'd said earlier, I wouldn't have come with you. Su Guangji looked at his son and retorted. What? You're unhappy about earning some money. How does your brain work? Is it waterlogged or something? The son said. Dad, in the future, I'll make my own path. Right now, you should enjoy a peaceful life. When Su Guangji heard this from his son, suddenly warmth welled up inside him. You little brat, you know how to talk. But I am your dad. If I don't think for you, who else will? Even if you're capable and can carve out your own future, wouldn't it be better for me to prepare more for you? Our family doesn't need the money you earn, but while I can still work, I must leave more behind for you and your sister. That way, when difficulties arise in the future, the pressure on you both will be lessened. Just as he finished speaking, Su Guangji caught sight of something black and yellow darting into his line of vision. Chapter 116, The Mountain Goods Store. In terms of luck, Su Guangji certainly doesn't match Xiang Qianjin. Xiang always comes back with a full load every time he ventures into the mountains. Even when Su Guangji was younger, out of 10 trips to the mountains, he would come back empty-handed 6 or 7 times. Now that he's older, this situation is even worse. It's unclear if it's due to declining reflexes or a growing fear for his life. Previously, he could easily make gains from hunting all because he had an apprentice named Xiang Qianjin. Wherever Qianjin led, Guangji followed without hesitation. If Qianjin didn't lead, Guangji still tried to follow through anyway. His own son, born timid and hesitant, lacks both courage and strategy needed for hunting in the mountains. Dad, it's been so long. Why hasn't brother Qianjin come yet? Could he not come? Slap. Su Guangji disliked such talk. He smacked his son on the back of his head. You really take after your mother, bringing up the wrong topics at the wrong time. Next time there's anything like this, don't come with me. Su Bo shrank his neck. If he wasn't worried about his father's safety, he'd rather stay home lying on the Kong bed. That fleeting glimpse of yellow-black striped fur, it must have been a tiger, no doubt. Before seeing it, Su Guangji had thought up several ways to deal with the situation. When he finally saw it, he froze and lay low by the ravine for quite a while. Only after the tiger wandered off did Su Guangji gather enough nerve to try rushing towards it. But the tiger had already disappeared. Holding his rudimentary gun, Su Guangji fired 2 shots toward where the tiger had vanished, barely grazing its hindquarters. Damn it, let that thing escape. Su Bo watched his father standing there complaining and couldn't help but comment, Dad, I think it's not that the tiger ran away. It's just that you were afraid to go out earlier. If you weren't afraid, you'd have rushed out already. Su Bo said as he stepped out of the bushes. Su Guangji stood there gripping his gun, lost in thought. He wanted nothing more than to kick his useless son. He could blame his recent failures on getting older and having less energy, but how could cowardice be the reason? Someday I'll catch you, flay you, break your tendons, and see who still calls me useless then. As dusk fell, Xiang Qianjin returned home hugging a pile of things. Seeing his sister and brother-in-law were already there, he blurted out first. I heard Uncle Guangji's son broke his leg. Is that true? Xiang Meiyun was mending her son Tianhua's pants on the bed. Hearing her brother's words, she was surprised too. Is that so? I haven't heard about it. If it's true, word would have spread by now. The calmness in Hejiang village, along with her sister's reactions, confirmed that Xiang Qianjin's suspicion was correct. Sister, what's for dinner today? I bought 2 chicken frames. Can you cook them for me? Like pulling rabbits out of a hat, Xiang Qianjin revealed 2 frozen solid chicken frames. Xiang Meiyun looked at the chicken frames and sighed. This late at night, how can I possibly cook this? Maybe when I get some rest. Seeing her lack of willingness, Xiang Qianjin didn't insist and hung the 2 chicken frames outside casually. But at this point, Tianhua couldn't tolerate the wait any longer. With resources scarce and children greedy for snacks, cooking these chicken frames in boiling water, adding oil, salt, vinegar, they would taste irresistible. Just imagining the flavor made one's mouth water. Mom, can you prepare something for me to eat? Uncle has already bought them. Resisting her son's pleading was impossible for Xiang Meiyun. All right, I'll cook after I finish sewing your pants. Who knows if you were reincarnated as a monkey last life? Why does the seam keep breaking? During dinner, Xiang Qianjin finally mentioned that Xilan had approached him. What? How dare someone use such a lie to deceive you? Truly looking for trouble. Thankfully you didn't fall for it. What kind of family treats their relatives like tools? We should stop interacting with the Guangxi family. Although Xiang Meiyun spoke harshly, everyone lived in the same village. They would inevitably bump into each other. Cutting ties completely would prevent many village affairs from being accomplished. As the patriarch of the family, Tian Weidong also chimed in at this point. Uncle Guangxi really acted unethically in this matter. When I next encounter him, I'll say a few things to him, using his own son to fabricate lies. Thankfully, nothing bad happened this time. But if we encounter danger in the future, should we believe them or not? If something similar happens again, isn't this just like the story of the boy who cried wolf? Exactly. This Su Guangxi, really, for just 20,000 yuan, risking his life unnecessarily. Xiang Meiyun agreed. Whether Su Guangxi truly risks his life or pretends to do so remains debatable. At any rate, Xiang Qianjin wouldn't involve himself further, ensuring he neither sees nor hears anything. Sister, if Su Guangxi comes again, just tell him I'm not at home. Xiang Meiyun readily agreed. All right, got it. If he dares to come, I'll simply shut the door on him. Who does he think he is? With just one word from his sister, Xiang Qianjin was more than satisfied. He couldn't help but eat a few more bites of the chicken frames. The 2 chicken frames, for the most part, ended up in Xiang Qianjin's stomach. Only the leftovers went to his sister, her husband, and Tianhua. Being able to eat so much showed how happy Xiang Qianjin was at that moment. After dinner, Xiang Qianjin sipped tea in the west room. The tea leaves came from Jin Hong, who had given him a packet earlier. Sister, can you think of a sign for me? It's about time my store got a sign. Xiang Meiyun was a bit startled. How could she, as a woman, meddle in something as important as choosing a name? Besides, her education level wasn't high. What if the name she came up with sounded bad? If travelers couldn't understand it, wouldn't future customers avoid buying goods from the store? Then everything would be her fault. This was Xiang Qianjin's first store, holding great significance. She couldn't ruin it. To hand over such an important matter to me. Or perhaps your brother-in-law could help instead. He's smarter than me, so he'd definitely come up with a better name. My brother-in-law still complains about the grand name I gave Tianhua. He says that if renaming is possible in the future, he'll definitely do it. In this aspect, Xiang Qianjin actually agreed. His sister truly wasn't as thoughtful as her husband in such matters. Xiang Qianjin had already thought of a name himself, Little Xiang Mountain Goods Store. Simple and easy to understand, and it would promote his own reputation. Tian Weidong took the lead in asking Xiang Qianjin's thoughts. Since it's your store, what name do you want? Xiang Qianjin took a sip of tea and said, it's named after me, Little Xiang Mountain Goods. How does that sound? Tian Weidong thought for a while and responded. Instead of Little Xiang Mountain Goods, why not call it Forward Mountain Goods? Sounds much more inspiring. When those words left his mouth, Xiang Qianjin felt a bit embarrassed. His name had its distinctive era flavor, encapsulating his parents' hopes for him. Go forward, advance, it was all there. Although Xiang Meiyun didn't initiate the name suggestion, hearing that her husband wanted to use her younger brother's name for the shop sign made her think it was decent. I think the previous name was pretty good, just call it Forward Mountain Goods. If anyone shares the name with you in the future, just show your ID. Xiang Qianjin felt the process of finalizing the store name was somewhat arbitrary. Chapter 117, The Wolf is Coming. A name for a shop that customers can easily recite might truly be a good name. It seems that naming cannot be too casual. Xiang Qianjin, you are so famous now. Everyone within 10 miles knows you. By word of mouth, in a year or two, you could open a branch. At the market entrance, in the county, in the town, in the city, even in the capital, you can open stores. We're afraid that in the future, girls who fancy you might wear out our threshold. Talks about things not yet even close to happening, and yet they've already sparked thoughts about finding a mate in his sister's mind. Xiang Qianjin didn't want to get involved with himself and went back to the east room holding a teacup. Just after falling asleep for a while at midnight, he heard someone shouting for help, initially mistaking it for a dream. Xiang Qianjin pondered how realistic this dream was, as if that unmistakable northeastern Dakazi accent. Xiang Qianjin suddenly sat up, realizing that the cry for help he just heard might not have been a dream. Similarly awoken by the commotion was Tian Weidong. This man sleeps lightly, and any noise would easily wake him up. After such an eventful night, who knows which fool was responsible? Out of concern, Tian Weidong still got up from bed. So late, where are you going? Tian Weidong's movement woke up Xiang Meiyun, who had been sleeping next to him. She flipped over and continued to sleep, needing to wake up early for work tomorrow. When Tian Weidong stepped out of the west room, he surprisingly found his younger brother-in-law also emerging wrapped in a cotton coat. The two looked at each other silently for a moment, comprehending what was amiss without words. Of course, because their relationship was good. Otherwise, at this hour encountering each other would likely result in tension. As the two left the yard and stood by the road, they swiveled their heads back and forth like fools. Xiang Qianjin narrowed his eyes and searched for anomalies in the darkness. Brother-in-law, how come it's quiet now? Has it already ended? Tian Weidong hadn't observed the entire scene, and he had no idea what happened afterward. And whoever was screaming for help wouldn't have possibly encountered a thief. Several minutes passed. They were almost frozen stiff when Xiang Qianjin suggested they should go back. Right as they turned around, the cry for help came again. This time, both of them heard it. Indeed, someone was shouting for help, and judging by the sound, it was quite close. Before knowing the exact situation, Xiang Qianjin and his brother-in-law followed the sound. They walked westward for hundreds of meters, nearly reaching the village entrance. Suddenly, they noticed several dogs pacing at the village entrance, tails hanging downward. Shit, wolves. Realizing this, Xiang Qianjin pulled his brother-in-law to retreat, but precisely at this moment, a hand grabbed Tian Weidong's wrist. In the pitch black of night, the sudden appearance of a hand could give one a heart attack. Tian Wei Dong was no exception. With a shout, he attracted the attention of several wolves pacing at the village entrance. Wolves are pack animals. They don't fight alone, but follow a wolf king. Not knowing what grabbed his hand, Tian Wei Dong instinctively tried to pull it away. Looking along the arm of the person who held him, he found that the individual grasping his hand was none other than Su Guangji's son, Su Bo. Recalling dinner, when the whole family discussed him while sitting on the kong, he never expected that just hours later, they'd meet. And under these circumstances, how did it end up being you out here, staying awake all night instead of sleeping? What do you want to do outside your home? At these words from Tian Wei Dong, Su Bo quickly let go of his hand. His face full of fear transformed into one filled with shame. Today my dad and I saw a tiger in the mountains. He said I'm useless, that I'm too timid. So tonight I came out to build up my courage. And I ended up walking there. Su Bo pointed towards the direction of the village's west entrance, then added, when I got there, I saw a dog. I thought it must be some big wolf dog from someone's house. But as I got closer, I realized its tail was pointing down. My dad told me that a tail pointing up means it's a dog, and a tail pointing down means it's a wolf. As soon as I saw it was a wolf coming into the village, I rushed back. But what I didn't expect was that there wasn't just one. They were coming as a group. Xiuxian gazed toward the direction of the village's west entrance, just as Su Bo had said. Indeed, the wolves were coming in a pack. Since they were arriving as a pack, the Wolf King must have come seeking revenge. Xiuxian suddenly remembered that when he went into the mountain looking for Uncle Du, he killed a wolf to save xuanhuan. He also extracted the wolf's teeth, estimating that the smell led its companions straight there. Now, it had come to avenge the killed wolf. If this were the Wolf King, it would inevitably track him down and rip him apart. Moreover, the three men were weaponless. Even if they had a real hunting rifle in their hands, they might not stand a chance against a pack of wolves. Xiuxian immediately analyzed the situation, outnumbered. He patted his brother-in-law on the shoulder and said, brother-in-law, let's go back and get some weapons. When Su Bo heard that Xiuxian wanted to go back for weapons, he quickly stopped him. No, everyone is sleeping at this late hour. You wouldn't be planning to fire a gun in the village, would you? Maybe those wolves couldn't find food on the mountain, so they came into the village out of hunger. We should try to drive them away. I remember there are still firecrackers left from the new year at my place. I'll go grab a few. Xiuxian thought what Su Bo said didn't quite make sense. It was indeed bedtime, but both firing a gun and lighting firecrackers would make a lot of noise. There's a chance it could scare children who've just fallen asleep. But whether these wolves had come to take revenge on Xiuxian or were really, as Su Bo said, so hungry they came to the village for food, they couldn't be allowed to harm innocent people. All right, we'll do it your way. Brother-in-law, keep an eye on things here while I go get something too. Tian Wei Dong exclaimed, I'll stay here. If you need anything, I can fetch it for you. Su Bo, don't just stand there. Go get the firecrackers quickly, bring plenty. We might need them. Su Bo nodded repeatedly, exerting all his strength just to finally stand up. If not for their intervention, he wouldn't know how long he'd have been crouching there. Thankfully, his luck was good. Otherwise, if the wolves really found him, they'd surely spot him. Xiuxian noticed that even his brother-in-law was afraid and smiled, saying, I'll wait for the two of you here. Hurry back before I get torn apart by 5 wolves. As soon as the words were out, Xiuxian found himself a hiding spot. Tian Wei Dong ran back almost as if racing, unwilling to leave his younger brother-in-law in danger. Seeing Tian Wei Dong run off like that, Su Bo attempted to imitate him, but he forgot that his legs had gone numb from squatting. Walking even a few more steps was already his limit, and Xiuxian's attention was entirely focused on the wolves. He didn't notice when Su Bo fell flat on his back, trying to walk faster. Hearing the thud, Xiuxian turned around. Seeing Su Bo lying face down on the ground, Xiuxian shook his head helplessly. Just as he was about to get up to help Su Bo up, Su Bo slowly got to his feet on his own. Chapter 118. You can't handle this. Since he was now able to get up by himself, Xiuxian didn't need to worry. He originally wanted to give a couple of warnings, telling him not to be afraid, and anyway, as long as he was here, those wolves would never hurt him. But Xiuxian couldn't guarantee it, although his brother-in-law had gone home to fetch tools. But at the moment, his hands were empty. Even if he had a stick for self-defense, that would have been better. Now, not only did he have no weapon in his hand, but also had to worry about those several wolves suddenly charging forward. But looking back, he saw those few wolves still leisurely strolling around. It seemed like they hadn't agreed on a plan yet. Xiuxian counted in his heart. There were 6 wolves in total. If things went smoothly, throwing out 1 or 2 firecrackers could scare them all away. If things don't go well, killing 1 or 2 wouldn't be a loss either, and he could pull out all their teeth. Then he could carve a few beads and make a wolf tooth necklace to sell in the shop. Not long after, Tian Wei Dong returned with a gun in his hand and a box of steel sand. Moreover, he also brought a hoe and a sickle. Brother-in-law, why did you bring these 2 things? Tian Wei Dong weighed the stuff in his hands and said proudly, just in case. If your gun shoots off course and the steel sand runs out, but those wolves are still here, at least we have something lethal in our hands. Xiuxian completely laughed at his brother-in-law's reaction. Wolves aren't as smart as people. Once they hear some noise, they might realize they can't deal with it and retreat. 9 times out of 10, those wolves are targeting me. They just haven't found my location yet. To be on the safe side, Xiuxian hid where he was until Su Bo came back. Just then, the alpha wolf jumped onto a rock, raised its neck, pointed its snout upward, and started howling. Upon hearing this call, all the nerves in Xiuxian's body tightened at once. The remaining 5 wolves gathered over instantly. Xiuxian adjusted his makeshift rifle. At this distance, it was out of range. Either they moved forward a few more steps, or those wolves came closer to them. Both sides were in high tension, but Xiuxian was very confident that he would be able to eliminate all these wolves eventually. Even if letting them return to the mountains, there was no guarantee they won't come back to the village next time. Fortunately, these wolves didn't come during the day, otherwise any child who met them would surely be in trouble. Thankfully, it was night now, and every household closed their doors and windows tightly, avoiding too much harm. After lying in wait for about 20 minutes, he saw those few wolves coming. Xuanhuan picked up the hoe in his hand, ready to charge forward. Xiuxian stopped him immediately. Brother-in-law, don't rush. These creatures are beasts, we're hiding in the dark, and we shouldn't startle them. Besides, didn't Su Bo go to get fireworks? Why hasn't he returned? Could he be too scared to come over? Xuanhuan didn't dare to comment on this matter either, because when they first arrived, Su Bo already seemed uneasy. If they both hadn't shown up, what fate would await Su Bo alone wasn't something they dared to think about. Forward, do you have confidence in dealing with these wolves? Asked Xuanhuan. It was his first time venturing out with his younger brother-in-law. Xiuxian replied coldly with a smile. If it's this distance, I'll take out the alpha wolf first. As for the remaining wolves, whether or not they scatter in all directions upon hearing the gunshot isn't clear. This was less about clarity and more about certainty. As the alpha wolf and its subordinates stepped into the firing range, Xiuxian took a deep breath, about to raise his gun and aim at the alpha wolf. Waiting for the right opportunity to pull the trigger, he heard Su Bo's voice from the other side. Just watch me blow you up. Before Xiuxian could interject, Su Bo had already thrown the firecrackers out. Almost instinctively, Xiuxian pushed his brother-in-law down, pressing them both to the ground. Bang! The firecracker exploded. Just as Xiuxian was about to say something, the second explosion rang out. This noise woke up all the sleeping villagers. Who is it? Setting off fireworks late at night. Do you let people sleep? But others thought it strange to set off fireworks at this hour. It's neither a festival nor a celebration. It must mean something, though they hadn't heard of such customs. Taking advantage of the confusion among those wolves, Xiuxian quickly aimed his gun at the alpha wolf. The first shot missed, causing Xiuxian immense frustration. He hurried to take another shot. This time, he hit the alpha wolf's hind leg, and it continued to howl. However, this significantly reduced its mobility and fighting ability. As for the other wolves, seeing the alpha wolf injured, they all rushed forward to protect it. Xiuxian was somewhat moved. These animals really had feelings. It was like they were afraid the alpha wolf would die, so soon they followed one after another in succession. But Xiuxian wasn't going to give them much time to react. Grabbing the box of steel sand, he loaded a handful into his makeshift gun. Several shots followed in quick succession. One of the wolves was struck in the head and fell motionless. Xiuxian couldn't afford to miss such a perfect opportunity for attack. He wished he could use the gun like a rifle, shooting one after another without blinking. Not until the box of steel sand was completely used up had 4 out of 6 wolves already fallen. The remaining 2 wolves seemed to have sensed the danger. Xiuxian also knew that now this gun in his hands had turned into useless scrap iron. Yet, he still needed to act as if he was ready to continue, still holding the gun and advancing forward. Seeing this, Xuanhuan grabbed the hoe in one hand and the sickle in the other. If the distance was too far, he would use the hoe. If the 2 wolves suddenly jumped toward him, he would use the sickle. In short, no matter what happened, he had ways to deal with the situation. Looking at his brother-in-law, who had taken up fighting poses like a child at war, Xiuxian felt nothing but admiration rising within him. This brother-in-law of his was indeed remarkable. Not only had he not run away during such perilous times, but he also stood by and fought alongside him. Those 2 young wolves probably realized their advantage was lost. The Wolf King was already lying on the ground, gasping its last breaths. If they didn't flee now, there might be no chance left. Taking advantage of the moment before Xiuxian shot again, they retreated. Since those 2 wolves had run off, it didn't really matter. Given their small sizes, they wouldn't likely become a threat in a short period of time. As for the remaining 4 wolves, Xiuxian absolutely wasn't letting them leave unscathed. Now that these creatures had intruded from the mountain into the village, they mustn't be given any respite. Xiuxian asked for the sickle from Xuanhuan's hand and marched straight towards the wounded Wolf King. Just then Su Bo ran over. Brother Qianjin, what are you going to do? Xiuxian looked at him and said, what else can I do? Send the Wolf King to its grave, obviously. How can you possibly stop me? Don't forget that those wolves were about to eat you just now. Su Bo, seeing that the Wolf King was still breathing, his innate kindness began to overflow. Brother Qianjin, isn't this too cruel? Xiuxian chuckled coldly and retorted, do you forget what your family does for a living? Your father has slaughtered more pigs than I've hunted animals in the mountains. Are you telling me you suddenly can't bear this? Chapter 119. How much do you want to sell? Su Bo was thinking that he couldn't bear to see such things. At home, whenever his father slaughtered pigs or goats, he always stayed far away and never wanted to see blood. Because of this, his father had scolded him several times, but he really couldn't handle those things. Otherwise, he would have taken over by now. Even small tasks like hunting could be managed by him. Why should his father seek help from outsiders when they could teach the family? But as the world turns, there is rarely a perfect solution. The skills a father can master aren't necessarily what the son can achieve. Xiuxian understood Su Bo's concerns, but there was no way around it. These animals must be dealt with. Otherwise, when others wake up for work and pass by here in the morning, they will all see these. Then, once again, Their neighbors might misunderstand them because of this, which xiuxian didn't want. Seeing that there was no stopping him, Su Bo said thank you and returned. If it weren't for xiuxian's rescue tonight, he might have been attacked by those wolves. Leaving so soon? There's one more thing I want to tell you. Next time your father goes into the mountain, don't try to trick me with false appeals about your health. If you keep doing this for too long, I might actually start believing it. Su Bo turned halfway around, glanced back at xiuxian, and gave a weak smile. Understood, brother Qianjin. I need to go back and get some sleep. As he left, xiuxian called his brother-in-law, and together they carefully pulled the teeth from the wolves. Even Tian Weidong, who had blood all over his hands, found it hard to believe this was real. Qianjin, is this what you have to do every time you hunt in the mountains? However, xiuxian shook his head and denied it. After going into the mountains so many times, I encountered wolves only once. This is the second time, but I feel this isn't coincidental. Tian Weidong grabbed a handful of snow by the roadside and wiped the blood off his hands as much as possible. What do you mean? Are you saying someone deliberately lured down these wolves? Like Guangxi's son, xiuxian dragged the dead wolves into the bushes and covered them with corn stalks. If no one discovers them in the coming days, there would still be a good enough reason later on to explain. Besides, fewer people come around the west entrance of the village. It was unlikely anyone would notice in the short term. After everything was handled, xiuxian brought Tian Weidong home. But after returning, Tian Weidong couldn't sleep, staying awake until dawn. When Xiang woke up, she realized her husband was lying beside her. Her memory felt suddenly jumbled. Did you go out last night? Realizing her confusion, Tian Weidong nodded. Yes, I went out with Qianjin for a while. There wasn't any problem, so we just came back. Were you sleepy? Xiang touched her forehead. I was extremely tired, said that sentence to you, and immediately fell back asleep. But I thought I heard some noise. Could it have been the two of you causing it? Tian Weidong told Xiang about what happened last night, especially praising his younger brother-in-law's calm under pressure. At first, Xiang wouldn't believe it. He's just a naive young boy. How could he stay calm in an emergency? I see ever since this kid saved your life, you're almost like his little follower now. In the future, will you think even his farts smell good? Tian Weidong cleverly replied. Actually, super-smelling farts might be super stinking. If you decompose the gas, it may turn out fragrant. Xiang immediately picked up a pillow beside her and threw it at him. Tian Weidong caught the pillow and laughed. All right, let's stop fooling around. I'll get some firewood and prepare breakfast. Xiang folded the blankets and left Tian while sleeping. In the early morning, there's not much else to do. In a few more days, they won't need to light the stove inside the house anymore, signaling that winter has truly passed. Today, xiuxian had nothing else to do. After eating his fill, he casually wandered over to his shop, planning to thoroughly clean the wolf teeth he collected yesterday, then use an electric drill to punch a hole and thread rope through. First put these items in the display case. Later, if he has time, he'll add more variety. He borrowed an electric drill from the hardware store across the street, and the owner asked why he needed it, thinking it might be used to drill holes into walls for screws. But xiuxian shook his head and explained otherwise. Boss, do you think the electric drill you lent me can drill a hole in the wall? I need to drill a hole in wolf teeth to thread a rope. The owner of the hardware store listened, then couldn't help but ask more. Wolf teeth? Where did you get them? I've only heard of them before, never seen one. Xiuxian chuckled and said, yesterday, our village had a few wolves show up, and I directly shot them dead. However, 2 of them got away. I reckon these 2 won't come down the mountain anytime soon. I've grown up this long and haven't heard of anyone eating wolf meat. So, I was thinking, what from a wolf could be meaningful and sell for some money? Besides their teeth, nothing else seems to stand out. I'll talk to you later. I have things to do. Xiuxian took the electric drill back to his shop. He hadn't even sat down when the hardware store owner had already followed over. Seeing the several wolf teeth of different sizes placed on the dish beside him. At first, he thought Xiuxian was making something up, but now that he saw the real thing, there was no doubt it was true. The hardware store owner squatted down curiously, and Xiuxian handed him another small stool. Here, sit on this. Squatting is tiring. The hardware store owner accepted the stool and placed it under his buttocks. These little things are quite nice looking. Did you open this shop just to sell these? Xiuxian chuckled and said, of course not. These can't sell for much, but my shop isn't fully set up yet. Look at my display cases. They're so large, clearly not just meant for a few items like this. There will be better stuff coming later. Currently, one could describe his shop as almost barren except for the display cases which somewhat looked decent. Everything else was pitifully insufficient. It wasn't even as well equipped as the opposite hardware store. But Xiuxian deeply knew that his shop wouldn't remain so empty in the future. If you want one, I can give you one. I still have plenty. Xiuxian was quite generous. He casually handed a wolf tooth that wasn't too big or small, medium-sized, to the hardware store owner. With delighted surprise, the hardware store owner accepted it with both hands, hardly believing he would ever touch something so genuine. A necklace made from these? Wouldn't it cost at least $100 to $80? Otherwise, how could it be worth the effort? Xiuxian picked up another wolf tooth, intending to drill a hole in it, find a leather rope, thread it through, and use it as a necklace. $100 to $80? That wouldn't buy it. The hardware store owner looked at the wolf tooth in his hand. Then how much do you plan to sell it for? Chapter 120. Catering to one's tastes. Xiuxian thought of a number in his mind and held out his hand to gesture it to the hardware store owner. 200? That's not expensive. If you really like something, you grit your teeth and buy it. Xiuxian shook his head. Not 200, it's 2,000. When the hardware store owner heard this price, he was scared almost into dropping the wolf tooth in his hand. Fortunately, Xiuxian said that this wolf tooth was a gift for him, free of charge. This thing worth 2,000 yuan, freely obtained, made the hardware store owner feel that even giving him a power drill wouldn't be a loss. 2,000 bucks. They must have too much money if they give you 2,000 for such a broken thing. Xiuxian helplessly smiled, thinking the hardware store owner was someone who didn't understand the value. You've already said that people who like it are willing to spend this amount, 2,000 bucks for a wolf tooth they like. They don't even need to take the risk of fighting with wolves. You should know that I got these wolf teeth by risking my life. Do you think wolves will come close to me voluntarily and open their mouths to let me pull their big teeth out? The hardware store owner knew about some of Xiuxian's stories and admitted he was capable. But for such a small thing to cost 2,000 yuan, that was too steep. Xiuxian looked at the hardware store owner and could tell what he was thinking from an expression that flickered across his face for just a moment. In the eyes of wealthy big bosses, 2,000 isn't too much, and this kind of thing isn't always available. After hearing what Xiuxian had said, the aluminum boss of the hardware store tightened his grip on the wolf tooth in his hand. A wolf only has 4 canines. Now there were 16, but selling one would mean one less. This power drill can stay here with you for use. I'll bring you another set of drill bits, so you can use them whenever later. Xiuxian, looking at the power drill in his hand, thought about how the two stores would be neighbors in the future. The things in the hardware store owner's shop would be convenient for him to use whenever necessary. Alright, then this stays here. Whenever you need it, I'll send it over. When the items in my store are all prepared, if there's anything you fancy, I'll give you an 80% discount. The hardware store owner thought about the things in his own store, none costing over 3 digits. A wolf tooth sold for 2,000, so surely other items in the store wouldn't be cheap either. Since they weren't cheap, his daily necessities wouldn't be affected. But pleasantries are universal. Alright, maybe there truly is something I like in your place. More than 10 minutes later, the hardware store owner brought over the entire set of drill bits. Holding the whole set of drill bits in his hand felt substantial. Xiuxian picked up the power drill and found an excellent position on the wolf tooth, carefully drilling a hole. The hardness of the wolf tooth was pretty high, and as it was his first time doing this operation, the drill nearly veered off during the first attempt. Fortunately, he didn't hurt his hand. After finishing this batch of wolf teeth, Xiuxian fetched some leather ropes over. Since there weren't many decorative items and improvisation wasn't ideal, they could only simply string them together this way. After all, the most valuable part of a wolf tooth necklace was the wolf teeth themselves, the rest being merely accessories. If someone really bought it and genuinely liked it, they'd definitely purchase better decorations to go along with it. It doesn't matter whether it's gold, silver, or jade. Options are plentiful. He was just selling wolf teeth here. There was no need to worry about anything else. After locking the wolf teeth inside the cabinet, Xiuxian finally locked up the store with satisfaction. He was ready to go home for dinner. Just as he entered the door, he smelled the aroma of food. Xiang was frying tofu at home, and next to her lay finely chopped cabbage threads. It seemed she intended to make a tofu and cabbage soup. Sister, how much money do we still have at home? Xiang blurted out. There's roughly, still quite a lot left. Why do you suddenly ask this? Haven't you taken on more business yourself? Xiuxian shook his head. He didn't have the resources yet. Moreover, things with Uncle Guangji were strained now. He had his pride. He wouldn't reconcile matters just for money. I plan to go out and walk around these days since I don't have much to do. Can you give me more money? Xiang put down the burning stick in her hand and said, I heard from Xiulan that you want to go south and meet some big bosses. But there, we have no relatives, no acquaintances. How? Xiuxian laughed and said, how could there be no familiar faces? Don't you remember the boss who originally came to buy bear paws from me? We exchanged contact information. Once I arrive, I can reach out to him. He might receive me considering the pair of bear paws I once sold him. Xiuxian's guess made Xiang feel that he was overestimating himself a bit. Seeing that the oil in the pot hadn't heated up yet, she quickly stood up to find the iron box where the money was stored. Xiuxian's idea was to ask his sister for 1,000 yuan. In this era, travel expenses, accommodation, food, and drink wouldn't cost too much. However, it's better to bring more money when leaving home for a journey, in case of unexpected events. What if you make a mistake upon arriving and get deceived? There are bad people everywhere, especially in unfamiliar places. You can't assume everyone is bad, but you also can't blindly believe everyone is good. Xiang looked at the money inside the box, only keeping one big bill along with some loose change, taking out everything else. She and Tian Weidong both had jobs. With their current monthly expenses, they could save about a third every month. If her brother's shop could indeed attract those big bosses to come and buy things, their family would certainly never lack money in the future. There was no need to be frugal at this point. As the saying goes, you can't catch a wolf without risking your child. Xiuxian was rather surprised to see his sister take out all the money for him. Sis, I don't need this much. Just give me a few big bills. Xiang knew her brother was also the type who didn't like to spend money. He wanted to use these funds wisely. No matter what, the fact that his sister could immediately take out all this money showed her support for this trip south. Xiuxian counted out 10 big bills himself, then shoved the loose change from the box into his pocket. This money belongs at home. It's all I've worked hard to earn. How could I waste it recklessly? Now, Xiang increasingly felt that her younger brother had grown up. He wasn't as lazy as before, spending all day wasting money and playing around. She handed over a few more big bills. 1,000 yuan. What's that going to do? Haven't you said that the cost of living down south is high? don't end up not even being able to afford a train ticket because of this little bit of money. Since it was her sister forcefully pushing the money on him, there was no reason for Xiuxian to refuse. So, when do you plan to go? What should you bring? Should you buy some gifts? But probably the supplies in our supply cooperatives won't be something they need down there. Instead, we're in a remote area where valuable items are treasured like anything. Xiuxian thought for a moment. Just in the next few days. Tomorrow, I'll head into the mountains to look for some stuff. I need to find something valuable, otherwise, they wouldn't want it. This put Xiangmeiyun in a quandary. What kind of mountain produce was valuable? Ginseng, antlers, and herbs like huanqi. People down south like making soups. They will definitely like these. Gifts must cater to their preferences. Otherwise, gifting them would be useless. Chapter 121. Go south and give it a try. Xiangmeiyun also understood this principle. Alright, then you decide what to do. In this matter, I won't give you advice or strategies. Do you want me to go into the mountain with you? Digging ginseng doesn't necessarily require hunting skills. We'll just pick out the larger and better ones to send over as a sign of our sincerity. Xiuxian thought his sister's idea was reasonable. Alright, let's check the weather tomorrow. If it's good, we'll both go together. For some reason, when her brother agreed to take her along to dig for ginseng, Xiangmeiyun felt an overwhelming sweetness in her heart. But before she could savor the joy for 2 seconds, she suddenly remembered that the oil in the wok must be smoking by now. She quickly refried the tofu she had fried once before, watching as the oil bubbled. Xiangmeiyun was sure tonight's dinner would taste especially delicious. The next day dawned bright and clear. Xiangmeiyun didn't go to work, instead taking a basket and a small hoe, following Xiuxian into the mountain. In winter, due to harsh weather and heavy snow blocking the way, it was hard to enter the mountains. However, at this time of year, most of the snow had melted away. Most areas had already revealed the soil, and trees were beginning to sprout new buds. In no time, the forest would transform daily. Winter brought snowy landscapes, but summer brought vibrant life. After entering the mountain, Xiangmeiyun felt a little disoriented and hurriedly caught up with her younger brother. Qianjin, we came straight in here, but do you know where the ginseng is buried? Xiuxian shook his head. No, that's why we have to search. Even if we don't find ginseng, finding other herbs will work. Moreover, our stuff is pure natural and wild. People from the south believe cultivated Chinese medicine has inferior efficacy compared to wild herbs. The two wandered around, and Xiuxian noticed someone else coming, so he quickly stood up to greet them. Since they were going up the mountain to dig for herbs, how could they not bring someone who knew about these things? Dr. Tao had specially closed his clinic today for Xiuxian's sake. Otherwise, how would he have had the time to come? Dr. Tao, being advanced in years, climbing the mountain was a great challenge for him. However, he always had a favorable impression of Xiuxian, which is why he was willing to help. You two youngsters walk so fast, you almost killed me. Xiuxian walked up to Dr. Tao and gave his shoulders a rub. Dr. Tao, you've worked hard. When we get back, I'll buy you a roasted chicken and a couple of bottles of wine. Dr. Tao hummed and led them forward. With Dr. Tao around, Xiuxian wasn't worried about missing good herbs. Not far ahead, Dr. Tao said, this is the sunny side. We need to go to the shady side and look for damp, decaying areas. Such places are suitable for herb growth, especially for rare herbs. Dr. Tao, we'll follow your lead. Wherever you point, my sister and I will dig. Dr. Tao chuckled, first measuring with his eyes, looking for areas where fallen leaves were piled thickly. Due to the rising temperature melting the ice and snow, the space between the leaves and grass was damp and sticky. Moreover, as the temperature continued to rise, the decaying matter would turn into fertilizer, significantly promoting root and plant growth in the soil. Herbs naturally needed these nutrients to aid their growth. Approaching Dr. Tao, Xiuxian asked, could there be anything good underneath? Dr. Tao wore a serious expression and did not answer lightly. Let's try digging. Hand me the small hoe. Xiuxian handed over the hoe in his hand, and Dr. Tao began digging bit by bit. Within a few moments, something actually turned up in the soil. Xiuxian widened his eyes and carefully looked, exclaiming twice, man, ginseng, is there really ginseng here? His tone carried both doubt and surprise. Xiuxian actually knew that the soil in Daxing'anling wasn't suitable for ginseng growth. But what if there was? The best place for ginseng growth was actually the Changbai Mountains area, famous for its wild mountain ginseng. Dr. Tao carefully dug out the ginseng, which was about as thick as a thumb. Wow, this ginseng looks great. To grow like this here is already quite impressive. Hurry and put it away properly. Don't break those roots. Breaking them will reduce its value. Xiuxian held the ginseng, still muddy, with both hands and barely dared to breathe, fearing that a moment of carelessness might snap all those roots. We found a ginseng right off the bat today. This is a great start. The area here feels very damp. After carefully placing the ginseng away, Xiuxian asked Dr. Tao if they should continue digging in this spot. However, Dr. Tao shook his head. This ginseng growing this large proves that it has absorbed all the soil nutrients from the surrounding area. Even if there are other herbs here, they won't be in good condition. Let's go look further ahead. This whole Daxing'anling region is vast. Isn't it enough for just you to gather herbs? Xiuxian chuckled and said, of course, it's enough. After helping Dr. Tao up, the three of them continued forward. This time, they didn't walk far. Shady areas indeed were suited for plant growth. Xiuxian followed Dr. Tao's method and examined a few spots. Xiangmeiyun took charge of digging, being detail-oriented as a woman. Xiuxian was worried he might break the fragile herbs while digging. His sister had patience, carefully scraping the soil with the small hoe. When something resembling an herb was found, she quickly called over Dr. Tao to identify it. If confirmed, she slowly dug it up. If not, she would discard the ordinary roots and try another place. After a day of effort, they unearthed 3 ginseng roots, and their quality was good. Other herbs were also gathered. In short, Xiangmeiyun's small basket was half filled by the end. As Dr. Tao put it, their harvest today was already quite impressive. The main issue was timing. The mountain herbs reached peak maturity and quality in the fall, but Xiangqianjin couldn't wait until late autumn this year. He had to take these pure wild, natural herbs south and give it a try. After knowing her brother was going south, Xiangmeiyun planned to visit the town store to buy him a fashionable and stylish suit. He couldn't wander around wearing only his padded winter coat after all. After preparing a proper outfit for Xiangqianjin, Xiangmeiyun still felt uneasy. Can you manage alone on this trip? If not, let your brother-in-law come along. With him following, I'd feel more at ease. Xiangqianjin declined. Isn't brother-in-law supposed to work? I can handle it myself. If I go alone, I'll only spend for one person. 2 people would double the cost. It's not worth it. Chapter 122, boarding the train to head south. Xiangmeiyun chuckled lightly. Saving money? I've never seen you save money when you go out. This time, just let your brother-in-law follow you, or don't go at all. Finally, Xiangqianjin, under his sister's insistence, had no choice but to agree to bring his brother-in-law along. When Tian Weidong came back from work that evening, even before he entered the house, Xiangmeiyun was already telling him about this in the yard. Tian Weidong didn't hesitate and immediately agreed. Good, I understand. When the time comes, I'll just go with Qianjin. But I have never been to the south. Are there any precautions we need to take? Xiangmeiyun thought for a moment and said, I'm not too sure. Isn't there someone in our village who has lived in the south? Maybe we should inquire around. The entire Hejiang village only had 100 households or so, and no one had heard of anyone moving away from this place due to wealth. Everyone here had at least spent decades. If anyone were to leave, it would be the young people later on. For those like them who had spent most of their lives here, leaving seemed highly unlikely. Even if there's no one to ask, it doesn't matter. Both forward and I can speak. The worst case scenario is we stay alert and make sure no one cheats us. You stay at home and take good care of Tianhua. This kid's gotten smarter recently, and he tends to be slippery. If he doesn't listen, then beat him. Xiangmeiyun chuckled. That's my own flesh and blood. Do you think I'd beat him? Tian Weidong lowered his voice as he approached Xiangmeiyun, as though sharing a secret. You might not want to hit him, but do I? He's my son too. By the way, are those days coming soon? Is there anything left at home for that? If not, I'll buy more for you. Xiangmeiyun paused for a second and then replied, there's still some. Actually, I almost forgot. After resting at home for a few days, Tian Weidong also prepared the necessary items and clothes for this trip. Just thinking about heading to the prosperous southern city made Tian Weidong feel extremely excited and happy. Dear, when I come back, I'll buy you something nice to eat and some pretty clothes. While tidying up Tian Weidong's clothes, Xiangmeiyun's eyes brimmed with tears. Why are you crying? It's not like I won't come back. Fearing that she might worry, Tian Weidong quickly turned to ask his younger brother-in-law. Qianjin, how many days do you plan to be gone? Xiangqianjin hadn't really considered this yet. He wasn't sure whether they could smoothly meet important business people once they arrived. Based on his memory from his previous life, he should be able to find ways to connect with these big bosses. For example, going to a foot spa or karaoke hall. Such places would surely have those kinds of wealthy people. If everything goes smoothly, I'll be back in a few days. But if not, I may need to stay longer. This trip is just to check the situation over there. For several days, they had been constantly going into the mountains, and all the valuable items in the mountains seemed to have almost been taken by Xiangqianjin. He had collected a whole sack full of medicinal herbs, and these alone would fetch quite a bit of money. Calculating based on future prices, these mountain goods would be worth tens of thousands of yuan, maybe even more. However, selling them now wouldn't yield much, so it would be better to use them as gifts to show goodwill. After twisting and turning through the city, the two arrived at the train station, bought tickets, and boarded the train. They placed the sack of goods underneath the seats, and until the green old train started moving, neither of them dared to relax. At this point, public security was not as good as imagined, and pickpockets frequently stole wallets on the train. Before setting out, to ensure safety, Xiangqianjin had his sister sew an inner pocket inside her underwear. This pocket contained backup cash. If the money in their outer pockets were stolen and couldn't be retrieved, at least they wouldn't end up penniless and stranded in a foreign place. Moreover, the two deliberately did not wear new clothes. They tried them on at home and packed them instead. They continued wearing old clothes covered with patches. The idea was to keep their wealth hidden and discourage thieves from showing any interest in them. Otherwise, the journey ahead would be dangerous. Qianjin, we can't both sleep at the same time. We must take turns watching the things. You rest first, and when you wake up, we'll switch. Xiangqianjin always had a bad habit. Whenever he traveled on long-distance transportation, he inevitably felt drowsy. Tian Weidong was aware of this habit and reminded him immediately after boarding the train. However, after one good nap, he would regain some energy. In this regard, Xiangqianjin did not refuse his brother-in-law. The train swayed far less smoothly compared to the high-speed trains in the future. Under the swaying motion, Xiangqianjin soon felt overwhelming drowsiness, with his eyelids feeling heavy like lead weights that he couldn't open. Leaning against the window, he yawned, and the noise around him gradually faded, becoming quieter and quieter. As Tian Weidong was chatting with Xiangqianjin, he suddenly realized that Xiangqianjin had stopped responding and turned his head to find him already asleep. Tian Weidong muttered softly to himself, took a handful of peanuts and sunflower seeds from his pocket, and placed them on the small table tray. He then pulled out a green soda bottle filled with cool boiled water that Xiuxian had prepared for him in advance. Tian Weidong guzzled down a big gulp and felt thoroughly refreshed. However, he didn't dare leave his seat to ask the train attendant for hot water since under his bottom was the gift meant for the big boss. What if someone took away the sack while he was gone? After drinking some water to cool off and compose himself, Tian Weidong adjusted his sitting posture for comfort and also closed his eyes to rest. The rhythmic clanking sound of the train seemed like a lullaby, but Tian Weidong knew he needed to keep an eye on their belongings, so he didn't fully fall asleep. When evening came around, Xiuxian finally woke up, though he wasn't sure why. Even though the hard seat was far less comfortable than a bed, he managed to sleep upright for hours on end. Awakening groggily, Tian Weidong handed over the bottle containing cool boiled water. Here, have a drink, you're finally awake. Are you hungry? Have some food. Xiuxian took a sip of water to clear his mind, then retrieved 2 large pancakes and some pickled cucumbers his sister had made from the bag. With each bite of pancake paired with a piece of cucumber, they treated this as dinner. After eating their fill, it was time for Tian Weidong to rest. Tian Weidong didn't refuse. He'd already forced himself to stay awake through most of the day, and if he didn't sleep now, he might truly turn into a deity. Feeling satisfied after his meal, Tian Weidong used the restroom and then switched seats with Xiuxian. This time, Xiuxian sat by the aisle, which made getting up more convenient. Seeing a woman in the neighboring seat feeding her child a cold steamed bun, Xiuxian looked at the baby's wide-eyed expression and playfully made a face at it. Chapter 123, The Fainting Passenger. The little girl stared at Xiuxian for a while, then suddenly hugged her mother's neck and turned her head away. Xiuxian also looked away, turning around to find his brother-in-law still awake. He was lying there with big eyes staring at the scenery outside the window. What are you looking at, brother-in-law? Is the view outside really that interesting? Tian Weidong chuckled. So what should I look at then? There's not even a beautiful woman around. Xiuxian leaned in, his tone questioning. Brother-in-law, don't forget, you're married. Since you're already married, why are you even looking at other beauties? I'll tell my sister about this when we go home, and you'll end up kneeling on the Theban washboard. Tian Weidong ignored him and continued to shift his gaze back to the window. The train attendant pushed a small food cart, loudly calling out the names of boxed meals, instant noodles, soft drinks, beverages, sunflower seeds, peanuts, and sausage. Pushing it from one side to another, no one stopped them to buy anything. These items were expensive. Prices on trains were always higher, so no one wanted to waste their money. Most people were like Xiuxian. They had brought snacks from home, eating them when hungry, leaving them untouched otherwise, and nothing went to waste. In the early hours of the night, Xiuxian managed to pass the time by chatting with others and eating snacks. However, as the night deepened, especially around 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, he started feeling drowsy. Though sleepy, he couldn't fall asleep, continuously yawning and tearing up. Xiuxian suddenly thought about getting up to get some fresh air at the train car junction, hoping it would help him perk up. As for why he didn't open the window, it was because there were too many children on board. If the wind caused any of them to catch a cold, he'd feel responsible. When he arrived at the train junction, Xiuxian noticed several people hiding there smoking. The clouds of smoke made him cough uncontrollably. He had hoped to refresh himself with some cool breeze, but after just a couple of seconds, he decided to return. Just as he turned to go back, he spotted 2 individuals standing in front of his seat. They kept looking suspiciously left and right, and one of them knelt down to touch the jute bag under the seat. Xiuxian roared loudly, "Hey, what are you doing? Are those things something you can touch?" Startled by his shout, the 2 quickly laughed nervously and said, "Your table has so many things on it. Don't you worry they might be stolen? Trains can be chaotic. You need to be more careful." Xiuxian glared at the 2 men and retorted, "I was only here smoking for less than 3 minutes. Whose hands could move so fast? I haven't seen anyone else, but I saw you wandering around aimlessly here. Stop crying wolf when you're the thief. Get lost now." Regardless of these 2 individuals' intentions, Xiuxian knew his attitude needed to remain firm. At least, he needed to make others aware that he wasn't someone to mess with. Otherwise, they'd mistakenly think he was an easy target. Xiuxian sat back down and kicked the jute bag under his feet, hearing the rustling sound inside. Passengers seated around him did not show any strange expressions when they heard the noise. It was common on trains for people to use similar bags to carry things. Who knows what's inside such a bulging bag? Grain, cotton, or clothes and daily necessities, all of which were considered normal. More importantly, all such bags had to be inspected before boarding the train. If they contained anything prohibited, they wouldn't have been allowed onto the train at all. Given that this jute bag was allowed on board, it proved that its contents were safe. Tian Weidong woke up around 3 or 4 in the morning. Seeing Xiuxian dozing off on his seat, he nudged him with his elbow. "What's wrong? Did you fall asleep?" Xiuxian shook his head. "No, I'm the only one left. How dare I sleep? Why did you wake up, brother-in-law? Did you dream of something wonderful? Dreamt about my sister?" Tian Weidong yawned. "How much longer until we arrive?" Their destination this time was Shenzhen, where they would have to change trains once. Thus, they wouldn't be getting off at the final stop. "Don't rush. We'll reach the station at 7. Then, we'll change to another train." Tian Weidong glanced at his watch, noting the time, and breathed a sigh of relief. The train continued to clank along, and nothing unexpected happened that night. Xiuxian waited until 7 when he heard the announcement for the train's arrival. He immediately gathered his belongings, called his brother-in-law, and quickly prepared to switch trains. Unexpectedly, there were quite a few passengers transferring to the next train, and nearly a third of the people in this carriage moved on. Switching to the next train, they could ride straight to the final destination without needing to worry about missing their stop. With the passengers around him changing, Xiuxian began to grow more vigilant. He hesitated about whether to buy a bowl of instant noodles to eat something warm, but was stopped by his brother-in-law. Why bother with hot food? Once we get off the train, we can find a noodle shop nearby and have some freshly made hot soup noodles. Wouldn't that be better than instant noodles? It tastes much better. Xiuxian knew his brother-in-law was also someone who didn't like to spend money, especially while away from home. When it came to eating and drinking, as long as he could fill his stomach, whether the food tasted good or bad didn't matter to him. He wasn't like Xiuxian, who always thought life was tough enough when outside. If the quality of food and drink was poor too, every second would feel utterly hopeless. Besides, they were carrying quite a bit of money for necessary expenses on this trip, so being overly frugal wouldn't serve much purpose. However, Tian Weidong was a few years older, so Xiuxian still paid attention to what he said. The two continued munching on flatbread and pickles. Xiuxian had no appetite and stopped after just a few bites. Tian Weidong criticized him for wasting food and quickly retrieved the leftover half piece of bread. Xiuxian remained silent, asking the attendant for some hot water and pulling out his bottle of cool boiled water. Mixing the cold and hot water to a comfortable temperature, he drank a cup and began yawning soon after. He hadn't slept a wink all night. As dawn broke and he ate something, all his blood seemed to rush to his stomach. With reduced blood flow to his brain, his energy plummeted. Just as Tian Weidong was about to remind his younger brother-in-law to sleep later, he turned around. Xiuxian was already covered in a thick coat, his hat pulled down over his face, completely ignoring the outside world. But Tian Weidong knew that Xiuxian wasn't asleep yet. I'm going to the restroom, forward. Watch our stuff so nothing gets lost. As Tian Weidong guessed, Xiuxian really wasn't sleeping yet. Got it, brother-in-law, hurry back, don't lose anything. As soon as these words left Xiuxian's mouth, Tian Weidong rushed toward the bathroom. Unexpectedly, there were quite a few people at this time waiting to use the restroom. Despite its small size, 6 or 7 people were already lined up. Thankfully, Tian Weidong had come as soon as he felt the need. Otherwise, if it had been an emergency, he might not have been able to hold it that long. After waiting and pacing for more than 10 minutes, it was finally his turn. Once he opened the valve and relieved himself smoothly, upon exiting, he discovered someone had fainted right by the toilet door. Tian Weidong immediately shouted for help. The attendant arrived, took one look, and quickly called for colleagues to bring the first aid kit. They also tried to locate the passenger's family but, after searching a large area, found no relatives to identify them. They had no choice but to temporarily move the unconscious passenger to a spot where other passengers wouldn't be obstructed before considering further action. Chapter 114. Will you continue to do good deeds in the future? However, they did not know what disease the passenger had. They could only check his heartbeat and blood pressure. They rummaged through his pockets to see if he had any emergency medication. Tian Weidong was ignorant about such matters. He was just startled by what had just happened. Fortunately, it wasn't related to him. Otherwise, he would have had to pay compensation, which would be somewhat of a side issue. After returning, Tian Weidong rubbed his eyes, trying to clear his mind. However, when he returned, Xiuxian had already fallen asleep. Tian Weidong had to constantly keep an eye on the train's announcements. But then he thought, they were getting off at the final stop of this train anyway. They wouldn't get off halfway, so there was no need to constantly monitor the announcements. Just at that moment, the announcement sounded. Who has Chinese herbal medicine? If so, please come quickly to carriage number 8. Upon hearing this announcement, Tian Weidong immediately perked up. In most cases, such announcements are never made on trains. Recalling the passenger who had fainted earlier outside the restroom, it must have been a doctor on the train who diagnosed and treated him, urgently needing Chinese medicine to alleviate his condition. Tian Weidong quickly woke up his sleeping brother-in-law. Xianjin, wake up fast, they need your help. Xianjin finally opened his eyes and looked at his brother-in-law. What's the matter, brother-in-law? Tian Weidong briefly repeated what he had heard in the announcement. Northeasterners are all living lay fongs. How could they stand by and watch someone die? After all, saving one life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Who wouldn't want to save a life? Xiuxian rubbed his eyes and said, we've got a big bag of herbs, why don't you take it over? The reason Tian Weidong sought approval from Xiuxian was because he knew this large bag of traditional Chinese medicine wasn't something he obtained alone. A large part of it was found by his little brother-in-law climbing mountains and descending valleys. This involved tremendous labor and hardship. Without asking permission, giving away this entire bag of herbs would feel like borrowing flowers to make an offering, but also being overly generous on behalf of others. Since he now had the permission from his brother-in-law, Tian Weidong hurriedly grabbed the big bag of medicinal herbs, shouting for people to step aside and let him through. He rushed toward carriage number 8, while Xiuxian yawned again. Xiuxian didn't understand medical treatment and had no intention of rushing over to add to the crowd. Furthermore, after being awake all night, he was incredibly sleepy. If anyone disturbed him now, even if it was the son of heaven himself, he'd still curse them out a bit. Later, Xiuxian learned the details after waking up from his deep sleep. His brother-in-law informed him. That big bag of medicinal herbs really saved the person's life, but the man was quite poor and couldn't afford to pay for the cost of the herbs. Still, Tian Weidong generously handed them over. Xiuxian asked doubtfully, brother-in-law, you didn't give him our ginseng, did you? Tian Weidong quickly bowed his head, attempting to conceal his expression. But this very gesture had already given him away. Such betrayal caused Xiuxian a little pain. Originally, ginseng and daxing and ling was scarce enough as it is. If everything went smoothly with the business negotiations with the southern boss, if they required large quantities of ginseng, he would have to go to Dongjin Mountain to dig for it. These places are quite far apart. If other types of herbs were needed, that would be easier to arrange, but now things haven't reached an agreement yet. It's difficult to determine which specific herbs within that bag were actually needed. Brother-in-law, you really are generous. Tian Weidong knew his decision had been rather impulsive, but the young TCM doctor treating the passenger stated that a single ginseng root was necessary to trigger the efficacy of the drugs, allowing the passenger to escape life-threatening danger. At that moment, Tian Weidong's determination to save the passenger peaked. Meanwhile, he knew that inside that sack, there were several ginseng roots. He didn't pick the biggest one. Instead, he selected the smallest one. Saving a life doesn't mean putting oneself completely out of pocket. Providing one ginseng root was already pretty decent. Moreover, the young TCM doctor never specified whether he needed large or small ginseng. Even small ginseng is ginseng, and it could equally promote the effect of the drug. But Tian Weidong noticed that the young TCM doctor cast multiple looks towards his bag of medicinal herbs, seemingly highly interested in that entire bag of herbs. Due to this, many passengers nearby in various carriages became aware that under the seats of Tian Weidong and Xiuxian, there was a hemp bag containing Chinese herbs capable of saving lives and curing diseases. Herbs of any kind are considered valuable wherever they go. Xiuxian felt quite upset in his heart, not knowing where a middle-aged man wearing a lei foam cap suddenly emerged. His voice especially loud, calling out to them both. Hey, young fellows, I heard you've got herbs here. What kind of herbs? Are they wild ones? If they're wild ones, could you give me some? The two of you probably don't need my money, and I guess the herbs you're carrying are for sale, right? Xiuxian knew very well that this bag of medicinal herbs was absolutely not intended for sale on the road. But seeing that the older man had already taken out his money, such sincerity was indeed rare. This made Xiuxian hesitate whether to sell some to him or not. Brother, these herbs are useful. If you need them, I can give you a bit, but not too much. Upon hearing this, the older man glanced secretly at the pocket again. He asked in a low voice, what's going on? Are you delivering these goods for someone else? Is there a limit to how many you can sell? Xiuxian couldn't come up with any better excuses or reasons on the spot. Since the older man had already said so, he decided to just go along with it. Yes. Each type of herb is limited in quantity, and if we send them over, and they turn out to be damaged, then people might refuse them. However, the older man was rather straightforward. Then just give me the damaged ones. Whether you're delivering them as gifts or selling them elsewhere, I don't care. Herbs that are broken in half wouldn't fetch much anyway, right? I don't mind those. After all, they all end up boiled in a clay pot. 2 stems, or broken into pieces, won't affect their use. Xiuxian felt quite stuck, but fortunately, brother-in-law stepped in at this moment. Big brother, you know we'll be getting off in Shenzhen. There are many traditional Chinese medicine shops in Shenzhen. We personally collect these herbs from the mountains, and we only have a limited amount. Besides, these herbs aren't anything particularly rare. You can find them in most pharmacies. What would happen if you take these herbs, and something goes wrong? Where will you find us afterward? You should directly head to the pharmacy if you need anything. Monks may run away, but the temples remain. They sell fake goods, yet can still be traced back to the source, right? After hearing brother-in-law's explanation, the older man quickly shoved the bundle of cash back inside his pocket. Young fellow, what you said makes sense. Just now, I acted impulsively. Sorry for disturbing you too. Rest well. Seeing the older man return to his seat, Xiuxian finally let out a long sigh of relief. Sister's husband, should we continue to do good deeds like this in the future? Chapter 125, Brother-in-law, have something to eat. Tian Weidong felt uncomfortable hearing these words and quickly used his hand to tap Xiuxian's shoulder a couple of times. Not going to do it. You're really something. We'll arrive tonight. Should we find a small inn and stay for the night? Xiuxian looked out at the scenery through the train window and yawned. Yeah. On the train, their sitting posture was awkward, and their sleeping posture was even worse. After they got off the train, they would have to find a good hotel. There must be at least a place where you can take a shower. Upon hearing this, Tian Weidong immediately became nervous. How much would it cost to stay in a hotel with showers? Moreover, the two of them had taken baths not long ago, and they were still clean, so there was no need to wash. However, as the train moved south, the temperature was much warmer than in the greater Xiuxian range. Even some people started wearing single layers. By the time they disembarked, both of them had already taken off their outer cotton coats. It wasn't enough. The clothes they were still wearing seemed too thick, and after walking a few steps, they began sweating. Yet it wasn't decent to directly take off their clothes on the street. Most crucially, Xiang Meiyun had arranged extra thick clothing for them. She had seemingly forgotten that southern temperatures were much higher than the north. Especially after the start of spring, the weather in Guangdong changed almost every day. When they realized that the brought clothes could not be worn, Xiuxian made an exceptionally correct decision immediately. That was to bring his brother-in-law to a clothing store to buy another set. They couldn't possibly see the boss while the others were wearing thin shirts and they were in thick sweaters and pants, right? It was already warm outdoors. Indoors it would definitely be even warmer. After finding accommodation and changing clothes, at least they wouldn't sweat continuously due to wearing too many layers when they went in or out. The room of the small inn had 2 beds, not a large space, but was exceptionally tidy. Between the 2 beds, there was also a square table, and on the table stood a radio. Apparently, the radio was fixed to the wall, with a lock. Probably someone who stayed here might try to steal things. Indeed, theft occurred everywhere regardless of where one was in the country. Xiuxian turned on the radio, wanting to find a channel to listen to some content and let this small room have a little noise. Tian Weidong, however, couldn't resist any longer. This bed, he didn't know what it was laid with, but sitting on it felt soft and bouncy. Once lying down, he knew it was far better than the big hard Kong bed at home. Xiuxian had slept on better mattresses, so for him, this mattress was still too hard. Qianjin, why don't we look for the big boss tomorrow? Let's make up for sleep today and recover our strength, suggested Tian Weidong. Actually, Xiuxian thought the same thing. Even if his brother-in-law hadn't said anything, he absolutely wouldn't drag him along to meet the big boss immediately. He still needed to carefully think about how to contact these major bosses. Let's try calling the boss who bought Bear Paws. If he can remember us, he will definitely reply. If he doesn't remember, then we can only use other methods. It's fine, let's sleep, brother-in-law. But I'm not sleepy right now. I may have to wait a bit, Xiuxian said. As soon as Xiuxian finished speaking, Tian Weidong pulled the blanket over himself, covered his head, and fell asleep instantly. Xiuxian listened to the gradually increasing snoring sound of his brother-in-law, couldn't help but chuckle. His brother-in-law was nowhere near as experienced as he was. Although he had been to many unfamiliar places, his brother-in-law had never left his hometown, just moving back and forth around Hejiang village. For his brother-in-law and sister, their lifelong dream was to visit Tiananmen once and watch the flag-raising ceremony. Xiuxian thought that this wish was actually not difficult to achieve. Moreover, current daily expenses were cheaper compared to the future capital city Beijing. If it were future consumption, a bottle of mineral water would cost several yuan. If his sister knew that, she would definitely get mad. While pondering these thoughts, he didn't realize that sleepiness was creeping upon him. His body gradually slid down from leaning against the wall until his head finally rested on the pillow. His eyelids grew heavy, and he fell asleep, but just after closing his eyes for a short moment, he suddenly opened them wide again. When traveling outside, one should always keep cautious, no matter what. Xiuxian forced himself to fight off the drowsiness and checked the door and windows of the room, ensuring that they were all locked, before feeling at ease and returning to his bed. What mattered most on his person were his pager and money. As for external belongings, those medicinal herbs were important. All these items were within sight, so nothing serious should happen in the short term. Xiuxian returned to bed, yawned once more, and then deeply fell asleep. Until halfway through the night, Xiuxian woke up suddenly, feeling his stomach rumbling. But he truly did not want to eat the cakes and pickled vegetables he had brought with him. Every day at home, he ate these kinds of foods. Now that he had finally come out, he certainly didn't want to eat them anymore. Seeing his brother-in-law sleeping soundly, Xiuxian decided to go out alone and look for a supermarket or roadside stall. In Guangdong, nightlife is quite rich, but he didn't know if there was anything open at this time. Xiuxian put on a piece of clothing and wore his shoes. The temperature wasn't low, so he didn't need to dress in layers. Once outside, he found that there were no vendors on either side of the road, which left him somewhat puzzled. He turned back and returned to the inn, walking up to the reception desk. There, he saw a teenage girl dozing off with her head on the reception desk. Xiuxian actually hesitated to wake her up like this, but hunger had overcome his politeness. Hunger leaves little room for other concerns. So Xiuxian lightly tapped the counter with his fingers. The receptionist girl woke up abruptly and raised her head. Sorry to bother you, I'm starving. Is there any food in the kitchen? If not, where can I buy some nearby? The young front desk attendant stifled a yawn, pulled a packet of instant noodles and a pair of disposable chopsticks from under the counter where she had been napping. Her voice was somewhat drowsy as she said, on the second floor, the easternmost room is the washroom. There's hot water there. Anything else? Looking at the state of the front desk staff, even if he had another question, Xiuxian would have said nothing more. Since there were no street vendors outside, eating instant noodles wasn't too bad. I need 2 servings. For 2 people. These 2 packets of instant noodles cost him 3 days' expenses. He wasn't sure whether it was because things were generally pricier in the south, or if it was due to being in an inn. Having secured the instant noodles, Xiuxian returned to his room, finding Tian Weidong still sound asleep on the bed. If it weren't for concern about the noodles becoming overcooked and inedible, he would have hesitated to wake Tian Weidong. Brother-in-law, wake up quick. Have something to eat, or your stomach will be upset. For a moment, Tian Weidong thought he was still on the train and hadn't disembarked yet. In a flash, he sat upright. Brother-in-law, take it slow. Tian Weidong looked at Xiuxian, then around at their surroundings, suddenly remembering they were in a small inn. Chapter 126. Come to say hello. Tian Weidong exclaimed ouch, ouch, a couple of times, and wiped his face again. I slept too soundly, and thought I was still on the train. What time is it now? Xiuxian said, it's still early. I just woke up hungry and wanted to go buy something to eat, but I found that there wasn't a soul outside. Thankfully, we got 2 buckets of instant noodles from the hotel front desk. I already soaked them in hot water. Hearing this, Tian Weidong sniffed the air and smiled. No wonder I smelled something so delicious halfway through my sleep. It must be what you've made. I'll join you for a bite then. Tian Weidong got out of bed. They both brought chairs over and sat at the table to eat. Just 1 bucket of instant noodles wouldn't be enough for their appetite. Eventually, Tian Weidong also pulled out the pancakes he'd brought. The pancakes soaked in the noodle broth became softer, and the flavor was quite decent as it absorbed the salty taste of the egg. Pairing it with some refreshing pickled cucumbers, the meal was enjoyable. Tomorrow we're going to meet the big boss you've been talking about. Do we have any leads? Tian Weidong asked anxiously. Xiuxian shook his head. Not yet. This trip we make will be like blind men touching an elephant. Everything I mentioned before might need to be discarded. Upon hearing this, Tian Weidong immediately showed dissatisfaction. Discard? Who do we know here? Aren't you going to call the boss who bought the bear paws and ask him? Actually, Xiuxian had been hesitating to contact the big boss and let him mediate. It should be the simplest way. However, compared to people of influence, they were far inferior. Xiuxian felt uneasy to directly ask, but if they really couldn't find the target person, it would be the last resort. Let's first take a look around here. If this trip doesn't yield any results, we can come back later. As Tian Weidong slurped another mouthful of noodles, he said, Qianjin, are you nervous or scared? Are you worried they won't take us seriously? Without answering, Xiuxian's silence was proof enough of what he was thinking. It's normal if they don't take us seriously. As ordinary little citizens like us, it would be strange if they did. Thank goodness your sister-in-law let me come with you. Otherwise, with your personality that avoids dealing with people, coming here would be for nothing. Just listen to your brother-in-law. Tomorrow, send a message to that big boss via pager. If they agree to meet, they surely will respond. If they refuse, we'll treat this opportunity as wasted and find other ways. No sooner had he finished speaking than someone knocked on the door. Xiuxian thought it was the young woman at the counter downstairs, so he quickly got up to open the door. He was thinking that he'd already paid for the instant noodles when he bought them and hadn't taken anything else. However, upon opening the door, he saw a young man wearing pajamas standing outside, about the same age as himself. Who are you? That young man smiled and said, we were on the same train. Is Mr. Tian staying here? Tian Weidong was still eating noodles when he heard someone refer to him as Mr. Tian, which caused him to chuckle silently. Do you want to see my brother-in-law? Xiuxian confirmed. Tian Weidong hurriedly stood up and approached. He immediately recognized the man. Ah, you're that Chinese medicine doctor from the train. What brings you here? Hello, my name is xuanhuan. Actually, I didn't originally plan to stay here. I got off the train a bit slower than you guys. I saw you check in, so I decided to make do with the place here. Just now, I heard the sounds of opening and closing doors, so I rushed over to say hello. Although maybe the timing isn't perfect. Being straightforward by nature, Tian Weidong said, my younger brother-in-law hasn't eaten dinner, so he grabbed 2 packets of instant noodles from the lobby. Would you like to try some? No, but actually, I have a question I want to ask. The quality of the herbal medicines you brought seems excellent. They seem much better than those from several large pharmacies nearby. Did you come here to sell them? Or? Once Sun Guolin said that, Tian Weidong had already extracted the key information. You're from here? You're in Shenzhen. Yes, I am from Shenzhen local area. I just came back from abroad. My family has been practicing medicine for generations. Tian Weidong quickly glanced at his younger brother-in-law. He wasn't sure what to do next either. Xiuxian said, we aren't selling herbs. We came from northeast China. These things were dug out from the greater Xiuxian range. There's not much valuable stuff where we are. So, I went into the mountains to find these items. Even if we cannot sell them for much money, keeping them for personal consumption could nourish our bodies, right? In fact, we came into the mountains to hunt. However, in our impoverished area, there's no one who buys such things. So, we've traveled a long way to get here to try and get to know some big bosses in this area. If we can close a deal, then everything we hunt in the future will have a market. So these herbs are actually a gift for the person I'm meeting. Upon hearing this, Sun Guolin's eyes lit up. That's great. My family still has quite a standing here. If you don't mind, come back to my place after dawn. Xiuxian thought that this good luck was almost too convenient. All right, what time in the morning? 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. With that, Sun Guolin turned and returned to his room. Xiuxian quickly closed the door. It was indeed strange that someone would suddenly come over to say hello like this. But perhaps he couldn't wait and came over when he heard them going in and out. I guess he was worried we'd leave tomorrow without talking to him. So he seized every opportunity to speak with us, Tian Weidong explained. Should we go with him tomorrow? Right now, we don't even know much about this guy. What if all he's saying is just lies? Xiuxian cautiously said. Tian Weidong sat on the bed and pondered for a while. I think this guy shouldn't be a bad person. If he were, how could he have saved people on the train? Don't always assume the worst of others, but we need to keep an eye out. Look at how thin he is. If something happens, he might not be a match for us. Let's just play it by ear. Xiuxian opened his mouth wide, saying, You're thinking too negatively, brother-in-law. Tian Weidong immediately replied, It's all because of you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be worrying so much. Tomorrow, let's just follow him and check things out. If it doesn't work out, we'll come back. Remember, send a pager message to your boss. Whether or not they reply is their decision. After finishing eating, they both returned to their beds to rest. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Xiuxian got up, changed into clean clothes, and waited for Sun Guolin to arrive. At 8:30, Sun Guolin came knocking. His neat attire clearly exuded a local Guangdong vibe. Xiuxian eyed him and asked, When are we leaving? Weren't we supposed to meet at 9 last night? There's still half an hour left. Let me tidy up my luggage first. Can we meet in front of the hotel in 20 minutes? Xiuxian glanced at his belongings. Even if he had to repack everything, it wouldn't take that long. He simply checked the jute bag holding the Chinese medicinal herbs again. As long as there were no changes in the bag containing the herbs, he felt completely reassured. Otherwise, if this gift wasn't delivered successfully, it would certainly affect subsequent arrangements. Being from the area, Sun Guolin knew the situation well. The distance from the inn to his house wasn't short either, so for safety reasons, he decided to hire a car. Chapter 127. Put a price, I'll take it all. The fee agreed upon with the driver wouldn't need to be paid by Xiuxian and his group. Sun Guolin alone would directly cover it. When Xiuxian and his brother-in-law came out of the inn, each was carrying a bag, and there was also a jute sack. Sun Guolin only had a small suitcase, making him appear much lighter. How are we going? Sun Guolin patted the car parked beside him and said, "It's a taxi, quickly put the luggage on." At first, Xiuxian thought this car was waiting for someone else, but he didn't expect it to actually be waiting for them. Since it was here to pick them up, Xiuxian naturally had to ask how much it would cost. Sun Guolin was quite generous. "I'll pay for the car. Let's go. Getting quick, my grandpa is still waiting at home." When hearing this, Xiuxian hurriedly lifted his luggage bag, along with the jute sack filled with herbs. Sun Guolin sat in the front seat, while Xiuxian and Xuanhuan sat in the back. In the past, no matter how far they went, they either rode bicycles or hitched rides. Four-wheeled vehicles were rare. Just as they got in, even before the car moved, Sun Guolin started speaking Cantonese. Xuanhuan couldn't understand it, thinking it sounded like a foreign language, wanting to ask if his younger brother-in-law understood it. But upon second thought, this younger brother-in-law hadn't been to faraway places either, so perhaps he wouldn't understand it. Actually, Xiuxian could understand it, and Sun Guolin was just stating an address, though he didn't know the specific way. The driver nodded and stepped on the gas pedal, turning the steering wheel and leaving the inn. On the road, the car turned left and right. Xiuxian was already somewhat confused about directions. However, Sun Guolin sat in the passenger seat, occasionally looking back to introduce some landmark stores. "When you have time, come here for sweet soup. It's very delicious, and there's also the Cantonese morning tea. If you don't mind, tomorrow morning you can follow me and uncle to taste these. They're all amazing." Xiuxian didn't fully understand these things, sitting awkwardly and smiling dumbly in the back seat. Anyway, in Xiuxian's understanding, Cantonese morning tea was something that only rich people ate and drank. Ordinary families couldn't afford such leisure time to enjoy these things. Mainly everyone was busy working. Every day chasing after wages. Their legs were busy enough that they wanted to fly. Who has the time every morning to sit in tea houses? However, since they've come, they should experience it. Xiuxian gladly accepted Sun Guolin's invitation. "All right, but we are from other provinces. Hopefully during tomorrow's morning tea session, our manners won't embarrass us." Sun Guolin laughed heartily. "How could that happen? Since you've come to my place, you're guests. As guests, whatever you do will be fine. Don't worry." The taxi circled around for quite a distance before finally stopping at a place that looked like a small village. The houses here were grayish-white, and many people were sitting outside their doors on little stools. There were also a few children running around playing. Sun Guolin pointed the direction to the driver, who then drove a bit further ahead. Watching Sun Guolin take out money to pay the fare, he called out for Xiuxian and Xuanhuan to get off. "This is my house, self-built. The elders live here, they prefer it. Today is to visit my grandpa, otherwise, we wouldn't have run this far. My grandpa is also a famous old traditional Chinese medicine doctor. His eyesight for appraisal is sharper than mine." Xiuxian finally understood what Sun Guolin meant, so he hurried to grab his things, asking carefully, "You said the herbs in my sack are good, but what makes them good? Aren't they all grown from the ground? I don't know what the herbs look like over here. Anyway, these are all ones I dug up one by one from the fields. Guaranteed pure, natural, and wild. As for whether the efficacy is good or not, that I'm not certain about. There's no one practicing medicine in my family." Sun Guolin patted Xiuxian's shoulder and said, "That day on the train, it was me who asked the train attendant for help with the announcement. Luckily, your brother-in-law brought along this big package of herbs for me to choose from. At the time, I saw his hesitation. From those ginseng roots, I picked the smallest one. But based on my understanding of current herbal prices, just that little piece of ginseng could sell for a lot of money. Your brother-in-law was very generous." Xiuxian looked at his brother-in-law and nodded toward him. "So, my grandpa will be able to assess the value of these herbs by their quality. But in my view, this whole pack of yours is worth tens of thousands. I'm not kidding. Stop standing by the door, come inside with me." Following Sun Guolin into the house, they saw that the yard was tidied up rather neatly. There were even 2 wooden racks for drying things, with flat baskets placed on top. However, it's empty inside now. There's nothing. Sun Guolin walked ahead, shouting loudly for his grandpa as soon as he entered the house. Not long after, an energetic elderly man wearing loose clothes quickly stepped out. "Guolin, you're finally back. I thought you weren't planning to come back." Sun Guolin chuckled and said, "Grandpa, I still have school. This is just a quick trip because of some matters, and I'm taking this chance to visit you. And also, I've brought 2 friends with me. They've brought something you'll definitely like." The old man approached, and Xiuxian hurriedly carried the jute sack filled with herbs over. "Grandpa, take a look, what good stuff is this?" As soon as the jute sack was opened, the herbs inside came into view. Sun Guolin's grandpa leaned in for a closer look. This is some really good stuff." Though the old man spoke Mandarin not very fluently, it could still be judged from his expressions that he believed this whole sack of herbs was of fine quality. These herbs clearly look wild, naturally grown without any artificial intervention. Sun Guolin's grandpa picked up one herb and carefully examined it again and again before putting it down contentedly. "Guolin, you said these 2 are your friends. Did you meet them during school, or?" Sun Guolin pulled his grandpa aside and recounted everything that happened on the train in great detail. An older man has far more experience and insight than Sun Guolin. "Oh, so you met on the train. Young man, can you help me by taking all the herbs out of this sack so I can take a look? If they're all of this quality, name your price, and I'll buy them all." But Xiuxian shook his head. "Grandpa, these aren't for sale. To be honest, we don't have anything valuable where we're from. just this bit of herbs can be presented, but actually, we came here to find some connections. Xiuxian then grabbed Sun Guolin's grandpa and explained his plans and thoughts. Hearing this, the old man laughed heartily. Ah, I see. So I'll take all the herbs in this bag. Tomorrow, come with me to the tea house, and I'll introduce some people to you. Isn't that better? Guolin, you stay here tonight. Your business isn't urgent, right? Sun Guolin shook his head. No, it's not urgent. I took a week off from school. Last time when I had my holiday, I didn't make it back. So this time I asked for 2 more days off to keep you company. Chapter 128. I'll take all your herbs. Sun Guolin's grandfather could live in such a large house here, which shows his status here is not low. Since Sun Guolin is acting as an intermediary, Xiuxian didn't mind dumping all the herbs in his pocket to let him see clearly. With a splash, a bag of herbs was all spilled onto the cement ground of the yard. The old man squatted down and looked at them one by one. Among them, the ones that caught his attention the most were the few thumb-thick ginseng roots. This ginseng grows well. As far as I know, the best ginseng comes from Dongjin Mountain. Where are you from? Xiuxian said. We are from xuanhuan, but xuanhuan doesn't produce ginseng. Being able to dig up these few plants is already a stroke of luck. Dongjin Mountain is not close to us. It takes a whole day to make a trip there. However, xuanhuan has other herbs which are also good. These are just a small part. The old man quickly called someone over to collect all the herbs. According to the current market price, I will give you double, but there isn't enough cash at home. You'll have to wait a day. I'll send someone this afternoon to fetch it. Since you are originally a hunter, I have a favor to ask. If you go hunting in the mountains later on and happen to encounter some herbs, would you mind picking them for me? Such herbs can be dried and properly preserved for several years without rotting or going bad. Once you gather a certain amount, just let me know and I'll send someone directly to your place to pick them up. How about that? But there is a condition. The herbs you give me must be completely natural, with no artificial intervention. Xiuxian had already learned the skills of finding herbs from Dr. Tao. In the future, if he goes into the mountains more often, casually picking some herbs along the way wouldn't be unreasonable. Truly, xuanhuan is a treasure trove. No problem. Even if I don't go hunting, I'll walk into the mountains daily. Just so you know, Grandpa, no matter what kind of herb I find, do you want snake gallbladders as well? Do you know xuanhuan has things you might never imagine? The old man laughed heartily, thinking that Xiuxian was exaggerating, but nothing wrong with a young person talking big occasionally. All right. As long as they can be used as medicine, save them all for me. I'll send someone every 3 months to pick them up. As for the price, we'll calculate according to our local prices, and I'll give you an additional 50%. Guolin, hurry and get 2 rooms ready for these 2 esteemed guests. Sun Guolin then invited Xiuxian and Tian Weidong to the backyard. The backyard wasn't very large, but it was rather charmingly traditional. The 2 prepared rooms were both in the eastern wing. Inside and out, they were swept spotlessly clean, 1 room per person. However, having arrived at this unfamiliar place, Xiuxian still felt it better to sleep with his brother-in-law. Therefore, he made a very bold suggestion. Brother-in-law, why don't we sleep in the same room tonight? Tian Weidong glanced at the furnishings in the room, a large bed, a table with 2 stools, nothing particularly special. Fear what? I don't want to share a room with you. You don't know how loudly you snore at night, loud enough to wake the dead. It makes me unable to sleep. Upon hearing this, Xiuxian furrowed his brows instantly. You're criticizing me now, but you're no different either. Do you really think you don't snore when you sleep? Tian Weidong ignored it, entered the room, placed his belongings down, and lay directly on the bed. As guests, they didn't need to follow strict rules. Seeing that his brother-in-law wasn't paying attention to him, Xiuxian turned around and went back to his room. After returning to the room, Xiuxian mimicked his brother-in-law and laid down on the bed, ignoring everything outside. I'm not sure what Sun Guolin went off to do, but he hasn't been seen since. It was only during dinner that evening that he finally came over, looking dusty and disheveled, wearing an old, almost impossible to clean outfit. The grandfather looked at his eldest grandson in surprise. What have you been doing dressed like this? Sun Guolin, unconcerned, replied with a smile. Grandpa, today I went out once with uncle. He told me not to dress too neatly. He dragged me over to act as a laborer. Before he finished speaking, the uncle Sun Guolin mentioned came over, dressed similarly to Sun Guolin, also dirty. The rainy season will be arriving soon. Last year, a drainage area broke, so today, since Guolin was home, I took him along to fix it. Understanding what his grandson did, the elder relaxed somewhat. That's right, it does need repairing. Hurry up, wash yourselves and come eat. Sun Guolin readily agreed, probably because he was studying outside and rarely returned home. So he didn't mind his grandfather's nagging at all. Instead, it even gave him a small sense of happiness. Xiuxian thought this was wonderful. The dinner for the extended Sun family was actually quite simple. Soup, meat, vegetables, and rice. But maybe because the Suns were prominent figures here, they were very particular about their meals. This attentiveness made Xiuxian feel as though he had become Grandma Lu visiting the Grandview Garden. Everything looked new and fascinating. Even the fish, chicken, or simply a stir-fried vegetable seemed curious to him. The herbs you brought, I've already arranged for them to be delivered to the pharmacy, said the elder. The owner of the pharmacy really liked them. He even said that if we have more herbs like these, he'd take as much as we can provide. I originally planned to distribute some to each household, but many families ended up competing. Your bag of herbs simply wasn't enough. This time when you go back, please help find more herbs in the mountains so everyone can get a share. Xiuxian hadn't expected that the herbs he intended as a courtesy gift would end up being the source of his first significant profit. It seemed that after returning home, he needed to mobilize all the men, women, and children in Hejiang village to help him collect medicinal herbs. If old son bought a pound of herbs for 10 yuan, then he could buy from the villagers for 5 yuan a pound. He would earn the difference by selling them further while maintaining good relationships with both sides. And as old son had mentioned, someone would come every 3 months to collect the herbs. That way, he wouldn't need to worry about transportation costs either. He could easily earn money through the price differential. And 5 yuan per pound was an already generous price. And scrupulous merchants might have pressed it down to 2 or 3 yuan a pound. But given the current economic situation, even 1 or 2 yuan per pound would still attract some people. That night, Xiuxian stayed alone in the room, and every now and then, he heard noises coming from the yard. Since this wasn't his own home, he decided not to meddle in whatever activity was happening out there. However, the sounds persisted without stopping, and Xiuxian truly wanted to know what was going on. Why would someone be busy in the yard at such a late hour? What urgent matter couldn't wait until morning? Confused, Xiuxian quietly opened the door, and in one corner of the yard, he saw 2 people hugging each other tightly. Seeing this, Xiuxian naturally assumed they were a young couple. Chapter 129, Elder Son's Matchmaking. If they are a young couple, why not go back to the room for some intimate time? Why choose here instead? They sure know how to have fun. Xiuxian pushed the door open to leave. The room didn't have an en-suite bathroom, so if he wanted to use the restroom, he had to go outside. Once he stepped out, he was bound to disturb those 2, just as Xiuxian had anticipated. As soon as he came out, the 2 of them immediately separated, and the man even looked back at Xiuxian. He felt that his appearance interrupted their moment. However, Xiuxian wasn't doing it on purpose. When nature calls, you can't hold it forever, or else your bladder might burst. And anyone with basic medical knowledge knows that holding urine isn't good for your health. But when passing by those 2 people, Xiuxian still gave them an apologetic smile. At least don't let these 2 hate him. Otherwise, if they bear grudges, his business with elder son would probably be disrupted. When he returned after using the restroom, he found that the 2 were already gone. Where they went, who knows? Maybe they found a more secluded place where no one could bother them. You can only say that young people in this era really knew how to play around. With nothing interesting to see, Xiuxian naturally returned to his room. Now, the courtyard was finally quiet again. No one would bother him sleeping anymore. As soon as his head touched the pillow, he fell asleep and woke up only when Sun Guolin knocked on their door in the morning. Otherwise, he might have slept until noon. Looking outside, it was just dawning, and Sun Guolin was already dressed. Get ready within 20 minutes, wash up fast, and then follow Grandpa to have morning tea. Don't forget that he will introduce some new friends to you today. Upon hearing this, Xiuxian instantly felt alert. Tian Weidong also thought the same thing. They would soon meet the big boss, so preparation was necessary. 20 minutes was more than enough time for them. Who would have thought that an elderly gentleman like him could rise so early? A large family accompanied him to the tea house for morning tea. What surprised Xiuxian even more was that despite it being less than 7 o'clock, there were already quite a few people sitting upstairs and downstairs. Some families were eating here together, some were sharing tables, while Grandpa's son directly led everyone upstairs. It was quieter here, and you could sit on the second floor and enjoy the view outside. Though the tea fees here were higher, Sun Guolin handed a teapot to the server. Please brew this tea, my grandfather loves it. The server nodded. We remember son Grandpa's preferences. Please wait a moment, the tea will be served shortly. Xiuxian stared at the server. She was wearing a cheongsam and stepping in black high-heeled shoes with thick heels. Every step she took, her body swayed gracefully. Such dressing styles were rarely seen in northeast China. Perhaps such elegance was only present in places like this. Xiuxian decided that once he became wealthy in the future, he would open an entertainment venue. Then he would have those pretty young girls dress in outfits like hers. Young girls should dress beautifully to look attractive. This kind of thought may or may not be shared by others, but Xiuxian certainly believed it. Not long after, the female server returned with a teapot. She poured a cup of tea for each person, and a male server followed with a cart of food. Even the manager of the tea house came over personally to greet them. Grandpa son, it's been a long time. How's your health been recently? Grandpa son nodded. I'm fine, but I couldn't come earlier because there were family matters. Now those issues are resolved, so I've brought these youngsters here for tea. The manager chatted briefly with Grandpa son, and then quickly moved on to attend to other customers. Xiuxian realized this old man carried great prestige. He wondered who exactly this grandfather intended to introduce him to. Considering the old man's status, whoever he introduces must surely be a top-notch figure, which made Xiuxian excited. Before he could even sip the tea, someone came upstairs. Old son, you finally remembered to invite me for tea. Xiuxian recognized the voice. Upon raising his eyes, sure enough, it was the boss who bought the bear paw. Thankfully, that time he asked Uncle Guangji to ensure an introduction. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known it was him. The boss seemed to no longer have a deep impression of Xiuxian. He ignored everyone else, pulled out a nearby chair, and sat down immediately. Grandpa's son was also saying polite words. How could I forget you? I heard your business is doing well lately. Even your car has changed. That doesn't matter much. Cars, anyway, are always used for show. If one day my business is not as good as it is now, I will have to sell the car for money. This statement is also correct. When you have money, you buy houses and cars. When you don't, you sell them. They are always useful in emergencies. Xiuxian has access to inside information. As long as he has connections, he can leak some secrets before they do. Come on, let me introduce this person, Xiuxian, who is from northeast China. The boss recognized this name and felt it was familiar. Looking up at Xiuxian, he suddenly realized, young brother Xiang, it's you. Didn't expect to meet you here. Xiuxian quickly extended his hand and firmly grasped the hands of the boss. I thought, boss, you might have forgotten about me, but you haven't. There was a slight trace of embarrassment on the face of the boss. But with son elder here, any moment of embarrassment would pass instantly. The item you got me last time helped me a great deal. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had the money to change cars. I wonder why brother Xiang came here. Xiuxian turned back and looked at his brother-in-law. It was the first time his brother-in-law had encountered such a situation. In comparison, Tian Weidong was much bolder. He gave his younger brother-in-law a look, signaling him not to hold back and speak boldly. Anyway, words spoken are just words. Whether the other party accepts or rejects depends entirely on themselves. If he doesn't express himself, how could they possibly know what he thinks? Xiuxian took a deep breath and said, I am here to open a sales channel for the mountain goods store I plan to start in the future. No one buys mountain goods where we are. After all, close to the greater Xiuxian range, anyone in need can go straight into the mountains. But there doesn't seem to be that kind of convenience on this side, so there may be a gap. The boss laughed loudly, and finally, he understood why Xiuxian was here. Oh, that's the reason. In fact, I have thought about looking for you again. But I've been too busy every day to find the time. However, since you've come today, and it's also for your own store's business, I'll take the opportunity. If your store does open, I will definitely take care of your first order. Even before anything happened, this boss already grabbed the first order of the shop. Xiuxian couldn't help but lift his teacup, substituting tea for wine, and made a toast to him. Then I should go back and set up the store right away. I shouldn't delay the needs of such an important boss. Before this boss could finish greeting, others came one after another. The ones who arrived later were unknown to Xiuxian. Chapter 130, Grandeur. As for the boss who came later, son Grandpa would need to help introduce him. Xiuxian also acted gracefully. After all, he had been nervous once already. The experience was no more than the same routine. Although these few people did various kinds of businesses, they seemed to be very interested in hunting. But Xiuxian thought that they seemed to just want to save face for Grandpa-san. Whether they were really interested or not still remained questionable. Breakfast continued until it was past noon when Old Sun prepared to leave. A table full of people all stood up as soon as they saw Old Sun get up. After all, among the group, Old Sun held the highest status. As soon as he moved, others followed suit. However, tonight, they couldn't sleep at Old Sun's house. Xiuxian needed to find his connections, but Old Sun was a little reluctant to let him go. He felt a connection with Xiuxian. In the future, if you come here again, remember to visit me. It's fortunate that my grandson is studying medicine, otherwise, we might not have met. Xiuxian didn't expect that such an accidental meeting would allow him to know someone so highly respected. He felt quite lucky. I understand, Grandpa-san, next time I come here, I will definitely visit you. After bidding farewell to Xiuxian, the Sun family resumed their normal life. Back in the city, they found a relatively cheap inn and stayed there. This time, there was no gift for meeting the boss. They didn't even know how to see him. Xiuxian pondered over it and decided to find a shopping mall to buy some decent wine. Tian Weidong hadn't been to such a big city before and didn't know whether the prices here were expensive or cheap. In any case, today's morning tea shouldn't be cheap because he carefully observed it. Some people ordered only 1 or 2 dishes on the table, yet ended up paying with large bills. By comparison, Old Sun had filled an entire table with food. Even if he was highly respected, the manager of the tea house could only eliminate a small portion of the bill, which wouldn't be too exaggerated. A mere breakfast could cost so much money, then other places would definitely be more expensive. However, Xiuxian refused to believe it. Even if the price here was extremely high, there must be a limit, right? Besides, this was the 1980s. How expensive could the prices be? But when the two of them arrived at the mall and looked at the prices on the shelves, they unconsciously put them back. If they really paid for them, their train tickets home would be wasted. Just at that moment, Xiuxian's pager received a message. It was Zhou Boss who wanted to buy bear paws. Why did Zhou Boss suddenly look for him? Xiuxian quickly found a public telephone booth and dialed the number. After disconnecting the call, Xiuxian rushed back and pulled Tian Weidong out. Tian Weidong still didn't understand what was happening. Asking while running, "Where are we going?" Xiuxian said, pulling him. "Zhou Boss wants us to go somewhere and introduce business to me. Looks like our trip here isn't in vain." Tian Weidong believed his words tentatively. Since they were outside, spending money was something that sister-in-law Xiang Meiyun at home didn't know about. Therefore, there was no need to worry so much. Following the address given by Zhou Boss, Xiuxian informed the taxi driver. The taxi driver spoke broken Mandarin. "That place is far away, and the car has to return empty, so you have to pay the empty return fare." Tian Weidong didn't understand what an empty return fare was, and assumed the driver was trying to raise the price arbitrarily. "What do you mean by empty return fee? You're just trying to make more money, aren't you?" The taxi driver appeared completely unbothered and said, "Since you say that, you two can get off." Xiuxian opened the door, allowing his brother-in-law to get in first. Tian Weidong felt as if the car was made of gold. "You spend money like this, you'd better not let your sister know. Otherwise, we'll get scolded when we go home." For people like sisters who value money highly, entering and exiting by foot is preferable, and money shouldn't be spent unnecessarily. Even when transportation was needed in the village, Xiang Meiyun would barter items rather than spending cash. As long as there was no need to spend cash, she was willing to exchange with anything else. "Brother-in-law, since we've come out already, spending money is natural, plus it doesn't amount to much anyway. And the places we're going to are all very elegant." Xiuxian spoke briefly. There was no point in saying more. Tian Wei Dong believed his brother-in-law's words. Moreover, they were outside using money on something, which sister-in-law Xiang Meiyan at home didn't know. Thus, there wasn't much to worry about. Anyway, the car will be running empty on its way back, and the cost of fuel alone will exceed that much. There are very few people in that place. However, Mr. Zhou had set a time limit for Xiuxian. If that time was exceeded, the deal would automatically be cancelled. In order to secure this deal, Xiuxian was willing to pay extra for the return trip. Only after agreeing to pay the extra fee did the driver agree to take the job. It took half an hour to get there, arriving within the agreed-upon time. When Xiuxian paid the fare, he did so without hesitation. However, the driver was curious about why they had come here. Xiuxian simply said that they had come here for a reason, otherwise, why would they have bothered? Thinking about how Mr. Zhou was waiting inside, Xiuxian didn't feel it appropriate to chat further with the driver. They couldn't keep Mr. Zhou and his friends waiting too long. The driver also had money to earn, so he quickly drove away. As Xiuxian was contemplating how to get in touch with Mr. Zhou again, he saw a woman dressed in a red skirt walk out from inside. The woman was wearing bold makeup and had styled her hair into big, wavy curls that were fashionable at the time. Just in that red dress, she exuded charm and allure that was unforgettable once seen. "Excuse me, which one of you is Mr. Xiuxian?" Xiuxian raised his hand. "I am. Who are you?" The woman smiled brightly and said, "I am Mr. Zhou's secretary. My name is Tao Hui. Mr. Zhou sent me to pick you up. Please follow me in." Following Tao Hui, Xiuxian walked into the four-story building in front of him. From the outside, it already looked luxurious, but stepping inside, it became clear what true opulence meant. Apparently, this Mr. Zhou was someone of great wealth and status, far from being an ordinary person. At that moment, Tao Hui asked, "Today, Mr. Zhou invited some friends over, and they are currently chatting and drinking tea in the office. Mr. Xiang, may I ask, what kind of tea do you prefer?" Chapter 131. This deal can't be done. Seeing Tao Hui's smiling face, Xiuxian felt as if he were basking in the spring breeze. Most importantly, her Mandarin was quite good. "Any kind of tea is fine, not picky," said Xiuxian. Tao Hui still maintained her smile. "All right, Mr. Xiang, I'll go arrange it momentarily." There were 4 floors in total, with an elevator installed, ascending all the way to the 3rd floor before coming out. Under Tao Hui's guidance, they finally arrived at Boss Zhou's office. Tao Hui reached the door a few steps ahead and knocked. "Mr. Zhou, Mr. Xiang has arrived. Should I bring him in?" Moments later, Boss Zhou's voice came from within the office. Quickly, bring him in. Zhang and I have been waiting for quite some time." As expected, this Boss Zhou was rather trustworthy, thought Xiuxian. Tao Hui pushed open the big door of the office and bowed slightly to let Xiuxian and Tian Wei Dong enter. "Gentlemen, please come in. I'll go prepare some tea for you too." The office was very impressive. In front of a giant desk sat 2 people. Boss Zhou sat on his exclusive chair, lifting his head and seeing Xiuxian and Tian Wei Dong approaching, greeted them warmly. "Younger brother Xiang, we've been waiting for you for quite some time. Let me introduce the people here. This one is Zhang Tao, my sworn brother, and this is his younger brother, xuanhuan. Zhang Tao wants to meet someone who can hunt in the mountains, and the first person I thought of was you who hunts in the mountains. So I plan to be the mediator and have you two meet." Zhang Tao turned back and glanced at Xiuxian. His small eyes revealed sharp intelligence, like a scanning machine. He seemed to be able to glean some information through this action as his eyes scanned up and down. "Mr. Zhou, how could this person look nothing like someone who hunts in the mountains? To me, he looks more like a scholar. Can he really obtain what I need?" Boss Zhou burst into laughter. "Of course he can. The bare paws I wanted initially were provided by him. You don't know how much help he's given me. And again, based on our relationship, would I introduce a fake to you?" Zhang Tao stood up and actively approached Xiuxian. "Hello, nice to meet you. I'll come straight to the point. I want a tiger skin for a carpet. I'm not sure if you can get it, especially one from a Siberian tiger. It's grander, and its fur color is more appealing." Zhang Tao had already extended his hand, waiting for Xiuxian to reach out and shake it. However, upon hearing that Zhang wanted the skin of a Siberian tiger, Xiuxian decided against extending his hand. In the past, Su Guangji had approached him to get a tiger skin but hadn't disclosed the name of the boss involved. Could these 2 events be connected? "Mr. Zhang, have you approached anyone else before?" asked Xiuxian. Zhang Tao didn't hide anything, nodding while admitting that the previous contact failed to deliver as agreed and wasted some time. Fortunately, the tiger skin was something Zhang wanted personally, not for giving favors or making deals. Therefore, there was no specific time constraint, though it couldn't take too long either. He had originally believed that the person he contacted would fulfill his wish. However, after some time passed, he hadn't even seen a single tiger hair, let alone an entire tiger skin. Eventually, that person told him that tigers were too fierce for him to hunt and suggested finding someone else. Xiuxian sneered. "I know who you're talking about. He was my master. Back then, he found me to ask for help in hunting tigers. I suspect Mr. Zhang may not fully appreciate the status of the Siberian tiger in our region. If you want roe deer or antlers, I can certainly arrange that for you, but the Siberian tiger is off limits. Mr. Zhou, thank you for your good intentions, but I won't participate in any business related to Siberian tigers. No deals involving the Siberian tiger will be accepted from now on." But Zhang Tao assumed that Xiuxian rejected him because his own capabilities weren't strong enough. "Lao Zhou, as I've always said, this guy isn't suitable. Find someone better," Zhang said. Zhou boss thought that Xianjin didn't give him this face, yet businessmen wouldn't completely ignore such situations. Qianjin, you've taken down a bear. Why not take a shot when the tiger is caught unawares? Even if it's just with a tranquilizer, wouldn't it be possible? I believe you're capable of this. Once you accept the task, surely Piao boss's promised reward will be handed over without issues. And I will also prepare a large red envelope for you. Despite being tempted by substantial financial incentives, Qianjin remained unmoved. Mr. Zhou, this isn't about money. As things stand now, the number of Siberian tigers in Daxing'anling is extremely limited. Furthermore, Boss Zhang is asking for a male tiger, and adult male tigers possess an attack power far beyond average animals. I personally lack the ability to defeat a full-grown male tiger, so I'm sorry, but I cannot accept this job from you, Boss Zhang. Moreover, I will do my utmost to protect the northeast tiger and prevent them from being harmed by hunters. Even if you have the ability to find a better hunter, as long as I'm there, they will never get close. When he got to this point, Xianjin shifted his gaze to Boss Zhou once more. Boss Zhou, I apologize. I thought this trip would bring another good business opportunity, but these two matters happened to collide. Xianjin's stance was firm. He did not waver from his principles. But upon hearing this, Zhang Tao clearly became displeased. What skills could you possibly possess alone? Isn't it true that whatever I want, I just need to ask for it? Young man, don't think too highly of yourself. I guarantee I will obtain the male tiger skin, and you'll pay a price. As the intermediary between both parties, Boss Zhou noticed the growing tension and quickly intervened to ease things. Old Zhang, I know your preferences are different from others, but with such rare things, it's all about fate. If fate brings it your way and you decline, that's on you. If fate doesn't align, no matter what, obstacles will be everywhere. As the saying goes, what is destined to be yours will eventually come. What isn't, don't force it. Boss Zhou wouldn't let a conflict arise between Xianjin and his sworn brother over something like this. That said, his success today owed much to Xianjin's help, and without him, everything wouldn't have been so smooth. He had to consider both sides fairly and not show favoritism. Seeing how chaotic the situation had become, Xianjin didn't want to linger a second longer. Sister's husband, let's go. Tian Weidong shared this sentiment. Thinking while getting a tiger skin might seem easy at first glance, there was definitely a reason why his brother-in-law refused to take part in it. Tian Weidong was an amateur when it came to hunting. He had no grounds to instruct or judge anyone on the matter. With a slight nod from Tian Weidong, Xianjin disregarded the other two. At that exact moment, Tao Hui walked in carrying freshly brewed tea. As she passed each other, Xianjin gave her a faint smile. Tao Hui stood frozen in place, still unclear about what had just transpired. Boss Zhou was similarly caught off guard, falsely assuming he still held control over the situation. Chapter 132. Won't change their minds, right? Are you still looking? Hurry up and chase them back. Even if after 100 steps backward, Xianjin didn't help his good buddy with the tiger skin, but at least he had helped himself. Since these people came all this way, he should treat them well as the host. If they just left like this, once it got out, people would say there was something wrong with him. Tao Hui quickly put down the teacup in her hand and hurriedly chased out wearing high heels. Seeing that those two had just walked to the elevator. Mr. Xiang, Mr. Tian, please stop. Hearing Tao Hui's call, Xianjin frowned. He admitted that Tao Hui was beautiful and exuded a certain charm. But if Boss Zhou thought this could make him loyal, it was underestimating his resolve. Brother-in-law, let's take the stairs. At first, Tao Hui thought Xianjin was standing at the elevator waiting for her, so she slowed down her running pace. She wanted to walk leisurely towards him, but unexpectedly, Xianjin stopped at the elevator door for only 2 seconds. Seeing them heading toward the staircase, Tao Hui couldn't help but quicken her steps again. She didn't know what exactly happened in the office, but Boss Zhou said to keep those two, and Tao Hui felt utterly helpless inside. Sometimes, a single word from the boss required her to complete a task like a headless fly stumbling around. However, she had been in this position for 3 years. The ins and outs of big or small matters had already refined her own set of methods. Mr. Xiang, Mr. Tian, please wait. Tao Hui called again. This time, it still had no effect whatsoever. Xianjin wished he had 8 legs so he could leave here as fast as possible. To him, Tao Hui's shout was more akin to ghostly whispers found only in strange tales, emerging at night. In an instant, he no longer felt that the building was magnificent. Rather, it was more like a disguised man-eating cave. But Tian Weidong wasn't aware of what his brother-in-law was thinking about. By the time they reached the 3rd floor, Tao Hui had already caught up. Seeing her carefully descending the stairs in high heels, Tian Weidong worried for her too. Tao miss, you don't need to retain us. For whatever boss Zhou asks me to do, I won't do it for any amount of money. Xianjin said. Tao Hui was stunned. She hadn't even said a word, yet Xianjin had preemptively blocked her attempt, leaving her perplexed. Mr. Xiang, aren't you misunderstanding our boss's words? He may not have intended that. Both of you should wait a bit. If our boss truly means what you think, then you can leave later. One thing Tao Hui didn't get wrong. Their boss, surnamed Zhou, didn't say anything extreme. The real problem person was the one surnamed Zhang. Without that surname Zhang, he actually would have liked to sit down and chat with Boss Zhou. However, the significance of their relationship, Xianjin knew clearly without further inquiry, who was more important. For Boss Zhou to allow Tao Hui to come out and intercept them was already giving face. If he chose to go back now, wouldn't it make the one surnamed Zhang look down on him? Would they think he stormed off out of petulance, playing games like throwing tantrums similar to a young wife threatening to hang herself? No need. Still, thank you for Boss Zhou's hospitality, Miss Tao, please return. Xiuxian had made up his mind to leave. No matter what Tao Hui said or did, he wouldn't waver. Tao Hui realized that Xiuxian was determined to leave. No matter what she said or brought up, nothing worked. If it's so, then I won't stop you too. This time my hospitality fell short. Hopefully next time you'll visit and drink tea brewed by myself. Tao Hui watched the two go downstairs, feeling complex emotions within. Every time Boss Zhou gave her work, she wouldn't dare to say she finished it perfectly, but at least she tried 90% to complete it fully. But as today, even she herself felt that this situation couldn't be salvaged. Or else, how could she let Xiuxian go easily? Back in the office, seeing those three sitting quietly there, Tao Hui was momentarily lost. Could it be that the quarrel in the office earlier never really happened? Boss Zhou looked at Tao Hui and asked accusingly, "Where are the people? Didn't I ask you to keep them?" "Boss, Mr. Xiang is adamant about leaving. It doesn't matter what I say. If there's nothing else, I will step out." Tao Hui didn't want to become cannon fodder, holding the 2 cups of tea, leaving the office. After stepping out of Boss Zhou's company, Xiuxian suddenly felt the air outside refreshing and pleasant. "Xiuxian, don't you think we've just offended Boss Zhou? If his friend really finds other hunters, do you really plan to confront him? They have money and connections, whereas we have nothing." Xiuxian wore a face of discontent. "What do you mean by there's nothing? That mountain belongs to us. I won't allow outsiders to snatch our stuff. By tolerating them this time, it means they will continue to find ways to seize things in the future. I absolutely cannot accept such behavior." Because of protecting Siberian tigers, Xiuxian didn't plan to stay long in Guangdong. Since he had already met Old Man Sun, all he needed to do was to collect some Chinese herbs in the greater Xiuxian range, which would give him handsome rewards. As for other matters, there would be plenty of time later. With Old Man Sun around, did he still need to worry about selling the items in his shop? Before leaving, Xiuxian prepared a modest gift and visited Sun Guolin's house again. However, this time Sun Guolin wasn't home, only Old Man Sun practicing Tai Chi in the yard. Every move was fluid, revealing profound mastery. After finishing his routine, Old Man Sun greeted Xiuxian. Upon learning they were leaving, Sun Guolin's eyes brimmed with reluctance. "So you're going back? Aren't you planning to stay a couple more days? Guolin is out on business right now, but he'll be heading back to school this weekend. You two might as well wait for him and return together." Xiuxian glanced at his brother-in-law. Before coming, his brother-in-law had taken 2 weeks off, worried about not having enough time, yet they had been here less than a week and had to go back already. This vacation was truly too long. Xiuxian said, "Grandpa Sun, there's something unexpected came up. We must hurry back. We're afraid we can't wait, but we don't think our previous agreement will change, will it?" From the moment they arrived, Old Man Sun had known their purpose. "Certainly not. Am I the kind of person who changes decisions easily? Did something happen while you were here that made you hesitant to tell me?" Xiuxian shook his head. "Not at all. We really have to go." It was his habit not to speak ill of others behind their backs. Moreover, this matter couldn't be blamed on Boss Zhou either. "Grandpa Sun, we owe a lot to you this trip. We hope you stay healthy." Xiuxian returned to the inn, packed his belongings, and paid his extra rent up front. He intended to enjoy a proper meal of authentic Cantonese cuisine before leaving. Otherwise, who knew when the next trip would be? Chapter 133, must not go anywhere. But Tian Weidong had a different thought. "Let's hurry up and go. Compared to the Cantonese cuisine here, I prefer the meals made by your sister." Xiuxian wanted to spend money to let his brother-in-law have a good meal, but he didn't expect him to say such things. "Is the food cooked by my sister really that delicious?" Tian Weidong patted his stomach and said, "It might not be as good as a chef's, but it's the feeling of being grounded when eating her dishes. You haven't been married, so you don't understand. Every day being able to eat the food made by your wife is very happy." Before going to the train station, Tian Weidong suddenly remembered something. He had promised before leaving that he would bring some things back for his wife. After discussing with Xiuxian, the two returned to the shopping mall. The mall here was bustling with people. The booths of all sizes were filled with various products. "Your sister loves to look beautiful. She has always wanted a set of cosmetics, but those sold in our place aren't nice looking enough. Look how good these are." Before he finished speaking, the boss of the counter smiled and came over. "This set is one of the best-selling ones here, sir. If you like, you can buy it as a gift for your wife." Tian Weidong found the set of cosmetics truly excellent, but cautiously asked about the price. "This isn't expensive," the counter owner replied instantly, pulling out the price list. Upon seeing the price, Tian Weidong involuntarily drew in a breath of cold air. With his salary, he could only afford half the set. "Isn't this expensive? It costs 2 months' salary for me." The counter owner exclaimed. "Really? This isn't expensive at all. Look at the young girl ahead there. She bought something just now and walked away with it. There are only 2 sets left in my shop right now. If you don't want them, they will be bought soon." Tian Weidong hesitated. Though they made money by selling herbs, that money had nothing to do with him. However, Xiuxian wasn't someone who was that stingy. "Brother-in-law, buy it. Rarely does one come out here, and your sister may be missing it at home now. You can't just send her off with a small trinket, right?" Tian Weidong naturally knew that simply buying a small item to bring back would make him feel awkward. But this set of cosmetics was indeed outrageously expensive. As he hesitated, the boss behind the counter tapped on the glass. "Sir, are you going to buy or not? Don't stand here blocking my business if you're not buying." Tian Weidong stubbornly responded. "Who says I'm not buying? Buy it, give me a new set. Also, get me 2 lipsticks and face creams." Xiuxian realized that the counter owner had just used a provocation strategy. He didn't expect his usually composed brother-in-law to be affected. As long as the goods were sold, The counter owner was delighted. Xiuxian looked at the items displayed in the counter. They were stylish and attractive. He glanced around at several other stalls selling cosmetics. It seemed that only the things here were rather special. Boss, your business must be doing well, right? Those other stalls don't seem to have many customers. While packing the items for Tian Weidong, the boss replied, my store has been examined by experts, saying it's a good feng shui spot. If you hadn't come straight to my place, I wouldn't need to keep updating the stock fast because otherwise, my business wouldn't thrive either. Their goods have been sitting in the cabinets for quite some time. Sometimes when customers check out the lipstick, it has already dried out. But everything here is fine. Xiuxian noticed that women here love to dress up, but the women back home didn't care much about their appearance. There were only 3 or 4 warm months in a year. During the remaining days, scarves cover their faces. Even if they apply makeup, it seems hard to notice anything attractive, so naturally, no one wants to put on makeup. Tying a braid, wearing a flower in the hair, and wearing earrings already counted as formal dressing for them. Tian Weidong gritted his teeth to pay, but fell short by 20 yuan. Qianjin, we're short by 20 here. You can help me out first, and I'll return the money next month after getting paid. For Qianjin, 20 yuan was a trivial amount that wouldn't even make him blink an eye. After paying the money, the two finally left the mall and arrived at the train station to board the train back home. This time both could relax. They had only 2 luggage bags, which contained only clothes and the things bought for their sister. The train kept clanging on the track as it moved forward. However, once they sat on the train, they were eager to return home as quickly as possible. It took them just as much time, if not longer, to return home than it did to come. After spending 2 days on the train, they finally returned home. Exiting the station, both of them instinctively took out the down jackets from their bags and wrapped themselves in them. The temperature gradually decreased as they traveled from south to north, but inside the train, it was less noticeable. Xiang Meiyan had thought that her husband and younger brother would stay outside for a longer time. As she was about to put some noodles in the pot to have a quick bite, she heard voices at the door. Where have you two been? You even brought back 2 big bags. Xiuxian said to Aunt Li. We went on a trip far away and just got back. Aunt Li, where are you going? I'm fine, I'll go buy a pack of salt. No more talk now, dinner's still cooking in the pot. As soon as Aunt Li left, Xiuxian quickly entered the house. Sis, I'm back. Hearing her brother's voice, Xiang Meiyan thought her ears were playing tricks on her. Lifting the curtain, she saw her brother and husband standing right in front of her. She tried to stay calm on purpose. Back so fast, did everything go well? Xiuxian nodded. Everything's settled, sis. Look, to prove they didn't waste their trip, Xiuxian pulled out a wad of bills from his pocket. It was much more than what they took when leaving. Seeing the money, Xiang Meiyan quickly wiped her hands on her apron in front of her. So you earned this much in one trip. How great. Haven't eaten yet, right? Let me add more noodles, and I'll cook something nice tonight. But Xiuxian suddenly felt that there was something off with his sister, and he looked at her askance. Sis, what's wrong? Have you been crying? Tears were brimming in Xiang Meiyun's eyes, and she shook her head hastily. Who's crying? I was just smoked in the eyes while cooking. When Xiuxian wasn't busy, he often helped his sister with the firewood. How could he not know if the smoke really affects the eyes? And besides, his sister had started cooking since before she was married. Her fire-building skills had always been much better than his over all these years. For her to have her eyes smoked by burning firewood is highly unlikely. So ultimately, she had been crying. Brother-in-law, it's up to you to comfort her. I can't handle my sister. Xiuxian left the opportunity for Tian Weidong and retreated to his room first. This was Tian Weidong's first time running such a long distance, being away from home for so long. Because he was a man, he couldn't act like a woman crying all the time, or else he would have cried earlier. He embraced Xiang Meiyan tightly in his arms. I know you must have missed me these few days after I left home. I brought you something good, the thing you've always wanted. Xiang Meiyan retorted stubbornly. Who misses you? You don't know how free I was while you were away. Tian Weidong chuckled and teased her. Is that so? Then I'll leave with Qianjin again. This time, it may take more than 10 days to come back. Tian Weidong pretended to shout, but Xiang Meiyan immediately covered his mouth with her hand. No going anywhere. Chapter 134. Envy your sister. Upon hearing this, Tian Weidong was overjoyed and held his wife even tighter. Xiuxian was inside, sitting with Tianhua, constantly looking out the window. Seeing that the two had spent enough time being affectionate, he quickly coughed twice to remind them that there were still 2 people in the room. Tian Weidong quickly loosened his grip on his wife and lowered his voice as if sharing a small secret. Wife, I bought you something good, something you've always wanted. To prove what he said was true, Tian Weidong weighed the item in his hand, making a clinking sound for her to hear. Xiang Meiyan was curious about what he had in his hand, but seeing that the water in the pot was boiling, she decided to focus on preparing lunch first. You go inside first. You can check the thing later. Think quickly about what we're having for dinner tonight. Tian Weidong didn't spend much time thinking about it, saying straightforwardly, let's have dumplings, either meat or vegetable is fine. It had been only 3 days since returning home, and almost every day Xiuxian devoted his time to the small shop. He had already visited all the places in the mountains during his previous long journey. The things found in the mountain were not yet ready for harvest. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry to go up the mountain. However, Xiuxian did not expect that one day Aunt Hong would suddenly drop by. Her hair salon was not close to here, so coming without prior notice meant that her business might be paused for a while. Xiuxian, feeling honored by her visit, asked immediately, Aunt Hong, is there something you need? Jin Hong looked around at his store, full of disdain. Where did you get all these old things? I heard you traveled far away recently and made quite a bit of money. Since you have so much money, why don't you buy something decent? Xiuxian looked around, smiling. Which items here aren't decent? Don't joke with me, Aunt Hong. Who's joking? In my opinion, only those few shelves are decent. Look at this leather sofa. It's already cracked and the leather isn't good. And this coffee table. See, the patterns on the surface are half worn off. How can you let your guests relax and drink tea here? Xiuxian scratched his head and smiled. I originally bought secondhand stuff, and those cabinets were made by my brother-in-law. Jin Hong laughed upon hearing this. No wonder. I thought only these two cabinets seemed decent. Turns out your brother-in-law has good craftsmanship. It's impressive that he can make such intricate items. While busy with other things in the store, Xiuxian heard Jin Hong say this and laughed. Aren't you very familiar with my brother-in-law? Do you not know he is a carpenter? Jin Hong sighed. Of course I know. When I got married, I wanted a dressing table, and your brother-in-law helped me make one. It's still good now, except the handle of the drawer is broken, and I'll have to find someone to fix it soon. Hearing Jin Hong say this, Xiuxian couldn't help but become wary. Aunt Hong, you live alone with your child? Have you considered finding another partner? With your beauty, I'm sure there are plenty of people who like you. Jin Hong sat down on the leather sofa. Her light build made her sink in barely a bit. How easy is that? I am someone who has already experienced a loss. How can I afford to lose again? In fact, I really envy your sister. She has obedient and considerate children, and a husband who is both thoughtful and caring. Our two situations are like heaven and earth apart. How come our situations are so different as women? Sometimes I really think it's unfair from the heavens. Xiuxian poured Jin Hong a cup of water, figuring that after talking so much, she must be thirsty. You shouldn't say that. My sister also has her own troubles. After all these years of marriage, she's only ever revolved around the kitchen, unlike Aunt Hong, who dresses fashionably. Jin Hong could tell he was joking about her. You little guy, always talking nonsense in front of me. You have no plans to date anyone and stabilize your life early? If I were your age, I'd already. This time, before Jin Hong finished her sentence, Xiuxian interrupted her. Aunt Hong, look at me now. I have nothing, not even a house for a new bride. Which girl would be willing to be with me? When my shop really starts doing business and I start making money daily, I'll think about those things. Aunt Hong, please stop worrying about me. After saying these words, Jin Hong gave him a sly look. Who's willing to worry about you? This is just small talk. When are you planning to enter the mountains? Don't forget what I told you last time. Xiuxian froze in place. Last time? What exactly did you say, Aunt Hong? About half a month had passed, and Jin Hong hadn't seen Xiuxian contact her. He didn't even visit her hair salon anymore. Later, he found out that Xiuxian had gone on a long trip. She didn't know exactly where to go, but yesterday she saw Tian Weidong on the street and found out that he was back. Since he was back, she dropped her business at the store and came over for a look. A woman must have a piece of fur of her own in her lifetime. Look, I told you this before. You did forget it, my fox fur. After Jin Hong reminded him, Xiuxian finally remembered there was such a thing. This? I'll check in the mountains in a few days. If I find one, I'll get it for you. You know, foxes are quite cunning. Jin Hong leaned back, acting somewhat like an elder sister. You're just talking nonsense in front of me. I'll definitely not let you do it for free. I'll pay you. Jin Hong grabbed her small handbag and took out a thick stack of bills. Xiuxian glanced at them and couldn't help but joke. I say, Sister Hong's barber shop does make money. Last time you said it wasn't making any. Jin Hong counted a few bills and slapped them on the table. This is your labor fee, plus the cost of the fur. Make sure to deliver it before winter starts, or I'll come to your house. There were 5 large bills on the coffee table. Xiuxian wouldn't dare take this money. If he really took it, and if word got to his sister and brother-in-law, they would definitely teach him to behave properly again. Sister Hong, what do you mean? Our two families are so close, there's no need for this. Jin Hong was also a straightforward person, smiling as she said, I'm not joking. The furs you bring me are real, unlike the ones in the mall, which don't guarantee authenticity. I feel like this amount is already too little, so stop declining. If your sister asks, tell her I forced you to take it. After saying that, Jin Hong prepared to leave. However, Xiuxian truly could not accept the money. He acted very firmly. Even if Jin Hong talked herself blue today about not wanting her money back, he still had to return the cash to her. Xiuxian quickly chased out and blocked Jin Hong. Sister Hong, I really can't accept this money. You're raising a child alone while running a barber shop. Surely you need the money everywhere. Chapter 135. Hurry up and go to the hospital. I'll go hunting in the mountain, and if I encounter any foxes, I'll catch a few for you. Then I'll send their pelts to you. Jin Hong looked at the 5 large notes in her hand and smiled as she said, if I don't take this money, you won't regret it, right? Once I take this money, it's not yours anymore. Jin Hong shook the money in front of Xiuxian's eyes. Xiuxian's attitude was very firm. These 500 yuan he really couldn't accept. If he did, how would he face others? Moreover, catching foxes is essentially an incidental thing. The fox itself isn't valuable. It's likely only its pelt that has some worth. Really, I can't take it. Sister, you should go back now. There might be someone waiting for you to cut their hair by now. Seeing that Xiuxian wasn't greedy for these 500 yuan, Jin Hong pulled one note out. If you don't want 500, what about 100? Just consider it as me buying you 2 roasted chickens and 2 bottles of wine. And I don't know if you smoke, so let's count in 2 packs of cigarettes too. This is your hard-earned fee. Xiuxian thought that receiving this 100 yuan was acceptable. If he even refused this 100, he would completely lose face with Sister Hong. When he saw him taking the 100 yuan, Jin Hong smiled contentedly. That's right. I'll head back now. The shop really can't be left unmanned. Next time when I have time, I'll come here again. Remember to make your shop look better. After walking a couple of steps, Jinhong suddenly turned back and said to Xiuxian, in the future, if I see suitable young ladies, I'll introduce them to you. Don't always think that you must achieve great success before looking for a partner. By the time you're ready, all the good girls will have been picked. All that will be left are those misshapen ones. Xiuxian scratched his hair and chuckled. After Jinhong walked away, he returned to his own shop. Looking at the items on the shelf, they were so few he could count them with one hand. Xiuxian decided to take a 2-day break and then head into the mountains. Regardless of what good or bad things there were in the mountains, he had to bring something back. Otherwise, his store probably wouldn't open till the end of the year. The villagers all knew that Xiuxian planned to open a shop at the market entrance. Anyone passing by would curiously come in and take a look, but everyone also knew that Xiuxian had earned quite a lot of money through hunting. Many people envied him because he had truly turned hunting into a lucrative business. Even shoe stores and clothing stores needed capital for purchasing goods first. If the goods didn't sell, they'd be stuck holding on to them. But Xiuxian's goods, which came from Xuanhuan, cost him nothing. Any sale was pure profit. The owner of the hardware store opposite him spread word widely about his wolf tooth necklace selling for 2,000 yuan. Some people from nearby villages, who were completely unaware of the facts, claimed that Xiuxian's shop was a black market shop, designed specifically to deceive people. Upon hearing this news, Xiuxian was greatly troubled. What was this nonsense? How did his shop become a black market shop? His shop was spotless. Besides, he wasn't profiteering off the villagers. He made his profits from big bosses. It's normal to pay a price for the things you love. They didn't even like the items in the store. What did the pricing have to do with them? Strangely, this talk somehow reached the ears of Xiuxian. She worked at the factory and had no idea what prices her brother had set for those items. She only knew that charging 2,000 yuan for a small necklace was definitely wrong. During lunchtime conversations among colleagues, someone mentioned this matter disdainfully. Oh my, 2,000 yuan for just a little necklace. Meiyun, not to offend you, but didn't your brother mark the price wrong? If it were 20 yuan, I might buy it. With 2,000 yuan, our entire family couldn't save up that much money in a year. If Xiang Meiyun understood her brother's rationale for setting such a high price, perhaps she could refute her colleague. But now, she didn't know why her brother set such a high price. All she could do was smile awkwardly to diffuse the sarcasm from her colleagues. After finishing her meal, Xiang Meiyun stood dazed outside the factory. Although life was now more comfortable than before, new worries had arrived. In the past, the concern was over earning too little money, but now, money wasn't what worried her. Instead, her relationships had deteriorated somewhat. It seemed that everyone knew her family had money. Though she hadn't done anything wrong, they still said she had changed. Just yesterday, a colleague wanted to buy something. Standing in front of the convenience store, the person rummaged through their pockets, but was short by 1 yuan. The shop owner, being generous, agreed to lend the 1 yuan. Since everyone was familiar with each other, they could settle the debt next time they visited. However, that colleague would rather give up the item than take the 1 yuan loan, unwilling to owe Xiang Meiyun a favor. Originally, this was just a small matter, but Xiang Meiyun had heard some gossip from others. They said she acted rich now, when in the past she'd split a penny into 2 halves, yet now didn't blink at losing 1 yuan. Xiang Meiyun wanted to explain that this wasn't her intention. After all, among colleagues, whenever anyone faced difficulties, she would readily offer money or items. But things felt different now even though she hadn't changed. Why were people reacting so differently? Taking a deep breath outside, Xiang Meiyun returned to the workshop, ready to start work, only to hear someone scream. My hand! My hand! Turn off the machine quickly. The machine that had been running abruptly stopped. Xiang Meiyun rushed over to check what happened. It turned out a female worker's hand was caught by the machine. Though it was discovered quickly and the machine was shut down, her hand was still a bloody mess. The situation clearly called for an immediate trip to the hospital for surgery. But as soon as the woman saw her own hand's condition, she fainted from sheer terror. Remaining relatively calm, Xiang Meiyun immediately coordinated with others, and soon the supervisor arrived. He had dealt with a similar case several years ago, so he was more experienced than others regarding these kinds of emergencies. At this moment, there was no time to speculate whether the female worker had failed to follow standard procedures or if it was merely due to a momentary distraction. What mattered most was sending the victim to the hospital to determine if her hand could be salvaged. After all, hands were the tools that created wealth. If they were disabled, everyday life would become fraught with challenges. There were cars available in the factory. The supervisor led the group, calling on 2 more people, including Xiang Meiyun. Meiyun, help her onto the car right away. We're going straight to the hospital. Xiang Meiyun responded affirmatively, then accompanied the supervisor back to his office. She first helped the injured female worker into the car. The injured hand continuously dripped blood. A significant amount of it had splattered onto Xiang Meiyun's uniform. It looked quite alarming at first glance. Only when the supervisor retrieved the car keys did the group head toward the hospital. Xiang Meiyun kept looking out the window, avoiding lowering her gaze to see the severely deformed hand. In her mind, she reflected on how fortunate she was to always double-check the warnings posted next to the machines before starting her shifts. The factory had numerous warning signs around the premises reminding everyone about correct operation procedures, ensuring there was no room for xiuxian, careless shortcuts. These reminders were plastered everywhere, easily visible to anyone who cared to look. Chapter 136. What's wrong with my wife? Moreover, meetings were held every few days, and the director would often reiterate this issue repeatedly. Since everyone was here to make money, they should not take shortcuts or seek convenience. The machines were inanimate. but even a slight bump from it could cause serious trouble. The 4 words, safe production, were basically branded into the hearts of everyone. But there were still people who did not take this seriously. Such incidents were something no one wanted to see, and Xiang Meiyun certainly did not want herself to be the next victim. It seemed that on this trip back, she also needed to deepen her impression of these 4 words, safe production. Even if it meant earning less each day, it didn't matter as long as her body remained healthy, without missing any limbs. Xiang Qianjin returned from the store, only to find no one at home, nor did he know where Tianhua had gone to play. He thought that his carefree time was down to just these last 3 or 4 months. Once September came and school started, he would become an elementary school student. After taking a turn at Aunt Lee's house next door and not seeing his sister, he waited until his brother-in-law came back, before realizing something might have happened to his sister. Tian Weidong hadn't considered such an extreme scenario. Perhaps your sister is working overtime at the factory. I'll call the director and ask what's going on. Tian Weidong went to the village head's house, where a telephone was installed, and made a call to the director's office, but no one answered. Tian Weidong then realized something was wrong, and his heart began pounding faster. But he continued to console his wife, telling himself there should be nothing serious. 5 minutes later, he picked up the phone again and dialed the number. This time someone answered. Who are you? In the phone call, Tian Weidong explained his identity, though he did not know who was on the other end, but at least someone had picked up. You're Yunjia's husband? Yunjia went to the hospital. Upon hearing the word hospital, Tian Weidong felt a buzzing sensation in his brain. What? Went to the hospital? What's wrong with her? Is she injured, or has she fainted? The female worker on the phone denied. It's not Yunjia who was injured. This afternoon during work, a female worker in the workshop got her hand hurt by the machine. The director asked Yunjia to accompany her to the hospital. They probably haven't returned yet. Upon confirming it wasn't his wife who was injured, Tian Weidong's previously high-strung heart settled. Okay, I understand. Which hospital did they go to? The person on the phone said, I don't know. The director drove them away. It must be a big hospital. I saw that the injured woman looked quite severe. She directly passed out. Tian Weidong tried to keep his emotions steady. All right, I understand. Thank you. After hanging up, the village head approached and asked, Did Mei Yun have an incident? Did she go to the hospital? The village head naturally didn't know what had been said on the phone and could only judge based on Tian Weidong's reaction. No, it's not Mei Yun. It's her colleague. Village head, I won't say more. I need to hurry to the hospital. Tian Weidong ran all the way back home, where Xiang Qianjin was anxiously pacing around, thinking about why today had so many issues. Seeing his brother-in-law return, he quickly asked what was going on and why his sister still hadn't come back. Tian Weidong simply insisted they rush to the hospital. Xiang Qianjin hadn't fully grasped the situation yet. At this moment, the village head came over. Judging from his fast pace, he seemed to carry some urgent news too. Weidong, Mei Yun just called and said to bring money, a lot of it. Preferably all you have. The hospital is urgently demanding payment. Hearing these 3 words together, Mei Yun, money, payment, Xiang Qianjin immediately became nervous. What happened to my sister? Is she involved in an accident? His reaction mirrored Tian Weidong's earlier response. Understood, it seems her colleague needs surgery. Tian Weidong turned around and fetched the iron box containing money from the wardrobe and placed it securely on him. Village head, Tianhua's gone somewhere to play. Could you wait at home for him? If he comes back, please take him first. We will come back to fetch him after we return. At this critical juncture, the village head couldn't refuse. All right, go quickly. I'll watch here. Just as the two had left, Tianhua came bounding back happily. Seeing no one at home, he noticed the village head. Where are my parents? Is my uncle not here either? The village head explained, they've gone out. There's something happening. Come back with me first. Haven't you eaten yet? Tianhua nodded. He had been playing outside. How would he have food to eat? Tian Weidong brought Xiang Qianjin to the nearest hospital. After describing Xiang Meiyun's appearance, the on-duty nurse shook her head, indicating she had never seen this person. It seemed she wasn't in this hospital, so Tian Weidong took Xiang Qianjin to another one. They guessed that they must have come to this one. This hospital was the largest in the town, capable of performing surgeries with all departments present. Sure enough, as soon as they entered the hospital's courtyard, they saw the director's car. Xiang Qianjin peered into the car door and noticed what looked like a patch of red blood on the seat. Brother-in-law, look, that's blood. Tian Weidong didn't have time to look at it. He needed to hand the money over to Xiang Meiyun. Xiang Meiyun figured Tian Weidong would arrive around now and quickly came down from the upper floor. She just lifted the cotton curtain and saw her brother and Tian Weidong. Here, did you bring the money? Xiang Meiyun asked. Tian Weidong brought the iron box and said, Yes, we've brought it all. It's right here. How suddenly did you need so much money? It's because Li Xia's hand was crushed by the machine. Her fingers were broken into several pieces. Fortunately, she was sent in time, so we are trying to save as much as possible. But the cost of the surgery is frighteningly high. The director didn't carry much money, and it's too late for him to go fetch some. I thought we had money at home, so I'm helping her pay for it first. She can repay us later when things settle down. Tian Weidong nodded repeatedly. At this critical juncture, who would care about this money? After handing the iron box to his wife, Xiang Meiyun rushed to the payment window to settle the fees. There were barely a few notes left in the entire iron box, and Xiang Meiyun couldn't help but feel extremely generous. All the money her brother had earned was spent in one go. As for when Li Xiao would be able to return the money, it remained unknown. But since it concerned human life, saving someone was more important. Money could always be earned back. Tian Weidong followed Xiang Meiyun to the entrance of the operating room. holding her hand and saying, "You don't know? I called the office of your factory, and whoever answered the call. They said you went to the hospital, which scared me half to death. I thought something happened to you." Xiang Meiyun lowered her voice and said, "I'm fine. I follow the standard procedure strictly. As long as the machine doesn't act up randomly, I won't get hurt. We actually still don't know how exactly Lixia injured her hand. We might have to wait until she wakes up to learn the details." Chapter 137. The hand must be saved. After an entire night of surgery, the skilled and trustworthy lead surgeon finally managed to save Lixia's hand. As for whether it will be completely saved, that still depends on the blood supply after the vessels are reconnected. If the blood supply to the tips of her fingers is normal, her hand should recover up to 80 or 90% of its original function. If the distal end has insufficient blood supply leading to necrosis, another surgery may be required. The aim is to preserve as much as possible while removing any dead tissue. This was already a stroke of luck. Watching Lixia come out of the operating room, her face pale and bloodless, was heartbreaking. Her injured hand was wrapped in thick bandages, some of which were already stained with blood, a terrifying sight indeed. According to the doctor, Lixia would wake up soon. Although the injury looked severe, it wasn't life-threatening. Now that the operation had been completed and the bleeding stopped, there shouldn't be any major problems. By noon, Lixia slowly woke up, and Meiyun hurriedly asked if she felt any discomfort. Just waking up, Lixia's first thought was to check on her hand, but her whole body was weak from the anesthesia that hadn't yet fully worn off. The director saw that Lixia had woken up and sighed in relief. "Lixia, for the next few days, you just focus on recovering in the hospital. Don't worry about anything. All the hospital fees have been paid by Meiyun. When you're discharged, remember to pay her back." "Understand." Lixia nodded. She remembered how she had once spread nasty rumors about Meiyun behind her back, how she acted rich and didn't care about others, despite being wealthy, and even criticized her winning the Excellent Employee Award after becoming affluent. Clearly, everything depended on money in her eyes. Yet now, given the severity of her injury, someone who could afford such a large sum at once must likely only be Meiyun from their village. Meiyun not only helped without grudges, but also took her life into consideration. Lixia couldn't ignore this favor, and she naturally intended to repay the money. "Meiyun, you'll have to bear some fatigue and stay here to take care of her. We won't count these days as absence from work. You'll still get paid," the director said. "But I can't leave the factory for too long. If something happens, call me immediately, and I'll come over." When leaving, the director took all his cash out and handed it to Meiyun. He instructed her to use this money to buy nutritional items for Lixia, things like eggs, sausages, and milk. Buy whatever's needed, regardless of whether Lixia can consume them now. Keep them on standby just in case. Seeing the director act so magnanimously, Meiyun suddenly realized that working at this factory for so many years had truly been a wise choice. Otherwise, the director might have long disappeared somewhere else by now. She considered it as taking a vacation at the hospital, still earning some income. It wasn't bad. Xuanhuan still had to go to work. He couldn't stay at the hospital all day. Since he knew it wasn't his wife who was involved, he had no more concerns. He even hitched a ride with the director to work. However, for some reason, Xuanhuan always had this feeling as if they had narrowly escaped a calamity. He was really afraid that the person involved could have been Meiyun. While he wasn't worried about supporting the family alone if Meiyun lost her hand, he couldn't help but imagine how life would be without one hand, and how she would adapt. Xiuxian stayed in the hospital, having no work to attend to. Whether entering the mountains early or late made no difference. Moreover, staying meant he could lend a hand if anything happened in the ward. He couldn't bear seeing his sister doing everything herself. "Here, take this." Xiuxian took out the 100 yuan Jin Hong had given him. Meiyun didn't know where the money came from, laughing. "Oh, you've been hoarding your own stash, haven't you? You mean we ran out of money in our iron box, and you can't bear keeping this on you?" Xiuxian shook his head. "No, this is from Sister Jin Hong." Upon hearing Jin Hong's name, Meiyun paused. "Why did she give you money? Did she make so much money that she doesn't know what to do with it?" Meiyun knew Jin Hong's situation well. Running a small hair salon, she earned very little. She estimated that this 100 yuan had probably taken Jin Hong a long time to save. "Sister Hong asked me to hunt a few foxes for her when I enter the mountains and get some furs to make clothes. This 100 yuan is my labor fee. At first, she wanted to give me 500, but I declined. Then she gave me this 100 and told me to buy some food and reward myself. But I feel uncomfortable carrying this money. Sister, why don't you keep it? You can either keep it yourself or find time to return it to her. You decide." Upon hearing her younger brother's words, Meiyun felt conflicted about the 100 yuan note in her hand. But finally, she steeled herself and said, "There's no need to return it. This money is your hard-earned fee. When I go back, I'll cook you something nice. But remember to do what you promised Jin Hong, alright?" Xiuxian nodded earnestly without hesitation. After spending the whole day at the hospital, Xiuxian was so exhausted that he yawned repeatedly, his eyes tearing up until late afternoon when he could barely hold on any longer. He thought of finding a spot to catch a nap. At least if he stayed here, his sister could have some time to rest, and they could take turns. What struck Xiuxian as odd, though, was why Lixia's family hadn't arrived yet. Had they not heard the news? Or did they know full well that recovery after surgery and the hospital stay would incur huge expenses, prompting them to avoid coming? But this seemed unlikely since everyone lived nearby. If they neglected such an important matter, the reputation of Lixia's family might be utterly ruined later on. "Lixia, are you feeling okay? If there's anything uncomfortable, please tell me so I can call the doctor right away." Lixia shook her head. At the moment, her discomfort wasn't physical, it was emotional. She worried deeply that her hand wouldn't fully recover to its former state. Mei tried to console her, but hadn't even finished 2 sentences when noises of loud chatter came from outside the ward. Where's Lixia? Mei quickly gave Xiang Qianjin a meaningful look, signaling him to go out and greet whoever had arrived. When they brought Lixia's husband into the room, Lixia hastily sat up in bed. Seeing her loved ones, Lixia couldn't help but burst into tears. Mei had been puzzled all day long, sensing something was off. Now she finally understood. Lixia had acted far too calm. So calm she hadn't shed a single tear, which was quite abnormal. Only now, upon seeing her beloved spouse, did the floodgates open with the terror she'd felt during her injury, the loneliness while undergoing surgery, and the helplessness she experienced when facing her injured hand afterward. All these emotions mixed together, manifesting as streaks of tears streaming down her cheeks, making it clear she was the most distressed person amid this misfortune. Chapter 138, Not a Penny Less. Xiang Meiyan patted the husband of Lixia on the shoulder. You stay here with her. I'll go buy some food, and we'll be back soon. The husband of Lixia nodded repeatedly. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, Lixia really wouldn't know what to do. I was coming home from outside today when I heard this news, and it gave me quite a shock too. Xiang Meiyan didn't feel like saying more comforting words now. She had better hurry back with the things she bought, so that she could return home early. With family members here, they would be more useful than her as a colleague. After buying some cakes that could be eaten immediately, she sent them to the ward. This round trip took about half an hour. It was unknown when Lixia stopped crying, but when Xiang Meiyan came back, her tears were already dried. One hand kept holding tightly onto her husband's, unwilling to let go. Husband, this time I can have surgery because Yun's sister paid for it. How much money do we still have at home? Later, just take all the money out and give it back to Yun's sister. If it's not enough, we'll economize in the future. All right, I understand. Don't worry about these matters. Before coming to the hospital, I went home once. I brought all the money we saved over the years through frugal living. Even if we cannot pay all of it back, we can repay at least half, right? Li Xiao lying on the bed nodded. She knew how much money their family had. If she had been more careful, the serious injury she sustained could have been avoided, saving this expense. But there are no regret pills in this world. Li Xiao's husband took out the box containing the money. Xiang Meiyan glanced at it and joked, do you store your savings in a cookie box too? The exact amount was written on the payment slip, which added up to more than 14,000 yuan across 3 slips. Including the money left by the director, they needed to repay at least 15,000 yuan at minimum. Hearing this amount, Li Xiao gasped in shock. Tears flowed again despite herself. Xiang Meiyan doubted whether Li Xiao was pretending to feel wronged and sat in front of them intentionally. Thinking of repaying only part first? That is unacceptable. Their family provided the money to cover medical fees, surgical fees, and hospitalization fees. They did this out of sympathy for her injuries, not intending it as charity. Even if 1 fun of the money had been spent, their family must return it. On this matter, Xiang Meiyan no longer pretended to be wealthy. After all, 99% of this money came from the risks taken by her younger brother. Had she not accompanied Li Xia to the hospital yesterday, she could have gone home after work then and asked about the situation the next day while working. Nothing would have happened. Who would have thought that the head doctor specifically asked her to accompany Li Xia, coinciding with such an emergency situation? It seemed impossible without covering the cost. Regardless, this money definitely has to be returned, not even a single fin less. Besides, she kept claiming that the money her brother earned was reserved for marrying his future wife. Now, using this marriage fund to save someone, it surely couldn't be unreimbursed, right? Li Xiao's husband opened the iron box and counted the bills one by one. Counting alone took over half an hour, and Xiang Meiyan was also silently counting, making sure none were missing. Finally, he handed over 15,000 yuan to Xiang Meiyan. After taking out this sum of 15,000 yuan, there were only a few spare coins left in the iron box. Xiang Meiyan wanted to accept 100 yuan less, but it was directly put into the iron box by Xiang Meiyan's husband. Sister, I'll wait for you outside. By this time, brother-in-law should have already finished work and gone home. We can go back just in time to catch dinner made by brother-in-law. Xiang Meiyan understood why Xiang Qianjin made this move. Simply put, he did not want her to appear overly kind-hearted. 100 yuan back then could last a while and was certainly a big denomination. Unlike in the future where a 100 yuan bill might just be used up in one trip to a small supermarket. Xiang Qianjin sat waiting on his bicycle at the hospital entrance. Not long after, Xiang Meiyan came out. Let's go, there's nothing left for us here. Xiang Qianjin asked, really nothing? Yes, really nothing left. What else do you expect to happen? If there was anything more, she wouldn't have come out by now. Sitting behind on the bicycle, Xiang Meiyan reviewed the events of the past 2 days, truly feeling cold down her spine. I don't know to what extent Li Xia's damaged hand will recover. It takes 100 days to heal broken bones and tendons. To have her hand reattached is already a stroke of luck. Restoring it completely to its original state is clearly impossible. Actually, Xiang Meiyan understood very well too. You're right, but at least now the money is returned. Who would have thought they both earned pretty well? Earlier, they said I was acting as if I had more money than I do, but they were able to come up with over 10,000 at a moment's notice. If you ask me, it seems like their financial situation is better than mine, Xiang Meiyan said. Xiang Qianjin was also well aware that the funds in their family weren't gained from a steady income source. It was simply good luck on his part. Landing 2 big contracts consecutively had brought in all that money. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Talking won't change anything. We should head to the co-op store before it closes and get something nice. Xiang Meiyan didn't refuse. Instead, She clung tightly to the fabric of Xiang Qianjin's waist so he could ride faster. When the two arrived at the co-op, Xiang Meiyun went all out, picking everything she wanted without hesitation. They left with the bicycle handles completely laden down with goods. Big sister, are we going to stop living our lives? Why buy so much? Stop living? We've only spent a little. Today, your sister here splurged 15,000 yuan. 15,000 now would be equivalent to several 100,000 in the future. Xiang Qianjin corrected slightly, but they did pay it back. The moment Xiang Meiyun heard this, she immediately retorted. So, are you saying you don't want to eat this stuff? In that case, just turn around at the next corner, and I'll return all these things. I'll keep just one block of tofu, nothing else. Hearing this, Xiang Qianjin pedaled even faster. He couldn't possibly turn around now and give everything back. Since it was bought, there was no reason for a return. As soon as they arrived home, the sound of cutting vegetables from the kitchen could be heard. Xiang Qianjin quickly entered. Seeing brother-in-law Zheng deftly chopping cabbage while water boiled in the pot, he said, "Brother-in-law is already cooking." Tian Weidong responded, "Yeah, I wasn't sure when you'd be back, so I figured I'd cook some dishes and bring them to the hospital." Tian Weidong stood up and saw the large bags of goods his wife carried, and he caught the familiar aroma of roasted chicken. "Are the two of you back? Has Li Xia been discharged?" Xiang Qianjin smiled. "Since her husband has come, it wouldn't be appropriate for us to stay any longer. Plus, they've returned the money." Tian Weidong nodded and quickly took the big bag from Xiang Meiyun. "Why don't you two go rest in the house? Leave dinner to me." Although brother-in-law cooked decently, he still couldn't match big sister. Xiang Qianjin's face showed slight dissatisfaction. Chapter 139, just in case. Xiang Meiyun also knew her younger brother liked to eat the food she made. Her brother-in-law's cooking was tolerable on occasion. Besides, today she was just attending at the hospital and didn't do any physical labor. It was much easier than working in the factory. She quickly took over. "You should go back to your room and rest too. After being busy all day, you're still here cooking, and your skills aren't solid enough." Tian Weidong wanted to insist a little longer, but when he saw Xiang Meiyun had already put on the apron, he could only hand over the kitchen knife. "I'll take these things inside first." Back in the house, Tian Weidong asked Xiang Qianjin if the money had been returned in full. Xiang Qianjin nodded. Seeing his brother-in-law wasn't asking loudly, he quietly responded, "Not a cent is missing. It was counted clearly in front of us. It's all here." Xiang Qianjin handed over the iron box to Tian Weidong. Tian Weidong simply weighed the box in his hand and already had an idea in his mind. "As long as it's returned, that's fine. All this money you earned yourself." Xiang Qianjin never took money too seriously. After all, he had confidence that what he spent, he could earn back. Xiang Qianjin poured himself a glass of water to moisten his throat. "Brother-in-law, I received another message from Boss Zhou today. He apologized for the incident that day to both of us. Moreover, he informed me about something else. Some friends of his might really send people over to our place to hunt tigers. He didn't warn me how to react. He just mentioned it." Tian Weidong stored the money carefully, standing up slowly. "Whatever you want to do, I won't stop you, but make sure you protect your own safety. They won't stay here long. If anything happens, they'll run far away, making them hard to find." Hearing his brother-in-law say this, Xiang Qianjin nodded repeatedly. "I know what to do. The hunting team we set up back then hasn't disbanded yet. In a few weeks, we'll reschedule weekly patrols into the mountains. If we encounter those people, we'll try diplomacy first before taking action. After all, their accents are very distinguishable." Meanwhile, Zhang Tao went to great lengths to achieve his purpose. Why was getting a tiger skin so difficult? This time, he didn't reach out to his good friend, Boss Zhou. Instead, he sought out a hunter who claimed not to return empty-handed. As long as he could obtain what he wanted, no amount of money would be spared. When he met the hunter, Zhang Tao was quite satisfied, tall and robust build with sharp eyes. He seemed like someone who could easily take on 10 men. Upon seeing him, Zhang Tao felt confident that his tiger skin was finally within reach. "What's your name?" "My name is Qianheng. How many years have you been hunting?" 10 years, since I was a kid. I used to go hunting with my dad." "Good. This time I've hired you to head to northeast China and help me find an adult male tiger. Once it's done, I'll offer you this amount." Even in relatively developed areas, the amount Zhang Tao offered was highly tempting. But Qianheng hesitated a bit. "Siberian tigers are fierce. 5 million yuan may not be enough for me to take such a risk." Zhang Tao laughed. 5 million is just the base. If you really succeed and secure a perfect tiger skin for me, I will pay more on top of the 5 million. How much exactly depends on your success." Qianheng thought about it for a moment and readily agreed to Zhang Tao's arrangement. Xiang Qianjin organized the small team for mountain patrol, and Xuanhuan was still the deputy captain. Since he got along well with Xiang Qianjin, he had influence among the group. Before this patrol, they hadn't gone into the mountains for some time, especially after Xiang Qianjin had traveled far away. "Brother Qianjin, why start patrolling all of a sudden? I haven't heard there are new people around in the mountains." Xiang Qianjin didn't want to reveal all the ins and outs to him. Otherwise, people might think all troubles were caused by him alone. "As long as the team isn't disbanded, we must bear the responsibility of patrolling. I wasn't around recently, so you guys slacked off, right?" Jiang Chuan glanced at others and gave an awkward smile. "It's not like we were lazy. Everyone used their spare time from work to protect this mountain. If they don't have enough time, going deep into the mountains can be postponed." Xiang Qianjin understood that the initial reason for patrolling the mountain was to prevent cross-border hunters. Nowadays, cross-border hunters are rare because hunting requires skills. Even if someone has a high natural talent, it takes time to learn, and most importantly, this job doesn't pay anything. Everyone did it purely out of love and passion. Xiuxian thought it was not ideal. As the team leader, he should take money out of his pocket and give every member some rewards. I know it's tough for everyone to go into the mountain, so starting from this patrol, I'll give you all 2 yuan after 1 round of patrolling. Although it's not much, small amounts add up over time. By the end of a month, everyone can earn more than 10 yuan. Upon hearing Xiuxian saying this, Xuanhuan was the first to object. Brother Qianjin, this isn't about the money. It's just that in the past, you always had other reasons not to join us, and we understood. But this time, look at you, bringing guns and crossbows. You don't seem like your usual self, and you're asking us to bring powerful weapons too. This doesn't feel like an ordinary patrol. It seems more like you have some secret that you haven't told us. Of course, Xiuxian had a secret, or else how would he dare act like this? You shouldn't ask too many questions about this matter. Asking too much will only lead to trouble. All these things I'm asking you to do are for our safety. What if we encounter danger during the patrol? At least we won't be defenseless. At his words, someone immediately countered. What kind of danger could there be? You're just exaggerating the situation here. Xiuxian remained calm. Whether I'm exaggerating or not, you'll find out later. Let's continue patrolling. There's still a large area left to check. Actually, during patrols, there were also opportunities for discovery. Xiuxian knew that hunting alone wouldn't keep his mountain goods store going for long. The Daxingling area has plenty of good things, but some items are highly seasonal. If it's not the right time, or if you've missed the window, those things become unusable. So taking advantage of the patrols to observe everything in the mountains is one of Xiuxian's tasks as well. Moreover, he hadn't forgotten the skills of finding medicinal herbs that he learned from Dr. Tao. Especially when encountering damp areas with dead branches and decaying leaves, he would take extra notice. He even marked these locations in his mind, so he could head straight here next time. Old Sun said that as long as he could find ingredients for medicine, whether precious or common, they'd all be needed, prioritizing natural wild materials. After covering a big loop and making no new discoveries, Xiuxian pulled out 2 10 yuan bills from his pocket. Alright, here they are for you. You decide how to divide them among yourselves. Chapter 140, a share for everyone. Verbally, it was said to be a free distribution, but if everyone had an equal share, there wouldn't be much left. However, since there wasn't anything before, but now there is, everyone was pleased. But Xuanhuan still felt a bit embarrassed and tried to refuse on behalf of everyone. Forward brother, what do you mean by this? The purpose of our mountain patrols is to protect everything in the mountains. How could it be linked to money? You should quickly take back these 20 yuan. I know you've made quite a lot from hunting, but this shouldn't be wasted. However, the words had already been spoken, and going back on them at this point would make him seem untrustworthy. Xiuxian forcefully shoved the 20 yuan into Xuanhuan's hand, telling him to arrange its distribution. The money is given to you. If someone complains to me next time during the patrol that they didn't get any money, then it means you've kept it all for yourself. Even if you don't split the money, using these 20 yuan to eat a good meal will work as well. Let's stop patrolling here for today. Next time, I'll inform you ahead of schedule. Go home fast. Xuanhuan holding on to those 20 yuan was indeed somewhat troubled. Xiuxian noticed this too. He walked away first, guessing that once he was far enough, it'd be easier for Xuanhuan to handle things. In order to complete the boss's assigned task as soon as possible, Qianheng spent only 1 day preparing the necessary items. Because some items couldn't be brought onto the train, he borrowed a car from somewhere and planned to drive himself. But with no smartphones or satellite navigation available at the time, trying to drive from the south to northeast China was undoubtedly a colossal undertaking. Fortunately, Qianheng had traveled far distances with his father before and had a map in hand, so following the map would definitely be correct. After filling up the car with gas and loading his hunting tools, in order to ensure everything went perfectly, Qianheng specifically asked his father to tag along. Although his father was older and couldn't provide much help in terms of hunting in the mountains, his experience was valuable, and in critical moments, he could make the right decisions. Why are we traveling so far this time? The boss wants a Siberian tiger, and only tigers in northeast China can truly be called Siberian tigers. He's making you hunt tigers. How much is he offering you? Base price 50,000. 50,000 yuan? For such a big boss, that's not much money, and you're actually willing to do this for him. Did he say anything else? Qianheng thought for a moment and said, he did say that if the tiger skin color is good, he'd add more to the base 50,000 yuan, but that's all future talk. Qianheng's father felt that risking it all for 50,000 yuan wasn't worthwhile. However, with the person already seated in the car, it was too late to regret, so they just pressed on. It took several days just driving on the road. To save money, neither of the two stayed in motels or guest houses. For the first half of the journey, they simply slept in the car. Once they crossed the Qinling Mountains Huai River line, there was a noticeable change in temperature. During the day, it was bearable, but at night, the temperature was genuinely cold. They couldn't endure the cold inside the car anymore, so they had to spend money to find a small inn to rest. At the same time, Xiuxian's eyelids kept twitching uncontrollably. An old saying goes, left eye jumping brings fortune, right eye jumping brings calamity. But now both of his eyelids were twitching, as though fitted with motors. Rubbing his eyes or applying hot towels offered no relief. Seeing her brother like this, Xiang Meiyun couldn't help but tease him. Your eyelid, does it signify wealth or misfortune? Could it be both gathering together? Xiuxian propped open his eyelid and said, you're being superstitious. Scientifically speaking, it's muscle spasms. It must be because I didn't rest well last night. I need another nap. As Xiuxian was about to get up, he unexpectedly saw Dr. Tao come over, calling out, Qianqian, are you at home? Upon hearing Dr. Tao's shout, xiuxian immediately stood up and replied, Yes, yes, Dr. Tao, what's the matter? As soon as Dr. Tao came in, he grabbed xiuxian's hand and said, I'm going up the mountain to collect herbs. Are you coming with me? Just a moment ago, xiuxian was worried about his continuously twitching eyelid. Now that Dr. Tao was inviting him to gather herbs on the mountain, this concern naturally slipped from his mind. Sure, let me change my clothes first. After waiting a few minutes for xiuxian to change into suitable attire, the two headed up the mountain together. Since they were just collecting herbs, they didn't bring firearms or crossbows. Once they got into the mountains, Dr. Tao seemed to have regained 20 years of youth. Though advanced in age, when it came to matters that interested him, he showed immense enthusiasm. Seeing Dr. Tao in this state, xiuxian sometimes even felt that he himself was too lazy. Realizing where Dr. Tao was heading, xiuxian quickly walked faster by a couple of steps. Dr. Tao, it's a bit dangerous ahead. We'd better change the location. Dr. Tao looked puzzled. Dangerous? What kind of danger? There are often tigers ahead. I saw one when I was hunting before. Upon hearing this, Dr. Tao's expression changed drastically. What should we do? A few days ago, I went into the mountain and found a herb growing in that area. It was thriving. I estimated that it should be ready for harvesting by now. Otherwise, I wouldn't have invited you. How about you go check it out for me? At this, xiuxian couldn't help but hiss in protest. Dr. Tao, you're really pushing me out there. Dr. Tao chuckled, patting xiuxian on the shoulder. Young man, there's nothing to fear at your age. I'll wait here. If it's not dangerous, just call me over and I'll come. It felt like everything had already been planned out by Dr. Tao. Though somewhat helpless, xiuxian still decided to go and take a look. As soon as he walked ahead, Dr. Tao immediately found a spot to rest. After all, he was getting old and couldn't compare with young people. Xiuxian looked around and realized that the place Dr. Tao wanted to visit was precisely the location he noticed during his last mountain patrol a couple of days ago. He'd thought back then that this place must contain some valuable things, and now, both of them had chosen the same spot. When xiuxian got closer, he indeed spotted an unnamed herb growing there. He wondered if he could negotiate with Dr. Tao once he returned to pull the herbs. Perhaps they could share the spoils. Dr. Tao, you can come over. I don't know which one you're looking for. Hearing xiuxian's words, Dr. Tao quickly rose to his feet and came over. You won't know what I'm after. Stay exactly where you are and don't walk around recklessly. If you trample the herbs I want, I'll be furious. Despite Dr. Tao's stern tone, xiuxian didn't feel upset at all. In fact, he found Dr. Tao's behavior quite spirited. Dr. Tao, hurry up. What if a tiger really shows up? I've got nothing to protect myself with. Dying here would be such a waste. Although he was urging Dr. Tao to move faster, xiuxian took a few steps back anyway. After all, climbing down a nearly 2-meter deep ditch wouldn't be easy for Dr. Tao at his age. So helping him would only be natural. Chapter 141. Mobilizing the village to gather medicine. As Tao Doctor arrived, he was panting. Xiuxian couldn't help teasing him. You were walking just fine earlier. Why are you out of breath now? Tao Doctor knew he was making fun of him and played along. With age, I can't match your youth. Next time, I'll just send you. I won't come myself. Excuse me, I need to find something. While saying this, Tao Doctor's eyes gleamed as he searched through a pile of weeds for what he wanted. The last time I patrolled the mountains, I saw there should be herbs here, but I never had the courage to come. You didn't have the courage, and now someone else has taken them. Do you regret it? Xiuxian squatted down and said, if seen, everyone shares. Dr. Tao, you can't keep it all to yourself. Hearing this, Tao Doctor laughed loudly. Who says it's if seen, everyone shares? This single plant isn't even enough for my use. If I gave you half, wouldn't my trip into the mountain be wasted? Xiuxian immediately asked, what kind of herb isn't enough for an entire plant? At this critical moment, Xiuxian really couldn't figure out what herb Tao Doctor was looking for. He could only guess based on his own judgment what Tao Doctor might want. Dr. Tao kept hunching over, searching in the weed pile for a long time. Hey, I remember it was right here. Look, I even marked it here. How could it be gone? Xiuxian guessed. Perhaps someone came by and picked it first. Tao Doctor shook his head. Impossible. I haven't heard of anyone nearby who understands traditional Chinese medicine. If it wasn't a person, it could be one of the animals from these mountains. I've heard before that some poisoned animals would find their own herbs to eat. Xiuxian said. Tao Doctor remained silent for a while, seemingly accepting this fact. Well, if they were eaten by those little creatures, it must mean I'm destined to miss out on that herb. But since we're here, I can't leave empty-handed. Let's check somewhere else. Not far away, Xiuxian caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of his eye. It looked like a car. How could there be a car deep in the mountains? Taking advantage of Tao Doctor looking around, Xiuxian hurried over to check. Sure enough, it was a car, albeit an old one, but it could still start. Seeing a 4-wheeled vehicle suddenly appear in the middle of the mountains couldn't help but make Xiuxian curious. Upon closer inspection, the car had traces of use, especially a garbage-filled bag on the back seat. Inside were bread wrappers and instant noodles packages. From this, it seemed this car had traveled a long way. Since this car came from afar, the people inside probably did too. Looking at the license plate, Xiuxian felt a jolt in his heart. Sure enough, those who were meant to come had finally arrived. But he didn't know how many people had come or if they were hiding nearby. Xiuxian hesitated whether to alert Tao Doctor about it somehow. This could buy him some time. Maybe he could also sabotage the car slightly, ensuring that whoever came couldn't return without trouble. With this thought, Xiuxian started acting. Tao Doctor, I need to relieve myself. Stay here and don't wander around. By now, Tao Doctor had focused all his attention on finding herbs. Even after hearing Xiang Qianjin's call, he merely waved a hand, responding briefly. Seeing this, Xiang Qianjin didn't press further and quickly moved to one side of the car, finding the fuel tank opening. Actually, he had better methods, such as damaging the brakes or cutting the wiring. There were plenty of ways to ensure a car wouldn't start, but Xiang Qianjin chose a particularly painful method. Looking at the fuel gauge, there was still half a tank of expensive fuel. Xiang Qianjin directly drained all the fuel from the tank. Now, when the person returned and saw the fuel gauge, the car would have to remain stranded here, unless they could get a can of gasoline from somewhere else. Then, he just needed to inform the gas station owner or anyone who could get gas, so whoever bought gas could be identified as the driver of this car. After finishing everything, Xiang Qianjin rearranged the surrounding area, and then caught up with Tao Doctor, who was searching for herbs. Tao Doctor, any findings? Dr. Tao, walking slowly with his hands behind his back, shook his head. No. How about you? Any results? Seeing Tao Doctor's disappointed expression, Xiang Qianjin chuckled. Dr. Tao, look, there's plenty of vegetation around. We don't need to rush. Let's search carefully. Dr. Tao turned and glanced at him before looking around again. What were you sneaking around doing over there just now? Xiang Qianjin feigned surprise. I wasn't doing anything, just answering nature's call. Who would believe that? You really think I'm too old to see the car over there? You must suspect that people have come into the mountain. If you're worried about this, let's head down now. Let's act as though nothing happened, and continue with what we should be doing. Xiang Qianjin shook his head and whispered to Dr. Tao. No problem. I've already taken precautions, ensuring they can't come back once they leave. After spending a day searching in the mountains for those people, their trail was hard to find. Strangely enough, except for the car, not a single human figure could be found. When Xiang Qianjin was ready to descend the mountain, Dr. Tao had a fruitful haul of herbs. That basket of herbs looked truly delightful. Once they returned to the clinic, Dr. Tao categorized and laid out the herbs carefully in the yard to dry them. Xiang Qianjin looked at these herbs and asked, Dr. Tao, how effective are these herbs? These grow naturally in the mountains. Their efficacy is bound to be good. If I put it mystically, these herbs absorb the essence of the sun and moon and go through seasonal changes. If there are any difficult cases, boiling 3 bowls of water down to 1 bowl with these herbs and drinking it will heal you within a day. These things are rare. It takes time and effort to find them. Without patience, it simply doesn't work. Xiang Qianjin blinked. Dr. Tao, I met an old Chinese medicine practitioner in Guangzhou previously. Before I troubled you to join me on the mountain looking for herbs, I'd handed all the herbs in my jute bag to him. He said their quality was good and asked if I could consistently supply him more. I checked with a few herbal shops before coming back. Even the cheapest cost 10 yuan per pound based on their price lists. Upon hearing this, Dr. Tao remarked, 10 yuan per pound for such common herbs, it's pure bluffing. I mean, according to their rates, they'll buy our herbs for 10 yuan per pound. Moreover, old Mr. Sun is only willing because he knows us well. In fact, he offered to give me half extra, that is, 15 yuan per pound. I thought of mobilizing the entire village to search for herbs in the mountains, and I could earn some profit from the difference, even if I make less. Dr. Tao waved his hand saying, if you take all the herbs from the mountains, when future locals need them, won't we end up buying them from there? Chapter 142, Taking a Shortcut. When Xiang Qianjin heard him say this, he cast a glance at the large mountain and said leisurely, such a huge mountain. I doubt the few of us from our village can harvest all its herbs. Even if we mobilized people from the nearby villages, I estimate it would barely make a dent in what this mountain holds. So, the things Dr. Tao was worried about simply wouldn't happen. These herbs don't even cost much money. They're not cultivated artificially, so there's no initial investment. In the future, if they are grown artificially, the price might stabilize somewhat. But no matter when, artificial cultivation will never surpass wild growth. You mentioned that traditional Chinese medicine doctor who wants to buy all the wild herbs here and is willing to pay you 50% more. It seems like old hands still know better. You, young one, still can't outplay them. Upon hearing Dr. Tao say this, Xiang Qianjin's face turned a little red with embarrassment. How do you speak, Dr. Tao? How have I become the young one? Dr. Tao remained silent after arranging the herbs he had collected, then returned to his room. Seeing that Xiang Qianjin was still standing there dumbfounded, he said, if you have the time now, help me fold the bedsheet and covers over there. There are many colds going around recently, and we could use some alcohol for disinfection. Xiang Qianjin took a look and shook his head immediately. I won't do it. I need to go home and rest for a while. Dr. Tao, you keep these chores as your entertainment. As Xiang Qianjin was turning to leave, he was stopped by Dr. Tao. If you just walk away now, the next time someone in your family gets sick, I won't come for a house call. This statement directly hit Xiang Qianjin where it hurt. But, stepping back 10,000 steps, how could a grown man like him handle household chores anyway? Dr. Tao, if you won't let me dig up herbs from our mountains, would you stop me if I went somewhere else? Dr. Tao shot him a disdainful look without saying anything. Seeing his silence, Xiang Qianjin understood the meaning. Of course, he couldn't stop him. After all, Dr. Tao, as a mere physician, didn't have such power. Since he wasn't allowed to dig wild medicinal herbs in Daxing'anling, he'd find another place. Maybe he could just buy a ticket and head to Changbai Mountain. The ginseng there was supposed to be excellent. Xiang Qianjin finished tidying up the bed sheets and quilts on several patient beds, which altogether took only about 10 minutes or so. Once everything was done, Xiang Qianjin was finally permitted to return home. Just as he was about to leave, Dr. Tao called him back again. Qianjin, I know what you're thinking, but we cannot drain the lake dry for fish. We must leave something for future generations. Upon hearing these words, Xiuxian suddenly froze. He hadn't planned to take all the herbs from the mountain, merely picking a little bit to exchange for some money. Besides, herbs were not non-renewable resources. Some grew annually or biennially. As long as Old Sun kept buying, he could continue harvesting and selling. Unless the day came when Old Sun was gone, at which point his stable customer relationship would also end. I understand, Dr. Tao. The concerns you have, I share. It's getting late. Since there aren't any patients coming now, you should rest early. After arriving home, Xiuxian finished dinner without planning to rest immediately. He waited until his sister and brother-in-law fell asleep, then wrapped himself in a coat, grabbed some food from the pot, and sneaked up the mountain again. The route into the mountain was etched deeply into his mind. Once inside, it felt like returning home. Whether he turned left, right, south, or north, it was simple for him. He accurately located the car, and sure enough, there were two people sitting in it. Xiuxian carried a little food and a large bottle of plain water, intentionally slowing his steps as he approached. Each step was deliberately placed on dry branches, creating sharp sounds that quickly caught the attention of the two individuals in the car. They immediately rolled down the window, and the first reaction upon seeing someone approaching was to hide by getting out of the car. Xiuxian laughed at them from their direction. Stop hiding. If I haven't guessed wrong, you're the people Mr. Zhang sent, here to hunt tigers. Hearing this, the two men who were already crouching looked at each other, then slowly stood up, cautiously asking, Who are you? How do you know our boss is surnamed Zhang? Xiuxian smirked. You really believe that hiding in the mountain won't freeze you? Do you have food? Want some water? I'm like you, also here to hunt. But my purpose differs from yours. You're here to kill tigers. I'm here to protect them. What I say goes here. As Xiuxian moved closer while talking, the two became increasingly afraid. They were so scared that they almost wanted to take some lethal weapons from the car. As hunters, Xiuxian could guess what they were thinking. Don't move. I've already said that I'm in charge here. Your little skills are nothing compared to me. I don't care how you found this place. Your abilities are not worth mentioning in front of me. I advise you not to oppose me. But Xianheng still took a stick out from the car and approached Xiuxian. No one can stop what we intend to do. Besides, Mr. Zhang promised me 50,000 yuan. Do you know what 50,000 means to me? Even if you really want to fight against me, I will still take a tiger from here. At most, I'll give you 5,000 yuan as a small benefit. Xiuxian laughed loudly. Do you really think I would turn a blind eye just for the money? Maybe you have noticed that the fuel in the tank has leaked. You won't be able to drive this car. I could even leave both of you here. After speaking, Xiuxian's lips curled up slightly. Under the moonlight, Xiuxian's expression was unpredictable. Qianheng raised the stick in his hand and swung it at Xiuxian. Xiuxian bent down quickly, dodging the stick. But this also made Qianheng angry. His tall stature gave him an advantage over Xiuxian in terms of body size. In his eyes, Xiuxian couldn't hurt even one of his fingers. Precisely such thoughts brought unexpected consequences to Qianheng. His father hid in the dark, quietly observing everything. Xiuxian didn't carry any self-defense weapons, so he had to make use of what was available around him. He grabbed a handful of soil and threw it directly into Qianheng's face. The half-dry mud smeared all over his face, briefly affecting his vision. Plus, it was night, and the mountain was pitch black, making it hard to see clearly. Taking advantage of his familiarity with the terrain, Xiuxian circled around to Qianheng's back. When Qianheng was completely disoriented, Xiuxian kicked fiercely at his waist. This kick used all of Xiuxian's strength, knowing well the significant difference in their body types. If he didn't use unconventional methods, a direct confrontation would definitely result in him losing. So, a bit of strategy worked, and fortunately, it succeeded. Qianheng stumbled forward and fell into a ditch. After rolling a few times in the ditch, he lay there motionless. Seeing his son like that, Qianheng's father rushed over with something he took from the car. Xiuxian knew there was another person hiding. Hearing noise behind him, he immediately turned around. Suddenly, a steel pipe hit right on his stomach. Lifting his head, he met the glaring eyes of Qianheng's father. Looking at the fierce expression of Qianheng's father, Xiuxian pretended to be scared and stayed still. You even brought a gun, showing how thoroughly prepared you are. But do you know this place is under my control? Do you believe that once your gunshot sounds, all the villagers from the villages below the mountain will come up? The reason I came alone quietly onto the mountain was to negotiate peacefully first, to let you abandon this idea and go back where you came from. You don't think your boss tried talking to me before, do you? Qianheng's father squinted his eyes. Why should I trust your words? You just kicked my son into the ditch earlier. If anything happens to him, I'll make you pay. Chapter 143. Refusing to admit defeat. Xiuxian moved the gun barrel with his hand, and Qianheng's father flinched in fear. What are you doing? Afraid you might accidentally shoot me. Don't scare me with that useless firewood stick. I have the patience to tell you this, which means I won't hurt you. But if you insist on going after tigers, I won't turn a blind eye. Qianheng, who fell into the ditch, finally caught his breath, wondering why no one came to help him out. Trying to get up, he realized excruciating pain coming from his calf, and also severe pain in his lower back. It was probably from being kicked earlier, and Qianheng wanted to stand up by himself. He failed after several attempts. Dad, my leg. Hearing his son's cries from below, how could the father not go down to check? But there was still the culprit right before him. If anything happens to my son. Xiuxian tilted his head and took a glance downward, saying indifferently, looks like the leg is injured. The hospital should still be open at this hour. Before the words had even finished echoing, Qianheng's cries came again, sounding alarming. Dad, hurry, my leg can't move. The father ultimately decided that saving his son mattered more. He let out an exclamation and lost focus on Xiuxian completely. Stumbling down to the deep ditch, upon seeing his son's terrible condition, it was almost unbelievable. In the ditch stood a tree stump, but the tree wasn't dead, it had grown a branch. The tip of this branch was extremely sharp. A small slip could cause a fatal piercing wound. Unfortunately for Xianheng, such carelessness led to his calf being impaled. Now either they needed to find a chainsaw to cut off the dreadful branch, or pull the leg free from the branch. Clearly, the second option wasn't feasible, as it might cause secondary injuries. Lost and disoriented among the trees, they had to first make their way to the hospital to save his life. I told you not to come, but you insisted. Now your leg will be ruined for sure. Xianheng was internally seething too, having never felt so humiliated growing up. Hey up there, if you've got guts, fight me face to face. Sneaking around behind me counts for nothing. Xiuxian squatted down by the edge of the ditch, looking at the unfortunate father-son duo. Look at my build compared to yours, we're worlds apart. I know my weaknesses, so I wouldn't dare confront your strengths. Tampering with your car was just a warning. Didn't expect you two to ignore the advice and stay here unwilling to leave. Don't blame me then. Xianheng only cared about saving his leg and didn't have time to think about anything else. His father discovered he couldn't easily help his son get free from the tree stump. But the only person left who could lend a hand nearby was Xiuxian. Then again, thinking about it, Xiuxian was indeed the instigator of all this trouble. If it weren't for him, his son wouldn't be in this situation now. This made it impossible for Qianheng's father to ask for help politely. Yet if Xiuxian didn't help, he alone wouldn't be able to handle the chaos. There shouldn't be any aftereffects for his son's leg. Xiuxian said to them, "You'd better find a saw and cut the branch. Then take him to the hospital where professionals can remove the branch from the leg." This trip, although well prepared by Qianheng, unfortunately, neither an axe nor a saw was brought along. Where could he possibly find a saw now? It's all because of you that my son is like this. Stop watching idly and come up with a solution or I'll make sure you taste the same fate, the father demanded. Xiuxian smiled and thought these two were quite amusing. They'd snuck into the mountain without warning and were warned once to leave, but chose to stay anyway. So getting hurt was the consequence. How dare they question him now? I'm telling you, if you don't send him to the hospital soon, he'll become lame. I have such a kind heart. Worried about you having no food at night. I even specially brought you some pancakes and plain water from home. Don't be picky. Here it is. I'm heading home. After speaking, Xiuxian stood up and walked away. Qianheng shouted upward from his father's embrace. Dad, quickly think of something. My leg mustn't be harmed. After some deliberation, Qianheng's father jumped out of the ditch. Wait, if you're willing to help, we'll leave here. The 10,000 yuan, I won't claim it anymore. Xiuxian hadn't really gone far. He knew this father-son pair would come back for help. Looking at Qianheng's father with a troubled expression, he said, "See, my son is already in this sorry state. Even if we truly encounter a tiger, we won't be able to do anything about it." Xiuxian crossed his arms and said, "I thought you would put up a fierce fight here. Turns out it's just a matter of kicking. You wait here while I go get a saw. Have some food first so you don't starve." Xiuxian slowly went back home down the mountain without entering the house and went straight to the storage room. He picked a manual saw, weighing it in his hand. Seeing that his sister and brother-in-law's room was still dark, Xiuxian didn't make too much noise. He then headed back up the mountain with the tool. The father-son duo were still waiting there, and he didn't dare delay, fearing that if the bleeding became excessive or they passed out from the pain, he would be responsible. After helping cut off the branch of the tree stump, Qianheng winced in pain due to its slight movement. "I didn't mean to pick a fight with you guys. It's because I know how rare northeast tigers are. One less tiger is one less year for only 2 or 3 cubs. If everyone acted like your boss Zhang, who talks nonstop about getting a tiger's skin, even if there were hundreds of tigers in this mountain, they wouldn't be enough to meet everyone's demands. Can we destroy an animal species just for a little money?" Xiuxian wasn't sure whether the Qian father and son understood his words, but he felt it was necessary to say them aloud. "All right, now you can go to the hospital. Not sure if your car will work though. There isn't anything else I can help with. The nearest hospital is 20 miles away, but hopefully, they're still open and have a doctor available to operate on your son." Having finished helping, Xiuxian really did head home. Qianheng looked at his retreating figure disappearing into the night, then glanced down at his injured leg. For a moment, he felt confused. How had he ended up hurt like this? So seriously too. As for what would happen next to Qianheng and his father, Xiuxian neither cared nor asked. With tonight's incident, he guessed no one would come here again. The next day, Xiuxian didn't mention the event of last night to anyone. Because Zhang Tao repeatedly couldn't obtain the tiger skin he wanted, he began fixating on the matter. Since Qianheng was injured during their collaboration, Qianheng's father insisted that Zhang Tao must cover all expenses related to his son's injury. Chapter 144. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. However, Zhang Tao was originally a businessman who was most adept at taking advantage of loopholes. A single sentence. "You and your son haven't accomplished what I asked you to do." No matter what unexpected events occurred during the process, he did not need to care about them. He took out 500 yuan as the nutrition fee for his son. Seeing that ridiculous 500 yuan, Qianheng's father could no longer restrain himself and got into a scuffle with Zhang Tao. The secretary outside the office, hearing the commotion inside, became alert and immediately called the police. Zhang Tao even summoned his lawyer to help him pursue responsibility. After 2 failed attempts, Zhang Tao still didn't give up. He couldn't believe that it was so hard to get a tiger skin. Just at this moment, the secretary gave him a small suggestion. "Mr. Zhang, If you really want a tiger skin, you can get it from abroad. These tigers are spread quite widely. It doesn't have to be within our country. But Zhang Tao rejected the secretary's kind advice. Because it is no longer just about the tiger skin now. I know there are people obstructing me. I want to make him see with his own eyes that his obstruction will not affect me in the slightest. On the contrary, he will end up battered. He said as long as he's alive, no one can touch the tigers in the greater Xiuxian range. I am determined to let him see tigers dying in front of him. At the same time, Xiuxian took advantage of the good weather these few days and went into the mountain to dig for medicinal herbs and find wild mushrooms. Since spring began, it hasn't rained even once. The reason wild mushrooms in the mountains can grow wildly first owes to the heavy snows in winter. The snow melts into water, seeping into the soil, and combined with increasingly high temperatures. A suitable environment is created for the growth of mushrooms. Otherwise, Xiuxian wouldn't choose to enter the mountain at this time either. Looking at the empty wicker basket in his hand, he hopes that this trip up the mountain will bring some good harvest. Xiuxian hummed a little tune. His task today wasn't hunting, so he didn't bring any lethal weapons. At least, he had a small hoe as long as his forearm. Xiuxian thought he was the only one on the mountain today. But before he had even gone halfway, he heard someone speaking ahead. Did you hear? That girl xiuxian went to work in the south. If she encounters strangers or bad people down there, what can we do? There aren't that many bad people. Xiuxian's parents owe money. How long would it take us to pay off the debt with our small income? You're right, but those who go out to wander should be men. I've only heard about deceiving young girls, not grown men. Xiuxian's name hadn't been heard for a long time. Upon hearing it again, Xiuxian felt somewhat dazed. He didn't know if what those people were talking about earlier was true or false. If it was true, then Xiuxian really was quite bold. As he walked a bit further, Xiuxian finally saw those several speaking grandmothers. All of them looked familiar to him, and they even had some relative relations. This forced Xiuxian to greet them. These grandmas arrived much earlier. All the wild mushrooms nearby had already been picked clean by them. Their little baskets, one per person, were all full. Xiuxian thought he had come pretty early, but it turns out he still couldn't match these aunts and grandmothers. Seeing their bountiful harvest, envy showed in his eyes. Grandma, could I take some of this basketful? One grandma shook her head repeatedly and said, No, these are mine to take home. You are young, with better stamina than us. Go over there and check, there might be some. This didn't make Xiuxian very happy. Who didn't know that this side of the soil was damp, making it more suitable for wild mushrooms to grow? Moreover, it wasn't yet mushroom season. Being able to find such a small range to pick was already very lucky. Grandma, I'm not asking for it. I want to buy. Wild versus artificial breeding. For people more than 20 years later, the preference still leans towards natural and wild ones. Artificial cultivation is not necessarily bad, it just lacks some allure. Due to the appeal of wilder options, prices were higher. But now, artificial cultivation has not yet formed scale. Natural ones were naturally not so rare, and the mushrooms were not yet dried. The weight due to moisture made Xiuxian unwilling to pay for them foolishly. Aunt, I'll pay you for the mushrooms you gathered, 3 yuan per gene, okay? Upon hearing this, the three burst out laughing. Wild mushrooms on the mountain were everywhere, and if a family wanted to eat them, they would simply go up the mountain to gather them. They had never heard of anyone paying money to buy mushrooms when they wanted to eat them. That person must have been brainwashed. One of them grabbed a handful from her basket and handed it over. Here, take some. These are enough for a dish. But right now, Xiuxian's thoughts weren't as simple as just cooking a plate of food. In order to express his sincerity, Xiuxian quickly pulled out 30 yuan from his pocket. Auntie, look at this. 30 yuan was enough for a little more than half a month's food expenses, and the three women's minds were instantly swayed. Xianjin, we can't let earning a bit of money cloud our judgment. Xiuxian chuckled twice and said, I didn't come up here to pick mushrooms. I came to get some goods for the store. Upon hearing this, the ants immediately understood and exclaimed with laughter. Why didn't you say so earlier? I thought you really. As the weather continued to warm, there would be even more mushrooms in the mountains. Now was still a time when good meals were hard to come by, but eventually people would come to the mountain to forage for mushrooms and wild vegetables. It was something every household did. The three ants exchanged glances. With the few mushrooms now available, he was willing to pay 3 yuan per gene. But in 10 or 15 days when the mountain would be full of mushrooms, not only would no one buy them for 3 yuan, but even at 30 fun, they wouldn't sell. Alright, I'll give you my basket. It feels like there's 3 or 4 gene. Xiuxian took the basket of mushrooms, knowing that though moisture accounted for part of the weight, there wasn't time to dry them now, so he decided to take a small loss. He handed over the money, and seeing this, the other two ants thought that picking mushrooms could actually make money, so they also gave their baskets to him. Here, take mine too. Xiuxian handed another 10 yuan note, smiling warmly without saying anything more. The last ant was worried he might change his mind at this moment, and quickly passed her basket as well. What about mine? Xiuxian first handed over the final 10 yuan note. Yes, of course. At this point, one of them asked, Xianjin, if we go into the mountain to find more mushrooms later, will you still buy them? Xiuxian glanced around and said, as long as they are from this mountain, whoever brings them, I'll buy them. However, the more common ones will be cheaper, while the rarer ones will have higher prices. Hearing this, everyone immediately understood and thought, since they had nothing else to do at home anyway, they could just enter the mountain daily to find things and make money for the family, a win-win situation. Chapter 145, Mind Your Own Mouth. Alright, I know where your shop is. If it doesn't work out, I'll find you at your house, and we'll sell everything we found to you. All of us here are neighbors. I believe you would never cheat an old lady. Finally, Xiuxian went home with 3 baskets of mushrooms. Xiang Meiyan thought these 3 baskets of mushrooms were collected by her younger brother alone. She wanted to praise him for his effort, but then Xiuxian said they were bought for 10 yuan. Xiang Meiyan got so angry that she picked up the big broom leaning against the door to beat him. 10 yuan? And you buy this much stuff? Do you know how much meat 10 yuan could buy? This thing even dogs wouldn't eat, yet you spent money on it. Are you just burning money away? After being scolded by his sister, Xiuxian laughed and said, Sis, this will be useful. We'll stir-fry 1 basket tonight. I'll dry the other 2 baskets in a suitable place. If Xiang Meiyan didn't think it was such a waste to throw away the mushrooms, she would have kicked them over. Xiuxian fetched several flat baskets like those used by Dr. Tao to dry herbs. He placed the mushrooms evenly on top and left them in the courtyard to dry since it hadn't rained recently. Xiang Meiyan didn't understand what he was going to do, nor did she care to ask. She washed the wild mushrooms in a basin of water. But still, Xiang Meiyan's heart wasn't completely at ease. Every time she thought about spending 10 yuan on this amount of stuff, it felt like a piece of flesh had been cut off her, causing immense pain. Yet seeing her younger brother busying around so enthusiastically, Xiang Meiyan decided to keep her eyes closed and not watch. Within a few days, once Xiuxian saw that the mushrooms were dried enough, he bagged them. Initially, he planned to put 1 or half a kilogram in each bag, but this way, the 2 baskets of mushrooms didn't add up to anything substantial. In the end, he adopted the tactics of unscrupulous merchants and made some sample packs. What if people don't like the taste of these mushrooms? Some small packages taken home could be simply stir-fried or stewed. If they liked it, then they could buy more. Otherwise, if they spend so much money only to find it impossible to eat, wouldn't it be wasteful? Xiuxian believed that he had considered the perspective of consumers. He carefully stored the bags of mushrooms first, and then went to the store later in the afternoon, placing all of them on display. Is Qianjin at home? Hearing someone calling from the doorway, Xiuxian quickly walked over. Surprisingly, the callers turned out to be the 2 elderly ladies who had sold him the mushrooms before. They carried a large bag in their hands. Curious, Xiuxian asked, what's in there? This huge bag must be heavy. One of them immediately opened the bag and let Xiuxian take a quick look. My goodness, it was all mushrooms. It must be what they collected over the past couple of days. Do you want these mushrooms? If yes, they're yours. These are the ones we found over the last few days on the mountain. Xiuxian knew they wanted to make some money, so he very easily agreed. Yes, but in another 10 days or half a month, mushrooms will be everywhere on the mountain. So, this will be my last purchase. Let me go get the scale, and we'll see how many kilograms these are. Xiuxian had to make this point clear beforehand. Otherwise, everyone would be collecting mushrooms from the mountain. His initial capital wouldn't be enough to support their profit-making aspirations. Therefore, he needed to control these villagers trying every possible method to earn money from him. The 2 elderly ladies were delighted because, if Xiuxian was willing to buy them, then all their trips weren't wasted. Estimating the weight of this 1 pocketful, there must be no less than 20 kilograms, which could fetch a few dozen yuan. When Xiuxian returned with the scale, he weighed every bag, and they turned out quite heavy. He paid the elderly ladies 3 yuan per kilogram. These 2 bags of mushrooms arrived just in time. He was regretting buying too little last time, but now the quantity was certainly not insufficient. Aunties, wait a moment. Both of your baskets are still here. He handed the empty baskets back, and the 2 elderly ladies clutched their money happily. Qianjin, if you want to buy something else later, we have nothing better to do at home, so we can collect them for you on the mountain. Xiuxian pondered for a while and said, later, I might need medicinal herbs, but these items aren't usually looked for by common people, and I'm also worried. The 2 elderly ladies slapped their thighs and said, what's difficult about finding them? As long as you buy, we'll collect them for you. However, herbs can't compare with mushrooms. That stuff is hard to find and dig, so a minimum of 5 yuan per kilogram should be offered. Upon hearing the price set by the elderly ladies, Xiuxian was secretly elated inside. Sun Lao too was buying them for 15 yuan per kilogram, and after some consideration, he decided not to lower the price too harshly. He originally intended to offer 7.5 yuan, but the elderly ladies directly settled the price right there in front of him. What could he say? It was meant to be his profitable deal. All right, 5 yuan per kilogram then. Later, I'll make a list, and you can help me search on the mountain. Anything you find, I'll buy. The old women, now having another way to earn money, were extremely pleased. Originally, they didn't have much to do anyway. In their homes, it was the men who earned money, but with the meager wages they brought in, providing for everyone's daily needs left the family struggling to make ends meet. Now that there was finally a place where they could earn money, how could they not be happy? Xiuxian happily saw the 2 women off, and then spread out the mushrooms they had just delivered to dry them evenly. Once the dried mushrooms were packed into several bags, he placed all of them into his pockets and set them on his bicycle. After going inside, drinking some water, and washing his face, he prepared to go to the store. Half a month passed quickly. Xiuxian had gone into the mountains multiple times to hunt deer and catch roe deer. This time, he hadn't forgotten about his promise to xuanhuan. He did come across a few foxes, but their fur wasn't in good condition. Besides, the foxes themselves were thin and bony. Sister Hong had already paid him for his trouble. It wouldn't be right to give her inferior quality goods. He finally managed to shoot 2 fine ones whose fur looked lustrous and smooth. However, these pieces weren't enough to make fur coats. Nonetheless, Xiuxian picked an auspicious day to visit Xuanhuan's hair salon. Usually, the shop door was slightly ajar, but today, Xiuxian found it tightly shut with even the curtains drawn. Only upon getting closer did he hear some commotion inside. Xiuxian first pressed his ear against the door to listen carefully. Leave quickly. I don't want to see you. Why don't you want to see me? I'm here to see my child. Where have you hidden him? Hidden? Do you think I'm as despicable as you are? I have no idea where he is. It's not my problem if the child doesn't want to see you. Standing outside the door, Xiuxian instantly recognized who had come to see Sister Hong. It must be her ex-husband, the child's biological father. No wonder she had locked the door so securely and used the curtain to block the view. However, trying to hide something only made it more suspicious. Doing this would attract even more attention. Xiuxian cleared his throat twice outside the door. At the sound of his coughing, Jin Hong immediately seized the opportunity. Someone's here. Leave quickly so you don't disturb my business. Yin Xiaodong scoffed. How much can you possibly earn from cutting hair? Don't think I don't know. You're always hanging around with those immoral men. Don't let our child see this. Jin Hong slapped Yin Xiaodong after hearing his words. What the hell are you talking about? Mind your own mouth. Do you think I'm like you, spreading my affections around everywhere? Lady, I was truly blind when I decided to marry you. Yin Xiaodong didn't become any clearer-headed after being slapped. Instead, he felt that the slap had insulted his dignity. Chapter 146, blocked at the doorstep. After being slapped by his wife, Yin Xiaodong was angry but had no way to vent. He stared with bulging eyes and couldn't utter a word. Jin Hong gave a soft snort. What? Judging by your demeanor, you want to hit me? Do you even have that ability? Go away from here quick. Thinking of all the bad things Yin Xiaodong had done in the past, Jin Hong's resentment welled up from all sides. If she hadn't reached her breaking point, there would be no talk of divorce. But after the divorce, even though she lived a hard life alone with her child, she took on both the role of father and mother, but mentally and psychologically, she felt lighter. At least she wouldn't have someone coming home every day completely drunk and bringing things of other women, making her furious upon seeing it. What do you actually want? The child cannot be given to you. It was you who abandoned us. Now that these outside women don't bother you, you're thinking about us again. There aren't so many good things in this world for you to take advantage of. You might as well go back and drink your alcohol and find other women to listen to your troubles. After Jin Hong said this, she lifted the door curtain and saw Xiuxian standing outside with a big bag in hand. Xiuxian noticed Jin Hong's odd expression and spotted Yin Xiaodong inside the room. Actually, they already heard the argument between those two loud and clear. However, he pretended like he just arrived and greeted them through the door casually. Jin Hong considered Xiuxian her savior now, yet the wooden door which was chipped open wasn't easy. She needed to hold the handle and lift it upwards to smoothly open the door. Seeing this, Xiuxian hurriedly offered help. Sister Hong, see what good things I brought for you. Last time, you told me you wanted some fur for clothing. I went up the mountain a few days ago and hunted for you. I found a skilled craftsman to peel the fur off. Take a look at the quality of the hair. Jin Hong originally thought Xiuxian came to find her because of something else, but it turned out he was delivering the fox skins. Upon seeing the fox furs, Jin Hong's eyes lit up, as if imagining a piece of clothing that she could immediately wear. As she touched the sleek and supple fur, she realized the smell was quite strong since these pelts were still unprocessed. But a strong smell was inevitable. Soon after, Jin Hong realized the problem. 2 fox furs weren't quite enough for a full coat. Only 2. I just happened upon 2 good ones first. I didn't want to miss the chance. I will go up the mountain later to get more and promise to make you a fox fur coat reaching down to your ankles. Upon hearing this, Jin Hong couldn't stop laughing. You always know how to make me happy, unlike someone who just makes me angry when he comes around. Enter the house. It's cold outside. Though summer was approaching and it really wasn't that cold, Xiuxian still stepped inside. As he passed Yin Xiaodong, he could feel an intimidating aura emitted by this man. It seemed Yin Xiaodong was uncomfortable seeing his ex-wife getting too close to another man. You are still here? Jin Hong said irritably. Yin Xiaodong sat lazily on the sofa, leaning back. His entire barbershop came into view despite its small size. There was a red velvet hanging over the head massage bed, which always made him think there was something hidden behind it. When am I leaving? I came here to consume services. Let me shave and cut my hair later. Jin Hong rolled her eyes. Do you really consider yourself such a superior figure? This is not a place for people like you. Get lost quickly before the kid plays around and sees you. After hearing Jin Hong say this, Yin Xiaodong straightened his body immediately. You stinking woman, stop threatening me with the child. Even if the kid really sees me, he has to politely call me dad. Who knows what kind of influence you've had raising the child near you, inviting all sorts of shady characters around. Jin Hong, always known for her strength, couldn't tolerate her ex-husband slandering her like this. She grabbed a pair of scissors nearby and threw it at him. Yin Xiaodong's body was rather agile, and he easily dodged it with a sidestep. Seeing the scissors pierce directly into the sofa, Yin Xiaodong got scared as well. Not caring whether others were present, he stood up and cursed. Are you trying to murder your own husband? Jin Hong turned around to grab another object to throw, but this time, Yin Xiaodong learned his lesson. Since he had nothing in hand, he couldn't confront her directly, and hence decided to back down for now. Alright, I will come back later. Don't think you can keep hiding the child forever. Also, don't think I don't know the dirty things you've done behind my back. Upon hearing this, Xiuxian looked up at Yin Xiaodong who was about to leave, feeling rather uneasy. Hey, who are you talking about? If you have issues with your eyesight, you should go to the hospital. Yin Xiaodong knew that Xiuxian was capable, so he didn't dare to directly confront him. Instead, he made allusions and insults in front of Jin Hong. But unexpectedly, Xiuxian actually understood what Yin Xiaodong was implying, leaving the two of them somewhat awkward. Yin Xiaodong coughed twice, pretending to check his watch for the time, mumbling about having something urgent to leave. However, Jin Hong coldly snorted, feeling nothing but regret inside her heart. How had she ever fallen for someone like him? Unfortunately, there were no regret pills in this world, but at least now, they were no longer living together. Such an outcome was already good enough. Xiuxian watched as Yin Xiaodong left, then quickly approached Jin Hong. Sister Hong, shall I find someone to teach him a lesson? That way he won't keep bothering you for no reason. In reality, Jin Hong knew her ex-husband too well. Even if someone did punish him, things would eventually go back to how they were before. Why bother? Seeing that she hadn't said anything for half a day, Xiuxian understood her meaning and simply decided to skip over this topic. Sister Hong, I've also brought some mushrooms from the mountain for you. Later, when we get a chicken, we can stew it with these mushrooms. It's going to be so fragrant. Jin Hong looked at the plastic bag full of dried mushrooms, her face glowing with pleasure. That's great. We'll stew it tonight, and you should come over and eat with us. At Jin Hong's invitation, Xiuxian instinctively wanted to accept, but reconsidering, he declined. No thanks, Sister Hong. I have other plans later on. Maybe next time, I will come over for dinner. Since Xiuxian said so, Jin Hong didn't press him further. After all, it was just polite conversation. If he really came over for dinner, the neighbors might start asking questions, which would be difficult to explain. After staying for a while, drinking some water, Xiuxian got up and left. Jin Hong then put away the pelts Xiuxian had brought her, intending to take them to the craftsman when she got the chance. Had it not been for the 100 yuan Jin Hong gave him, Xiuxian wouldn't have shown up today and wouldn't have witnessed her argument with Yin Xiaodong. By the time Xiuxian returned home, he was surprised to see people crowded outside his door, completely blocking the entrance. Chapter 147. Rare guest, sorry for not welcoming far enough. Worried that something might have happened at home, Xiuxian rushed the remaining short distance. Upon arriving, he realized all those people had come looking for him. Qianjin, I heard you buy mushrooms. Would you be interested in mine? And me? I have some too. If you want them, they're all yours. Do you need wild vegetables? I gathered these this morning. They are very fresh. Oh, it turned out all these people had come to make money from him. Xiuxian couldn't help but marvel internally. Was he some kind of rich landowner dog? Was it necessary for them to gather outside his door just for a few coins? Moreover, he had already told the 3 elder ladies earlier that he would no longer buy mushrooms. If he needed them, he'd collect them himself on the mountain. I'm not buying mushrooms anymore. What I need now are herbs. Do you have any? The people blocking the entrance looked at each other, completely surprised that their hard work meant nothing as Xiuxian casually dismissed it. It seemed like they were trying to scoop hot feces and missed entirely. However, despite this, Xiuxian was kind-hearted. Considering the effort these people put into climbing the mountain, he reluctantly purchased their mushrooms at 2 yuan per kilogram. But this time, Xiuxian repeatedly emphasized that he would not buy mushrooms again. If anyone still tried to bring them over, he'd consider it a housewarming gift. Seeing that Xiuxian sounded serious, the mushroom carriers nodded to indicate their understanding. After entering the yard with several bags of mushrooms, the last batch he collected hadn't dried yet, and now more filled his hands. A headache indeed. Thankfully, during the winter, his sister had remodeled the house and cleaned up the yard. Regardless, mushrooms would need washing before cooking anyway, so he dumped them all in the courtyard, leaving 1/3 of the space clear for passage. Xiuxian stood in the yard, imagining how his sister would scold him if she saw all this mess. But he didn't care much about that. Mushrooms that aren't dried are difficult to preserve. With the weather getting hotter, there was no way he could let the mushrooms he paid for go moldy and rotten. He planned to dry them, package them into half-kilogram bags, and display them in the store. If someone wanted to buy, he'd sell. If not, he'd take them back and eat them himself. There's a famous northeastern dish called chicken stewed with mushrooms, which is quite delicious. For a whole week, Xiuxian wandered through the mountains. He spent almost half his day in the mountains every day, while the other half was spent running back and forth between home and his shop. His little mountain goods store gradually took shape, and several cabinets were already stocked with things characteristic of the Daxing Anling area. Unfortunately, there were no smartphones then, or else he would have posted pictures on his friend circle, making a 9-grid collage. And certainly, he would have promoted his store better. But an unexpected surprise came when Sun Guolin found him. Sun Guolin's arrival was completely unexpected for Xiuxian. At first, he thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. Everything seemed blurred, until Sun Guolin kept waving. Only then did Xiuxian confirm that he really had arrived. Leaving the store, Xiuxian hurried forward in large strides. Why did you come here? You traveled so far and didn't even give me a call beforehand. I could have picked you up at the station. Sun Guolin wore a black jacket, a faded pair of jeans, and a pair of thick-soled leather shoes. My grandfather said that there are a lot of medicinal herbs around here, so he asked me whether I had the time to check things out first. Xiuxian immediately understood. Sun Guolin wasn't coming to see him personally. This was purely a field inspection. Fortunately, all the words he had said before were absolutely true, not a single bit exaggerated. Have you arranged a place to stay? If not, you can stay at my place. We built a new house last year. It's spacious. However, Sun Guolin declined Xiuxian's kindness. I've already made arrangements at the guest house, but I'll need your help to carry my luggage since there's quite a bit. Mentioning a lot of luggage, in reality, it was just one suitcase and a bag. They bulged, and when Xiuxian picked them up, they felt pretty heavy. Curiously, he asked what Sun Guolin had brought. Yet, Sun Guolin smiled without responding. When the two reached the guest house, got the keys, and climbed upstairs, the small room seemed somewhat cramped. But the environment was acceptable, and there was even a TV. Staying here wastes money. It's better to go home with me, where we have bright windows. Besides, aren't you planning to climb the mountain with me? If we live together, it'll be more convenient for both of us, saving me the trouble of visiting you here every day. However, Sun Guolin was accustomed to living independently. Confronted with Xiuxian's sincerity, he didn't quite know how to handle it. Really, it's not necessary. Are you sure? If you don't need to worry about anything else, then having dinner at my house should be no problem, right? Sun Guolin patted his stomach and said, I just had something on the train during this trip, and I was actually planning to look for a place to eat later. Xiuxian immediately put his arm around Sun Guolin's shoulder like a big brother. You won't have to look for any other place. Tonight, we'll eat at home. Just let my sister cook her specialty dish of chicken stewed with mushrooms for you. I guarantee it will make your taste buds do a backflip. Sun Guolin didn't quite understand what Xiuxian meant by a backflip. After putting down the luggage, Xiuxian took Sun Guolin home. There was only Xuanhuan at home. His sister and brother-in-law were still at work. When Sun Guolin saw the mushrooms all over the yard, he was instantly surprised. Why are there so many mushrooms on the ground? Xiuxian explained like an expert. It's because the aunts and older sisters in the village have nothing better to do, and they know I've opened a mountain goods store. So they insisted on bringing these things to me, but this won't happen again after today. If you enjoy the taste tonight, I'll pack some for you before you leave to take them home for your grandfather to try. Faced with such an offer, Sun Guolin did not strongly decline, nodding repeatedly. All right. My grandfather would definitely love them if he sees them. Just from hearing that sentence, one could tell that old Sun was also a food lover. Fortunately, Xiuxian had plenty of mushrooms now. Even filling a large bag to give as a gift wouldn't pain him. Not long after, his sister and brother-in-law returned from work. Seeing the two of them laughing and chatting as they entered the house, Xiuxian quickly stood up to introduce them. Sis, this is... But before Xiuxian finished speaking, Tian Weidong already recognized Sun Guolin. The two had once gone far away together, and Tian Weidong remembered clearly how they got to know each other. Sun Guolin, why have you come here? Is it? Tian Weidong was so excited that he warmly hugged him and patted his back several times. This kind of warm welcome, Sun Guolin gradually began adapting to. Otherwise he would end up being overly surprised in the coming days. After chatting with him for a while, Tian Weidong started scolding Xiuxian. Forward-thinking indeed. You don't even tell me when an important guest arrives. Let me go buy vegetables now. Tonight, we'll have a good feast. Chapter 148. Can't explain clearly over the phone. Tian Weidong rode his bike in a hurry to the commune, where he ransacked everything. Whether it was eaten or not, he had basically taken some of everything. With distant guests visiting the family, they had to be treated well, and there certainly couldn't be any saving on money. Xiuxian was at home helping her sister chop firewood and prepare for dinner. This person you met on the train, why has he traveled so far? Xiuxian chuckled and said, he's definitely here for a field investigation. Otherwise, he would come here for vacation. Even a fool would know that Sun Guolin didn't come over for a holiday, and Xiang Meiyun felt a bit worried inside. Anyway, you two know each other. I won't pretend to be smart anymore. You should quickly go see why your brother-in-law hasn't returned yet. Xiuxian responded, greeted Sun Guolin again, and then went out to meet his brother-in-law. After walking less than 100 meters, he saw his brother-in-law Tian Weidong riding his bike slowly back. Xiuxian simply stood there waving his hand continuously, while Tian Weidong pedaled as hard as he could, making the wheel spin faster. Why did you come out? Asked Tian Weidong. My sister sent me out to look for you. Everything at home is ready, except for the vegetables you bought, which are needed for cooking. The moment both men entered the house, they saw Xiang Meiyun catching a chicken. Watching one plump chicken about to be scalded with hot water to remove its feathers made Xiuxian almost salivate. The mushrooms they had dried these past few days would be just right for tonight's meal. Eating this dinner tonight was entirely thanks to Sun Guolin. Tian Weidong bought some simple cold dishes, arranged them on plates, and tossed them lightly with seasoning before serving. The most important part of this meal was a jar of sugared canned food that Tianhua liked the most. Kids who saw this would definitely light up their eyes. During the meal, Sun Guolin finally revealed the real reason for his visit. The elders back home planned to open a specialty store. They intended to sell ginseng exclusively, but the ginseng they had collected was either too small or of poor quality, and thus couldn't fetch high prices. Later, they remembered the place Xiuxian mentioned, but neither knew how to get there nor the conditions there. Furthermore, due to their old age, they weren't advised to travel around frequently, so the only option left was to send their grandson, Sun Guolin, to make the trip. This trip really shouldn't have been my responsibility, but because my grandfather thought you wouldn't recognize anyone else from our family, he specially sent me personally. Next time, it might not necessarily be me. Xiuxian remained calm, listening carefully as he pondered quietly. The place is called Dongjin Mountain, 1,400 kilometers away from here. This isn't something to take lightly. Sun Guolin put down his chopsticks, maintaining a gentle smile throughout, hiding something behind his expression. Do you think I'm joking now? I'm already here, and my grandfather also promised to cover all expenses for the journey. Sun Guolin then slapped a thick stack of money on the table, which although not shocking, certainly drew attention. Xiang Meiyun, who once lost her wallet, seeing Sun Guolin's boldness, reminded him to quickly pack the money away. It wasn't good if even 1 or 2 bills were lost. However, looking at Sun Guolin's demeanor, it seemed like he didn't care much. Sister-in-law, you stay at home this time, and I will go along with Guolin. Before Tian Weidong could even say anything, Xiuxian had already arranged everything. Alright, precisely because there's a lot of work at the factory recently, and the boss doesn't let us take leave easily. However, the two of you must take extra care on your journey. After finishing the meal, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Sun Guolin prepared to return to the guest house to rest, but upon seeing the night sky outside, he couldn't help feeling melancholy. In an instant, even Xiang Meiyun could sense his concern and fear, and she laughed, saying, "Stay here to rest tonight. Tomorrow morning, go back to the guest house to retrieve your things. They shouldn't get lost just overnight, right?" Being a newcomer, Sun Guolin had no idea about the local customs and manners. At least back in his hometown, he'd never dare to leave his luggage at an inn overnight. "I'll go back and fetch my belongings, sister. Can you help tidy up my room?" As Xiuxian was about to leave, he heard a beep 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 sound. Someone was calling him. At this hour, who could it possibly be? Xiuxian retrieved the pager from his pocket. The battery was almost dead, fortunately, still enough to last. Message received. "Call me back immediately. There's an emergency. Zhou." When Xiuxian saw the character Zhou, he instantly recognized whose message it was, and couldn't help but laugh loudly. Writing down the number on a piece of paper, Xiuxian headed directly to the village head's house to call Mr. Zhou. Upon arriving at the village head's house, it became apparent that everyone there had already turned off the lights and was preparing to sleep. Had it not been Xiuxian, the village head wouldn't have bothered opening the door for anyone else. Rubbing his eyes, just as the village head was about to ask why he came so late and whether something unexpected happened in the village, Xiuxian shook his head and squeezed inside. "Someone's calling me. I'll just make a quick call." By the time the village head realized what was going on, Xiuxian had already entered the room and turned on the light. The village head sighed, thinking that having a telephone installed wasn't necessarily a good thing, despite inwardly complaining. After stepping in and seeing Xiuxian had already dialed the number, the village head also approached to listen carefully. "Mr. Zhou, what's the urgent matter?" On the other end of the phone, Mr. Zhou skipped all pleasantries and briefly explained the purpose. "I remember you were considering opening a mountain goods store. Is that true?" At this point, Xiuxian's eyes suddenly widened significantly. "Mr. Zhou, it's not that I plan to open one. It's already open. However, the stock isn't abundant yet, still increasing bit by bit." After he finished speaking, Mr. Zhou initially fell silent on the other end of the line, seemingly deep in thought, but Xiuxian dared not disconnect the call rashly. This made the village head standing nearby quite heartbroken. A long-distance call cost several jiao per minute. Why couldn't they hurry up and say what needed to be said? After waiting a while, a voice finally came back from the other end of the phone. "Really? That's wonderful. Give me an address, and I'll arrange for Tao Hui to go over there tomorrow." Tao Hui, Mr. Zhou's secretary, Xiuxian remembered in his mind. "Mr. Zhou, if there's something, you can just tell me over the phone. Why arrange someone specifically to come?" But Mr. Zhou didn't think much of it. He wanted many things, complicated and mixed. There was no way he could explain everything clearly over the phone. Seeing Mr. Zhou's firm attitude, Xiuxian stopped asking any more questions and hung up the phone after giving him Hejiang village's address. He glanced at the duration of the call and was shocked. It lasted for nearly 10 minutes. At 7 or 8 jiao per minute, that meant around 10 yuan already. In these times, making a call was expensive. As soon as Xiuxian looked up, he saw the village head glaring at him. Quickly, he said, "Thanks, village head. I won't disturb your rest further." But as he was about to leave, the village head grabbed his clothes. Chapter 149, Boss Zhou's Call. Xiuxian looked back at the village chief and couldn't help but laugh, knowing full well why the chief was holding him back, not letting him leave. It was because of the long phone call just now, costing several yuan. Under normal circumstances, a call would last no more than a minute. Boss Zhou, running a big company, didn't mind spending that much. But the village chief was different. Even with a telephone installed, he might not make a single call in a month. "Oh, come on, don't hold me. I'll pay for it." The village chief narrowed his eyes at Xiuxian, saying nothing. Xiuxian broke free from the village chief's grip and went through all his pockets to finally gather a few coins to hand over. After receiving the money, the village chief's expression softened somewhat. "Next time you're this late, I won't open the door for you. You earn so much money. Why don't you get your own phone?" Xiuxian's eyes immediately widened. The village chief was right. Why hadn't he installed a phone at his own house? Moreover, he wasn't lacking the money. "You're right, village chief. How could I have forgotten this? I'll install a phone at home in a few days." Having handed those few coins to the village chief, Xiuxian quickly got on his bicycle and rode towards the inn where Sun Guolin was staying. He arrived at the inn and was preparing to take out Sun Guolin's luggage. Unexpectedly, the inn staff were quite responsible. Seeing him as an unfamiliar face, they stopped him from leaving. "Boy, is this your stuff? I remember the person staying here as being a young man with glasses, shorter than you." Xiuxian explained repeatedly, but the inn staff still wouldn't let him go. At this point, Xiuxian regretted not bringing Sun Guolin along. If he had been there, things wouldn't have been so complicated. "We are truly friends. He's staying at my place tonight. And wasn't I the one who came with him today? Why do you only recognize him, but not me? I was the one carrying his bag earlier." Xiuxian lifted the suitcase slightly, which had originally been carried by Sun Guolin himself. The staff examined it again and thought for a moment, their expression and gaze filled with confusion. "It seems like, but anyway, you need to sign here. In case someone comes back looking for it, we can tell them what happened." With a sigh, Xiuxian headed to the counter and wrote down his name, age, and address on a notebook. "Are you kidding? If I were a thief, would I cooperate with you like this? Would I proudly carry boxes and bags if I were going to steal? I'd have taken all the valuables already." Xiuxian's words made the inn staff laugh awkwardly. Indeed, a real thief would never act so openly. They tried to explain it was for the guest's benefit, but Xiang Jianjin simply gave a small upward pull of the lips, mentioning that he wasn't concerned about such matters. Securing Sun Guolin's items on the bike, Xiang Jianjin started cycling back toward Hejiang village. The whole journey took more than an hour before he finally reached home. Pushing the door open, he found his brother-in-law and Sun Guolin sitting on the kong, a traditional heated bed, cracking sunflower seeds. Because of their prior acquaintance, seeing each other again felt less awkward this time. When Sun Guolin saw Xiang Jianjin return, he patted the edge of the kong eagerly. Quick, quick, we've been waiting for you. My brother-in-law told me there are many interesting things in the mountains. Can you take me tomorrow? I've never seen a mountain. Ever since getting off the train, Sun Guolin had been filled with curiosity about the place. Even though it wasn't as bustling as his hometown, it exuded the kind of down-to-earth charm he'd only read about in books. You want to go into the mountains? No problem, I'll take you at dawn tomorrow. Let me first put your luggage in that room, and tonight, you sleep with me. Sun Guolin's face turned a bit shy, lowering his head and muttering. I've never shared a bed with anyone else until now. Xiang Jianjin, who was about to step outside, turned around and said seriously, what are you thinking? You take that side, I'll take this. There's distance between us. Don't assume I have some strange hobby. Sun Guolin laughed heartily, explaining he wasn't thinking too much, just joking. When it was really time to rest, lying on the kong, accustomed to soft mattresses, Sun Guolin found the hard surface beneath quite uncomfortable. Brother Jianjin, when will we go to Mount Changbai? Pillow in his arm, Xiang Jianjin replied. The trip to Mount Changbai might have to be delayed by a couple of days. Boss Zhou mentioned his secretary is coming over. Sun Guolin was surprised. Which boss Zhou? Is it the one who drank tea with grandfather that day? Xiang Jianjin nodded. That's the one. Since that's the case, we'll wait a couple more days then. But today, the meal your sister cooked was truly delicious. We can't even have such good food where I'm from, Sun Guolin said. Xiang Jianjin was just about to say something when he heard regular breathing sounds coming from Sun Guolin's side, accompanied by very light snoring. Judging from this, Sun Guolin probably hadn't dared to rest on the way here and had spent the entire evening chatting with his brother-in-law for a long time as well. His energy must have given out, which was why, as soon as he lay down, he fell asleep after only saying a few words. Just at this moment, Xiang Jianjin took advantage of the situation to calculate in his mind how they should arrange the itinerary once Tao Hui arrived. Should they take a tour around the Daxing'an Mountains first, or go straight to Changbai Mountain upon her arrival? However it turned out, going to Changbai Mountain was inevitable. At dawn the next day, Xiang Jianjin sprang up from the kong like a fish flipping over an iron rod. Sun Guolin was still sound asleep, so Xiang Jianjin got dressed and came out first. Seeing that his sister had already started preparing breakfast, he came over and said, Sister, I'd like to discuss something with you. Xiang Meiyun, keeping an eye on the fire in the bathtub and watching the rice in the pot, asked, What is it? I want to install a telephone at home, Xiang Jianjin said. Xiang Meiyun didn't understand immediately. Installing a phone at home? That thing is so expensive, we won't do it. Xiang Jianjin explained. I spent several yuan yesterday when I went to the village chief's house to make a call. Think about it. If we had our own phone, wouldn't I save that money? Shaking her head, Xiang Meiyun said, A single call costs a few yuan, but installing a phone costs thousands of yuan. How many calls could you possibly make in a month? If it costs some money, then let it be. Xiang Jianjin felt he couldn't reason with his sister. Sister, then I'll just install a phone at the store. When there's business, how can I always look for a phone all over the place to return calls? Xiang Meiyun was about to refuse, but then she reconsidered. What her younger brother said made sense. For doing business at the store, aside from selling goods to locals, they needed to primarily target people from other places. How much does it cost to install a phone? Xiang Meiyun asked. Xiang Jianjin quickly crouched down. I don't know either. You can ask for me, and if it's reasonable, we'll install one. Actually, Xiang Jianjin wasn't worried at all that his sister would reject his request. It's just that when a family does anything, they must all consult each other and listen to everyone else's opinions. Chapter 150. Where does Xiang Qianjin live? Following the address given by her boss, Tao Hui first took a train, then a minibus, and finally a tricycle. She eventually arrived at Hejiang village. When she came, she was dressed fashionably, eyebrows neatly drawn, wearing lipstick and a wine-red velvet dress. But when she got here, she finally understood what cold really meant. After getting off the vehicle, she quickly found a clothing store and spent a large sum of money on a coat. The coat reached her ankles, which finally provided some protection against the wind. However, the pair of high heels on her feet made it impossible for her to walk very far. Tao Hui also bought a pair of sneakers. With this new outfit, there was no longer any trace of her fashionable and dazzling appearance. Upon arriving at Hejiang village, Tao Hui was already disoriented and confused about directions. She didn't know exactly where Xiang Qianjin's house was located. Reluctantly, she stopped a passerby. Hello, may I ask if this is Hejiang village? I'm looking for someone named Xiang Qianjin. Do you know where he lives? The old woman looked Tao Hui up and down. Young lady, you're not from around here, are you? Tao Hui shook her head. No, I'm not. The old woman pointed in a direction. Do you see that new house over there? That's where they live. You walk from here, about 70 or 80 meters, and you'll arrive. What brings you here to look for Qianjin? Tao Hui smiled. I'm here to discuss some business. I came on behalf of my boss. Tao Hui exchanged a few polite words with the old woman. After all, without her help pointing out the way, she wouldn't have been able to find Xiang Qianjin easily. However, what Tao Hui did not expect was that her arrival stirred up ripples among the men, women, and children of Hejiang village. Reaching the front door of the new house, Tao Hui carefully approached. Although the main gate was tightly shut, there was a small door open on the side. Tao Hui knocked on the door, thinking that the people inside would surely hear. Unexpectedly, it wasn't Xiuxian who greeted her, but a woman. Xiang Meiyan wasn't working today and was cleaning the house when she heard the knock. She wondered who could be coming. Since everyone lived in the same village, most neighbors just walked in without knocking unless the door was locked. Upon opening the door, she saw a rather attractive-looking woman. Xiang Meiyan immediately realized that she was not from the area. Who are you looking for? Tao Hui introduced herself. Hello, my name is Tao Hui, and I'm from Guangdong. Is this Xiuxian's house? Xiang Meiyan, realizing the situation, replied. Yes, what's the matter? If so, that's great. Is he home? Xiang Meiyan shook her head. He's not here. He went out. May I ask why you're looking for him? Tao Hui said. Our boss sent me to discuss a business deal with him. Xiang Meiyan examined her closely. Tao Hui always wore a smile, with softly curved brows and eyes, making her appear approachable and not the kind to criticize others harshly. For this reason, Xiang Meiyan felt that she probably wasn't there to cause trouble. He's at his mountain goods shop. Didn't you see it as you came? Right at the market entrance, Dongjin Mountain Goods. Tao Hui's eyes flickered, recalling the shop she had noticed earlier and paid attention to briefly. She thought the shop name was well chosen, coinciding with Xiuxian's name. Unknowingly, that was the store owned by Xiuxian. If she had known he wasn't home but at the shop, why would she have traveled so far? I'll go find him at the shop then. Thanks. Tao Hui turned to leave, but was stopped by Xiang Meiyan. You don't need to go to the shop. He'll be back soon. Just wait here a little while. Tao Hui glanced back at the path she'd come along. This isn't quite right. I just want to discuss a deal with him, and then I'll leave. Even though Xiang Meiyan didn't know Tao Hui's identity, it was hard to let the young woman, who had traveled such a long distance, simply leave after just a few words. Xiang Meiyan invited her inside. He left not long ago, but there shouldn't be much happening at the shop. He'll be back shortly. How do you know my brother? After entering the house, Xiang Meiyan began asking questions. It was Mr. Xiang who visited our company to discuss business with my boss. I am the boss's secretary, and we met once before. At the time, due to some other matters, Mr. Xiang left hurriedly. Fortunately, our boss still wants to buy something from him, so this time he specifically asked me to come. Xiang Meiyan nodded a couple of times, wanting to say more, but couldn't think of anything appropriate. Dear, please sit down. Let me collect the trash outside. I was halfway through cleaning when you arrived. Xiang Meiyan used the excuse of collecting trash to avoid an awkward silence and hoped deep down that her younger brother would return soon. It was likely that this woman's arrival had already attracted quite a bit of attention in the village. After all, one could hardly find anyone as beautiful as her even in the surrounding villages. At the shop, Xiuxian gave everything another thorough cleaning. The boss of the neighboring clothing store grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds and leaned against the door, chatting with him intermittently. Hey, how do you actually do business here? The store has been open for so long, but I haven't seen anyone come in. It's always just you going in and out. Xiuxian swept the floor clean and dumped the trash into the tin garbage can by the door. The items in my shop, people can find them on the mountain themselves. So, my business isn't for us locals, it's for outsiders. The clothing store owner furrowed her brow and said, Is that true? I heard the hardware store owner across the street say that your wolf tooth necklace sells for 2,000 yuan. You know, if I add up all the goods in my shop, they're only worth 8 to 10,000 yuan. One of your necklaces is worth as much as all of mine. Xiuxian glanced back at the display case where the wolf tooth necklaces were still lying there. Yeah, wolves are dangerous beasts. I risk my life pulling their teeth and then turn them into necklaces. Half the money from each sale goes toward my insurance premium. If I got bitten and killed by a wolf, you wouldn't even get a strand of its hair, let alone a necklace. The shopkeeper chuckled. If your shop really made that kind of money, how about we partner up? I'll invest some capital, and you can share the profits later. Xiuxian stood by the door for a moment and said, There's no shortage of people coming in and out of your store. With what you make in a month, it must not be too bad. After all, how much is enough? The shopkeeper scoffed. My store doesn't make that much money, but at least it covers my food. If you think about it and agree, I'll bring the funds over next time. Anyway, I need to head home after tidying up. Gotta go now. Xiuxian replied briefly, noticing that everything inside his own store was almost ready. He needed to go home as well. Moreover, he had this feeling in his heart. There was an important guest waiting at his house. If he didn't hurry back, the guest might become impatient. However, before heading home, he still needed to go into the mountains one more time. He initially planned to go with xuanhuan earlier in the morning, but in the end, he decided not to join. Chapter 151. Boss Zhou falls ill. It wasn't due to any other more important reason, but because Xiuxian had been refused by xuanhuan. Xuanhuan merely asked him to guide the way, and once they were in the mountain, whatever he would do was none of Xiuxian's business anymore. Xiuxian also thought his move was strange at first. However, after a second thought, he decided just let him be. Before leaving, Xiuxian gave him one last word, which was that he'd come by before nightfall. If he didn't see his figure within half an hour waiting there, then he'd go into the mountain to look for him. Xuanhuan solemnly promised, assuring he'd take good care of himself and only stroll around near the woods. Xiuxian rode his bike to the foot of the mountain, propped the bike aside, and sat down somewhere to rest. The sun was about to set, and still, there was no sign of Xuanhuan. Xiuxian decided to stand up and head into the mountain to look. Just as he stood up, he heard a sound from behind. Looking back, he saw Xuanhuan limping down. Xiuxian rushed over to support him, noticing that his coat had several rips on it. There were also a couple of leaves on his head, and one leg of his glasses had broken off, let alone other injuries. What happened? Did you fall? Xiang Qianjin asked. Sun Guolin felt his misfortune wasn't worth mentioning and nodded shyly. I slipped and fell into a ditch. Otherwise I would have come here to wait for you long ago. I have no idea why the ditches here are so deep. It took me great effort to climb out. There were even a few times when I fell back halfway while climbing. Xiang Qianjin looked down and said, Then is your leg okay? Just got some scratches. When I straightened my leg, it hurts at the knee, explained Sun Guolin. Once Xiang Qianjin heard this, he already had an understanding. Quick, get on the bike. Let's head home. Sun Guolin carefully climbed onto the bike. Xiang Qianjin rode slowly in front, unwilling to cause any secondary injury with the bumpy road. By the time they leisurely returned home, the sun had fully set, and darkness had descended. This time all the mushrooms in the courtyard were gathered, making everything clean and clear. Finally, one didn't have to walk along the wall anymore. Upon seeing her brother returning, Xiang Meiyun rushed out, pulling his hand, and said, Brother, someone came over. It's a woman. Hearing it was a woman, Xiang Qianjin immediately glanced at Sun Guolin and said, It must be Miss Tao. Didn't expect her to arrive so soon. Looks like our trip to Dongjin Mountain can start very soon. After spending the entire day turning around in the mountains today, Sun Guolin indeed found many rare things there that were less common where he lived. I need to prepare well. But now that I'm like this, I'll have to change clothes in my room first. As soon as these words came out, Xiang Meiyun noticed how ragged Sun Guolin looked. She concernedly asked like a caring older sister, Where have you been? Sun Guolin briefly explained, and quickly ran back to his room to change clothes. Xiang Qianjin hastily entered the house, and upon seeing Miss Tao Huasia in the blink of an eye, his joy reached its peak. Although Tao Huasia before his eyes was not as stunning as the last time he met her, she was still very beautiful. Miss Tao, why didn't you notify me ahead of time? You made me return at this moment, and keep you waiting. Tao Huasia immediately stood up and said, I intended to notify you, but my pager was out of power, so I just came looking. Fortunately, your place wasn't hard to find. Didn't expect that you're already married at such a young age, and even have kids. This really took me by surprise. Hearing this, Xiang Qianjin was utterly confused. What? Married? Who told you that? Tao Huasia nudged her mouth toward the outside and said, That woman outside isn't your wife? The two of you really resemble each other. After hearing this, Xiang Qianjin burst into laughter and slapped his thigh, saying, You should never let my brother-in-law hear this. Otherwise, he will definitely get mad. Tao Huasia immediately understood upon hearing Xiang Qianjin mention his brother-in-law. Awkwardly, she said, That was your sister. I didn't dare to ask directly. Luckily, I didn't make a big joke. Suppressing his laughter, Xiang Qianjin realized Tao Huasia had come all the way alone, certainly carrying Boss Zhou's orders. Miss Tao, what brings you this time? Boss Zhou sounded urgent yesterday on the phone. I asked him to give me a brief summary, but he insisted to wait until you arrived and then tell it to you. Tao Huasia picked up her leather bag, took out a black-bound notebook from inside. Between the pages of the notebook lay a black ballpoint pen serving as a bookmark. Opening the notebook revealed a multitude of closely written notes. Take a look at this. These are the things Boss Zhou has inquired about and confirmed to be available here. Velvet antler, ginseng, wolf fong, snake slough. There was still a pile of things listed afterward, some with names so obscure they couldn't even be pronounced. Mr. Zhou is up to something. Does he plan to open his own Chinese medicine shop? Xiang Qianjin asked in surprise. Not exactly. I heard that Mr. Zhou's sister fell ill, and an old traditional Chinese doctor prescribed her a herbal remedy. Take a look at these items and see if you can get them. They're all for treating the illness. After deep contemplation, Xiang Qianjin replied, I can't guarantee I'll get all of these, but I'll do my best. But Mr. Zhou is such a powerful person. Can he not acquire these herbs himself? Tao Huasia smiled with furrowed brows and said, It's not that Mr. Zhou cannot get them. He approached several herbal shops, but the quality of what he bought wasn't good enough. Xiang Qianjin, looking at the content in the notebook, suddenly thought of someone. How about this? You come with me to a place. Perhaps the person there has what you need. Tao Huasia hesitated slightly, but followed Xiang Qianjin as they left home. They arrived at a clinic where Dr. Tao was deeply engrossed in flipping through an acupuncture book. Even when Xiang Qianjin entered, Dr. Tao didn't lift his eyes from the book. Dr. Tao, quite the diligent one today, huh? Xiang Qianjin teased. Dr. Tao casually glanced at Xiang Qianjin and asked, What's up? What's the matter? Xiang Qianjin chuckled and said, Of course there's something. Dr. Tao, take a look at these things. Do you have them here? Dr. Tao set down the acupuncture book and took the notebook handed over by Xiang Qianjin. Glancing through it, he said, Yes, I have these, though not all of them are very old. What do you need them for anyway? Xiang Qianjin couldn't clearly explain the specific use of those items. At this critical moment, it was Tao Huasia's turn to step in. Dr. Tao, let her explain it to you. You two even share the same surname. After hearing Tao Huasia's explanation, Dr. Tao immediately stood up and led the two to the back courtyard of the clinic. As they walked, he guided them into the western wing room. The green-painted wooden door featured two dark brown glass panels. On the door hung a small black lock. Dr. Tao fished out a bunch of keys from his pocket, choosing one as small as a pinky finger. He fiddled with it and inserted it into the lock. Let me tell you, if this were anyone else asking for such high-quality medicine, I wouldn't hand it over. It's only because of you that I'm willing to let someone into my private pharmacy. After his grumbling, the lock finally opened. Chapter 152, Make a Call. Pushing open the door of the west wing room, Dr. Tao came in with two people. Waving his hand, his tone was full of pride. Take a look, this is my little pharmacy. You pretty much can find everything you need here, but it can't compare to the big pharmacies. The area of this west wing room wasn't large, just about the size of an ordinary living room. However, cabinets used for storing medicines took up 3 walls. The cabinets used to store medicinal herbs were the common type of Chinese herbal medicine cabinets, and each drawer clearly labeled the name of the herb. At this point, Dr. Tao suddenly said, "Let me find the deer antler for you first. I remember getting a good one a while ago." As Dr. Tao searched cabinet by cabinet, it seemed that he didn't quite remember which kind of herb was specifically in which position. Xiuxian teased him. "Dr. Tao, isn't this your pharmacy? It's taking you so long to find something in your own pharmacy." Dr. Tao turned around and looked at him, unable to help but make a self-deprecating remark or two. "What can be done? I'm old, and my mind isn't as sharp as yours. Please bear with me." After finding the drawer containing the deer antler, Dr. Tao pulled it open and took out some sliced deer antler and placed it in his hand. "Take a look at the quality. I can guarantee that within 20 miles, there's no better one than mine." Tao Hui stepped forward and took a look, staying silent for a long time without speaking. Her silence also caused Xiuxian some concern. Considering Mr. Zhou's status, the herbal shops he could visit must be among the best. Even those big herbal shops didn't have the herbs that captured his attention. So upon reaching here, maybe what Dr. Tao kept praising wasn't truly as good. "Is this deer antler? I haven't seen it before. What about other ingredients? Can Dr. Tao help me pick another prescription?" Dr. Tao turned around again, putting the deer antler back and said, "But your dosage isn't written here. When compounding medicine, we should emphasize appropriate quantities, and the mutual compatibility will yield results. Wouldn't it be better to ask your boss how much of each herb is required so I can get them accordingly?" This made Tao Hui feel perplexed, looking urgently at Xiuxian, hoping he could help her out at this critical moment. It was only at this point that Xiuxian could fully understand the convenience brought by having a landline. Unfortunately, now there was no time to set one up, and the only solution was to go to the village chief's house to borrow a phone. Besides, it wasn't their first visit there, so Xiuxian knew the place like the back of his hand. "Dr. Tao, we're going to make a call. We'll come back later, or tomorrow." Dr. Tao waved his hand. "Understood. Go ahead and take care of it." Xiuxian then led Tao Hui to the village chief's house, where coincidentally the chief was out on business. However, the chief's wife was at home, and upon hearing Xiuxian explain their purpose, she was very generous. "Go ahead, the phone is inside." Anticipating that this call would take some time, Xiuxian quickly checked his pockets and prepared the phone fees beforehand, just in case the bill exceeded the amount when the chief went to pay it at the end of the month. Moreover, he was not someone who liked to take advantage of others. Not many families in the village had the capability to install a landline, and the chief's ability to do so was due to collective funding from the village officials. So, accurately speaking, this landline in the chief's house didn't belong solely to him. Tao Hui dialed Mr. Zhou's number, and at this opportunity, Xiuxian managed to jot down Mr. Zhou's mobile number, in case it might come in handy sometime in the future, saving him the trouble and effort of searching again. He thought surely Mr. Zhou would be busy attending social engagements and wouldn't have time to answer the phone. Unexpectedly, the phone rang twice and the line was already connected. It was as if Mr. Zhou had been waiting for this call. "Tao Hui, is there a problem on your side?" "Boss, I've arrived at Mr. Xiang's place. But the doctor here says he needs to know the dosage of the prescription. You never mentioned this to me." When Tao Hui asked this, Mr. Zhou quickly covered up his embarrassment with a smile. "I indeed forgot this part. Let me tell you now, find a piece of paper and take notes." Tao Hui always carried a notebook with her, naturally along with a pen. Xiuxian gestured to her. "You speak, I'll write it down for you." On the other end of the phone, Mr. Zhou recited each dosage. Tao Hui repeated it once, and Xiuxian meticulously wrote it down stroke by stroke on the notebook. This was after all a medicine for human consumption. No negligence could be allowed. Even a gram too much or a little bit too less could cause serious issues once consumed. After ensuring everything was correct, Tao Hui hung up the phone. Looking at the conversation duration on the screen, Tao Hui couldn't help but say, 15 minutes have passed? Xiuxian waved his hand, indicating it was fine. He had already prepared the money, which he would directly give to the chief's wife when they left. As the two were just stepping outside, the village chief returned. However, the village chief first noticed Tao Hui. The village wasn't without its fair share of beautiful young women, but it was rare to see someone as delicate-looking as Tao Hui. So even the village chief, who usually had a good reputation, couldn't help but steal an extra glance when he saw her. Xiuxian quickly coughed once, bringing the chief back to his senses before his wife could notice his distraction. "Why are you here again? Coming over to use our phone again? Haven't I told you already to get one installed at your place?" Xiuxian hurriedly explained. "Installing a telephone isn't that easy. Don't you have to schedule a time for installation? Besides, we still haven't decided where exactly we're going to install the phone." The village chief replied straightforwardly. "At home, of course." Xiuxian shook his head vehemently, like a rattle drum. "But I think installing it in the store would be better. I'll be spending more time there in the future." Yet, the chief's stance wasn't so easily swayed. "Still, better at home. If you end up going into the mountains every day, no one will be watching the store, and you might miss important calls." The chief's words reminded Xiuxian. He hadn't actually thought this far ahead. He just assumed the store would be his main focus in the future, so naturally, the phone should be placed there. Where else? Moreover, the distance between the shop and home wasn't too far, a walk of about 10 minutes or so. If something urgent came up that required using the phone, he could always go directly to the store. After finishing the call, coming back wouldn't take long at all. Xiuxian then took out the loose change he had prepared in advance. "Village chief, I used the phone for 15 minutes this time. Is this amount enough?" Upon hearing this question from Xiuxian, the chief's wife dropped what she was doing and rushed over. Oh, come on, forget about money. Just put it away, it's only a phone call. How much can it possibly cost? It is often said that women may lack worldly knowledge due to limited experiences, but surprisingly, the chief's wife proved to be generous in this small matter. However, someone else's generosity doesn't mean Xiuxian should take advantage of it. So he handed over the fee for the 15-minute phone call anyway. Village chief, thank you very much. I'll figure out a way to get the phone installed within these 2 days, and I promise we won't bother you with borrowing your phone next time. The chief lifted his hand as if to slap Xiuxian, but in the end, he didn't follow through. Chapter 153, Red Medicine Water. You little brat, I was just kidding, and you actually hold a grudge. Xiuxian quickly changed his tone. How could I hold a grudge? The money is still going to be paid to you. You are impressive. The shop has just opened for a few days, and already has customers from other places. You must promote our place well for us and boost the economy of our village. Before this, Xiuxian had never thought about it. He just wanted to open a store and make a small profit. Indeed, the village chief had a broader vision, but as a village chief, he didn't have that much power in his hands. Can you decide on this matter, chief, or should we call the secretary over so I can discuss with him? The village chief waved his hand and raised his voice. Do you think the secretary has nothing to do like you all day long? Just tell me what's up. If I can nod and agree, there won't be any problem on the secretary's side. Xiuxian rolled his eyes. Then let's wait until the secretary is free. I'll personally go and talk with him. The chief became angry. You little rascal, you don't take the insults seriously at all. To avoid being beaten by the chief, Xiuxian quickly pulled Tao Hui away and left this trouble spot, also avoiding some beating. But when he left, the chief's wife immediately came to her husband. The girl just now looked pretty good. Could she be Qianjin's girlfriend he met outside? The chief lit the pipe, took a couple puffs, and his eyes were full of worries. That can't be right. The boy doesn't look bad, but the girl is very beautiful. If they really get together, wouldn't it be like throwing flowers on a cow dung? When the chief's wife heard this description, she couldn't help but chuckle. I'm telling you, Qianjin, this guy has some talent. How did he change his nature overnight? Previously he was a troublemaker everywhere who didn't obey discipline. The chief snorted. Who knows, maybe something clicked in his mind suddenly. But this is none of our business. Go and prepare food quickly. I'm hungry. There was already xuanhuan staying at home, so how Tao Hui would rest became an issue that needed immediate resolution. Sending her to the hotel would be too far. If they all sleep in the east room, one woman sleeping with 2 men on the same bed wouldn't be appropriate. After thinking for a while, Xiuxian made a sacrifice. I will sleep with Xiao Hui tonight. The 3 of you men plus Tianhua should be able to sleep together, right? Actually, even if Xiuxian hadn't said that, Tian Weidong already knew the arrangement for the night. He had even moved his bedding to the east room early. Even so, Tian Weidong still couldn't help but complain a bit. Qianjin, you should quickly find a partner. That way, you can build a few big rooms and not squeeze with us anymore. Xiuxian heard this and quickly sat upright. How could that work? I still need to let you and my sister live a good life. If we haven't lived a good life yet, how could I possibly separate the family, right? Tian Weidong couldn't help but laugh, lifting his finger at Xiuxian and saying, Your mouth is always smooth talking, but who knows when we can rely on you to live a good life. Xiuxian felt her husband talk too much tonight, and hurriedly urged him to go to the east room and rest. Being busy all day, if one doesn't rest early, how easy could it be to recover spirit and strength? Xiuxian went to the east room to rest, with xuanhuan lying on his left and his brother-in-law on his right. As the saying goes, 3 cobblers with their wits combined equal Zhuge Liang, the mastermind. The 3 men lay down in the east room and planned their future happy lives. But Tian Weidong's wish for his entire life has almost been achieved. Having a loving wife and a handsome son, focusing on family happiness, nothing makes him happier than that. As for Xiuxian, his dream has just been planted. Later, he hopes to leverage the experience of living once to seize opportunities before others, and then become a billionaire, so he feels confident in this regard. Now his wild produce store has already opened, and as long as the business expands outward, it will be successful. Mr. Zhou is a great start. xuanhuan is an indispensable contact on this business road. Thinking about this, Xiuxian suddenly remembered that xuanhuan fell in the forest today, and his knee got scraped. When he returned to change clothes, he hurriedly took Tao Hui to Dr. Tao's clinic. After returning, he didn't pay attention to xuanhuan until it was almost bedtime that he remembered. Xiuxian's heart had a twinge of guilt. Guolin, has your leg been treated? Guolin shook his head. No, it's just a minor injury, no big deal. Xiuxian was firm in his attitude. That's not acceptable either. Even a minor injury shouldn't be ignored. I'll go to my sister's room and find some red medicine water to apply on it. Guolin was overwhelmed with emotion. Brother Qianjin, it's really unnecessary. Despite Guolin's protests, Xiuxian had already stood up. It's no trouble at all. We're heading to Dongjin Mountain in a few days. All the mountain trails will rely on our legs. If your leg gets us slowed down because of this little injury, I'll have something to say about that. Upon hearing Xiuxian's words, Guolin didn't refuse any further. Xiuxian went to the outer room and knocked on the glass window of the west room. Meiyun, who had just lain down, suddenly sat up and asked in a muffled voice, Who's there? Sis, it's me. Guolin's leg got scraped today. Give me the red medicine water so I can put some on it. Hearing her brother asking for the red medicine water, Meiyun couldn't help but feel touched. When did her brother become so thoughtful? He was out of bed in the middle of the night just to fetch some red medicine water for someone else. If anyone heard this, they wouldn't believe it. Alright, wait a moment, I'll get it for you right away. If Tao Hui wasn't also in the west room, Xiuxian would have pushed the door open long ago. There was no need for him to wait outside, but fortunately, it wasn't winter anymore. Otherwise, he'd be shivering by now. As the footsteps came closer, Xiuxian waited outside the door. The door creaked open, and Xiang Meiyun handed over the red medicine water. Here, take it quickly and go back. Go to sleep early and don't keep messing around. Xiuxian nodded repeatedly. How could he not listen to his sister? Back in the east room, Xiuxian lit the lamp, and Sun Guolin rolled up his pants to his knees to make it easier for him to treat the wound. Do you fear pain? If not, I'll pour it directly on. Sun Guolin, with medical knowledge, didn't care about the pain. He didn't even need to grit his teeth to endure it. After all, prolonged suffering is worse than short-lived pain, and he wanted to rest as soon as possible. Half a bottle of red medicine water was poured onto the injured area, and Sun Guolin finally felt relieved. Xiuxian wiped off the excess medicine water flowing down his leg with a piece of cloth he found somewhere. This scene looks a bit bloody. Luckily, it's not like killing chickens or cattle, otherwise, one might think we've encountered a murder case. Chapter 154, Learn to Apply Makeup. Seeing that the leg wound had been treated properly, Sun Guolin quickly lay back down, and Xiuxian also swiftly put away the red medicine in a safe place. Guolin, how many days of leave did you take this time? When are you going back? Sun Guolin thought for a moment and said, It's only about 2 weeks. The school won't give more than that. But since my grades have always been good, other classmates wouldn't be able to take such a long leave. In fact, Xiuxian had already noticed long ago that Sun Guolin was an academic genius. Otherwise, how could he read books at school while still being so free? I really envy you, to be able to learn so much knowledge. If only I had studied hard back then, I wouldn't end up like this now. Xiuxian's sigh didn't resonate with Sun Guolin, but instead caused Tian Weidong to suddenly sigh deeply. That's true. If I had studied diligently when I was in school, I might already be an official by now. Huh. The three men, lying on one kong, a traditional heated brick bed, chatted intermittently, until they were too tired to keep their eyes open, and then they covered themselves with blankets to sleep. When they woke up the next morning, Xiuxian had already begun arranging the trip to Dongjin Mountain. Sun Guolin wanted to find ginseng, and Tao Hui's prescription also required ginseng. So, going to Dongjin Mountain would fulfill both of their wishes. By breakfast time, the three had already made all decisions. They didn't need to prepare everything meticulously because they would definitely stay at a guest house there. Preparing 2 extra changes of clothes would suffice, and as for the rest, money could solve the problem. Poor at home, rich on the road. Xiuxian also asked his sister for some money, but Tao Hui saw it and immediately said, You don't need to spend your own money. This trip is troublesome for you, and you're taking time out of your schedule. Boss Zhou specifically instructed me that all expenses will be handled by me. With someone taking care of all the costs of traveling, including food and lodging, Xiuxian naturally felt happy. However, carrying no cash on the road could cause problems. You guys spend your money, I'll spend mine, no conflict. Let's go buy train tickets right away and aim to get on the train today. The three took a vehicle to the nearest train station and bought tickets at the ticket counter. Their departure time was 4 p.m., and they still had enough time to go back and grab their luggage. Since they were heading to a completely unfamiliar place, Xiuxian was secretly worried about what would happen if they lost face during this trip. His subtle concerns were quickly seen through by Sun Guolin, the academic genius. On the way back, your eyes kept moving around constantly. What exactly were you thinking about? Can you share that with me? Upon hearing Sun Guolin's question, Xiuxian quickly elbowed him, trying to stop his chatter. If I had to guess, you're nervous about this upcoming trip to Dongjin Mountain. The last time you said this was your first time leaving far from home. This should be your second time. Moreover, Dongjin Mountain is within the territory of northeast China's 3 provinces. Why would you still be afraid? Xiuxian quickly placed a hand over Sun Guolin's mouth. Who said I was afraid? Which eye of yours saw that I was scared? Sun Guolin raised his hands above his head and waved them around, leaning back to avoid Xiuxian's hand. No, I spoke wrongly. It's not fear, it's caution. Very cautious. Afraid that Xiuxian would do something extreme the next moment, Sun Guolin followed his personal motto, know when to stop. So seeing his humility, Xiuxian let it go. Seeing this, Tao Hui couldn't help but laugh. You two are truly amusing. But I haven't been to Dongjin Mountain before. How is the environment there? Would we need someone who understands it better to lead us there? Women really do have finer sensibilities. Upon hearing this, Xiuxian glanced back at Sun Guolin, realizing neither of them had ever considered this point. Let's decide once we get there. It probably won't differ much from the greater Xin'an range. Hearing Sun Guolin speak so casually, Tao Hui grew a little concerned. Fine, we'll adapt once we arrive. For now, let's go back and pack our things. Don't delay the afternoon train. That day, Xiang Meiyun went to work as usual, and when she came back after finishing her shift, only Tian Hua was at home. Her brother and his 2 distant guests were gone. This household suddenly became much quieter until Tian Weidong returned, finally giving her someone to talk to. Wow, it feels strange with 3 people missing from this house. But it's good that Forward has left. It actually gave us some private time. Xiang Meiyun looked at him and asked, What are you implying? Do you think my brother has interfered with our lives? If you really want him to move out, you should find him a girlfriend. But someone like xiuxian definitely won't do. That woman used all sorts of schemes to get close to Forward. Tian Weidong chimed in. I heard xiuxian has gone to work in the south. I guess she's long given up hope on Forward. But it's tough for a girl like her to be alone outside. Xylan is working at the factory with you now. She probably hasn't been to the mountains for quite a while. Xiang Meiyan nodded. Every time I talk to that girl about forward, she seems to avoid answering me on purpose. Sometimes, it makes me feel a little awkward. I don't know how to describe it. Tian Weidong said. That means she isn't interested in our forward. What can we do? Don't say anything more for now. When he gets back this time, we'll start looking for a partner for him and let him settle down soon. Xiang Meiyan got up and went to fetch firewood from the yard. When she came back, she spoke to Tian Weidong. Yes, he's not young anymore. Finding a girlfriend early, getting married, and starting a family will give him stability to focus on his career later. Tian Weidong entered the house and took out the cosmetics he had bought for Xiang Meiyan the last time he went away. This stuff was used only once after being purchased. Back then, he wanted to keep the price a secret, but he forgot that there was a recommended retail price printed on the packaging box. When Xiang Meiyan saw the price, she hesitated to use it, deciding instead to apply it sparingly during festivals so that she could improve her complexion occasionally. But Tian Weidong thought otherwise. Meiyan, look at Miss Tao. Her eyebrows are beautifully drawn. Why don't you try that? Xiang Meiyan glanced at the cosmetics inside the box, showing slight disdain. Why should I paint myself? I come in and out of the house every day. It's already a habit. Besides, if I painted my cheeks red, it would look just as bad as a monkey's butt. Are you telling me you've fallen for Miss Tao and regret marrying me? Tian Weidong quickly denied it. How could that be possible? I don't regret being with you at all. I'm merely making a suggestion. You can't let these cosmetics stay used in your cabinet forever. Also, they have an expiration date. If you don't use them, wouldn't it just be a waste of money? Chapter 155, Learning to Dress Up. If it were up to Xiang Meiyan's own thoughts, she would definitely not use cosmetics. Firstly, she had no experience with makeup, and secondly, everyone in Hejiang village was the same as her. Except for the day of their weddings, when they hired a makeup artist to apply foundation and powder by the next morning after the wedding, who wouldn't wash their face. To be putting on makeup every day would make her too special compared to others. But women naturally love beauty, and sometimes Xiang Meiyan also felt the urge to try makeup. She just feared that if she did, it might look ugly, causing others to mock her. You'd better put that thing away quickly. It's probably better not to use it anyway. We don't have stores selling this stuff around here. If you really run out and have to go all the way to Guangdong to buy me some. Tian Weidong hurriedly responded. Who says we can't find it here? The last time I went to the department store, I saw these items. They're just a bit expensive. Besides, isn't Forward determined to take care of both our lives? In the future, your cosmetics can be entrusted to him for buying. Xiang Meiyan raised her hand and slapped Tian Weidong's leg lightly. He is my husband after all, right? Shouldn't the things I want be bought for me by you? Tian Weidong didn't expect Xiang Meiyan to react so fast. You know these are gifts from me to you. Since I gave them to you, just use them without hesitation. I'll figure out a way to get you another set once you've used this one up. You're my wife. My wife must always look beautiful. Eventually, Xiang Meiyan couldn't resist her man's sweet words, so she took the cosmetics and headed to the west room. You watch over the fire in the hearth. Don't let it go out, or we'll have to start all over again. Outside, Tian Weidong kept an eye on the fire while replying. All right, I understand. Why do you still have doubts about my ability? It's not that I don't trust you. I'm just worried we'll miss dinner time. We don't even know what time Forward and his two friends' train arrives. We missed having dinner together. However, Tian Weidong thought eating dinner wasn't that important. There's food on the train, after all, and money could easily help satisfy hunger. When you're traveling, stop worrying. Can you seriously expect him to come off the train just to eat dinner? There's instant noodles, fried rice, and other miscellaneous snacks on the train. Anyway, with your clever little brother, he won't go hungry. Xiang Meiyan thought it inappropriate to speak about her younger brother like that, but struggled to articulate why it didn't sit well. All right, maybe I'm overthinking this. I've never been far away either. I have no idea what it feels like to ride a train. For people like you who've seen the world, I guess what you say goes. After saying this, Xiang Meiyan opened the makeup box which contained eyebrow pencils, lipstick, small powder puffs, and a little iron tin of face cream. She had never seen these items before and didn't know how to use them now either. Picking up a mirror and wiping it clean, Xiang Meiyan wasn't sure if she was naturally good looking, but among the women in the village, she ranked top 2. Her peers, who already had 2 or 3 children, often sported spots or fine wrinkles at the corners of their eyes, some even showing signs of gray hair. Herself, however, only had slightly reddish cheeks, perhaps due to the local environment. Her big double eyelids made her eyes especially bright and sharp, with absolutely no fine lines near the corners. Her hair was glossy black. Truly, she wondered how to use the cosmetics on such a face. Outside, Tian Weidong was busy, dinner stewing in the pot, so he didn't need to keep an eye on the stove. Taking this opportunity, he approached his wife. Seeing she hadn't started yet, he asked what was wrong and whether she didn't know where to begin. Apply the lipstick first, then draw the eyebrows. No, this face cream should be used first, otherwise, the brows will be smudged all over your face with the oil. Then, follow what you said and give it a try. Actually, Tian Weidong also knew nothing about the steps involved in makeup application, but memories of Tao Hui came to mind. I wonder if Miss Tao will return with Forward. If she comes back too, maybe she can teach you how to put on makeup. I think she does it pretty well. Mentioning Tao Hui, Xiang Meiyan actually didn't feel much strong aversion towards her. The woman didn't seem to have overly intimate interactions with her husband. Plus, she was also her younger brother's good friend. Since she was bringing business, she was essentially bringing wealth. Still, her husband's frequent mentions of her stung a bit. If you really fancy Miss Tao, let me help you. We'll file for divorce, and you marry her. But honestly, Miss Tao wouldn't look twice at you. Of course, Tian Weidong knew his own shortcomings and hastily changed his words. That's definite. Miss Tao lives in a big city. Men like her must have seen plenty of handsome guys. Someone like me definitely doesn't measure up to her standards. But what I'm saying is that you're also a woman, so you should know how to dress up and beautify yourself. Our family has the means now, why not take advantage of it? Xiang Meiyun realized her husband's thoughtful intentions and suddenly felt that she had been too petty. This matter can be discussed again later. At the same time, the three individuals who had already boarded the train sat facing each other. Xiang Qianjin was seated next to Tao Hui, while Sun Guolin sat across from them. Actually, Xiang Qianjin initially planned to sit where Sun Guolin was. However, Sun Guolin took the seat first, forcing him to sit beside Tao Hui. Are you hungry? If you are, I'll go get some food. Tao Hui patted her stomach and nodded. Go ahead. Thanks for your trouble. Sun Guolin waved his hand. What's there to thank us for? What do you both want? Noodles or fried rice? After hesitating for a moment, Xiang Qianjin said, as long as it fills our bellies, don't make it too expensive. The food on this train is insanely priced, right? With vast assets in his family, Sun Guolin always traveled by taxi when covering short distances. For longer trips, he naturally took trains. Therefore, when traveling, he never worried about how much money to spend. After all, with the weariness of travel, if the food and drinks weren't good, that would just amount to mistreating oneself. I'll handle the food situation, don't mind the cost. Having spoken, Sun Guolin then went off to find the steward pushing the meal cart. Suddenly, Xiang Qianjin felt awkward sitting next to Tao Hui, but staying silent for too long would also feel strange. Miss Tao, actually, there's something I've wanted to ask you. Hearing this, Tao Hui perked up a little interest. Oh, well then, what exactly do you want to say? Is it about me, about Mr. Zhou, or about someone else? As a secretary, Tao Hui had become accustomed to guessing others' intentions. Xiang Qianjin waited until Sun Guolin left to bring up his question rather than speaking directly in front of him, suggesting either the question concerned her personally or something Sun Guolin shouldn't hear. The disagreement between me and Mr. Zhou last time. I only want to know about Mr. Zhou's friend Zhang Tao, his current situation. Listening to Xiang Qianjin, a hint of disappointment flickered in Tao Hui's eyes. Chapter 156. Hard seats turn into soft berths. How did you suddenly think to ask him? Although that person is a friend of Mr. Zhou, their relationship isn't close enough for them to share life and death experiences. Later, I learned about the conflict that happened between you. I think what you did was absolutely right. Although Mr. Zhou didn't break off relations with Mr. Zhang because of this incident, I know that deep down he still supports you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent me over. Rest assured, Mr. Zhou has a broad mind. He won't bear a grudge against you over such trivial matters. As Tao Hui finished speaking, Sun Guolin came over carrying 3 plates of fried rice and 3 bottles of drinks. Eat while the fried rice is still hot, or it will become cold and not taste as good later. Xiang Qianjin looked at the golden fried rice and swallowed his saliva. Although they ate it at home regularly, for some reason, having a meal of fried rice while traveling made him feel extraordinarily happy. But when he finally started eating the fried rice, Xiang Qianjin realized how awful it tasted. It wasn't nearly as good as the fried rice his brother-in-law made, which was dry, hard, and flavorless. Out of curiosity, Xiang Qianjin asked, how much does this fried rice cost per plate, Sun Guolin? Sun Guolin thought for a moment and said, not many yuan, I didn't even ask. Anyway, altogether it cost me 30 yuan. 30 yuan. Is this rice made of gold? Xiang Qianjin was shocked. Whether it was made of gold or not, they had already started eating. Considering how expensive it was, Xiang Qianjin didn't care whether it tasted bad or not. He quickly used his chopsticks to shovel the food into his mouth. Looking at the bottle of soda, Xiang Qianjin hesitated slightly, but eventually took a sip. However, this beverage wasn't as tasty as those available later on. Xiang Qianjin clearly understood this, so he just gulped down more than half of the bottle in one go. The saccharine taste hit him immediately. Tao Hui seemed to know the taste wasn't great, so she only took a shallow sip before putting it down. Sun Guolin, however, seemed particularly fond of these sugary drinks, quickly finishing the entire bottle in no time. It seemed he wanted more. If a food cart attendant had passed by right then, Sun Guolin probably would have unhesitatingly ordered 2 more bottles. Since the glass bottle sodas didn't come with straws, everyone drank directly from the bottle mouth, making it impossible to share. Otherwise, Xiang Qianjin really wanted to just give his entire bottle of soda to Sun Guolin. Let him drink his fill, saving them from wasting money again. I think we should have bought several bunk tickets. We could sleep for a bit, chat, and then we'd be there. Sun Guolin exclaimed, didn't we think about that back then? Or should I check if we can change our tickets? I don't believe the bunk carriages have no empty berths. Xiang Qianjin fully understood that the difference between the price of hard seat tickets and bunk tickets wasn't just double or triple. Guolin, actually, sitting like this isn't bad either. Look, there are even people who bought standing tickets. They're much more tired than us. Shaking his head, Sun Guolin replied, no way. My butt is made of flesh, not iron. Sitting here for an entire day and night would ruin it. Tao Hui shared the same idea. Even if it were an upper or lower berth, she'd be glad to have a bunk. Just as Sun Guolin was about to get up, Xiang Qianjin decided this time it would be his turn to handle things. Xiang Qianjin approached the attendant and asked if their current seated tickets could be upgraded to bunk tickets. The attendant wasn't unfamiliar with such requests. After all, someone who had purchased a ticket might fail to board the train for other reasons, rendering the ticket void. A voided ticket could perhaps be resold to others. However, the attendant shook his head, saying it was not possible to sell the same ticket twice. Whether it was due to someone missing their boarding time or canceling the trip for other reasons, once sold, seats couldn't be resold. Furrowing his brow, Xiuxian thought silently that real name ticket purchasing was something for the future. Things weren't yet strictly enforced at that point. I'm willing to pay extra. I remember bunk tickets being quite expensive. We're willing to make up the difference. Would you help us find 3 bunks? Xiuxian said while reaching into his pocket to take out the money. Caught in a dilemma, the attendant quickly called over their superior officer. In reality, most people traveling by train preferred to buy the cheapest tickets. Standing or sitting didn't matter as long as they reached their destination. The bunks were not significantly faster than the hard seats either. Very few people were willing to spend more to buy bunks that were dozens of times more expensive. Thus, there weren't too many people buying bunk tickets, meaning the bunks were often left empty. Upon receiving Xiuxian's train ticket, the conductor glanced at the destination and instantly understood their intention behind wanting to upgrade to bunk tickets. Of course, but don't spread the word about this. There's no need to pay the fare difference. I'll arrange for someone to take you there shortly. Xiuxian nodded, but still felt a little uneasy about not covering the fare difference. Xuanhuan had paid for the meal earlier. When it came to changing the hard seat tickets into bunk tickets and covering the fare difference, Xiuxian felt he should be the one to pay even if it was a bit expensive. The 3 of them ended up getting 3 lower berth tickets. The moment Xuanhuan lay down, he felt his entire body come alive again. It's definitely more comfortable lying down. I feel like my spirit almost left me while sitting on that hard chair. This trip has exhausted me. Tao Hui didn't rush to lie down either. She leaned against the pillows and blankets behind her. I actually think it's not so bad, but it's going to get dark soon. We'd better go to sleep early so we can hopefully wake up at our destination. Xiuxian, watching the rapidly moving scenery outside the train window, shook his head and said, "It's not going to be that quick. This train moves as slowly as a 70 or 80-year-old man. It'll likely take a couple of days to cover these 1,000+ kilometers." In reality, Xuanhuan and Tao Hui had already been mentally prepared for this long journey, but they still hoped they could reach their destination after a night's sleep. But there's no such thing as free lunch in the world. Lying in bed, Xiuxian suddenly realized how quiet this carriage was. It seemed fewer people bought bunk tickets, only to save some money, which wasn't the case for them 3 now since they weren't exactly up to such a test. The train slowly moved along its designated track, with passengers boarding and alighting intermittently. After waking from a nap, Xiuxian noticed that there was another person on the upper berth above him. She was a 40-something sister, quite fashionable, with a full head of red hair. She was slightly plump in figure. As soon as she lay down, Xiuxian felt that the upper berth above him swayed precariously. He thought about swapping berths with Xuanhuan, but Xuanhuan completely ignored his request. Even Tao Hui across from him was engrossed in a magazine he had gotten somewhere, reading it with great interest. Faced with this situation, Xiuxian could only sigh and hope that the load-bearing capacity of the upper berth met the standard, and there would be no sudden hazards because of this sister's restless turning during sleep. Xiuxian suddenly noticed that there seemed to be quite a few more people in the bunk carriage. Taking advantage of the chance to use the restroom, he took a look around. Those who could afford bunk tickets were generally well-off people who wanted to travel more comfortably during their journeys. However, if he were traveling far alone, he'd surely pick a soft seat instead. Chapter 157. Qi and Blood Deficiency, Nourishing the Body. Leaning against the seat for a nap was enough. Today he had also benefited from Xuanhuan and Tao Hui's good fortune, which allowed him to sleep in the berth. After returning from the restroom, Xiuxian woke up on his berth and noticed Xuanhuan also sitting up. Looking at his drowsy appearance, Xiuxian couldn't help but joke about whether he dreamed of beautiful women, only to find himself still on the train upon waking. Xuanhuan rubbed his eyes and said, "You're the one who's dreaming. I got tired lying down and sat up to rest. Where have you just been?" Xiuxian smiled and said, "To the restroom." "What time is it now?" 11 o'clock. We haven't even reached the second day yet." Xiuxian sighed. "I thought I had already slept for several hours. It turns out I only rested for a while. Up ahead, the train will stop at a station for a bit. Would you like to get off and breathe some fresh air?" Xuanhuan shook his head. "No, the stop is too short. I'm afraid we'll miss the train." Xiuxian found this reasonable. At this moment, 2 uncles in the adjacent berth were chatting, their voices following over. "Yes, I'm going to Dongjin Mountain to collect ginseng this time. The ginseng there is of excellent quality. The ones I've marked with red strings won't run away. Ginseng, over time, can transform into human form. If it's not tied with a red string, it might become a spirit and escape." Xiuxian perked up his ears listening, finding what they said quite mysterious. Ginseng is a herbaceous plant after all, not an animal. It doesn't have legs to run on its own. In reality, tying a red string around ginseng is merely for marking purposes. It signifies that the ginseng has already been reserved by someone, and later people cannot pick it randomly. Xiuxian quickly stood up and greeted the 2 uncles warmly. "You're also heading to Dongjin Mountain, right?" "We are too. However, it's our first trip, and we aren't very familiar with the area. I just heard the 2 of you chatting here, so you must come often, don't you?" The 2 uncles looked Xiuxian over and said, "We haven't been there many times either. We just look for some ginseng around the outskirts to take back and sell for money. We've calculated that it's about time we go harvest them." "Why are you going to Dongjin Mountain? Are you also looking for ginseng?" Xiuxian naturally couldn't reveal his intentions and simply said he was going to play. Otherwise, if these 2 uncles became wary, their group of 3 might not smoothly enter the mountain with their help. "We're just going for fun. I've heard it's very scenic." The 2 uncles exchanged a smile. "Youngsters like you, do you really know what beauty is? It's just a ruined hilltop. You must be fooled, didn't you?" Xiuxian chuckled, fully understanding but intentionally pretending to be ignorant at crucial moments. Xiuxian returned to his spot, Tao Hui observing everything he had done. She proactively stood up and sat next to Sun Guolin. So, are we going to start looking for someone to guide us? Actually, we can explore on our own first. Aren't you skilled at hunting? Even though we didn't bring hunting equipment. But whether it's this Dongjin Mountain or the Greater Xiuxian Range, I believe the environments should be similar. What the Greater Xiuxian Range has, Dongjin Mountain certainly has as well. As for those small animals and wild beasts, the tracks they leave behind, can you identify them clearly? Xiuxian could confidently tell Tao Hui. Of course, that's certain. Otherwise, I'd have wasted so many trips into the mountains. With Xiuxian's affirmation, Tao Hui no longer had any worries. Since we're not afraid of wild beasts, all we need once we enter the mountain is the ability to distinguish directions clearly. I also have a compass. If we get lost inside, we'll use the compass to navigate our way out. Xiuxian had never expected Tao Hui to be so well prepared. The train eventually arrived at the station where they would disembark. After tidying up his belongings, Xiuxian stepped off the train. Finally having his feet on solid ground, the feeling of solidity and stability was something the train couldn't provide. It's still better to have both feet on firm land, said Xiuxian. Tao Hui wrapped herself in her coat. Given the current weather, it wasn't cold nor warm. This coat was sufficient for warmth. The three of them came down first, followed by the two uncles coming to Dongjin Mountain to collect ginseng. Once off, they didn't linger much on the platform, picking up their luggage and heading toward the exit. Xiuxian hurriedly signaled them to follow quickly without getting left behind. Those two uncles hadn't directly told them that they would lead them into the mountain together. Therefore, they had to think of a small scheme. Otherwise, they might really not even find where Dongjin Mountain is. Xiuxian quickened his pace to catch up and finally caught up with the two uncles. It turned out that the two uncles had already arranged contact with some local folks beforehand. As soon as they disembarked, a person was there to meet them. The two uncles boarded an electric tricycle right away. Fortunately, Xiuxian managed to stop the tricycle before it started moving. Uncle, it's me. Do you still remember me? We met on the train. The two uncles, upon recognizing Xiuxian's face, responded with relative warmth. We know. Aren't you that young man who spoke with me on the train? What is it? Xiuxian straightforwardly asked. Uncle, could you take us to Dongjin Mountain? Would you mind helping us by leading the way? The two uncles exchanged glances. Normally, this would have been no issue. However, from Xiuxian's actions earlier, they suspected that his group wasn't just coming for fun. Who are you people exactly? Why do you insist on going there? Xiuxian explained. We're nobody special. We just want to go there and find what we need. And I've heard that the place has plenty of ginseng, so we want to gather a couple of roots to eat ourselves. It's much more convenient than buying from a pharmacy. He knew that lies must be believable, otherwise, these uncles wouldn't buy it. If he continued saying their trip was for sightseeing, these uncles surely wouldn't believe it at all. I knew you three weren't coming here just to play around. Since you also plan to look for ginseng, let's go together then. The tricycle, which originally had limited space, now accommodated 3 more people, making it rather crowded. However, the tricycle driver seemed happy enough. 10 yuan per head. A quick 50 earned from this deal wasn't bad. Xiuxian casually chatted with the two uncles along the way. Uncle, do you have any particular methods when collecting ginseng? I'm looking for a couple of good quality ones since my sister gave birth not long ago. She suffered massive blood loss after delivery and has both qi and blood deficiencies. I'm hoping to find her a high-quality ginseng root. Hearing Xiuxian say this, Tao Hui couldn't help but wish to scold him severely. How could anyone curse their own sister like that? Even substituting someone else would have been better. The quality of ginseng can be judged by how lush its foliage is. If the leaves are large and thick, then it indicates the ginseng underneath grows well too. If the stems and leaves are small and inconspicuous, that means the quality of the ginseng isn't very good. But most importantly, it still depends on luck. Relying solely on such features may not always work. Sometimes, due to photosynthesis, the leaves grow well, but if the soil lacks nutrients, the ginseng cannot absorb enough nourishment from the ground to grow big. Instead, it may deceive people with its flourishing appearance. Chapter 158, A Wolf's Howl. Upon entering the mountains, Xiuxian followed the two uncles slowly. The two uncles pointed to a spot not far ahead and said, "We can climb up from there, but we only stick to the outer perimeter and don't venture deep inside. If you wish to explore further, we will not be accompanying you." Xiuxian nodded. Understood, we'll just walk around here as well. It's dangerous to go too deep. Though Xiuxian said this aloud, his thoughts were otherwise. He had gone in and out of the Greater Xiuxian Range many times without any accidents. While it was not wise to completely ignore danger, Xiuxian could use his experience to avoid potential risks. Judging by their focus, these two uncles were likely only interested in ginseng and not very sensitive to the dangers deeper in the forest. They naturally stayed near the edges where they were less likely to encounter fierce wild beasts. Xiuxian led the group into the mountain, seeming at first glance like he was just casually strolling through. However, if one paid close attention to his actions, they'd realize it wasn't that simple. Having learned how to identify medicinal herbs from Dr. Tao, while merely glancing around east and west, Xiuxian spotted a ginseng root. "Look, over there is a ginseng," Xiuxian exclaimed. Tao Hui and Sun Guolin quickly ran in the direction he pointed. This ginseng had a fine stem and leaves, and recalling what the uncle had mentioned earlier, Xiuxian took out the herbal digging tools from his bag. "Come, both of you step back a couple steps while I dig this ginseng out. Let's check its quality." After saying this, Sun Guolin and Tao Hui promptly stepped back to avoid hindering his actions. Xiuxian then seized the moment to carefully extract the ginseng. Surprisingly, he hit big luck. This ginseng was sizable and heavy in his hand. Moreover, based on what Dr. Tao had taught him, he could determine the superior quality of this ginseng. Take a look, we've encountered a great find right after coming here, said Xiuxian. As a medical student, Sun Guolin also quickly recognized the value of the ginseng. Forward, brother, as the saying goes, fortune favors the prepared. This kind of high-quality ginseng is rare, why don't we three? Before Sun Guolin could finish his sentence, Xiuxian cut him off. Forget it. If you're going to eat this ginseng, you must have it whole. It can't be divided among us. Since we've come all the way to the original place where the ginseng grows, I might find another large one later. Who wants it? Tao Hui waved her hand. I'm not in a rush. Maybe there will be even better ones later. Sun Guolin believed this one was already quite good, and he also brought along his own herbal digging tools. It wasn't just Xiuxian digging. He himself could do it too. Since neither of you want it, I won't hesitate anymore. It had taken so long on the road to finally reach this point. Xiuxian was certainly not going to return empty-handed. But with just this one ginseng, he wasn't particularly reluctant to part with it. All right, it's yours. If I find more later, I'll keep them for myself. Truthfully, Xiuxian really wanted to see how much those two uncles had collected. But if he went over there now, those two uncles might suspect he was there to steal their ginseng. So Xiuxian could only watch from afar and couldn't get too close. But Tao Hui considered this trip to Dongjin Mountain a kind of tourism. Although she knew Mr. Zhou had a task for them, when the general is far away, there are commands that need not be strictly followed. Since they were already here, there was no doubt they should complete the task, but they also needed to seek some entertainment and enjoy themselves. What are you looking at? Shouldn't we move deeper inside? Asked Tao Hui. Xiuxian paused. Look at those two people. They're always digging away. Aren't you curious about the kind of ginseng they dug up? They say Dongjin Mountain is full of ginseng, and if they can find it, we certainly can too. Instead of watching them, let's put in our own effort. Tao Hui patted Xiuxian on the back and got up to continue walking deeper inside. Sun Guolin, having made a find, couldn't wait to grow wings and fly home so that his grandfather could see the large pure wild ginseng he had obtained. Yet, not too far down the path, Xiuxian heard a wolf's howl. Hearing the wolf howl during broad daylight signified a significant issue. What was that sound just now? Compared to Xiuxian's steady composure, Sun Guolin's reaction to the wolf's howl showcased his naivety. What was that noise? Was it an animal? Could it be a tiger? Xiuxian shook his head. No, it wasn't a tiger. It was a wolf calling its pack mates. However, with such a loud howl, it seems that the wolf must be nearby. We need to be more careful in a bit. Everything in this Dongjin Mountain is wild. Compared to the docile animals in zoos, these are far too ferocious. The sudden wolf howl made Xiuxian already aware of what they might encounter next. But after all, this wasn't their territory. As newcomers, they were unfamiliar with the area. Xiuxian relied on his ears to determine the source and direction of the sound. This was Tao Hui's first time venturing into such deep mountains. Apart from the two uncles searching for ginseng at the outskirts, there were only the three of them around now. Even catching sight of another person would likely evoke some fear. What should we do? Keep going further inside or retreat? Sun Guolin asked. He didn't want this trip to be in vain. Since he didn't want to come all this way for nothing, he had to follow Xiuxian and figure out where exactly that wolf howl came from. If they could bypass the wolves by taking a detour, then that should pose no problem. They had already spent so much time and effort just on the journey here. Though money hadn't been wasted, they certainly couldn't just take a look and head back, could they? Sun Guolin stepped back to Xiuxian's side, carefully observing the surroundings. Any slight movement would make him uneasy. One wolf howl, and you're already scared like this. That doesn't seem quite right. Tao Hui mocked him. That's a wolf. Aren't you afraid of wolves? Do you know, those beasts can tear a chunk of flesh from you when they bite. Sun Guolin wasn't wrong at all. Every time Xiuxian entered the mountain, his biggest fear was encountering wolves. He recalled how, back in the day, his coordination with Xiuxian had kept xuanhuan safe from the wolves. Otherwise, with just himself, how could he possibly match an entire pack of wolves? Xiuxian consoled them. Relax, now that it's getting warmer, these wolves won't stay hungry for long. They also know humans aren't easy to deal with. We don't need to be overly nervous because of one wolf call. Let's continue moving forward. Since Xiuxian had already said this, Sun Guolin and Tao Hui naturally wouldn't argue against it. Chapter 159, Ambush. They didn't argue, and with Xiuxian leading the way, they continued to ascend. Xiuxian walked in front, but after taking only a few steps, he suddenly heard cries for help from behind. All three of them turned back instantly, only to find that it was the two uncles searching for ginseng who had run up the mountain. Seeing these two uncles rush over anxiously, their eyes full of fear. Yet looking behind them revealed no one. Could it be ghosts? It couldn't be, not in broad daylight. As the leader of the three, Xiuxian needed to show composure during this situation. What's wrong, uncles? Weren't you doing fine down there looking for ginseng? Why did you suddenly run up here? Did you come across something? The two uncles, happy to have met them, considered it lucky. Don't even mention it. Down below, we found the ginseng we'd previously tied a red string to, and when we started digging just now, we accidentally disturbed a snake nest. A really large snake chased us. Luckily, we managed to get rid of it. Upon hearing snake, Xiuxian subconsciously widened his eyes, recalling the non-venomous flower snake he caught at home before. Since the flower snake was harmless, he had made some snake soup out of it, but unfortunately, that bowl of soup had never reached his lips. However, encountering a snake in the wild was another matter altogether. How big was it? Did it have any patterns on its body? The two uncles exchanged glances regretfully and replied, "We didn't pay attention to this, but it was definitely not some brightly colored snake. It was pitch black. With one shovel stroke, we probably heard it, and immediately, it came crawling out and chased us." Xiuxian patted their shoulders and said, "Since you've shaken it off, there's nothing to worry about anymore. Do you still plan to go back for that ginseng?" One of them shook his head, saying, "No need. The ginseng isn't good enough anyway, so let it stay there. We also intend to venture deeper into the mountains, hoping to find something new." Hearing this, Xiuxian couldn't help but smile. It was an advantage having more people this time around. In that case, let's stick together, so we can keep an eye on each other. This time, instead of charging ahead recklessly, Xiuxian allowed the two uncles to lead the way. Sun Guolin, perceiving Xiuxian's thoughts, couldn't resist teasing him. "You're really clever. Letting those two older men lead our way, essentially testing for landmines ahead. If this gets out, will you even care about your reputation? We've all been to Dongjin Mountain for the first time. How could we clearly know what dangers lie within this mountain?" Xiuxian countered him. Still, Tao Hui didn't think much about the arrangement. She stayed by Xiuxian's side wherever he went, completely unconcerned about the dynamics. On the contrary, Sun Guolin quickly caught up with the two uncles and walked beside them, occasionally striking up conversations to pass the time along the boring trail. Tao Hui looked around and sometimes saw little fruits the size of fingernail caps. Curious if they were edible, she would ask Xiuxian, and every single time, his answer was a resounding no, they are toxic. Tao Hui sighed, wondering why her luck was always so bad. Why were all the fruits she encountered poisonous and inedible? Couldn't there just be some harmless ones with a sour-sweet taste? The higher they climbed, the more the mountain environment differed from what they had imagined. Vegetation became abundant, and many things they had never seen before appeared for the first time in their sight. However, as the group moved forward without traveling too far, strange movements began occurring in the surrounding grass. Once Xiuxian noticed, he stopped moving forward. Tao Hui heard faint sounds, but lacked the experience of the wilderness or hiking through the mountains to understand the significance of such subtle cues. She had to rely on Xiuxian's actions to change hers accordingly. "Why are we moving? Is it?" Xiuxian whispered quietly into her ear. "Don't be afraid. Everything will be fine with me around." Seeing Sun Guolin still walking alongside the two uncles ahead, Xiuxian hurriedly grabbed the back of Sun Guolin's clothes and pulled him back. Sun Guolin let out a hey in surprise, asking why Xiuxian pulled him. Then, from behind them came rustling sounds. When Sun Guolin turned back, he discovered several unknown figures emerging out of nowhere, camouflaged to a basic degree. Before they could react, those strangers apprehended the two uncles. Seeing the situation worsening, Xiuxian wanted to retreat, but someone shouted loudly, "You three stand right where you are. Don't think I don't know why all of you have come here. All you want is to steal the ginseng from the mountain, and even after tolerating it a few times, you've grown bolder." From the words of these strangers, it wasn't hard to judge that they were likely guards of Dongjin Mountain, perhaps self-organized forest wardens. As the saying goes, relying on the mountain, eating from the mountain, relying on water, eating from water. Marching forward is a great example. His family managed to rise from a poor village in Hejiang to become one of the top-earning households due to his willingness to take risks by venturing into the mountains for potential rewards. However, judging from the current situation, there were already people on this side of Dongjin Mountain who operated similarly to him. Upon closer inspection, Xiuxian immediately identified the identities of those individuals. "Brothers, we didn't come up the mountain to steal ginseng. We're just here for fun." But those brothers seemed to have been lying in ambush for a long time. Their eyes glared with hostility, refusing to listen to Xiuxian's explanations. "Don't give me excuses, tie them all up and take them back to the village." Without any argument, the group was bound and roughly dragged down the mountain. Sun Guolin screamed and struggled, hoping such an act might help him break free. But the harder Sun Guolin fought, the more brutal those brothers became towards him. Although the ginseng in these mountains wasn't privately owned, but rather belonged to the mountain as a collective resource, outsiders naturally had no right to seize it. Xiuxian understood this, so he promptly reminded Sun Guolin not to struggle uselessly. They should just follow them to the village first, then wait and see what happens. After all, they weren't here to steal ginseng. However, Sun Guolin whispered quietly, speaking at a volume only the two of them could hear. "Did you forget? There's a ginseng root in my bag. It's the one you dug up." After hearing this, Xiuxian's body stiffened. How could he have forgotten this crucial detail? No wonder Sun Guolin had been struggling fiercely before. This indeed presented a tricky situation. Still, it was just one ginseng root, so the offense shouldn't be grave enough to cost them their lives. An apology might suffice, perhaps allowing them to go home alive. At this moment, Tao Hui spotted the crux of the problem. "Xiuxian, aren't you the same as them? Can you try getting closer to them? Besides, I've heard that the 3 northeastern provinces are like one big family. Maybe they'll let us go if they see your face. Though it might be difficult for those two uncles, we 3 are certainly innocent." Inside, Xiuxian sighed. Though the 3 northeastern provinces were nominally united, they often engaged in subtle power struggles. Of course, that was a discussion for later. Currently, it was almost impossible to discern the clear strength difference among the 3 provinces. "All right, I'll try it later," Xiuxian responded. When they descended the mountain, it turned out there were also groups of people waiting below. Their expressions were far from friendly, almost ready to devour someone. Chapter 160, The Informant. Xiuxian didn't know if they really intended to eat people, but among them was a man in a black jacket who clearly looked like an official. Are these the ones? The man in the black jacket asked. Yes, it's definitely them. The few older men lying in wait in the forest replied in unison. The middle-aged man in the jacket approached without first acknowledging Xiang Qianjin and the other two. Instead, he walked up to the two uncles. You two have been coming back and forth to Changbai Mountain about 10 times, haven't you? Not a single time did you return empty-handed. Last time, it was to capture the two of you. People from several villages were all lying in ambush on the mountain, but no one knew who informed you. So you managed to sneak away quietly, but this time we won't let you escape so easily. But the two uncles still seemed befuddled. What if we get caught by you? That's just because we're not good enough. Whatever you want to do with us, go ahead. Good. Since you admit this, then it means the two of you acknowledge your previous actions. Seeing the two of them admitting their previous misdeeds, Xiang Qianjin had to quickly speak up for his innocence. Hello, I am from xuanhuan. We came here to find 2 ginseng roots, and we've already found them. But along the way, we got lost on how to go down the mountain, so we can only continue moving forward. To see if there's any way out, then your people captured us. The man in the black jacket scrutinized Xiang Qianjin. You young men are indeed candid, but why should I believe what you say? Take them back to the village first. This matter must be personally dealt with by the village party secretary. Xiang Qianjin thought the man in the black jacket was already the village secretary, but it turned out he wasn't. It seems judging someone's identity based on appearances isn't always reliable. Following this large group to the village, Xiang Qianjin suddenly realized how much poorer this village was than he had imagined. Some people in Hejiang village managed to build brick-tiled houses by working at factories and saving every penny. Not extravagant, but at least they weren't mud walls anymore. However, nearly half of the households in this village still had walls made of dirt mixed with dry grass. Moreover, the height of the yard walls wasn't very high. One could easily peek inside by standing on tiptoes. No wonder the entire village kept their eyes on the ginseng of Changbai Mountain, vowing to catch whoever dared to steal it. Apparently, they relied on selling ginseng from the mountain to survive. Tao miss, you were a woman. During the car ride, I slept through most of it. When you were awake, did you notice whether there were any large factories along our way? Tao Hui thought for a while according to Xiang Qianjin's question and said, seems like there weren't any. In my memory, most of the way was vast fields. Although what Tao Hui said wasn't necessarily true, from the tricycle all the way to the foot of Changbai Mountain, they hadn't encountered even one industrial factory. Even if there were, they wouldn't be built here. Now it makes sense why the villagers here hated those who steal ginseng so much. Tao miss, I have an unreasonable request, hoping you can agree. At this point, it was more important to ensure her safety than anything else, and she also believed that Xiang Qianjin wouldn't act rashly at such a time. Hurry up and say it, what is it? Mr. Zhou and I have already become friends. Otherwise, he wouldn't have arranged for you to come. Look, there are so many great things on Changbai Mountain. When Xiang Qianjin spoke halfway through, Tao Hui had been sizing him up with her eyes, as if she'd already picked up on some underlying meaning in his words. Don't waste time laying groundwork. Just say whatever it is quick. Be careful, or they'll find out, and you won't be able to say another word. Actually, Xiang Qianjin was observing everything too, not just Tao Hui alone. I know. What I want to say is for Mr. Zhou to come here for an on-site inspection. Maybe a factory could be built here. Building a factory would involve multiple layers of approval and also require the consent of the government departments. In short, it definitely wouldn't be resolved with just one sentence from Mr. Zhou. Xiang Qianjin, do you think I'm some kind of god? Can I possibly handle something this big? Xiang Qianjin's gaze was full of scrutiny and consideration toward Tao Hui. When did I ever say you could handle these things? I merely need you to act as Mr. Zhou's eyes. With Xiang Qianjin's explanation, Tao Hui finally understood this time. She was just a conduit after all. You've seen the situation here, and you know what good things are on the mountain. When Xiang Qianjin got to this part, he even leaned closer to Tao Hui, fearing that if she stood too far away, she wouldn't hear what he was about to say clearly. The small wild berries you found after entering the mountain are actually medicinal herbs. They just need a bit of processing by human hands before they can be used. Speaking of this, xuanhuan knew it all too well and chimed in. That's right. What he said is correct. These wild berries are toxic when eaten raw and need preparation. These things were beyond Tao Hui's existing knowledge, so she chose to tentatively believe their claims. But how does this have anything to do with building a factory? Xiang Qianjin smiled and said, Changbai Mountain rivals xuanhuan. Here there's an abundant supply of ginseng. Grandpa Guilin and your boss get along very well. Why not form a partnership and establish a small-scale Chinese medicine factory here? Then we can provide job opportunities for villagers here. It will be better than everyone coming to the mountain to find ginseng and then reselling it to traders. And high-quality ginseng like this is hard to find elsewhere. After Sun Guilin listened to Xiang Qianjin's long speech, he thought that the guy really had some skills with his mouth. And obviously Tao Hui had been swayed by his talk. Sun Guilin decided to push further. That's right, my grandpa also said that the quality of the herbs brother Qianjin brought over before was good. I found that the soil here is different from that in the south. While the three of them were still discussing, they suddenly heard the man in the black jacket ask, what are the three of you whispering about? You should focus on thinking about what you'll say when you see the village party secretary. As soon as the words left his lips, Xiang Qianjin saw someone coming over. This person was unfamiliar, so Xiang guessed this must be the village secretary mentioned by the man in the black jacket. Sure enough, upon seeing the newcomer, the usually stern expression on the face of the man in the black jacket finally changed slightly. Secretary, we've already questioned them. These three young people are not together with those few inside. It seems this is their first trip here. And this boy says that they came here to find ginseng, to replenish the qi and blood of their sister who has just given birth. Xiuxian quickly interjected. Yes, it's in the bag, quite a fine root indeed. Chapter 161, The Rude Village Chief. Untie them first, it's not right to leave them like this. The village secretary was still reasonable, and Xiuxian had a good impression of him. At least, he could speak clearly, unlike the guy in the black jacket who acted like an angry cannon. Finally, the ropes around their bodies were untied, and Xiuxian sighed in relief. Finally, I can breathe easy. Guolin, take out that ginseng now. Sun Guolin didn't hesitate and immediately took out the ginseng from his backpack, so the village secretary could see it clearly. They were not the same as those two who stole the ginseng. Please don't lump us together, otherwise, we would be too wronged. Moreover, the three of them had already discussed one thing just now. That was filled with sincerity from the heart. After taking out the ginseng and handing it over to the village secretary, the secretary looked at it briefly and then gave it back. There's only one, right? Since you're unfamiliar faces, we won't pursue this matter this time. Please leave early tomorrow morning. As soon as he heard the word leave, Xiuxian became uncomfortable immediately. Secretary, actually, we have other purposes. Of course, we are not here to steal ginseng. Xiuxian knew that it was time for him to start chatting. This gentleman looks very poised. He looked serious earlier, which really scared me. The village secretary chuckled and said, he is the village chief, surnamed Yan. A 3 inside the door. Xiuxian glanced at him several times and muttered under his breath. No wonder. After we arrived, why did we go directly to Dongjin Mountain? Because we are here for an investigation. The village secretary furrowed his brows, clearly skeptical of what Xiuxian said. Especially judging by his accent, it was quite apparent that he was from within the 3 provinces. As for the other 2, they did look somewhat different, but people can always put on appearances. What are you investigating? Are you investigating whether to blow up this mountain to mine stone as a quarry? That's definitely not possible. Xiuxian hadn't expected that the chief, Yin, would react so intensely. It seemed that if certain matters were not agreed upon by him, they'd be difficult to handle. Nevertheless, Xiuxian decided to humble this man and dampen his arrogance. Even state officials haven't said anything yet. What was a popularly elected village chief worth? Although what he thought inside couldn't be shown on his face, he couldn't treat the village chief as if he weren't an official. Of course not. Blowing up the mountain would be a one-time deal. Don't you know that ginseng in Dongjin Mountain is renowned far and wide? Xiuxian believed that apart from this village, neighboring villages surely relied on the ginseng in the mountains for their livelihood as well. They found the ginseng and sold it to drug dealers, who would classify it into different grades based on quality, with the prices naturally varying accordingly. But the prices offered by drug dealers were extremely low, or else this place would have prospered long ago. Since someone was coming to buy this stuff, they might as well know where these things eventually ended up, what uses they had, and how much the buyers were willing to pay. It wasn't hard to imagine that many people liked ginseng from this area. So neither the village chief nor the village secretary arranged ambushes in the mountains to catch the thieves of ginseng. If they were clear about the value of the ginseng in the mountains, then they should make the most of this value and turn it into wealth to enrich everyone. This person comes from a traditional Chinese medicine family. The herbs in your mountain aren't all bad. He can distinguish them at a glance. His name is Sun Guolin. This beautiful lady is the head representative of a company in Guangdong. Her boss is someone I've met before, and our relationship is decent. Her name is Tao Hui. After introducing those two, it was now Xiuxian's turn to introduce himself. As for me, my name is Xiuxian. I'm from Daxing'anling. This time, I'm just playing a mediating role. Regarding our sincerity, there is absolutely no need for doubt. The village secretary extended his hand and said in a moderate voice, where are your credentials? I need to see your credentials to believe what you say. Xiuxian had been prepared for this. However, just as he was about to reach into his pocket, his face suddenly changed drastically. Ever since getting on the train, he had kept the documents close to him. Why were they missing now? Chief Yin noticed this and couldn't help but sneer. I told you, these people are fraudsters. Now they can't even produce their credentials. There are none like them. Still, the village secretary remained calm. What if something went wrong? Tao Hui and Sun Guolin pulled out their credentials and handed them to the secretary. After verifying the credentials, the village secretary temporarily trusted their identities but remained highly suspicious of their plans for investigation. It's late already. I'll arrange lodging for you. We'll talk about everything tomorrow. When Xiuxian heard the village secretary make such arrangements, the boulder in his heart finally settled down. What they needed most right now was rest. They had been sitting on a train for so long, then directly headed into the mountains after arriving. Once in the mountains, events happened one after another, causing both physical and mental stress. Their bodies and spirits endured extreme torture. What they needed most right now was a soft bed and soft blanket, so that they could sleep soundly on it. However, Xiuxian still underestimated Chief Yin's attitude towards them. It was unclear where he found a large room, but inside were symbolically placed 3 iron-framed beds. The beds were covered with cardboard shells, carelessly topped with an old cloth sheet. When Tao Hui saw the living conditions, her face slightly changed. Xiuxian also frowned. This treatment probably still considered the 3 of them as thieves who had stolen ginseng. Chief Yin, isn't the living condition here too poor? Why don't you arrange for us to stay at a local's home? Chief Yin stood outside the door, his face still serious, showing no trace of a smile. There's no place in the locals' homes. You'll stay here tonight. If you're unwilling, then find another place yourself. At this time to find another place by themselves was just a joke. Wasn't the guest house already closed? Xiuxian wanted to say a few more words, but Xiuxian turned around and walked away directly, completely ignoring whatever he said next. Sun Guolin couldn't accept such treatment. I'm going to talk things over with the secretary. Xiuxian decided to follow along. They had come with sincere intentions, so how could they be treated so harshly? Tao Hui also followed, as they were after all tied together like grasshoppers on a string. At this moment, if they didn't unite, the subsequent matters would not proceed smoothly. Though unfamiliar with the village, generally speaking, the village secretary would definitely work at the brigade office. The brigade office would also have dormitories for living. To find the brigade office, just look for the loudspeakers. Even though it was dark, finding a loudspeaker several meters high under moonlight wasn't difficult at all. Xiuxian pointed toward the east and said, "Let's go there." As they walked, Xiuxian continued talking. "Look at the villagers' houses here. They're in what kind of condition? It's not hard to imagine that these villagers haven't made enough money from the drug dealers to support their families." However, Xiuxian paused abruptly here. Chapter 162, The Village Chief's Position at Risk. Tao Hui didn't like being kept in suspense, especially since she was feeling a bit sleepy already. She just wanted to find the village secretary soon so they could resolve the issue of accommodation. Even if it wasn't a 5-star hotel or a guest house, there should at least be clean bed sheets and quilts, right? Her requests weren't excessive. The three of them walked to the team office entrance, but didn't rush to knock on the door. "Look over there." Xiuxian pointed in one direction, and the two of them followed his finger. They noticed that house, which stood out among all the others in the village. "If I'm not mistaken, that must be the village chief's house," Xiuxian said confidently. "The village chief must make good money, or perhaps he has other ways of making it. Just look at his house. It's clearly built with bricks, and it's the best house in the whole village," Sun Guolin remarked. "We shouldn't jump to conclusions yet. Maybe his ancestors were wealthy," Xiuxian added. But Tao Hui negated this guess. If his ancestors were truly wealthy, he wouldn't have stayed here for life. Maybe the leftover wealth from his ancestors was just enough to build a decent house, Xiuxian speculated. Though various guesses were easily dismissed, another possibility remained. Perhaps the village chief held absolute power, possibly even beyond the control of the village secretary. Thinking about how Yin village chief had always acted arrogantly in front of the secretary, Xiuxian could easily tell who had more influence in the village. "Let's go see the secretary first," Xiuxian said. After knocking on the iron gate of the team office, a voice was heard from inside the courtyard. "Who is it?" "Secretary, it's me, Xiuxian." Upon opening the gate, the village secretary, wearing glasses, asked, "Didn't I tell you to rest first? Why did you come back here?" "That place arranged by the village chief is terrible. It's completely uninhabitable. The bed is broken, and there isn't even a proper quilt. It's freezing outside." The village secretary was at a loss, but invited them in first. Actually, it wouldn't have been hard to find sleeping accommodations for the three of them in such a large village. The difficulty lay in someone refusing. After inviting them inside, the village secretary looked at the 2 empty rooms in the office, tidied them up briefly, and they were minimally habitable. "Otherwise, why don't you stay here tonight? Though conditions are simple, it's still better than what Yin village chief arranged for you." Xiuxian only needed to glance around before deciding to rest there for the night, without changing locations again. If they chose another place, it would show their lack of discernment, and it would deserve getting stuck in Yin village chief's designated location. However, after raising a fuss, their sleepiness vanished, and Xiuxian also realized that the village secretary didn't intend to rest immediately either. Since neither party had plans to sleep, they might as well sit together, drink some water, and chat. Perhaps doing so would help bring on drowsiness. Village secretary, judging from this village, it seems like it hasn't completely escaped poverty yet. The village secretary adjusted his glasses and set down the documents in his hands. Getting rid of poverty, how easy can that be? Although our 3 northeastern provinces can claim industrial importance, there are always places we can't reach. There isn't much space around here to establish factories, and without factories, other facilities naturally won't appear. When I first came here, all my friends advised me to wait longer, but I felt I had to come. As the village secretary spoke these words, there was a touch of weariness, in his tone. This weariness Xiuxian could understand, stemming from helplessness regarding progress. He probably wasn't originally from this area. It was clear that everyone in the village was united into one thread. As an external secretary, he naturally couldn't intertwine or fully integrate himself, especially Yin village chief, who likely posed the biggest obstacle. "Secretary, actually, our trip here is genuinely for discussing cooperation. If you approve, I can let them go back and contact others. This way, ginseng and other medicinal herbs from Dongjin Mountain can gain a better sales channel than simply handing them over to medicine vendors." The village secretary smiled and said, "I understand your meaning, but implementing such things is difficult. It's not something accomplished just by my approval." Xiuxian didn't flatter him. "Your nod alone cannot work. It will require the big boss agreement. Still, efforts need to be made. Otherwise, everything remains zero. When I arrived earlier, I noticed a good-looking house on the side, distinct from others. Is that Yin village chief's home?" The village secretary did not directly answer whether it was or not. Instead, he counter-asked Xiuxian why he would ask like that. "Why do you suddenly ask about this?" Xiuxian feigned relaxation and said, "Out of curiosity. Only that house is different from the others, so I just wanted to ask. If it's not, then I must have guessed wrong." The village secretary got up and poured 2 cups of hot water, placing them in front of them respectively. "You're right, that is the chief's home, though it had already been built when I arrived," Xiuxian said. It seems the chief makes good money. Everyone else still lives in earth-walled houses while he has already moved into a brick and tile one. It appears the chief doesn't really want to share his ways of earning money with everyone. Otherwise, the whole village wouldn't look as unbalanced as this. The village secretary sighed. Who wants to teach others their methods for making money? And who would ever reject more wealth? More doubts rose in Xiuxian's heart. Secretary, have you never suspected where this small-time village chief earns all his money? When they were lying in wait for us on the mountain today, he was at the foot of the mountain, looking as gloomy as if water could drip out of his face. In my opinion, he might be related to those medicine vendors. Upon hearing Xiuxian's guess, the village secretary quickly denied it. No. The chief is actually a very good person. I've mentioned to him before, and he said he earned some money through adventures outside when he was young. Coincidentally, building houses was cheap back then. When others hesitated, he took out all his money to build that yard. You see how some places in that yard are a bit broken too. It's definitely not a new construction from these last 2 or 3 years. Xiuxian didn't pursue further questions. He believed the chief must have his own ways. As for why he doesn't share these methods, that must be his personal plan. Xiuxian drank a sip of water, moistening his throat. So that's how it is, I couldn't tell. Our village chief has both courage and strategy. It seems we'll need to interact more often. Secretary, why don't you take me to visit the chief's home tomorrow? The village secretary neither directly refused nor immediately agreed. Instead, he reminded them that it was getting late and they should go rest. At the same time, Chief Yin was still awake at home. Chief's wife Xiuxian wrapped her clothes and came out. Old man, what are you standing around in the courtyard for again? It's already this late, yet you're not sleeping. How come you're so full of energy? The chief's face remained tense, showing no significant change even as his wife approached. I always feel something's going to happen in our village. I need to figure out a way to drive those 3 young men away. Otherwise, all our family secrets will leak, and I won't be able to hold on to my position as chief. Chapter 163, Praising you for being beautiful. If we can't keep it, then let it go. You really think this village head is such a good position? Look at you after doing this job for so many years and got nothing. The gold bracelet I used for our wedding has even been lost. Yin village head turned around and said to his wife, isn't that just an accident? But now we have money. We just need a reason. With Dongjin Mountain nearby, everything in this mountain belongs to us. It's necessary for me to continue being the village head. Don't think that because of the arrival of a secretary, my main business will be affected. Wife, don't worry. The gold bracelet I lost before, I'll get you 2 this year. Xiuxian chuckled. All right, stop talking nonsense here. Even if you give me 10 gold bracelets, I still won't wear them. Nowadays, every household in the village struggles to eat enough food. If I were working and show off 2 gold bracelets, how would people in the village look at me? It's better to save the money for the children. But Yin village head rejected his wife's thought. That's not how things are. We've already saved enough for them. Next should be ours. Do you think I'm really dumb enough to not know who will spend their whole life with me? Xiuxian smiled faintly. You're just deceiving me here, but I've been deceived by you all my life, so whatever. It's getting late, go to sleep quickly. Tomorrow, you will lead people to find ginseng. Don't delay. Xiuxian and 2 other people managed to spend a night in an empty room in the team. To be honest, the living environment here was really worse than a reception house. At least the bed in a reception house was soft. After waking up, Xiuxian felt soreness in his waist and legs. Xuanhuan had black circles under his eyes, showing that he didn't sleep well last night. Even Tao Hui started complaining as soon as she woke up. Boss Zhou gave her a travel allowance for the trip, and the standard wasn't low either. No matter how bad it was better than this. Qinjin, why don't we just find a reception house or a small inn? After sleeping one night here, I feel like I've lost half of my life. Xiuxian thought Tao Hui was exaggerating. I think the accommodation here is quite good. And do you even know where the nearest reception house is? If we really want to cooperate with this village, a lot of time will be wasted on the road back and forth. At this moment, Sun Guilin finally realized. Brother Qinjin, you actually intend to cooperate with them? I thought that was just a temporary measure to ensure everyone could leave the village smoothly. Xiuxian said, of course not. After all, there is no ginseng in the Daxing'anling area, and even if there is, its quality can't compare to here. Even if you don't come, I would have planned a trip to the Dongjin Mountain recently. Sun Guilin could see that what Xiuxian said wasn't false. The most important thing your grandfather cares about is the ginseng I brought over. And since you're studying medicine, you definitely understand traditional Chinese medicine more profoundly than me. So, between the few roots of ginseng from the greater Xiuxian range and the ones here, you've already made your decision deep down. Seeing Sun Guilin remain silent, Tao Hui understood immediately that Xiuxian must be correct. Since it's like this, I think it's unnecessary for me to handle the process further. Honestly cooperating, later Dongjin Mountain ginseng will be exclusively supplied to your family. Reducing middleman steps can also allow the villagers here to make more money once. Tao Hui doesn't quite understand. By doing this, aren't you wasting your effort? Aren't you going to gain anything? How much gain is too much? Besides, I'm young, there's always ways to make money. Tao Hui chuckled, hurriedly folding the quilt neatly. I won't waste words with you guys first. I'm going to freshen up and check what's for breakfast. Once Tao Hui left, Sun Guilin immediately sat near Xiuxian. You really intend to negotiate cooperation here? Don't you think this place, with its poor land and cruel people, will bring trouble? Just by looking at that village head, he seems sly to me. Even if I agree, if my grandfather knows the people here are like this, he wouldn't agree either. Xiuxian explained. Do you know why he behaves so xenophobically? Isn't it because our arrival disrupted his good plan? With just the position of the village head, it's enough for him to enjoy good food and drinks for years. Since he has no intention of making the villagers rich together, we should replace him. Upon hearing this, Sun Guolin suddenly felt invigorated. However, after feeling invigorated, he still had some confusion. But we're all outsiders, not residents of this village. It's not as easy as you think to just replace him like that, Xiuxian said. While it is not that simple, this matter is absolutely not difficult either. Haven't you noticed the secretary has a bit of an issue with this village head? Sun Guolin chuckled softly. You observe quite carefully. I didn't catch that at all. You're still young. There's much more for you to learn. There's no need to get caught up in this now. Besides, once the secretary agrees, the opposition from the village head won't significantly obstruct us. At that point, when the factory is successfully built, wouldn't the price of ginseng acquisition be determined by you? As long as they want to make this money, they'll have to listen to you. Sun Guolin slightly narrowed his eyes. You really are a clever little devil. Xiuxian did not deny it. Moreover, investing in a pharmaceutical plant now will be very profitable in the future. When someone later tries to share in the profits, they will still have to look to your family, the sons, won't they? By the time these two had finished chatting, Tao Hui had already finished freshening up. A woman who loves beauty like her can't step out without styling herself first. She was already used to putting on makeup before leaving. Even in front of Xiuxian and Sun Guolin, she took out her cosmetics. Facing the small mirror, she drew her eyebrows, outlined her eyes, and finished with a swipe of lipstick. Her complexion immediately improved. The two men watched dumbfounded. Xiuxian nudged Sun Guolin's waist with his elbow and said, My sister-in-law once bought my sister a set of cosmetics. On the day we came back, my sister took them out and used them. For a long time after, they were left in the cabinet. I thought my sister didn't like them, but now I realize I was wrong. Sun Guolin lowered his voice and asked quite puzzled, What do you mean? I don't get it. What I mean is, my sister doesn't know how to use makeup. She has no idea how to use those things. On this trip back, I'll let Tao Hui teach my sister how to use those cosmetics. Even though the room wasn't large, the two talking in hushed voices were still heard clearly by Tao Hui. The sound of a powder compact box closing could be heard, followed by her turning her head towards them. What are you two whispering about over there? Don't think I can't hear you. Xiuxian chuckled. We're praising you for being beautiful. As soon as he spoke, the village secretary knocked on the door. By this time, the three of them were already dressed. Only the bed covers on the two men's beds were a bit messy. What mattered most was Tao Hui. As long as she looked neat and tidy, that surpassed everything else. Tao Hui nodded towards Xiuxian. Only then did he respond, and allowed the village secretary to come in. Chapter 164. Let's talk about cooperation. The village secretary pushed the door open and Xiuxian immediately got up to greet him. Sun Guolin was in charge of tidying up the bedding. The three of them had their own responsibilities. Did you rest well yesterday? It was still a bit rushed, so I will have someone clean this room thoroughly today and get some thicker bedding. Xiuxian laughed and said, It was a bit rushed, but we rested pretty well. At least it's better than on the train. Secretary, why are you here so early? The village head responded. Didn't you say last night that you'd go to my house as a guest? I thought about it afterward. It seems there's no big problem with that. If you insist on going, we'll head over shortly. The village secretary's words hit right at the core of Xiuxian's concerns. He had just been worried about what to do if they couldn't visit the village head's home today. If they didn't go, the subsequent matters might not proceed smoothly. Now that the village secretary had taken the initiative to lead them there, they naturally must go and should show no reluctance. Of course, that would trouble the secretary. Xiuxian said, Come over and eat first. The village secretary suggested. Saying eating, it was merely simple noodle soup. Each person had a bowl and ate a few bites. The village secretary excused himself for having things to attend to before going to the village head's home. Xiuxian ended up basking in the sun in the courtyard of the village office. Sun Guolin thought that this kind of life seemed somewhat interesting, at least more so than being in school. We're just here. We won't go anywhere. I'm now curious. What will happen to those two uncles who stole the ginseng? Xiuxian squinted his eyes. What other result could there be? I reckon those two uncles went back empty-handed this time. With the promotion of civility, you wouldn't think the village could impose private punishment, would you? That would be illegal. Actually, Sun Guolin hadn't even thought about such a thing. What he was curious about was whether those two uncles who stole ginseng would be released by the villagers with the condition that they were never allowed back. Or would they be taken away by the police for proper education? Ideally, they should be locked up for a few days so they could learn their lesson. But for those two, regardless of what the outcome may be, they've probably already rehearsed it in their hearts many times. As long as it doesn't cost them their lives, they will definitely make a comeback one day. Sun Guolin brought a chair and sat next to Xiuxian. Do you think the village secretary believes what we said? I can't make decisions alone on this matter. If later, when we go to the village head's home, the village head asks questions, you need to watch your words and don't blurt everything out. Something that originally sounded credible, after your exaggeration, becomes incredible. Xiuxian scratched his hair and felt a little uncomfortable under the sun despite its comfort. Am I the type of person who speaks without thinking? If I really did that, we would have been dealt with by them on the mountain already. The village head wouldn't believe what a half-grown kid like you says anyway. He'll likely contact your family. Just call your grandpa and discuss it. Your grandpa is so smart, he'll surely cooperate. Sun Guolin looked around. Who exactly is your grandpa's true grandson? Me or you? Why does it feel like you know him better than I do? Xiuxian didn't have any intention of randomly claiming kinship. I'm just good at reading people, so you can trust me for sure. Sun Guolin felt he'd already learned himself dumb at school. He understood very little of the human relations in society. If he could be as smooth as Xiuxian, he figured he'd be able to arrange his work and life nicely. However, sometimes such skills are innate, and learning them afterward seems almost impossible. After the village secretary finished his work, he then took Xiuxian and the other two to Huayan village head's home. Upon knocking, the village head's wife came out to welcome them. "Secretary, how come you've come at this hour? Is there something you need from our old Huayan?" The village secretary smiled and said, "Yes, there's something I need to discuss with your old Huayan." "Is he here?" "He's here, but I don't know what happened. Since waking up this morning, he's feeling dizzy. We wanted to call a doctor, but he insists it's just a small issue that will improve with sleep. No matter whether it's a major or minor ailment, a minor issue could drag into a major problem, and a major problem could eventually turn into an incurable condition." Xiuxian had a gut feeling that Director Huayan was avoiding him. He must have already sensed that he wasn't coming with good intentions. But no matter what, since he was here, he absolutely couldn't leave disappointed. And he must meet Director Huayan. The village secretary probably also realized Xiuxian's determination. If it were a normal situation, he might have made an excuse about needing to handle work and let village chief Yin rest at home. Then when his body had rested enough, they could come back to deal with work together. But this time, since Xiuxian was following him, things couldn't go as they usually did. "I've just come to discuss something briefly. After that, I'll leave. As the village chief, there are certain matters that I need to consult with him before I can make arrangements alone." Xiuxian saw there was no way to avoid the matter and stepped aside. "All right, then all of you can go into the east room. When one gets older, the body can't endure the same wear and tear as in youth." Regardless of what Xiuxian said, the village secretary didn't change his initial idea. He directly led Xiuxian and the other two people to the east room. Ever since Xiuxian entered the courtyard, he knew and confirmed that village chief Yin must have his own ways to make money. However, those methods were kept only by him, without any intention of ever revealing them to the public. In such a scenario, asking him to lead the entire village towards moderate prosperity would be somewhat challenging for him. Comparatively, Xiuxian had a greater sense of big-picture thinking and vision. Xiuxian hurried around, boiled water, and brewed tea. Though she was puzzled why the secretary had come, the basic courtesies for hosting guests couldn't be neglected. The first thing upon entering the east room was to wake up the sleeping village chief Yin. Only after he was fully awake did the four of them explain their purpose. Xuanhuan originally wanted to use his physical discomfort as an excuse to dodge, but he didn't expect them to actually show up at his house. "Secretary, what?" The village secretary smiled and said cheerfully, "I've come to see you, and these three gentlemen have come with sincere intentions. We cannot ignore them." Xiuxian stood up and said to Xuanhuan, "Village chief, let's talk about cooperation. I can bring good lives to the entire village." Xuanhuan got up from the Kong bed and completely disregarded Xiuxian's words. "Just you? What talents do you have? I don't see you wearing gold or silver." Before the conversation could continue further, Tao Hui suddenly stood up at this moment and gave Xuanhuan a smile. This one simple action was more than enough to make a deep impression on Xuanhuan for life. Chapter 165, The Inevitable Path. Just at this moment, Xiuxian came in from outside and saw the scene. Could she not know her husband's character after living with him for more than half a lifetime? It's almost noon. I'll go buy some groceries. Let's have a good meal today." At this point, Xiuxian gave Xuanhuan a glance, indicating that he should follow the village chief's wife and pay for whatever they eat or drink. Xuanhuan pressed his lips into a thin line, looking more tense compared to Xiuxian, who seemed rather normal. "All right, I'll go with you, sister. Don't overwork yourself." Xiuxian sighed. Why would I be tired from just going to the small store? But in the end, she couldn't resist Xuanhuan's enthusiasm and had no choice but to accept. Xuanhuan accompanied Xiuxian out of the door, leaving the atmosphere at home somewhat strange, with the village secretary seemingly like an outsider. "Village chief, you should agree. If you don't, we won't leave today." Xuanhuan immediately widened his eyes, unable to comprehend their intentions. "What do you want me to agree to? I'm from Guangdong. My boss knows that ginseng from Dongjin Mountain is great. The young man accompanying your wife comes from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners." Xiuxian let out a deep breath. "Is there anything else to ask? Ginseng from Dongjin Mountain is well known far and wide. We have no reason to let such a great opportunity pass. If you don't believe us, why don't we make a phone call?" Ever since he entered the house, Xiuxian had been searching for a landline phone. He believed that someone like village chief Yin would surely have one installed at home. However, upon entering, Xiuxian didn't see any phone, but noticed a wire extending to a large wardrobe on the east side. Thus, Xiuxian realized the landline must be hidden inside the wardrobe. He got up, pretending to take a walk, and slowly approached the wardrobe. His subtle actions were all seen by Xuanhuan. When he saw Xiuxian walk towards the wardrobe, Xuanhuan could no longer sit still. What are you doing?" Xiuxian acted innocently. "I'm just stretching, tired of sitting down." While speaking, one hand already rested on the wardrobe door. If his guess was correct, the wire on the wall should be a telephone line. Making a phone call was a rare event back then, especially during this time when most households did not own a landline yet. In case of emergencies, people had to borrow from neighbors who had phones. Considering Xuanhuan's stinginess, there was no way he'd allow others to use the phone in his house. Even installing a landline wasn't something he dared to proudly place in a visible location. For his own family, calls were likely limited to within a minute, and he definitely wouldn't care about other people's expenses like that. Rather than letting others covet, hiding the landline was much wiser. That way, Even if someone dropped by, they wouldn't notice that a landline was installed. Even if the telephone line hung openly, as long as xuanhuan claimed it was used for something else, villagers probably wouldn't question it. After all, every household often had random wires. Looking at the wardrobe, Xiuxian said, "This cabinet is really nice, high-quality material, and judging by the paint on it, it should have been around for quite some years. In fact, my brother-in-law is a carpenter. He made a lot of things for me, but his craftsmanship can't compare to whoever made this cabinet. He needs more practice." By the time Xiuxian finished speaking, his hand was already on the handle of the cabinet door. Tao Hui seemed to understand Xiuxian's intention, so she stood up and asked, "You just said you wanted to make a phone call. Where are we going to make it? Isn't there a landline in the village store? Moreover, this call will definitely be a long-distance one, which is very expensive." Xiuxian waved his hand, saying, "Where's the need for such trouble? Actually, our village chief has a phone at home, so why does he hide it?" Xuanhuan quickly rushed over and pressed down on the cabinet door. "Go away. There's nothing in my cabinet. If there's nothing, why not open it and check?" Xiuxian feigned ignorance, and Xuanhuan wished his glare could kill him. In a critical moment, Xuanhuan still had to rely on the party secretary who hadn't said much. "Secretary, you look at how unreasonable these two are." The secretary adjusted his glasses and said, "Old Yin, don't you think I don't know you secretly installed a landline at home? Some things, although I don't say them out loud, I am clear in my heart. I think these two aren't really wanting to use your landline to make a call. They mentioned collaboration yesterday, and today you suddenly start feeling unwell. Aren't these two incidents happening too coincidentally?" Under the questioning of the secretary, Xuanhuan finally sighed. "Secretary, I've lived in this village for more than half of my life, ever since my parents and grandparents were here. I absolutely cannot let outsiders take the lead. Look at these three people. Their combined age isn't even as old as mine. How credible can their words be? Now, the villagers rely on the ginseng from the mountains to make a living. Don't you think it's pretty good this way?" But the secretary shook his head and said, "Do you really think this is great? Do you know why I came here? It's to help our village get out of poverty. I won't promise that we will become rich right away, but at least we should have white flour and refined rice for every household. But look, I've been here for 2 years now, and the village still looks the same. Are you willing to let the leaders above think that I, the village secretary, am just wasting food? Finally, someone has discovered the goodness of our place, so why not seize the opportunity?" Xuanhuan was also very troubled. "Secretary, don't you know that building a factory is something very immoral?" The village secretary had his own perspective. In his eyes, building a factory was by no means an immoral act. It was the inevitable path to becoming moderately well off. If no factory was built here, young people in the village would definitely leave to survive elsewhere over time. Once enough time passed, everyone would realize that staying in the village equates to death, while only moving to other cities could offer a sliver of hope. Xiuxian and his two companions' arrival was just the glimmer of hope for their village. The village secretary did not want such a great opportunity to slip through his fingers and had already made up his mind to overcome all difficulties. "Director Yan, I'm here today just to inform you that the matter of establishing a factory will certainly be carried out, and in a few days, I will personally go to the town." At this moment, Xuanhuan suddenly clutched his chest, showing an expression of great pain, seemingly trying to use this method to change the secretary's decision. "Old Yin, why do you need to be like this? Your pretending and playing around will not change anything." Xuanhuan realized he couldn't alter the village secretary's decision, so he stopped pretending. "Fine, then you go ahead. Let's see who turns out to be right in the end." Chapter 166, An arm cannot wrestle over a leg. At these words, the village secretary immediately understood that Xuanhuan was planning to confront him directly. However, the village secretary was not at all nervous. He had been in this village for some time, and often the villagers were still able to distinguish right from wrong. Xuanhuan might want to rely on his seniority, but he must also consider the current times. These days, everyone knows the importance of money. It's not as if one person alone could have the best of everything while others starved. Everyone wanted to see their wallets grow fat. Good. I would also like to see what everyone really thinks, and who will prevail in the end. The village secretary's eyes revealed a determined gaze, which contrasted sharply with Xuanhuan's unclear one. Perhaps, he himself knew that sometimes an arm cannot wrestle over a leg. "Qinjin, there is a landline at the brigade headquarters. It would be troublesome for your friend to come back with me to make a call there and discuss this matter." With such an arrangement, Xiuxian naturally would not object in the slightest. Moreover, he had been somewhat worried beforehand that the village secretary might cover for the village head's actions. Both are two peas in a pod. Now it seems he had worried too much. "Miss Tao, please accompany the village secretary to the office for a moment. I'll wait here for Guolin." Tao Hui nodded, showing no reluctance, and followed the village secretary back to the office once more. On the secretary's desk lay a white landline phone, resting quietly. "Miss Tao, I would like to know which area your company operates in. Can something as significant as buying land and building a factory truly proceed smoothly?" Upon hearing that the village secretary was still doubting her on this matter, Tao Hui disclosed her background and some information about her company. "My boss has the surname Zhou, and the company mainly focuses on real estate projects, along with several production lines." The village secretary wasn't particularly curious about anything else, but was indeed intrigued by the real estate projects. Buying land and building houses certainly seemed feasible. But their company was in the south, whereas they were currently in the north. How could a southern boss control operations in the north? "Secretary, some matters require thorough communication. I'm going to call my boss now." As long as he finds it worthwhile to invest in this factory, we'll resolve the other issues. With Tao Hui's assurance, the village secretary ceased any doubts and decided not to question further. In any case, he needed to seize this opportunity to transform his village under his management. Xiuxian, still inside Yin Songshan's home, bore a relaxed attitude as if already settled. He didn't regard himself as an outsider. Village head, what use is it for you alone to be satisfied in such a big village when everyone else is still living in poverty, tightening their belts? Seeing that your family can afford a landline phone worth over 1,000 yuan, it's evident you've made quite a bit of money in recent years. Why don't you lead everyone toward prosperity? If outsiders discover how secretive you are, would there even be another election where you'd stand a chance? And besides, if you always depend on your identity as the village head to amass wealth, who will still listen to or believe you? Yin Songshan wanted to refute Xiuxian's speech, but after much deliberation, he chose silence. Whatever Xiuxian said, he wouldn't stay forever here anyway. Seeing Yin Songshan ignoring him, Xiuxian started humming a tune nonchalantly, as if challenging him. These two were locked in an intense rivalry. After around half an hour, Sun Guolin finally returned with Yin Songshan's wife. Seeing the abundance of things in their hands, it was clear this hadn't been an inexpensive trip. Upon returning, Sun Guolin suddenly noticed the absence of two people, the secretary and Miss Tao. Miss Tao and the secretary went back to the office. I'm waiting for you here. What did you buy? Sun Guolin proudly replied. I bought plenty. Don't underestimate this poor village. There's actually quite a variety available in the small store. Xiuxian simply said, oh, and then pointed at the two large nylon bags. So all these are yours, since you bought them. Let's take everything away. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than Xiuxian grabbed one bag, discovering it was rather heavy. This action left Sun Guolin dumbfounded. Wasn't it agreed beforehand that they would eat this meal at the village head's house? They'd gone through the trouble of purchasing items only to leave again. What were they planning to do? Although Sun Guolin didn't fully understand this behavior, he knew that Xiuxian must have his reasons. Fine, then let's take it. I refuse to believe there's nowhere where I can eat my fill. Xiuxian, who joined them to buy vegetables, picked many according to her husband's preferences. What about pork head meat, peanuts, cold mixed dishes, and even a bottle of white wine brought back secretly? She just planned to let her husband have a sip to indulge himself. Why were they leaving with the things without even sitting on the chair for a while? It seemed that during the time she was out buying stuff, there must have been some conflicts between her husband and the village secretary. Old Yin, why are you so quiet? It's already mealtime. Why do you suddenly become mute? Xiuxian did not walk fast, mainly because he wanted to hear what this village chief had to say. I'm going to be sick from anger. No way am I eating lunch. In fact, Xiuxian still left a bit of room for the village chief. If he could really mend his ways and agree to cooperate, then having a meal at his house wouldn't matter much. Unfortunately, Yin Songshan was indeed short-sighted and clung to his little territory. No wonder not everyone can be an official. The secretary's vision is indeed far-reaching. After leaving Yin Songshan's house, Sun Guolin finally couldn't help but wanted to understand what exactly happened. The secretary supports our work, but this village chief doesn't want his financial path affected. Got it. Sun Guolin, who has graduated from university, was much better at understanding issues than those who didn't go to school. If he doesn't stop doing this, Yin Songshan will surely try to obstruct us, and we need to be cautious. Xiuxian thought the same way, but when he looked down at the food and drinks in his hand, he immediately changed his mouth. Eat first. Even if he has skills, he cannot fight against us right now. Sun Guolin understood, so the two went toward the secretary's office. When they reached the door of the office, they heard Tao Hui's voice coming from inside. Judging by what she said, the call had been going on for a while. Xiuxian came in quietly, trying not to make too much noise and affect her call with Mr. Zhou. At that moment, Tao Hui kept waving him over, indicating that he should come closer. Xiuxian never expected that a phone call would involve him. He incredulously pointed at himself with his finger, asking if Mr. Zhou wanted to speak to him. Chapter 167. All the good men are taken. Boss Zhou was not exactly skeptical of what Tao Hui had said, but he wanted to hear it more clearly from Xiuxian's mouth. Xiuxian took the phone call and sat straight onto the village secretary's desk. It had become a subconscious habit for him. Boss Zhou, it's me, Qinjin. Didn't you already hear everything from Secretary Tao? Why are you calling me? The voice of Boss Zhou chuckled from the other end of the line. Of course I'm thinking of you. The last time you left, you were mad. I've been trying all this while to make amends. Luckily, this opportunity has come up at last. So let me apologize over the phone right now. Next time when you come, I'll ensure someone gives you a good reception. Xiuxian half-jokingly responded. A good reception or a severe lesson? Boss Zhou, you better clarify that. Otherwise, it's scary. This seemed like something Boss Zhou had anticipated coming from Xiuxian's unpolished mouth. Thus, he didn't express much emotion over the phone. You're just making things easy for yourself, pretending to be innocent. Listen, as for the matter you and little Tao discussed, I will think about it. But this matter is quite complicated. It won't have an answer in a short period. Just relay my message. Let her come back 3 days later. Upon hearing this from Boss Zhou, Xiuxian quickly glanced at Tao Hui, who stood by his side. Boss Zhou's voice wasn't loud enough. Tao Hui couldn't clearly hear what came through the receiver. Only her calm demeanor made Xiuxian feel slightly embarrassed about explaining the situation to her. All right, understood. I'll tell her immediately. Is there anything else, Boss Zhou? No, nothing else. You can hang up now. After ending the call, Xiuxian awkwardly rubbed his trousers with his hand. Tao Hui looked at him beside her and laughed. Stop rubbing already. Your pants might get 2 holes if you keep doing that. What did my boss say on the other side? You heard? Asked Xiuxian. Not exactly heard, but your eyes gave you away. He definitely mentioned me. Otherwise, you wouldn't have instinctively glanced at me. Sun Guolin also entered at this moment. What exactly did Boss Zhou say? Should I give Grandpa a call? The old man going out there could leave some room for negotiation even if Boss Zhou refuses. Xiuxian waved his hand. No need to call Grandpa Sunday. Boss Zhou says he will consider this matter. Just that he likely won't give a reply soon. Additionally, she should return after 3 days. Tao Hui exclaimed. Return after 3 days? That's too quick. Moreover, I haven't even collected all the herbs needed from the prescription. They came here specifically for ginseng, and Sun Guolin was truly reluctant to part with his root of ginseng. Subconsciously glancing back at the village secretary, he added, Secretary, we actually came for ginseng. But we are different from those who steal ginseng. We only want a few roots to take home ourselves. If possible, could you arrange for us to go into the mountain to dig out 1 or 2 roots? 1 or 2 shouldn't significantly affect your villagers. Through several days of contact, the village secretary had noticed these 3 weren't the ginseng thieves. Rather, each of them had their own unique background. Sure, no problem. Perhaps this afternoon, you can all head up the mountain together to look around. But regarding finding ginseng, I'm not skilled at it. Whether we can find any and whether the quality is good or bad, I can't guarantee. This depends on your luck. Xiuxian naturally understood that this was a courteous statement from the secretary, and they didn't intend to harvest excessively from the mountain either. As long as it was sufficient for personal consumption and use, that would suffice. Good. Thanks to secretary for arranging it then. But where do we eat lunch? The vegetables we bought need somewhere to be cooked. Looking at the dishes, the village secretary smiled. There are pots and pans in my room, though I am not particularly skilled at cooking. The 3 of you, whoever cooks best, please do it, and I'll shamelessly join in for the meal. In fact, the village secretary had helped them quite a lot. Without his reasonable intervention, chances were, Xiuxian and the others would have been handed over to the Public Security Bureau by Yin Songshan and his gang. Such a misunderstanding would certainly have caused a significant delay. Before leaving home, Xiuxian repeatedly assured his sister that nothing unexpected would happen along the way. Even if it did, it would be properly resolved. He had calculated the timing. The fastest return would be within a week. If they were sent to the police station, it would take at least 10 days to half a month to return. With poor communication at this time, it was hard to find people, and he certainly didn't want his sister worrying herself sick back home, crying every day. I'll do it. Let me help. In that case, I'll just wait like the secretary and enjoy the meal. I'm not a very good cook, Sun Guolin laughed. Xiuxian and Tao Hui went to the kitchen where Xiuxian scrubbed pots and washed dishes while Tao Hui picked and cleaned vegetables. After assisting in slicing them and putting them on plates, it was time for cooking when Xiuxian showed off his skills. Tao Hui watching suddenly remembered they should wear an apron while cooking. Wait, put on the apron first. Otherwise, when you start frying, you'll get all oily. Xiuxian acknowledged her advice and was about to grab the apron, but Tao Hui had already beaten him to take the apron from the wall. The moment Tao Hui took it down, Xiuxian felt something strange, yet he remained standing still. It wasn't until Tao Hui helped tie the apron around him that their gestures became overly intimate, almost as if they were dating. Tao, Miss Tao, let me do it myself. Upon hearing this, Tao Hui realized her behavior indeed seemed too familiar. Sorry, it's out of habit. Hearing this, Xiuxian frowned slightly. Out of habit? Does Miss Tao often help other men wear aprons? Tao Hui giggled, covering her mouth. For my boyfriend, do you think someone my age has never been in love before? Indeed, given Tao Hui's current age, it would be odd if she hadn't dated before. Moreover, with her beauty, there must have been many men pursuing her. Xiuxian looked her up and down, then asked, Has anyone proposed to you? Tao Hui shook her head. I don't want to marry too early. Besides, some of my friends got married, but they haven't lived happily ever after, so I'd rather wait. Xiuxian felt strange and couldn't understand why he suddenly sounded old-fashioned. If you want to find the right partner, you need to take action when you're young. Otherwise, when you get older, you'll realize all the good men have already been chosen by younger girls. You will be left with only subpar choices, and those subpar options are also extremely picky about you. Tao Hui placed her hands on her hips, saying, I don't think I'll sink that low. Just give me 2 more years of freedom. After 2 years, I'll reconsider finding a partner. It's such a life-changing decision. Chapter 168. The silence on the other end of the phone. Xuanhuan suddenly thought that Tao Hui's approach was extremely wise. I think so too. Sometimes, after women get married, their lives become very tough. Moreover, my sister is a good example. Thinking of Xiang Meiyun, Tao Hui felt that although she was always busy, it seemed she enjoyed it as well. Not really. I think your sister seems quite happy. Do you really think she's happy? I don't feel that way at all. That's why I'm working hard to create a better life for my sister. To make her life more relaxed instead of being stuck in this daily routine of work and family, while still having to take care of kids and husband. She doesn't even have time for herself. Just look at how you prepare yourself in the morning, washing up and putting on makeup. I hope that every morning my sister can wake up like you and dress up beautifully. Tao Hui blushed when she talked about this. It's just a habit since I have to work every day and meet lots of people. If I don't dress decently, my boss might doubt the sincerity of our company when they see me looking disheveled. As an old saying goes, if I want to eat from this profession, I must ensure that I present myself properly. Do you understand what I mean? Xiuxian naturally understood her meaning, so he didn't reject her statement. All right, I get it. If there's nothing else, let's start cooking and eat first. At lunch, the village secretary praised Xiuxian's culinary skills, saying his abilities surpassed many others. A man who could impress both in social situations and the kitchen was already extraordinary. He even mentioned in front of Sun Guolin that if a girl like this could be with Jinquan in the future, it would truly be a blessing. Jinquan frantically waved his hands, saying, No, that's impossible. Besides, I'm just simply making a meal. It's nothing special. According to the plan, Jinquan decided to stay overnight and buy tickets home the next day. However, the news of establishing a factory somehow leaked out. By the afternoon of the same day, some villagers had already come to ask about the details, and some even kept asking if they could work as laborers once the factory was built. Jinquan was curious how the news had leaked out, as it shouldn't have been them spreading the word around. Otherwise, the villagers wouldn't have been so surprised upon asking. Village secretary, who exactly leaked this information? This matter is far from resolved yet, and if things fail, won't the villagers be greatly disappointed? What concerned Jinquan also worried the village secretary, and he was more seriously concerned. If the issue couldn't be handled properly, he might lose his position next year. Who else besides the good village chief could meddle in this? It's his way of obstructing. The crowd gathering outside the office grew larger, but Jinquan and the other two weren't villagers themselves, and even if they wanted to help, they were powerless. The outsiders are my responsibility. You guys stay inside and whatever you hear, don't go out, got it? After receiving the instructions from the village secretary, Jinquan nodded repeatedly, deciding not to say another word. And even if he did, it wouldn't make any difference anyway. Watching the village secretary boldly head out, Jinquan secretly worried for him. Tao Hui was also anxious, despite years of working under Boss Zhou. This situation was new to her. She didn't know how to handle it properly either, her mind brimming with questions. Forward, do you think the village secretary will be fine on his own? Jinquan hummed affirmatively. He believed the village secretary had the ability and wouldn't be stopped by the questioning villagers. We'll wait and observe. If the village secretary can't handle it, we'll help later. To prevent Tao Hui from becoming overly uneasy, Jinquan skillfully patted her shoulder, infusing some mysterious energy into her. No, I should call the boss again. I feel that during our previous communication, the situation wasn't explained clearly enough. Upon hearing Tao Hui's words, Sun Guolin didn't want to sit idly by. Then I'll call my grandfather first, let him help too. That should be no problem. This time, Tao Hui didn't compete with Sun Guolin. Since Jinquan had gone to Guangdong, after sharing dim sum with old Sun, Boss Zhou frequently mentioned this elderly gentleman. Although Tao Hui hadn't met him in person, she had conducted some research into Mr. Sun's affairs. At the very least, they knew he was an incredibly skilled traditional Chinese doctor who had saved many lives in his youth. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have such a high social status today. Xuanhuan's eyes were fixed on everything outside, worried at all times that the village secretary might not be able to handle the situation and something unexpected might happen. Sun Guolin dialed the phone number from memory, pressing the keys for his grandfather's home number. The dial tone sounded several times inside the receiver. The more times the dial tone rang, the more nervous Sun Guolin became. His grandfather should be at home at this hour. But if so, why wasn't he answering? Perhaps something urgent called him out. Still, that shouldn't mean no one is home at all. As anxiety rose, the call finally connected. Who is it? What do you want? Just hearing the voice, Sun Guolin knew it was definitely his grandfather. He immediately identified himself. Grandpa, it's me. There's an urgent matter I want to tell you. You must listen carefully. Before he finished speaking, Grandpa Sun cut in. Hold on, let me find a pen. After waiting for a couple of minutes, Sun Guolin heard the voice from the other end again and began outlining his ideas. Whether the plan would come through hinged most crucially on Jinquan. Sun Guolin poured all his arrangements and thoughts into involving him. Grandpa Sun had been listening intently throughout. A lifetime dedicated to treating patients and saving lives never left him without significance, even in old age. This idea is indeed good, but implementing it is still somewhat challenging. Sun Guolin had thought things through thoroughly, yet compared to his grandfather's rich experience, he considered things less cautiously. Grandpa, actually regarding these matters, I think we should just let events unfold naturally. Rather than worrying too much, it's better to take the first step. The critical part is that Forward Brother isn't directly involved. He's just connecting the dots. In the end, our Sun family will take the lion's share. After Sun Guolin finished, there was silence on the other end of the phone. Chapter 169, an explanation. It wasn't that Grandpa Sun wanted to remain silent. Rather, the matter at hand was indeed a bit too big for their Sun family to handle alone. If they were to cooperate with Boss Zhou would undoubtedly be the one providing the funds. At that time, their Sun family would contribute the technology. Would the factory then have an equal ownership split between the two parties? In the span of just a brief moment, Grandpa Sun had already thought through many things. Where is little brother Xiang? Is he around? I have something to say to him. Pass him the phone. Questions swirled in Sun Guolin's mind. Hadn't he explained everything clearly over the phone earlier? Why did Xiuxian need to explain it again? But since this was something his grandfather had decided, he had no choice but to comply. All right, I'll pass the phone to him. Calling over Xiuxian, Sun Guolin stepped aside and whispered a few words to him. But Xiuxian hadn't heard clearly. He didn't want Grandpa Sun to get impatient waiting on the other end of the line. This impatience would only be considered another mistake by the younger generation. With great enthusiasm, Xiuxian called out, Grandpa Sun, causing Grandpa Sun on the other end to grin from ear to ear. Young man, after you return, you don't even think about sending me a message. Did you lose your pager along the way? Xiuxian chuckled, saying, That's impossible. As you know, our side isn't as well off as yours. When my home gets a telephone installed, I'll call you every day. Just don't get annoyed with me then. Grandpa's son laughed on the other end. How could I ever get annoyed with you? Were all those things my grandson just told me your ideas? On this point, Xiuxian didn't deny it but readily confessed. Grandpa, consider this as my effort to develop the local economy so that everyone here can lead a good life. And this is definitely a surefire deal. In the future, you'll become the largest medicinal herb supplier on our side. Grandpa's son kept smiling throughout the conversation on the other end, leaving Xiuxian a bit unsure of his thoughts. Was he agreeing or disagreeing? It was hard to tell. Grandpa, please carefully consider it. If it works out, Guolin will also be here to help oversee things. As soon as son Guolin heard Xiuxian say this on the phone, he hurriedly gestured for him to change his wording. He had only come here on leave to take a look. He had never intended to stay long-term and watch over things. Moreover, the school wouldn't allow it, nor would they grant such an extended leave. However, while saying these words, Xiuxian had already made thorough preparations mentally. Even if son Guolin truly wanted to stay, the old man definitely wouldn't agree. What does that kid know? He'd be better off staying there with you keeping an eye on things. I trust you more than him. After finishing his statement, the old man added quickly, fearing that Xiuxian might relay it. Don't mention what I just said to Guolin. I'm worried that my grandson might overthink it. Experienced Xiuxian grinned and said, I understand. Rest assured, I still need to make a call to Boss Zhou. Without him, this thing won't work either. Grandpa's son had originally wanted to chat some more, but upon hearing this, he gave up on the idea. Alright, I'll rest a bit too. Tell Guolin not to linger there too long. Studies must still be prioritized. Xiuxian understood the importance of learning very well, but there was no rush right now. After making his promise, he hung up and asked Tao Hui to dial Boss Zhou's number, intending to discuss the factory construction again. Xiuxian once again approached the window. The phone call had lasted around 10 minutes. Yet unexpectedly, the village secretary was still blocking villagers at the entrance of the brigade. However, the situation outside seemed to still be under control. Otherwise, the villagers would have already rushed in. Once the villagers returned home, Xiuxian would have to find Yin Songshan and ask him face-to-face why he had acted this way. Since Yin Songshan didn't want to share the path to prosperity, he should at least not hinder their efforts to seek alternative solutions for the villagers. The village secretary was standing alone, holding back the questioning villagers. But his resistance was about to crumble when he noticed the silhouette of Yin Songshan standing far away, which created significant psychological pressure. Nevertheless, the village secretary had proven himself resilient. Without such stress-resistant skills, how could he carry out subsequent tasks and lay foundations? As long as Yin Songshan remained silent and did not incite chaos, he could choose to ignore matters and let them unfold. Villagers building a factory? It's not even remotely confirmed yet. Where did you hear this from? The villagers, who had been chattering away in front of the village secretary, were immediately stumped by this question. Yeah, where exactly did they hear it from? How come they couldn't remember it all? But it was essential for the village secretary to figure out where this news originated. If he couldn't trace it back, it would just be like waves without wind. However, the person he now most suspected was Yin Songshan. Considering the entire matter, besides himself and Xiuxian's group, only Yin Songshan knew about it. If it wasn't him spreading this yet unconfirmed news, then who else could it be? It surely couldn't be their fellow villagers who spent every day busy searching the mountains for herbs and ginseng. Secretary, you must not keep secrets from us regarding something this good. We all want a better life. Look at other villages. They grow cash crops, run orchards, plant trees, and make money. Every household is profiting. We need to catch up too. That's right. Last month, my family owed Xingzi's mother 5 yuan. My husband hasn't rested for half a month. The village secretary well understood how hard it was to make money these days. Otherwise, he wouldn't have so easily believed Xiuxian. As an old saying goes, if you want to know if there are fruits on the tree, just shake it with a stick. If there are fruits, they'll fall down with a pitter-patter. If there aren't any, at most some dry yellow leaves might fall off. Everyone, what could I possibly hide from you? If such a thing were really happening, I would definitely tell all of you first. For now, please go home and take a break. The village secretary thought this would persuade them to leave, but no one moved. They still stood in place, waiting for an explanation from the secretary. This situation left the secretary feeling as though his head had swollen to the size of a bucket. However, it also indirectly proved that the villagers had truly grown tired of their tough lives. Otherwise, why would they continue to gather here, unwilling to leave? But some matters were beyond his control at the moment. Before the villagers arrived, Tao Hui had already called. The boss had said that this matter was somewhat difficult to handle. No response could be provided in the short term, and even if a reply eventually came, there would be plenty more things to arrange. Waiting for the factory to be built would take at least a year or half a year, so they would have to endure hardship for a while longer. Chapter 170, The Small Acquisition Factory. Just as the village secretary was about to give up, Yin Songshan finally came over. Seeing him approach, the village secretary's already tense heart leapt into his throat. If at this moment Yin Songshan opposed him, things would get serious. He had lived in this village for many years. Generations of his family had been here. His standing in the village was high, and sometimes his influence even surpassed that of the secretary. In fact, reviewing the whole event, he was the one who had incited the villagers to cause trouble outside the brigade office. The village secretary had made a decision within an extremely short time. If Yin Songshan insisted on opposing him, he wouldn't hesitate to remove him from the position of village chief. The secretary still held some authority. All right, Alright, everyone stop blocking here. This talk about building a factory is all just hearsay right now. Why are you coming here asking questions? In a couple of days, the buyers will come for the ginseng trade. They only come once or twice every month. Have you gathered enough ginseng to sell? If not, you won't make enough money, and you'll end up tightening your belts after that. Yin Songshan's words left the villagers by the door glancing at each other nervously. Indeed, assuming the factory were real, it would still take some time. After all, it needed to be constructed first. When exactly they might start hiring remained unknown. They couldn't just gather information today and expect to work tomorrow. They'd have no choice but to continue surviving on the mountain ginseng. As the crowd dispersed, the village secretary looked at Yin Songshan and said, "Village chief you've really worked hard." Yin Songshan waved his big hand, brushing off any recognition. "What's hard? I'm still the village chief. I must shoulder some burden for our young secretary. In future incidents like this, direct them to me rather than letting them block here where it looks bad. And secretary, your methods are too gentle. When necessary, we need to get tough." Xiuxian hiding inside had no idea what had happened outside. However, seeing Yin Songshan, he instantly knew this issue wasn't unrelated to him. Instinctively stepping out, he asked, "Village chief, aren't you unwell? Why have you come out? Have you eaten?" At the sight of Xiuxian, Yin Songshan felt his headache grow larger. Without these three outsiders, the village wouldn't have become such a mess. Still, maintaining superficial harmony was crucial. At least before the secretary, he could not openly conflict with the outsider. Xiuxian approached cheerfully, inspecting Yin Songshan up and down. He didn't look like someone who was sick. "If there's nothing important, village chief, you should go back and rest. I can handle everything here." The village secretary shifted the topic. Yin Songshan accepted readily without protest. "Fine, then I'll return home to rest first. If you need me, I'll come back." Turning away, Yin Songshan cast a glance towards Xiuxian. "Young man, it's getting late. Since you're not thieves here for ginseng, head back soon so you don't keep your families waiting." Though Yin Songshan's words seemed reasonable, upon closer inspection, they revealed a hint of driving them away. With a straightened back, Xiuxian replied, "No rush. It's rare to come out for a trip. We should fully explore. Besides, my two friends are from the south and just arrived. They surely can't leave immediately." Upon hearing this, Yin Songshan's smug grin suddenly disappeared. "I suggest you return sooner. The longer you drag this out, the less likely you'll be able to leave." At this critical moment, Xiuxian spoke bluntly. "What, village secretary? Does your place here resemble a bandit hideout? Once entered, there's no way out. Or is it because I've discovered your secrets that you intend to eliminate me?" The village secretary was a government official chosen through various levels of selection. Naturally, there was no way he'd let the village degenerate into a bandit hideout. Looking at Xiuxian making this joke, the village secretary commented, "Forward, this is somewhat exaggerated. How could our place be a bandit den? Perhaps the village chief means if you stay here long, you may develop feelings for this place and not want to leave." Xiuxian decided to give the village secretary some face. Since he had extended a step down for him, there was no reason not to take it. Yin Songshan is Yin Songshan, and the village secretary is the village secretary. They shouldn't be equated. "Then I understand. Secretary, I'll hurry to sort out the matters we should attend to so I can return home early and avoid worrying my family." The moment these words fell silent, Tao Hui emerged from inside, her face glowing with joy unmatched by anything she'd ever shown before. It was clear at a glance that whatever they planned had possibly already been approved smoothly. "Forward, Secretary, I've already communicated with the boss about this matter twice, and thanks to Grandpa Guolin's help. Our boss plans to put this on the agenda, and we might get a reply within these next couple of days. By then, be careful not to miss the call." When the village secretary heard Tao Hui say this, he was overjoyed. "Is it true? It's decided so quickly? It's still Grandpa Guolin who knows how to handle things. He said that if we build a factory here, the villagers can go into the mountains to gather ginseng and sell it to the factory. The factory will process it, then distribute it across the entire country. It is absolutely a profitable deal, and besides, this place is also the origin, so the price is low but profits are high. There's no reason to refuse. However, there's one point. Don't expect too much kindness from our boss. After all, he's a businessman. He always prioritizes maximizing profit before doing anything, so before the factory construction begins. My boss still needs someone to look at the national market to determine if building this factory is necessary, though I think it's almost a done deal." The reason Forward instructed Sun Guolin to contact Old Master Sun was exactly for this purpose. Old Master Sun should be aware of the market for ginseng. Especially for high-quality ginseng, the market is even bigger. These days, many people strive for a better life through hard work, yet they exhaust themselves year after year, depleting their health in pursuit of happiness. Moreover, some people were born with weak constitutions. Eating more ginseng can nourish their blood and improve their well-being. This quality ginseng, 1 piece equals 10, and Dongjin Mountain doesn't lack in high-quality ginseng. Paying for 1 piece of ginseng gives you the effects of eating 10 pieces. No matter how you look at it, this is quite reasonable. So, Old Master Sun knew, ginseng would be a huge market. And besides ginseng, the varieties of medicinal herbs available in this area are also abundant. Due to geographical factors, such conditions cannot be replicated elsewhere. Yet illness affects people everywhere, and the diseases are varied. Thus the medicines required are distributed far and wide. If there is a reliable and stable supplier of good quality medicine, it would be a highly sought-after opportunity. With old Master Sun's endorsement, Boss Zhou decided to establish a small acquisition factory here first. Chapter 171. Visiting to arrange marriage. There was just one thing that needed caution. He had never done business in herbs before, so he would have to find someone to learn from. And the person he wanted to learn from was none other than Old Man Sun. With Old Man Sun's endorsement, Boss Zhou thought it was normal to build a factory here. He was originally a businessman. In whatever field stable profit could be made, he would engage in it. Otherwise, those funds held in hand wouldn't be able to multiply. Tao Hui had to stay here waiting for the phone calls and take charge of all the dealings. At first, Boss Zhou let her return after 3 days, but due to another phone call later on, he asked her to stay temporarily until things were properly resolved, and then she could go back. However, Sun Guolin's vacation days were almost over, so Xiuxian decided that he should head back to school to continue studying. After all, Sun Guolin had already achieved the purpose of coming here. If further negotiations with Grandpa Sun were necessary, Xiuxian would be more suitable than him. Sun Guolin was slightly reluctant to leave, but from the moment he got into the car, it would take 2 days to get back to school. Even if he didn't want to go, there was no way around it. Here you go, this is our school's duty room telephone number. If all the matters on your side are settled, remember to inform me. After all, I'm also a partaker. Xiuxian waved his hand and said, "You little fellow always jump into trouble without thinking. Aren't you worried that this won't work out in the end?" Sun Guolin, holding his bag, said, "I think this thing is pretty much done. Don't try to fool me here, just go ahead." As he watched Sun Guolin leave, Xiuxian returned. He had been here for several days already. According to the original plan, they were supposed to return within a week. Now the time has exceeded. In order not to make his sister and brother-in-law worry, Xiuxian dialed the phone at the village chief's home. The phone was quickly picked up by the chief's wife. Upon hearing the voice, Xiuxian identified her right away. "Auntie, it's me, Qianjin. Could you go tell my sister? The matters on my side haven't been resolved yet. I might still need a few more days. Please tell her not to worry." After chatting a bit more on the phone, Xiuxian hung up. Recently, the frequency of using the phone increased straight up, but fortunately, these costs did not need to be personally borne by them. Otherwise, just these few days of phone bills would cost tens to hundreds of yuan. Initially, the accommodation arranged by village chief Yin was already prepared well, and wooden beds, as well as some clean quilts from somewhere unknown, were also provided. It looked a lot better now compared to when they first arrived here. Moreover, it would look inappropriate if news spread about the man and woman sleeping together. Arranged by the party secretary of the village, each person slept in separate rooms. Whenever Tao Hui came in or went out, she always dressed up beautifully. After some time, the eligible young men in the village started to look at her longingly. Occasionally, there would be people asking whether Miss Tao had a boyfriend or was married yet. If she didn't have a boyfriend, could she consider staying here? As time went by, and such inquiries became frequent, Tao Hui started to feel overwhelmed. She hurriedly found Xiuxian, hoping he could help her figure something out. If all these overly enthusiastic young men could be calmed down and become as peaceful as Xiuxian, there wouldn't be so many troubles. Seeing Tao Hui's distressed face, Xiuxian laughed heartily. "Miss Tao, this can't be blamed on the young man. It's because you're too beautiful. Look, are there any girls in this village who look as good as you do?" Tao Hui cupped her face and said, "Am I even considered beautiful? There are plenty of women more beautiful than me, but does that mean I should have to deal with this? Besides, I'm only going to be here temporarily. Once everything about the factory is arranged, I'll be leaving. How could you possibly expect me to sow seeds of affection everywhere, then have these men turn up at my doorstep and ask me to take responsibility?" Xiuxian felt that what Tao Hui said was a bit exaggerated. In matters of love, it was always the men who talked about responsibility. If one day a man goes to a woman's doorstep and tells her to take responsibility, that would be too embarrassing for male folks. In my opinion, this matter should be handed over to the village secretary, letting him help explain things to these guys. Otherwise, your work will be hard to carry on later. Even if Xiuxian didn't say these words, Tao Hui herself would still need to think of a way. At least she needed to find the village secretary, asking him to control the situation. She couldn't possibly stay here forever, hence there wasn't any reason for her to remain here just for these single young men. They barely chatted for a few moments, and then Xiuxian stood up. When Tao Hui saw him walking out, she quickly asked, "What are you going to do?" Xiuxian turned back and said, "We have no food here. I'm going to buy some stuff. You just wait for me here. Otherwise, we'll run into those meddlesome people again." If Xiuxian hadn't added that last sentence, Tao Hui actually wanted to go with him. After all, she also wanted to buy something. But at the thought of possibly encountering those enthusiastic young men on the way, she felt unable to handle it. "You should hurry back. I'm afraid those people will come again." Just then, a middle-aged woman around 40 or 50 years old came with some villagers. Tao Hui was tidying up things in the room, thinking that as long as Mr. Zhou's procedures were completed, they could put building the factory on the agenda and return earlier. By organizing her belongings now, she wouldn't have to scramble later, losing this and forgetting that. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was knocking on the door. Tao Hui thought it was Xiuxian who forgot to bring something and returned. She opened the door with a smile, only to be met face-to-face with a 40-something-year-old auntie. Behind the auntie were 2 eligible young men. Tao Hui's smile froze instantly. Why the long face? "Young girl, take a look. Are you satisfied with these 2? One works outside and the other contracted some land recently. Both their families are quite wealthy." Tao Hui kept shaking her head. "I don't plan to get married for now. Please don't bring people over like this. Besides, I'll be leaving in a while." The auntie exclaimed in surprise. "Where will you go back to? It's much better staying here. We know you're from another place. We treasure brides from other places. You're pretty, kind-hearted, and have a job. There's nothing more to ask for. Tao Hui was inwardly troubled. She naturally knew she was capable. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to work alongside Mr. Zhou for so many years. The auntie didn't notice Tao Hui's reluctance and repeatedly brought people inside. With strangers being directly let in, Tao Hui was certainly unwilling. But as an outsider, she had to keep up appearances. Under the direct gaze of those two strange men, Tao Hui's emotions soon became highly unstable. Chapter 172. Can't find anyone better. The rooms that Yin Songshan had originally arranged for them were not very large, and it was already quite cramped to fit 2 or 3 people. Now there were 4 people in the room, 2 of whom were men who had designs on her. Tao Hui felt extremely uncomfortable inside. Even so, she couldn't drive them away at the moment. All she could think about now was hoping that Xiuxian would return soon. If he didn't come back, she might really have a hard time dealing with the situation. Fortunately, Xiuxian came back quickly after buying things and didn't delay on the way. Tao Hui, hearing the familiar whistling tune, got up with relief to open the door, feeling more secure seeing Xiuxian for the first time. Even if we go back 10,000 steps, if she really needed to find someone to marry, she would feel that Xiuxian was much better than those other men. At least he was handsome and capable of earning money. What's wrong? Xiuxian realized that Tao Hui's state was rather unusual. He guessed someone must have come again to propose marriage. It seemed this matter should be brought to the village secretary for help. Otherwise, it was inappropriate to have men loitering around her door every day. Xiuxian indicated that Tao Hui should retreat to her own room first. The aunt who brought the men couldn't act shamelessly like this. Seeing Tao Hui enter her room, Xiuxian carried the items into Tao Hui's room, turned around, and entered. As soon as he returned, the old woman and the other 2 men were already stunned. What was going on? Where had the girl just gone? Xiuxian acted as if they weren't there, putting down the items and sitting down on the bed without saying a word, just staring straight at the 3 of them. In the end, it was the old woman who couldn't stand the silence any longer. She started out somewhat awkwardly, hesitating to speak. After some time, noticing Tao Hui hadn't returned, and realizing Xiuxian showed no sign of leaving, she began to suspect whether she'd walked into the wrong room. However, observing the items in the room, it didn't seem like a place where a man lived. Boy, what happened to that girl? Where did she go? Why hasn't she come back after such a long time? After waiting for so long, Xiuxian was just waiting for the old woman to open the conversation. Auntie, she's from Guangdong. She's here only conducting a preliminary inspection for her boss. She never intended to talk about getting married. Xiuxian's words were still relatively mild, without direct rejection. But it seemed like the old woman was deliberately pretending not to understand. She insisted on staying there, as if not pushing these single young men out meant she wouldn't leave. Xiuxian could not disregard Tao Hui's feelings since she had already expressed herself clearly. Auntie, both brothers, are my words too difficult to understand? If you understood, then why don't we stop pretending? He initially thought the elderly woman might fail to grasp indirect hints due to her age. But if the 2 youths of his same age also failed to understand, that was unacceptable. What Xiuxian didn't expect was that the 2 young men shared the same stubbornness as the old woman. Even though they clearly heard everything, they pretended not to understand. This made Xiuxian somewhat nauseated. He coughed loudly twice. Auntie, both brothers, do you still think I wasn't clear enough? Miss Tao. This time, one of the young men interrupted him before Xiuxian finished speaking. I know Miss Tao will leave after her mission is complete. When did we say we wanted to stay here? They seemed to react slowly earlier, but now it was Xiuxian's turn to be confused. What did those 2 young men mean when they said they didn't want to stay here? Weren't they locals? If they were from this place, why wouldn't they want to stay at home? Looking at the 2 young men, Xiuxian suddenly seemed to understand something. He laughed out loud. I get it now. That's why you guys kept coming over repeatedly. It's not that you've fallen for Miss Tao. You see her resources. You know you can't make much money your entire life staying here. If you manage to follow her to the south, especially to Guangdong, money seems everywhere there. When their secret was uncovered, the 2 looked somewhat angry. Fortunately, the old woman intervened. Boy, your words sound a bit too harsh. And aren't you also acknowledging that our side is poorer than theirs? There is simply no place for us to make money and no way to earn it. That's why I think it's reasonable for young people like them to try to figure things out. You're young too. You must know how difficult it is to establish a family and career. Would you live relying only on your monthly salary? The old woman's words were rather pointed, leaving Xiuxian unable to refute her. Moreover, what he was doing now was exactly as the old woman had said, trying everything for a better future life. I understand what you mean, but it shouldn't be forced upon others, right? Miss Tao already has someone she likes. Aren't you meddling? If they liked each other, would you have needed to come repeatedly? Haven't you noticed Miss Tao is intentionally avoiding you? As soon as these words came out, an extremely unwilling expression flashed across the old woman's face. So what if that's the case? When did the couples who got married beforehand know each other? Isn't it all due to matchmakers working hard in between? And for a woman, the most important thing in her whole life is marriage and childbearing. Don't think she's young now. If another couple of years pass, she won't even find such great young men like this. Xiuxian couldn't help but laugh. He admitted that when people get older, it's indeed harder to find a partner. After all, who doesn't prefer younger ones? Who wants their partner to snore, grind teeth, avoid bathing, or not wash feet every night? But this woman still has appeal, especially someone like Tao Hui who knows how to dress up and groom herself. Even if she struggles to find a boyfriend now, there will always be someone willing to dedicate everything for her. Old lady, I've already explained everything clearly. If you're still persistent, then don't blame me for revealing everything. Just as Xiuxian was about to say something rude, the village secretary returned at that moment. Seeing the door of the house open and hearing the sound of youthful voices, he realized trouble was brewing. To prevent any further tension, he quickly stepped in to defuse the situation. Xianjin, where's Miss Tao? Xianjin pointed toward his own room. She's in my place. What's up, secretary? There are a few things I need to discuss with her. Xianjin didn't ask further because he understood himself. If this matter could involve him, the secretary wouldn't have kept it secret. You go ahead then. She's in my room anyway, and I need to use the restroom. Since the secretary was here, Xianjin believed the old woman wouldn't rush over to bother Tao Hui again. Even if she did, the secretary would witness everything. Chapter 173, Inspecting the Site. By the time Xianjin came out of the restroom, he saw that Auntie had already left with the two men. The suddenly quiet courtyard felt somewhat unfamiliar. Xianjin pushed open his room door and saw the secretary discussing something with Tao Hui. Xianjin did not bother to interrupt at all, just symbolically grabbed a couple of items and was ready to leave. At this moment, the secretary suddenly called him. Jingjin, don't go yet. I have something to discuss with you. Xianjin felt a bit honored and stood by the door, gaping. What do you mean? Isn't Miss Tao here already? Can secretary have anything for me? I'm just the middleman. The secretary smiled and said, precisely because you're the middleman, there's something for you. Come over here. Xianjin made an "oh" sound and quickly sat down next to the village secretary, innocently looking at him and asking, Secretary, what else is there for me? The secretary looked him up and down as he said, Jingjin, I really owe you thanks. If the three of you hadn't come, our village might continue to be poor forever, or I wouldn't even know how to help our village escape poverty. Boss Zhou told me on the phone earlier that he could set up a factory here, but only a smaller one, not so large in scale. I've been thinking that setting up a factory would definitely require land use, and there's a piece of vacant land behind our village. Before, I planned to keep it for farming use, but now, turning it into commercial land seems fine too. I don't know if you have any experience in this field. If you do, can you follow me later and check how the factory can be built? Upon hearing this, Xianjin immediately became energetic. Is this true? Are we really building a factory so soon? Secretary, don't joke with me. The secretary chuckled. What am I joking about? What I said is true. Mr. Zhou is already preparing to invest, and if I can't even solve the issue of the land, how will the cooperation move forward? Tao Hui nodded repeatedly. Yes, let's all go together. I'm not very familiar with factory construction. I hear that you men love these things. Just look and you'll know how to proceed, right? Tao Hui placed all her hopes entirely on Xianjin. Xianjin suddenly felt the weight on his shoulders heavy. Clenching his teeth, he stomped his foot and said, Since both of you trust me so much, I'll follow you to check it out. But don't have high hopes for me. In case I have no ideas later, please don't mock me. The village secretary laughed heartily. Impossible, impossible. You going along with us already helped a great deal. In addition, I have another item, but I don't quite know how to use it. Do either of you know? As he spoke, the secretary took out an old-fashioned camera from his bag, a film-based one. I don't know how to use this thing well. If either of you knows, take some detailed photos of that piece of empty land later. Miss Tao can bring them back, so Mr. Zhou can also see how the factory should be constructed on that plot of land. Xianjin gave Secretary's son a thumbs up. Secretary, you truly thought ahead. Since that's the case, I must give my all to help. Suddenly feeling comforted, the village secretary thought that those who could lead this village to prosperity should be people within the village finding ways themselves. But unexpectedly, one day 3 outsiders descended from heaven and brought about such significant changes. After finishing talking about this matter, Tao Hui felt somewhat awkward as she looked at the village secretary. Secretary, there's something I don't know if I should tell you. But if I don't, I might have to leave prematurely. The secretary raised his hand to signal Tao Hui to stop speaking. I know what you're about to say. I'll handle it for you. These past few days, I've been busy with work matters and have neglected a little. In a while, I'll make the announcement and arrange for those ants to bring unmarried young men to find you. Tao Hui repeatedly expressed gratitude, never expecting that the village secretary knew everything. With this statement from the secretary, her mind was set at ease, and she didn't need to worry so much. Lunch was simple. At 2 p.m., Xianjin followed the village secretary to the patch of empty land at the back of the mountain. This patch of empty land was accessible via 4 main roads. Xianjin pointed at the road underfoot and said, Secretary, can you allocate some funds to improve this road? It'll be useful when cars start coming through, to ensure smooth passage. Though we don't get a lot of rain every year, the dirt roads become quite difficult to navigate when it does rain. Can we try to spread some gravel over the dirt roads? That way, vehicles can drive more easily. Xianjin's observations were things that the village secretary hadn't paid much attention to. In fact, these days there were slogans around every house in the village. Plant more trees and have fewer children for more ways out to get rich, and build roads for wealth. Cultivate to grow. These types of phrases could be seen everywhere. Yet the secretary said, building roads would cost money as well as constructing a factory. Now, even the government doesn't have that much funding. Xianjin also said, without enough funding, how are you going to build the factory if the goods cannot be shipped out later? If each household contributes a little money, then it should not be a problem to raise funds to build this road. This suggestion from Xianjin did not receive immediate support from the village secretary. This matter I will think about some more. Actually, I think the road is fine like this. Xianjin silently disagreed, but knew it would be unwise to insist further on this issue. After taking a few photos with the old camera around the vacant lot, Xiang quickly packed it away. Then he paced around the empty plot to measure its size. On the phone, Mr. Zhou had simply said to build a small factory. Because ginseng needs to be dug up manually, there was currently no way for machinery to do the work. If only manual labor was relied upon, the speed of harvesting ginseng probably wouldn't be very fast. Since a factory would now exist, ginseng quality needed to be graded into 3 tiers: high quality, medium, and low grade, all needing manual sorting. Therefore, this small factory likely wouldn't produce too many goods. But this empty plot would suffice. At the same time, the village chief sat at home puffing a cigarette alone while Xiuxian poured him a cup of tea. You always make such a fuss. Be careful, or the secretary might harbor resentment towards you. The chief raised an eyebrow. Hate me? I've eaten more salt than he's eaten rice. When I was the chief, he didn't even know where he was running around half naked. Just because 3 strangers showed up wanting to set up a factory for what they're calling ginseng cultivation. The Dongjin Mountains are vast. I let them take half of it, so what? But once this factory reaches a certain scale, the medicine traders won't come anymore. The last time, they tried to lower the price, giving us barely any money for 1 gene of ginseng. If we had stuck to the old way, we could have earned half of the profit per gene of ginseng. Now earning 30% is already quite good. Chapter 174, Don't Let the Secretary Know. Xiuxian chuckled and said, So, medicine peddlers aren't dumb either. They don't want you to take too much, and if you keep taking so much, I think villagers won't bother looking for ginseng anymore. Instead, they will find ways out, like working outside or moving away. Then when all the villagers are gone, what do you plan to do? Do you expect me to go into the mountain with you to find ginseng? How many can we two find in a month? Since you don't want a factory built in the village, then you need to give up some of your benefits. Even if you only make 10% profit, that's fine as commission fee. But Xuanhuan waved his hand, thinking women have limited knowledge despite their long hair. Making just 10% profit wouldn't be worth it anyway. What is 10% profit even? Hurry up and do your work. Don't bother me here. After Xiuxian left, Xuanhuan kept smoking nonstop. The room filled with smoke. The smoke swirled around him, making his silhouette blurry, as if it also concealed his worries. Xiuxian came out of the room, about to head back to the kitchen to wash and clean, when she suddenly saw someone running toward her in panic. Just by seeing his frantic demeanor, one could tell who he was searching for. Xiuxian pointed to the room with her finger, and the man rushed straight to the east room. Village chief, something bad has happened. Seeing the person was Suzy, his confidant. What's wrong? Is it really necessary to panic so much? Suzy was practically his spy in the village. Sometimes in areas where the village chief might not notice, Suzy would secretly hide and watch. Normally, Suzy didn't come often because there weren't usually any interesting events happening in the village. But whenever he did come, it meant something big had occurred. Thus, Xuanhuan immediately became tense upon seeing him this way, quickly handing over the freshly brewed tea. Drink first, finish drinking before explaining. Suzy picked up the teacup, drank 2 sips, wiped the water from under his chin. Village chief, I just saw the secretary leading those 2 strangers to our village's back mountain. That man was holding a camera and pretending to take photos seriously. I just happened to pass by them, heard them talking nonsense about road construction and factory building. You don't want factories to be built, right? Shouldn't we stop them? Upon hearing these words, the village chief abruptly stood up from the chair. What? They've actually gone to inspect the land. This secretary does whatever comes to his mind, really treating me, the village chief, as nothing. Suzy nodded repeatedly. Old sayings indeed prove true. One never tires of watching a show. Besides, being beside the village chief, Suzy benefited quite a bit too. Over the years, more than half of the medicine peddlers were contacted through his help. If the village chief could easily get 50% profit from the medicine peddlers, Suzy could secure a couple of percentage points too. Otherwise, at his age, he would have gone out to work already. How could he willingly become the village chief's lackey? Village chief, hurry over there. However, it may already be too late now. They might have already returned. Xuanhuan hummed and said, What if they return? The land won't run away. There's something I must let you handle. Come closer, I'll whisper it to you. Suzy moved closer to the village chief. Xuanhuan whispered close to his ear. Seeing Suzy nodding frequently and responding affirmatively. Understood, village chief, I'll handle it immediately. Xuanhuan trusted Suzy's capabilities very much. But sometimes, things he should emphasize, he still had to remind. Remember, you must act secretly. Don't let our secretary catch us. Once caught, I cannot save you, understood? Alright, understood. As soon as Suzy left, Xiuxian returned from outside the house. What did you send that boy to do? What else can I ask him to do? Naturally, to do good things. Xiuxian frowned. Are you capable enough to do good deeds? Just don't hold the secretary back. The village chief sighed twice. Who exactly is my wife? Yours or the secretary's? Why do you always side against me when it matters? Xiuxian chuckled. How can you call me siding against you? I am just telling you not to pick up stones only to drop them on your own feet. Our secretary isn't easy either, has been working here for a few years now. Many times, you have sabotaged his efforts as the village chief. Xuanhuan didn't agree. That's because he lacks ability. If he truly had ability, would he fear my sabotage? Xiuxian didn't reply, letting him have it his way. Anyway, if the factory wasn't built successfully, the secretary might also get transferred due to lack of accomplishments. He probably has only a few more years as the village chief, and once his term is up, the next secretary won't care about the former village chief's authority when they come in with new plans. At the same time, Xiuxian followed Secretary Sun back to the office. The photos taken were all on the film. This film mustn't be exposed to light. If it is, everything will be wasted, so no one dared to take the film out. Qianjin, there's a favor I need you to run. Xiuxian asked. What is it? The photos we took need to be developed at the photo studio in town. I can't make the trip myself, so would you mind taking them there later? As for the development cost, I'll give you the money later. Xiuxian waved a hand. I'll cover that cost myself. It's my contribution to building the factory. But how do I get there? Do we have a bicycle? The village secretary pointed to a 28-inch bike leaning against the corner of the yard. That bike works, but its brakes aren't very reliable. When you ride, please don't go too fast. Xiuxian acknowledged this, thinking he could control his speed anyway. Riding slowly and steadily should avoid problems. But what if there's an uphill or downhill section, especially downhill, where the wheels might spin out of control? Xiuxian decided to check the bike himself and maybe tighten the brake cable to fix it. Xiuxian entered the yard to carefully inspect the bike. Sure enough, the brake cable had loosened. After grabbing a tool to tighten it and checking by squeezing the brake, confirming there was no problem, he prepared to leave. Just then Tao Hui came out from inside, surprised to see him tinkering with the bike. Wow, you know how to repair bikes? She said amazed. Xiuxian replied, I've watched others fix bikes before, so I just gave it a try symbolically. What's up? Nothing. I just think your hands are quite skillful. If I had such skilled hands, that'd be nice. Xiuxian didn't find anything worth learning from this. Don't follow my example. It's no big skill. Do you want to come along with me? Tao Hui had already been in the village for several days now. She had walked around front and back countless times, and there was really nothing new left to explore. I might as well. Wait for me a moment while I change clothes. Xiuxian wasn't in a hurry either. They were simply going to the town to entrust the shop owner with developing the film within a certain time frame, and whether it happened earlier or later made no difference. When Tao Hui finished changing her clothes, Xiuxian pushed the village secretary's bicycle and headed toward the town. Chapter 175, A Coincidental Opportunity. After pushing the bicycle out of the village, they found several grandpas and grandmas gathered at the village entrance. They had been there for so long that the elders in the village were already aware of their existence. Xiuxian enthusiastically greeted them, especially those aunts who scrutinized him up and down because Tao Hui had changed into a clean set of clothes. Looking youthful and vibrant, she was quite different from the girls who came out of the village. Xiuxian deliberately patted the bicycle in front of those aunts. Get on, I'll take you to town. Tao Hui, who had seen bigger scenes, wasn't afraid of being constantly stared at by those aunts. As soon as Xiuxian invited her to get on, she immediately sat up. This action brought no small shock to those aunts. The expressions on each of their faces were thought-provoking. Regardless of how thought-provoking their expressions were, Xiuxian wouldn't possibly abandon Tao Hui because of those aunts' expressions. Now the two of them were tied together like fleas on a rope. If they couldn't stay bound, there would be a rift between him and Mr. Zhou later. In the phone calls, Mr. Zhou repeatedly instructed Xiuxian to ensure Tao Hui's safety. It seemed that Mr. Zhou also knew that a beautiful woman like Tao Hui must face significant danger when traveling outside. As the two rode their bicycles further away, the group of elderly men and women at the village entrance side. Nowadays, women have no restraint at all, pairing up with men in broad daylight. Those who know understand that the two are perfectly innocent, but others might think they're lovers. Who says otherwise? Women who love dressing up aren't doing something good. To me, it's just tempting old men. We should watch our own men carefully, making sure they're not deceived by such vixens. I heard that some time ago, this very woman went to the village chief's house, and the village chief kept staring at her. When she left, Xiuxian got angry. The village entrance never lacked gossip. Even when there was nothing much, one word here, one word there, changed the flavor entirely. Xiuxian didn't ride the bike too fast since the dirt road was already bumpy. If he rode too quickly, the person sitting behind would suffer, especially the buttocks. The buttocks are divided into two parts, and after a bumpy ride, they might end up feeling like dumpling filling by the time they got off. Moreover, Tao Hui dressed up beautifully, and she wouldn't want to look disheveled after riding on the back of the bicycle. Finally, they arrived in the town where it was bustling with people coming and going. Today happened to be the weekend. A sudden idea struck Xiuxian. Do you like watching movies, Miss Tao? Holding on to Xiuxian's clothes, Tao Hui said, how about it? Are you inviting me to a movie? Is it a romantic film or a comedy? It's a romantic film. After all, love is supreme between a man and a woman. Xiuxian said teasingly. You're not my boyfriend. Why should I go see a romantic film with you? Actually, I don't want noodles anymore these days. Can we find a restaurant and eat something better after we visit the photo studio? Xiuxian had the same thought. Even if she didn't say it, he still planned to take her to a nice place to eat, in order to appease his hunger properly. Unconsciously, he pedaled the bicycle faster, but didn't forget to remind Tao Hui to hold on tight. The roads in town were smoother and easier to navigate. They circled around the town and eventually found a photo studio. The owner of the photo studio was very enthusiastic. Upon hearing that they wanted to develop photos, he immediately agreed. Just give me the roll of film. Come back in 3 days to pick it up and pay. Xiuxian then suggested, 2 sets please. The photo studio owner nodded. Developing how many sets was up to the customers. He priced everything according to the normal rate. After taking the roll of film, the photo studio owner handed the camera back to Xiuxian. After paying, they left the photo studio. There were a few small restaurants nearby, which looked decent enough. Xiuxian, pushing the bicycle, chose one among them. The last time he ate Guangdong dim sum, it was good, but the taste was too light for his liking. But today, he decided to bring Tao Hui to try the local specialty from Northeast China. Tao Hui smiled at the restaurant sign and said, "So your local specialty from Northeast is this kind of little diner? I think it's pretty good. It's full of the warmth of daily life, truly showing each region's unique charm," Xiuxian replied. "The next time I'll invite Boss Zhou over so he can try it as well." After finishing, Xiuxian quickly pushed the door open, letting Tao Hui go in first. Of course, that's possible. It's just a matter of when Boss Zhou has time. If he can travel 1,000 miles to enjoy a meal, then next time I will treat the guests, Xiuxian said confidently. Upon entering the restaurant, it was lively and bustling inside. There were only 2 empty tables left in sight. One of them was by the door, which kept opening and closing frequently, so it wasn't quiet at all. The other table was next to the counter. Although neither location was ideal, the one near the counter had less impact. "Let's take the one inside," Xiuxian suggested. Tao Hui just sat down when Xiuxian fetched 2 small wine glasses, about the size of his palm, probably enough for 3 to 5 sips. "How come you want to have a drink?" Xiuxian pointed at the 3 large jars of wine behind the counter. "Look, that's ginseng-infused wine. The alcohol content shouldn't be too high. Let's try a cup." Tao Hui hadn't tasted ginseng wine before, so encouraged by Xiuxian, she agreed to give it a try. Xiuxian took the menu and ordered a few dishes, all specialties from Northeast China. Of course, he also wanted Tao Hui to choose some dishes she liked. But Tao Hui looked at the options and hesitated to open her mouth. "You go ahead. You're local. The dishes you order must taste good. I trust your judgment." Xiuxian didn't expect Tao Hui to trust him this much. He added a soup to the original 4 dishes. Naturally, the main course would be rice. "I never expected that this trip over would turn out to be unintentionally successful, and we'd actually achieve something. Mr. Zhou really listens to Grandpa Sun's advice. With Grandpa Sun's support, I think setting up the factory is bound to succeed." Tao Hui remained calm. "It's already a sure thing. Mr. Zhou has completed the process. The next steps are to apply to the government for approval, and as long as Secretary Cui prepares the land, the later materials and machines will follow. At that point, it's just a matter of time before construction begins. If things go smoothly, the factory could be built within half a year. By then, the people in this village can work in the factory. I think their lives will be several times better than now." Xiuxian thought exactly the same. Unfortunately, such good fortune didn't fall on our Hejiang village. Pouting slightly, Tao Hui said, "Why should you complain? Your Hejiang village already has a factory. However, you could invest spiritually. Once this factory grows strong, you will be considered an important figure in making it happen. If you have any requests, I believe that I, as the plant manager, will definitely make things easy for you." Daydreaming filled Xiuxian's mind. He smiled and said, "I haven't thought so deeply. Everything, all of it, is fate. It's a coincidence." Chapter 176. Will 30 yuan suffice? At 4 in the afternoon, the village head, led by Suzi, took a look at the back mountain of the village. It has to be admitted that if this land were used to build a factory, it would indeed be quite suitable. However, once the factory was built, his cooperation with the drug dealers would have to be made public. At that point, his actions of taking benefits would surely become known to everyone in the village. So Yin Songshan must stop the construction of the factory. "Village head, we absolutely cannot let this factory be built. Once it's up, what's left for us?" The village head sucked on his tobacco pipe. "Yes, we can't let this factory be built. Otherwise, won't our good days come to an end? And those drug dealers will definitely not come anymore. Let's go to the brigade and chat with the secretary who's always off doing his own thing." Suzi followed Yin Songshan to the brigade office, thinking that the secretary probably wouldn't be there at this time. But upon entering, they saw the secretary busy in the courtyard. "The secretary is still busy. Shouldn't it be time to clock out?" said Yin Songshan. The secretary chuckled and said, "I don't have a fixed clock out time. Village head, what brings you here? Which wind blew you over again?" Before Xiuxian came, there wasn't such a deep rift between the secretary and the village head. But ever since Xiuxian arrived, the relationship between them deteriorated quickly. "I heard that today you went to check out that empty plot over there, planning to build a factory. Is that true or false?" This time the secretary didn't dodge the question. "It's definitely true. The factory will certainly be built on the empty plot. That land doesn't bother them. When the machines start running, we won't get affected by noise pollution. I think that plot is very suitable. However, today is Saturday, and government departments are resting. On Monday, I'll take the relevant materials to apply, and I believe the relevant department will pass the application." After hearing these words, Yin Songshan had no idea how to respond. An elected village head couldn't possibly challenge the government departments. But Yin Songshan had done his research. While listening to the radio, he often heard about factories discharging sewage and causing pollution that exceeded standards. This caused local environmental damage, harming farmland and affecting the daily lives of surrounding residents. He assumed that the village secretary should know about these things too. If he didn't, then he'd give him a heads up. "Secretary, once the factory is built, there will be no turning back. If the boss turns out to be ruthless like Zhou Bapi, a mean person, our village will only suffer more." The secretary saw him coming and knew he wasn't there for any good reason. "I've already investigated the background of that boss. Merchants are certainly not philanthropists, but they will absolutely not make our lives worse. Rest assured, village head Yin." These words stung Yin Songshan's ears, so he decided to speak openly. "Secretary, I actually disagree with building this factory. If you insist on building it, you need the consent of the villagers." Town. Feeling satisfied after eating well outside, Xiuxian patted his bulging belly, reminiscing about the taste of the dishes from just now. Miss Tao, where shall we go next? Or should we call it a day and head back? Tao Hui stood on the street edge, looking left and right. Frankly speaking, she didn't want to return. After all, it was uncertain when the next outing would be. Or we could browse around some more. I saw a clothes shop over there. Indeed, shopping remains the favorite pastime of women at all times. Xiuxian didn't regret letting her lead since he initiated the discussion. Since he opened the door, he had to follow through. Walking 2 or 3 blocks ahead, they saw a small clothing store with a handmade sign advertising women's apparel placed at the entrance. Outside were racks adorned with colorful clothes. Xiuxian thought that the designs weren't attractive enough. Estimating that Tao Hui might be uninterested, to his surprise, Tao Hui pushed open the door to take a look inside. This greatly surprised Xiuxian as the clothes seemed unappealing even to him. He wondered how Tao Hui persuaded herself to glance inside. However, since they were there, they had to proceed. Entering also wasn't such a big deal until they realized the store held hidden gems inside. Inside, the clothes looked pretty impressive. It seemed the ones displayed outside were merely cheap offerings while the quality garments were kept indoors. Only now did Xiuxian fully understand the saying. Sometimes women don't need eyes for shopping. They rely on their instincts to find their perfect place. Looking at the clothes hanging on the wall, Xiuxian suddenly pointed to a white dress with red floral patterns. I think this skirt suits you very well. Tao Hui suddenly turned around and smiled, saying to the boss, I think so too. Boss, would you please take this skirt down for me? I want to try it on. The boss was retching and took the skirt down with a rod. If it fits well, I'll get you a new one later. This one has been hanging here for a long time. Tao Hui went into the dressing room, and Xiuxian followed, and came to the door of the dressing room. In fact, the so-called dressing room is just a corner enclosed by a curtain. At the moment when Tao Hui pushed open the curtain and went in, Xiuxian glanced at the inside out of the corner of his eye. There was only a red plastic stool placed inside. When Tao Hui was about to take off her clothes, she suddenly pulled the curtain open again, reminding Xiuxian not to peek. Xiuxian frowned, and thought he was an upright gentleman and would never peek at women trying on clothes. All right, I'll turn around. My neck doesn't have eyes anyway. Although he said that, Xiuxian didn't turn around. He just stood there like that. His eyes couldn't see through walls, let alone that the curtain wasn't a gauze net. Once it was drawn, surely nothing could be seen. A little while later, the sound of rustling was heard from inside. All sorts of images of Tao Hui's graceful figure kept popping up in Xiuxian's mind. Maybe it was because of his age. Occasionally, images of young ladies would pop into his mind. Xiuxian shook his head quickly, wanting to drive out these dirty thoughts. However, after waiting for a while, he heard Tao Hui's voice from inside. Qianjin, help me zip up the skirt. Xiuxian exclaimed in surprise as he heard the curtain being lifted. Tao Hui had already put on the skirt, only needing the zipper on the back pulled up which she couldn't reach herself. It was the first time Xiuxian was zipping up a dress for a woman. Tao Hui had long hair that was curled into big waves, scattered behind her like seaweed. Xiuxian extended his hand over. Just as he was about to move the zipper upwards, Tao Hui stopped him. Chapter 177, Willing to Follow the Village Chief. The reason for stopping wasn't anything else. It was because Tao Hui was worried about the zipper catching her hair. Usually grabbing a handful of hair wouldn't hurt so much. But when a single strand got pulled, it could make her tear up, so she gathered her hair from behind to one side. Only then did she let Xiuxian pull the zipper up. After it was zipped, Tao Hui finally stepped out of the dressing room. When the store owner saw that I, Tao Hui, was already dressed, they started complimenting me immediately. Miss, this dress looks amazing on you. When I first bought this dress, I kind of regretted it. Our local girls here don't really like to dress up, and at that time I only bought 2 pieces. More than half a year has passed, and not a single one was sold. Actually, Tao Hui had similar dresses at home, but women never get tired of having too many clothes. Especially since this one was recommended by Xiuxian, there was no reason not to buy it. After checking herself in the mirror, left and right, she thought the dress looked good indeed. It was also very comfortable, perfectly accentuating her figure. Turning around, she came to Xiuxian's side. What do you think of this dress? If you think it's good, I'll buy it. If you think it lacks something, then I'll look again. Xiuxian took a close look, then gave Tao Hui a big thumb up. I think your choice of this dress is excellent. How much is it, boss? Not expensive, 45. Xiuxian widened his eyes immediately. What? A dress costs 45, were golden threads hidden inside. So expensive, can we get a discount? The clothing store owner said with a difficult face. Young man, my purchase price for this dress was 40. I only earned $5 from it. You can't expect me to do business at a loss, right? Tao Hui intended not to haggle, as 45 yuan was not expensive for her. Buying happiness was always worth it. But Xiuxian insisted on bargaining. 30, just 30. It's the cost price of a piece of clothing. If I didn't know better, I would have been deceived by you. While negotiating the price, Xiuxian pushed Tao Hui back into the fitting room to take off the dress. Tao Hui couldn't quite understand what he was doing, but still followed his advice and returned to the fitting room, taking off the dress and putting her own clothes back on. Xiuxian folded the dress neatly and returned it to the shop owner. This clothing is too expensive for us to afford, or I will buy you some fabric, find a tailor, and have them sew you one instead. Tao Hui frowned and said, this is my first time getting a dress tailored by a seamstress. But do you really think this dress doesn't suit me? Xiuxian leaned close to her ear and said, this boss is charging way too much. We can't let them deceive us, follow me. Xiuxian grabbed Tao Hui's hand and walked out of the store, not even looking at other clothes. However, Just as they reached the door, the clothing store owner suddenly called them back. All right, young man. I'll sell it to you at the price you suggested. Otherwise, I won't even cover the original cost of this dress. Once the clothing store owner agreed to the sale, Xiuxian's face lit up with a smile. Tao Hui realized that this was his little plan all along. With a new dress in hand, Tao Hui left the clothing store contentedly. Just before leaving, Xiuxian realized an issue. The store owner definitely wouldn't run a losing business. Thus, selling it for 30 yuan still meant he'd incurred a loss. But gifting Tao Hui a dress she liked was also worthwhile. They wandered around the town until dusk, then both cycled back. Upon returning, they noticed the secretary's office was still lit. Xiuxian took the roasted chicken cold dish he bought inside. Secretary, why aren't you resting so late? The secretary sighed upon seeing him return. Xianjin, you've finally come back. There's an issue. Before Xiuxian could finish his next words, the secretary interrupted with an issue. What's the issue? The secretary simply repeated what the village chief had said. Upon hearing it, Xiuxian didn't think there was any problem. What's so difficult about this, secretary? You've worked in this village for many years. Could you not get at least half the people to agree? Besides, it's for the villagers' benefit. Once the factory is set up, every household will be able to make money. The secretary was troubled. The problem lies in whether this money will really reach the common people's hands. Xiuxian looked at him and asked, Secretary, what worries you? Or do you feel this factory won't meet our expectations after it starts? Xiuxian knew what the secretary was worried about inside, so to ease his concerns, Xiuxian told him his experiences. The herbs and ginseng from the Dongjin Mountains are not as good as those from Changbai Mountain. But even so, he still made a lot of money when he went to Guangdong. Moreover, hunting in the mountains could also bring in some cash from the game. However, this was somewhat difficult for ordinary people. After all, it took courage and not everyone could master it. That's why the proposal was to build a factory where professionals could provide training. Besides, the people here were skilled at going into the mountains to find ginseng and dig herbs. They didn't even need any instruction before they started working. Back then, Grandpa's son would buy 1 pound of Chinese medicine for 15 yuan. How much did the drug dealers buy it for? Even though the price will definitely be lower after the factory is built, it won't be too unreasonable. Also, herbs are classified by quality. Better ones fetching higher prices while worse ones fetch lower prices. In the end, whether it's high quality or poor quality herbs, villagers can make money from them. This is an incredibly profitable deal for the villagers, so why wouldn't they agree? As Xiuxian said more and more, the village secretary grew increasingly concerned. He also knew the factory would be beneficial, but there was fear that the village chief might interfere in between. The village chief had insisted that to build the factory, more than half the villagers' consent must be obtained. If we don't get enough support, I won't be able to build the factory. At the crucial moment, Xiuxian stepped forward to support the secretary. Relax, I'll find a way to rally the villagers on your side. One village chief doesn't have that much power. The secretary looked at Xiuxian, thinking to himself, you're an outsider, underestimating the influence of the village chief here. But Xiuxian didn't take this as a serious issue. He placed the meals he bought on his desk. Let's eat something first. Seeing the food, the secretary realized he hadn't eaten dinner, and his stomach had already been growling. If you have no other business, secretary, I'll go back to my room and think about how to deal with our Mr. Yin village chief. Once it turned dark, Wang began causing trouble around the village. He was Yin Songshan's lapdog. Anything Yin Songshan needed done was left to him. Thus, he was the busiest person at this time, visiting each household that supported the village chief. Actually, this village wasn't large. The secretary had been here for only a short while, and during this time, no substantial achievements had been made. The village's appearance remained unchanged. Although some doubted the secretary's competence, they were willing to follow the village chief instead. Chapter 178. Go find the village chief. At least the village chief had the contact information of the medicine dealers. Every 1 or 2 months, they could hand over the ginseng they found to the medicine dealers in exchange for 100 or 80 yuan to sustain their living. But in comparison, the secretary doesn't even have this kind of ability. How can they believe that the secretary came here to make them live a better life? Xiuxian was busy for more than half the night, and finally got a chance to rest. He was just about to go to the village chief's house to tell him about this matter, when suddenly someone struck him on the back of the head with a stick. Everything went black. When he woke up, he found his hands and feet were tied, and there was a cloth stuffed in his mouth. He could only make sounds, unable to speak. Looking around, he realized this must be a utility room. There were farming tools stacked in the corner along with a few large baskets. On the other side, firewood and honeycomb briquettes were placed. Xiuxian didn't know where he was being held, but his family would surely worry since he hadn't returned home all night. The village wasn't very big. It wouldn't take long for them to find him. Xiuxian was extremely angry. Who would dare knock him out from behind like that? If he caught whoever did this, he'd pay them back tenfold, even 100-fold. However, after being busy all night, he now had no idea what time it was. Judging by how things were going, at least 7 or 8 hours must have passed. During these 7 or 8 hours, his stomach was completely empty, so hungry it felt like his chest was touching his back. If someone gave him a steamed bun made of white flour right now, he wouldn't even need any vegetables. He'd devour it instantly. Xiuxian racked his brain, trying to figure out who in this village would dare oppose him. Though he usually sneaked into widows' houses at night and spied on young women bathing, he hadn't really caused substantial harm to his neighbors. Besides, it wasn't just him doing such things. Once, when he was spying on a widow bathing, the widow herself actually came out to hit him. Her fists weren't strong when she hit him. It was less like hitting and more like teasing flirtatiously. The two of them almost ended up together. As for the unmarried young women, they were shy about it, and he hadn't spread rumors about them either. No matter how much he thought about it, he still couldn't figure out who was against him and dared use such dirty tricks. If they really found him, he would tear them apart alive. While lost in thought, he heard footsteps outside the door. Xiuxian quickly pretended to still be unconscious. He closed his eyes, and then the door creaked open. Quietly, Xiuxian opened his eyes slightly. To his surprise, the visitors turned out to be the two outsiders. As soon as Xiuxian saw them, he immediately opened his eyes and struggled fiercely. Xiuxian, upon seeing this, didn't stop him. Stop struggling already. Are you tired? Do you want to eat? Are you hungry? Look what I've got here. Xiuxian knew how to strike at the heart. He brought over a bowl of braised pork and 2 cornmeal cakes. At this moment, these items were worth more than any delicacy or mountain treasure. As soon as Xiuxian saw the bowl of braised pork, his eyes lit up. Xiaohui pulled out the cloth from his mouth at this point. If you want to eat, you can. But you have to answer my questions first. Xiuxian knew there was no way he could eat this meal so easily. He said defiantly, "What do you want to ask? Why did you resort to such underhanded ways of attacking me from behind? This might leave me stupid, making it impossible for me to marry a wife in the future." Xiaohui frowned. "Someone like you, wanting to marry a wife? Are you pretending we don't know about you? Or are you really fooling us? You're nothing but a troublemaker in the village, not serious about anything. If some girl really followed you, it'd be the unluckiest thing in 8 lifetimes. Last night, why were you creeping around the village in secret? Were you planning to steal something or scare someone in the middle of the night?" Xiuxian watched as the two exchanged words smoothly. From the moment they walked in, he thought that his secrets with the village chief were probably known by them. In his mind, he was contemplating how to handle the situation, but he didn't expect them to ask about this. Since they asked this question, he could answer it easily. "I couldn't sleep, so I just went out for a walk." "Is that not allowed?" "Yes, of course. But you were knocking on doors house by house, whispering to people. You really think we couldn't see that? I've already learned that your relationship with the village chief is the best. No matter big or small matters, you always consult him first before proceeding. And the village chief treats you as a confidant. Aren't you persuading the villagers on behalf of the village chief to vote against building the factory next week?" Upon hearing Xiuxian's statement, Xiuxian quickly denied it. "No, you mustn't talk nonsense. Saying those things requires evidence." Xiuxian chuckled. "What? Aren't my words enough as evidence? Or do you want me to call the village chief over and let him confront you?" Xiuxian squinted his eyes as his stomach began to growl again. He was really hungry, but he couldn't have the village chief come over either. If their stories didn't match up and the truth came out, the village chief wouldn't be able to protect him anymore. Don't. Let me tell you the truth. The village chief really doesn't support the secretary's plan to build this factory. The main concern is that the factory might cause too much pollution. Then the medicinal herbs we find won't fetch good prices, and it may even be worse than now." Xiuxian moved the bowl of braised pork in front of Xiuxian's nose. "Think carefully and tell me, is that really the case?" The aroma of the braised pork was irresistible. Xiuxian desperately sniffed deeply twice, as if that could satisfy his hunger. "If you tell me the truth, this bowl of braised pork will surely be yours." Xiuxian knew deep down that he couldn't betray the village chief just for this bowl of braised pork. If he did so and exposed all the secrets, how could he continue living in the village? But the bowl of braised pork was truly tempting. After some contemplation, Xiuxian decided to give himself a chance. "Why ask me instead of going straight to the village chief? Isn't it because you're afraid to face him?" Upon hearing this, Xiuxian quickly moved the bowl of braised pork aside. "Xiaohui, did you see that? Xiuxian is quite clever. Since that's the case, let's take this braised pork back with us and eat it ourselves. We won't leave any cake either. Though he looks thin, I think he can withstand hunger for 2 days. Let's go." Xiuxian picked up the bowl of braised pork and the 2 cakes and started to walk away. Xiaohui also wore an expression of helplessness. But as soon as they turned around and hadn't walked more than a few steps, Xiuxian started shouting, Don't go. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything." Only at this critical moment did he cooperate. Xiuxian glanced at him briefly and said, "It's too late. This meat and cake are no longer for you. If you have anything to say or ask, we'll go directly to the village chief, and we won't bother you anymore." Seeing that Xiuxian was really leaving, Xiuxian couldn't sit still anymore. He struggled violently, like a fish flapping on the shore. Chapter 179, Bored to go up the mountain. Xiaohui patted Xiuxian's shoulder as if she was telling him, "Look at what Xiuxian has become. Have some pity on him." Xiuxian turned around and gave her a glance full of disdain and contempt. "I already gave him a chance just now, but he didn't seize it. How can that be my fault? It's quite obvious it's not my fault. So let him starve. I would actually feel reluctant to give this bowl of meat to him." As the door was about to close, Xiuxian shouted loudly, trying to say something. However, no matter how Xiuxian shouted, Xiuxian never looked back. The mouth-watering braised pork just flew away like that, leaving Xiuxian filled with regret. He believed that even if he had told Xiuxian about Yin Songshan's plan, given Yin Songshan's ability, he would definitely have come up with another way to deal with it. Moreover, it was Xiuxian who had been causing trouble behind his back. If it hadn't been for his sneak attack from behind, Xiuxian wouldn't have fallen into his hands. Therefore, this incident had nothing directly to do with Xiuxian himself. Xiuxian couldn't resist the temptation of delicious food, but Xiuxian had already decided against giving Xiuxian any more meals. Not until the afternoon did Xiuxian finally enter holding a cup of water made of porcelain. "You're not having dinner? Then have some water. If you get dehydrated, We'll have to send you to the hospital, wasting money. Upon seeing that cup of water, Suzy couldn't stop his tears from streaming down his face. Had he valued the previous bowl of braised pork more, he wouldn't be so heartbroken over this bowl of water now. Xiuxian tilted the cup slightly to 45 degrees and sent the rim to his lips, letting the water flow into his mouth. Suzy drank greedily, finding the water to be incredibly sweet. After drinking, he still felt unsatisfied and croaked out a plea for another glass. Xiuxian replied readily, "All right, wait a moment. I'll get you another glass." As soon as Xiuxian left, Suzy felt his eyes moisten. He had never found a cup of plain water so delicious before. But the more delicious it was, the more he regretted missing the earlier meal. This wait lasted for more than half an hour before Xiuxian brought the second cup of water. Suzy looked at him, intending to ask why it took so long to get one cup of water. Before he could open his mouth, Xiuxian explained that he had been delayed by something else. When the second glass was half finished, Suzy simply couldn't bear it anymore. Now he wanted food. "I'll tell you everything. It was Xuanhuan who asked me to gather all the people opposing him. On voting day, they were going to vote against together. We counted the number of people. There are nearly half enough to vote against. The main goal was to make sure the secretary's plans don't succeed. Actually, we understand why the village chief does this." Xiuxian shook his head lightly at this issue. "Do you think that your opposition vote alone can stop the establishment of the factory? Isn't that too simple a way of thinking? If the government departments must build a factory here, do you think a village chief can influence or control the situation? You guys live in a village. Can your town assign anything and you can't refuse?" To be honest, this question was beyond Suzy's understanding. If he had grasped it clearly, he wouldn't have become Xuanhuan's lapdog. "How am I supposed to know this? I just follow what the village chief asks me to do. Unfortunately, before I could report to the village chief, I got hit by you and locked up without food. Now that I've already told you, shouldn't you give me something to eat?" Xiuxian chuckled. "I said I'd starve you for 2 days. I can't go back on my word, right? Can you keep going? Do you want some more water? Or should I pour it out?" Suzy very much wanted to show some backbone and reply, "Pour it out, just pour it." But as he thought of the bowl of red braised pork lost because of his stubbornness, he realized that it would be safest to drink the rest of this half cup of water. Don't. I'll drink it." Xiuxian placed the cup at his lips again. Just as Suzy was about to sip, Xiuxian pulled the cup away. "Don't drink too much water all at once. I'm worried you might need to go to the bathroom. We're all busy. We may not pay attention to you immediately. If you wet your pants, the smell will be hard to handle. You'd better drink less." It was clear to Suzy now that Xiuxian wasn't really here to give him water. It was merely a way to torment him through the process. "I've already said everything I know. Can you not let me go? What if my family looks for me? The village isn't big. If every household can't find me, they'll surely seek help from the secretary." Xiuxian did not hide his answer regarding this issue. "Your family did come looking for you, but the secretary said he doesn't know about it. He also doesn't know what I've done to you. Your family wouldn't possibly ask a stranger like me for your whereabouts, right?" Xiuxian patted Suzy's shoulder and instructed him, "Get some sleep. You'll be able to eat when you wake up." Suzy wished he could kick Xiuxian's butt, but he couldn't manage to do so. Without food, he had no strength at all. Xiuxian left in high spirits, leaving Suzy feeling extremely frustrated. Yet there was nothing Suzy could do about this strange fellow. As Xiuxian came out of the storeroom, he happened to bump into the secretary who was about to leave. "Secretary, where are you going at this time?" "I'm going out to take care of some things. I'll be back later. Don't wait for me for dinner." With that, the secretary rode his bicycle away. Xiuxian poured the water from his tea mug onto the ground. At this moment, Tao Hui appeared and asked, "Did you tell him?" "Yes. If I had known a cup of water would be enough to deal with it, I wouldn't have spent so much money buying meat. But fortunately, the meat wasn't wasted. We enjoyed eating it ourselves." While saying these words, Xiuxian deliberately raised his voice. He figured that just behind a single door, Suzy should be able to hear clearly. Indeed, Suzy heard every word, feeling deeply sorrowful and regretful inside. But there was nothing he could do. When Xiuxian gave him the chance earlier, he hadn't seized it. "I don't know what the secretary is doing at this hour, but regarding the factory voting issue, it has already been placed on the agenda. It's probably happening in the next couple of days. If the secretary can gain the support of more than half the people, the factory will be built, and then they'll find an engineering team to fence off the empty land over there." Subsequent matters were beyond Xiuxian's control, and Mr. Zhou would find a professional team to handle this situation. Thinking about it, it seemed as if everything was falling into place. "If there's nothing else, come with me up the mountain in a while. I really need to find a few ginseng roots. Otherwise, my mountain goods store won't have anything good left." Tao Hui didn't refuse. When the two of them reached the foot of the mountain, they saw a large pit from far away. Recalling their first day here, the two uncles who stole the ginseng said they encountered a nest of snakes here. This large pit must be the snake den. Taking courage, Xiuxian approached cautiously. After glancing around twice, he exclaimed, "This pit is quite large." Chapter 180, Ancestors' Protection. Tao Hui hid far away, fearing that another snake might crawl out from the snake pit. She was most afraid of these legless animals. Xiuxian turned back to call her. "Come on, don't be afraid. It's already empty here. You don't think snakes are very brave, do you?" Tao Hui didn't care whether the snakes were brave or not. She was scared anyway. "I'll go up first and wait for you. I won't go over there to take a look." Seeing Tao Hui's timidity, Xiuxian didn't find it amusing enough to scare her into crying. Their purpose of climbing the mountain together was quite consistent. They had benefited from those two uncles. Xiuxian found the ginseng bound with a red rope and carefully dug it out. Each root was of good quality. Tao Hui picked one and said, "This one is for me. I'll take it home to stew some chicken soup." Xiuxian, who had been with Dr. Tao before, also understood some characteristics of herbs. If you want to stew soup, just add a little bit of ginseng. Don't put in an entire root at once, otherwise, you might have a nosebleed because it's too nourishing. Tao Hui covered her nose and said, "Do you think I'm stupid? I know how to cook. I've bought American ginseng before, but I think it's not as good as what I dig myself." The two of them wandered around the mountain aimlessly until it was getting late. Only then did they decide to head back. But when they retraced their steps, Xiuxian suddenly noticed some footprints that were definitely not human. Both of them were wearing flat shoes with different sole patterns. It was easy to distinguish that the footprints belonged to humans. However, on their way back, besides their own shoe prints, they found some other footprints. Tao Hui only noticed this after being reminded by Xiuxian. Squatting down, she held her hand above the footprint and pondered, "What kind of animal footprint is this? It's bigger than my palm." Xiuxian roughly estimated and said, "It could be a bear, or maybe a tiger." Of course, it doesn't exclude other creatures, but their appearance here is a bit strange. Tao Hui didn't know much about wild animals' habits. The only way she interacted with large animals was through visiting zoos. Compared with artificial breeding, wild animals were worlds apart in terms of temperament. Animals in the zoo were more docile, with breeders always keeping an eye on them. They prevented conflicts between tourists and animals, but such scenarios didn't exist in the wild. There was a high likelihood that an animal would hide in the dark waiting for its chance to pounce when you weren't paying attention. "What does that mean?" asked Tao Hui. "You see, this mountain is so vast. Wild animals should not appear in places close to human activity according to reason. The only possibility is that they got lost or someone intentionally led them here. And look, the size of these footprints is consistent, as well as their depth. There must be only one, not a whole group." When Xiuxian was saying this, Tao Hui looked at him with full attention. Indeed, a person looks the best when they're serious. "How do you know so much? It seems like you understand the habits of wild animals thoroughly. If you ever go hunting in the mountains, I hope you can take me along. I'd feel fulfilled for the rest of my life." Xiuxian said to Tao Hui, "You shouldn't think like that. Do you think going hunting in the mountains is sightseeing? I almost died in the mountains several times before and couldn't come back. All the good fortune I have now, being able to stand before you, comes from the virtue and luck of my ancestors. Who knows how many good words my ancestors have spoken for me in front of King Yan, so I could safely escape from the claws of those wild beasts." Tao Hui thought Xiuxian was being modest. A seasoned hunter should be able to judge the level of danger. Xiuxian merely spoke about his good luck, but knew that luck stemmed from experience. "So if we follow your reasoning, perhaps I will never have the opportunity to climb the mountain with you for hunting." Xiuxian stood up and pulled her up. "That's the best. If I successfully hunt what I want, I can show off in front of you. Think about it. If I return empty-handed, wouldn't that make you doubt my abilities?" Tao Hui was amused by Xiuxian's words. "I didn't expect men to think this way, but I understand you. You're not someone incapable. It's just a pity that I can't see it." The two returned to the main team with a few roots of ginseng. Remembering that Suzy was still here, Xiuxian went to the storage room. Upon opening the door, he discovered that Suzy was gone, and the ropes binding his hands and feet were scattered on the side. Clearly, someone had come in between. Since the secretary wasn't back yet, who had come to the team and taken Suzy away? As Xiuxian was hesitating in his heart, he heard someone speaking in the courtyard. "Where is the man? Where has he gone?" When Tao Hui saw that the visitor was the village chief, she realized that the man he had just mentioned was probably Xiuxian. "Director Yan, are you looking for Qianjin? He's gone out." Yin Songshan stood at the door. "Gone out? That's impossible. I just saw the two of you come in together. He hasn't gone out." After finishing his sentence, Yin Songshan shifted his gaze to the storeroom. Noticing his look, Tao Hui immediately came over. She was secretly giving Xiuxian cover so that Yin Songshan wouldn't catch him. "Director Yin, what exactly is your urgent business? The secretary hasn't returned yet. If there's anything, why not wait until tomorrow?" When Xiuxian went into the storeroom, he had closed the door casually behind him. Although it wasn't locked, it wasn't ajar either. However, whether or not a door could block sound was questionable. Essentially, everything Tao Hui and Yin Songshan said in the courtyard could be clearly heard by him. "You two outsiders think you can do whatever you want here in our village. Your reckless behavior has to stop. I should have sent you both to the police station from the very beginning. This way, all subsequent troubles would have been avoided." What Yin Songshan said was not without reason. If Xiuxian hadn't dealt with the village secretary, none of the later events would have happened. But sometimes, some things were bound to happen. "Director Yin, don't you still realize that with only your strength, you can't prevent this?" Tao Hui's patient persuasion did not make Yin Songshan understand how narrow-minded he was being. He took another couple of puffs on his pipe, and the white smoke he exhaled wafted through the air. "Don't talk to me about useless stuff. You two came here with premeditation, and you're not concerned about this village at all." Chapter 181, Raise the Price. To say whether Tao Hui was thinking of this village, she wasn't really. At best, she was just here on behalf of Mr. Zhou for an on-site inspection. A large part of the subsequent work still had to be handled by Mr. Zhou himself. So, she didn't agree with the seemingly noble words spoken by Yin Songshan. Tao Hui stood there expressionless. Every time she thought about all the smiles she had to force during her stay in this impoverished place, she felt she'd lost out. Xiuxian also detected some suspicious undertones from the tone in Yin Songshan's words. He clearly understood that if he continued staying in the storeroom, he would leave Tao Hui alone to face a storm of trouble. This was not something a man should do. Village chief, did you call me? The door to the storeroom opened with Xiuxian's voice. Tao Hui had already made up her mind to help deal with the situation. Now everyone could see that village chief Yin was nothing more than a stirrer, obstructing the village's path towards prosperity. Yes, I called you. Didn't you just go out? Yin Songshan fixed a questioning gaze on Tao Hui. It was as if he was asking her, didn't you say someone went out? So why is this person coming out of the storeroom? Tao Hui was at a loss, and could only look towards Xiuxian for help. As for Xiuxian, his reaction was quick. He directly said, after we returned, Miss Tao went back to her room. She might have heard me open and close the door, mistaking it for me leaving. How about Zhu? He hasn't eaten for quite a while. Upon hearing this, the village chief couldn't help but sneer coldly. Sure enough, it's you. The secretary wouldn't willingly ally with me no matter what, but would never extend their dirty hands towards Zhu. As expected, it's you. Do you know what you've done? I know, but do you have any evidence? Even Zhu doesn't have evidence to prove that it was me. Besides, where has Zhu gone? I don't know either. How can you prove that he was tied up by me? When it came to acting shamelessly, if Xiuxian dared to claim second place, no one else would dare to say they were first. Yin Songshan had never met anyone with such a thick skin. All right, playing these games with me. Let me tell you now, on the day of the vote, there's no way you'll pass. As long as I'm in this village, you young people mustn't overlook me when you act. Xiuxian tilted his head and retorted, if your village wants to stay poor forever, what does it have to do with me? I'm merely going along with the flow, providing a little convenience to the village secretary. Just then, they heard the unique bell sound of a bicycle, signaling that the secretary had returned. Pushing the bike inside, the village secretary noticed an odd flicker in the village chief's eyes upon seeing him. But the secretary maintained calmness and parked the bike first. Watching the resentment in the secretary's heart, the village chief wondered how he should vent it. Secretary, please don't be swayed by this pair's words. Building a factory is a matter that requires careful consideration. There had been disagreements between them for a long time. In the past, over small matters, the village secretary usually didn't argue with the village chief. However, concerning building the factory, he absolutely wouldn't allow the village chief to have such short-sighted views. Village chief, I'm afraid this matter isn't something you or I can change. I've already sent some materials related to building the factory to the town. After the town reviewed them, they think the plan is feasible. They will contact Miss Tao's boss on our behalf to discuss further steps. So, making Zhu rally others to cast opposing votes on voting day is useless now. In addition, the leaders from the town mentioned that if similar issues arise next time, the village chief might need to be re-elected. Given the level to which the secretary expressed his thoughts, if Yin Songshan still didn't understand, then all the salt he'd eaten over the years would have been for nothing. Watching the village chief holding his pipe, pointing at the secretary, yet unable to say a word for a long time, Xiuxian stepped forward and said to the village chief, Village chief, you're merely a civil selected official. In terms of status and power, the secretary surpasses you. In the future, it's a bother for you to make sure you understand your identity properly and stop relying on your seniority. This comment almost made the village chief angry enough to have his mouth crooked and his eyes skewed. But he couldn't figure out exactly where he had gone wrong. How come it ended up like this? He didn't feel like he had done anything particularly wicked. He just thought building a factory shouldn't cause such complications, right? Fine. Since you're all colluding together, treat my words as dog farts. I don't even want to meddle anymore. Finally, Yin Songshan left with folded arms, fuming. Xiuxian looked at the secretary and asked, Secretary, so originally, you went to the town before? The secretary nodded. In this matter, he had no reason to deceive. I'm also worried that if we drag this on for too long, there might be complications. We might as well submit the materials first. If the leaders in town can support my approach, then the village chief's obstruction will mean nothing to me. Xiuxian gave the secretary a thumbs up. He genuinely admired the secretary's decisiveness. It seems that in this case, we really don't have to worry anymore. Can Miss Tao and I start packing our things and prepare to head back? This time coming here, our original intention was just to find a few ginseng roots to take back. Unexpectedly, we've accomplished something so significant. It truly surprises me. The follow-up matters were indeed troublesome, and naturally, the secretary couldn't keep them around for company forever. Since you two are preparing to leave, tomorrow at noon I'll treat you both to a good meal, which will also serve as a farewell for you. When the village chief returned home, he saw Zhu sitting on the kong with a bowl of food, wolfing it down. Seeing him eat so contentedly made the village chief's heart more restless. Zhu racked his brains. He knew that this trip, the village chief surely wouldn't have any advantages. They over there have already planned everything out. His attempt to interfere is bound to end predictably. After finishing his meal, Zhu carefully observed the village chief's expression. Village chief, what's wrong? You look like a frostbitten eggplant. Why do you appear so deflated? The village chief filled his pipe with tobacco. What else can be done? Our secretary is pretty strategic. I don't know how he convinced the leaders in town. They agreed to build this factory. I still feel there's room to stop it. I'm not satisfied. Quick, help me think of a way. Zhu exhausted all his cunning, but his limited intelligence wasn't worth much. Xiuxian walked in from outside. These days, she had seen her husband fret over stopping this matter. They slept in the same bed, so it didn't seem right for her not to offer some advice. I have a plan, but I'm not sure if you'd be willing to use it. The village chief looked up at his wife and asked quickly, what exactly is your plan? Let the medicine dealers raise the price for purchasing ginseng. The the factory's prices won't be that high for its acquisitions. It would only make the fellow villagers eat enough without becoming rich. If the medicine dealers raise the current acquisition price by twice as much, people will surely choose the option where they earn more. Naturally, they'll reject the factory's purchase price. Even if it's just 10 cents higher than the factory's offer, the fellow villagers will make their own decision. Chapter 182, Over-the-Shoulder Takedown. The village chief extended his hand and lightly tapped Xuanhuan's temple. Look at you. You're less resourceful than your sister-in-law. I'll call those drug dealers right now and ask their leader to come over. I don't believe the drug dealers will be able to keep their factory running if I make them raise prices. Xiuxian didn't rush Xuanhuan to make this call, but instead explained to him with reason and emotion. If you really make that call, I think the drug dealers won't agree so easily. In my view, it might still be better for you to bear some losses yourself. Upon hearing these words, Xuanhuan was instantly confused. Raising the price at which drug dealers buy ginseng. How did that involve him bearing a loss? Just a second ago, the village chief was still happy, but in the next moment, his face darkened. Xiuxian, what do you mean by what you just said? Are you implying that I should cover the extra cost of the increased purchase price? Xiuxian nodded, and Xuanhuan followed suit in agreement, even helping persuade the others. Among all the drug dealers he dealt with, whether from the beginning or now, each one wanted to push the price down. None wanted the families selling ginseng to earn more money. Perhaps without Xuanhuan, the drug dealers would offer an even lower price when buying medicine. Seeing Xuanhuan nod, the village chief lost his patience. What are you talking about? Why should I have to cover that gap? That's my hard-earned money. Xuanhuan frowned, thinking to himself, is that really your hard-earned money? It's clearly money you benefited from exploiting others. If those people found out, they'd probably come to his house and demand back their benefits. What would be left after that? It was only then that the village chief realized Xiuxian had given him a terrible idea, an idea that could lead him to losing even his underwear. He couldn't make that call. As soon as he did, all the good deeds he'd done over the years would be exposed. But now this was the only method he could think of. Village chief, why don't you figure out another way? Our brains aren't that clever, Xuanhuan said. Xuanhuan stared at him silently for a long time. Neither he nor the secretary were giving in. They were quietly competing against each other. But for the villagers, life went on as usual without much change. On the greater Xiuxian range side, hunters go up into the mountains to hunt. On the Dongjin Mountain side, it is the same. But it's in a neighboring village, not theirs. This day, xiuxian had nothing to do at the brigade headquarters. Although he planned to leave, when he went to buy his ticket, he discovered there wouldn't be any tickets available until 3 days later. There weren't many passengers traveling between the two places anyway. Seeing this, xiuxian wasn't in a hurry anymore. 3 days later, then so be it. He'll take another trip. Tao Hui would also follow him back home, staying for another 2 days. Come on, let's go hunting in the mountain. Suddenly, someone outside shouted these words, though it wasn't clear who spoke. As if destined by fate, something was drawing xiuxian up into the mountain. Tao Hui vaguely heard the sound from inside her room. Knowing that xiuxian was a hunter, she thought someone was inviting him and immediately got up to see what was going on. However, xiuxian just stood in the yard for a moment and then returned to the room. After a while, he came out again, carrying a chair, sat under the sun, and basked in its warmth. Tao Hui was surprised. Was this it? Did he not want to go hunting in the mountain? And that voice she heard, was it someone else saying it or her own auditory hallucination? Qianjin, did you hear someone say something just now? Xiuxian opened his eyes, turned his head to look at her, and said, so what if someone is going to the mountain to hunt? There's nothing strange about it. I've been to the mountain countless times, so I'm no longer interested. Hearing this, Tao Hui shook her head, not believing him at all. How can I believe you saying that? Xiuxian chuckled and replied, believe it or not, it's up to you. This incident had nothing to do with him anyway. Whether or not he goes up the mountain was undecided, plus this wasn't even his territory. You forgot, that day when we went up the mountain, you told me that someone intentionally lured fierce beasts down from the mountain. Don't you think that's strange? It hasn't been that long since then, and now people are already going up the mountain. Think again. What were those footprints we saw on the mountain that day? Xiuxian slowly straightened his body and turned around to look at Tao Hui. What do you mean? I don't mean anything. I just feel that this matter is a little suspicious. Stretch your mind and think about it carefully. Try to consider this problem from other aspects. Xiuxian fell silent for a long time and remained quiet. Tao Hui also remained there in a standoff with him. A moment later, Xiuxian abruptly stood up and sprinted out. Tao Hui didn't know what he was about to do, but subconsciously followed right behind him. The earlier voice had come from west to east, so naturally Xiuxian pursued in the eastern direction. After running for some distance, they finally heard someone talking about hunting. This time we've managed to lure it over here with great difficulty. We must take it down with one shot. If not, it's like letting the tiger back into the mountain. Relax, I know I've already set traps on the mountain. Even if we miss this shot, the traps that follow will surely catch it. Xiuxian originally intended to go ask what these people were hunting in the mountains. But as soon as he heard, letting the tiger back into the mountain, all the hairs on his body stood straight up. How could there still be tiger hunters here? Xiuxian hesitated. This wasn't the greater Xiuxian range, it was Dongjin Mountain. He thought it might be better to stay out of it. Perhaps there are more tigers here than in the greater Xiuxian range. However, whether more or fewer, the overall number of tiger populations does not change. It's not like you can hunt a tiger here without affecting their population stability elsewhere. The boss said he would personally show up this time, so we must return with something today. Once the boss arrives, he'll watch the butcher skin the animal live. Upon hearing this, xiuxian felt a buzzing in his ears. These people really were going to hunt tigers. Instantly, he thought of Zhang Tao. Could it be he was making a comeback? Zhang couldn't make his wishes come true in the greater Xiuxian range, so he changed places and came again, only to be accidentally encountered by xiuxian once more. Xiuxian furrowed his brows even tighter as Tao Hui eventually caught up with him. However, she hadn't overheard what the two hunters were discussing, only lightly tapping his shoulder from behind. Almost instinctively, Xiuxian grabbed Tao Hui's wrist and performed an over-the-shoulder takedown. Tao Hui felt dizzy and disoriented, her back hurting badly. Ouch! What are you doing? It's me. Xiuxian realized it was Tao Hui whom he'd thrown to the ground and hurriedly apologized. After recovering somewhat, Tao Hui glared at him resentfully and didn't speak for a long while. Chapter 183, Sabotaging the Trap. No matter how much Xiuxian apologized, this time Tao Hui didn't want to forgive him. Go away. I don't want to forgive you. If you want me to forgive you, then maybe when the sun rises from the west. Tao Hui leaned against the courtyard wall, continuously rubbing her waist. That fall earlier almost made stars appear before her eyes. It was just fortunate that her body was somewhat flexible. Otherwise, she would have been in the hospital by now. Xiuxian approached. Sorry, my apologies. Why did you sneak up on me and even tap me on the shoulder? The two hunters walking ahead turned back for a moment, thinking it was just a young couple flirting with each other, and they couldn't help but chuckle. Since he had already been discovered, Xiuxian no longer tried to hide his intentions. The two of them are about to climb the mountain to hunt a tiger. Should I stop them or pretend I haven't seen anything? After some consideration, Tao Hui replied. If you want to stop them, what's your excuse? This isn't your territory. Besides, didn't you say that tigers aren't easily defeated? What do you think their chances of success are? Upon hearing Tao Hui's words, Xiuxian followed her line of reasoning and found it to be true. Tigers are intelligent creatures with swift movements, unless. No, there are no unless. Even with advanced hunting tools in the future, dealing with wild tigers is not an easy task. At least, one must first inject them with animal tranquilizers so they can fall asleep. If the king of beasts could be captured effortlessly, it would disgrace its title. Xiuxian decided that he would go up the mountain as well. He would pretend to be someone gathering ginseng, using the process as a cover to destroy their traps, ensuring the tiger wouldn't get caught while escaping. Reflecting on their confident claims earlier, Xiuxian believed luck wouldn't be on their side. Let's go, follow me into the mountains. Tao Hui was still in pain all over and hadn't recovered yet when she heard him speak, suggesting that they should enter the mountain together. You're crazy. Do you really expect me to come with you in my current state? Xiuxian smiled and said, Of course you can. It'll be good to stretch your limbs. As we age, we can't afford to stay idle. Tao Hui mentally groaned. She was only in her 20s, why was she associated with being elderly? She felt like Xiuxian was full of nonsense. However, suddenly a force pulled her off the ground, and before she knew it, he dragged her along. By the time she realized what happened, they were already at the foot of the mountain. Now that they had arrived here, even if she didn't want to go, she'd have no choice. Xiuxian, since the day I met you, I feel my peaceful life has ended. You know, in Guangdong, I was perfectly fine being a secretary doing a routine job every day. As long as I finish my own tasks, nothing else bothers me. But since meeting you, I have to venture into the mountains and play roles with you. I nearly got myself in real danger. How deep a debt do you owe me? Xiuxian chuckled and said, I understand. After this whole thing is over, I will compensate you well. Whatever compensation you desire, I can give. Tao Hui's eyes suddenly sparkled as she joked. You mean any kind of compensation, right? While saying these words, her gaze kept dropping downward. Xiuxian noticed and quickly amended. Not all compensations, of course. As long as it's reasonable. Tao Hui hummed. All right, I know. My request will definitely be reasonable. It's very simple. Anyone could fulfill it. Xiuxian seized the word and questioned. Anyone could fulfill it? I don't believe you seem so experienced. Tao Hui smacked his back lightly. Don't chatter anymore. Why exactly are you going into the mountains? Hurry up. If we delay more, they might have already caught the tiger. Xiuxian looked at the mountain and said, Of course, I am going to destroy their traps before those two hunters. This way, their intended prey won't get injured by the trap. It will also reduce their chances of success by half after we sabotage their traps. We still need to interfere further with their hunting. What if the tiger really walks out from deep within the forest? They prepare defenses against humans. Since they set up defenses for humans, it means these two hunters can't possibly bring down the tiger alone. Xiuxian was still confident in the tiger's abilities. They definitely wouldn't succeed so easily. The two hunters had already ascended the mountain, and Xiuxian was now pulling Tao Hui along, advancing through a small path that grew increasingly difficult. Tao Hui felt utterly disoriented, aimlessly following wherever Xiuxian led her. Without knowing how far they had gone, Xiuxian's eyes seemed to have spotted something. In great excitement, he exclaimed, There it is, over there. Before Tao Hui could make sense of anything, Xiuxian had already rushed forward. Hey wait, be careful. At a moment like this, would Xiuxian even hear her? Almost in an instant, Xiuxian stepped right onto the trap. A sharp crack echoed as half of Xiuxian's body plunged into the dirt pit. Fortunately, there were no lethal weapons in the pit. It was just a simple hole over a meter deep and nearly 2 meters across. As he fell, Tao Hui almost closed her eyes tightly. She imagined those traps with sharpened stakes at the bottom, which would have pierced anyone who fell in with several large wounds. Tao Hui, come quick, help me out. Hearing Xiuxian's voice suddenly again, Tao Hui opened her eyes to find him unharmed, much to her surprise. You're fine. Xiuxian paused for a second, puzzled. Why wouldn't I be? Come on, pull me up. Otherwise, when the other two come, they'll notice. We'll be in trouble then. To avoid being discovered by the two hunters, Tao Hui quickly ran over, reaching out to pull Xiuxian. Xiuxian climbed out of the pit using the force from her pull. After climbing out, Xiuxian made no attempt to disguise the trap. He simply left the pit exposed in broad daylight. Thus, they'd effectively destroyed this particular trap. A tiger isn't blind. Any creature with eyes could tell it's a hole. Would it jump into it intentionally? For a moment, Tao Hui was stunned by Xiuxian's words. Indeed, sometimes tigers are smarter than humans. So what should we do next? What else should we do but keep going upward? Let's check for more traps. Tao Hui felt like she had used up all the courage she'd ever possessed in her lifetime just doing this. Following Xiuxian carefully, step by step, they searched thoroughly. Amazingly, they found 4 or 5 traps along this necessary path to ascend the mountain. It was clear that the two hunters were determined to capture the tiger. You said their boss Zhou's friend surnamed Zhang has such a preference for tiger skins. Why doesn't he want anything else? Didn't you hear that some of the East Asian countries neighboring ours all have woolen carpet weaving industries? Why not buy a pure wool blanket instead of insisting on a tiger's skin? Chapter 184. Why did you come to the mountain? This question was a little hard for him to answer. Tao Hui stood with her hands on her hips, breathing heavily. Where do I know? I didn't interact much with that Mr. Zhang. It wasn't because of your matter that I would have known how much he likes tiger skins. You'd better stop talking and check if there are other traps nearby. We mustn't let the tiger fall into them. Xiuxian nodded. He thought what Tao Hui said made sense. As they destroyed each trap along the way, their progress was not fast. Just as they were about to keep searching further down, they heard a scream behind them. Who is the damn person who dared destroy my traps? Xiuxian quickly sneezed twice and dragged Tao Hui towards a safer place. They pretended to be tourists on the mountain, not intentionally destroying the traps. If those two hunters were planning to repair their traps before acting again, it seemed unlikely that they would meet a tiger today. Xiuxian felt smug. Whether in Daxing'anling or here, anyone wanting to hunt tigers had to seek his approval first. Like earlier angry yells, Xiuxian could still hear them occasionally. Tao Hui couldn't help but smirk. Tell me, at your age, why are you doing something so outrageous and cursed? And this thing, you absolutely can't let those two hunters know. Otherwise, their rifles will be directly aimed at you, giving you one round. Xiuxian didn't seem to care. So what? Did they see me doing it themselves? They'll have to show evidence if they want to pin this hat on me. Since they can't produce any evidence, it can't be said that I did it. Tao Hui suddenly didn't know what to say, staying silent for a long while. She finally muttered, all right. It's like I've just met you for the first time. Your little calculations are far more complex than I assumed. Xiuxian chuckled. Thanks for the compliment. But how did they lure the tiger here? Does the tiger really obey them so well? Xiuxian was confused about this issue, so both of them hid in a safe spot on the mountain. It wouldn't lead to direct conflicts with the two hunters, and in case they encountered other wild animals, they could also protect themselves. At least the movements of the two hunters were always under their watchful eyes. Before these two hunters climbed the mountain, they were confident that they would definitely have some gains today. But unexpectedly, after climbing the mountain, they discovered all the carefully laid traps had been manually destroyed. Clearly by humans, there were shoe prints in the pits. However, they hadn't anticipated that someone might deliberately destroy the traps. After all, in these few villages around here, so many people relied on the mountain. From dawn to dusk every day, countless people came to the mountain to search for stuff. In case someone accidentally stepped into a trap, it seemed understandable. And those traps had been set up 2 days ago. Within these 2 days, countless people had entered the mountain. It seemed normal that the traps were destroyed by the climbers, unless a sign was posted nearby warning of the presence of traps. But for convenience, they hadn't placed any signs. Now that all the traps had been destroyed, it became strange. Brother, look at our traps, already turned into such a mess. Can we still catch the tiger today? The leader brother was full of distress. I don't know. If we can't find this tiger, that money will be lost. There must be a way. I don't believe that a tiger could be that formidable. Brother, I somehow think that you don't quite realize our strength with these 2 primitive guns in our hands. We can't even touch the tiger's tail. How did you agree to go deep into the mountain for the boss back then? At that moment, I thought this task wouldn't succeed. Look, it has been a week now. Not only have we not seen tiger fur, but we haven't even caught sight of its shadow yet. The elder brother snorted when hearing this conversation. At such moments, he didn't want to listen to such discouraging words. You, young man, why do you contradict me exactly when it matters? Can't you give me something I want to hear? The younger hunter was helpless, thinking what else should he tell that would satisfy his desires. What he loves to hear is no more than tigers actively coming to him and falling dead instantly. When skinning them, the tiger cooperates completely, without running or screaming. But where in the world would such extraordinary things happen? Upon hearing their conversation, Xiuxian couldn't help but burst out laughing. He thought the 2 outsiders he met before were the most foolish ones. But he never expected to find even more foolish ones here. If the tiger were really to be captured by such hunter-thieves, the decreasing number of tigers would eventually lead to the extinction of their species. It's absolutely impossible that prohibiting hunting alone could restore the population of this species. In order to avoid being discovered by the 2 hunters, Xiuxian quickly pulled Tao Hui and continued walking forward. But their slight movements were detected by the 2 hunters. Brother, there seems to be someone ahead. The one called brother immediately took out his weapon and stepped forward a couple of steps. Whoever is there, come out. Being discovered was not much of an issue. The problem was being unable to respond appropriately. Xiuxian suddenly had an idea and used his thumb to smear heavily on Tao Hui's lips. Then he noticed the lipstick on his fingertip and also smeared it onto his own lips. At first, Tao Hui didn't understand why he did this. Until she saw the red mark on his lips, she finally realized what he intended to express. She couldn't help but praise his cleverness in her heart. Xiuxian whispered close to Tao Hui's ear, "Act a little more intimate when I signal, like we're husband and wife." Tao Hui originally wanted to say who would be his wife, but her hand unconsciously wrapped around his arm. Though she verbally refused, her hands betrayed how genuine she felt. In front of the two hunters, Xiuxian walked out casually. "What's up? What happened?" Xiuxian's question actually startled the two hunters who came up the mountain. These weren't they, the young couple they met in the village while passing through earlier? They had legs as fast as that. "How come you're here? Why can't we be here?" Xiuxian retorted. "Why are you up the mountain?" asked the hunter. Xiuxian looked at him with strange eyes. "What do you think we're doing up the mountain? Can't you stop asking such odd questions? I want to know why you're up the mountain too, and with guns." The hunter had his reason. "We're obviously hunting. Can't you see?" Xiuxian furrowed his brows and said, "First time seeing you guys, quite novel. What are you hunting, sick of deer or pheasants, snow hares?" Before the second person could speak, the leader cut in. "That's none of your business." Xiuxian pondered inside. Why is this none of my business? Chapter 185. Encounter danger on the mountain. But these heartfelt words, he could not say out loud. Once they were spoken, people would know that the traps on the mountain had been tampered with by him. Xiuxian could only pretend to be having an affair with Tao Hui on the mountain, holding her waist and walking away. As they passed by the two people, those two were still discussing in low voices. Young people these days, running up the mountain at the slightest provocation. What has this mountain become? Upon hearing them say this, Tao Hui's face immediately turned as red as a persimmon. Xiuxian also looked at her with an apologetic expression and said, "I am really sorry, Miss Tao." If it was someone else, Tao Hui would definitely quibble and take offense. But since this was just an act for Xiuxian's benefit, she found herself quite enjoying the situation. "Why are you being so polite? Consider it my contribution to protecting the tigers in the mountains." Xiuxian was suddenly struck by his words. "I never expected Miss Tao to be so wise. It seems that in the future, I have much to learn from you." Tao Hui chuckled and patted his back lightly. "Stop talking already. Let's go quickly." The two of them practically went down the mountain the same way they came up. However, the path down the mountain would be much easier than going up. At least they didn't need to search endlessly for potential traps. In order to find those traps, Xiuxian practically scoured heaven and earth. As long as he saw something suspicious, he would have to go try it out. Fortunately, the final results were somewhat satisfying. The ones he tested all turned out to be traps. But one thing puzzled him. Why did these two hunters think such simple traps could capture tigers? Do they actually believe that with such small contraptions, they could make the tiger jump obediently into the trap, waiting to be captured? Xiuxian thought their idea was somewhat laughable, but everyone was fighting for survival, and he could understand that. He knew that Huajimai would disappear due to the disappearance of tiger groups, causing near extinction of a type of tiger domestically. It was because of this that he tried every possible way to avoid tigers being hunted by those hunters. Otherwise, he wouldn't care at all. If the number of these tigers were as many as mosquitoes, losing a couple would be no problem. But the reality was that tigers aren't like flies or mosquitoes. There simply aren't enough of them to be hunted. Even their numbers decrease yearly under protective measures. Under these circumstances, if anyone continues to ignore this fact, then that is truly unacceptable. Xiuxian stood at the foot of the mountain, looking back upward, sighing repeatedly. What mistake has this tiger made? Why does it evoke such hatred that everyone wants to catch one? Back in the village, the two of them hadn't even warmed up on their chairs when they saw a woman rushing over frantically. Is the secretary here? Curious, Xiuxian followed out for a glance. This woman was looking for the secretary. But how come he hadn't seen this woman before? She seemed not to belong to this village. Xiuxian suddenly noticed the clothing the woman wore, adorned with a very familiar badge. That badge was also on the secretary's clothes. Could it be that they worked in the same field? Xiuxian called Tao Hui to come out together to take a look. Tao Hui, due to the shoulder throw he gave her, was hurting all over and didn't want to move. But urged by Xiuxian, she still came out for a peek. The secretary, busy working in the office, upon hearing someone calling, promptly set aside his work. "What's wrong, Secretary Huang? There's trouble. A little while ago, someone from our village told me that the two hunters who went up the mountain can't come down. They seem to have been attacked by wild beasts. I couldn't find anyone suitable to help, so I'm asking you for assistance." Hearing this, Xiuxian instantly bristled. Being attacked, those two hunters weren't weak in height and build. At least encountering deer or road deer-like creatures, they wouldn't have been killed. So if they're in danger, they must have met something even more powerful and ferocious. Xiuxian glanced back at Tao Hui. "You stay here, I'll go." Tao Hui wanted to stop him, but before she could even speak, Xiuxian had already gone in. Tao Hui could only grit her teeth and support her sore body as she entered the secretary's office. She also wanted to see what exactly Xiuxian intended to do. It probably wasn't just for the thrill of seeing the danger on the mountain. His thoughts shouldn't be that bad. I've seen those too. Just now, when I went up the mountain with Miss Tao to look for something, we bumped into them. But they should not have been attacked, right? They had guns with them. What on this mountain doesn't tremble at the sight of those two guns? Secretary Huang was shaking his head furiously. "I don't know. I just heard about this news as well. The key is, there aren't many people here who know how to hunt. Whether it's true or false, we still need to go up the mountain and take a look. The secretary glanced at Xiuxian and knew he was also a hunter. Xianjin, you're a hunter too, right? You're familiar with these things. Go up the mountain together and have a look. This matter is very dangerous, so Miss Tao shouldn't come along. If anything unexpected happens to her, that would just make things worse. Tao Hui had already walked to the door, thinking in her heart why she always seemed to be the one dragging everyone down. If she stayed close to Xiuxian, those risks would definitely not come near her. But then she thought, what the secretary said did make sense. Exposure to danger only happens either 0 times or countless times. She didn't want to lose an arm or a leg out of mere curiosity. In the end, Tao Hui followed the secretary's advice and did not go along. Besides, even if she went, what difference could she possibly make? There was no way for her to change any outcome. Just before leaving, Xiuxian still reminded Tao Hui to wait for him here. Tao Hui thought to herself that she had nowhere else to go anyway. Shouldn't she wait for him here instead of running off somewhere else? You must pay more attention to safety when you go up the mountain. Come back with all your limbs intact. Tao Hui's words of caution made Xiuxian feel extremely reassured. The secretary brought Xiuxian up the mountain, and with Secretary Huang accompanying them, they quickly found the injured people. Upon seeing the scene, Xiuxian wished he could gouge out his own eyes. Even though he had seen some terrible scenes before, none of them were as bad as this one. Xiuxian looked at the broken leg and the bloody sight, curious about what kind of animal they encountered on this trip up the mountain. What kind of animal did you encounter? I don't know, it wasn't clear. At the time, it was chaotic and I shot this thing twice, but it didn't seem affected. It came up and bit me, and now my brother's leg is like this. Both men were covered in blood, yet Xiuxian discovered some hair around them. Just by looking at the hair, he couldn't determine which animal it belonged to. Chapter 186, Putting on a Show. Fortunately, though the man was injured, his life was saved. Under the arrangement of the 2 secretaries, the injured man was taken down the mountain for emergency treatment. Xiuxian stood where he was and looked around, discovering a small trail marked with blood. Xiuxian picked up the 2 discarded earth guns from the ground. He intended to figure out exactly what had harmed the person. If this wild beast were to injure people and taste human blood, it would surely seek revenge in the future. Rather than allowing such an unpredictable bomb to remain on the mountain, Xiuxian decided that these beasts should be sent west. The secretary returning saw Xiuxian preparing to hunt and tried to stop him. You shouldn't go. That thing is so ferocious. What if it hurts you? We'd better hurry down the mountain. Xiuxian had his own determination. No, that thing has tasted human blood and knows it's better than animal blood. It will definitely come to harm the village in the future. Don't worry. I have experience in hunting and know how to handle it. The secretary still looked worried at Xiuxian, thinking that he was underestimating the situation. But seeing his confident demeanor, the secretary also considered the welfare of the villagers. If one day this thing really comes down the mountain, even if it doesn't encounter any adults, it could grab one of those several-year-old children in a flash. Aren't all children treasured like precious gems? In the end, the secretary steeled himself and said, all right, just be careful. If you can't handle it, don't force it. Xiuxian nodded, following the trace bit by bit, moving forward cautiously. However, halfway through, the trace disappeared. No matter how hard Xiuxian searched up and down, left and right, there was no sign of the trail. It couldn't have vanished into thin air, could it? While Xiuxian was deep in thought about this, he suddenly noticed the nearby grass move. This movement instantly put Xiuxian on edge. He wasn't familiar with what dangerous creatures might lurk here in Changbai Mountain. What if it's something small but extremely fierce? After checking, the gun in his hand was ready, primed to fire at a moment's notice. Holding his weapon, Xiuxian slowly approached the bush, wanting to see what was inside. Then, he heard another rustling sound and nearly pulled the trigger. Just as a rabbit jumped out, Xiuxian sighed with relief, watching as the rabbit hopped away. Seeing that the rabbit was rather plump, Xiuxian thought he hadn't come for nothing. He stepped forward and quickly grabbed the rabbit's ears with astonishing speed. The rabbit struggled innocently in Xiuxian's hands, trying desperately to escape. Having been unnecessarily frightened, Xiuxian couldn't help but say, "You little thing, you actually thought you could scare me? Who gave you the guts?" No matter what Xiuxian said, the rabbit clearly wouldn't understand human speech. Its only recourse was to continue struggling, hoping against hope for a slim chance of survival. However, Xiuxian had firmly resolved to take it with him, and all its struggling proved futile. The news that someone entering the mountain had been attacked spread throughout the nearby villages overnight, as if it were a tidal wave. This caused those who had planned to enter the mountain to temporarily abandon their plans. No one knew what ferocious creature lurked on the mountain, lying in wait. Even some residents living near the mountain began to feel fearful. Xiuxian thought they were being overly sensitive. Meanwhile, Xuanhuan finally followed the advice given by Yuxia. He didn't believe that Xiuxian and that woman could stay here indefinitely. Worst case scenario, he'd bear a loss this time and let the locals make more money from him. As long as they left, and if this factory managed to be built, well, that would be surprising. Over the years, he had saved enough, not 10,000 yuan, but certainly 8 or 9,000. Doing a rough calculation based on the ginseng the villagers found in the past, this time he figured he'd lose at least 1,000 or 800 yuan, more than enough for his annual expenses. Xuanhuan was truly heartbroken over losing so much money, causing Yuxia to sigh helplessly. She thought it was self-inflicted. If only he hadn't tried to get cheap back then, none of this would have happened today. I've told you before, The money you greedily hoarded would one day all be lost. Didn't I say so? With disgust, Xuanhuan looked at his wife and said, Go. Why are you everywhere? Hurry up and cook dinner. Our son will be back soon. Xiuxian flicked her apron and laughed, saying, I know, but isn't he also my son? That evening, the medicine trader would return home, and the village head had decided to discuss this matter with him over dinner. They had collaborated many times, and the medicine trader should probably agree to this little request. When night fell, the medicine trader arrived unbidden, according to their prior arrangement. He should be back in 2 weeks. If it weren't for a phone call, the village chief wouldn't have urgently needed to see him so soon. Not only would it be a wasted trip, but he'd also return empty-handed, without earning anything. At the dinner table, after 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes of food, the village chief kept toasting the medicine trader with one glass after another. They were discussing their future plans to make money, but the medicine trader had been moving around from place to place. He'd already heard that they were planning to build an acquisition factory here. As for the business here, we don't intend to continue doing it. However, before this factory is built, we can still collect a few more times. But as for the price, it will have to be pushed down even further. The last batch of ginseng didn't sell for very good prices. Hearing this, Xuanhuan couldn't help but feel restless. Every time the medicine trader came to the village to buy ginseng, he always visited Xuanhuan's home first. The last batch of ginseng collected, although not very large due to seasonal reasons, didn't grow well in winter. Things just don't like to grow in winter. Even though they were smaller, it didn't affect their quality. How could it fail to sell at a good price? He must be lying. The medicine trader ate some food while drinking wine, with a serious expression on his face, seemingly not intentionally trying to deceive Xuanhuan. Take a look at my accounts. Everything is clearly recorded. The last batch of ginseng from your side only sold for this much. The medicine trader gestured with his hand, leaving the village chief speechless about the matter. This price wasn't high enough, but it certainly shouldn't be this low. However, this time, Xuanhuan wasn't asking the medicine trader to raise the price, but instead was willing to contribute the part of the money that would normally go towards raising the price. This time, can you help me put on a show? The medicine trader raised an eyebrow at him. A show? What kind of show? I'm not an actor. I can't assist in deceiving people. Upon hearing this, the village chief's smile disappeared abruptly. He thought what he said wasn't that difficult to understand. My meaning is for you to help me out, and I'll ensure you won't do it for nothing. After finishing his sentence, Xuanhuan pulled out a large banknote and handed it over. The medicine trader glanced at the big note and laughed. Ah, village chief, why are you doing this? I'm not that kind of person anymore. Though his mouth said he wasn't that kind of person, his actions betrayed him. Still, he stuffed the large banknote into the pocket of his shirt. Xuanhuan knew him too well, or else such a thing couldn't have been done. Chapter 187. A farewell after a long journey. After discussing with the medicine trader, the man was also contemplating the feasibility of this plan. But if we do this, it will surely be difficult for me to come back and buy ginseng from your village. After all, such a big price difference in such a short time doesn't seem fair. The village chief waved his hand. You don't need to worry about that. As long as those two leave, the price will return to the original one. I don't have enough money to let them exploit us endlessly, right? The medicine trader understood immediately, and considering their numerous previous collaborations. Alright, since you're willing to pay this extra cost, I'll cooperate with you to put on a show. But I guarantee that when I come back, the villagers will be reluctant to sell ginseng to me. That's fine. Once the factory is built, I won't need to come here anymore anyway. The medicine trader didn't take this matter too seriously, but Xuanhuan was still troubled by it, thinking there was still room for maneuver. Unless until the factory actually started running, at which point he would have no power to reverse it. That night passed peacefully, and the next morning, all the villagers gathered at the team office entrance. Each person held a ticket with their name on it. Then they placed it into one of 2 baskets marked Agree and Reject. Placing it in the Agree basket meant agreeing to build a factory in the village. Putting it in the Reject basket signified opposition and not wanting the factory here. Xuanhuan had already mobilized everyone beforehand, so he felt quite confident. But when the villagers truly began voting, he unexpectedly found out that only a few people dropped tickets into the Reject basket. On the contrary, the Agree basket kept receiving more and more votes. By this trend, building the factory was inevitable. To avoid losing face completely, Xuanhuan immediately called for a stop. Wait, what are you doing? Have you thought about the harm this factory might bring to our village? Before the village chief could continue, a woman holding a child spoke up. What harm can it possibly bring? Don't think we don't know how many benefits you've secretly gained. We've already checked. Every time the medicine trader comes to buy ginseng, you skim half the profit. Everyone has been deceived by you. When the village chief heard the woman saying this, he wanted to defend himself. But at this moment, the party secretary stepped in front of him. Village chief, isn't what she said true? If what she says is true, just don't get angry. Xuanhuan couldn't bear such humiliation. Yet, every time he looked at those 2 voting baskets, it made him feel uneasy, as if countless needles were pricking his eyeballs. He couldn't stand this situation any longer. What's the point of this vote? You may as well all support the secretary. At that point, several other women spoke up. We already support it. Xiuxian, stop fighting against it. There's no way around it. Xiuxian watched the scene unfold, finding it quite comical. The concerns he'd harbored before turned out to be easily resolved. He thought it would take more time and effort. Glancing at Tao Hui, given the current state of affairs, they could leave without difficulty. 2 days later, Xiuxian arrived at the train station to buy tickets. Since Tao Hui was going back with him, Both purchased tickets returning to Hejiang village. Just as they were about to leave, Tao Hui gave the secretary Zhou boss's phone number and the pager contact information. Secretary, this is all I can do to help you. The follow-up work depends on you. Also, I'll be taking these photos back with me. I'm sure Mr. Zhou will be pleased to see them. With over 1,000 kilometers between the two places, traveling back and forth wasn't convenient. The secretary indeed wanted them to stay longer and pay more attention to the village matters. However, they'd already stayed for over half a month, and continuing to remain wasn't appropriate. All right, I'll see you off to the station shortly. If you have time in the future, remember to visit. Xiuxian pulled the secretary aside and said, I really like the ginseng here. If possible, could you send me some each month? I'll cover the costs. The secretary thought he was about to make an impossible request. Instead, all he wanted was more ginseng. For them, it was a simple task. Fine, I'll send you some every month. An hour before the train departure, the secretary still felt somewhat reluctant to part ways. But as the saying goes, even sending someone 1,000 miles, one must eventually say goodbye. Welcome to visit again next time. By then, the factory may already be built. Xiuxian chuckled. Secretary, your work is going to be much harder from now on. Until we meet again. This time, Xiuxian had learned his lesson and directly bought a sleeper ticket when boarding the train. More expensive? So what? It's better than sitting upright all the way. Interestingly, this time he ended up sitting next to Tao Hui. After we go back, I'll have to quickly buy tickets to return to Guangdong. Who knows when we'll part ways again? Next time we meet, who knows when it'll be? To be honest, I'm a bit reluctant to leave. Xiuxian jokingly said, if you're so reluctant, just stay behind. Anyway, you're single. I can find you a good young man around here, and you can just stay. Tao Hui smiled without saying anything, only turning her head towards the window. Thinking about the few ginseng roots in her bag, Xiuxian felt quite satisfied. The ginseng from Dongjin Mountain was much better than those from other places. As soon as he got home, he would let his sister and brother-in-law eat one each to replenish their energy. He didn't know how long they had been on the train, but when the attendant came looking for them, Xiuxian knew their journey back had come to an end. The train had arrived at the station. It was time for them to get off and head home. Fortunately, both of them had all their belongings in their bags. The food they bought on the train was almost all gone. There was only a small portion left, which wasn't worth carrying back home. Throwing it away wouldn't be too regretful either. Xiuxian helped Tao Hui carry her bag off the train. When they got home, Xiuxian felt completely relaxed. Since it was still early, he didn't plan to go home immediately. Instead, he intended to walk around nearby. However, Tao Hui declined his proposal. With so much luggage, it won't be convenient to shop. Anyway, I'm not in a hurry to leave. Let's first go back, rest a bit, and recover from lying down on the train all this time. Since Tao Hui put it this way, Xiuxian stopped insisting. All right, I'll listen to you. Let's go home. After traveling for so many days, when Xiuxian returned to the village, he found it slightly unfamiliar. Fortunately, he hadn't forgotten the way home. Once he arrived, he realized there was no one in the house. But there were leftover meals in the pot from that morning. Xiuxian wasn't interested. He decided to wait a little while before heading to the community store to buy something Tao Hui liked. It was more like he was using Tao Hui as an excuse to indulge his own appetite. From their recent interactions, he had discovered that Tao Hui wasn't particularly picky about food or drink. Generally, whatever he ate, she followed suit. And that was great. Chapter 188. Sister, I'm back. Xiuxian let Tao Hui wait at home for him. He went to the commune alone to buy food. Since she had already stayed here once, Tao Hui didn't feel awkward. Moreover, there was no one in the house at this time, so she felt quite relaxed. Key was, Xiuxian also trusted her. Then go and come back quickly, okay? Tao Hui said. Xiang continued pushing his bicycle out. However, as soon as he left, someone came looking. Tao Hui was washing her hands in the yard and looked back when she heard some noise. She thought it was Xiuxian who forgot something and returned. It turned out to be a 30-something woman whom villagers called Zhuanzi. Zhuanzi entered the yard and mistook the person washing their hands for Xiang Meiyun. She shouted immediately, Meiyun, Meiyun. Zhuanzi called out twice, but no one replied to her. She wondered when did Meiyun become so good at dressing herself up, even wearing a dress when it wasn't that hot yet for skirts. Only when Tao Hui turned around did she realize she mistook someone. Oh, you're not Meiyun. Who are you? Tao Hui quickly shook off the water on her hands. Sorry, my name is Tao Hui. Zhuanzi looked surprised. Tao Hui? Why does this sound familiar? Isn't she the one who is very close with Xiuxian? I didn't expect someone so beautiful would be at home alone like Meiyun. Actually, Tao Hui wanted to say that she just got back and didn't know where Sister Meiyun was. Maybe she was still at work. As Xiuxian said, Xiang Meiyun had to go to the factory every day. They were dual-income workers. Sister Meiyun might still be at work. What do you need her for? Zhuanzi said somewhat disappointedly. I'm going on a long trip. I just wanted to borrow her lipstick. Look how pale my lips are. Although Tao Hui wasn't as reserved at Xiuxian's place, she couldn't casually rummage through other people's belongings. Since it was just borrowing lipstick, she could lend hers. I have one. Do you prefer light or dark colors? Zhuanzi exclaimed. Lipstick isn't all just one color. There are differences. Tao Hui saw that and realized this person probably doesn't use lipstick much. Otherwise, she wouldn't say that lipstick only comes in one color. Why don't you come in? I'll take out my makeup bag. You can see then. Xiuxian rode his bicycle to the commune. It had been a long time since he last came here. It seemed like if he didn't come again, he might forget what good things they sell here. Xiuxian glanced at each counter and bought one of the items he previously hesitated over. Finally, he returned home carrying a big bag. Once he got home, Xiuxian noticed Tao Hui was busy doing something in the room, thinking that his sister hadn't returned yet. How could Tao Hui be running back and forth? Xiuxian felt a little guilty and hurried inside with the things. Before even entering the western door, he heard two voices chatting inside. These two lipsticks colors should suit you. Want to try them on again? Wow, there are so many lipsticks. I don't know which one to pick. This must be expensive, right? Why don't you sell me one? Tao Hui looked at her used lipsticks, thinking they weren't new. How could she sell them? How can I sell something I've used? But I can give you one. Choose your favorite. Xuanzi kept looking from one side to another, unsure which lipstick to pick among those. Miss Tao, why don't you help me pick one suitable for me? Tao Hui looked at her skin tone and thought about the few colors she had tried earlier, then chose a red that wasn't too deep. I think this color suits you. You looked great when you tried this one on before. Xuanzi held the lipstick as if it was a treasure. Really? Thank you. I originally wanted to borrow Mei Yun's lipstick. I didn't expect to take one from you, which makes me quite embarrassed. How about next time? When you visit, I'll return you one. Tao Hui shook her head. It's fine. Anyway, I have so many. One more or less doesn't matter. Xiuxian heard the voice and knew who it was. Sister Wan, where are you going this time? To borrow lipstick? Xiuxian pushed open the curtain and walked in. Wan saw him and greeted cheerfully. I am going on a long trip. I just want to dress up and look pretty. Look how busy I've been recently. My complexion has worsened. Xiuxian was very generous. The lipstick Miss Tao gave you, you keep it. Don't worry about it. I'll buy one later to return it for her. With Xuanzi receiving this advance remark, she didn't feel as hesitant inside. I guess it's your treat then. I still need to go back and pack my things. Come over for a meal another day when I am back. I promise that I will make the large meat-filled steamed buns you love. Xiuxian nodded and said, all right, I'll remember that. Once you come back, I definitely will go to your place for a meal. Xuanzi also laughed as she left. After her departure, Tao Hui quickly packed up her makeup bag. Losing one lipstick was really no big deal for her. But Xiuxian kept this matter in mind. Look at what I've bought. Is there anything you like? Tao Hui glanced over. Besides some vegetables and meat, there were also some rarely seen snacks. This one, can you open it for me? I want to taste it. Xiuxian looked at the tin of canned peaches and said, no problem. There's also hawthorn ones here. Do you want to eat them? Tianhua likes them the most. Tao Hui tilted her head and said, since Tianhua likes it, let him have it. I'll eat the canned peaches. The two laughed and chatted until the sun was about to set, signaling the factory workers' time to return home. Xiang Meiyun had absolutely no idea that her younger brother was back today. She bought some random groceries like usual, prepared a simple dinner, and rested. However, when she came back, she noticed that the gate of their yard was wide open even though she clearly remembered locking it before leaving that morning. Cautiously pushing open the big door and stepping inside, she found that the once messy yard had been swept clean. Moreover, the rooms had lights on and smoke was puffing out from the chimney. Xiang Meiyun hesitated, uncertain of what to expect. She tentatively called out, hearing a familiar voice coming from the kitchen. Hey sister, I'm back. Upon hearing her younger brother's voice, tears began welling up in her eyes. For so long they hadn't been separated for this duration. Previously, the village chief had especially visited to tell her that Xiuxian would be staying there longer. She worried that something might have gone wrong. Every day felt excruciatingly long as she waited anxiously for her brother's return. Finally, today, her efforts had paid off, and her brother had returned. Xiang Meiyun brought her belongings into the kitchen and saw her younger brother and Tao Hui sitting by the stove, cooking together. Chapter 189, She Likes You. Xiang Meiyun suddenly didn't know how to describe her mood at this moment. These tears had been welling up in her eyes. When did the two of you come back? Why didn't you tell me? Xiuxian looked at his sister and said, isn't it normal that we came back? The matters there are all settled. I bought a chicken today. Tao Hui has already started stewing it for you. It's a ginseng chicken. Although she made it according to the methods from Guangdong province, I think it will taste good anyway. You can also try it. If you like it, I'll learn from Tao Hui and make some health-nourishing stews for you often. When Xiang Meiyun heard her younger brother say this, she was incredibly happy. The tears continued to swirl in her eyes. Tao Hui got up and opened the casserole pot, looking at the chicken soup inside. The rich aroma of the chicken soup immediately drifted out of the pot. Sister Meiyun, look at how nice this chicken soup is. Once it's ready, drink a bowl, and I guarantee your whole body will feel comfortable. Xiang Meiyun could never bring herself to stew a chicken so often just for eating it. Looking at the chicken, she thought about the chicken coop at home. Her younger brother buying her a chicken to eat touched her deeply, but if it were their own chicken sacrificed, that wouldn't do. Qianjin, where did you get this chicken from? Did you kill one of our chickens at home, or buy it? Qianjin hesitated. Sister, do you really think I'm that stupid? The chickens we raise at home are more important than your life. If I killed one, wouldn't you chase me across the country and beat me up? This one is from the commune. It's not fresh enough for Tao Hui, and she almost killed ours if I hadn't stopped her. Tao Hui wasn't good at raising chickens and ducks. In her memory, raising these animals at home was always meant for eating them. However, Xiuxian told her that the chickens raised by his sister, more hens than roosters, are only meant for laying eggs. Once she knew it wasn't her chickens that had suffered, Xiang Meiyun felt much more relieved. You two came back without even letting me know earlier. What were you thinking? Oh yes, Xiulan will be coming over for dinner later. Include this dish too. Xiang Meiyun handed the vegetables she had bought over to Xiuxian. Upon hearing this, Xiuxian asked, what's going on? Why is Xiulan having dinner here when she hasn't visited us for such a long time? When unusual things happen, something must be wrong. Leaning against the doorframe, Xiang Meiyun sighed and said, it's still the same thing. Xiulan's parents insist on arranging a marriage for her. Xiulan quarreled with them. She refused to agree, so now she's angry and doesn't want to go home. I feel sorry for her, so I called her over for a meal. Later, you can send her back. These family matters are hard to resolve even for honest officials, so let's stay out of it. Actually, she's at an age when marriage should be considered. It's no surprise her parents push her. This is very normal. Regarding this, Xiuxian offered no opinion, deciding instead to follow whatever his sister asked him to do. With her brother finally back in good health, Xiang Meiyun was no longer worried and returned to her room in a good mood. Tao Hui continued to let the casserole stew on the stove, but she was curious about Xiulan, the person mentioned by Sister Meiyun. Who is Xiulan? Judging by the name, she must be a girl, right? Xiuxian simply explained. She was a female apprentice I used to take under my wing, and then we went into the mountains together. Afterward, she learned everything from me and started working at my sister's factory. I've always treated her as my little sister. After hearing this, Tao Hui suddenly felt a twinge of jealousy. Why does she refuse arranged marriages? Could it be because she likes you and wants to be with you? Tao Hui teased jokingly. Xiuxian shook his head fiercely. That's impossible. If she liked me, wouldn't we have been together a long time ago? How could I remain single until now? I want to achieve success first before settling down. Matters of love can wait. Tao Hui stifled a laugh, but didn't say anything. Half an hour later, Xiulan arrived looking dejected. Xiuxian happened to be sitting in the house when he saw her coming, so he quickly tried to cheer her up. Hey, whose donkey is this? With a face so long, and it's not even planting season yet. Xiulan gave him a cold snort upon hearing his joke. Tao Hui was sitting next to Xiang Meiyun, teaching her how to apply makeup. This goes on first to moisten your face, and then gently tap this powder cake onto your face. Finally, draw your eyebrows and lipstick. See how much better you look. Xiang Meiyun followed Tao Hui's instructions step by step. Looking at herself in the mirror, she found herself indeed looking better. At least her face was much cleaner now, unlike before when there were always varying sized dark spots on her cheeks. Although not obvious, the differences could still be seen upon close inspection in the mirror. Xiuxian was over there trying to cheer up Xiulan, but Xiulan also noticed Tao Hui's presence. Master, who is this person? Xiuxian introduced her briefly, expecting Xiulan to be delighted or surprised, but unexpectedly, Xiulan remained calm and composed, as if not at all surprised. With a new person suddenly in the house, Xiang Meiyun said to Xiulan, after dinner, I'll have Qianjin send you home. You shouldn't stay mad at your parents. They are only doing what they think is best for you. Xiulan knew her parents were worried she wouldn't get married, but she was still young. How could it be that she would never find someone? Precisely because of this, she couldn't help but lose her temper and argued with her family. Sister Meiyun, I really don't want to go back. As soon as I return, they will definitely start talking about these things. And the man they introduced to me doesn't even look good. They know I like tall men, yet they brought a short one home for me. Xiang Meiyun raised an eyebrow curiously. Then among the tall ones, there must be those who aren't very handsome too. What exactly are you looking for? Xiulan instinctively looked back at Xiuxian. It had to be admitted, Xiuxian had both height and good looks. Among a group of men, he would always stand out. But strangely, his focus had never been on matters of love and romance. When Xiang Meiyun caught this expression from Xiulan, it gave her much to think about. Tao Hui coughed a couple of times from beside. Qianjin, can you check if the chicken soup is done? If it is, take it off the heat and warm it up. It'll be ready once everyone's here to drink it. Xiuxian nodded in response, but just as he was about to move, Xiulan stood up. I'll go. He doesn't know how to cook anyway. Xiulan ran to the kitchen, leaving Xiuxian slightly stunned. What just happened? As the old saying goes, 3 women make a drama, and now there were already 3 women in the house. Xiuxian was the one watching this play unfold and hoped his brother-in-law would come back soon. After another half hour of waiting, Tian Weidong finally returned. But as soon as he came back, he quickly grabbed Xiuxian and hurried him out. Chapter 190. Doing unappreciated work. Xiuxian still hadn't understood what was going on when he stumbled out of the yard. Brother-in-law, what's wrong? Hurry up and follow me to the mountains. Someone's child got lost. I heard they went into play and didn't come back. Another one got lost. Upon hearing this, Xiuxian felt like a dead pond in his heart. What's so fun about this mountain that both men and women, young and old, all want to go there? He couldn't even remember how many times he had gone into the mountain to look for people. Actually, Xiuxian really didn't want to go into the mountain to search again. But in the entire Hejiang village, aside from him, no one else could safely return after entering the mountain. So it wasn't surprising that his brother-in-law rushed home and dragged him out. After following his brother-in-law into the mountain, Xiuxian finally asked him what exactly happened. It turned out that some children from the nearby villages thought staying at home without school was boring. They decided to bring some things and enter the mountain to play. But while playing, they got lost. One of them didn't follow them inside, but wandered around outside. Seeing it was getting dark, he ran home. The child's parents, seeing their child wasn't back by this time, started searching door to door. Once they learned the direction the child went, they realized the situation was bad. The child must have gotten lost in the mountain. Anyone could guess what was in the mountain. With an exasperated expression, Xiuxian said, Brother-in-law, don't we already have a sign at the entrance to the mountain? Or maybe let the village head announce tomorrow over the loudspeaker, telling the kids nearby not to easily enter the mountain. If those kids don't listen, and later they need me to find people in the mountain, I won't do it for free. This kind of work is just unappreciated effort. As Tian Weidong was walking, he suddenly stopped and considered that his little brother-in-law might have a point. Even if they spent time and energy, finding someone would be good. If they didn't, would they blame it on them? However, today was special. After much persuasion from Tian Weidong, Xiuxian came to the foot of the mountain. This road, he had walked countless times, able to go even with closed eyes. The parents of the missing children were already pacing anxiously at the foot of the mountain. Had Xiuxian arrived a few minutes later, they might have already entered the mountain themselves. In this darkness, could they really find the child? Regardless of whether they could find the child or not, people needed to be dispatched first. Led by Xiuxian, yet in the vast Daxing mountain range, who knew where the child had gone? There was no GPS tracker on the child. Looking for a person here was like trying to find a needle in a haystack. Xiuxian originally wanted to say some discouraging words, but once he saw the children's parents crying like there was no tomorrow, he hesitated and swallowed his words. Tianwei Dong urged everyone to be extremely meticulous, absolutely not leaving any area unchecked. Xiuxian led the group aimlessly searching in the mountains. The only fortunate thing was that the weather was getting warmer each day. Animals in the mountain were also coming out. Even if the child encountered predatory animals, they wouldn't harm the child out of hunger. And these half-grown children were smart. Upon encountering danger or something terrifying, they knew how to hide. As soon as the parents entered the mountain, they started shouting, calling names, or cursing loudly, making a racket. Even Tao Hui followed to search together. But she didn't know much about the conditions in the mountain. She could only follow closely behind Xiuxian. These children are truly disobedient. They clearly know how dangerous the mountains are, yet they still come. They should all get beaten when they return home. Xiuxian agreed with this opinion. I think so too. By the way, we haven't eaten dinner yet. I don't know when we'll be able to eat. Such a pity for that chicken soup you stewed for so long. Tao Hui waved her hand and said, that's nothing. Reheating the cooled-down chicken soup will make it taste better and more flavorful. It's the children who matter more right now. Hearing her say this, Xiuxian was deeply moved. Do women inherently possess motherly instincts? When it comes to children, they always prioritize this matter over others. Yet, in Xiuxian's mind, what mattered most was that pot of chicken soup. He knew that Guangdong people drink the soup but don't eat the meat used in the broth. So he had his eye on the chicken. He'd definitely grab a chicken leg to eat with Tianhua later. They roamed in the mountain almost all night, not even catching a glimpse of the children. The parents of those children had already given up hope. If the children were really in peril, there should be some traces left in the mountain. Now, no traces and no sight of the children. Where could they possibly have gone? Xiuxian couldn't figure out the full story either, so he simply decided to report it to the police. Let the police analyze the traces in the mountain to determine where exactly the children had gone. But whether the final result would be positive was still uncertain. Xiuxian was troubled by this until just before dawn, when the police finally found some traces of the children in the woods. Following the trail, Xiuxian suddenly called for everyone to stop. Wait, don't go any further. Half the village had come into the mountains to search for the children, and now hearing him tell them not to continue forward, they all turned around to look at him, wanting to know what was going on. What? Not going forward? You're joking, right? Xiuxian blocked their path and said, it's not that I don't want you to go forward. Look at what's here. Xiuxian pulled something from a nearby bush. On those delicate branches, things were most likely to get caught. The thing he held up, illuminated by his flashlight, turned out to be fur, but definitely not human. There are wolves here. If I'm not mistaken, it might be. Xiuxian hadn't finished speaking when one of the children's mothers broke down in uncontrollable sobs. The father, though also worried, still hadn't seen any sign of where their child was. How could they hastily conclude that the child had been eaten by wolves? They hadn't heard of any wolf attacks on humans in all these years. Seeing the father's nervous expression, Xiuxian said, I never said your child was eaten by wolves, did I? What if the child encountered the wolves and ran away? Though Xiuxian's speculation had cast a somber mood over everyone, they still didn't give up searching as the sky brightened. Xiuxian was already so tired he could barely keep his eyes open, and Tao Hui no longer had the strength to continue walking. After all, the two of them had spent a long time on the train. Upon arriving home, all they wanted was to lie down under the covers and sleep deeply. Instead, they had neither eaten nor slept, but had been dragged into the mountain for an exhausting outdoor expedition. If there could have been a favorable outcome, that would have somewhat comforted their hearts. But as it was, the results disappointed, delivering both physical and mental blows. Xiuxian hesitated as he looked at Tao Hui and whispered in her ear, why don't you go back and rest first? Tao Hui glanced at the downward path, thinking how far they'd already come. Turning back now would be embarrassing. She stubbornly said, no, I won't go back. We've come this far already. If I turn back now, how will people in your village look at me? I sincerely hope those children are all safe. Let's keep moving forward, don't worry about me. Chapter 191. Everyone is happy. Seeing Tao Hui's reluctance to leave Xiuxian felt a pang of sympathy in his heart, but now everyone was here. Letting her go home by herself down the mountain might not be safe. So he held her hand and slowly walked with her, and suddenly an unexpected child appeared from somewhere. This child was known to Xiuxian and played well with Tianhua. He was just a few years older than Tianhua and already attended school. The moment Xiuxian saw him, he immediately rushed over. Where did you come out from? The child's parents also came rushing forward and tightly embraced their child. Tears streamed down their faces like disconnected beads, falling continuously. Xiuxian comforted the parents, telling them not to cry right away. They should first ask where this child had been. From when the child went into the mountains yesterday until now, a whole night had passed. This child wasn't injured. It was just that his clothes were dirted a little. However, fear could still be seen in the child's eyes. It was likely the first time they'd spent a dangerous night without parental supervision. In comparison, the child's emotions remained fairly stable. But the parents? They couldn't be so sure, after worrying all night. Now seeing their child safely standing before them, it seemed almost unreal. We found a place to sleep. There were several puppies there. That child said innocently, and upon hearing puppies, xiuxian couldn't help but exclaim. He thought these weren't dogs at all, more likely wolves. Sure enough, under the child's guidance, the group found the hideout where the children were. The dogs the child talked about were actually several small wolves that looked very much like puppies. Xiuxian couldn't help but say, oh no, as the other children were all sleeping in a wolf's den. No one knew where the mother wolf had gone. Why had she left these young wolves, only born for a short while, alone in the den? Or maybe the mother wolf returned, found her nest occupied by the children, and decided to leave for another location. All the children slept soundly in the wolf den, not a single injury among them. Finally finding the children, everyone could put their minds at ease. Especially at this point, Xiuxian was extremely hungry. He wished nothing more than to hurry home and drink a bowl of chicken soup, eating a mouthful of food. Everyone worked through the entire night and got no rest, but it turned out well since everyone was still gathered here. Taking the lost child incident as an example, Xiuxian began. Friends, although I, Xiuxian, often enter the mountains to hunt, I know some of you frequently venture into the forest seeking wild greens or capturing rabbits. However, the mountains are absolutely not a place for children to go. Please ensure that after going home, you remind your families thoroughly. Children must never enter the mountains without adult supervision. If such a situation occurs again and you expect me to enter the mountains again to find people, then next time I will definitely charge a fee. After all, wasting so many resources like tonight disrupts our own rest schedule. In fact, these words Xiuxian wanted to say long ago, but never found the right moment. Today, timing matched the occasion perfectly. After he finished speaking, the parents of the children glanced awkwardly at each other. Of course, they understood that entering the mountains was dangerous for the children, but having so many kids at home, and both parents working full-time, one small moment of distraction and the child runs off to play. Thus, blame couldn't entirely fall on them. However, Xiuxian had clearly laid out harsh warnings beforehand. Each household only earned so much per month. They didn't want to waste hard-earned money searching for wandering children. On the spot, one parent made an example of themselves, gripping the collar of their child. They severely warned the child that if they secretly ran into the mountains again to play, they wouldn't look for them. In truth, the child was innocent. They had no way of knowing how dangerous the mountains were. They didn't understand why their parents were so tense, but punishment was inevitable. Since all the children had been found, things concluded happily for everyone. Xiuxian could finally return home to eat and sleep. As soon as he got home, Xiuxian asked Tao Hui to reheat the chicken soup quickly. After it was heated, he first poured himself a bowl. With just one sip, the flavor was rich and creamy. Xiuxian was just about to grab a chicken leg with his chopsticks when Tao Hui stopped him, saying, "Why do you still want to eat the meat? All the essence is in the soup. Eating meat doesn't stop me from drinking the soup." "It's fine," Xiuxian replied. He could see that Tao Hui somewhat misunderstood his intention to eat the meat. But she probably also realized that in a place with such a shortage of food, even though the chicken broth was made from this meat, throwing away the chicken without using it would feel wasteful. However, Tao Hui followed her own dietary habits. She only drank 2 bowls of soup and didn't touch the chicken at all. By the time this meal was finished, Tian Weidong and Xiang Meiyan also needed to prepare for going to the factory to work. Having not slept all night, they still had to endure a full day of work ahead. Xiang Qianjin worried about them both. "Sister, brother-in-law, why don't you two take a leave today? Last night, you didn't rest, and if you're not careful during work, an accident might happen. It wouldn't be worth it. At worst, we'll just skip earning today's pay and rest well." Tian Weidong had already mentally prepared himself to go to work. Actually, he wasn't sure if his energy could last through this entire day. When his brother-in-law suggested this, he glanced at his wife again. Xiang Meiyan hadn't rested last night either, so if she were to go straight to work, it would also seem unwise. "Let's do as Qianjin suggests. I'll go to the factory and take a leave for both of us." "We won't go today." Tian Weidong quickly held back his wife. "You stay home. I'll go." Being a man, Tian Weidong's physical strength and stamina far exceeded that of Xiaohong, so Xiang Meiyan didn't protest. "All right, then you go." If Xiang Qianjin had been at home these past 2 days, normally he should have been the one to take care of this matter. After all, he wasn't working and had more idle time. However, since he'd just returned yesterday by train, his spirit and energy were already exhausted. After eating, all the blood flowed to his stomach, and his eyelids immediately became heavy, unable to remain open. Xiang Qianjin couldn't hold out any longer. He quickly went back to the east room, arranged his sleeping spot, and climbed directly under the covers. As soon as his head touched the pillow, Lord Zhou arrived on time. As for Tao Hui, her arrangements were left in the hands of her sister. As for Zhilan, after the group descended from the mountain, she had already returned home. Whether or not she would continue being urged by her parents to attend blind dates once she got home, Xiang Qianjin no longer had the extra energy to concern himself with such matters now. Xiang Meiyan was still tidying up in the west room when she emerged and heard the loud snoring coming from the east room. She knew her brother must have been very tired lately to snore like this. Half an hour passed, and Tian Weidong finally returned. As soon as he walked in, he began yawning too. Without hesitation, he carried his bedding over to the east room. Chapter 192, Farewell at the Station. If this had been earlier, even a little sound would have woken Xiang Qianjin up. But today Xiang Qianjin had become completely indifferent to all matters outside his 2 ears. Tian Weidong briefly laid out his notes and lay down to sleep. The entire family spent a whole day in slumber. When Xiuxian woke up again, it was already evening. However, his sister and brother-in-law woke up earlier. They couldn't sleep after lunch. Tao Hui's physical strength was also greatly exhausted. Xiang Meiyun moved very lightly when she got up, fearing that she would wake her up. The couple bustled around the house, moving as quietly as possible, like cats walking without making any sound. Their voices were as low as possible when they spoke. Tianmo was also quite restrained. If not for that jar of hawthorn preserves, he might have already caused some commotion. After waking up, both of them still felt extremely tired. Especially after Tao Hui woke up, she discovered a message from Boss Zhou on her pager. Boss Zhou was urgently asking her to return because he too had to discuss business and could not have his secretary drifting around indefinitely. Tao Hui sighed deeply upon seeing the message. She wanted to stay another day or two at Xiang Qianjin's place, but it seemed that she'd have to buy tickets and leave tomorrow. Xiang Qianjin felt a bit disheartened when he learned this news. He originally planned to take Tao Hui to see a movie and shop around, ensuring that she didn't regret coming. Now, that opportunity was gone, but Tao Hui was calm about it. This time, they couldn't watch movies or go sightseeing, but there would always be a chance next time. After another meal at home and a night of rest, Tao Hui came to the train station with Xiang Qianjin's accompaniment early the next morning to buy tickets. They purchased the earliest one, which was due to depart an hour later. Xiang Qianjin directly found a spot near the train station to eat breakfast. Thinking that Tao Hui was soon going back, until this moment he hadn't felt as sad. Yet, once he realized that they only had less than an hour left together, Xiang Qianjin started to feel uneasy. Although their relationship hadn't developed into anything else, separation always carried a tinge of sadness. This time, after you return, I don't know when we will meet again. Remember to send me a message when you get back. I also have a pager. In addition, our family will install a landline phone soon. I'll give you the number then. Tao Hui agreed readily. All right, my family has already installed one. This is my number. After knowing each other for such a long time, it wasn't until now that they finally exchanged contact details. Xiang Qianjin suddenly felt somewhat amused by the irony, yet understood there was no way to change it. Okay, I'll definitely keep it carefully. An hour passed quickly, and Tao Hui prepared to board with her things. Xiang Qianjin could not accompany her through ticket inspection and could only gaze at her from afar. Even if he wished to see her off further, it was impossible. Tao Hui turned and looked at him saying, once I get back this time, I'll make sure my boss gives you a big order. Your good days are coming. Hearing Tao Hui say this, Xiang Qianjin didn't worry much. Good. I'm waiting for your big order. Hurry back. Xiang Qianjin waved at her, signaling her not to linger anymore. After all, no matter how vast the world was, meeting someone wasn't really so difficult. Anyway, as the country develops, trains would transform into express trains and high-speed rail. That speed would be unimaginable, and 1,000 miles away wouldn't be considered far anymore. With the announcements echoing through the station, the broadcaster urged the passengers of that particular train to board promptly without delays. Xiang Qianjin walked away slowly, feeling more and more solitary. He had come here with 2 people, but now he was leaving alone. As he exited the train station, the sun outside was warm, yet Xiang Qianjin's heart felt hollow. Suddenly, he remembered something. He had promised Tao Hui a lipstick present. He hadn't bought it yet. Xiang Qianjin was a little regretful. Had he known earlier, he would have bought it beforehand as a surprise for her. Soon, Xiang Qianjin consoled himself. The 2 of them would always have opportunities to meet again. He could buy the lipstick in advance and give it to her the next time he met her. Just then, someone suddenly called out his name. It was a woman. Xiang Qianjin had a fleeting moment of bewilderment, thinking it was Tao Hui. But when he turned around, it was actually xiuxian. It had been a long time since he last saw her. The last time he heard about her, the villagers mentioned that she had gone to work in the south. The 2 of them meeting at the train station felt fated to Xiang Qianjin. Seeing her walk over, he suddenly noticed that xiuxian seemed somewhat different from before. She had grown prettier and better dressed. Maybe a girl like her wouldn't naturally be hard to look at. Xiang Qianjin looked her up and down, then smiled. I heard you went to work in the south. How did you suddenly come back? Xiuxian pulled her suitcase, blinking her eyes. Of course, I came back to visit during the holidays. Also, to give the money I earned to mom and dad. And you, brother Qianjin, how have you been recently? It was hard for Xiang Qianjin to say whether he had been doing well or not, if according to his personal plan. The speed of realization was a bit slow, but it didn't matter. Still okay, pretty much the same as before. Xiuxian raised an eyebrow. I thought after such a long time away from Hejiang village, there might be someone new by brother Qianjin's side. It seems that. Before Xiuxian could finish her sentence, Xiang Qianjin quickly interrupted her. No, I'm still the same. I will start a family only after achieving success in my career. Because he knew Xiuxian too well, Xiang Qianjin knew what she was going to say. He didn't want to hear such conceited words from a woman. If only he hadn't felt so sentimental. If only he had pushed his bicycle home 1 minute earlier, he wouldn't have run into Xiuxian here. However, since they'd met, why not just walk together? To Xiuxian's surprise, she found herself looking down on the bicycle Xiang Qianjin was pushing. Who wants to ride a bike anyway? Do you know when I'm in the south, I always go in and out by car. When I was still in Hejiang village, I definitely thought you were the handsomest guy in the village. But once I widened my horizons outside, I realized you're nothing special. Upon hearing this, not only did Xiang Qianjin feel no anger, he actually thought it was quite right. It should be this way. Traveling far naturally broadens one's horizons. When he went to Guangdong with his brother-in-law initially, he had the same thoughts. The place there was indeed more prosperous than their hometown. But people shouldn't forget where they come from. Just because another city is more developed doesn't mean one's hometown is backward. Xiuxian glanced at his bicycle. Whether it's 2 wheels or 4, it's all about getting around. If you want to go back by yourself, I won't stop you. I'm going ahead. Xiuxian pushed his bicycle forward, leaving Xiuxian standing there frowning. As the saying goes, if not for the steam buns, at least save face. Xiuxian approached the road, intending to hail a taxi. However, at that time, the base fare for a taxi was higher than meat. Xiuxian was not about to pay for her extravagance. He thought riding his bicycle home was perfectly fine. Chapter 193, Xiuxian is back. If there was a traffic jam on the road, the taxi meter wouldn't stop running. Perhaps by the time he rode his bike home, Xiuxian would still be stuck in traffic. This isn't an impossible scenario if one thinks about it carefully, as this possibility certainly exists. Riding his bike back to Hejiang village, suddenly a taxi roared past him, raising dust that covered Xiuxian's face. However, that car stopped not far away. Xiuxian got out of the car and seemingly conjured up a pair of sunglasses to put on her face. Her face was already small, and with the sunglasses partially covering it, it appeared even tinier. Xuanhuan waved the dust around him aside, choking and coughing from it. He knew this was Xiuxian getting revenge on him, but Xuanhuan has always been resilient psychologically. Such a minor matter couldn't possibly leave any grudge on his heart. Instead, he found Xiuxian's antics rather amusing. She rarely came back, so while showing off, he understood. Xiuxian pulled her suitcase out of the trunk of the taxi. She stood there staring at Xuanhuan for a long moment. Seeing he wasn't coming over, she walked towards him dragging the suitcase herself. How about it? Want me to walk you all the way? Xuanhuan smiled and said, I didn't have that intention. I'm just tired from riding and taking a rest. Upon hearing that, Xiuxian couldn't hide the smile on her face. I knew it. Hurry up and help me take the suitcase home. It's so heavy. Xuanhuan gave her a sidelong glance. He had no intention to further involve himself with Xiuxian. Not to mention, she's now working in the city. Having met more people outside, her focus surely won't be on him anymore. If he were to hang out with Xiuxian again at this point, what would be the point of all his previous repeated attempts to avoid her? No thanks. Anyway, your house isn't too far. You can go back yourself. I woke up really early, I'm exhausted. I'll go back and rest. No matter how Xiuxian thought about it, she couldn't understand why Xuanhuan was still arguing with her like this. The dirt road in the countryside wasn't easy to navigate. The wheels of the small suitcase were uneven. Before long, the suitcase broke apart, causing Xiuxian to let out a loud scream, drawing Xuanhuan to turn around and look. Actually, a suitcase is quite a private thing. Xuanhuan originally had no intentions of looking much, yet his eyes involuntarily wanted to peek inside. After glancing, Xuanhuan began to wonder internally about what kind of job Xiuxian was doing outside. Xiuxian also realized the nature of her work was undesirable after the suitcase burst open. In a hurry, she stuffed everything haphazardly back into the case. After great difficulty, she finally tidied it up again, then adjusted her state. This time, she chose to carry the suitcase instead of pulling it. The items inside weren't particularly heavy, making it easier to lift. As she walked past Xuanhuan, she snorted. If his earlier observation was correct, those things in the box seemed to belong to the foot masseuses at a foot bath center. Although similar services exist in their area, they are nowhere near as numerous as in big cities. Xuanhuan tilted his head watching Xiuxian. Perhaps he should have realized right from the start. A woman with little education, going to another city to work. It was unlikely she could land a respectable job. Finding a position at a footbath or entertainment venue as a server would already be quite good. Indeed, he might have overestimated Xiuxian's capabilities. Women like her, apart from footbaths, KTVs, or nightclubs, other industries simply wouldn't offer suitable positions for her. Nevertheless, Xuanhuan did feel somewhat respectful towards her. Riding his bike back home, as soon as he entered the door, someone dropped by. Seeing Xuanhuan was home, the visiting old lady said, Xiuxian is back, do you know? That young girl is dressed fashionably. Her hair is dyed red. Looks like working out of town indeed pays well. If I were younger, I'd want to go as well. Xuanhuan just smiled silently. That old lady seemed to have noticed some meaning behind Xuanhuan's expression. Forward, didn't Xiuxian used to chase after you? Now she's back, you don't match up to her. Xuanhuan smiled without saying anything. This notion of being worthy or unworthy, he simply didn't care. Auntie, please don't say such words. She earns money working away from home. All I can do is stay home until a couple acres of land. Speaking of which, Xiuxian is indeed talented. The old lady laughed heartily. In reality, men are more capable. Men stand firm under heaven and earth. If you're willing to stay in the village and develop here, that's great too. After resting for a bit, Xuanhuan suddenly remembered his store. It hadn't been opened for quite some time. Even though it hasn't been operational for such a long time, the rent still needs to be paid. Upon realizing that the monthly rent wasn't cheap, he figured he'd better start doing business. He carefully packaged a few ginseng roots he had dug up from Dongjin Mountain and placed them in his bag to display on the shelves later at the store. He still owed Jinhong's sister quite a few fox furs as per their earlier agreement. Ever since he returned, he felt a slight aversion towards venturing into the mountains. He didn't know why, but it seemed like he was feeling extremely lazy. He neither wanted to go into the mountain nor pick up his rifle. After Xuanhuan finished lunch, when he arrived at his shop in the afternoon, he suddenly noticed another wild produce store next to his. That store wasn't open for business yet. Xuanhuan went to the clothing store next door and inquired with the owner. It turned out that during the time he closed his shop, some unknown person had rented the place next to him. Though the area wasn't as large as xiuxian's shop, they already had the store nicely set up. The only question was when they were going to officially open. Xuanhuan glanced over there, not yet managing to see clearly what was inside when he heard a shout behind him. What are you doing? Trying to steal something? Xuanhuan turned around to find a man older than him speaking. No way, how could I be stealing? It's locked anyway. I'm just curious about what you're selling. After briefly sizing up the man in front of him, the man recognized Xuanhuan. You're Xuanhuan from Hejiang village, right? I've heard you're an expert at hunting in the mountains. It's been a while since we've seen each other. Where have you been making your fortune recently? Xuanhuan didn't expect someone to recognize him, so he scrutinized the man and asked, Do you know me? The man replied very familiarly. Of course. How could I not know you? Your reputation is huge. I also noticed that you run a wild produce store here, so I rented a storefront next to you. The stuff I get from the mountains definitely can't compare to yours though. I've heard that one of your wolf tooth necklaces can sell for 2,000 yuan. Since we're in the same line of business, why don't you sell me one at a discount? I'd like it too. As fellow competitors, Xuanhuan shook his head. No way. Those necklaces came at great personal risk. How could I sell them cheaply? If I give you a discount, wouldn't I have to do the same for the next customer? If you really like it, I'll sell it to you for 2,000 yuan if you truly desire it. Upon hearing this, the man laughed. Once people fall into the money pit, all they care about is cash. Chapter 194, Beauty and Health, Nourishing Kidney and Strengthening Yang. That person opened the shop door, stood at the entrance, and asked Xiuxian whether he would like to come in for a look. It was unclear to see through the window. Xiuxian thought that he had done nothing wrong, so it wouldn't matter if he went inside. He readily agreed and followed him in. Once inside, he found that this store was roughly only half the size of his own. However, the little shop was well arranged by its owner. It was somewhat deceiving. The items in your shop are pretty good too, not worse than mine. The store owner shook his head and said, No, I can't compare with you. Yours are all high-end goods. The things I sell in my store can be easily obtained if one is willing to go into the mountains. I still can't compare with yours. Don't conceal from me. Before you came back, I already observed your shop through the window. You've been running your store for such a long time, yet it's so empty? Xiuxian replied. It's because I haven't found anything particularly good. I don't want to just randomly put things on display. As you've said, I aim to deal with high-end goods. How could I let low-end goods tarnish my reputation? Upon hearing these words, the other person felt as if he'd lifted a big stone only to drop it on his own foot. Indeed, Xiuxian intended to do high-end business, and this person couldn't get those high-end goods, so he could only use some common mountain goods to fill up his shop's appearance. As long as Xiuxian's shop remained open here, those who were willing to buy mountain goods would likely visit his shop as well. I guess I owe you some favor. When someone goes to your shop to buy something, they might take a look at mine too. Xiuxian wasn't worried about losing customers to him, as he mainly did large transactions. No problem, I recently made a trip to Changbai Mountain and discussed some businesses there. From now on, every month ginseng will be sent to my side. If you need any, I can arrange it for you. Upon hearing this statement, that person immediately didn't know what to say. He always thought his mountain goods shop was quite good. At least, it looked much better than Xiuxian's. But once Xiuxian spoke, it was a bombshell. The Daxing-Emling region doesn't produce ginseng, and even if it does, the quantity is minimal and the quality isn't great. Yet ginseng is a fine thing. A high-quality ginseng root could sell for a substantial price. There's a saying in the antique world, not opening business for 3 years, but making profits for 3 years after one deal. If he had so many good goods, selling even one of them casually would cover an entire year's expenses. But he didn't. After Xiuxian took a lap around his store, he returned to his own shop, placing those few ginseng roots he carried in his bag onto the shelves. Although the shop was still a bit empty right now, he would slowly fill it in over time. After spending half a day in the shop, Xiuxian decided on a whim to go to town. There wasn't even enough time to inform his sister. So, he rode his bicycle alone and went there. When he arrived at the town, he first ate somewhere to fill up before going on to handle his errands. Since he intended for his store to have steady sales besides merely selling mountain goods, he needed to find some other sources of income. Yet it shouldn't overshadow his main business. To keep growing his business, he needed to promote his shop from multiple angles. The mountain goods in the store can be used for medicinal purposes. They could also be used for making alcohol. There was a liquor shop in the town. Xiuxian wanted to buy some premium liquor. In the shop, he could prepare a wine vat, then place the herbs collected from the mountains. After consulting Dr. Tao, he could mix them all into the alcohol. Leaving them for 10 days to half a month should be enough to drink. Then give these wines some claimed benefits, such as beauty care, softening blood vessels, extending life, nourishing kidney, and strengthening yang. When that happened, the sale of alcohol in his shop surely wouldn't be a problem. Women cared most about their faces. Men valued their masculinity above all else. If you catered to both, you wouldn't have to worry about sales. Searching around town, a wine shop caught Xiuxian's attention. Once Xiuxian walked in, the scent of alcohol lingered around him. Seeing him come in, the shopkeeper assumed he had come to buy wine and greeted him enthusiastically. Young man, here to buy wine? What do you usually drink? What degree do you prefer? All regular ones are available here. Xiuxian glanced around and said, I'm not here to buy loose wine. I'm here to discuss cooperation. On hearing this, the shopkeeper lost interest. As a wine seller, what kind of cooperation could she possibly engage in? Every day was about having customers come to buy some wine, earning a few cents each time. Xiuxian smiled, and his smile made the shopkeeper slightly nervous. Since Xiuxian's alcohol tolerance wasn't very high, in order to find suitable wine, he asked the shopkeeper to pour him a small amount of each type of wine. The boss lady was patient, thinking that if the cooperation could really be achieved, then she wouldn't have to worry about the sales of the wines in her shop. If he were to use the most expensive wine from her store, then the business here would secure a stable clientele. She let him take a small sip of each kind of wine. It had to be said that their tastes varied gradually. The cheaper ones tasted worse, while the more expensive ones were of better quality and tasted smoother. Among them, the most expensive one was the best in quality. Xiuxian pointed at the big vat of wine and said, "This will be exclusively supplied to me. How about it?" The boss lady of the wine shop had already calculated in her mind, according to the money she earned from selling the wine every day. It was barely enough for her daily expenses, especially the most expensive wine, which was bought by the fewest people. Because it was expensive, even if it tasted good, it made those who lacked money feel out of reach. On the contrary, the cheaper ones, though not as good in quality, sold very quickly. In the end, it was just a strategy of selling more at a lower profit margin. Actually, it didn't earn much money. Now Xiuxian pointed at the most expensive wine in the shop with his finger. The boss lady was as happy as wildflowers blooming by the roadside. However, she still reminded him, "This wine is quite expensive. Do you really want to buy this one?" Xiuxian nodded and took out the money from his pocket immediately. This was the deposit. "Tomorrow, send someone to deliver this wine to my store, and I'll take care of the rest. I need one vat first. I'll see roughly how long it takes to sell out this vat, and after selling out, I'll come back to you." Looking at the money on the table, the boss lady's heart was racing. This was the first time she saw such a big deal. She held the money and carefully touched it, and held it up under the sun to check it for a long time. Xiuxian laughed at her. "It can't possibly be fake. How could I deceive anyone with counterfeit money?" Although the boss lady verbally expressed her trust in his words, she still doubted in her heart. She hadn't checked the almanac when she went out today, and this sudden large order made her a little overwhelmed. The more good fortune was approaching, the more cautious she should be. She couldn't let herself make a mistake because of momentary joy. That vat of wine could make quite some profit. There was no way she would lose it all because of one single bill. Chapter 195, Being Bullied. When the time comes, the masters will scold her again, thinking she has a pig's brain. After confirming that the big note was genuine, the tavern owner happily took the money. "All right, I'll deliver the wine to you tomorrow. It will be unopened, I guarantee." Xiuxian nodded and gave her the address of his shop. Seeing that the location wasn't too far, the owner decided to ride her tricycle herself and deliver the wine to him the next day. She also wanted to see what kind of business his store was running and whether it was also selling wine. It would be terrible if they were competitors. Xiuxian wandered around the town for a while longer, but found it boring, so he prepared to go home. While walking back to the village, Xiuxian began to think. His shop hadn't officially started operations yet, but competitors had already appeared. He estimated that before long, there would be other mountain goods stores near the market entrance. He had to act first. He couldn't fall behind others and must quickly stock up the store. When he returned to the village, Xiuxian heard someone crying faintly as he passed the village entrance. It was a woman. Xiuxian's curiosity was aroused again. He wondered who was crying, and it sounded eerie in the middle of the night. Xiuxian parked his bike at the village entrance and followed the sound. To his surprise, he found xiuxian hiding in a corner crying. She looked disheveled, with her clothes seemingly having been tugged at. "Xiuxian, what happened to you?" Xiuxian looked up at Xiuxian. All her grievances burst out like an overflowing bag. "Brother Qianjin, I've been bullied." Xiuxian widened his eyes and quickly looked around. There was no one else around except for them two. "Who dared to bully you? Where are those people?" Xiuxian told him everything. Turns out, she rarely came back from the south, so today she met up with some girlfriends to go shopping and watch movies. Used to dressing up in the south, Xiuxian dressed very nicely when she went out. She applied makeup and wore beautiful clothes, which made her stand out unusually here. This attracted the attention of a gang of roving hooligans. Moreover, with the money she earned from working outside, Xiuxian felt more confident. When she encountered those hooligans, she spoke rudely. In the past, Xiuxian would have avoided them first. But this time, for some reason, she confronted them directly. As a result, she and her friends were harassed by those hooligans. Upon hearing this, Xiuxian became restless immediately. Even though there might have been conflicts between him and Xiuxian, the innocence of a girl cannot just be destroyed like that. "Did they?" Xiuxian shook her head and said, "They didn't do it to me. I bit someone's ear during the chaos and ran back. But my sister who went out with me didn't manage to escape. By now, she probably has." Xiuxian got more agitated as she continued, and tears streamed down uncontrollably. Xiuxian also felt infuriated. "How many people are there?" "4 or 5, replied Xiuxian. With 4 or 5 people, Xiuxian thought that if the scene got chaotic, he wouldn't be entirely certain he could rescue the person. But if they reported to the police, it would spread through the village. So this matter couldn't be reported to the police. Xiuxian was somewhat troubled, but for the sake of a girl's innocence, he was willing to play the hero this time. "This way, follow me. I want to see if those people still respect the law." Xiuxian finally sat on the back seat of Xiuxian's bicycle. Under her guidance, the two of them returned to the town. Xiuxian didn't have any friends in the town. Good, if he gathered a group, it would turn into a fight. Guided by Xiuxian, they located a rental house. The flickering lights inside the rental house left no doubt in Xiuxian's mind about what was happening. At the same time, he was anxious for the girl. What a good girl, how did this happen? Xiuxian instructed Xiuxian to stay outside and not come in. Otherwise, the hooligans would know immediately that he was here for revenge. Xiuxian stood at the door and knocked lightly, with seemingly no response. Perhaps they were enjoying themselves. Then he increased the force of his knocking. This time, someone finally came. Who is it, disturbing my pleasure? Xiuxian stood silently at the door. Since there was no peephole, they would have to open the door to find out who was knocking. As soon as they opened the door, they would see him. Xiuxian took 2 steps back. When the door opened, he kicked it wide open. The person who came to open the door didn't even get a chance to see who was outside before he tumbled to the ground. Xiuxian quickly entered and saw on a very simple iron bed a woman whose clothes were in disarray. Frowning, Xiuxian noticed that the remaining men inside were also barely clothed. A bunch of men bullying a girl. Don't you have any shame? The woman lying on the bed looked at Xiuxian and immediately recognized him. Brother Qianjin, save me. At this cry for help, the several small-time hooligans in the room all raised their heads to look at Xiuxian. Taking advantage of their confusion, Xiuxian grabbed a stool nearby and swung it directly at them. A loud crash resounded as he hit one man, instantly splitting his head. Xiuxian, hiding outside, trembled with fright upon hearing the commotion inside. It wasn't until she heard Xiuxian shout, "Xiuxian, hurry up and take your friend out. Remember to dress her," that she gathered the courage to go in. Upon hearing his confident tone, Xiuxian realized he must have already controlled the situation. Xiuxian rushed inside, and, upon seeing her dear friend in such a state, felt guilty. At that time, she should have done everything possible to bring her friend out too. But back then, the scene was so chaotic that escaping herself was already quite an achievement. Don't blame me. I've already brought help as fast as I could. While saying this, Xiuxian helped her put on 2 pieces of clothing. Xiuxian hadn't stretched his muscles for a long time, and now he suddenly had to face-to-face fight with several people. He still felt somewhat restrained, especially in controlling the force of his blows. For example, when he threw that stool just now, the force was a bit too heavy. All he wanted was to drive that person away. As a result, the man ended up with a gash on his head, blood streaming profusely. If the blood from his head wound couldn't be stopped soon, he might need to go to the hospital. Xiuxian instinctively patted his pocket. No matter what, medical treatment always costs money like water flowing endlessly. You guys are no match for me. If you know what's good for you, scram. To deal with these ruffians, there's no point in using proper techniques. It doesn't work. Chapter 196, Safely Sent Home. One of them quickly reacted, looking over Xiuxian a few times, and then chuckled. Brothers, I know this guy. He's from Hejong village. He's here to seek revenge for those 2 little sisters. Even though he was recognized, Xiuxian wasn't particularly worried, but instead thought it was good that he didn't have to hide his identity. Yes, it's me. I didn't realize I'm so famous in town. Since you all know who I am, let me give you a piece of advice. As Xiuxian spoke, somehow another 4-legged stool appeared, on which he sat down. Today had really worn him out. All he wanted was to sit, not stand. Though those hooligans originally intended to tussle with Xiuxian, upon seeing their friend still injured, they decided to retreat. Alright, you've got some skills. Today, I won't fight you over this. But don't think you'll be at peace afterward. I know where your shop is located. At the mention of using his shop as a threat, Xiuxian, who had initially considered letting them go, immediately changed his mind. Xiuxian, close the door. Today, Brother Qianjin intends to loosen up my limbs. After these words, Xiuxian immediately shut the door. When the thugs saw the door close, their hearts trembled. Then they looked at Xiuxian and a chill ran down their backs. What are you planning to do? Xiuxian stood up, took off his coat, and rolled up his sleeves to his elbows. His sturdy forearm muscles were textbook perfect. What else would I do? Loosen up, obviously. But if anyone is already hurt, don't come closer. I don't want to cause secondary damage. As for those with no injuries, step forward. After saying this, Xiuxian stretched out his hand and beckoned to them. This provocative gesture inflamed the young men. Faced with such an insult, how could anyone swallow this? One of them mimicked Xiuxian's gesture. If you've got the guts, come over here. In this small space, either you die or I do. I'm just worried about unexpected deaths happening around town tomorrow. Xiuxian lowered his eyebrows, and his gaze suddenly became sharp, cutting through like steel. Such a look carried tremendous weight, making these small-time hooligans involuntarily swallow. Xiuxian stepped forward, slowly approaching them. The 2 who had been kicked and hit by a stool earlier already feared him significantly. Fortunately, among them, someone was still clear-minded. With each attack from Xiuxian, they felt as if their lives were at stake. In terms of ruthlessness, they couldn't match Xiuxian. Realizing the situation worsening, one of them said hastily, "Big brother, we're wrong. Let's end this today. We won't harm you anymore." Before the sentence was complete, Xiuxian rushed over. Without any chaos he expected, Xiuxian crushed them single-handedly. Outside the door, Xiuxian held her sister, listening anxiously. Her sister, although somewhat worried due to her distant relationship with Xiuxian, knew of his reputation. Is Big Brother Qianjin going to be alright? Xiuxian shook her head. Big Brother Qianjin is very skilled. How did those hooligans treat you? The little sister replied. They didn't do much, only tore my clothes. If you had arrived any later, there might have been trouble. Looking at her good sister, Xiuxian finally calmed down. That's good. That's good. I was worried. Worried that I came too late, and they already hurt you. Words barely left her mouth when she heard the door behind her open. Xiuxian nonchalantly draped his coat over his shoulder. The hooligans had all been taught a lesson. He tossed 2 large bills, leaving a parting statement. This 200 yuan is your medical fee. If you want another taste of my abilities, find me. You know where my shop is anyway. I'll be waiting anytime. After teaching these hooligans a lesson, it was unnecessary to stay there longer. Xiuxian brought his bicycle near, yet the rear frame certainly wouldn't accommodate both women. A 28-inch bike could carry 2 people, one at the front and one at the back. Since Xiuxian was least harmed, she sat at the back. As for the young lady, this time Xiuxian rather unintentionally placed her in his embrace. It was purely coincidental. Walking toward the village, Xiuxian suddenly felt himself to be quite comical. Whether in words or actions, he wanted to keep a distance from Xiuxian. But when she was really in danger, Xiuxian turned out to be the first one to act, even risking everything. Big brother Qianjin, thank you so much for what happened tonight. Without you, we wouldn't have known what to do. Xiuxian gripped the handlebars tightly to steady the front wheel of the bicycle, so it didn't wobble side to side. Surprisingly complimented by Xiuxian, Xiuxian secretly felt rather pleased inside. However, on his face, he deliberately maintained a stern expression. Next time if you encounter anything like this, remember to run away as fast as you can. No matter what, girls are no match for men. And Xiuxian, don't let earning some money outside give you the illusion that you can afford to look down on those kinds of people. If I hadn't come back later tonight, you could have cried your eyes out, and there's no way your little sister would have made it home. Stay far away from those people next time, understand? And if anything like this happens again, I'll simply stand aside and won't intervene. Xiuxian's admonishment was correct. Xiuxian didn't utter a single word, saying nothing at all. But oddly enough, Xiuxian could sense her weight from the atmosphere around her. Actually, this incident wasn't entirely her fault. Who would have guessed that those small-time hoodlums had such audacity? In broad daylight, they dared to abduct young women. Even if it had been Xiuxian encountering it, he probably wouldn't have anticipated it happening. Well, we're almost home, so stop looking so gloomy. Xiuxian, find a clean set of clothes for your younger sister to change into shortly. Although this situation is embarrassing, fortunately neither of you suffered any real harm. After getting home, take a good nap and pretend nothing ever happened. Rarely did Xiuxian not share any disagreements with Xiuxian about the matter. I understand, big brother Qianjin. It's truly lucky to meet you today. I'm very grateful. Seeing Xiuxian behaving so obediently came as a bit of a surprise to Xiuxian. He stopped the bike with a laugh. I still prefer the old Xiuxian who always argued with me. Mentioning this made Xiuxian feel somewhat embarrassed, reluctant even to look directly at Xiuxian while talking about earlier events. Xiuxian glanced at his watch and said, let's head home quickly. It's already late. Your parents must be worried by now. I've safely sent both of you back. Any further matters after this point should no longer involve me. Chapter 197. Who did I offend? Xiuxian rode his bicycle back home. Upon hearing the commotion in the yard, Xiangmeiyun immediately got out of bed. As soon as she moved, she woke Tian Weidong who was lying beside her. Qianjin is back. How did this boy? Xiangmeiyun hushed them, indicating that Tianhua had already fallen asleep, so they should speak more softly and not wake the child up. After years of marriage, Tian Weidong understood her and wanted to go outside and take a look. However, he was slower than Xiangmeiyun. She quickly got off the Kong, put on a jacket, and went out. Tian Weidong looked at their son sleeping with arms and legs sprawled all over, and quietly covered him with a blanket to prevent him from catching a cold. Xiangmeiyun came to the yard and saw her brother's disheveled state. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she asked what happened. I lost control of the bike handlebars on my way back and fell into a ditch. Recalling her brother's usual brashness, Xiangmeiyun didn't doubt much further. You shouldn't buy new clothes for him anymore. He doesn't know how to be careful. Amidst her sister's complaints, Xiuxian chuckled foolishly. After such a tumultuous trip, Xiuxian's stomach started rumbling, and Xiangmeiyun thought that she wouldn't be able to sleep right away anyway. She simply picked up some corn stalks from beside the courtyard wall and went inside. She tore off 2 cabbage leaves, chopped some scallions, and when the water boiled in the pot, she tossed in some thin, long noodles. The soy sauce, vinegar, salt, and monosodium glutamate were added according to her brother's taste, while Xiuxian squatted nearby warming himself by the fire. Actually, these noodles weren't anything particularly delicious. Most times it was just making do. But since he hadn't returned during the proper mealtime today, this is what he ended up having. If he had arrived during mealtime, he wouldn't have had to eat this. Sister, are there any eggs in the chicken coop? Xiuxian watched as the noodles in the pot gradually bubbled, only accompanied by a few wilted cabbage leaves. They looked unappetizing, so he boldly ventured a question. Xiangmeiyun's answer was simple. I don't know. If you want some, go check yourself. 2 steps away, Xiuxian was willing to bear the inconvenience. However, when Xiuxian arrived at the chicken coop, several chickens were nestled together, sleeping soundly. It was easy to tell at a glance whether there were any eggs in the palm-sized coop. Even though it was night, Xiuxian could judge clearly that there were no eggs in the coop at the moment. He left early and returned late. The chickens had been kept for quite some time, but he had never seen any eggs laid. Since there were no eggs in the nest, Xiuxian couldn't force the hens to work overtime to lay one. Indeed, bad luck seemed to affect all aspects of life, which explained the saying, when you're unlucky, even drinking water can get stuck in your teeth. Hearing footsteps approach, Xiangmeiyun quickly threw whatever was in her hands into the stove to cover up the evidence. But she was still a step too slow and was caught red-handed by Xiuxian. Xiuxian rushed in, grabbing his sister's hand, and said, "What are you hiding? I was just gone for a moment, and you?" Before he could finish speaking, Xiuxian had noticed a golden yellow hue in the pot. That was eggs, and there were 2 of them. No wonder he hadn't found any in the chicken coop earlier. His sister must have retrieved them. Sister, why did you let me search the chicken coop knowing full well there were no eggs? Xiang Meiyan didn't say a word, waiting for the eggs that were now cooking in the pot to set. She tasted a strand of noodle with chopsticks to test its texture, then scooped them out once they were ready. To ensure the flavor was rich enough, she also added half a spoonful of lard at the bottom of the bowl. With the noodles laid down and hot soup poured over, the lard slowly melted, releasing a delightful aroma. Sister, would you like to try a bite? The siblings had always had a good relationship. Xiang Meiyan saved all the best things for her younger brother. Even though Xiang Qianjin was grown up and a bit unruly, he didn't dare misbehave in front of his sister. Faced with the noodles lovingly prepared by his sister, Xiang Qianjin felt embarrassed eating alone, especially when he deftly lifted an egg with his chopsticks and placed it in front of his sister's mouth. Xiang Meiyan turned her head away. I've already eaten dinner. You hurry up and eat before it gets cold. Xiang Meiyan then poked the fire in the stove out and stood up to return indoors. Even as she pulled aside the curtain to enter, she reminded her brother to clean the dishes after eating. Xiang Qianjin, holding his bowl of noodles, asked again if his sister really wouldn't share a bite. Xiang Meiyan sniffed lightly and replied, a bowl of plain noodles, what's there to enjoy? You eat slowly by yourself. With the door curtain rising and falling, Xiang Qianjin turned back toward the east room, intending to savor his meal in peace. Passing by the cupboard where the bowls and chopsticks were stored, he subconsciously glanced at it. It seemed like there must be something good inside. With chopsticks in his mouth, he freed one hand and opened the cabinet. Upon opening it, sure enough, inside the cabinet was a fragrant bowl of chicken bones. Xiang Qianjin looked at the chicken bones, then looked at the noodles in his hands. At that moment, he realized why his sister hadn't touched the noodles. It appeared that the evening's meal was rather substantial after all. Moreover, the chicken wings in the cupboard should not be leftovers. They were deliberately left for him. Xiang Jinquan coughed twice, intentionally making some noise. Xiang Meiyun, who had already climbed back under the covers, heard the racket her younger brother was making outside. She couldn't help but suppress a smile and told Tian Weidong, who was still awake. I knew this kid would sneak some food. Tian Weidong immediately chimed in. That bowl of chicken wings, wasn't it specifically left for him by you? I only bought 2. There must have been one hole in that bowl. I wanted to eat more, but you didn't let me. Xiang Meiyun explained. There was just half a chicken wing. Today what you bought was larger. The conversation between the sister and her husband was heard by Xiang Jinquan outside pretty much in its entirety. Since it was something his sister specially set aside for him, he decided not to hesitate and dig in. The next morning, Xiang Jinquan climbed out of bed to go to the outhouse. Before even finishing dressing, someone came rushing over with news. Meiyun, Jinquan, good thing you're both home. Something's happened. Xiang Meiyun was feeding chickens in the yard when she saw the aunt coming over, smiling while asking what had happened and why she was so flustered early in the morning. Your store belonging to Jinquan got smashed. I passed by the market entrance today and took a look. It was all true. While taking care of business in the outhouse, upon hearing what the aunt said, Xiang Jinquan hurriedly came out. What? Someone smashing my store? Who is it? Which fool? The aunt shrugged her hands. I don't know. I saw that the windows, doors, and everything made of glass were shattered. It seemed like the things inside were also thrown out, so I came over right away to tell you. Jinquan, did you upset anyone recently? Xiang Jinquan paused silently, his mind already knowing who was causing him trouble. Xiang Meiyun looked at her younger brother too. Her life mainly revolved around the factory and their home. Her involvement in her younger brother's matters was scarce, so if he truly offended someone it would be hard for her to guess. I'll go check first. Sister, don't worry. Xiang Jinquan rode his bicycle to the shop, where indeed all the items had been thrown out. The wolf tooth necklace was gone, and the ginseng he brought from Dongjin Mountain was also missing. The neighboring clothing store owner came out to watch curiously. Hey, looks like you offended someone pretty badly to get your store smashed. At least there weren't many things in your store, otherwise, the loss could have been quite significant. Chapter 198. You owe me a thanks. Xiang Qianjin tidied up the things at the storefront briefly. Then he contacted the decorator to have the broken glass reinstalled. He also went to the town based on his memory, found the rental apartment. The door of the rental was slightly ajar. Xiang Qianjin kicked it open as he entered. Inside was still in disarray as it was last night. Even the yellow light bulb above was still lit. He didn't seem to mind the waste of electricity. Xiang Qianjin walked around the room and was about to leave when a man's voice came from outside. Oh my goodness, my house. Who is the scoundrel that has messed it up like this? As Xiang Qianjin moved towards the door, he saw the speaker walk in with his hands behind his back, a look of distress on his face. The man looked at Xiang Qianjin, finding his face somewhat unfamiliar. Who are you? What are you doing in my house? Xiang Qianjin also eyed him and asked, This is your house, but how do I remember there were a few young men living here? The man solemnly nodded and said, I'm the landlord. They rented my house. Do you know them? Xiang Qianjin shook his head, not recognizing them, but I had a little bit of a quarrel with them. Do you know where they are now? The landlord waved his hand, not knowing, then complained. They haven't paid rent for 2 months. As you know, our local economy isn't good. I'm kind-hearted. These few young men loafed around all day, yet somehow managed to scrape together the rent every so often. But this time, the delay has been too long, so I just came to see what's wrong. Whether they are deliberately delaying payment or if they really ran into trouble. After all, anyone can run into an unexpected situation. Xiang Qianjin originally intended to correct the landlord's statement, but ultimately held his tongue. After all, the unexpected incident involving those young men was caused by him, and they had also caused his misfortune. As for why they hadn't returned, either they went out to eat after trashing his shop, or they were hiding somewhere. Given the situation, any possibility seemed plausible, but but Xiuxian still managed to pry some key information out of the landlord. At least if they wanted to eat, they must have jobs that earn money. Tracing this line would eventually lead him to the culprits. Despite spending the entire morning, Xiuxian still couldn't find the whereabouts of those ruffians. It wasn't until he passed by the urban management brigade when he encountered Lu Jun. Xianjin. Hearing someone call out, Xiuxian turned around to see Lu Jun pushing his bicycle out. Lu Captain. Long time no see. That's right. I've been busy with work recently, never got a chance to visit you. But there's something you should thank me for. Furrowing his brow, Xiuxian questioned, why is that? Lu Jun knew he'd ask this, and instead of answering directly, first asked whether his store had been smashed again. At this mention, Xiuxian became angry, but then realized something. Lu Captain, what did you mean earlier? It turned out that today Lu Jun happened to be patrolling with his team and passed by Xiuxian's mountain goods store. Seeing the door open, and thinking of their good relationship, he decided to stop by under the guise of checking on business. Before he could step onto the steps, he heard sounds of things being smashed inside. Interspersed were some profane curses. Lu Jun immediately called his colleagues to surround the individuals inside the store. Everything inside was already tossed around messily. Without hesitation, Lu Jun had the culprits arrested on the spot and handed over to his colleagues for processing. Having spent the whole morning searching without a clue, Xiuxian was surprised to find a breakthrough through Lu Jun. Brother, you've done me a huge favor. Where are those guys now? I must see them. Lu Jun pretended to think hard. Probably in the detention center. But if you go now, they're closed for the day. Come back after your meal. Did those few boys destroy your store, and now you're trying to plead for them? Xiuxian shook his head. How could I possibly plead for them? I want them to compensate for the damages. Some things were stolen from the store. I don't know if they hid them or sold them. Lu Jun tensed up upon hearing this. What precious items do you have in your store? Xiuxian hesitated about responding. Seeing his indecision, Lu Jun stopped questioning further. The two of them grabbed a quick meal at a nearby place. When the time was right, Xiuxian rushed off to the detention center. The police officer handling this case had actually been waiting for Xiuxian to arrive, since he was the victim. Fortunately, the experienced officer in charge wasn't fazed by such acts of revenge. But after understanding the background, he gave Xiuxian some acknowledgement. Well done, kid. That's impressive. It seems I'll need to handle this properly for you. Still, I must give you some criticism. You can't resort to violence recklessly. If something like this happens again, remember to report it to the police. Did your store suffer any losses? All of these should be calculated into the damages. Xiuxian spread out his hands. Indeed, a few items were lost, some ginseng roots, not cheap ones either. They were prepared for customers. Let's count them as 1,000 yuan. In addition, there were a few wolf tooth necklaces that I priced at 2,000 yuan each, but those items weren't many in number. And there are not many people who understand their value. Therefore, I hope they return these items to me. Hearing this, the veteran police officer nodded, refraining from excessive comment. He understood all too well that the value of some things couldn't simply be measured in money. Under the lead of the experienced old police officer, Xiuxian finally met those several ruffians. Last night, they had been beaten, and now they were all bruised around the nose and face. Xiuxian couldn't really comprehend where they got such boundless energy. Early in the morning, they went ahead and smashed his store. But what he most wanted to know now was where the stolen goods were hidden. Xiuxian greeted them through the door. Seeing him, the young ruffians rushed toward him as if crazy, but luckily, the door stopped them from reaching him. The on-duty police officer by the side held a baton and struck it hard on the door to keep them in check. Repeatedly questioning, Xiuxian pressed for answers regarding where the items taken from his shop had gone. Apparently, those ruffians weren't fools. They refused to answer. As such, Xiuxian had no way of forcing the information out of them. With no clue about the whereabouts of the stolen items, Xiuxian realized he couldn't squeeze any further details out of them. He could only hand over the matter to the investigating officers and hope they would recover the items. After redecorating his shop, Xiuxian made a large investment this time and bought a camera. Even though its video quality wasn't very clear, its presence alone might serve as a deterrent to troublemakers. When Xiuxian returned home, he found xiuxian was also there. Faint red marks remained on her face where she'd been pinched. Knowing why she came, Xiuxian didn't deliberately treat her coldly. But Meiyan didn't know what had happened last night. Thinking that there was still some entanglement between them, seeing her brother come back, she immediately ordered him to go buy something. Chapter 199, that's all. Xiuxian didn't want to move, but he also understood why his sister had chosen this moment to send him out. Deciding to comply with her wishes, xiuxian immediately got up and said, Sister Meiyun, I won't be eating here. Last night, if it weren't for Brother Qinjin, I wouldn't have known what to do. I came specially to thank him. Now that I've seen him, I should go back and start cooking. Without waiting for Xiang Meiyun's response, xiuxian stood up and left. As she walked past Xiang Qinjin, xiuxian couldn't help but glance at him a few more times. After all, Xiang Qinjin was the first man she had fallen for. Although she ultimately didn't get the chance to be with him, forgetting him wasn't easy either. Xiang Qinjin didn't know how to respond, so he simply smiled and nodded slightly. As xiuxian left, Xiang Meiyun naturally didn't need her brother to buy anything anymore. Come back, don't go, it's a waste of money. Xiang Qinjin approached his sister. Why did she come? Xiang Meiyun tidied up the items and replied. Didn't xiuxian say she came to thank you? Did something else happen between you two? Judging by her demeanor, it seemed she didn't know what had happened last night. No, Xiang Qinjin responded, briefly recounting the events. Yesterday evening, I went to town, and on my way back, I met her as she couldn't find a car. So, I helped her back using my bicycle. Xiuxian gave a simple explanation, and naturally, Xiang Meiyun didn't push further. Xiang Meiyun looked at her brother for a while before asking, "Is your shop situation resolved? Did you figure out who did it?" Xiuxian nodded. "I found out. They were caught by Captain Liu. Interestingly, those people were causing trouble in the store when Captain Liu was patrolling nearby. If I had known they would be caught by him, I could have directly gone to the traffic police station this morning instead of running around like a headless chicken." Xiang Meiyun couldn't help but laugh at her brother's naivety, yet praised the fact that knowing Captain Liu was beneficial. "You stay home and look after Tianhua. I'll be going out for a bit." Before Xiuxian could react, Xiang Meiyun had already gotten dressed and rushed out. Seeing how hurriedly she left, Xiuxian wanted to ask why she was going out at such a time. Looking at Tianhua, he just shrugged his shoulders. Thinking his sister would return soon, he was surprised to find out that several hours passed. When Xiang Meiyun finally returned, it was already 10 p.m. If Xiuxian hadn't started worrying, dinner might have been delayed. Thankfully, he wasn't opposed to cooking, so he prepared a simple meal. When Xiang Meiyun returned, she was carrying a sack over her shoulder. Xiuxian glanced inside and noticed the bag was full, apparently filled with radishes. But were there radishes available right now? Xiang Meiyun set down the things she brought, asking if anyone had eaten. "I've eaten. I kept some for you. It's in the pot." Xiang Meiyun grinned mischievously, giving no indication about where she'd been these past few hours. Xiuxian opened the sack and found not radishes but unprocessed pickled vegetable roots still caked with dirt, suggesting they were freshly dug from the field. "Sister, why bother digging all these up? Are we out of pickles?" Exhausted, Xiang Meiyun felt parched and scooped water from the well. After gulping down a few large swallows, she said, "We haven't run out at home, but the ones we have are from before the new year. I'm planning to make some new ones. When you have time, give some to Captain Liu. Whether it's to eat with rice or porridge, they'll always have their uses." Xiuxian frowned at the half bag of pickling materials. Indeed, in this era, every household typically served a side dish of pickles on the table. Not just now. Even later pickles remained popular. However, gifting pickles to others felt somewhat embarrassing and not very valuable. "Sister, you're not thinking of sending a box of pickles as thanks, are you?" Xiang Meiyun put the dipper aside and wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. "That definitely won't do, but I couldn't think of anything better. I heard that people like Captain Liu are always extremely busy, often unable to eat on time even during meal hours. In the future, adding some steamed buns with pickles can at least make do for a meal." Xiuxian thought his sister made a reasonable point. "When do you plan to prepare these?" "There's quite a lot." Xiang Meiyun chuckled, clearly pleased with herself. "This little task doesn't require your help. You'd better focus on your shop repairs. Pickled vegetables take at least 10 to 15 days to prepare properly. Once they're done, I'll have you deliver them." Xiuxian agreed. Xiang Meiyun quickly ate a couple of bites from the food she took out of the pot, and that concluded another day. A few days later, Xiuxian was busy cleaning up the shop when an old policeman showed up. Xiuxian glanced over and immediately recognized the old policeman who had taken charge of his case. If the old policeman was coming to him at this moment, it must have something to do with him. Xiuxian quickly put away the cleaning supplies in the corner. "Comrade, are you looking for me?" The old policeman nodded. "Yes. How much stuff was stolen from your store before?" Xiuxian pointed toward 2 display cabinets by the eastern wall. There were 4 or 5 ginseng roots there, each as thick as a thumb. On the other side, there were 5 wolf-tooth necklaces, and also some dried mushrooms picked from the mountains, though those weren't worth much. The most valuable items were the ginseng and the necklaces. They were all genuine, without any falsification. The old policeman remained expressionless and asked curtly, "Besides these, is there anything else?" Xiuxian replied honestly, "Nothing else. You can see that my store is still pretty empty. I didn't officially open for business yet, but I've already learned that the things I lost have been found." The old policeman didn't give a direct answer, teasingly keeping him waiting. "As for what you just mentioned, I cannot guarantee we've found everything. However, from the statements of those individuals involved, the ginseng was sold for only 1 or 200 yuan. As for the wolf-tooth necklaces, they thought they were fake, so they just threw them away carelessly. We're arranging manpower to search for them." Xiuxian felt indescribably frustrated at hearing this. The loss of the ginseng wasn't as disheartening. But the wolf-tooth necklaces, those were something he risked his life to bring back. To know that someone had casually discarded them by the roadside was difficult for him to accept. "Comrade, where exactly did they throw my wolf-tooth necklaces? Even though they may not be as precious as gold or jade, they're still invaluable to those who understand their value. That's why I priced them so high, 2,000 yuan per necklace." The old policeman, noticing Xiuxian's agitation, quickly consoled him. "I fully understand, but the items aren't completely recovered yet. I'll try my best to minimize your losses. However, those few people are unemployed loafers. They often work intermittently, and you shouldn't expect them to compensate you." Sighing, Xiuxian replied, "I actually never thought they would pay me compensation. I just want my stolen items back, that's all." Chapter 200, A Happy Ending. The veteran police officer coughed twice and suddenly leaned closer to Xiuxian. His words were tinged with a little curiosity and tentativeness. "Kid, tell me the truth. Are the things you got really valuable?" After hearing this, Xiuxian leaned back, looking at the old police officer with an expression that implied there was no way it could be false. "Uncle policeman, do you think I'm cheating people? I am a law-abiding citizen. With those few unemployed wanderers, they can't compensate for even a tenth of my losses. It's like burning incense to worship gods for what they have done." The veteran police officer chuckled and snapped his notebook closed with a crack. All right, we'll handle it this way for now. If your items are found, we will notify you. Just as the old police officer was about to leave, Xiuxian took a step forward and grabbed the veteran officer's arm. Comrade policeman, please make an effort to find the items I lost. They are very important to me. If not, just tell me where they are, and I will look for them myself. The shop is currently in semi-operation mode. Xiuxian also didn't want to go into the mountains in the short term. Now he has plenty of time, but nowhere to pass it. If what those scoundrels said is correct, he will search inch by inch, digging up every corner to find the items. Anyway, he isn't someone who can bring down the global economy in minutes. Spending some time to minimize the loss is the most correct approach. All right, you can go find it yourself. Subsequently, the veteran police officer gave him a general area, which Xiuxian noted in his mind, but did not curse those bastards behind their backs. If the store was vandalized, fine. Why throw his things away? It was clearly his own fault, yet they had the audacity to blame him instead. Such situations don't exist under the sun. After seeing off the veteran police officer, Xiuxian felt it wasn't good to keep the shop here. He didn't have anyone supporting him from behind, so any stray cat or dog could bully him. He needed to find himself some backup. Speaking of reliable support around here, there were indeed a couple of names to mention. But the problem now was, while he knew them, they didn't know him. Xiuxian came home after work, entering the courtyard and seeing 2 shelves set up along with sofas, tea tables, and other items. Little brother, what on earth are you planning to do? Did the shop only last a few days before it closed? Xiuxian wiped his nose and said, Sis, the location isn't working. I intend to move the shop to the town, plus. Xiuxian hadn't finished speaking when he encountered his sister's opposition. What? Move to the town? Are you delirious? Do you know how much the monthly rent is for a storefront in town? Xiuxian had already checked. Rent would definitely be higher in the town than the market entrance since more people pass through there. In a week's time at the market entrance, it was unlikely even one person would step inside. He couldn't survive just on orders from outside. Xiuxian, being a housewife, thought too simply about many issues and saw things superficially. When necessary, she should wait for her husband to return and discuss matters with her younger brother. Decide whether to keep the shop at the market entrance or move it to the town. The costs are higher in the town, but it's closer at the market entrance, and the cost of living is lower. However, the main drawback is fewer people. But Xiuxian understood that her younger brother's business primarily depended on demand from big bosses outside their area. Probably, the shop was merely a front. Thus, its exact location made little difference. There was no need to necessarily move it to the town. If it was moved to the town, would they have to relocate to the county next, and then to the city? As Xiuxian pondered, she couldn't help shaking her head. This kind of situation was just a fleeting thought in her mind. There was no way it could truly happen to their family. It hasn't even reached the end of the month, and you're already rushing to bring everything back. Has the remaining rent been refunded? 80 yuan a month, averaged out, means nearly 3 yuan a day. Calculating by the dates, there were still over half a month until the end of this month. That amounts to roughly 30 yuan, and with 30 yuan, you can buy quite a lot of pork. Xiuxian knew his sister would surely ask, refunded. I bought some good dishes, so you cook dinner later. Xiuxian looked at her younger brother, with endless words to say. Yet fundamentally, all this was for the sake of their family. She thought opening a shop would set her brother on the right path. But how long had the shop been open before it ended like this? Being mocked by his sister, Xiuxian felt upset, but he did not waver in his resolve. Even when his brother-in-law returned, he would still insist on moving the mountain goods store to the town. If it weren't for the lack of cash, he wouldn't hesitate to relocate the store directly to the city. Once an idea emerges, it grows wildly. Before Xiuxian entered the house, she heard her brother speak again. Sis, what if I move the store to the city? There are more people there. Bang. Xiuxian almost tripped over the threshold, catching herself on the doorframe before slowly turning around. Just as Xiuxian was about to confirm whether her brother was telling the truth, she saw Xuanhuan returning. Upon seeing her husband back, it felt like reinforcements had arrived. At that moment, Xiuxian had no time to care about her younger brother anymore. She stumbled toward Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan had just arrived home and hadn't even caught his breath when this happened, though he didn't know what had occurred yet. One thing was for sure, it must have something to do with Xiuxian. After all, only he could cause such a big emotional reaction in his wife. What's wrong? What happened to make you panic like this? While Xuanhuan questioned his wife with words, his eyes were fixed on Xiuxian. Qianjin has gone mad. Look, he's brought all the store cabinets back here. The 2 display cabinets and tea table chairs had caught Xuanhuan's attention the moment he stepped into the courtyard. Looking at them made him feel familiar, and now he realized they were indeed from the store. This revelation confused Xuanhuan as well. If the stuff is back, does it mean the store isn't operating anymore? But who cares if the store shuts down anyway? It hasn't generated any profit so far. If it truly closed, they'd save some rent money. 80 yuan can buy plenty of good things. Judging by his wife's emotional state right now, this situation must be more complicated than simply closing the store. First, Qianjin said he wanted to move the store to the town, but now he's changed his mind, and now he insists on moving it to the city. Tell me, isn't he crazy? Hearing this, Xuanhuan was also taken aback. His gaze reflected disbelief and inquiry. Xiuxian grinned and said, I'm not kidding. Opening the store in the city means hitting the jackpot. There was reason behind Xiuxian's thought process. After a certain period of trial operations at the market entrance, he already realized that there weren't enough people coming through. Even the ordinary mountain goods stores next to his barely sold anything all day long. His shop offered cheap items, but still had no customers, so how much less likely was it for his own high-end products to sell? Therefore, shutting down the market-front store and directly opening one in the city was the better option. That's where the potential truly lies. Tian Weidong understood his brother-in-law's thinking, but shouldn't they deliberate further on this decision? Moreover, their place wasn't exactly close to the city. It took a whole day to make the round trip. They'd need total freedom of movement, and for that, they would need a four-wheeled car. Right now, the family only had bicycles with 2 wheels, and owning a four-wheel vehicle running on gas seemed like an unattainable dream. Chapter 201. There's little we can do to help. The family of 3 returned inside, and Tian Weidong patiently inquired of his brother-in-law. Was it true that he intended to open his mountain goods store in the city? If it was true, they would have to consider the risk of failure. Xiuxian chuckled and said, "Brother-in-law, I already know what you're saying, and I've thought about it. Once we're in the city, I'll have to pay respect to the mountains first." Upon hearing the phrase, "pay respect to the mountains," Xiang Meiyun's body suddenly stiffened, and she nearly chopped off part of her finger with the cleaver she was holding. She slammed the cleaver onto the wooden cutting board, didn't even bother to remove the apron wrapped around her waist, and rushed into the room. Without distinguishing right from wrong or black from white, she immediately began to lecture her younger brother. For their entire family, ever since their ancestors, they had always been law-abiding citizens, never doing anything illegal or disorderly. As for the term, "pay respect to the mountains," it simply did not belong in Xiang Meiyun's personal dictionary. Thus, when she heard her younger brother talking about paying respect to the mountains, her heart leaped up to her throat. What kind of mountains are you going to pay respect to? We're not a bandit king ruling the mountains. Seeing such a strong reaction from his sister, Xiang Qianjin quickly explained. "Sister, you've seen it yourself. Since I opened my store at the market entrance, it has already been vandalized twice. Isn't this enough to prove something? I've never offended anyone in our village." This statement was believed by Tian Weidong. His former brother-in-law might have lacked discipline back then, but he had never done anything malicious. Unlike those unemployed loafers who wandered the streets looking for trouble, Xiang Qianjin's explanation left Xiang Meiyun speechless. It was indeed impossible for her younger brother to have offended anyone, yet his store had been smashed not once but twice, each time worse than the last. This clearly indicated some kind of issue. Could it be that certain people were jealous as they saw their family gradually improving? Various possibilities could arise, but none of them necessitated resorting to paying respect to the mountains. Xiang Meiyun's mind was disordered. She dropped her gaze onto Tian Weidong, hoping that he would take control of the situation. After many years of being intimate companions, how could Tian Weidong fail to understand Xiang Meiyun's thoughts? But this time, Tian Weidong did not intend to stand united with his wife. "Qianjin, have you thought this through? Neither your sister nor I have any close connections in the city. If you've truly decided to move the store to the downtown area, you'll have to prepare yourself for the fact that you will have to face everything on your own. There's little we can do to help." Tian Weidong spoke frankly. As a diligent employee of the factory, he had never engaged in scheming or shortcuts. He spent all day working hard and had no time to worry about interpersonal relations. His only goal was to ensure that their future children wouldn't repeat the same old path they had walked, providing them as much material wealth as possible so that they could fly higher and farther when they grew up. Xiang Qianjin also understood his brother-in-law's meaning, harboring no complaints. Instead, he found it rather comforting. Speaking honestly within the family and having rational members like this made him quite content. "I've made up my mind. Tomorrow, I'll go to the city and look around for suitable stores." Actually, Xiang Qianjin already had an idea for a location. He just didn't know how expensive it was now. He feared that their current funds wouldn't be sufficient, which is why he still needed to figure out some way, as long as there was enough money in his pocket. A silence enveloped the 3 of them. Xiang Meiyun vaguely sensed something, her gaze slowly moving toward the drawer where the money was stored. Almost simultaneously, Xiang Qianjin spoke. "Sister, how much money do we have left? Perhaps you could hand it all over to me." Uncertain about the future, Xiang Meiyun's answer came hesitantly. Her expression indicated that she was somewhat reluctant to take the money out. However, Tian Weidong remained reasonable. All the money belongs to Qianjin anyway. What's there to be reluctant about? It wasn't that Xiang Meiyun was stingy. She was just afraid that these hard-earned savings might vanish without any trace, leaving them worse off. However, her husband made a good point. The money belonged to her younger brother, and she had merely been taking care of it on his behalf. Now that her younger brother needed the money, she had no reason to withhold it, even though she might have thousands of reasons not to want to do so. At this crucial moment, the money still had to come out. "Qianjin, think this through carefully. After all, there will be expenses everywhere once you're in the city. Whether or not the amount of money you have will suffice is uncertain." While handing over the money, Xiang Meiyun advised her younger brother to consider carefully. "Sister, rest assured. This time, I will definitely find someone who can support me, ensuring that no one causes trouble for my store once it opens in the city." Even Xiang Meiyun couldn't tell where her younger brother's newfound confidence originated from to say such things. Still, since he had voiced his decision, she trusted that he must have his reasons. In the end, she handed over the money anyway. However, managing the finances was also a tough job. Both Xiang Meiyun and Tian Weidong had fixed monthly salaries. Occasionally, when the factory offered overtime bonuses, those bonuses were always separately deposited into a small treasury account. With daily expenses, medical bills for illness, and visiting relatives all depending on the 2 of them, they also had to be wary of neighbors occasionally coming to borrow 300 or 500. Being a housewife was no easy job, but But handing all this money back to her younger brother actually made Xiang Meiyun feel lighter inside. Tian Dong had been watching his wife all along, guessing exactly what she might be thinking. Alright, that money wasn't even earned by us. Staring at it won't do any good. My son and I are starving. Go prepare some food quickly. Would you like me to help? Xiang Meiyun sighed. You? Which nerve isn't working right in your brain? You always take his side. How could this hard-earned money possibly end up being wasted? Tian Dong didn't think so much about it. He just didn't have that kind of ability to venture into uncharted territory. To some extent, he envied his brother-in-law. How could that happen? Stop worrying too much. Think instead about what we should eat tonight. At that moment, Xiang Meiyun felt as though Tian Dong didn't quite understand her. How could his mind only focus on eating? Xiang Qianjin counted the money. He had earned roughly 40 to 50,000 yuan over time. Adding to that what he had already spent, there were now still around 36 to 37,000 left. That amount of money was enough for him to find connections in the city. But before going to the city, he needed to do one thing first. Paying respect to the mountains required sincerity, but where would that come from? He'd need to take a bit of a life risk. Sister, cook a little more food today. Tomorrow, I'll bring it with me and head into the mountains for a loop. Upon hearing her younger brother say that, Xiang Meiyun naturally couldn't avoid getting up to start cooking. Why don't we make some buns tonight? We just prepared some cabbage, there's still time. Neither Xiang Qianjin nor Tian Dong raised any objections. At crucial moments, the key relied on their own younger brother. While Xiang Meiyun was busy in the kitchen, Xiang Qianjin finished counting the money and came over to help. Because her younger brother mentioned the three words, paying respect to the mountains, Xiang Meiyun's heart remained uneasy all day. Younger brother, why are you so distracted tonight? Are you worried about my sudden decision? Although Xiang Meiyun tried to appear calm, in front of her younger brother, why would she need to act like she didn't care? After all, they were real siblings. There was no reason for her not to worry about her younger brother flying high only to fall down and let others laugh. Sister, stop pretending to be nonchalant in front of me. She replied carefully. No specific reason, I'm just lost in thought. In fact, her worries weren't groundless. Chapter 202. Can't find another. Actually, I think opening a shop at the market entrance wouldn't take up much of your time. There's no need for us to waste money by going downtown. It's more expensive there. You should reconsider. If not, you could visit around and then make a decision. Compared with Xiang Meiyun's anxiety and hesitation, Xiang Qianjin was very calm. Sis, I've already thought about this matter. Actually, from the start, I didn't plan on staying long at the market entrance. The business must be scaled up. We can't expect bosses to come all the way to this village just to find me, right? As the saying goes, people look better in nice clothes and horses shine with good saddles. Without a good appearance, how would others trust us? I call this an investment. This bit of money invested will surely bring great returns. Listening to her brother speak convincingly, Xiang Meiyun didn't fully understand the intricacies here, including the terms great returns and investment, which her brother mentioned. She wasn't familiar with them. All right, let's go by what you say. You used to boast that you'd help me live well with my husband. In the future, we'll rely on you for good living standards. If we need any help from you, just tell us, okay? Xiang Qianjin steamed a big pot of white flour buns. On his own, he ate 4 or 5 of them. He still felt somewhat unsatisfied. If it wasn't for being too full to continue eating, he would have eaten 2 or 3 more. After a good rest through the night, as soon as it was light out, Xiang Qianjin set off, carrying things with him. There were over 10 buns packed in the bag. The remaining ones were left untouched, still in the pot. No matter how delicious the buns were, he couldn't eat all of them by himself. He had to leave some behind. Hearing the commotion outside, Xiang Meiyun knew her younger brother was about to head out. She wanted to rise and see him off, but ended up being lazy. If Xiang Qianjin's memory from a past life was correct, he wanted to worship a certain mountain today. He had always been quite interested in antlers in the mountain. He wondered if he'd get lucky entering the mountain today. The weather wasn't exactly ideal. The sun remained hidden within the clouds, like a shy girl yet to emerge from seclusion. However, after spring arrived, each day grew progressively warmer. Trees that lost their leaves during winter started sprouting new branches and leaves. As soon as he entered the mountains, the air inside became exceptionally fresh, causing Xiang Qianjin to greedily inhale a deep breath. This fresh air circulated warmly within his lungs, pushing out the turbid air. He forgot when the last time he had ventured into the mountains was, so Xiang Qianjin decided to explore a place he'd never visited before this time. Each type of animal has its designated activity areas. So in order to achieve results, one needed to search where these animals frequently appeared. It's like if you want to catch fish, you have to go to water. Fish don't usually appear on dry land. Not having walked far into the mountain, Xiang Qianjin's stomach began rumbling with hunger. Sitting against a large tree, Xiang Qianjin took out the buns from his bag. He was thankful for the warm weather. If it were winter, they would have frozen solid within an hour in the bag. At least now, though cold, the buns were still edible. Swallowing down one bun in just a few bites, he smacked his lips and reached for another. Suddenly, something hit him on top of his head, causing Xiang Qianjin to glance upwards. A large bird perched casually on a tree branch just above him. With a chuckle, Xiang Qianjin shifted slightly to avoid further bombardment. What had just fallen was a small pebble. Should he stay in the same spot, next might be bird droppings hitting him. Truly a case of impending misfortune. Having eaten 2 buns, Xiang Qianjin temporarily relieved his hunger. But the question now was, where exactly did deer roam? Xiang Qianjin couldn't decide yet. Had he known the language of animals, his job would be far less troublesome. Xiang Qianjin couldn't help laughing at his absurd thought. Out of the corner of his eye, a brown shadow darted past. His eyes immediately sharpened. If his observation was correct, that should have been a deer dashing by. Without hesitating, Xiuxian grabbed his gun and chased after it. However, once he started running, the deer seemed to have disappeared entirely. This troubled him slightly. There had been only a split second between seeing the deer and losing track of it. Where had such a big deer gone? Perhaps his eyes deceived him? The phrase, wishing makes dreams materialize, popped into his mind, but he quickly dismissed it, confident in his keen eyesight. Xiuxian searched thoroughly, hoping to discover traces of the deer in this area. Yet whether the efforts he made would yield any results remained uncertain. Despite circling a large perimeter nearby, Xiuxian found no sign of the deer. In his mind, he pondered, how incredibly fast it ran, gone in the blink of an eye. After all the fuss, Xiuxian had expended a great deal of energy. It wasn't until it was nearly dark that he finally found a deer. However, this deer looked quite old, nowhere near as alert as one in its prime. Even when Xiuxian was almost upon it, the deer didn't run away. It is often said that animals in the mountains have the most intuition, and even science has difficulty explaining how they predict danger. When the old deer stood there motionless, Xiuxian firmly believed that heaven was letting him encounter good fortune. The antlers on the old deer's head were immense, likely unmatched by any others within these woods. Xiuxian moved forward to touch the old deer with his hand. Suddenly, the old deer stepped back twice, lowered its head, and prepared for an attack. Seeing this, Xiuxian couldn't help but exclaim, "You're already on death's doorstep, and you still want to fight back." Raising his hunting rifle, Xiuxian pulled the trigger just as the old deer readied its assault. With the sunset lingering behind him, Xiuxian walked out of the mountain, surprised at how heavy the antlers were. Dragging it down the mountain was no easy feat, leaving Xiuxian breathless. It felt more exhausting than a full day spent at the gym. Upon arriving home with the prize, his sister curiously asked, "Why did you bring this thing?" Xiuxian placed the antlers somewhere secure. "Of course, I'm catering to their preferences. The big bosses in the city aren't short of money. Even if I tried to give them money, they wouldn't take it." Xiuxian knew money was a good thing, so she teased her brother. "Sister is vulgar, so what? If someone showed up one day offering me cash, I'd gladly take it, no matter where it came from. Sis, can we aim a bit higher? Don't you worry about attracting disaster after receiving such ill-gotten wealth." Xiuxian pouted and said, "So, why should they accept your antler, huh? Is it made of gold or something?" As she spoke, Xiuxian reached out to feel it, but Xiuxian quickly stopped her. "Sis, don't touch this. If it gets damaged, I won't be able to find another. Hold on, let me go buy some meat. I'll make some more steamed buns. Yesterday's vegetable ones weren't enough, so today I'll make them with meat." But Xiuxian refused, explaining her meat ration tickets were used up. Chapter 203. Treating a few comrades to a late-night snack. Xiuxian hummed a couple of times, letting off steam for his inner dissatisfaction, to win the sister's sympathy and compassion. But this trick had been used for many years, and Xiuxian had long since become unmoved. Seeing that her sister didn't move, Xiuxian returned to the room on his own. He found the box where the food tickets and meat tickets were stored. Excluding the days he was in Dongjin Mountain, during this period, the family hadn't eaten meat even once. At least they hadn't eaten any meat this month. Half a caddy of meat tickets could not have just vanished into thin air. Opening the box, the first thing that caught his eye was the food tickets. After searching through them, he saw a few meat tickets. At this time, meat tickets were worth more than gold. "Big sister, don't you think you owe me an explanation? What is this?" Xiuxian walked over with nonchalance, casually taking the meat tickets away. What else could it be but meat tickets? "Haven't you seen them before?" Xiuxian drew back his hand, his tone filled with confusion. "If you say we've already used them, isn't that deceiving people? These meat tickets are saved for the new year. We can't use them now. I'll cook you some noodles to eat a few bites." Meat-filled buns had instantly turned into noodles. Xiuxian couldn't accept this change. Seeing Tianhua still playing on the Kong bed, he yanked him over. "Tianhua, do you want to eat meat dumplings? Big meat dumplings." Tianhua sucked the snot, almost reaching his lips back in, and said one word. "Yes." Looking at his sister, Xiuxian said, "Look, your son wants to eat meat dumplings too. The minority should follow the majority. I'll go buy some right now." Xiuxian placed her hands on her hips, shooting a glare at her son. Tianhua knew the power of his mother well. If she got angry, even uncle couldn't hold her back. "Eat, eat, what will you eat?" The older one doesn't learn good manners. The younger one is even worse. Realizing his sister wouldn't budge, Xiuxian sighed, sitting heavily on the edge of the Kong bed, groaning like a woman. Xiuxian ignored all this and turned around to go cook. In the urban area, at a karaoke lounge. In a luxurious private room, smoke swirled around as beauties nestled comfortably in men's arms, their smiles bright. "Sister Rome, something has happened, something big." Suddenly, a small, skinny monkey burst in, completely disregarding the other guests in the room, rushing straight to a middle-aged woman. The woman called Sister Rome frowned, clearly displeased. "Why all the commotion? If you have something to say, just say it. Don't you see how many people are here? How do you lack such common sense?" The little monkey chuckled awkwardly and immediately came to Sister Rome's side, whispering a few words into her ear. Bang! A beer bottle was smashed on the table, the loud noise nearly sobering everyone present. "What nonsense? Who got arrested? Whoever did it, I'll kill him." The skinny monkey looked troubled and said, "I don't know. By the time I got the news, the person was already in the detention center." "Sister Rome, what do we do? Shouldn't we find a way to get them out? That place is dark and cold, with bad food and no sleep." We must find a way to rescue them. Sister Rong massaged her temples and said, "You go to my office, take some money, bail the person out, and investigate who's behind all this." The skinny monkey responded twice, not daring to disturb the other guests in the room further. Once the skinny monkey left, someone immediately chimed in. "What's up, Sister Rong? What happened that has you so worried?" "It's unlike you." Sister Rong forced a smile, which seemed somewhat off against her meticulously made-up appearance. With the dim lighting in the room and the occasional spinning colored lights from above casting on her face, it was hard to discern her expression. "Bad luck at home. It's all because of my useless brother again. He's gotten himself locked up." Upon hearing this, the man who chimed in earlier laughed heartily and said, "I thought it was something serious. This is easy. I'll give the chief a call, and he'll be out tomorrow." For Sister Rong, this would usually be a trivial matter, not something that felt like the sky was falling down. But based on a woman's intuition, this time it was clear someone had deliberately set a trap for her brother. "How could I let you bear me a favor over such a small matter? I can handle this myself. Besides, today I invited everyone here to sing and enjoy ourselves. Don't let my useless brother ruin our mood." Once Sister Rong spoke, others quickly flashed their accommodating smiles. But everyone knew that despite her verbal complaints about her brother being talentless and unaccomplished, whenever anything happened to her brother, this cursing sister always took the lead. No one would believe her when she said she didn't care, let alone when Sister Rong personally attended to this matter. It implied that all the people in the room had an extremely close relationship with her. Following Sister Rong's orders, the skinny monkey grabbed a wad of cash from the drawer, calling someone, and driving a car to the detention center of the town below. When the skinny monkey encountered the on-duty policeman, he maintained his usual style. He still took out a cigarette from his pocket and handed it over. There was no need to ask where that street-smart aura came from. It was obvious. Fortunately, the officer on duty wasn't swayed by just one cigarette. With an unyielding face, the officer followed the standard reception procedures and asked for their names. "What brings you here so late at night?" The skinny monkey pulled out his credentials. "Officer comrade, I'm here to look for someone. Isn't there a person detained here named Xiuxian?" The on-duty officer checked the detention records and seemed slightly dismissive in tone. After all, the number of people locked up each day was countless, and society during this era was still chaotic and unstable. It could be said to be extremely disorderly. Fraud, theft, burglary, brawls were everywhere. "So, what relation are you to him?" Upon hearing the officer's question, the skinny monkey quickly identified himself. "I'm his older brother. When I heard he got into trouble again, I rushed over to bail him out. My younger brother is impulsive. I can guarantee this will be the last time. I'll let his parents properly discipline him when we get home. If he causes trouble again, let him stay in the detention center until release." The police officer frowned. "Everyone who comes to post bail says the same thing. But has the detention center ever been empty? Judging by your demeanor, it seems like this isn't the first time you've come to bail someone out. This Xiuxian has repeatedly failed to learn his lesson. He's made the detention center feel like a hotel, checking in whenever he pleases and leaving when he feels like it." The skinny monkey had anticipated that things wouldn't go smoothly. Especially in front of the police, he dared not act recklessly. What if he couldn't even manage to bail out Sister Rong's brother and end up getting himself involved as well? By then, Sister Rong would surely scold him for being insatiable and incompetent at everything he tried. Even if Sister Rong didn't criticize him, what about those little brothers who always called him Monkey Brother? To live up to the title Monkey Brother, he needed to possess extraordinary abilities, capable of achieving anything from earth to sky. Moreover, compared to the real Monkey King, he was more unrestricted because he didn't have any golden hoop around his head. "Officer comrade, I swear, this will be the last time. If he does this again, I definitely won't come." The on-duty officer still refused the skinny monkey's request to post bail. "If you want to bail him out now, it's already too late. After all, I didn't handle his case." Chapter 204. This woman is quite resourceful. As soon as Skinny Monkey heard him say that, he burst out laughing. "Since we can't leave today, then I'll go over and see if it works, and I can also deliver a couple of messages for my younger brother." In order to achieve his goal, Skinny Monkey quietly took out several large bills, rolled them up, and stuffed them into the uniform pocket of the police officer. The police officer did not lower his head for these few $100s. Instead, he took the money out and threw it back. "What are you doing?" Seeing this, Skinny Monkey quickly picked up the money. "Comrade police officer, I don't mean anything else. This money is for you and your colleagues to have some late-night snacks." Skinny Monkey believed that money could move even ghosts and demons. For someone who didn't accept the cash offered right in front of him, there was nothing to say. Only that his brain wasn't flexible enough. Too foolish. Although Skinny Monkey's actions made the on-duty police officer feel uncomfortable, he still brought him to see Xiuxian. After just a few days, Xiuxian had already lost weight and had stubble on his face. People who didn't know would think he had been somewhere enduring hardship and being bullied. Xiuxian was locked up with others. When he saw Skinny Monkey, for a moment, he thought he was seeing a hallucination. Through the door, Xiuxian tentatively called out, "Monkey Brother." Skinny Monkey immediately waved to him, gesturing for him to come closer. "What's wrong with you? Look at yourself. Don't worry, brother will bail you out tomorrow. I just found out you were locked up. Otherwise, I would have come earlier. You just need to hold on one more night here." Xiuxian looked pitiful and said, "Monkey Brother, please find a way. I don't want to stay here for even a second. Look, I sleep on the floor here, eat cold food, and I haven't washed my face or brushed my teeth for 2 days. My clothes are dirty." Skinny Monkey could see that younger brother Rong had suffered quite a bit over these 2 days. Indeed, this detention center was no place for a good person. But what could he do? He didn't know anyone in the detention center. The on-duty police officer also said it wasn't him who arrested Sun Jian. He didn't clearly understand what specific crime Sun Jian committed. To obtain his release, the personal signature of the investigating police officer was required. After Skinny Monkey repeatedly reassured and comforted Sun Jian reluctantly accepted the reality of having to stay another night. All right. I'll pick you up tomorrow and take you somewhere to relax. I'll be here as soon as the sky brightens tomorrow, but tell me this time, whom exactly did you offend? And how come they put you here? Do they not know who you are? Thinking about the events of that day, Sun Jian wanted nothing more than to rip that person apart. But now that he hadn't regained his freedom yet, even if he was furious, he'd have to wait until tomorrow to deal with it. Let's talk about it after I get out. Anyway, I won't let that guy get away easily. Before Skinny Monkey could give more instructions, the on-duty police officer reminded him that it was almost time to leave. Anyway, now that he knew Sun Jian was fine, Skinny Monkey could go back and have something to report. At least when Sister Rong asked, he could answer her questions satisfactorily. All is well, brother will come pick you up tomorrow morning, so get some sleep. Once Skinny Monkey left, all the heavy feelings in Sun Jian's heart vanished instantly. All in all, within about 10 hours, he'd regain his freedom. Had it not been for this sudden incident, his sister might have arranged for people to get him out much earlier. Skinny Monkey returned to the karaoke lounge and went straight to Sister Rong's office. He recounted everything that happened at the detention center. So how is my younger brother? Is he okay? Even though her face showed disappointment like hating iron for not becoming steel, every question she asked reflected her concern and worries as an older sister for her younger brother. Sister Rong, rest assured, he's fine. I think Jianzi is in good spirits. It's just a detention center, not a black coal mine. At worst, he won't eat or sleep well. As soon as it gets light tomorrow morning, I'll bring people to fetch him. Then we'll go through a full body cleanse and massage. I'll make sure Jianzi is clean as a whistle, just like those Hong Kong and Taiwan stars. Sister Rong couldn't help but chuckle at Skinny Monkey's amusing words. You're always so frivolous. Anyway, this matter is handed over to you. But you must find out who sent Jianzi in there. I definitely won't let that person get away easily. Anyone daring to harm my younger brother, I'll make him realize my power. Skinny Monkey had worked alongside Sister Rong for many years. Sister Rong rarely showed significant emotional fluctuations on trivial matters. Besides, in their line of work running entertainment venues, they'd encountered all kinds of people. There were those who reasoned logically, and those who didn't. Both lawful and unlawful encounters boiled down to whoever had the greater influence behind them. When Sister Rong first took over this karaoke hall, Skinny Monkey had resisted vehemently, thinking how could a woman possibly have the authority to command him? He had even caused her trouble in work, mainly focusing on making the new boss uneasy. But later, something happened at the karaoke hall, where Skinny Monkey participated fully. After witnessing Sister Rong's methods, don't underestimate her just because she's a woman. She doesn't cry when problems arise. When trouble comes, the first thing to do is find a way to solve it, not complain or blame fate. Later on, the karaoke lounge encountered various troubles, big and small. But for Sister Rong, those issues were like light drizzles. The most severe incident was when someone reported that their karaoke lounge was involved in illegal transactions. Relevant authorities ordered them to suspend operations for rectification. At that time, Skinny Monkey had already followed Sister Rong's lead without question. He worried about the seal posted on the front door of the lounge. What if they couldn't remove it? After all, so many people depended on it for food. Skinny Monkey thought of more than one poor plan, but all were rejected by Sister Rong. Firstly, they fully cooperated with the investigation from the relevant authorities to prove that her managed karaoke lounge would never allow any unlawful activities. While customer behaviors couldn't be completely controlled, every possible effort was made to minimize such occurrences. Fortunately, Sister Rong firmly believed that such incidents wouldn't happen on her territory. After the thorough investigation by the relevant authorities officers, it was confirmed that there had been no cases of illegal transactions in the karaoke lounge. The report turned out to be entirely fabricated. Relevant authorities immediately lifted the seal that had lasted for 1.5 months, allowing the karaoke lounge to resume normal operations. Just as Skinny Monkey thought this matter was over, one day something unexpected happened. Sister Rong called him to the office. He thought it was some business-related instruction. Unexpectedly, Sister Rong only gave Skinny Monkey a name. She then let Skinny Monkey take people to bring the person over. In their line of work, peers are always rivals. There are only so many wealthy bosses who can afford to spend lavishly. If someone comes to your place to spend money, you're in profits. If they don't come to you, you can only watch helplessly as the money flows into someone else's pocket. Over time, envy and resentment naturally build up. Yet, you have no way to change it. Whether people want to make money or not depends solely on a momentary decision. As they say in their industry, competitors are natural enemies. The big spenders capable of splashing cash are limited in number. Today, if customers come to you to consume, you gain wealth. If they go elsewhere instead, all you can do is helplessly watch the money flow into another's pocket. Time goes by, grudges and jealousy inevitably arise. This, however, is something you can't control. After all, it's the spender's prerogative to decide who earns their cash, often decided in a mere heartbeat. Chapter 205. No turning back once the arrow is shot. And Sister Rong was running this karaoke bar with great success. In order to provide the best service and equipment quality, she spared no expense in purchasing equipment from abroad. She also invested a lot of effort into the decoration, ensuring that every guest who came here would feel they were getting their money's worth. As a result, the money spent gradually earned its way back. By now, Sister Rong not only owned a karaoke bar, but also had dance halls, video game arcades, and bathhouses under her control. One could say she made money almost every second. So many small things that might enrage others often didn't even faze her. But when it came to matters concerning her younger brother, it was an entirely different story. I don't know yet. We still need to look into it. Don't worry, Sister Rong. Jianzi will be out tomorrow anyway. He's closer to you though, so I couldn't get much information out of him. Sister Rong rested her chin on one hand, her carefully applied makeup hiding her emotions like a mask, making it impossible to read her thoughts. All right, that's settled for today. You should go home early and rest. Come over with Jianzi tomorrow after your business is done. Skinny Monkey quickly nodded, grateful that he'd finally have a moment's peace. Now, he just needed to find somewhere to relax. For someone like him, relaxation meant spending a night at a bathhouse. And although he couldn't guarantee full service for free, at least half-price deals for the best services were guaranteed. Not to mention, picking any of those pretty girls was always within reach. After leaving the karaoke bar, Skinny Monkey stretched his arms lazily at the entrance. A young follower beside him, quick on his feet, immediately offered him a cigarette. Monkey brother, where are we going next? Home, or do we find a place to unwind? Skinny Monkey took a puff of the cigarette. We're so busy all year round, earning plenty of money, yet none of us has found a wife. Not having a wife at home means it's not really a home. Going back holds no appeal. Let's call up some brothers and head to the bathing house. Under Skinny Monkey's lead, they drove an old car to a bath center downtown named Mermaid. As fitting as the name suggests, the very first sight upon entering was a group of young and beautiful women, with makeup on their faces, big eyes and double eyelids fluttering enticingly. Zizi, who was busy at the reception desk, noticed someone approaching with her peripheral vision. Lifting her head, she recognized the visitor as an old acquaintance. Without hesitation, she grabbed the nearby intercom and summoned the lobby manager to greet them. The lobby manager was a woman, about 30-something, well-preserved, though not comparable to the girls in their 20s, but exuding her own mature charm. Upon receiving the message, Luo realized that Skinny Monkey's visit inevitably meant inviting a few girls for companionship. However, such arrangements could not be carried out openly. While arranging everyone else's tasks, Luo was already pondering how to properly receive Skinny Monkey. Men, whether from childhood to adulthood or birth to death, share only one thought. Women, and specifically, beautiful ones, youthful ones, those so delicate a pinch could gather water. Luo wasn't among that category anymore. She was a middle-aged woman beyond Skinny Monkey's interest. Recently, the shop had welcomed quite a few new staff members, 2 or 3 of whom showed particular enthusiasm for extra earnings. Although Luo provided opportunities, she didn't force anyone. Otherwise, if trouble arose, she'd end up cleaning up the mess herself. You few go change inside. Meet me at the lounge in 10 minutes. The line of girls looked cautiously at Luo. One of them finally mustered the courage to ask, Director Luo, is there something specific? We're due upstairs soon to give foot massages to guests. Luo anticipated such questions, but time is money now. There was no room for lengthy explanations. You didn't come here just to earn pocket money, did you? Now, I'm giving you this chance. You'd better seize it. No sooner had she finished speaking than someone turned and went into the changing room. This kind of situation wasn't unprecedented, and after each occurrence, colleagues would treat each other to dinner. Now, it was finally their turn. These kinds of opportunities happened only once or twice a month. Of course, in the Mermaid bathhouse, there were several evergreen beauties. Those tycoons, who throw money around freely, actually had a single loyalty when it came to certain desires. Thus, many good-looking girls didn't have too many chances to skyrocket their careers. However, there was one point worth discussing. Luo never showed favoritism. Whenever such opportunities arrived, she treated everyone equally, asking for each person's opinion. Under the temptation of huge amounts of money, even if one hesitates at first, when they see others earning several months' salary in one night, it becomes hard not to be swayed the next time a similar opportunity arises. This time, everyone was well aware that another chance had come. Once someone realized this, they immediately went to change clothes. These outfits were particular too. At first glance, they seemed no different from normal attire, but once worn, the issues became apparent. The material was high elasticity, just a tug or stretch, and it turned semi-transparent, clearly revealing the undergarments beneath. How can we wear these? Everything shows through. It's so embarrassing. Hurry up and put them on. Otherwise, the manager will get angry. Having dressed, some hurried to the lounge to wait, unwilling to keep manager Luo waiting. The 10 minutes passed quickly, and the girls were already changed and gathered in the lounge. But manager Luo still hadn't returned, prompting murmurs among them. Where has our manager gone? It's been such a long time. She can't have forgotten about us, right? Don't say that. I want to earn big today. Oh, heavens, please let my dream come true today. Amidst the whispers, the lounge door finally opened as Luo stepped in. Luo saw they were all prepared and confirmed once more whether they knew what lay ahead. The girls glanced at each other before nodding in succession. Luo smiled and said, All right, follow me, but I should tell you now, there's still time to back out if you regret it. Luo understood people differ. Sometimes, one thinks they can accept something, but upon facing it, they realize the challenge exceeds their psychological limits. If they faltered at that point, they'd face much bigger problems. Some matters go unspoken, voluntary, yet mutually understood. Seeing the girls showed no sign of backing out, Luo decided against asking again. Monkey and his group were all set, awaiting only the arrival of these few girls to accompany them. Once inside, whatever the guests say, you must agree. Once the door opens, there's no turning back once the arrow is shot. If any of you upset the guests, don't think about making money. You'll end up owing money instead. I've already given you a chance to regret. Seeing no one left, Luo pushed open a carved door. The moment it opened, the sound of loud male laughter came from within. The sound startled the girls into trembling. Chapter 206, Coming for a Feast. In fact, on the way over, the girls already knew what they were going to do next. But hearing the boisterous, even crude laughter of the men, it wasn't hard to imagine what kind of people they were. No matter who or when, everyone always preferred those with good looks. The regular customers here weren't all as handsome as stars, but at least they had decent appearances. As the saying goes, ugly people tend to act strangely, and this is true in every industry. Luo looked at them and lifted her chin slightly, saying, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and go in. Don't let them wait too long." Under Luo's urging, the girls hesitated, glancing at each other. Still, one of them was more open-minded. As long as they could make money, entertaining any kind of guest was just the same. Sometimes, if you flatter the person well, the uglier ones can be quite generous. "Sister Wan, I'm going in." Before the words had even finished, another girl also followed behind into the room. In the end, only one remained, hesitant and afraid to enter. Luo frowned, her temper rising, and her tone no longer as friendly as before. "What are you still standing there for? Go in quickly. Don't tell me you're regretting it now." The girl looked troubled at Luo. "Sister Wan, I'm not regretting it, but I'm scared." Hearing this, Luo couldn't help but laugh. She stepped forward and gripped the girl's hand, saying, "Xiuxian, listen to me. As women, we have to experience these kinds of things. This isn't even your first time working here. I've already arranged everything inside. They will be gentle with you. I guarantee that this won't leave any scars on you." Xiuxian nodded, glancing back into the room. The few sisters who went in earlier had already been embraced by the men. "Xiuxian, don't forget, you have a sick mother at home. As long as you get through this night, your mother will have money from medical treatment." Luo's expression was unpredictable. Since the first day these girls started working, she had already identified everyone's vulnerabilities. Girls who came to work here did so for various reasons, some to buy beautiful clothes, some to make money at all costs, and others because of poor family conditions, relying on their presentable faces to improve their family's living standards. Ultimately, it was all for the money. Once you understand why they came, manipulating them becomes effortless. Luo never considered herself a good person, especially given her current position. However, she firmly believed that she at least didn't force anyone, unlike how it was for her initially. If she moved too slowly, she'd face a beating. Thinking about those days, she wondered how she had endured them. "Xiuxian, don't be afraid. After the guests leave, Sister Wan will treat you to a meal." With Luo's coaxing, Xiuxian finally went in. As the door closed behind her, a man wearing only his underwear approached. "Girl, give me a kiss." Several days passed, and with his own abilities, Xiuxian managed to properly handle the deer antlers he brought back. Still, his sister kept opposing him the whole time. Gifts for social exchanges should be valuable items. How could someone send something like this brought from the mountains? Even if it were sent, it wouldn't even come with a decent-looking gift box. Even though his sister might have 1,000 reasons to dislike it, Xiuxian himself had never wavered in his decision. Sending gifts is all about catering to the recipient's preferences. It would be unreasonable to expect help by giving them something they dislike. After dealing with the entire deer antler, Xiuxian found a large wooden box to store it. Seeing this, Xiang couldn't resist mocking him again. "You should buy 2 cartons of cigarettes and 2 cases of alcohol to send. Men don't smoke or drink. This is what you call truly catering to their preferences. With what you're doing, it's already generous of them to see you when they open the door." Xiuxian sighed. "Sister, stop talking nonsense. I can guarantee that this thing will definitely be a stepping stone." Whether or not it was a stepping stone, what kind of stepping stone it was, Xiang wasn't sure right now. Maybe this was what was known as casting stones to ask the road. But she didn't care. If it ended up being a total failure, that was just her brother's lack of ability. She had warned him all she could. What could she do if he wouldn't listen? Xiang returned to the house and opened the box storing the meat coupons. Last time, her brother insisted on eating meat-filled buns, but she was unwilling. However, these last few days, her husband was also clamoring to eat some meat. Rather than hoarding the meat coupons for a whole year, they might as well indulge occasionally. She handed over a coupon for 1 pound of meat to her brother. "Qinjin, go buy some meat later. Get a mix of lean and fat, not too fatty. Your brother-in-law doesn't like overly fatty meat." Xiuxian took the precious meat coupon, sighed, and said, "Only 1 pound? Who can eat that little?" As soon as Xiang heard him say that, she immediately reached out to grab back the coupon for 1 pound of meat. It was already great luck to have any meat at all. Who did he think he was, being so picky? If he kept this up, no one would eat it. There were still plenty of cabbages in the yard anyway. Not eating meat wouldn't be a loss. But Xiuxian wasn't about to let his sister snatch the coupon from him and quickly shoved it into his pocket. Seeing how shallow his pockets were, Xiang hastily reminded him, "Hold on tight. Don't lose it. Meat might not be expensive now, but these coupons are limited. Loss of that 1 pound coupon means we'll miss out on eating 1 more pound of meat this year." Before her husband returned from work, Xiuxian rushed off and bought the meat. When he looked at that single pound of meat, so pitifully small, he wanted to scrape even the oil paper used to wrap the meat as clean as possible. In truth, in just a little while, these ration tickets, grain tickets, oil tickets, meat tickets, would all be abolished entirely. Nowadays, they still relied on these tickets for food because production simply wasn't high enough. "Sister, tomorrow I'll go downtown once. There's a chance I won't come back, so don't bother making me dinner," Xiuxian said. "All right, I understand." Do you want me to pack you some food? Eating outside is really expensive. Xiuxian didn't refuse. No matter how good restaurant food tasted, nothing could compare to the meals made by his own dear sister. The two were chatting in front of the stove when suddenly, they heard the sound of a bicycle bell ringing from outside. Thinking it must be her husband returning, Xiang Meiyun glanced at the clock on the wall. It was still too early. Her husband always arrived home promptly at 6:45 p.m., but now it was only 6:15, with half an hour still to go. Xiuxian stood up and went outside. As he lifted the door curtain, he realized that the visitor wasn't his brother-in-law. It was Lu Jun. Jungu, what brings you here? Are you coming over again just because you smelled the meat? But before he finished speaking, Lu Jun pulled a plastic bag from the handlebars of his bike. Even from afar, it was clear that the bag contained roasted chicken frames. Xiuxian became even more certain that Lu Jun had come over solely to freeload a meal. Still, the guy hadn't shown up empty-handed. He'd at least brought something to eat. So Xiuxian greeted him warmly as usual. My sister was so stingy today, she only let me buy 1 pound of meat. We're just making do with that. But as Lu Jun approached, he managed only a wry smile. Chapter 207, reinstated within 3 days. I've been suspended. Xiuxian, upon hearing these 5 words, immediately froze with his smile. What? Suspended? What did you do wrong? You guys all have permanent positions. As long as you haven't torn a hole in the sky, what kind of mistake could be serious enough to result in suspension? Lu Jun's face was filled with despair. He didn't know what went wrong either. This morning, he was just doing his regular patrol duties. After lunch, he was called into the office by the boss. The boss asked him a few things, and Lu Jun didn't deny them. But from his perspective, there was nothing wrong in what he had done. Later, he realized this was actually the leader's well-meaning plan, to prevent him from becoming a target and eventually getting revenge. They also gave him some money and told him to go away for a while until things cooled down. After that, they'd reinstate him back to his original position. However, Lu Jun knew that it would be unlikely for him to get his job back. This place was only so big, just like the size of a palm. You know me. I know you. How can anything truly pass over? Once you've made an enemy, there will be no automatic reconciliation. Either someone beats you up to vent their anger, or you become a coward and never show your face again. Let's talk inside. Ultimately, this matter has something to do with you. With me? Xiuxian was more baffled than ever. What does it have to do with him? He hadn't visited Lu Jun recently, so it must have something to do with his store, right? Isn't it just about a few gangsters? How could they make Lu Jun lose his ironclad job? All kinds of possibilities swirled around Xiuxian's mind endlessly. It was like tangled wool yarn, and after searching for so long, he couldn't even find the beginning, let alone untangle it. Bringing Lu Jun inside, Xiang Meiyun greeted him with a smile when she saw him. The brother and sister had long considered Lu Jun as a close brother. Thus, when they saw him, there was naturally no hint of displeasure on Xiang Meiyun's face. Forward, we don't have any good wine or dishes at home. If you forget it, I'll go buy them myself. Once the pot starts boiling, you can place the buns inside. It'll take around 15 minutes before they're ready. Seeing Xiang Meiyun going out to buy alcohol and food, Lu Jun quickly stopped her. Meiyun's sister, you don't need to go. I've already brought everything along. Just stay at home and rest. I came here just wanting to have a few drinks with Forward. The previous few times Lu Jun came, he was always cheerful. But this time, even Xiang Meiyun could feel that every action of his exuded signs of low mood. Xiang Meiyun knew Lu Jun wouldn't visit without a reason. So while verbally agreeing not to buy any dishes, she actually let her younger brother entertain him at home first. She then went out symbolically to buy a bit, or, in other words, even if it wasn't for Lu Jun, buying a little extra food would be fine for them too. Once inside the house, Lu Jun could no longer suppress the emotions within. He started to complain to Xiuxian. Those people wrecked your shop. I witnessed it with my own eyes. At least, I am in uniform. I followed normal procedure and detained them and sent them to the detention center. Wasn't that the right thing to do? A couple of days ago, someone from the detention center called me, saying those young hoodlums were released on bail. In the past, such cases weren't unheard of. For us, it was very common. Who would have known later that person reported me, accusing me of abusing enforcement authority, interfering where I shouldn't. Before coming in, Xiuxian still hoped against hope that Lu Jun's suspension had nothing to do with his shop being trashed. Now, Lu Jun had clearly named it. It was because he got involved in his matter and thus lost his job. Xiuxian felt an overwhelming sense of guilt and quickly penalized himself by drinking 3 cups. Brother, I'm sorry man. Those people didn't just destroy my shop, there's more. Chapter 208, Offending the Brother-in-Law. Even taking 10,000 steps back, if he were to lose his position as captain, it could still be acceptable. Moreover, there were only a few people in the team. Currently, the role of urban management was still very important. The main issue was that he hadn't yet told the old mother at home about this matter. When he first applied for this position, old mother's face was filled with pride. She imagined her son would eventually wear a uniform too. But he never thought after working so diligently for many years, he would end up with such a result. Where could he appeal? You really have a way to reinstate me? Xiuxian gave a mysterious smile and poured him a cup of wine. Just then Xiang Meiyun came back, placing the purchased alcohol and dishes on the table. Seeing the two chatting, she suddenly remembered something and tugged at Xiuxian's ear, saying, I already told you to put the buns into the boiling water, but look, you've forgotten while chatting. Xiuxian cried out in pain. Sister, haven't you noticed that Brother Jun's state is off today? I've been comforting him for a while now. Besides, steaming buns doesn't take much time. If you place the buns inside now, we can drink some wine and the time will pass quickly. Xiang Meiyun sighed. shaking her head, feeling she couldn't rely on him for anything, and went out of the room. By the time Tianwei Dong returned, the two had already had several rounds. Xiang Meiyun tried to stop him from drinking further, careful not to say anything wrong, and unintentionally hurt Captain Lu's fragile heart again. Tianwei Dong looked at the situation, sensing something amiss. What's going on? Drinking so much, are you feeling down? Everyone who knew him well understood that Tianwei Dong didn't get angry more than a few times throughout the year. He mostly stayed content and found happiness easily. Sometimes he didn't understand why those around him would become angry over small matters. They always seemed to carry gloomy faces, looking as though nothing short of a windfall would make their lips curve upwards. Just don't ask anymore. The buns will be done soon. You take them out later, Xiang Meiyun instructed. Xiang Qianjin got down from the Kong bed, entered the east room, and tidied up the mess there. He then took the bedding from the cabinet. After dinner, Lu Jun was already drunk beyond consciousness, having finished almost an entire bottle of the 2 bottles of alcohol he brought himself. It was clear that being suspended had a significant impact on him. Qianjin, what's up with Captain Lu? Can you tell me? Is he heartbroken or did something happen at home? Tianwei Dong asked, unaware of the whole situation. Xiang Qianjin wasn't sure whether Lu Jun was still conscious, so he hesitated before responding. Let's talk later. I'll support him indoors first. After settling Lu Jun, Xiang Qianjin explained to his brother-in-law. Captain Lu was suspended because of me. I made a boastful promise that I'd restore his position soon. Because of my matter? Xiang Meiyun exclaimed in surprise. Examining her younger brother closely, she asked, when did my little brother become so powerful? To the point where you can help him regain his position? So have you become a town leader? Xiang Qianjin leaned back, replying. There was indeed something problematic with the suspension. Captain Lu's actions were justified. It's clear someone pulled strings behind the scenes, leveraging connections. His superior knows about this. Their methods were definitely sound. Suspending him abruptly was meant to protect him. Just tomorrow, I'm going to visit city leaders to inquire more. How can Captain Lu lose his job just because of my issues? Xiang Meiyun felt her younger brother's words were without fault. He created the trouble, and Captain Lu helped by arresting those hooligans who trashed his store. No matter how one looks at it, these street ruffians were punished for vandalism. Captain Lu acted rightly when passing through and witnessed injustice. Reasonably, he shouldn't suffer such a misfortune. Are you planning to visit city leaders to plead his case? We've never had officials in our family within 3 generations. Xiang Meiyun, understanding her family background clearly, said. This incident must be related to those ruffians. Investigating who they represent will provide the answers. If the backing isn't strong enough, then I'll seek stronger allies. If the backing is too strong, resolving this becomes harder. But generally speaking, influential individuals wouldn't lower their dignity over trivial matters like this. I think those ruffians' backers are probably local bullies. Sometimes, it's easier dealing with powerful figures than petty troubles. Don't worry about this matter. Take good care of Tianhua. Go to work as usual. The next morning, Xiang Meiyun reheated the steamed buns from the day before. Just before heading to work, she entered the east room and found her younger brother already awake, getting dressed. Captain Lu was still sleeping soundly. Didn't you two say you'd go together? With how much Captain Lu drank yesterday, he might not be in the best mood. Perhaps. Xiang Qianjin motioned for his sister to stop talking, quickly put on his shoes, and went out of the room. This is a matter I told you not to interfere with or ask about. Pretend it didn't happen. I'll go to the city today alone. Do we have any red cloth at home? If so, find me a piece. Xiang Meiyun thought for a moment and said, yes, there's one in my dowry box. It was something Mom gave me when I got married. What do you plan to do with it? It'll definitely be useful, Xiang Qianjin replied. That red cloth was expensive when we bought it. What are you planning to do? I kept it because. Is your big plan to use the red cloth for clothing? Do you think you're still a bride? Xiang Qianjin teased. When Xiang Meiyun heard this, she almost raised her hand to slap her younger brother. What kind of talk is that? Tianwei Dong's voice came from the west room. Qianjin, why don't you just keep such words to yourself? Are you trying to get your sister a new husband? Or give Tianhua a new dad? Or maybe even get yourself a new brother-in-law? Xiang Qianjin glanced toward the west room. Brother-in-law, you're still here? I thought you'd already gone to work. Tianwei Dong tidied up his clothes, saying, I am going to work. I'm just getting ready to leave. Xiang Qianjin thought that those 2 sentences from his brother-in-law were somewhat snide. But he certainly had no intention of replacing his brother-in-law. From what he could see, his current brother-in-law was pretty good. Xiang Qianjin followed him outside and said, Brother-in-law, I didn't mean it like that. That's what my sister said. Tianwei Dong chuckled and rode off on his bike. From his brother-in-law's attitude, Xiang Qianjin knew he had offended him. Back inside, he saw his sister had opened the wooden cabinet. She pulled out the bolt of red cloth they had bought for her wedding. The red cloth you wanted? It's all right here. Xiang Qianjin looked at the red cloth. Its bright red color was indeed eye-catching. He touched it with his hands. The quality was good. If used to cover something, it would truly be a waste of its value. Let's just put it away. I'll go to the commune later and buy the cheapest one myself. Xiang Meiyun furrowed her brow, unsure of what her younger brother was up to this time. She thought, since we already have red cloth, why not use it? Moreover, such a large piece would be unsuitable for making clothes anyway. And she wasn't a young girl anymore. Instead of letting it rot in the cabinet, it might as well be put to good use. Chapter 209, Why Come to the City? In the end, Xiang Meiyun still contributed the red cloth she had used during her wedding. Xiang Xianqian took it with both hands. The cloth itself wasn't heavy, but its meaning was weighty. Sis, I promise that this red cloth will be brought out and returned in the same condition. As the time for work approached, Xiang Meiyun didn't have the leisure to waste any more time chatting with her brother. Alright, understood. I'm going to be late for work. I'll go first. Watching his sister rush out of the door, xiuxian held back tears welling up in his eyes. At that moment, Lu Jun's voice came from behind. What time is it? Did I wake up too late? Xiuxian turned back and smiled, saying, No, there's still plenty of time. Going from Hejiang village to the city was no easy feat. The commute involved switching transportation 4 or 5 times. Moreover, Xiuxian carried a rather special gift. He and Lu Jun were carrying it together, and they didn't dare to go to crowded places, fearing any bumps. Firstly, such an item was hard to come by, and secondly, any damage would affect its appearance. It wouldn't do to present a defective item as a sign of his sincerity. For this reason, Xiuxian even bought a ticket for the deer antler. Just the red cloth covering the deer antler made other passengers curious. Among them was a little girl with rosy cheeks. She asked innocently and naively, Brother, is there a bride inside? Upon hearing these 3 words, everyone around burst into laughter. But the little girl didn't understand what was funny. Embarrassed by all the laughter, she shrank back into her mother's arms. Xiuxian gently lifted a corner of the red cloth and said, There's something valuable inside, but it's not a bride. The little girl peeked briefly and then rotated her round eyes, questioning, But I've heard that only brides wear red cloths over their heads. Given her inquiry, Xiuxian found it difficult to explain further to her. Fortunately, the little girl's mother quickly scooped her up and scolded her slightly. You little one, why are you asking nonsense? It has nothing to do with you. After muttering a few words about her daughter, the woman turned around apologetically towards Xiuxian and Lu Jun. I'm sorry, kids think everything is novel. Please don't blame her. How could Xiuxian possibly reprimand a naive little girl over such a trivial matter? He just hoped that one innocent comment wouldn't draw attention from other passengers on the bus to the item he brought along. Ensuring it safely exited the passenger station was key. Lu Jun, however, wasn't thinking that far ahead. He was still immersed in the innocence of the little girl's previous words. The vehicle moved forward steadily, but smoothly. However, roads in the countryside were mostly uneven and rough. Occasional bumps caused Xiuxian to instinctively guard the deer antler, ensuring it wouldn't get damaged due to turbulence. Lu Jun could guess what this deer antler might be used for, but his thoughts aligned closely with Xiang Meiyun's. Before boarding the bus, he had asked Xiuxian who they intended to see on this trip to the city. This person must surely be someone important and powerful, not an ordinary citizen who could be easily met. They needed to prepare proper gifts. Merely bringing a pair of deer antlers might not suffice. However, Xiuxian gave Lu Jun a thoughtful look and didn't say a word. It still had a while before reaching the station, and Xiuxian crossed his arms and couldn't help but yawn. Last night, Lu Jun slept soundly, but he woke up multiple times for no clear reason. Each time he woke up, he thought it was dawn, but checking his watch revealed it was still early. Otherwise, he wouldn't have seen his brother-in-law still at home preparing for work after getting up. Because of the things on his mind, he couldn't sleep soundly. Instead of tossing and turning like flipping pancakes, he decided to get up and find something to do. Paying tribute to the influential people was now inevitable, like an arrow released from a bow that couldn't be retrieved. To protect himself and his shop, he needed to take this step. Moreover, being an experienced person, he possessed some knowledge that others lacked. Why not use this information to exchange for what he wanted? It was nearly noon when the bus finally arrived at the station. After the bus stopped completely, Xiuxian slowly opened his eyes. Before disembarking, he checked the pair of deer antlers he had brought along. Upon confirming there was no issue, he proceeded to lower them off the bus with Lu Jun. Now that they were here, they would need to switch to another mode of transportation to meet the right person. Although Lu Jun still felt uneasy inside, his doubts grew stronger. This led him to stop, causing Xiuxian, seeing him standing still, to ask impatiently, Brother, what's wrong? Let's go. Lu Jun looked him over and couldn't help but ask, Tell me the truth. What exactly are we going to the city for? If you don't tell me clearly, I'll go alone. Xiuxian hadn't expected Lu Jun to say this at such a time. Fortunately, his emotions were always very stable. He guessed that if it were anyone else, they would have been anxious enough to pull their hair out by now. My shop was vandalized twice since its opening day. If it was due to personal grudges against me, then that's fine, but judging from the current situation, it's not caused by any personal vendettas of mine. Besides, being located at the market entrance, although it's close to my home, it hasn't helped me build up a good reputation. Sometimes, even the best wine loses customers if the alley is too deep. That's why I've decided to move my business into the city. No sooner had he finished speaking when, quite surprisingly, a rare taxi pulled up in front of them. The driver stuck his head out of the car window, his facial expressions distorted due to the weather. Need a ride? Xiuxian leaned forward and asked, How much to the Huangting Hotel? The driver named a price right away. 15. Xiuxian waved him off. Then the driver adjusted his offer. 13. Want a ride or not? Still too expensive. In the end, it seemed like the driver hadn't picked up passengers for a long time. He gritted his teeth and said firmly, $10, no detours. Hop in if you're coming. Xiuxian glanced at Lu Jun. In reality, neither of them said a word or did anything. Yet, just like that, they saved $5, which would be enough to find somewhere to eat breakfast, or rather, lunch. Xiuxian let Lu Jun sit in the passenger seat while he held the deer antler alone in the back. Once inside, Lu Jun hadn't even fastened his seatbelt when the driver suddenly pressed down hard on the accelerator as if racing toward another life. Had it not been for Xiuxian's anticipation of such behavior, the deer antler in his arms might have already suffered some damage. Seeing this, Lu Jun loudly scolded the driver. Driver, we're not in a hurry. Could you slow down a bit? Apparently, the driver still felt bad about losing those $5. His tone wasn't friendly at all as he responded. Isn't this for your benefit? Chapter 210. Who wants to see my dad? Those of you who take cars, aren't you all in a hurry? I'm just helping you save time. Xiuxian sitting at the back casually said. Master, we are locals, and yet you're trying to overcharge us. The driver glanced up at the rearview mirror, meeting Xiuxian's sharp gaze. The driver didn't say anything but slowed the car down slightly. After all, living in the same place, if they upset the local customer, it could affect their business. Besides, the Huangting hotel where these two were heading wasn't that far anyway. Just around a few corners, and there would be money to earn with just 10 yuan. Xiuxian noticed the car wasn't speeding as madly anymore and chose not to say more, as long as they arrived safely with his sincerity intact. After waiting through several seemingly endless traffic lights, the car finally stopped in front of the Huangting hotel. This hotel was opened by the locals. Rumor had it that the boss used to do some dubious work. Otherwise, he wouldn't have amassed such a fortune by middle age to open such a luxurious hotel. It was said even the waiters here earned 1 or 200 yuan more per month than elsewhere. However, this hotel also had certain requirements for its employees. The women had to be pretty, and the men handsome. With just these two criteria, half of the applicants were already disqualified, and those who met the criteria weren't guaranteed a job either. In short, due to various reasons, this hotel became the best in their area. Since it was the highest standard, the cost of staying naturally wasn't cheap. An ordinary small inn might only charge a few cents per night, but at this hotel, even the cheapest room required several dollars or more. Yet, Xiuxian remembered that later, due to poor management, the entire hotel was sold to another boss. That new boss didn't continue building on the hotel's glorious history. Instead, they tore it down and rebuilt it into a private small hospital. After all, people don't necessarily need hotels every day. But when people got sick, needed medical treatment, injections, or surgery, the numbers were countless. Later, it was heard that this little hospital unexpectedly turned into a state-run operation. Everyone said the later boss had foresight. Regardless of whether the hotel eventually became a hospital, that was something for the future. It did not interfere with everything Xiuxian was doing now. After getting out of the car, they paid the fare. With Lu Jun's help, Xiuxian safely carried the antler down from the car. But after getting out, when asked where they should go and whom they should see, Lu Jun had no clue. He could only follow Xiuxian inside and see who they were going to find next. Actually, this antler wasn't heavy at all, and one person could carry it. Why don't you hold it yourself? It's my first time here, I don't know anyone. Xiuxian thought about it and said, all right, just make sure you hold tight. Don't drop it. This thing is more important than both of our lives. Lu Jun felt like what Xiuxian said sounded overly exaggerated. But since the antler was a gift for meeting someone, being careful was good. Xiuxian stepped into the hotel, and the young girl at the reception immediately braced herself. People who could afford to stay in this hotel were either wealthy or noble. Even those who came in just for a look were no common folk. Importantly, when they applied for this job, their supervisor repeatedly emphasized, no matter whether guests were asking questions or checking in, they must serve with a smile. Even if the guest didn't seem particularly wealthy, leave them with a good impression at least. Given these premises, the receptionist maintained a smile. Xiuxian walked directly up, looking at the pretty receptionist, and speaking in an extremely gentle tone. Sister, is your boss here? I want to meet him. Our boss is here, yes. He's in the office upstairs every day. But to see him, you need an appointment. Without one, you can't see him. Of course, Xiuxian knew that seeing a big figure required an appointment. But whether that big figure would find time to see you was a different matter. Xiuxian then pointed to Lu Jun behind him. We're here to give him a gift. It's something he likes. Just make a call and check for me. If he can see us, that'd be great. Adhering to the principle of better safe than sorry, the receptionist indeed called the boss's office. Xiuxian leaned against the counter with an upright posture. A moment later, the receptionist put down the phone and shook her head. Our boss doesn't have time now. He is receiving his friends in the office. Why don't you leave your contact information and come again another day? The front desk girl said this while handing over the register and pen. However, Xiuxian pushed these things back. No, I've come a long way. I must see your boss today. Before the words had even finished, a loud voice came from behind. Who is it that wants to see my dad? Doesn't he know that my dad is so busy that his feet barely touch the ground? Xiuxian looked back and saw a young man dressed in a flowery suit. Although he was younger than Xiuxian, he gave off an air of aristocracy. But his posture when standing wasn't good, nor was his sitting posture, and his gaze was sleazy. He was chewing gum and spoke indistinctly. Upon reaching Xiuxian, the young man scrutinized him. So it's you who's looking for my dad. Who are you? The young man then said to the receptionist, people like this shouldn't be let in. Have the security come over and throw these two out. Xiuxian stepped forward and patted this person on the shoulder. I am really here to deliver something. If you don't believe me, take a look. Xiuxian revealed the red cloth covering the antler, indeed catching everyone's attention. The youngster who had just been speaking rudely, upon seeing the antler, immediately wanted to treat Xiuxian as a buddy. This was ordered by my dad. Not bad. This antler isn't small, is it real? As he spoke, the guy reached out to touch it, but Xiuxian couldn't let this heavy-handed person ruin his item. Not so fast. It's real. Absolutely genuine. We are truly here to deliver it. However, the guy said, all right, the goods have arrived. You people can leave now. Really think anyone can enter my dad's office? You're dreaming. You guys, take this antler to my dad's office. Careful not to bump it. Seeing someone approaching, Xiuxian immediately used his body to block the antler. At the same time, Lu Jun held onto it tightly. A thought even arose within him. If these people really tried to grab it, he would rather die with honor than survive with shame. How about this? You didn't come to deliver something to my dad, yet you refused to hand it over, right? Noticing Xiuxian's blocking action, the young man became rude in speech. Xiuxian looked up at him and said, "It's not that I won't give it, but I must personally deliver it inside." Just because of this one sentence, the young man's short temper flared. Chapter 211. Again, treat properly. Hey, so everything I said to you is useless, huh? I already told you, my dad's office isn't a place just anyone can walk into. Letting you enter the lobby today is already giving you face. Look at the footprints you've left behind. The cleaning staff will have to mop again soon. Xiuxian glanced back. The shiny tiles reflected clear images and didn't seem very dirty. However, the implied meaning of that sentence made him feel uneasy. Since that's the case, then we'll take this item first. Xiuxian stopped paying attention to the man, instead smiling at the receptionist and saying, "Sis, make sure to remind your boss about this thing. Anyway, it's for him. If he doesn't want it, then we'll deal with it ourselves." It's a pity such a good item can't be found again. After finishing, Xiuxian gave Lu Jun a look. The two turned around together and started walking toward the exit. Just as they reached the door, Xiuxian suddenly stopped, looked back at the person, and said, "By the way, these next few days, you better not go to Sanja Street. No matter where you go, avoid it." Hearing this, the young man immediately became confused, thinking it was a threat from Xiuxian. "What do you mean? Are you going to ambush me there and beat me up?" Xiuxian looked at him and said, "You've offended someone, but it's not me. I'm just warning you kindly, so you don't bring misfortune on yourself. After all, recovering from broken bones takes 100 days, while being able to move freely with all limbs intact is much better. Don't regret losing arms or legs later." Hearing this, the young man knew it was provocation. He wouldn't believe what a random person said. Why shouldn't he go to Sanja Street if others can? Nonsense. Turning back to the counter, he knocked and said, "Remember these two guys. If they come again, call security and drive them out." The receptionist nodded repeatedly, though this couldn't be blamed on her. She was just in charge of reception. How could she know the purpose of guests entering? "Junior sir, I didn't call the boss's office earlier. I called the secretary directly." The young man smiled and said, "Good job. Go collect your bonus at finance after a while, and I'll give you half a day off." The owner of Huangting Hotel has the surname Lin, named Lin Wanjun. His son is called Lin Xiao, with the character Xiao meaning brave in battle. He was a typical second-generation heir who relied on his family wealth and never cared about outsiders. Though his behavior wasn't upright, fortunately, he was generous. Just taking the receptionist's comment earlier, someone else might have given a verbal compliment or criticized sharply, claiming it was part of her job anyway. But Lin Xiao was different. He would give both verbal praise and material rewards. The employee, after receiving the bonus, naturally felt happy, and Lin Xiao quickly returned to his father's office. Pushing the door open, he saw his father sitting behind the desk puffing on a cigar. Cigars were pretty valuable these days. Lin Xiao recounted the encounter downstairs like a joke. "Dad, are you really getting antlers sent? Is that stuff useful?" Lin Wanjun chuckled lightly. "Antlers? Did I even mention them? Aren't you dreaming and talking nonsense to me again?" Lin Xiao immediately sat straighter. "How could I be talking nonsense? There were two people who came upstairs earlier bringing something for you. Said you wanted it. I took a look, and sure enough, it was an antler. It seemed pretty genuine, and I was just about to touch it when they pushed me away, saying they were afraid I'd damage it." Lin Wanjun put down the cigar in his hand and looked up at his son. "Someone coming to deliver things to you. Antlers no less. Have you been telling outsiders that I like antlers?" Lin Xiao shook his head hastily, denying the possibility. "If everyone outside knew, then there'd be antlers delivered every day. The guy also warned me not to go to Sanja Street recently. Isn't that place one of the necessary routes to our hotel?" Lin Wanjun, watching his son rambling, had some mixed feelings in his heart. If they come again next time, make sure to ask them to wait or directly lead them to my office. Lin Xiao thought he had heard wrong and abruptly stood up from the couch. "Dad, what kind of joke is this? That person's background is unknown. I'll have someone investigate him right now. You've been in business for so many years and should have met plenty of people. How could you make such a basic mistake?" Lin Wanjun wanted to explain to his son that he wasn't making a low-level mistake. Since outsiders didn't know how much he liked antlers, and now someone suddenly brought an antler to him, there was definitely something suspicious about this. If he didn't investigate it properly, and just let those two people leave, he might not be able to sleep soundly for a long time in the future. However, Lin Xiao, as his son, didn't think that far ahead. After hearing his father's explanation, he didn't see any major problem with the matter either. "Dad, I think you're overthinking this. I saw those two. They're not old. Who knows where their antler came from? They even covered it with a red cloth. Someone might think our hotel has just opened if they don't know." In Lin Wanjun's ears, these words sounded more than a little disrespectful. Having lived half a lifetime, there were some things he could still see more clearly than his son. "Just do as I say. The next time those two come again, treat them well." Lin Xiao extinguished the cigarette in his hand and said carelessly, "All right, got it. But I don't think they'll come again anyway. They already ran into a wall with me." Lin Wanjun knew his son lacked ambition. Otherwise, at his age, he should have stepped down long ago and let Lin Xiao take over. This hotel had brought him quite a lot of profit, allowing him to live a comfortable life. As long as operations continued smoothly, the hotel would secure financial stability for 3 generations. But Lin Xiao, after graduating from university, chose a different path. Lin Wanjun had previously arranged a good position for him, hoping he would start from the bottom and work his way up. However, the final outcome was that he proved to be unteachable, like trying to prop up mud against a wall. Yet this son kept saying that his age was perfect for striving hard. He mustn't think of early retirement. How could he save more money for his son without striving? Therefore, when Lin Wanjun heard his son spouting such unreasonable talk, he grabbed whatever was in his hand and threw it over. I've said it already. If they come again, bring them to me. If they don't come, send your people out to find them. Since they've come to deliver something for me, it's impossible they'll only make one trip. Lin Xiao had never seen his father so angry. Unconsciously, he started blaming all the problems on those two individuals. Chapter 212. What's coming will come. He had come to have a good chat with his father, but unexpectedly got disrupted by two unknown individuals. Lin Xiao narrowly avoided getting beaten up, and he was boiling with anger. Initially, Lin Xiao wasn't curious about where those people came from. But now, due to his father's sudden change in attitude, Lin Xiao became curious about the identities of these two people. They even seemed to know that his father liked antlers. After leaving the office, Lin Xiao grabbed his follower. Go investigate those two people we saw downstairs earlier. Find out who they are and where they are staying. The young master, I've already started checking. Should I act quickly? They don't seem like good people. Lin Xiao chuckled softly and said, this is none of your business. Just find those two people and let me know. After all, they brought something for my father, so it should be placed in my father's office. It might as well count as an early New Year's gift I give to my father. Hurry up. Xiuxian didn't plan on leaving just yet. Since the Huangting Hotel was temporarily unaffordable, they would look for an inn instead. To be honest, such an antler really wasn't worth much. When Xiuxian entered the room, he asked Lu Jun to place the antler on the floor. It was a thing they had carefully protected during their whole journey. But after returning from that hotel, the treatment of this antler significantly dropped. Our precious item, it ended up like this? Xiuxian said. I thought this antler would be a pretty decent way to introduce ourselves. Who knew we'd run into Lin Wanjuan's son today? Lu Jun hurriedly sat at the bedside. Lin Wanjuan's son? Are you talking about the owner of the Huangting Hotel? The guy we met at the front desk earlier. Was he his son? That's right. And you probably didn't meet him for the first time. That guy's basically useless dirt. His father tried countless methods to make him successful, but nothing worked in the end. He wasted no small amount of money. No wonder some chain reactions happened later, Xiuxian added. Now, Lu Jun was already somewhat confused about what Xiuxian meant. What do you mean chain reaction? You're not suggesting that the Huangting Hotel will eventually fall into his son's hands, right? That shouldn't happen. Even if the older generation retires from the front line, younger ones must consult opinions before making important decisions. How can one just stand idly by watching their life's work go down like that? Xiuxian realized he might have accidentally blurted something and quickly added a couple of sentences. I was just saying. Isn't there a saying that poverty doesn't last over 3 generations, nor does wealth? Besides, how did Lin Wanjun get his start? We both know anyway. Basically, by relying on this hotel to clean up his reputation. Let's stop talking about them. We've been walking all morning without rest. Now let's find a place to eat. I heard there's a pretty decent spa here. We'll enjoy it tonight. Lu Jun's eyes lit up the moment he heard that. With his monthly salary, forget enjoying luxuries. It barely covered basic living expenses. Being called a city management captain only sounded good. The benefits were hardly different from ordinary city managers. As for the popular entertainment venues in the city, Lu Jun didn't even dare to imagine stepping foot in them. A month's salary probably wouldn't even cover tipping a waiter. There's no need. We're here mainly to get things done. Once the matter is settled, we'll return. Don't waste money. Lu Jun interjected. When Xiuxian stood up, Lu Jun followed suit. Don't worry. Today you follow me. I promise you'll broaden your horizons, and so will I. Xiuxian patted his chest, feeling the bundle of money under his clothes through his shirt. Money was confidence when traveling. They found a place nearby and had a quick meal. Xiuxian suddenly remembered something and, after paying, pulled Lu Jun directly toward the third crossroad. The third crossroad was actually a T-junction, going east-west plus southward, while north was a farmer's market. There were always some aimless and unemployed people hanging around here. Xiuxian found an inconspicuous spot to sit. Lu Jun didn't understand why he did this, but still stayed by his side. What are we doing here? Like pulling a rabbit out of a hat, Xiuxian took a handful of sunflower seeds from his pocket and placed them on the table. Just watch the show. When we left, didn't I tell Lin Xiao not to wander aimlessly around the third crossroad? But I know people like you. The more you tell them not to go somewhere, the more they insist on going. Lu Jun also took a handful of sunflower seeds, curiously asking, what's so special about the third crossroad? Aren't you becoming a fortune teller? Xiuxian raised an eyebrow and said, you must be someone who's usually cut off from news. Is it true that all you do is work, never engaging in other conversations with others? After he said this, Lu Jun chuckled. Indeed, his life was very simple, either working or going home. Even his girlfriend said the same thing about him. The villagers had introduced him to several girls, each initially finding him acceptable. But after some time, they would find Lu Jun a rather uninteresting person. He wouldn't share stories from his work, nor entertain during his leisure time. Plus, those girls were young and full of playful energy. Encountering someone like Lu Jun was truly unbearable. Lu Jun had to admit Xiuxian was right. But he was more curious about what would happen next through what Xiuxian had just said. He couldn't guess Lin Wanjuan's son would show up shortly. Since he was coming, there would certainly be a good show. Lin Xiaoxiao goes in and out in four-wheeled cars. Although his father Lin Wanjun made money through illegitimate ways, when you have money, you're everyone's grandpa. Even if people don't respect him, how could they dislike someone raking in so much wealth? They still smile through clenched teeth. Moreover, Lin Zhao's personality could get him into trouble without even knowing. If anyone wanted to discipline him, they'd only hold back due to Lin Wanjuan's face. But as they say, even rabbits bite when desperate, and dogs will leap over walls when cornered. Xiang Qianjin faintly remembered Lin Xiao being beaten once, even getting one leg permanently disabled. That's why he warned him not to go to the third crossroad. Otherwise, one day he would become a cripple for life. But advice doesn't always sink into stubborn ears. Since Xiang Qianjin planned to make contact with Lin Wanjun, there was no way to avoid dealing with his son. At necessary times, he would have to use Lin Xiao to strengthen himself. Lin Wanjun was an old fox, hard to manipulate. However, Lin Xiao wasn't like that. Such a rotten piece of onion. What kind of storm could he possibly stir up? Thinking to this point, Xiang Qianjin felt he had already succeeded halfway with this matter. Halfway through the sunflower seeds, a red car rushed into view. Just as expected, what's coming will come. Chapter 213. Take action, don't hold back. Lin Xiao got out of the car, and with his smug expression, he wore a pair of sunglasses. This was a gesture of arrogance, showing disregard for others. As he slightly bumped into Lu Jun walking forward, Lu showed no reaction. Both knowing what was about to happen next, neither made the first move. They continued sitting there, cracking sunflower seeds lazily. He was stopping Lin Xiao from approaching, but he never stated why. Thus, it would take some time for things to unfold before his true ability could be revealed. Lu Jun watched nervously on the sidelines as after Lin Xiao stepped out of the car, the few idle people at the market entrance had already fixed their gaze on him. Initially, Lu Jun only noticed those individuals squatting there, smoking and chatting. Since they were far away, he couldn't hear clearly what they were discussing. Whenever a group of men gathers like this, what else could they be talking about? Occasionally, their laughter rang out, indicating they found something amusing. Ordinarily, none of this was particularly significant. Jobs were hard to find these days anyway. People like them who loaf around idly wouldn't necessarily perform well even if given work. It might be better not giving them any tasks at all. However, the moment Lin Xiao stepped out of the car, the conversation stopped, the cigarettes were abandoned. Almost every pair of eyes in that group locked onto him. It wasn't difficult to sense that the atmosphere around them brimmed with hostility. But naturally, this hostility wasn't aimed at him or Lu Junlu instinctively patted Xiang Qianjin's shoulder and whispered, "Could it be those guys intend to teach Lin Xiao a lesson? What kind of feud is between them?" Xiang tossed the sunflower seed shells into the trash can beside him and said, "I'll tell you, Lin Xiao isn't much different from those types essentially. But lucky for him, he's born as Lin Wanjuan's son. So while we shouldn't disrespect the man himself, it's also right to show a bit of respect for Lin Wanjun, even indirectly. But when one ventures outside without an elder accompanying, the young ones naturally don't get the same level of respect." With that, Xiang grabbed another handful of sunflower seeds, ready to watch the unfolding drama. There were quite a number of people passing through the market entrance, and at first, the tension between the two parties wasn't overtly intense. Despite some exchanges, it hadn't yet escalated to an immediate confrontation. But such confrontations often arise just within the span of a thought. Lin Xiao stood beside the car, looking around. Upon stepping out, he'd immediately sensed someone staring at him. Yet he assumed those people wouldn't dare to make a move. Even if they did decide to attack, wouldn't they need to come close to him first? Given his proximity to the car, if those people truly intended harm, he'd simply open the car door instantly and hide inside. Before getting out, he had specially instructed the driver not to turn off the engine so that in case of any emergency, he could leave this place quickly. Xiang Qianjin watched intently, but still uncertain when exactly these two sides would start fighting. After standing beside the car for a while, Lin Xiao appeared somewhat awkward just staying there. Xiang began to feel that the incident he worried about might not happen. After all, maybe Lin Xiao was essentially a coward at heart. Just as he was nearing the end of his handful of sunflower seeds, he sighed in frustration. I brought too few sunflower seeds for the trip." Lu Jun seemed to catch on and asked, "Shall I go buy more?" Xiang shook his head. "No need, no point wasting money." At that exact moment, the two blonde-haired youths standing by the western side of the market entrance suddenly moved towards Lin Xiao. This slight motion startled Lin Xiao greatly. He had already sensed danger in the air. Now seeing these people heading straight towards him, regardless how slow his reflexes might be, he understood that these approaching figures didn't have good intentions. Lin Xiao took 2 steps back, feeling that if he now jumped into the car, it would surely bring shame upon his father. But if he remained outside, what if these individuals really rushed up? Then he would have no chance to change his decision. During this hesitation, he offered them an opportunity. "Surname Lin, I didn't expect you to actually have the guts to come here. We couldn't find your father, so we're taking it out on you." The moment Lin Xiao heard that, he realized it wasn't him personally who caused trouble. It was his father. In fact, having gone through similar situations, Xiang Qianjin was also curious. Considering how Lin Xiao hadn't been dumb enough to stand there letting others beat him, why was it then that the previous time his legs had been broken, with no chance of recovery? This had always been a mystery he pondered over repeatedly. Back then, he only learned from hearsay. That Lin Wanjuan's unambitious son ended up crippled. A perfectly healthy young man ended up limping and eventually couldn't even find a wife. However, this time he stood there and watched with his own eyes. He wanted to see where the problem was. What made Lin Xiao, a man who knew how to shirk work and play tricks, suffer such a great loss? When he realized that those people were not coming for him, Lin Xiao knew that this beating was inevitable. But he didn't know what his old man had done to make them beat him up like this. Even if one is arrogant and domineering, as a son, he must respect his father. Even if one understands the importance of adapting to the situation, the few people approaching him were determined to give him a beating. Lin Xiao was 100% sure that he hadn't offended these people. I have no grudge with you guys in the past or recently. What do you mean by doing this? Without saying anything upon seeing each other, just start beating me up. That doesn't make any sense. In response, those people gave a cold laugh. Makes sense? What kind of common sense are you talking about? Today, if we don't beat you until your face is bloody, then we are being too lenient. Our buddies, opportunities like today don't come every day. When we start beating you later, don't hold back. Beat him to death. Upon hearing this, those people immediately showed fierce expressions on their faces. Seeing this, Lin Xiao knew it was beyond his control, and he hurriedly reached for the car door. Unfortunately, at this moment, the car door handle was broken, trying hard to open the rear door, but as he retreated, someone kicked him from behind. The entrance of the farmer's market didn't have much space, and those who wanted to beat Lin Xiao had already surrounded him from all sides. There was no way they would let him escape. Xiuxian patted Lu Jun's shoulder. The good show is about to start. Don't lose focus. Under Xiuxian's reminder, Lu Jun wanted to widen his eyes. Actually, Lin Xiao wasn't just a braggart second-generation rich kid. At least when the people about to hit him swung their fists, he also tried to dodge and even retaliated. But two fists can't fight against four hands. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't stand against so many people. Although Lu Jun was suspended now, he had seen plenty of such brawls. His professional instinct was triggered, but fortunately, Xiuxian was beside him to prevent him from stepping forward. You stay here and watch. There won't be any deaths. I'm here. Although Xiuxian's words sounded reasonable, Lu Jun still felt uneasy. We two together can't beat those guys. Let's call the police. They'll deal with things like this. Chapter 214. Xiuxian waved at him, signaling him not to do such a foolish thing. He had been waiting for this opportunity. What did it matter if the police came? The people around saw that there was a fight breaking out. Some who were not afraid of trouble simply stood still and watched the commotion. Lin Xiao was gradually being beaten back by those few guys, and soon his face was marked with injuries. At first, Lin Xiao could hold his own against them. Gradually, he began to be at a disadvantage. If no one came to help, he might suffer a loss immediately. This was just the opportunity Xiuxian had been waiting for. He shouted loudly at those several people. Don't fight anymore, or you'll end up killing someone. Those who were still swinging punches couldn't help but look back. Who are you? Do you even have a say in this? If it's none of your business, get lost quickly, don't mess with our fun. Right at this moment, Xiuxian let out an exclamation to those several people. Do you know who you're hitting? That's the actual son of the owner of Huangting Hotel. If you seriously hurt him, do you think the hotel owner will let you go? Besides, there are so many eyes watching here. Will you really be able to walk away cleanly after fighting? No matter what grudges you have, you should find somewhere more secluded to settle things. After hearing him, those few actually prepared to stop their attack. Indeed, with so many people here, if they got into a brawl, they'd definitely be detained for half a month. It wasn't worth it. You're lucky today, someone saved your life. But next time, you won't have this kind of luck. Let's go, brothers. Lin Xiao, covering his bruised half-face, approached Xiuxian. Just as Xiuxian was about to say something before Lin Xiao thanked him, unexpectedly Lin Xiao started cursing. You just sat there and watched them beat me without helping. Only until I was beaten like this did you decide to play hero. Weren't those people sent by you? I thought both of you were simpletons from the countryside, but it seems I underestimated you. What exactly do you want? Xiuxian felt wronged. How could we hire those people to deal with you? Don't you think hiring thugs costs money? Look at what we're wearing. Does it look like we can waste money on that? Moreover, it's because your father offended some people outside. The consequences finally fell on you. Don't tell me you didn't know about this. For Lin Xiao, who has grown up this much, how could he not know his father had enemies? But the bitter foes his father made would never be these street-side ruffians. They would all be the strategists plotting behind the scenes, and according to what he knows, there are quite a few of them. Mostly, they caused trouble for his father in business dealings. This method of picking fights right off the bat is too unbecoming. Therefore, he had every reason to believe that those who pulled such tricks were Xiuxian and Lu Jun. It was only meant to remind him not to provoke those he shouldn't. But Lin Xiao was by no means a person who could easily swallow his pride. Especially his car often had some sticks stored inside, just for making those troublemakers back off. However, as much time as had passed, those items left in his car never found the right opportunity to be used. But now, they finally had a use. Ignoring the blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, Lin Xiao took off his coat and opened the trunk to grab a stick, then walked directly towards Xiuxian. Seeing the situation turning bad, Lu Jun rushed forward to stop him, but just at that moment, Xiuxian suddenly blocked him and said it was unnecessary. The moment Lin Xiao raised his stick, Xiuxian said to him, "Didn't you hear that those people couldn't find your dad, so they targeted you instead? And I seem to remember I warned you not to come here recently. Why did you come anyway? Could you possibly think that I would resort to provoking you? You're not even worth my effort. If your dad were here today, I would be happy to spend more energy dealing with him." Hearing these words, anyone else might laugh it off, but Lin Xiao was not an ordinary person. How could he endure others looking down on him so lightly? I've known from the start you aren't a good guy. Now I finally see your true colors. You claimed you were delivering something to my dad, but to me, it was just a scheme for you to make connections with my father. But since I stopped you, you failed to meet him. So, you deliberately hinted to keep me away from the 3rd Street intersection. Do you think I care so much just because you said so? Could I ever give a damn? Don't think you're so special. This isn't where you call the shots. Xiuxian stood with his hands in his pockets. looking relatively sincere, but with an ease in his expression as he asked. If it's not where you call the shots, neither do I, so we're actually the same. I indeed wanted to get to know your dad, which is why I went out of my way to get him a deer antler since he seemed fond of such things. But since he's so cautious and didn't want to accept my gesture, I guess I'll just have to change my approach. Those few people earlier really have nothing to do with me, but they definitely have something to do with your dad. If you're truly curious, why don't you go home and ask him? If he's offended anyone recently, don't let it affect you. It's better not to be dragged into trouble because of someone's actions. Lin Xiao realized that Xiuxian couldn't stop uttering words that irritated him, but yelling at him right there on the street would also undermine his dignity. Fine, I'll ask him. But don't you even try using this method to drive a wedge between me and my father. Even if he's offended someone, I will still stand by him through thick and thin. It's impossible for a few random guys to turn us father and son into enemies. You've got the wrong idea. Xiuxian took a couple of steps forward, startling Lin Xiao, who instinctively retreated. Seeing this, Xiuxian chuckled and said, "What are you afraid of? I'm not going to hit you. Weren't you all arrogant and tough just now?" Realizing his overreaction, Lin Xiao quickly tried to regain his composure, pretending not to care. He didn't want to let this bumpkin see him flustered. "Just say what you want to say. I need to head back anyway." Xiuxian handed Lin Xiao a piece of paper that he had prepared beforehand. "Take this note to your dad. In 3 days, he'll surely thank me. Oh, by the way, I'll be at the mermaid bathhouse tonight. If your dad wants to see me, remember to tell him to come here, and you don't need to follow along." Though Lin Xiao was still boiling inside, he suddenly remembered what his father had told him. No matter how much he resented it, he knew those two needed to be kept around if they returned. Who knows what schemes his old man had up his sleeve, but since it was something his father entrusted him with, as his son, he had to stay vigilant and not ruin the arrangement. Chapter 215, On Me. Although Lin Xiao was extremely reluctant, he still put the piece of paper that Xiuxian handed over into his pocket. "All right, this time I'll be your messenger and deliver the message. As for whether or not my father wants to see you, I can't control that. If he doesn't want to see you, you'd better go back where you came from quickly." Xiuxian nodded, kindly reminding, "Go back and deal with your wounds after returning. But I think you will come thank me in a few days." After saying these words, Xiuxian walked to the front passenger door and knocked on the car window. The driver sitting inside rolled down the window, and Xiuxian reached through the window. Opening the car door, he said, "This car is a bit old. It should be replaced by a new one. Otherwise, it won't match your status." Before leaving, Xiuxian patted Lin Xiao's shoulder lightly. Lin Xiao thought he was deliberately showing off. He couldn't figure out why this seemingly simple man had such confidence. For a moment, Lin Xiao became deeply curious about Xiuxian. He wondered what kind of background he had that made him so calm and collected. On his way back, Lin Xiao could barely contain his curiosity. He wanted to open the note and take a peek to find out what was written inside. What if it contained some curse or insult? Could he throw it away then, to prevent something dirty from polluting his father's eyes? As soon as he thought of that, his curiosity became uncontrollable. He opened it directly and saw only an address, a room number, and the name of a hotel written on the paper. Realizing there was nothing else on the note, Lin Xiao became more confused. If Xiuxian knew he would be beaten up at Sanjiako today, then warning him not to go would earn a mere thanks. But even after taking the beating, it would take at most a week for his injuries to heal. It seemed to him that Xiuxian was intentionally playing around with him. When Lin Xiao thought about this, he recalled the smug expression on Xiuxian's face as he left. He also felt that old Wang, the driver, was intentionally watching his suffering. Anyone could see those people were coming to beat him up, yet old Wang remained calmly seated in the car, watching him get beaten without even getting out of the car. That didn't make sense. "Old Wang, weren't you drinking today? How could you just stay in the car and watch me get beaten? What were you thinking?" Startled by this question, old Wang immediately responded, "No, those people are friends of old Lin." That left Lin Xiao utterly confused. If they were his father's friends, how could his father know such people? In an instant, countless doubts slowly arose in Lin Xiao's mind. Back at the Royal Court Hotel, seeing that his father was still in the office, Lin Xiao handed over the note given to him by Xiuxian. "This note was given to me by those two guys to pass along to you. They say they'll be waiting for you tonight at the mermaid bathhouse." He expected his father to show complete disdain, at least appear calm. However, Lin Wanjuan's reaction went beyond the son's expectations. "Come on, since we know where they are, hurry up and prepare a substantial gift for me." Seeing his father's abnormal behavior, Lin Xiao became even more curious. "Dad, how many people do you actually know that I don't recognize? How do you even know people like them?" Yet every word Lin Xiao spoke fell on deaf ears with his father. "Not a bunch of rednecks. They're big shots. You know your old man believes in destiny. Someone once divined for me, saying I would meet a benefactor within a month. This benefactor will bring me what I want and visit on their own initiative. Doesn't that fit perfectly? The stag antler sounds similar to prosperity all the way. Back in the day, your dad tried hard but failed to obtain one. Now what I want has come to me voluntarily, and I don't intend to limit myself to running just one hotel. Do you know what business makes the most money nowadays?" Lin Xiao always thought the hotel they ran made enough profit already. Of course, it definitely wasn't as profitable as entertainment venues. But those venues also carried huge risks, attracting people from all walks of life. If someone unknowingly starts some illegal business in our store, won't we suffer consequences too? How could he feel at ease when there was such a lucrative opportunity right before him that he wouldn't grab? "I think we're already doing pretty well. The only regret is that Mom passed away too early, otherwise she'd be enjoying her happiness now." Lin Wanjun chuckled and said, "Don't worry, the The best days of yours are yet to come. Quickly, follow my instructions and have the kitchen in the hotel prepare a few grand dishes right away. And then arrange 2 top-notch suites, the best ones we have. Oh, and call the mermaid bathhouse to tell them we'll be there tonight. Seeing his father's reaction, Lin Xiao couldn't help but ask, Dad, who is this person? What kind of background does he have that makes you change so much? Lin Wanjun didn't say anything. He just waved his hand and told his son to go ahead and do as he instructed. As the sky grew darker, Xiuxian arrived with Lu Jun at the mermaid bathhouse. Upon entering, countless eyes looked their way. A curvaceous beauty wearing revealing clothes approached them. Do you have a reservation, customers? Xiuxian shook his head. First time here. Could you tell us how your services work? We'd like a full set of services, something regular. The woman smiled shyly. Then please follow me. I guarantee you'll leave as comfortable as you came. Just as the two were about to follow her to enjoy their services, they heard the sound of screeching brakes from outside. Xiuxian instinctively turned around and saw what he had expected. Lin Wanjun had arrived with his son, but it seemed like he reminded Lin Xiao not to follow. Perhaps he was embarrassed or unwilling to join. Even if he followed, Xiuxian thought it wasn't a big deal. Xiuxian stood still where he was until Lin Wanjun approached with his son. Father, the 2 people who delivered things to you earlier were them. Xiuxian slightly lifted the corner of his mouth in an unaffected manner. Finally, I meet Mr. Lin. It was indeed hard to get to see you. Lin Wanjun tightly held Xiuxian's hand. If I had known it was you, I would have personally come to greet you. My boy mentioned that you're here for relaxation tonight. I've already arranged everything for you. Anyway, I don't know how many days you'll be staying here. In short, any expenses during this period will be covered by me. Xiuxian felt that old Lin was definitely better at handling matters than little Lin. Alright, then I'll respectfully follow your lead and won't be courteous anymore. With Lin Wanjun's arrival, the staff at the bathhouse could no longer stand idly by. The woman gave a subtle glance to the others, signaling them to rush and make preparations. Chapter 216, The Shocking Secret. The last time Lin Wanjun had his fortune told, he thought his benefactor would definitely be someone who was much older. But he never expected it to actually be someone about the same age as his son. Although Lin still harbored some doubts, thinking this young man lacked experience and might not handle matters well. Yet there is a saying, heroes emerge from the young. If this person really had the destiny of a hero, they could already have been conquering all directions at a young age. So sometimes one really shouldn't judge a person's ability by their age alone. Lin Wanjun was also, after all, a respected figure, receiving special service wherever he went, including coming to this place. Besides managing his own hotel, he surely had other businesses. Perhaps this mermaid bath center also had his investment. He came here like visiting his own home. After changing clothes and entering the pool, the few people in the room were relatively candid with each other. With curiosity brimming in his heart, Lin Wanjun looked at Xiuxian and asked, besides delivering things to me, is there anything else? I feel like it's probably not as simple as I think. After Lin Wanjun finished speaking, Xiuxian stared at him for quite a while. It indeed isn't that simple. This time I've come to share some news with you. I also wish to make friends with you. It's just that I don't know if Mr. Lin would give me such an opportunity. Lin Wanjun smiled at Xiuxian. Then just say what you need, as long as I can fulfill it. Definitely fulfill it. Even if it cannot be satisfied, I will find a way to satisfy you. Xiuxian said, this matter of mine isn't difficult at all. I just want to open my own store in the city. The store used to be located somewhere else, often being smashed by some intentional or unintentional people. Running a store is quite nerve-wracking, so I thought I'd come here to pay my respects. To ensure smooth sailing when I open my store in the future, I've already chosen the address. It's right in the downtown area. I just hope that Mr. Lin can support me. As soon as Lin Wanjun heard this, he understood Xiuxian's meaning, but he still asked, then how exactly do you want me to back you up? Xiuxian gestured for him to lean closer and said, it's simple. When my store opens, you can come around, cut the ribbon. Just let everyone outside know that my store has your protection. That's all. Lin Wanjun felt that this matter might not be as easy as Xiuxian had said. But looking at Xiuxian, it seemed indeed not so complicated. Of course it's easy. Just opening a store. I'm not out to rob anyone. As a newcomer here, unfamiliar with the place, I must find someone knowledgeable to ensure my safety. You can rest assured that my store won't cause you any trouble and will absolutely not interfere with the operation of your haunting hotel. Additionally, I can provide you a piece of information, allowing you to eat the fatty meat you've always wanted. The moment Xiuxian spoke these words, Lin Wanjun became restless, quickly adjusting his posture. He then gave his son a meaningful look. Indeed, Lin Xiao also wanted to know what the news was, but his father did not allow him to listen, nor let him participate, leaving him without a way out. You go outside and keep an eye on things. Chase away anyone who comes by. Even if the King of Heaven comes today, he shouldn't interrupt our enjoyment here. Lin Xiao chuckled and said, Dad, why don't you let someone else handle this? How can you two plan grand strategies here without letting me listen and observe? Wouldn't it become a laughingstock if this got out? Before Lin Xiao could finish speaking, Lin Wanjun shot him a stern glance. What are you still doing here? Go now. If we miss the chance, can you afford the loss? Now Lin Xiao realized something. Every time the matter involved the person who delivered the deer antlers, his father's emotions would be off. In other words, this person could indeed be his father's benefactor. To obtain this beneficence, he had to properly flatter and take care of this individual. Regretfully, Lin Xiao stood up. All right, I'll go. I'm going right away. Lin Xiao stepped out of the pool and walked to the door. Actually, there had been people waiting outside all along, and when they entered, They had already warned others to stay away. Approaching Xiuxian, Lin Wanjun said, Mr. Lin, I guarantee the truthfulness of this matter. But whether you believe it or not, I can't guarantee that. I only provide the message, not follow-up. Lin Wanjun said honestly, young brother, I won't hide it from you. Someone already calculated my fortune before. They said I would soon encounter a benefactor. At first, I suspected it might be you. Now it seems you're the benefactor I've been waiting for, and whatever you say today, I will believe. Xiuxian hadn't anticipated this level of trust. Even with this trust in place, he knew he had to be cautious about what he said next. Alright, actually this matter is related to a karaoke bar. Relying on his memories from his previous life, Xiuxian carefully calculated the timing, making sure to disclose this major piece of information to Lin Wanjun before it was too late. So Lin Wanjun could leverage this news to gain an unexpected fortune. But now, it remained uncertain whether Lin Wanjun could seize this unexpected windfall. How can a perfectly good karaoke bar become my unexpected fortune? Young man, don't play games with me. Shaking his head, Xiuxian replied. How could I possibly toy with Boss Lin? I already told you, if you believe, then believe. If you don't, just treat it as a fun story and let it pass. But I know that with Boss Lin's current wealth and status, you surely want to make your money work harder and not waste your capabilities. After all, don't you need to leave something valuable behind for young Master Lin? In the future, when you're gone, little Master Lin is your only son. Do you doubt his ability to handle the things you leave behind? This statement directly struck at Lin Wanjun's deepest concerns. Lin Wanjun stretched out his arm and placed it on Xiuxian's shoulder. Brother, just say what you have in mind. I promise I'll listen to everything you say. Xiuxian leaned closer to Lin Wanjun's ear, whispering several sentences. Instantly, Lin Wanjun's eyes widened. You're serious? That would be illegal. I am completely serious. I know it's illegal, but if I were to meddle with it, it would certainly bring nothing but trouble for myself. But Boss Lin, that's where you're different. I believe you have ways to take advantage of this opportunity, don't you? At first, Lu Wanjun could still manage a laugh, but after hearing the secret Xiuxian revealed, his smile vanished instantly, and even the water in the pool didn't feel as scalding as it had been at the start. Instead, it felt somewhat cold. Lu Jun didn't know what Xiuxian had disclosed to him, but it was definitely some shocking secret. He wasn't curious either. After all, sooner or later, Xiuxian would tell him anyway. If not, once Lin Wanjun took any action based on this information, it would surely make headlines. After an undetermined period, Li Wanjun finally snapped back into reality. Chapter 217. Life in the city is truly good. Little brother, you're sure there's no problem with what you just told me, right? Xiuxian responded earnestly, absolutely none. If there were any issues, I'd be hit by a car the moment I step outside. And this matter must not be delayed. Once this opportunity passes, it might never come again. I think that karaoke bar operates rather well. I estimate it earns more than the hotel you currently run. Whether or not you can seize this chance depends on your next moves. Also, regarding the gift I prepared for you, I will personally deliver it to your office early tomorrow morning. Just make sure the receptionist doesn't stop me again this time. Lin Wanjun made up his mind, recalling how he used to be involved in some shady businesses. He had witnessed plenty of bloody scenes back then, but he has always operated within his own ethical boundaries. He would absolutely not allow his hands to be stained with any kind of irreversible disgrace. Now Xiuxian had provided him with these inside informations. If Lin didn't take advantage of these internal tips to ascend quickly, wouldn't he be considered a fool? Alright, tonight both of you should stay at my hotel. Don't check into those small motels. Those motels have bad environments and even worse beds. Also, little brother Xiang, I'll handle opening your store for you. I'll definitely find you the best shop in the city center. It's just that I don't know what kind of store you want to open, clothing store or something else. Mountain goods store. I don't have any other hobbies apart from going into the mountains to hunt. Otherwise, where do you think the antlers came from that I gifted to Director Lin? Upon hearing this, old Lin understood instantly and couldn't help but laugh heartily. So that's why? It seems real heroes do emerge from the youth. In the future, I must let my son learn more from you. I really don't know who he takes after. He's nothing like me, just lazing around all day. I'm worried whether he'll be able to carry on my business legacy in the future. Xiuxian chuckled. He didn't intend to involve himself with the younger Lin, preferring instead to handle things alone. After taking a shower, it became completely dark outside. They didn't eat dinner here, but first returned to the small inn they were staying at, loaded the antler onto the car. When closing the trunk, Lin Wanjun glanced back several times with reluctance. This was indeed a fine item. Back when he wasn't yet wealthy, he once saw someone displaying an antler in their office. That particular antler was much smaller compared to this one. At that time, out of curiosity, he wanted to touch it. But the owner loudly rebuked him, saying if he accidentally broke it, how would they still be able to make money? These antlers were consecrated by specialists. If touched improperly, they could ruin one's luck, making it hard to get rich. Since then, Lin Wanjun developed a deep fascination, even an obsession, with antlers. However, he never mentioned this to anyone else. Even when Xiuxian brought this object to him, he was curious about how a person unrelated to him knew he had an affinity for antlers. Perhaps fate had already been arranged such that even trying to prevent it would be impossible. Lu Jun and Xiuxian were riding in the same car, aside from the driver. Only the two of them were present. Lu Jun quietly asked Xiuxian, "Where are we going? Does this mean we've paid our respects?" "That old Lin believes what you say. What happens if he doesn't believe me? Does he have another choice anyway? Let me tell you, some things aren't decided solely by money, power, or status. The bait I gave him is tempting enough. We'll enjoy ourselves in the city for the next few days. Afterward, I won't be able to provide this for you anymore. Lu Jun understood what Xiuxian meant. The reason they could live comfortably and indulge themselves in the city now was thanks to Lin Wanjun. Without Lin Wanjun, they probably wouldn't even know where to eat instant noodles and cold steamed buns. Arriving at the Huangting Hotel, under the guidance of the staff, Xiuxian and Lu Jun arrived at the suite specifically reserved for them. As expected, once they opened the door, they could immediately feel the difference between this place and those roadside motels. This is what a true high-end hotel felt like. And for Xiuxian, compared to the five-star hotels of the future, this Huangting Hotel didn't fall far behind. The only difference might lie in the interior design styles. Each era has its own aesthetic standards. For instance, modern times prefer minimalist designs. The simpler the better, simple enough that even the door handles seem almost unnecessary. At present, the Huiting Hotel adopted the favored European Western style by their generation. Although this style might not be especially appealing, it stood the test of time and had its own group of admirers. It was neither too modest nor overly extravagant. As Xiuxian was ready to rest in the room. After all the hustle and bustle of the day, Xiuxian felt quite drained. But just as he was about to lie down, Lu Jun came knocking on the door. Xiang thought maybe Lu had encountered some trouble outside and had come rushing to him in a panic. Perhaps Lu Jun was simply too scared to sleep alone in such a large room. However, as soon as Lu Jun entered, his excitement was palpable. Wow. Oh my goodness. Today I have really seen something amazing. In a hotel this good, I probably won't have enough money to stay even if I live another 20 years. The room is so big. It's even larger than my entire courtyard. Xiuxian stared at him with an amused expression. Enough. Calm down already. It's just a hotel. Is it really worth getting you this excited? But Lu Jun thought he was behaving perfectly fine. Living in such a luxurious place, isn't that reason enough for excitement? Actually, I know you're feeling the same way as me right now. You're just too self-conscious. I don't care anymore. And when you open your store in the city later, you'll surely experience much more. If I compare myself to you, I am just a country bumpkin. Being able to stay in such a great place today is all thanks to you. Let's stay here for a couple more days, alright? Since Lu Jun took the initiative to make such a request, Xiuxian naturally didn't object. Of course we'll stay for a while. I haven't decided on the location for my store yet. How could I leave before setting up the shop? Anyway, isn't there a phone here? We should call home. Do you want to give your mom a call and let her not worry about you? Lu Jun thought Xiuxian's suggestion was good. Although he hadn't told his mother about being suspended from work yet, he used the excuse that he was too busy with work these 2 days and couldn't go back home. The main thing was not to worry the old lady. Alright, then I'll go call her. As Lu Jun got up to make the call, someone knocked on Xiuxian's suite door again. Mr. Xiang, this is the late-night snacks specially prepared by Mr. Lin for you. He feared you might be hungry. These are all the signature dishes made by our hotel's master chef. Xiuxian only glanced once and had the server place the food there first. Upon seeing it, Lu Jun couldn't help but swallow his saliva. They usually ate bland meals, and it would take 10 to 15 days to taste any grease. On the dining card, those few dishes, each with floating oil bubbles, glistened richly under the light. Life in the city for rich people was truly luxurious. Chapter 2:18, Interest Binding. The waiter smiled and turned to leave. Xiuxian noticed something odd about Lu Jun's eyes. You want some too? Maybe you'll find some in your room. Don't snatch mine. Lu Jun excitedly grabbed Xiuxian's arm and said, Brother Qianjin, how about we stay a few more days in the city? I think Lin Wanjun is not bad, better than his son at handling things. If it weren't for hearing and seeing it himself, Xiuxian really couldn't imagine. Serious and upright Lu Jun actually had another side to him. Okay, let's stay a couple more days. After all, I am Lin Wanjun's benefactor. For the benefactor to enjoy a few meals should be the smallest price for Lin Wanjun. After all, food only costs so much money, especially during this period. More oil in the soup can make quite a difference in taste. Moreover, Lin Wanjun believes in fate, so we might as well exploit his weakness. Xiuxian called the village chief's house, asking him to help pass the message so his sister and brother-in-law could rest assured. This long trip, without his brother-in-law by his side, would naturally worry the family. With this phone call to report safety, at least his sister and brother-in-law could feel relieved. Lu team leader, we've been busy all day. Aren't you going back? What are you waiting for? Lu Jun glanced up, seemingly dissatisfied with his attitude. I was worried you'd be lonely here alone, so I came over to talk with you, and now you're driving me away. Xiuxian laughed and said, Captain Lu, thank you. But look at the time. It's already very late. You'd better go back. Unable to resist Xiuxian's urging, Lu Jun decided to listen and went back to his room to sleep. It was indeed getting late. But when Lu Jun reached the door, he seemed to recall something critical. He hurried back with tiny steps, while Xiuxian was still sitting on the couch, deep in thought. Qianjin, why aren't you preparing to rest yet? Are you planning to entertain yourself after I leave? Xiuxian turned around and looked at him, saying nothing for a moment, making the air between them unusually quiet. Lu Jun smiled faintly and said, I understand. We're all men, no girlfriends or wives around. There's always that need to release stress. I'll go back then, see you tomorrow. Realizing this, Xiuxian wanted to explain, but found that Lu Jun had left so quickly. Before he could even stand up, the sound of the door closing reached his ears. Their rooms were adjacent, with similar decorations and layouts. Lu Jun guessed Xiuxian must have big plans tonight. Eavesdropping on the wall might not be wrong either. However, As soon as Lu Jun left, Xiuxian got up to take a shower, since bathing conditions were not available at home. How could such a hotel lack washing facilities? Xiuxian emerged from the bathroom feeling refreshed, wrapped in a soft bathrobe, with dripping hair. Just as Xiuxian was about to lie down to rest, someone knocked on the door again. Xiuxian sighed and stood up to open the door, thinking it was Lu Jun coming back to visit him. But when he opened the door, it was Lin Wanjun. "Mr. Lin, what brings you here? Please come in." After Lin Wanjun entered, he smiled and said, "How's this room? It's the best one available right now." Xiuxian smiled, thinking to himself that being able to book a star-rated hotel in this era showed that Lin Wanjun had some business acumen. "Mr. Lin, it's so late. You didn't come just to ask about my stay, did you?" Lin Wanjun chuckled. "Young brother Xiang knows me well. What you told me today, I've already arranged for someone to verify." At this point, Lin Wanjun paused briefly, staring at Xiuxian for a while with deep eyes like bottomless pits. The atmosphere between them became strange. For an ordinary person, facing such a gaze might easily cause anxiety, confusion, or even fear. But Xiuxian didn't have those feelings, casually leaning against the back of the sofa. So composed, calm, and collected, because the words he had spoken were true. As long as Lin Wanjun's people went and paid attention, they would certainly confirm that there were illegal transactions happening at that place. Once the karaoke hall is proven problematic, how could someone who openly does proper business but secretly might do anything allow such a lucrative opportunity slip into someone else's hands? Lin Wanjun has experienced much turbulence. He understands why Xiuxian is giving him this piece of information. But after returning home, his son Lin Xiao also spoke a few words to him. It made Lin Wanjun broaden his thinking, worrying whether the transaction proposed by Xiuxian implied other demands. Could there possibly be a personal grudge unknown to outsiders between him and the owner of the karaoke bar? If that's the case, wouldn't he become the scapegoat? Mr. Lin is now worried that there might be bad blood between me and the karaoke bar owner, which is why I came to use your hand to get back at him. Lin Wanjun didn't speak, but his facial expression was very intriguing, filled with unspoken meanings. The fortune teller said, "I'm your benefactor. If I don't reveal the opportunity, Mr. Lin wouldn't trust me either." Lin Wanjun didn't know how to respond, and from Xiuxian's 2 sentences, he also confirmed an issue. He, indeed, was very perceptive. At least, he guessed correctly about what Lin Wanjun had just been worrying about. Lin Wanjun grabbed Xiuxian's hand tightly. "Young brother Xiang, as long as the people I send confirm that there really are illegal transactions there, I'll immediately have someone spread the news. If I really can take over that karaoke bar, at that time, young brother Xiang, would you like to also have a share of it?" Xiuxian tried to pull his hand back, but Lin Wanjun held on with both hands. It was like a shell closing tightly, firmly gripping him. So Xiuxian gave up. "Mr. Lin, I am not ambitious. Wanting to open a mountain goods store is merely because I live at the foot of the mountain. I hope to go hunting in the mountains for valuable wild goods and trade them for hard-earned money. Since I lack formal backing, I want to seek out someone who can provide me protection. If I were in your position, Mr. Lin, I wouldn't be thinking so much. And as for the karaoke bar, I don't want to get involved. All the profits going into your pocket. Isn't that better, Mr. Lin?" But Lin Wanjun disagreed with Xiuxian's suggestion. "How could that be acceptable? Why can't it? If it weren't for the information you provided, how could I seize this opportunity? When the time comes, I will definitely prepare a big red envelope for you, ensuring you don't leave without reward." Xiuxian took the chance to pull his hand back. "Mr. Lin doing this instead makes me somewhat uncomfortable. I've already laid all my thoughts bare, and I don't intend to tie any interests with you. As long as you can show up at the opening ceremony of my shop, I'll be more than satisfied. As for other things, if they're destined for me, they'll eventually come. If not, I won't force it." Chapter 219. The chance for 3 consecutive jumps. Xiuxian had been busy all day and now just wanted Lin Wanjun to quickly finish what he had to say without disturbing his rest. But at the moment, Lin Wanjun seemed to have finally found a friend who could discuss life with him. Once seated, he didn't want to leave. This made Xiuxian feel somewhat troubled. "Little brother Xiang, there's something I'm not sure whether I should say. I've actually always been quite ambitious. One's life in this world involves liquor, lust, wealth, and anger. Personally, I'm not much of a drinker, and I don't chase after women either. What I love most is wealth. I guess you're also someone born and raised here, so you probably know a lot about me. Even if it's not 100% accurate, you must have heard at least some of the rumors around me." Suddenly, Xiuxian had a feeling that Lin Wanjun might have chosen today to bare his heart to him. They weren't really close enough for this kind of openness yet. Things were progressing too fast. But Xiuxian couldn't find an opening to interrupt. "Just treating me as Mr. Lin before coming here drinking some alcohol, I might not be qualified to listen to such words from you." Lin Wanjun interrupted Xiuxian. "From the efforts you took to procure the deer antlers for me, I knew then that you're a little brother I should definitely trust. Even if in the end you only use me, I do it willingly. Moreover, one must be ambitious and earn more money within a limited time." Just as he finished speaking, Lin Wanjun's phone rang. Xiuxian shifted slightly. Any call at this moment would surely be important. He didn't want to accidentally overhear anything he wasn't supposed to know from the other end of the line. It seemed Lin Wanjun realized Xiuxian's movements, smiled at him, and then got up to walk towards the window, keeping a distance of several meters between them. At this distance, whatever the person on the other end said or did, Xiuxian wouldn't hear. "All right, I understand. Keep watching for a bit longer, and then come back. Tomorrow, continue going, but remember to make a police report tomorrow." Xiuxian glanced upward subtly. Lin Wanjun had mentioned making a police report. The caller must have been the person he sent out tonight to keep watch at the nightclub. Xiuxian felt that due to his intervention, the power dynamics in the city's entertainment venues might change tonight or within the next few days. This role of a manipulator behind the scenes, whose words could shift the situation, felt somewhat rewarding. After hanging up, Lin Wanjun returned to Xiuxian's side. Little brother Xiang, you're truly incredible. My people went around the nightclub once, and indeed found something suspicious, but we haven't gathered concrete evidence yet. Making a police report now would alert them prematurely. Therefore, I've decided to act tomorrow. If little brother Xiang wishes to join, let's go together then. Such a spectacular show, missing it would be regrettable for a lifetime. Xiuxian nodded. If he didn't attend, Lin Wanjun might suspect him. Besides, this was also a way for him to combat illegal transactions and maintain social order. Running an entertainment venue isn't wrong, but conducting illegal activities inside one certainly is. If Mr. Lin can truly take over this nightclub, it will definitely be much cleaner in the future. There won't be any more messy affairs like those. Xiuxian flattered him. Lin Wanjun smirked disdainfully. Though he wasn't exactly a great man, he still knew the difference between right and wrong. If not, he wouldn't have made it to where he is today. And as he had confessed earlier, his passion was money. He cherished it like life itself. The entertainment industry made far more money than his hotel ever did. With motels and small inns everywhere now, how many people would choose to stay overnight at his hotel? If he didn't enter a more profitable field soon, this hotel would likely be lost. To outsiders, he owned a luxurious big hotel. However, each day brought only losses for the place, though it wasn't the kind that bankrupted him all at once, but rather the slow cut of a dull knife. Therefore, believing Xiuxian wasn't entirely his fault. Judging by the current situation, Xiuxian hadn't lied to him regarding this matter. Little brother Xiang, let's stop here for today. Once everything on the nightclub side is certain and nothing unexpected occurs, I'll definitely entertain you with good wine and fine food. As for your requests, they'll merely be a word from me. My son offended you in many ways previously. I hope, considering my face, you won't blame him. Tomorrow, I'll have the young man take you and your friend out. If you see any suitable shops, let him know. Xiuxian nodded. All of these were voluntarily offered by Lin Wanjun, leaving him no reason to refuse. Lin Wanjun, seeing that it was getting late, realized Xiuxian should rest and sleep. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lin Wanjun reluctantly rose to leave. Little brother Xiang, you should just stay here these few days. Let me know if there's anything you want to eat or drink. Xiuxian similarly exchanged greetings with Lin Wanjun. Mr. Lin, you flatter me too much. How much can I possibly eat or drink alone? It's just 3 meals a day, plain bread and rice. However, the night snack you arranged tonight really suits my taste. It's light, not greasy. Looks like you have a master chef in your kitchen, Mr. Lin. Lin Wanjun laughed heartily, clearly very pleased this evening. As he was about to close the door and get some rest after Lin Wanjun left, suddenly Lu Jun from the neighboring room opened his door, sticking out half his body. I thought you were going to relax, but instead you're meeting with old Lin. What did old Lin talk to you about? At this, Xiuxian grinned mischievously as he looked at Lu Jun. Captain Lu, would you be willing to change posts if I suggested it? Lu Jun stiffened, confusion showing on his face. What do you mean? What does changing posts imply? You don't really have much promotion potential as head of urban management. Suppose you had a chance to become a detective. To my knowledge, solving major cases during field missions might lead to a jump of 3 ranks in one go. Isn't that true? Lu Jun waved his hands frantically. What does that have to do with me? Those are the people who graduated from professional police academies, not me. Lu Jun was fully aware of his own capabilities. Thus, when Xiuxian spoke earlier, Lu Jun only partially listened. Given his current abilities, achieving a 3-rank promotion leap was beyond his reach. Moreover, he believed his position as captain of the city management team was doing fine, though he wasn't sure how long his suspension would last. But Lu Jun noticed something odd about Xiuxian's expression, as if he harbored hidden motives. This naturally sparked Lu Jun's curiosity. Brother Qianjin, do you have any good news for me? Stop teasing me already. Lu Jun approached, but Xiuxian stopped him outside, not letting him in.